The man was digging a trap in the primeval forest when a winged tiger, 20 feet long, suddenly flew overhead. The man immediately hid in the nearby bushes. Immediately afterward, a strange little pig, about the size of a human head, rushed out in a panic, plop, and fell into the trap. The strange little pig curled up, raising the bony barbs on its back. The tiger circled in the air for a while before flying away. Lin Kong carefully stepped out of the bushes, tightly tied the strange little pig with a rope made of turf, and then carried it in his hand. With a thought, Lin Kong saw a virtual screen appear before his eyes. Race, dwarf boar, status, dead, personal survival days, day 6. Lin Kong obtained meat for the first time after traversing the primeval forest. Soon after, he crouched down by a stream, took out a stone knife, and began to slowly process the spiky wild boar. Fortunately, Lin Kong transmigrated to the territory of a transcendent demonic vine. The powerful magical beasts had all been devoured by the vine, allowing him, being weak, to live safely for 6 days. He had to gain power. Tear. Lin Kong stuffed the raw meat into his mouth and chewed it fiercely with his jaws. Without enough to eat, how could he have the strength to think of a solution? Soon after, night fell, and he still hadn't come up with a solution. Lin Kong crawled into a tree hollow he had smashed out himself with a stone, laid out some dry grass, and lay down to sleep. The next morning, Lin Kong quietly climbed a big tree, curled up in a branch, and looked at a small pool of water with pebbles in the distance. A short while later, a rabbit about the size of a puppy slowly hopped over from a distance, its nose twitching slightly. Lin Kong's eyes lit up, and then a thought struck him. A virtual light screen, invisible to others, appeared before Lin Kong's eyes. Race, gray rabbit. Status, healthy. Rank, none. Another weak creature that has stumbled upon this place. After confirming that there were no other creatures, the gray rabbit went to the small pond to drink. Suddenly, a dark shadow leaped out of the water, its sharp teeth clamping tightly onto the gray rabbit. A moment later, the predator emerged from the water. Race, silverback fire serpent. Status, healthy, slightly hungry. Rank, low-level apprentice extraordinary. Seeing that all the gray rabbits had entered the snake's mouth, Lin Kong didn't hesitate any longer and charged forward. His stone spear thrust fiercely towards the snake. However, due to nervousness, the stone spear only grazed the snake's body, but Lin Kong used considerable strength. Scales flew, blood splattered, and the silver-backed fire snake instantly felt the pain. The fire serpent's tail transformed into a black shadow and lashed out at Lin Kong. Dodging the serpent's attack, Lin Kong pounced forward. His right hand plunged the stone spear fiercely into the serpent's body. Lin Kong strained to stir the stone spear inside the fire snake's body. But after a while, the silver-backed fire snake slowly calmed down. He gripped the stone spear tightly and used his strength to tear the fire snake in two. Surprisingly, the snake wasn't completely dead yet. It was flicking its tongue and hissing. Lin Kong picked up the largest rock beside him and smashed it down. Bang, bang, bang. After a series of sounds, Lin Kong squatted down in front of the shattered snake head to check the situation. A green bead the size of a soybean caught Lin Kong's attention. Name: First Order Low-Level Energy Core Description. An energy crystal formed within a first-order organism, containing pure, ordinary energy. Ha ha! Lin Kong couldn't help but burst into laughter. Lin Kong immediately absorbed the bead and converted it into 16 points of ordinary energy. Then, with a thought, he began to activate his super-optimized talent, targeting the injured and weakened gray rabbit. As the energy on the panel diminished slightly, the gray rabbit's hind legs suddenly grew even thicker. With a twist of its head and a few powerful kicks, the gray rabbit stood upright, completely unharmed. The gray rabbit kicked off with its legs and jumped more than 2 meters high. When it reached Lin Kong's feet, it gently rubbed its head against him, as if it were very affectionate. Next, Lin Kong used 3 points of energy to test 3 small animals: a green mantis about the length of a hand, a black spider the size of a thumb, and a cicadere about half the height of a person. After a day of experimentation, Lin Kong gained a basic understanding of his second talent, super optimization. Animals that have undergone optimization not only gain talents, but also develop a bond with him. The green mantis, after its blades were strengthened, could cut through a tree branch as thick as an arm. The Sika deer, with its entire body enhanced, saw its overall strength increase by nearly 20%. Its intelligence also improved simultaneously. The black spider's venom ability was optimized. Lin Kong looked at the lark lying on the ground not far away, its body completely blackened, and he couldn't help but subconsciously move a little distance away from the black spider. In fact, Lin Kong had already tried to optimize the demon vine, but the feedback he received was that he had too little ordinary energy to optimize it for creatures with resistance. Meanwhile, the only extraordinary magical beast in the bloodthirsty demon vine territory had already been killed by Lin Kong. To obtain another one, they would have to pray that another weak, extraordinary magical beast would come in. Given the immense power of these extraordinary magical beasts, Lin Kong didn't believe they would be lacking in intelligence. After eating the wild fruit, Lin Kong led the 4 creatures of varying sizes behind him back towards his tree hollow. Using his mind to send them a warning command, Lin Kong slowly crawled into his tree hole. Curled up in a ball, Lin Kong began to assess his situation. Having transmigrated to another world, I find myself trapped in the territory of the powerful, bloodthirsty demon vine. Soon, an earth-shattering battle may erupt here, featuring winged giant tigers and bloodthirsty demon vine. The battle between the 2 extraordinary demons might take place in the sky or on the ground. What if I hide underground? Thinking of this, Lin Kong's eyes lit up, and he felt that this idea was more feasible than ever. Thinking of this, Lin Kong lost all desire to sleep. He climbed out of the tree hole again, looked at the gradually darkening sky, and walked towards the direction he remembered. When he first arrived, Lin Kong spent a lot of time exploring the surroundings. Because of the existence of data about everything, the exploration was very efficient. Following the direction of his memory, Lin Kong slowly made his way there under the cover of night. For different creatures loyally followed him and guarded his side. Although he knew the night was dangerous, he didn't know when the great battle would break out. If the extraordinary monsters started fighting while he was asleep, then everything would be over. Lin Kong is heading towards an ant nest, an ant colony that has built a nest 2 meters high despite being surrounded by rocks. If it is this high at the top, the depth below must be even more astonishing. Actually, Lin Kong had been thinking for a while. If he successfully optimized the queen ant and established a relationship with her, wouldn't he be able to control the entire ant colony? However, how could they find the queen ant in such a large anthill? A while later, Lin Kong, who had arrived at the location, stroked his chin and couldn't help but feel troubled. With its superhuman talent for digitizing everything, it could lock onto the queen ant as soon as she appeared in its field of vision. Looking up at the sky, it realized it would soon be completely dark. Climbing a large tree a dozen meters from the anthill, Lin Kong immediately gave orders to his 4 newly recruited henchmen to search for the queen ant. Instantly, several whooshing sounds rang out. With a powerful hind leg movement, the giant white antler leaped more than 10 meters, arriving directly beside the anthill. Its forelegs swung, directly destroying the anthill. One by one, Lin Kong's henchmen arrived near the anthill and began to destroy it with their hands and feet. The anthill, which was originally more than 2 meters high, was destroyed beyond recognition in just a short time, and almost half of it collapsed. Lin Kong couldn't help but feel nervous, because things were fine at first, but just now the ant colony had reacted, and countless ants began to emerge from the nest to fight back. The worst off were the Sika deer and the white deer, whose entire bodies were covered by ants due to their size. Their skin was bitten through, their flesh was devoured, and a chilling stench of blood began to spread. Even from a distance, it still sent shivers down my spine. Looking again, the black spider was already dead, and only the green mantis was still moving around the ant colony with ease. However, once it ran out of energy, it would probably not escape being eaten. Seeing how things had developed, Lin Kong couldn't help but secretly regret his recklessness. He kept his eyes glued to the screen, afraid that he might miss the opportunity and let the queen ant escape. Optimization options: enhance blades, armor, wings, devour, whole body. Lin Kong consumed another 2 energy points to optimize the green mantis's armor and wings respectively. The green mantis's entire body began to swell, and slowly as time passed, the swelling disappeared, and a brand new green mantis appeared, its body gleaming with a metallic sheen. Moreover, all the injuries and fatigue he had just suffered had vanished. Go. I hope you won't disappoint me. With a thought, he gave the green mantis the command to feign death, and then approached the queen ant. On the battlefield, Lin Kong saw that the ordinary rock ants had indeed stopped eating the green mantis, and soon after, 2 rock ants dragged the green mantis's body toward the ruins of the anthill. He was slightly relieved. So now all that's left is to wait. Lin Kong felt a growing sense of panic within him, and when he looked up at the dark blue sky, that panic seemed to intensify. Taking a few deep breaths to calm himself down, Lin Kong knew that all emotions were useless now. Only calmness. Only by calming himself down was it all just empty talk without strength or power. With his gaze fixed on the ruins of the ant nest, Lin Kong quietly huddled on a tree branch. Although it was uncomfortable and unsightly, he didn't mind doing it as long as it increased his chances of survival. Time passed slowly, and the anthill that was just a ruin a moment ago has now been cleared out, with no trace of the dead ants or fragments of the outer nest. The next moment, a dark shadow rushed out of the anthill and sped towards the tree where Lin Kong was. Its wings flapped, making a buzzing sound. The man was digging a trap in the primeval forest when a winged tiger, 20 feet long, suddenly flew overhead. The man immediately hid in the bushes nearby. Immediately afterward, a strange little pig, about the size of a human head, rushed out in a panic and fell into the trap with a plop. Once inside, the strange little pig curled up, raising the bony spikes on its back. The tiger circled in the air for a while before flying away. Lin Kong carefully stepped out of the bushes, tied the strange little pig tightly with a rope woven from turf, and then carried it in his hand. Lin Kong's mind stirred, and a virtual screen immediately appeared before his eyes. Race, dwarf boar, status, dead, personal survival days, day 6. This was the first time Lin Kong had eaten meat since traversing the primeval forest. Soon after, he crouched down and came to a stream, took out a stone knife, and began to slowly process the spiky wild boar. Fortunately, Lin Kong transmigrated to the territory of a transcendent demonic vine. The powerful magical beasts had all been devoured by the vine. It was only because of his own weakness that he was able to live safely for 6 days. He absolutely had to gain power. Tear, Lin Kong stuffed raw meat into his mouth and chewed it fiercely. Without enough to eat, how could he have the strength to think of anything? Soon after, night fell, and he still couldn't think of solution. Lin Kong crawled into a tree hole he had smashed out himself with a stone, laid out some dry grass, and lay down to sleep. The next morning, Lin Kong quietly climbed a big tree, curled up in the fork of the tree, and looked at a small pool of water surrounded by gravel not far away. A short while later, a rabbit about the size of a puppy slowly hopped over from a distance, its nose twitching slightly. Lin Kong's eyes lit up, and then a thought struck him. A virtual light screen, invisible to others, appeared before Lin Kong. Race, gray rabbit. Status, healthy. Rank, none. Another weak creature that has stumbled in by mistake. After confirming that there were no other creatures, the gray rabbit went to the small pond to drink. Suddenly, a dark shadow darted out of the water, its sharp teeth clamping down on the gray rabbit. A moment later, the predator's body emerged from the water. Race, silverback fire serpent. Status, healthy, slightly hungry. Rank, low-level apprentice, extraordinary. Seeing that all the gray rabbits had entered the snake's mouth, Lin Kong did not hesitate any longer. He rushed out and thrust the stone spear in his hand at the snake. However, due to nervousness, the stone spear only grazed the snake's body, but Lin Kong used considerable force. Scales flew, blood splattered, and the silver-backed fire snake instantly felt pain. The fire serpent's tail transformed into a black shadow and lashed out at Lin Kong. After dodging the serpent's attack, Lin Kong pounced forward, his right hand stone spear plunging fiercely into the fire serpent's body. Lin Kong gritted his teeth and stirred the stone spear inside the fire serpent. After a while, The silver-backed fire serpent slowly calmed down. He gripped the stone spear tightly and exerted force, tearing the fire serpent in two. Surprisingly, the fire serpent wasn't completely dead yet. It was flicking its tongue and hissing. Lin Kong picked up the largest rock beside him and hurled it at the serpent. Bang, bang, bang. After a series of sounds, Lin Kong squatted down in front of the shattered snake head to check the situation. A green bead the size of a soybean caught Lin Kong's attention. Name: First Order Low-Level Energy Core. Description: an energy crystal nurtured within a first-order organism, containing pure, ordinary energy. Haha! Lin Kong couldn't help but burst into laughter. Lin Kong immediately absorbed the bead, converting it into 16 points of ordinary energy. Then, with a thought, he activated his super-optimized talent, targeting the injured and weakened gray rabbit. As the energy on the panel dissipated, the gray rabbit's hind legs grew even thicker. It twisted its head, kicked its hind legs a few times, and stood up perfectly fine. The gray rabbit kicked off with its legs and jumped more than 2 meters high, landing at Lin Kong's feet. It gently rubbed its head against him, as if it were very affectionate. Next, Lin Kong used 3 more energy points to test 3 small animals: a green mantis about the length of a hand, a black spider the size of a thumb, and a cicadere about half the height of a person. After a day of experimentation, Lin Kong gained a basic understanding of his second talent, super optimization. After optimization, animals not only acquire the talent, but also develop a bond with the user. The green mantis, after its blades are enhanced, can cut through a tree branch as thick as an arm. The cicadere, after its entire body is enhanced, has increased in overall strength by nearly 20%, and its intelligence has also improved accordingly. The black spider's venom ability has been optimized. Looking at the lark lying on the ground, its body completely blackened, Lin Kong instinctively moved a little further away from the black spider. Actually, Lin Kong had already tried to optimize the demonic vine, but the feedback he received was that his ordinary energy was too little to optimize a creature with resistance. Meanwhile, Lin Kong had already killed the only extraordinary magical beast in the bloodthirsty demon vine territory. To acquire another one, he would have to pray that another weak, extraordinary magical beast would enter. Given the immense power of extraordinary magical beasts, Lin Kong didn't believe they would be lacking in intelligence. After finishing the wild fruit, Lin Kong led the 4 creatures of varying sizes behind him towards his tree hollow. He sent them a warning telepathically before slowly crawling into his hollow. Curled up, he began to assess his situation. Having transmigrated to another world, I find myself trapped in the territory of the powerful, bloodthirsty demon vine. Soon, an earth-shattering battle may erupt here. A giant tiger with wings and the bloodthirsty demon vine. The battle between these 2 extraordinary demonic creatures may take place in the sky, or it may unfold on the ground. What if he hit underground? Thinking of this, Lin Kong's eyes lit up. He felt the idea was increasingly feasible. With this thought, Lin Kong lost all desire to sleep and climbed out of the tree hole again. Looking at the gradually darkening sky, he walked towards the direction he remembered. Upon arriving, Lin Kong spent a considerable amount of time exploring his surroundings. Because of the digitization of everything, the exploration was extremely efficient. Following the direction he remembered, Lin Kong slowly made his way under the cover of night, with 4 distinct creatures loyally following and protecting him at his side. Although he knew the night was dangerous, he didn't know when the great battle would break out. If the extraordinary demons started fighting while he was asleep, then everything would be over. Lin Kong was heading towards an anthill. It was a nest built by a group of ants living among rocks, and they had managed to construct a 2-meter-high anthill. If it was already this high, the depth below must be even more astonishing. Actually, Lin Kong had been having this thought in mind. If he successfully optimized the queen ant and established a relationship with her, wouldn't he be able to control the entire ant colony? But how could he find the queen ant in such a large anthill? A while later, Lin Kong arrived at the location and stroked his chin, looking troubled. With his super talent of datafication of everything, he could immediately lock onto the queen ant as soon as it appeared in his field of vision. Looking up at the sky, Lin Kong realized it wouldn't be long before it was completely dark. After climbing a large tree a dozen meters from the anthill, he immediately ordered his 4 newly recruited henchmen to search for the queen ant. Instantly, several whooshing sounds rang out. With a powerful leap from its hind legs, the giant white antler covered more than 10 meters, arriving directly beside the anthill. It then began to wreak havoc on the anthill with its forelegs. One by one, Lin Kong's henchmen arrived near the anthill and began destroying it with both hands and feet. The ant colony, which was originally over 2 meters tall, was completely destroyed in just a short time, with almost half of it collapsing. Lin Kong couldn't help but be nervous, because things were fine at first, but just now, the ant colony had already reacted. Countless ants swarmed out of their nest in a desperate counterattack. The cicadere and the white deer fared the worst. Because of their size, they were completely covered by the ants. Their skin was bitten through, their flesh devoured, and a chilling stench of blood began to spread. Even from a distance, it sent chills down one's spine. Looking closer, the black spider was already dead. Only the green mantis was still moving with relative ease through the ant colony. However, once it exhausted itself, it would likely also meet its fate of being devoured. Seeing how things had developed, Lin Kong couldn't help but secretly regret his recklessness. He kept his eyes glued to the screen, afraid that he might miss his chance and let the queen ant escape. Optimization options: enhance blades, armor, wings, devour, whole body. Lin Kong consumed 2 more energy points to optimize the green mantis's armor and wings respectively. The green mantis's entire body began to swell, and as time slowly passed, that swelling gradually disappeared. A brand new green mantis, its body gleaming with a metallic sheen, appeared in the spot. All the damage and fatigue it had just suffered had vanished. "Go," it said. "I hope you won't disappoint me." Lin Kong had a sudden thought and gave the green mantis the order to play dead and then approach the queen ant. On the battlefield, seeing that the ordinary rock ants had indeed stopped eating the green mantis, and that soon after, 2 rock ants were dragging the green mantis's body toward the ruins of the anthill, Lin Kong finally felt a little relieved. So now all that's left is to wait. Lin Kong found that the sense of panic in his heart was growing stronger. He looked up at the dark blue sky, and that sense of panic seemed to intensify even further. Taking a few deep breaths to calm himself, Lin Kong knew that all emotions were useless now. Only calmness. Only by calming himself down was he able to achieve anything. Without strength and power, everything was just empty talk. With his gaze fixed on the ruins of the ant nest, Lin Kong quietly huddled in a tree branch. Although it was uncomfortable and undignified, he didn't mind doing it as long as it increased his chances of survival. Time passed slowly, and the anthill's outer nest, which had been a pile of ruins just moments before, had now been cleared away, with no trace of the dead ants or fragments of the outer nest. The next moment, a dark figure rushed out of the anthill and sped towards the tree where Lin Kong was. The wings flapped, making a buzzing sound. Lin Kong glanced at the queen ant, nearly the size of a human head, hanging beneath the green mantis, and a look of delight appeared on his face. However, when he then saw the entire ant colony rioting because the queen had been captured, he couldn't help but swallow hard. Looking at the scene before him, Lin Kong let out a low shout, deciding he could only trust his super-optimized abilities. Clenching his fists, he turned his gaze to the queen ant subdued by the green mantis. A short while later, Lin Kong clearly felt a connection established between himself and the queen ant. "Ha! I think I succeeded." With a thought, he quickly gave the queen ant in front of him the command to soothe the ant colony. Turning his head, Lin Kong saw the ant colony, which had reached his feet, had stopped, and he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. After working so hard for so long, he had finally achieved something. After the ant colony retreated, Lin Kong quickly jumped down from the tree. Then he sat on the ground, watching the queen ant clumsily follow him. The queen ant's upper body was similar to that of an ordinary rock ant, only several sizes larger. What attracted Lin Kong's attention most was the queen ant's lower body. Now that he had the queen ant, Lin Kong couldn't wait to begin his experiments. The next moment, a series of messages appeared on the virtual screen in front of them. Optimization options: might, laying eggs, biting, devouring, armor, mental link, full body. Since the goal is to use the power of the ant colony to hide underground, might and biting definitely need to be optimized. However, if the second-generation ant colony produced by the optimized queen is to form a fighting force, then its egg-laying capacity will likely also need to be optimized. His eyes quickly scanned the virtual screen, looking at the various optimization options, and after much deliberation, Lin Kong finally made his decision. Anyway, he only had 9 energy points left. Whether he lived or died depended on how well his super-optimized talent worked. He allocated 1 point of energy optimization to each of might, bite, and devour, and 3 points each to egg-laying and mental link. Lin Kong knew all too well that a good ant colony was one that he could control like his own arm. The queen ant seemed to know that a huge change was about to happen, and the antennae on her head began to tremble wildly. The surrounding ant colony immediately sprang into action, and animals, whether dead or still struggling, were carried to the queen's side. As the queen ant began to devour the food, her already swollen body suddenly accelerated. Watching the ant colony continuously deliver food, it quickly piled up into a small mountain as tall as a person. Time passed, and about 15 minutes later, the large amount of food brought by the ant colony had been eaten by the queen ant, leaving only scraps, and the queen ant's expanding body began to stop. Looking at the queen ant with her mouth full of bloody flesh scraps and her body full of ferocity, Lin Kong's eyes were shining. With a thought, he gave the queen ant the command to lay eggs. As the queen ant's swollen lower body trembled slightly, eggs the size of half a fist were expelled. Plop, plop, plop. It didn't stop until more than a minute later. Watching the queen ant's lower body twitch slightly before ceasing to lay more eggs, Lin Kong began counting the eggs scattered on the ground. 326. My goodness, so many. Now that he had finally accomplished part of his plan, Lin Kong felt a little relieved, but then an overwhelming drowsiness washed over him. Not long after collapsing to the ground, Lin Kong fell into a deep sleep. When he woke up early the next morning, after stretching his aching and numb body, Lin Kong saw a line of ants, each about half the size of an adult's arm, in front of him. Hee. Lin Kong couldn't help but smile. Overnight, the queen ant laid a large number of eggs again. Looking at the thousands of second-generation rock ants in front of him, Lin Kong estimated that it would only take a few hours at most for them to hatch from the time they laid the eggs. Half of them went hunting, while the other half, following Lin Kong's instructions, began digging burrows underground. This place is almost at the edge of the demon vine's territory. Since the rock ants can survive underground, it seems the demon vine doesn't like to take root in rock strata. 3 days later, in a place full of bushes, a silverback fire serpent about 5 meters long was lazily hiding among them. There wasn't much soil in this area, just a few sparse patches. The rest was mostly exposed rock. Sunlight shone through, but after a while, it seemed the sunlight shifted and no longer reached the silverback fire serpent. The silverback fire snake flicked its tongue twice, shook its head slightly, and then slowly crawled towards a spot where the sunlight could reach. Just as it reached a certain location, it suddenly sensed movement beneath it, as if something was digging underground. So he lowered his head slightly and began to sense it carefully. Puffs of charred black smoke began to rise, but the next moment, even more black ants swarmed towards it. Before long, the 5-meter-long silverback fire serpent was reduced to nothing. Not even bones remained. I never expected to have such a connection with the silverback fire serpent. The second extraordinary magical beast I've hunted is actually it. A slightly pale-faced man slowly walked up from behind the ant colony. He was naked from the waist up, and his lower body was wrapped in strips of cloth. Without hesitation, Lin Kong converted the energy into power, glanced at the exit above, and slowly climbed up using both hands and feet. Finally, he was out. Lin Kong took a deep breath, spread his arms wide, and greedily inhaled the fresh air above. Watching the rock ants, each about half the size of an adult's arm, gradually emerge from below, Lin Kong began issuing commands through the queen ant. This would henceforth be his base, his stronghold. Looking at the small hill beneath his feet, Lin Kong thought to himself, After these few days of development, the second-generation rock ants had reached nearly 10,000, and this number was still steadily increasing. But upon arriving here, Lin Kong discovered that this place was truly desolate, practically the kind of desolate wasteland where there was absolutely nothing. However, this suited him perfectly. Without resources, powerful magical beasts wouldn't roam the area. Lin Kong was well-versed in the art of survival and development. Chapter 10. Carving out a base. At Lin Kong's feet was a rocky mountain, the surface almost devoid of soil, with only scattered shrubs and wild grasses, mostly just rocks, pebbles, and gravel. The mountain was originally about 300 meters high, but after being partially eroded, it had noticeably shrunk by several tens of meters. The entire mountain covered an area of 7 or 8 kilometers, with a relatively gentle slope. Lin Kong stood on the mountain and looked into the distance. The surrounding peaks were all higher and denser than this place. Yet, he felt this spot was suitable. It was only 3 or 4 kilometers from the Demon Vine territory, making it convenient to move in or out. He had already made his plans. He would develop his strength here first. If he encountered any powerful demonic beasts, he could quickly escape back along the ant trails, getting away in just a few minutes at most. The safety was quite good. With this in mind, Lin Kong finally settled on this location. Just then, accompanied by a dull thud, a colossal creature the size of a calf slowly emerged from the ant tunnel, even tearing open the meter-wide opening. That was Lin Kong's greatest reliance and most precious trump card, the Queen Rock Ant. Lin Kong stepped forward, gently stroked its pair of ferocious black pincers, and whispered, "Just wait. I will make you grow to the point where even this starry sky trembles." His voice was soft, yet it carried immense ambition and anticipation. Then, he led the queen ant and a swarm of ants carrying second-generation rock ant eggs to the foot of the small hill, which faced away from the Demon Vine territory, and officially began digging their tunnel. With a series of crunching and gnawing sounds, and shards of rock flying everywhere, the base was gradually taking shape. Lin Kong was very satisfied with the rock ants' efficiency. The 2,000 rock ants he had sent out to patrol had returned, but he didn't let them participate in the construction. Instead, he continued to deploy them to patrol and guard the surrounding area. The base was important, but security was even more important. He understood this distinction very clearly. Several hours later, the ant colony finally managed to carve out a rudimentary base. Lin Kong thought for a moment, then personally directed the ant colony to carve 3 large characters, each 1 meter square, 40 meters above the entrance, Rock Ant Mountain. From that moment on, this place truly belonged to him. The base entrance is a square opening 2 meters wide and 4 meters high. Extending about 10 meters inward, you reach the main hall. The hall is currently only about 100 square meters in size and 5 meters high, far from the magnificent base he envisioned. But for now, it's at least a beginning. Near the exit of the hall, Lin Kong had the ants carve out a small stone chamber. Although it was only a dozen square meters in size, it had a stone bed, a stone table, and stone stools, small but perfectly formed. Looking at his first house in this strange world, he almost cried with emotion. Before he knew it, evening had arrived. Now that he had a base and an ant colony guarding it, Lin Kong no longer just thought about hiding and sleeping as soon as it got dark like before. He stood at the entrance of the cave, looking at the dense swarm of rock ants around him, and began to plan his hunting trip for the night. He knew very well that his current strength was far from enough. In this forest, there were countless powerful beings, and even the slightest stagnation could lead to elimination. Hunting was not only about finding food for the ant colony, but also about accumulating energy, which was what he valued most. While thinking about how the rock ants could advance to the extraordinary realm, Lin Kong also pondered what advanced energy and special energy actually were. He quickly began to assemble the ant colony, dividing it into teams of 100 second-generation rock ants. He planned to take 50 teams with him, leaving the rest to guard the base. He had previously spent 3 energy points optimizing the queen ant's mental link, and now he finally saw the value in it. Otherwise, such precise team division would have been impossible. Furthermore, he discovered that as his connection with the queen ant deepened, he was gradually able to bypass the queen and directly command the ant colony. Lin Kong was too lazy to delve into how this change occurred. As long as the outcome was to his advantage, that was enough. A moment later, under the cover of night, the dark ant swarm quietly left Rock Ant Mountain, surging towards the outside world like a silent yet dangerous torrent. With the extraordinary talent of digitizing everything at his fingertips, Lin Kong wasn't worried about running into some monster he couldn't afford to offend. As he led the ant swarm further and further away, the forest tonight was destined to be anything but peaceful, and this starry sky would soon be stained with blood. On the other side, two tall wolves with green gleam in their eyes were hunting in the forest. They were at least 3 meters tall and moved swiftly among the towering trees, tangled vines, and aerial roots. The complex terrain was almost no different from walking on flat ground for them. Just as they were running wildly, a shrill scream suddenly came from ahead, followed by a rapid silence. The two wolves stopped simultaneously, exchanged a glance, and obvious surprise appeared in their blue pupils. They had also sensed that something was wrong. Chapter 11. Lin Kong's Harvest. The two gray wolves, who had been chasing their prey, suddenly stopped after rounding the boulder covered in vines and ferns. The mist goat, which had been alive just a moment ago, was now engulfed in a black torrent, its massive body being swallowed up at a visible speed. In a mere moment, the goat's carcass vanished completely. Not a bone, not even a trace of blood remained. Even more terrifying, the black tide of countless rock ants began to advance upon them. The wolf instinctively tried to retreat and escape, only to discover in horror that it too was already crawling with swarms of large ants behind it. Watching this scene from the shadows, Lin Kong smiled. The data for the two wolves then appeared. Intermediate apprentice, transcendent, in good health, but severely terrified. Seeing this, Lin Kong didn't hesitate and immediately gave the ant swarm the order to attack. Before this, the ant colony had hunted over 100 prey, including 43 ordinary wild beasts, 36 low-level apprentices who had reached the extraordinary level, and 19 mid-level apprentices who had reached the extraordinary level, bringing Lin Kong a total of 2,325 energy points. After killing so many, he had a rough idea of the value of the energy cores. A low-level apprentice's extraordinary energy core, depending on its quality, can provide approximately 1 to 50 points of energy. An intermediate-level apprentice's extraordinary core provides around 51 to 100 points. As for advanced-level apprentices, Lin Kong hasn't encountered any yet, so he can only estimate based on the intermediate level's doubled value. He'll have to wait until he actually hunts one to get a more accurate estimate. That's why Lin Kong's eyes practically lit up when he saw the two intermediate-level apprentice-level wolves. The previous 36 low-level energy cores had only provided 900 energy points. But these two wolves weren't prey to him at all. They were energy points delivered to his doorstep. Just then, the two wolves suddenly raised their heads and howled mournfully into the night sky, the sound startling the surrounding birds into flight. The next moment, the ant swarm launched its attack. The wolves unleashed astonishing speed and strength, swatting away the approaching rock ants with a single swipe, and then snapping two more in two with a single bite. Seeing this, Lin Kong frowned. Although the second-generation rock ant shells are now as hard as stone, they still appear somewhat fragile in the face of intermediate-level, apprentice-level, physical magical beasts. A single swipe of the Azure Wolf's claw can not only shatter the rock ants, but also dig a crater several centimeters deep into the ground. This has gradually led Lin Kong to realize that, compared to magical beasts, physically powerful magical beasts are actually more troublesome to deal with. Low-level magical beasts are almost instantly torn to shreds once the ant swarm gets close. But these flesh-based magical beasts, even when surrounded, can still struggle and fight back, wiping out a swarm of rock ants. Sure enough, before long, dozens of second-generation rock ants were torn to pieces by the two gray wolves. But as the ant swarm grows larger, the space they have to maneuver and dodge becomes smaller and smaller. By the time they finally realized what was happening, they were surrounded by swarms of black rock ants, with no way to escape. The two wolves howled again, but this time, their voices were devoid of ferocity, filled only with sorrow and despair. Immediately following, the ear-piercing gnawing sounds continued. Looking at the two wolves covered in rock ants and frantically devouring them, Lin Kong felt no pity, for he knew all too well the rules of this world. Having experienced life-or-death crises and witnessed clashes between top-tier experts, Lin Kong had long understood that this jungle was a place where only the strong prey on the weak. When the weak encounter the strong, they either submit or are devoured. There's no third way. Therefore, the only thing he can do now is to continuously grow stronger, never allowing himself to become prey. Soon, the heads of the two wolves were gnawed off, and the two intermediate-level apprentice energy beads were delivered to Lin Kong by the rock ants. Lin Kong weighed the item in his hand and smiled with satisfaction. Tisk tisk, another 100+ energy points in hand. Not bad. As for the wolf carcass, the ant colony hadn't finished eating it, because he still needed to take it back as food for the queen ant. At this moment, Lin Kong's data panel showed that his ordinary energy had risen to 2,475 points. He was about to lead the ant swarm back to base when, suddenly, an angry roar came from not far away, followed by a series of wolf howls. Lin Kong's expression changed, and without hesitation, he climbed back up the tree where he was hiding. The 10 guarding rock ant squads below remained hidden and immediately surrounded him. Meanwhile, the hunting squads on the outer perimeter also began to quickly regroup. Although the continuous fighting had resulted in the loss of many rock ants, including the guard squads, he still had 46 intact squads under his command. Such losses were quite astonishing. This would have been almost impossible for an ordinary ant colony. But Lin Kong is essentially a humanoid identifier, possessing intelligence and the ability to see through data. With him around, the ant colony minimizes unnecessary losses with each attack. Therefore, he is increasingly resembling a true hunter in these mountains and forests. Chapter 12. The Mighty Gray Wolf King. Not long after, gray shadows began to emerge from the surrounding grass and woods. The gray wolves surrounded the two headless wolf carcasses, whimpering softly and twitching their noses. Seeing this, Lin Kong immediately understood that the two gray wolves had indeed not acted alone. The real pack was still behind them. As one wolf after another appeared, cold sweat slowly seeped from Lin Kong's palms. Finally, a giant wolf, easily 5 meters tall, leaped out from behind and landed at the front of the pack. With no new wolves appearing around, he secretly breathed a sigh of relief. At least the numbers hadn't gotten out of control. Lin Kong quickly counted them. The entire wolf pack numbered 53. If there were hundreds, he wouldn't be thinking about how to devour this prey, but rather how to break through and save his own life. But with only 53, he didn't see it as a crisis, but as a large amount of energy that he absolutely couldn't let go of. The next moment, the rock ant swarm, which had been lying in ambush, sprang into action. From crevices in the rocks, in the grass, under withered branches and leaves, and even on tree trunks, swarms of black rock ants crawled out. In an instant, it seemed as if the ground and underground were teeming with ants, fearlessly rushing towards the pack of wolves. As the first second-generation rock ant was crushed by a wolf's claw, the battle was fully ignited. Wolf howls rang out one after another, dust billowed, and wood chips flew everywhere. Rock ants were crushed and torn apart, but before they died, they always managed to pluck a few more bites of flesh from the wolf's body. The battle quickly became incredibly brutal. For every rock ant the wolf killed, more wounds appeared on its body. As time passed, more and more rock ants crawled all over the wolf's body, and the stalemate began to tilt. If this trend continued, it wouldn't be long before the wolf pack was devoured to death. But just then, the giant wolf that hadn't moved much suddenly raised its head and roared. The terrifying roar exploded like muffled thunder. Even though Lin Kong was still hundreds of meters away from the battlefield, his eardrums were still ringing, his vision went black, and he almost fell off the tree. Lin Kong suppressed his discomfort and quickly looked towards the giant wolf. Although it was far away and he could only barely make out a tall, dark shadow, he still quickly gleaned the information. When he saw the words low-level formal transcendent, Lin Kong's expression immediately changed, and he could only manage a bitter smile. He had initially thought that this Wolf King was at most a high-level apprentice extraordinary or a peak apprentice, but it had actually jumped straight to the formal level. No wonder it fought the ant colony so well earlier. It wasn't a close contest at all, but rather it was holding back its strength, waiting for a crucial moment to turn the tide. As expected, the shout sent the swarm of rock ants that had been clinging tightly to the wolves flying. Many ants crashed to the ground, struggled for a moment, and then lay still. The wolves fared no better. Almost all of them were mangled and bloody, and 3 were already lying on the ground, unable to get up. Sensing the sudden loss of thousands of hunting ants, Lin Kong slammed his fist into a tree trunk, his face horribly grim. Damn it! But he quickly calmed down because the Wolf King hadn't made a second sound, indicating that this explosive attack was likely limited and couldn't be used continuously. Lin Kong didn't dare to gamble, so he immediately turned his attention to the little green creature on his shoulder and activated super optimization. Now, his ability had an advanced optimization option. As long as he consumed enough energy, he could gradually push ordinary creatures to the extraordinary level, although he couldn't directly skip levels. As he operated the device, he couldn't help but mutter under his breath. The most annoying thing is that you can't get it right the first time. But despite complaining, his hands never stopped. First, he used 100 energy points to push Little Green to the level of a low-level apprentice transcended, and then he used another 200 points to make it advance once more. A moment later, Little Green had transformed from a tiny mantis into a ferocious hunter the size of a puppy, its aura visibly surging. Lin Kong glanced at the still rampaging Wolf King ahead, gritted his teeth, and poured in another 400 points of energy, forcibly pushing Little Green a little further upward. A few breaths later, the energy ball shattered, and Little Green flapped its wings and flew out, its body already exceeding 1.3 meters in length. Especially its pair of forelimbs, gleaming with a cold metallic light, were so sharp they were chilling, and its entire body exuded the ferocious aura of a top predator. At this moment, it had officially stepped into the Advanced Apprentice Extraordinary realm. Looking at the little green creature that had completed its transformation, Lin Kong felt no relief whatsoever. He had initially thought that over 2,000 energy points was a lot, but now he realized that if he really wanted to advance to a higher level, it would only be enough to push an ordinary creature to around the formal level. Such a consumption was simply too wasteful on ordinary insects. But he had no choice now. If he didn't suppress the Wolf King first, the entire hunting ant colony would be crushed. Lin Kong stared intently at the Wolf King, which was still rampaging across the battlefield, his eyes flashing with coldness. From his own perspective, this was called domineering and imposing, but from the enemy's perspective, he had to kill it. Lin Kong was well aware that even though Xiao Lu had become an advanced apprentice extraordinary, it wouldn't be easy for her to severely injure the formal-level Azure Wolf King through a sneak attack. The opponent's displayed combat power far exceeded his initial estimates. Chapter 13. The Advancement of the Green Mantis. After the Azure Wolf King unleashed its full power, its aura instantly reached its peak. Even an ordinary intermediate-level apprentice-level Azure Wolf could crush metal and jade, let alone a formal-level extraordinary Wolf King. Its speed was like a blur, covering a 30-meter range in an instant. With a single swipe of its claw, more than a dozen rock ants were instantly crushed into dust. Seeing this, Lin Kong didn't continue the direct confrontation. Instead, he ordered the ant swarm to retreat temporarily, maintaining only the encirclement. Soon, not a single rock ant could be seen within 50 meters of the wolf pack. Only a large, dark swarm remained on the outer edge, tightly surrounding them, creating an oppressive scene. At this moment, the Azure Wolf King also felt a little uneasy. It had only led the pack to attack after hearing its 2 underlings' cries for help. Upon closer inspection, it found it was just a swarm of ants and didn't take it seriously, even somewhat dismissively, thinking it could easily be dealt with by stomping on them. But as it fought, it realized how wrong it was. These black ants, though unable to bite it, could annihilate the entire wolf pack. By the time it came to its senses, the surroundings were filled with the stench of blood, and almost all of its minions had been swallowed by the ant swarm. If it didn't act soon, they would all be wiped out. Looking at the ant colony that had temporarily retreated but still lingered, the Wolf King felt no joy. It wouldn't have been difficult for it to escape, but the problem was that the wounded wolves behind it couldn't run away. It could only hold on, protecting its last remaining forces. Meanwhile, Lin Kong didn't act rashly either. He had already spent 700 energy points to promote Little Green to Advanced Apprentice. However, given the vast difference in cultivation levels, he knew very well that the gap between an Advanced Apprentice and a formal level Transcendent was too great, and he couldn't let Little Green go straight to its death. He currently had 1,700 energy points left and wanted to continue strengthening Little Green, but he discovered that the advanced optimization option had disappeared. After a moment's thought, Lin Kong realized there were only two possibilities. Either Little Green had reached its limit, or it didn't have enough energy. He leaned more towards the second possibility. With that in mind, Lin Kong immediately led 10 teams of second-generation rock ants to a new location to continue hunting nearby. After walking several kilometers, he easily captured several low-level, apprentice-level extraordinary creatures. After absorbing the energy core, his ordinary energy finally broke through 2,000 points. Looking at the energy value that jumped to 2035 on the virtual screen, Lin Kong immediately smiled. Sure enough, it's not that I can't strengthen, it's just that I didn't have enough energy before. He even speculated that the peak energy of a low-level, formal extraordinary being was probably around 1,000, and this time he just barely touched the threshold. Back under the large tree where he had been hiding, Lin Kong didn't hesitate any longer and immediately activated the second super optimization on Little Green. 2,000 points of energy were instantly depleted, and the surrounding air fluctuated violently. Strands of pale golden energy surged wildly into Little Green's body, creating an even more dramatic scene than before. Little Green seemed to know that it was about to transform, and immediately flapped its wings and rushed towards the pile of second-tier demon beast corpses left by the ant swarm, pouncing on them and tearing them apart and devouring them. A moment later, muffled thuds emanated from its body, as if some power was expanding wildly. The next second, a huge green shadow shot into the air. At this moment, Little Green was already over 2.2 meters long. Its status was healthy and excited, and its rank had officially entered the low-level, formal, extraordinary stage. Enhanced blades, enhanced armor, enhanced wings. All three abilities were maxed out. Lin Kong looked at it, a smirk playing on his lips, his gaze falling directly on the distant Azure Wolf King. As Little Green flew towards the battlefield according to command, the previously quiet ant colony stirred again. A new wave of attacks quickly unfolded, and the Azure Wolf King casually swatted away a swarm of rock ants that pounced on it, a hint of doubt in its mind. It couldn't understand why these ants, clearly unable to harm it, dared to continue their suicide mission. It even wondered if the Ant Queen had lost her mind, and couldn't help but sneer inwardly. With such meager skills, I could hold out for a whole day without even breaking a sweat. Thinking this, the Wolf King let out a low growl, its expression gradually relaxing, clearly treating this encirclement as a war of attrition. But just as it leaped to the other side and crushed a few rock ant queens, a sudden change occurred. In a flash, a green afterimage streaked past its eyes. The Wolf King instinctively jerked backward, and the next instant, blood splattered, one of its forelegs falling to the ground. The Wolf King stared blankly at its severed leg, as if it had no idea what had happened. Only when excruciating pain shot through it did it let out a piercing scream, its remaining 3 legs frantically retreating, no longer caring about the wolves behind it. It knew perfectly well that if it hadn't instinctively turned its head, it wouldn't be its forelimbs lying on the ground now, but its own head. Chapter 14, Returning to Base. In midair, Little Green stared intently at the Wolf King. It was clearly only a low-level formal transcendent, yet its speed was even faster than the Wolf King's. The Wolf King also noticed this, and for the first time, a look of seriousness appeared in its eyes. It then activated the pale yellow aura on its forelimbs to forcibly stop the bleeding. Then, an even more astonishing scene unfolded. A bud of flesh slowly sprouted from its severed forelimb, and before long, a perfectly healthy forelimb had grown back. However, the price was obvious. The Wolf King's aura rapidly weakened, and its overall condition was considerably more listless than before. It looked down at its newly grown claw, then raised it and moved it around a couple of times. Just then, out of the corner of his eye, he saw his pack of wolves being relentlessly slaughtered by the ant swarm and Little Green, their heads being chopped off one after another. A flicker of struggle crossed the Wolf King's eyes, but that emotion quickly turned to indifference, and he turned and fled. Little Green was initially taken aback, for its command was to exterminate, not to drive them away. The next moment, it flapped its wings violently, transforming into a green blur as it gave chase. The sound of rushing air echoed through the forest. The Wolf King grew increasingly alarmed as it ran, never expecting such a troublesome creature to appear in this area. Seeing Little Green closing in, the Wolf King had no choice but to turn abruptly, forcibly squeezing out the last of its energy, even mobilizing its blood and chi, and letting out a roar similar to its previous one. However, this roar lacked its previous domineering power, instead revealing a weakness and resentment born from pushing itself to its limit. Little Green clearly knew the power of this move, and immediately soared into the sky like a green arrow. Even so, it was still shaken and nearly lost its balance in the air. But after a short while, it regained its footing and locked its gaze on the gray Wolf King below once again. Just as Little Green was about to swoop down and decapitate it, Lin Kong's command suddenly came. It immediately stopped more than 20 meters in the air, wielding its two scythe-like forelimbs and unleashing two pale golden blades of light. The blade struck the Wolf King's head fiercely, instantly tearing open two deep gashes, blood splattering everywhere. But the Wolf King was deliberately feigning weakness. Just moments before, it had slumped to the ground, but after enduring the two blades, it suddenly sprang up, leaping more than 30 meters, opening its blood-red maw to bite down hard on the ground. If Little Green had pounced directly, it would most likely have fallen into the traps set by this beast before its death. But Little Green reacted extremely quickly, its body rising again, and the Wolf King's bite missed, forcing it to crash heavily to the ground. Next, the blades of light in the sky slashed down in a series of rapid strikes, cutting deep cracks into the ground. The Wolf King could only dodge helplessly, without even a chance to fight back. It was a beast that relied on its physical strength to dominate, but now it had encountered a little green creature whose speed was no less than its own and whose attacks were enough to break through its defenses, making it extremely frustrated. Just as it was busy dodging the energy blades, a real green figure had silently approached and suddenly pounced down from behind. The Wolf King, thinking it was just an ordinary energy blade attacking from behind, didn't pay much attention. But the next second, a muffled thud rang out, and its massive head flew off, crashing heavily to the ground. Little Green revealed itself, its eyes gleaming with undisguised excitement at the sight of the attack. At this moment, Lin Kong walked over surrounded by the ant swarm, reached out and patted Xiao Lu's pair of metallic forelimbs, and praised without reservation. "Not bad, not bad. It wasn't a waste of all the energy I put in." Then he let the rock ant's burrow into the Wolf King's head and quickly took out an energy core the size of an egg. As the energy core was absorbed, the values on the virtual panel surged again. The Wolf King alone provided him with nearly 1,000 energy points, and the remaining 50-odd wolves contributed over 3,900 points. Seeing the ordinary energy level jump directly to 4975, even the usually calm Lin Kong couldn't help but burst into laughter. This battle was a huge windfall. Lin Kong quickly suppressed his excitement, waved his hand, and led the dark swarm of insects back the way they came. Several tens of minutes later, when the base gate reappeared in his sight, he could no longer contain his excitement and immediately quickened his pace, running wildly towards the base. Chapter 15, The Tiger Awakens. Back at the base, the excited Lin Kong didn't notice that a thin, golden red line had begun to appear on the distant horizon. Before he knew it, he had been busy all night, but Lin Kong was completely unaware. Lin Kong ran quickly to the queen ant's side and began to pant heavily as he looked at her ferocious and enormous body. Upon noticing her leader approaching, the queen ant was delighted, her curved antennae twitching merrily as if welcoming Lin Kong's arrival. Reaching out to gently stroke one of the queen ant's long legs, with a thought, the second-generation rock ants outside quickly brought over the corpses of second-tier demonic beasts, as well as the corpse of a third-tier superior-grade Azure Wolf King. Race, Rock Ant Queen. Status, healthy and cheerful. Rank, none. Note, Might enhancement, bite enhancement, egg laying enhancement, devouring enhancement, mental link enhancement. Optimization options. Might, spawn, bite, devour, armor, mental link, full body. Advanced optimization options. Biological rank. Upon seeing this, Lin Kong's lips curled into a slight smile. Without hesitation, Lin Kong directly consumed 2,700 energy points to optimize the Queen Ant's biological rank. Starting from a low-level apprentice, one can gradually advance to higher levels. Buzz, buzz, buzz. As a large amount of energy disappeared, the Queen Ant's entire body trembled violently, and a strange gravitational field was emitted, attracting the surrounding energy. The light spots enveloped the entire Queen Ant into a large cocoon of light. Instinctively, his body felt intense hunger, and sensing the plea in his heart, Lin Kong smiled faintly and immediately responded to the Queen Ant. Creak, creak. With Lin Kong's approval, the giant cocoon of light quickly crawled to the edge of the pile of corpses and began to tear and swallow them. What a pity. If we hadn't wasted so much energy on Little Green, we might have been able to directly upgrade the Queen Ant to the intermediate formal transcendent level this time. Lin Kong felt a pang of regret as he watched the Queen Ant slowly optimize itself. However, after thinking about it for a while, Lin Kong cursed himself for being greedy. I must have gone mad. However, one cannot truly live without being obsessed. How can you gain anything without giving up something? They were inexplicably transported to a primeval forest teeming with terrifying monsters, filled with fear and trepidation. Watching the most primitive and bloody battles unfold, along with the extraordinary power that defied Lin Kong's common sense, constantly stimulated Lin Kong's fragile nerves until he gradually became numb. In this world, only by pursuing power and being ruthless can one live a better life. As the hall gradually brightened, Lin Kong turned around and stared in surprise at the light shining from the ant trails overhead. It's already dawn. Has it really been that long? Turning back around, Lin Kong glanced at the Queen Ant who was still optimizing, then walked into his small stone chamber and lay down on the stone bed covered with dry grass. I hope you'll give me a surprise when I wake up. Muttering to himself, Lin Kong slowly closed his eyes, and, as his mind wandered, he gradually drifted off to sleep. A blazing star stands at the far end of the starry sky, silently illuminating the earth. At the same time, a winged tiger, 20 feet long, leaped from its den and stood high in the sky, its hateful eyes fixed on the direction of the demon vine territory. In the southern forest of the eastern region of the Doma continent, near the Sunset Mountains. At this moment, behind a giant rock, there were more than a dozen humans dressed as mercenaries. We are now only 2 kilometers away from the lair of the Hurricane Winged Tiger Beast King. Should we advance or retreat? Let's discuss it. A composed middle-aged man holding a map glanced at it and then asked softly, Abel, speak. Seeing that everyone's eyes darted around upon hearing his voice, the middle-aged man sighed inwardly and spoke to Abel. We, the Blazing Flame Mercenary Group, have no cowards. Now that we've reached our destination, how could we possibly not go in? Upon hearing this, Abel clearly understood his leader's meaning and spoke with great enthusiasm. But that's the Beast King. It's probably not wise for us to rush over there. I think it's better to wait quietly nearby. It can't stay in its lair forever. It will come out eventually. Upon hearing Abel's words, another high-level, formally qualified extraordinary expert in the group shook his head and retorted. But the Beast King can sleep for 10 days or half a month at a time. We can't just wander around nearby forever, can we? Upon hearing this, Abel glanced at Bennett Berg, who had retorted, and gave a light snort. Isn't that better than handing yourself over to the Beast King? Bennett Berg glanced at Abel with disdain. You're just a mid-level formal transcendent. How could you possibly understand the terrifying power of the Beast King? That's a legendary magical beast. They are 2 transcendent realms higher than us. If we were to encounter them, how would you possibly defend yourself? But didn't His Majesty Bertellum sign a treaty with the Beast King Alliance of the Southern Forest? Besides, we're just here to check if the Beast King is injured. How could such a being possibly blame us? After hearing Bennett's words, Abel spoke up indignantly. What do you know? Roar. The next moment, Bennett Berg, who was about to say something, heard a beast roar from afar. His expression changed slightly, and he quickly turned his head to look. Just then, a colossal creature flew swiftly overhead from afar, its wings magnificent and its patterns mysterious. That's a hurricane winged tiger beast king. As the enormous creature sped past them, the group's faces paled. But as it disappeared into the distance, their pale faces flushed again. Wow, we've completed our mission. It was so easy to complete a B-level mission. The group, who had been arguing, instantly put aside their earlier unpleasantness, exchanged glances, and were all delighted. Even large mercenary groups in the main cities of various provinces take B-level missions very seriously. Chapter 16. The plan successfully implemented. Bang, bang, bang. Roar. Rumble, rumble. Half asleep, Lin Kong sat up, rubbed his eyes, and felt the vibrations around him. His expression suddenly changed, and he was no longer sleepy. He quickly rolled over and got out of bed. Was it an earthquake? Or, with his mind still preoccupied, he didn't even bother to take a closer look at the enormous structure in the base's main hall before hurriedly running outside. Rumble, rumble. As he ran outside, the deafening noise intensified. Climbing onto a boulder halfway up Rock Ant Mountain, Lin Kong looked towards Demon Vine Ridge and gasped in astonishment. Sure enough, the big tiger arrived. Seeing the two big shots fighting, Lin Kong couldn't help but secretly rejoice that he had escaped. Judging from this situation, even if I stayed 10 or 20 meters underground in the Demon Vine territory, I probably wouldn't be safe. I might already be lying there, permanently underground. Over there, a huge tiger with enormous black wings, nearly 20 feet long, soared through the air, constantly dodging and weaving through the dark green vines that were hundreds of meters long, like giant snakes. With a spit, a 100-meter-long cyan ball of light shot out and then rushed rapidly toward the Demon Vine territory. The bloodthirsty Demon Vine prevented the energy ball spat out by the tiger from hitting the ground. Instead, countless vines began to grow and extend throughout the entire vine territory, intertwining and connecting. In just a moment, a giant vine net several hundred meters in size was woven, which collided with the energy ball spat out by the tiger. Bang! Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A violent explosion rang out in the sky, instantly shattering the giant vine net that was 100 times tougher than golden iron, and the energy ball, which was only 100 meters in size, also vanished into nothingness. However, this caused great hardship for the other creatures nearby. Although the two powerful figures controlled their energy with ease and prevented it from spreading outwards, the shockwave from the massive explosion alone caused some low-level minions to suffer a fate worse than death. Whoosh whoosh. A shockwave, like a raging tsunami, began to spread outwards, and this was merely the aftershock of the instantaneous battle between the two powerful figures. As the battle intensified, the surroundings became even more violent. Countless towering ancient trees and fragments of boulders were thrown up. Low-level magical beasts that were slow to run were either torn apart by the violent shockwaves or crushed to death by the chaotic boulders and ancient trees. Countless monsters began to flee into the distance, some that could fly, some that could run, some that could jump, some that were herbivores, some that were carnivores, and they were natural enemies of each other. At this moment, none of the demonic beasts cared. They all had bloodshot eyes, were panting heavily, and were running wildly. They all looked as if they wished they could grow 8 more legs. Because there are only a few directions, they eventually converge on each other while running. Lin Kong even saw several demonic beasts that were clearly fish in the beast tide. They were 7 or 8 meters long, with huge tails slapping the ground. Their escape speed was even faster than that of ordinary land-based demonic beasts. The riverbed has been blocked by huge rocks and ancient trees. Looking at the fish-like monsters hopping around on the ground from afar, Lin Kong couldn't help but make some wicked guesses. Forget it, why bother with all that? However, as the chaotic and violent area expanded, Lin Kong's face gradually turned ashen because he feared that it would soon affect his Rock Ant Mountain. Whoosh whoosh. Ugh, what a pain. The increasingly turbulent wind whipped Lin Kong's disheveled hair. He tightened the tattered cloth around his waist and spat angrily onto the ground. Race, Mutant Rock Ant Queen. Status, healthy, and joyful. Rank, low-ranking formal extraordinary. Note, might enhancement, bite enhancement, egg-laying enhancement, devouring enhancement, mental link enhancement. A while later, back in the base hall, looking at the queen ant, which was now several meters away and even more imposing and ferocious, Lin Kong's earlier frustration lessened slightly. Especially when he saw the hundreds of third-generation rock ants around him, each about a meter long and as thick as an adult's thigh. Lin Kong's last trace of depression disappeared, and he even began to smile, his smile eventually stretching to his ears. Race, rock ant, super soldier ant. Status, healthy. Rank, advanced apprentice, extraordinary. Note, inherited some of the mother's superior genes, including enhanced strength, enhanced biting ability, and enhanced swallowing ability. It really success? All of them are extraordinary magical beasts. Looking at the information on the virtual screen in front of him, Lin Kong was panting heavily, his face flushed. Ha ha ha. The newly hatched third-generation rock ants, upon reaching adulthood, were actually transformed into advanced apprentice-level extraordinary beings. As Lin Kong watched, he couldn't help but laugh out loud. Yesterday, while hunting, Lin Kong clearly understood the vast difference between extraordinary and ordinary beings. Even a low-level apprentice extraordinary being was already considered extraordinary, let alone hundreds of high-level apprentice extraordinary beings right before his eyes. Soon after, Lin Kong composed himself and peered out at the two big shots fighting in the distance. Lin Kong didn't know how long they would fight, so he turned around and gave an order to his hundreds of third-generation tier, 3 super soldier ants, and 20,000 second-generation rock ants to expand and reinforce his small base. Forehead. Seeing countless rock ants raise their heads and stare at him with their big, innocent eyes, Lin Kong smiled wryly and had no choice but to take charge himself. Click, click. While munching on unidentified wild berries, Lin Kong was full of energy in the rock ant mountain. Sometimes he would turn his head to look at the greenish-yellow ant eggs that were constantly producing energy fluctuations, or he would watch the third generation of rock ants grow rapidly from eggs to adults and then devour the prepared food. Lin Kong felt more and more at ease. Hey, you bunch of idiots. I told you to dig a little further back. How come you dug so much in such a short time? Turning his head to look at the third-generation super soldier ants digging and swallowing rocks, Lin Kong quickly stepped forward and stopped them. At this rate, you'll be able to dig a hole right through the rock ant hill in no time. Dig down from here in a step pattern, and then dig down as hard as you can. Look at that soldier ant squad next door. They did a great job. Lin Kong patted the head of the soldier ant, which was a bit rough to the touch, and mentally issued a series of precise commands to the rock ants. Chapter 17 was affected. As the expansion project progressed, Lin Kong discovered that the third-order soldier ants were quite intelligent. They simply lacked systematic knowledge of the relevant system. As time went by, the third-order soldier ants were able to execute Lin Kong's commands with 100% accuracy. At this moment, leisurely lying in his new stone chamber, munching on a sweet, unidentified fruit, Lin Kong slowly awaited the formation of his third-tier ant swarm army. Spitting out the sweet fruit in his mouth, Lin Kong muttered to himself, cursing under his breath. Looks like I need to recruit a fire-breathing underling. Otherwise, even the most delicious fruit will leave me tired of it, and my mouth will feel bland. With the ability to gather a large quantity of various wild fruits, Lin Kong really didn't need to eat raw meat anymore. It was fishy and astringent and not tasty at all. Moreover, if he were to get sick from eating it, it would be a loss that outweighed the gain. Although Lin Kong found his body getting better and better in this world, he couldn't use himself as an experiment. If the third-tier soldier ant swarm is formed, I will be a big shot in the surrounding area. But these are ultimately external forces. Powerful strength does not belong to oneself and will eventually be subject to unforeseen events and decay. Feeling his two seemingly incredibly powerful innate abilities, Lin Kong frowned slightly, pondering silently. I hope that extraordinary humans exist in this world. A voice filled with earnest hope and longing began to slowly echo in the underground stone chamber after a while. Go retreat quickly. Bang, bang, bang. A tsunami-like shockwave spread around. Mercenaries who were on missions nearby or passing by all stared at the sky with pale faces as energy surged and stirred up the wind and clouds. Damn it, what bad luck! A bald, burly man carrying a wolf carcass about 3 meters long was running at top speed, leaping more than 10 meters at a time and quickly running towards the outside world. We're lucky. We're not too close to the battlefield. Those further from the center are probably nothing but scum by now. A slightly petite, middle-aged female mercenary moved swiftly, almost keeping pace with the bald, muscular man. Hee, who says otherwise? By the way, I wonder what happened to those fools who actually stopped to watch the legendary duel. Haha, maybe they'll break through to the next level if they have some enlightenment. After saying that, the bald, burly man burst into laughter. Countless humans who made a living on the edge of the southern forest began to flee. By the time Tudun City reacted, they had received another piece of news that shocked and terrified them even more. Because of the battle between the two legendary figures on the outskirts of the southern forest, countless monsters were frightened, forming several sizable beast tides. What distressed the people of Tooting City was that the largest of these beast tides was rushing towards Tooting City. Meanwhile, in the southern forest, a place only a dozen kilometers from Tudun City. Whoosh whoosh. Call out. Knock knock knock. Feeling the ground tremble as the beasts charged, the dozen or so members of the Blazing Flame mercenary group all looked extremely grim. They had been very happy to have unexpectedly completed a B-level reconnaissance mission. The disaster struck when they retreated to a place less than 20 kilometers from Tooting City. For some unknown reason, the hurricane-winged Tiger Beast King started fighting with the bloodthirsty Demon Vine. These two legendary figures from the outskirts of the southern forest usually kept to themselves, but today, for some unknown reason, they suddenly went head-to-head. But this is a real hardship for them. When gods fight, mortals suffer. Bang bang bang. Whoosh. Seeing that almost everything blocking the beast tide was smashed and crushed, the faces of the Flame mercenary group members darkened even more. Because they were in the direction of the beast tide's onslaught, they were standing on a giant rock several dozen feet in size. As the massive beast tide passed by them, it was split in two by the rock beneath their feet. Although it seemed safe, it was only temporary. Feeling the tremors of the boulder beneath their feet, they couldn't help but feel confused. Could they really survive today? Like a lone boat on raging waves. They are barely holding on, but who knows if the boat carrying them will capsize at any moment. And they will be smashed by the surging waves and slowly sink to the bottom of the sea. Screech. Call out. The next moment, a giant bird with a wingspan of 10 meters was seen circling in the nearby sky. Its front half was deep yellow, gradually turning orange-red at the back. 10 phoenix feathers, almost as long as its body, extended from its rear. 4 half-meter-long feathers also grew on the giant bird's head, swaying gently as it flew. From a distance, this giant bird is dazzling and exceptionally beautiful. However, seeing the creature circling overhead, the members of the Blazing Flame mercenary group felt as if they hadn't escaped one tiger's den, but had now encountered another pack of wolves. It's a Bifang bird. It should be a high-level, officially transcendent being. Stand together. Don't give it a chance. Looking up at the giant bird's claws gleaming coldly in the sunlight, mercenary leader Carl Felix quickly shouted. Although we are quite far from where the two big shots are dueling, the wind and waves around us are still quite strong, with a wind force of at least level 12 on Earth. However, the Bifang bird flying in the sky was completely unaffected. Circling nearby, its sharp eyes were fixed on the ground below. After a while, the Bifang bird finally made a decision. Hunting in the midst of a surging tide of beasts was clearly not a good idea. Chapter 18, Bifang Firebird. Whoosh. A moment later, seizing an opportunity, the Bifang bird swooped down, its giant wings fluttering slightly, and a faint red energy wave emanated from its body. The originally raging, directionless winds and waves were actually controlled by the pale, red energy surrounding the Bifang bird. Whoosh! Phew! When it was less than 10 meters away from the Blazing Flame mercenary group, the Bifang bird suddenly opened its giant beak, and a ball of scorching fire burst out instantly. With the surrounding wind, it surged and expanded rapidly, almost covering all the space on the boulder. Blazing battle technique. Unfortunately, most of the Flame mercenary group practiced fire-based flame combat techniques. The dozen or so people looked at the raging flames filling the sky. Although their expressions were slightly tense, they did not panic. Crimson energy fluctuations surged from their bodies. The next moment, with a loud shout from Commander Carl, the members of the Blazing Flame mercenary group opened their palms towards the sky, unleashing a torrent of energy. Sizzle. A crimson energy defense circle formed almost instantly, colliding precisely with the surging sea of fire. It must be said that the leader of the Blazing Flame mercenary group had a very good grasp of timing, neither too early nor too late. At this moment, in the midst of the beast tide, even a sliver of energy had to be conserved. The scorching sea of fire struck the group's defensive perimeter, producing a series of explosive sounds. A great opportunity. Leader Carl turned to look at the surrounding beast tide and was slightly hesitant and paused because of the scorching sea of fire from the Befang bird, his face lighting up with joy. I'll cover you all. Retreat immediately to the northeast. After speaking, a sudden burst of red light emanated from his body. Commander Carl soared into the sky, his surging energy transforming into a blazing tiger several meters long. With a majestic roar, the fiery tiger charged wildly through the sea of fire, pouncing directly towards the Befang bird in the center. Chirp! Upon seeing the blazing tiger charging towards it, the Befang bird's eyes flashed with a fierce light. It leaned back, flapped its giant wings, and its sharp claws, gleaming with a cold light, reached out and grabbed directly. In an instant, the claws collided with the roaring tiger's head. Bang! His body staggered backward, and Captain Carl's face was flushed. Clearly, he had not fared well from a direct clash with a high-ranking Befang bird. But this was exactly what he wanted. Using this immense force, he actually caught up with the group that had just evacuated. Wah! Without saying much, Captain Carl gave a shout and immediately rushed forward, with the others quickly following behind. Screech! However, the Befang bird flying in the sky was clearly quite intelligent. It realized that it had been used by the mere humans on the ground. With boundless rage surging in its eyes, it flapped its wings and swiftly gave chase. In just a moment, it arrived above the group of people. This time, the Befang bird held nothing back and fully displayed its strength as a high-level formal-grade ferocious bird. With a flap of its enormous wings, clusters of fist-sized fireballs fell downwards, transforming in mid-air into tiny Befang energy firebirds with wingspans of about 1 meter. Whoosh whoosh. The two first-tier superior members of the very back were instantly pierced through the chest by the little Befang bird. Paul, Joseph, seeing the commotion behind them, the group of people who had been rushing around stopped instantly. Looking at their friends who had been with them day and night lying on the ground, several members of the Blazing Flame mercenary group had their eyes turn red with hatred as they stared at the Befang bird above. Captain Carl and Captain Bennett transformed their hands into giant tiger paws burning with flames, and with a flash of movement, they swiftly smashed the small Befang firebird that swooped down. But before anyone could react, the Befang bird, which was in mid-air, suddenly swooped down and grabbed at Abel like a rainbow. Drink! Gripping a thick, heavy sword as tall as a man, Abel let out a loud shout and did not hesitate. The surging energy almost shattered the giant sword made of ordinary meteorite iron in his hand. Whoosh! Without holding back, Abel unleashed his full power, slashing swiftly at the oncoming rainbow shadow. Ding ding! A sharp clang of metal rang out. With a gentle squeeze of the giant claw enveloped in pale red energy, the great sword in Abel's hand snapped in two. Upon seeing this, even Abel, a burly man who was 2 meters tall and resembled a brown bear, couldn't help but turn pale. Puff! The sharp, giant beak pecked at Abel's head. If it hit, Abel's head would surely be shattered. Abel knew the danger and instinctively raised his left hand to shield his head. Puffed! Blood splattered everywhere as Abel's thick arm was pierced through, and a sizzling sound came from its surface. Falling to the ground, Abel couldn't help but let out a scream, but seeing the sharp claws of the Befang bird reaching out again, he rolled on the spot and barely dodged it. Call out! Another stream of fire shot out from the mouth of the befanged bird and flew toward Abel, who was rolling on the ground. Whoosh! At this moment, Bennett, who was closest, reacted and transformed into a blazing tiger, blocking Abel's path. His thick tiger claws shattered the incoming stream of fire. Screech! But then, several cries of birds of prey suddenly echoed from the distant horizon. Looking up at the rapidly approaching, enlarging red dot in the distance, Bennett, in the flaming tiger, had a ferocious expression. "Captain, lead them away quickly. I'll cover the rear." After smashing the last little firebird, Captain Carl looked at Bennett, who was fighting a high-ranking firebird not far away, and his fists clenched until they turned white. "Wah!" With a low growl, Captain Carl shouted to the crowd scattered around him. "But what about Burnett?" Upon hearing this, Abel, his face pale, dragged his almost broken arm and walked up to Commander Carl. "What are you hesitating for? Once the befanged birds come down from the sky, you won't be able to leave." Carl's eyes, hidden behind the tiger's head, were unnaturally moist, and he replied in a cold, hard tone. After saying that, he dispelled the fiery battle magic on his body, pulled Abel along, and then quickly shot into the dense forest. Chapter 19 Tudangshong. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Turning his head to watch everyone disappear before his eyes, Bernard's ferocious gaze became even more ruthless. "You filthy bastards, let's all die together." Seeing his companion successfully retreat, Bennett, who had been pacing back and forth, began to fight with wide, sweeping movements. Bang, bang, bang. The two figures, both enveloped in red energy, clashed fiercely. Whoosh! A pair of huge tiger claws successfully scratched a bloody mark on the neck of the befanged bird. But the next moment, the befanged bird's giant claws broke through the fiery tiger outside and fiercely grabbed at Burnett. Click! The bones and tendons were shattered, and a complete left arm was torn off, then burned in the flames, and finally slowly disappeared. Whoosh whoosh. At this moment, 3 more befanged birds flew down from the sky, and a hint of doubt appeared in their eyes as they looked at the befanged bird fighting fiercely with Burnett. Call out! Uft. The next moment, a stream of fire pierced through Burnett's abdomen. Seeing his companions arrive, the befanged bird turned around. "Nay, nay, Gia." With a few hisses, the befanged bird pointed to Bennett, who was lying motionless on the ground, and then to the direction in which Carl and his group had just fled. A flash of anger appeared in its eyes. Screech. Seeing the actions of the befanged bird just now, the other birds that had just arrived also let out a few fierce cries in the direction where Carl and his group had fled. Whoosh! The gale was still raging, but it gradually subsided by the time it reached Tooting City, 20 kilometers away, and by the time it entered the city, it had become a gentle breeze. Meanwhile, in Tooting City, as the last city in the kingdom near the southern forest, can be described as the frontline fortress for humans to prevent monsters from invading. For this reason, although Tooting City is only a small city on the edge of the kingdom, its military fortresses and soldiers are comparable to the main cities of the kingdom's various provinces. It was dusk when several humans dressed as travelers stood not far from the east gate of Tooting City. I never expected the kingdom of Aiasin to be so cunning. Aren't they afraid that a ferocious beast might emerge from the southern forest and destroy such a large city? Gazing at the massive city wall that stood 30 feet high, one of the travelers in the group looked up and said in a sour tone, "The city wall is nearly 100 meters high. Even a typical main city wouldn't be this big. When I came here, I consulted the information in the kingdom library. It is said that the legendary powerhouse of the Aiasin kingdom seems to have reached some kind of agreement with a monster alliance of the southern forest." Yes, I saw that too. That's why there haven't been any beast tides attacking human cities in the southern forest for a long time. At this moment, the person standing in the very center of the crowd spoke softly, but his tone was strange. If you listened carefully, you could tell that he was speaking a different language than the two people who had spoken earlier. Her figure was obscured by the large hood of her cloak, but judging from her clear and melodious voice, she must be a young woman. On the other side, upon hearing the woman speak, everyone's eyes turned to her. Now that we're here, let's use the common language of the mainland and avoid making any more mistakes. Although the woman, whose face was unknown, spoke calmly. The two men who had just been speaking couldn't help but panic upon hearing her words. Lady Angel, I'm sorry. Just don't do it again, and that'll be fine. Hearing them communicate in the common language of the mainland, the woman named Angel nodded. Let's go into town. Remember, this is no longer the kingdom of Helion. No matter what your status was before, here you are all just ordinary students. And regardless of whether I successfully enter Chesil Wizarding Academy or not, I must not reveal my identity. From now on, my name is Angie, and I am an orphan adopted by a nun in Mosius City, Silvermoon Province, Kingdom of Aiasin. Yes, Angel, Angel. Upon hearing Angel's words, everyone nodded in agreement. Soon after, the group arrived at the city gate, took out their new identification documents, and handed them to the city guards without any panic. Because although they are fake people, the identification documents they have are real. On a tall, ornate building, several young men in their 20s were drinking, sometimes shouting loudly, sometimes clapping and laughing, looking down at the bustling street below with an air of commanding the world. However, those in Tooting City who knew about their deeds would definitely spit in disgust and mutter scoundrels under their breath if they saw them like this. Hey, those guys are interesting. When they saw the city lord's fourth son, Beck Hebrew, looking downstairs with interest, everyone else followed Beck's gaze. Judging from their attire, they shouldn't be from Tooting City. Young Master Baker, are they any different? Judging from their attire, you probably think they are poor travelers, right? Beck swirled the wine in his glass, then instead of answering, asked a question. Yes, look at their tattered clothes. There are 6 or 7 of them, and they don't even have a carriage. I bet they are beggars from the surrounding area. The speaker was a chubby boy with fair skin, a descendant of a high-ranking, officially recognized superhuman family in Tooting City. I also think that bugs like them shouldn't be let in. They could easily pollute the air in our city of Tooting. The others watched the group gradually disappear into the distance and nodded in agreement, clearly showing their strong support for the first 2 statements. Chapter 20, An Unexpected Beast Tide. However, after hearing what his companion said, Baker shook his head and chuckled. Haha, then you're wrong. Although they hid very well, one small detail gave them away. Could they be spies from another country? Haha, that's not the case. Upon hearing this, Baker Hebrew waved his hand gently and smiled as he spoke again. Among them was a man carrying 2 swords on his back, and both swords were enchanted weapons. How could someone who can afford an enchanted weapon worth tens of thousands of crystals be a poor traveler? Turning his head, he saw his companions staring at him in surprise. Although his expression was calm, Beck was secretly enjoying the feeling of being the center of attention. As expected of young Master Baker, who has reached the intermediate apprentice level at such a young age, his judgment is truly sharp. Yes, young Master Baker will probably break through to the advanced apprentice level soon, right? Brothers, you're joking. It won't be that fast. Upon hearing this, Beck smiled and shook his head modestly. He didn't say that he was so sure because his father had recently bought him an identical set. However, unbeknownst to them, in the shadows of a street corner, Angel and her group stood quietly, though one of the 2 middle-aged men who had always followed Angel was missing. A moment later, the middle-aged man who had disappeared suddenly reappeared. Your Highness Angel, the malice I sensed earlier has been confirmed. The next moment, a cold but respectful voice rang directly in Angel's mind. High Priest Sor, please speak. Angel nodded slightly, signaling Sor to continue. They are scions of several extraordinary families in Tooting City, and it seems there is also a young master from the City Lord's mansion. We just passed by the place where they were drinking, and because of our attire, they looked down on us and were a little hostile, which Urton and I happened to catch. Should we deal with them secretly? No need, but we'll have to trouble High Priest Sor. As long as it's not a case of their identity being exposed, and it's just a little bit of malice stemming from being looked down upon, let them be. Angel breathed a slight sigh of relief, shook her head, and said nonchalantly. Angel glanced up at the magnificent restaurant, her expression calm. Let's find a hotel to stay in, and then just wait for the college to start. Okay, Angie. Seeing Angel turn and leave, the others followed suit, nodding in agreement. Before long, led by Angie, the group arrived at an ordinary, unremarkable inn. Thump, thump, thump. Just as Angie and her group checked in, unpacked their luggage, and gathered downstairs for a meal, the magic clock in the city center suddenly rang. The voice was deep and solemn. What's going on? It seems only the kingdom's legion can ring this bell. At this moment, people kept running out of the hotel lobby, looking towards the city center and speaking in surprise. Angie and the others sat at a long table, looking at each other in bewilderment. No, it's because of us, isn't it? Hearing the words of the handsome young man beside her, Ankai frowned, now somewhat uncertain herself. After all, their identities were indeed something that couldn't be seen in the kingdom of Eisen Island. But to be honest, Angie couldn't believe that they had been discovered so quickly. Hello, everyone. I am Chego Sobonetti, commander of the Tudun City Legion. It has now been confirmed that a sizable beast tide is rushing toward our city of Tuding from the southern forest. The south gate is about to close. Please cooperate with the city lord's military mobilization efforts. A moment later, a magical loudspeaker rang out from the city center, explaining to Angie and her group why the bells had rung earlier. Phew, it was a beast tide, not because of us. Upon hearing this, the young man who had spoken earlier let out a soft sigh and smiled as he spoke, but then suddenly stopped halfway through a sentence. A beast tide? Didn't they say that there hasn't been a beast tide in Tuding City for a long time? The young man looked up at Ankai and said in a slightly flustered tone, Don't worry too much. Judging from the tone of that Legion commander just now, the beast tide shouldn't be too big. Otherwise, they wouldn't have only closed one south gate. On the other side, Ankai raised her hand, took a sip of her tea, and analyzed the situation carefully. However, despite this, there was still a hint of gloom on the faces of everyone present, especially Angie, who had just spoken. She had just said at the city gate that Tuding City had signed a peace treaty with King Beatream of the Kingdom of Eisen Island and the Beast King of the Southern Forest. Therefore, for decades, Tudun, a city not far from the Southern Forest, has never been hit by a beast tide. But right now, as soon as they entered the city, a beast tide arrived. The slap in the face was swift and satisfying. What should we do, Angie? A moment later, the serene blonde woman sitting to Angie's right turned her gaze away from the chattering passers-by and softly asked Angie a question. Let's wait and see how things develop. After all, the renowned Chisel Wizarding Academy in the eastern region is not far from Tuding City. If there really is an attack by a magical beast that cannot be resisted, I think the strong members of the Academy will not sit idly by. Yes, Chesel Wizarding Academy is known as the cradle of grandmasters and extraordinary beings. Even legendary figures have emerged from it more than 10 times in the past 100 years. Across from them, a slightly overweight man took off his hood and nodded repeatedly in agreement after Angie finished speaking. After saying that, he picked up the grilled meat that the waiter had just put down and started eating it in big bites. And didn't you notice? Although the people around were surprised, none of them panicked. Belch, holding a piece of grilled meat in one hand and rubbing his stomach with the other, the chubby boy who had made the sound earlier burped and then casually said something. That's true. Chesel Wizarding Academy is nearby. After hearing what the chubby boy said, everyone nodded, their wandering eyes gradually calming down. Then, looking at the chubby boy who was eating happily, they pursed their lips slightly. After traveling for so long, everyone was honestly a bit hungry. As Ankai picked up her utensils, everyone except the chubby boy, who had been restraining themselves, began to eat as well. Chapter 21, Philotai. Meanwhile, in a large open-air martial arts arena, a dozen men are practicing hand-to-hand combat, flames rising and the heat spreading everywhere. Philidi, the commander, and the others are back, but it looks like they suffered a lot of losses. At this moment, a handsome man in his 30s, dressed in a magnificent samurai outfit and holding a long sword, walked into the training ground. In his hand was an enchanted, extraordinary weapon. I see. Upon hearing the sound, a tall figure slowly stood up in a corner of the training ground, and the fire energy emanating from his body gradually receded into his body as he stood up. Her long, ice-blue hair, reaching her waist, clashed somewhat with the crimson fire energy emanating from her body. Beneath her delicate face, a pair of pale blue eyes slowly opened. Even her slightly loose samurai attire couldn't hide her voluptuous figure. Upon hearing what the newcomer had just said, Felicity frowned slightly. It's almost dark, and instead of going back to sleep with your noble lady, you've come to the training ground to tell me? What? Where are your two lackeys? I remember they were also recruited by the commander. His words were cold, as if he didn't welcome the visitor at all. I, Tony Hebrew, am still the young lord of Tooting City. Do I need you to tell me where to go? Hearing that Philotai was still being so disrespectful, Tony Hebrew's face darkened and his tone turned cold. All right, young city lord, I'm going to see the commander. You can stay here in the training ground. Upon hearing this, Philotai Marcus Similin remained unfazed and slowly walked past Tony Hebrew. Snort! Tony Hebrew's face was gloomy. He had joined the Mere Flame mercenary group as the young city lord just for the woman in front of him. But no matter how hard he tried, it was to no avail. His attitude towards him even worsened from ignoring him. Could it be because of the B-level reconnaissance mission that his father had forced upon them? Leaving aside Philotai Marcus Similin's stunning beauty, his extraordinary talent and cultivation, already at a high level at the age of 32, has attracted many people to pursue him. I've acquired another Rising Origin pill. I should be able to break through to the advanced formal level in less than half a month. Just wait. When our cultivation levels are equal, let's see how you escape from my grasp. Looking in the direction where Philotai had left, Tony couldn't help but lick his lips, muttering to himself with a cold smile. Time passed. In the afterglow of dusk, in a main hall of the Flame Mercenary Group's headquarters in Tooting City, the group leader, Carl Felix, the vice leader, Felicity Marcus Similin, the captain, Tony Hebrew, and several other top-tier second-level members were all present. However, apart from Tony's cold smile, everyone else looked sad, making the whole atmosphere somewhat somber. Bennett Berg died because of me. Abel glanced at his left arm, which was wrapped in a white cloth, and seemed to have thought of something. His voice choked with emotion. His older brother, who always liked to bicker and argue with him, had suddenly disappeared. Regret and remorse. It's none of your business, Bennett. He saved everyone. He's a hero. Upon hearing this, Captain Carl's lips were dry, and he spoke softly. I must remind everyone that the Beast Tide will soon be at the city gates. The city lord has ordered that at least half of the mercenary group's members at the level of advanced apprentice or above must participate in the defense of the city. Commander, come on. Let's quickly pick some people. At this moment, Tony stood up, smiled at everyone, and then gestured towards Captain Carl, urging him on. You bastard, you're asking for it. Philotai, who had been leaning against the doorframe, suddenly rushed in and delivered a roundhouse kick directly at Tony Hebrew. Bang! Caught off guard, Tony was sent flying and crashed into the wall behind him. Puff, puff, puff. Standing up, brushing the dust off his clothes, Tony looked at Philotai, who was being stopped by Captain Carl, his face ashen, a deep resentment flashing in his eyes. Brother Burnett died because of you. If it weren't for you, how could the commander and the others have gone to the southern forest to carry out some mission at this critical juncture? Even after calming down, Philotai was still furious and said coldly to Tony, You can eat whatever you want, but you can't say whatever you want. After being reviewed by the Mercenary Guild, the Blazing Flame Mercenary Group was listed on the B-level mission list. They accepted the mission through normal channels. What does this have to do with me? Bullshit. Upon hearing this, Abel stood up excitedly and yelled at Tony. Without the pressure from your city lord's mansion and Adolf Hebrew, who among you would be an idiot to accept such a mission? All right, Abel, there's no point in arguing anymore. At this moment, Commander Carl sighed and spoke up to offer some advice. I don't want to see you again. Go away. Shortly after, Filty walked up to Tony and spoke softly. Why do you have to kick me out? I'm a captain of the Blazing Flame Mercenary Group. After all. Upon hearing this, Tony took a step back, a slight smile playing on his lips, and replied, Because of me, I am now the regimental commander. Upon hearing Felix's words, Tony paused for a moment, then looked at Carl Felix, who was bowing his head and remaining silent. You, commander? Fine. Okay, I'm leaving. I've long since given up on this tiny, lousy mercenary group. Let's go. Tony turned and said something to his two mid-level official rank followers in the room before walking out of the hall first. Chapter 22, Legendary, Intermediate Level. I hope you can survive this defense of the city. Otherwise it will be too boring. In Philotai, you will eventually be mine. Turning his head to look at everyone in the hall, Tony Hebrew spoke in a cold voice. After this incident, Tony Hebrew no longer hid himself and turned his gaze to Philotai, Marcus Similin, with a sinister look. You. Seeing Tony staring at her with that look, Felix frowned and was about to stand up, but was stopped by Carl Felix and slowly shook his head at her. Looking at Carl, Felicity sighed inwardly and slowly sat down. What could I do? Kill him. As expected, the Blazing Flame mercenary group will soon be massacred by the City Lord's mansion. Not to mention Adolf Hebrew, a Grandmaster-level extraordinary being. Even the dozen or so high-ranking, formal-level extraordinary beings in his mansion are not something the Blazing Flame mercenary group can resist. Feeling lost and desperate. Does this mean I have to leave this place where I've lived for so many years? Putting aside the other members, even those sitting in the hall now feel reluctant to part with it. From nothing to something, from immaturity to maturity, Tooting City holds too many unforgettable memories. Carl and Philides exchanged a glance, both seeing the sadness and confusion in each other's eyes. I'll lead everyone to defend the city. After a while, Carl spoke up. I'll go this time. You've just returned from mission, so get some rest. Let me take over this time. Philotai shook her head slightly after hearing this, glanced in the direction outside the city, and spoke softly. You've been at the peak of the advanced level for almost a year now. If you can break through soon, all our current problems will no longer be problems. Upon hearing this, Carl declined softly. Upon hearing what Carl said, Philotai gave a bitter smile. If it were really that easy to break through to the Grandmaster level, then in the entire city of Tooting, with a population of nearly 1 million, Adolf wouldn't be the only Grandmaster on the surface. Many high-level cultivators at the peak of their cultivation have been stuck here, unable to make any further progress. Philotai knew his own situation. Simply practicing hard was no longer enough to achieve a breakthrough. Sorry. Upon hearing this, a hint of guilt appeared on Carl's face. I shouldn't have stopped you from going to the main city of Adri province. If it weren't for that, you might have already broken through to the Grandmaster level. The highest ranking person in Tooting City is only Adolf, a low-level Grandmaster. It's just a small town on the outskirts of the kingdom. There are no high-level spirit arrays, no high-level instructors, and even cultivation resources are extremely scarce. At this point, Carl's tone became somewhat wistful and choked with emotion. Snap! After listening, Philotai stood up and patted Carl on the shoulder heavily, her face beaming with smiles. Hey, Uncle Carl. At that time, I was just a naive 20-year-old girl with no resources or background. If Uncle Carl hadn't stopped me back then, I might have died far from home, eaten to the bone, and there wouldn't be the flame war maiden Felidity of Tooting City today. With a beaming smile, a lively tone, and a carefree, bouncy manner, he was always jumping around. Carl's gaze seemed to travel through 10 years to see that girl who was always smiling, yet stubborn. Good. With his head down, Carl stroked the silver ring on his left hand, as if he had made a decision in his heart. Then he looked up and nodded softly to Philotai. Before dusk, in the southern forest, the Sunset Mountains and the Rock Ant Mountain. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. 103rd generation rock ants surrounded Lin Kong, and several large rock ants around him released a strange black light that enveloped Lin Kong. They moved slowly and gently until they reached the entrance of the base. Seeing that even the wind and waves strong enough to shake a 1,000-pound boulder could not affect the black light surrounding him, Lin Kong finally felt relieved and his movements became more casual. Soon after, they arrived at the mountainside and watched from afar the place where the two big shots of the Demon Vine clan were fighting. Dark gray clouds enveloped the entire Demon Vine territory, stretching nearly 1,000 meters from top to bottom. Crimson lightning occasionally flashed within the swirling clouds, and deafening sonic booms occurred intermittently, all accompanied by irregular tremors in the clouds. Seeing the mid-level legendary figures fighting, which turned the surrounding environment into such a terrible and terrifying place, Lin Kong was honestly shocked when he first saw it. Could the strength of a mid-level legendary figure really have such unfathomable power? Well, Perhaps this is just a glimpse of what the big shots are showing. If they don't restrain their energy leakage, they might destroy the Sunset Mountain Range, which stretches for thousands of miles. Turning his head to glance at the 3 third-generation super soldier ants around him, each a size larger, Lin Kong's eyes revealed a hint of eagerness. As long as there is enough energy, I can not only make the queen ant mass produce an army, but also make my minions reach the legendary level. Race, rock ant, super soldier ant. Status, healthy excited. Rank, high-level apprentice extraordinary. Note, full body optimization, inheriting some of the mother's superior genes, enhanced strength, enhanced biting ability, enhanced swallowing ability. Lin Kong then spent another 6,000 energy points to optimize the entire bodies of the 3 third-generation ants he considered to be the most intelligent, adding 100 points to each. Chapter 23 Traces of Humanity. However, Lin Kong was very satisfied with the optimization results. It should be noted that the extraordinary energy range of a high-level apprentice is between 101 and 200. 100 points of energy already constitutes most of the total energy of a high-level apprentice. Lin Kong estimated that they should now be considered top tier among advanced apprentices of extraordinary abilities. Insects were already the ceiling of biological combat power for their size. The same applies to extraordinary beings. They would absolutely be the dominant force among their peers. Screech. At this moment, a very penetrating sound entered Lin Kong's ears. Looking up, he saw several red dots slowly flying across the distant horizon, seemingly about to pass over Rock Ant Mountain. This bird dares to come out in such a terrible environment. It looks pretty bold. Muttering to himself, Lin Kong focused his gaze intently. Race, Befang Firebird. Status, healthy fatigued. Rank, high rank formal level extraordinary. Race, Befang Firebird. Status, healthy, irritable. Rank, high rank formal transcendent. 2 are high-level formal transcendents, and 3 are mid-level formal transcendents. Their strength is not bad. No wonder they dare to wander around here. Race, human. Condition, severely injured, comatose, and near death from blood loss. Rank, high-rank formal transcendent. The next moment, Lin Kong was stunned for a moment, and then his face lit up with joy. Umans. Lin Kong looked up again and glanced at the red that rapidly approaching on the distant horizon, then looked at his virtual panel. A loud laugh came from Lin Kong's mouth, and a few tears of excitement fell. Lin Kong was thrilled. He had finally discovered traces of humans. Humans did indeed exist in this world. With a thought, the 3 generations of super soldier ants around him quickly burrowed into the rock layer and suppressed the energy fluctuations around him, leaving only 3 super soldier ants lying openly beside him. Little Green. He called out to Little Green in his heart. Although he had a strong force around him, he would be helpless if the big bird above didn't come down. Lin Kong had no intention of letting the first person he encountered simply disappear from his sight. I felt Little Green approaching rapidly, but the 4 large birds above were already close to the sky above Rock Ant Mountain. Judging by their speed, they would probably fly over here in no time. He should have brought Little Green out earlier. Lin Kong's eyes darkened. Screech. A moment later, Lin Kong, who was looking up, saw that the large birds he had been worried would fly away had slowly come to rest. Moreover, it emitted several hissing sounds and slowly descended in altitude. Seeing this, Lin Kong's expression turned strange. What was going on? Whoosh. After calming Little Green who had come to his side, Lin Kong looked with great interest at the 5 large birds with wingspans of over 10 meters and watched them slowly hover dozens of meters above him. Although the distance was quite high, it was already within the attack range of the 3rd-generation super soldier ants, but they could still see the human being caught in the claws of the large bird. Lin Chi thought for a moment, then turned and ran. He saw a hint of savagery and anger in the eyes of several Befang birds. Although he didn't know what had happened, Lin Kong tried his best to be absolutely sure. If he launched an attack here, there would be no way for them to escape if they wanted to. Right now, the only one that could fly here was Little Green, a low-level formal transcendent. Screech. Just as Lin Kong had imagined, seeing him suddenly run down the mountain, The 5 Bifang birds immediately flapped their wings and chased after him, making the surrounding wind and waves even more violent. Hey, I'm not afraid of you chasing me. I'm just afraid you won't chase me. The black light emitted by 3 large third-generation rock ants enveloped Lin Kong, and in a strange posture, they quickly carried Lin Kong down the rock ant mountain. A moment later, out of the corner of his eye, Lin Kong saw Xiao Lu catch the human who had been carelessly tossed aside by the Bifang bird, and a slight smile appeared on his lips. Puff puff. Lin Kong also had 3 large third-generation rock ants, which tumbled and crawled into the base in a seemingly panicked manner. At this moment, the drastically changed rock ant mountain base had already rioted. All the rock ants in the original hall had hidden themselves according to Lin Kong's orders. However, if you looked closely, the entire hall was filled with surging Tier 3 super soldier ants. Puff puff puff. Driven by several streams of extremely hot fire, each several meters long, Lin Kong and the 3 giant ants scrambled into the base's main hall in a panic. Screech. The 4 Bifang birds behind them hesitated for only a moment before immediately following in. What puzzled them was that the damned human who had just been chased by them and fled in terror was now standing leisurely not far away. Chirp, chirp. With a few fierce cries, the Bifang bird spat out a mouthful of fire at Lin Kong. But this time, the response was no longer a panicked escape or avoidance. Sizzle. Countless third-generation super soldier ants, their bodies gleaming with black light, surged towards them. With a light laugh, Lin Kong stepped back slightly, no longer paying attention to the battlefield, and slowly walked to the humans that Xiao Lu had just brought back. Thump! The next moment, I watched as Xiao Lu casually tossed the person onto the cold ground. Lin Kong, who had walked to the side, couldn't help but twitch. He was so frightened that he quickly checked on the other person's condition. Thankfully, the other person was still critically injured and on the verge of death. What a load of rubbish. No. Fortunately, he was a high-level, formal-grade extraordinary human with strong vitality. Otherwise, he would have been tormented to death long ago. Race, human. Condition, severely injured, comatose, and near death from blood loss. Rank, high-rank formal-level extraordinary. Optimization options, flame tactics, targeted area, or whole body. Advanced optimization options, biological rank. Looking at the middle-aged, lean man covered in wounds and missing an arm, Lin Kong stroked his chin, a look of difficulty on his face. Chapter 24 Homemade Lighter. Okay, I'll give it a try. After glancing at the miserable man's rank, Lin Kong spent 200 energy points on the option for the entire body. Hopefully it will work. Looking at his energy level plummeting again, Lin Kong couldn't help but feel a pang of heartache. Phew. After a while, pale golden light gathered around him, slowly enveloping the middle-aged man and forming a human-shaped cocoon of light. Looking down at the light cocoon that was beginning to optimize the man, Lin Kong seemed to have thought of something. Huh, didn't I say I wanted to raise a chicken? A fire-breathing chicken, a turkey. Thinking of this, Lin Kong's eyes lit up, and he quickly turned his head away. Hey, slow down, you guys. At the same time, chickens and ants were flying around the battlefield, and feathers were falling everywhere. Lin Kong quickly called out to stop them. However, it was too late to call out. The 3 mid-level official-grade Bifang Firebirds were already incomplete, and only one of the 2 high-level official-grade ones remained, barely clinging to life. Wow, you guys are awesome. Like a hungry tiger pouncing on its prey, Lin Kong rushed over without even looking at the remaining high-level formal-grade Bifang Firebird, and immediately spent another 200 energy points to perform a full-body optimization. Whoosh whoosh. A moment later, another pale golden cocoon appeared, but this one was much larger than the one next to it. After absorbing the energy cores of the other Bifang birds handed over by the 3 super soldier ants, Lin Kong felt a sense of relief and even joy as he watched the numbers suddenly increase. Each intermediate level official provided itself with over 2,000 energy points, while the high-level official provided 7,000 energy points at once. Based on this, Lin Kong estimated the energy range of a formal-level extraordinary being. Low-level official ranks, 201 to 1,000. Mid-level official ranks, 1,001 to 5,000. High-level official ranks, 5,001 to 10,000. However, looking at the more than 100 dead high-level apprentice-level super soldier ants, none of them had dropped energy cores. Although Lin Kong was disappointed, he was not discouraged. Name, Lin Kong. Gender, male. Age, 26. Rank, none. Normal energy, 12500. Advanced energy, 0. Special energy, 0. Talent, super optimization, datafication of everything. With his energy approaching 20,000, Lin Kong felt a slight joy as he thought that he could upgrade the queen ant once more. However, upon learning that only one of the soldier ants he had previously spent 2,000 units of energy to strengthen had survived, Lin Kong panicked and immediately decided not to let them go up. Seeing the corpses scattered all over the ground, Lin Kong had a sudden thought. He saw the super soldier ants around him begin to devour the bodies of their dead comrades. Although they do not have energy cores, their corpses contain a large amount of energy. Lin Kong also discovered by chance that soldier ants could enhance themselves by devouring the corpses of their dead companions. Turning my head away, I stopped paying attention and listened to the deep, muffled roars coming from afar. Sigh, I wonder how long they're going to fight. It's been almost a day, and it's still not over. Time passed quickly, and a while later, Lin Kongzin's new underground stone chamber. My lord, your most devoted servant Bennett Berg pays his respects. Cough, cough. Looking at the healthy, burly man kneeling before him, Lin Kong's expression drifted. How long had it been since he had heard a human voice, even though he couldn't understand his words? Yes, Lin Kong couldn't understand Bennett's language. However, it doesn't matter. Based solely on the mysterious connection between them, Lin Kong can still understand what Bennett is thinking. So from the beginning, the two men were in a room, not speaking, just staring at each other. The atmosphere was strangely eerie. No, there was also a large red and yellow bird, 7 or 8 meters long, lying in the corner of the room, looking at the two of them strangely. Nama, Bennett Berg. Race, human. Status, healthy excited. Rank, high-ranking official level. Note, full body optimization. Race, Bifang Firebird. Status, healthy, excited, confused. Rank, low-level Grandmaster. Note, full body optimization. Looking at the Bifang Firebird, which had already reached the Grandmaster level, Lin Kong was filled with doubt and confusion. He had indeed only spent 200 energy points, so how did it advance to the next level? He clearly remembered that to advance to the Grandmaster level, he would need at least tens of thousands of energy points, because optimizing the rank to the high-level official level would require 20,000 energy points. Could it be that it was already on the verge of a breakthrough, and his own optimization of his entire body only accelerated that process? After thinking about it, Lin Kong could only come to this conclusion in the end. However you look at it, I made a huge profit. With nothing else to do, Lin Kong took stock of his current strength. Low-level Grandmaster, 1 Bifang Firebird. High-ranking official, 1 human. Low-level official rank, 1 Green Mantis, 1 Queen Rock Ant. Advanced apprentice level, approximately 4,700 third-generation Super Rock Ants. No extraordinary rank, approximately 30,000 second-generation Rock Ants and 1 human. Furthermore, Lin Kong had already gained some understanding of the surrounding environment from Bennett. I thought I was already very strong, but when Bennett said that this area belonged to the kingdom of Aiasin, which had 13 main cities in its provinces and nearly 100 border towns like Tooting City, I was surprised. The current strength of his ant swarm is equivalent to that of a small city like Tooting City. Not to mention the provincial capitals with many grandmasters and legends. Lin Kong realized that he was still very weak. How can we obtain a large number of energy cores? Lin Kong raised his hand and scratched his messy hair, muttering to himself. My lord, you said we need an energy core now. I wonder if it's a monster core or a crystal. Bennett, who seemed to have said it unintentionally but understood Lin Kong's meaning without realizing it, asked himself silently. Chapter 25, Bennett's Proposal. Yes, of course. What's up, Bennett? Do you have a plan? Hearing Lin Kong respond to him in his mind, Bennett's face lit up with joy. After a moment's thought, he said, The Hurricane Winged Tiger Beast King is currently fighting against the bloodthirsty Demon Vine. It is said that it has always been a lone wolf and only came to this area about 30 years ago. I was only in my 20s at the time and was very curious, so I asked a lot about the Hurricane Winged Tiger Beast King. Oh, Sha, you mean we should raid its stronghold now? Upon hearing the mental fluctuations transmitted by Bennett, Lin Kong immediately understood his meaning. His expression changed rapidly. After carefully listening to the muffled sounds outside, Lin Kong gritted his teeth. Damn it, the bold get rich while the timid starve. Let's do it. In fact, Lin Kong's actions were not impulsive. He made such a move mainly because Bennett had told him that this was the Sunset Mountains, which was only the outer edge of the southern forest. Although there are two legendary big shots, Hurricane Winged Tiger Beast King and Bloodthirsty Demon Vine, the others in the vicinity are at most low-level official level, and the high-level official level are almost all the leaders of the clan. Grandmaster-level extraordinary beings are even rarer. Lin Kong glanced at the Bafang Firebird lying in the corner and smiled slightly. Then I am now the boss of the Sunset Mountains area, and a boss that inspires despair. Although something unusual must be amiss, Lin Kong was highly skilled and daring. After thinking for a while, he decided to go and take a look. Get up, let's hunt turkeys and pull off a big heist. A moment later, Lin Kong patted the head of the Bafang Firebird and laughed. Without further ado, Lin Kong began to assemble his ant swarm army. In the end, Lin Kong led 2,000 tier 3 super soldier ants, which were divided into 2,000 squads, while the rest stayed behind to guard the base. Set off. Follow the turkey above. Shortly afterward, on the cleared ground outside the base, Lin Kong gave orders to the ant swarm army. Lin Kong did not choose to ride the turkey with a wingspan of more than 20 meters. He still felt safer in the ant swarm, and Bennett was sitting on it and could lead the way. Big brother, we've struck it rich. At the same time, a thin man with a full beard picked up a short sword from a corner of the cave. Looking at the patterns on it, his face lit up with joy. It was a third-tier weapon, and he saw a fist-sized yellowish-brown bead. The skinny man looked around, and, seeing that no one was paying attention to him, wiped the bead with the corner of his clothes and stuffed it into his waistband. Deep inside the cave, a 2.5-meter-tall bald, muscular man stared wide-eyed at the place in front of him, which was covered with crystals and formed a nest. Second brother, third brother, come here. Throw away all the filth from your storage equipment and fill it with crystals. Fill it with as much as you can. As he spoke, the bald, burly man's voice trembled. Although the mid-level enchanted greatsword I just picked up was worth almost 100,000 crystals, it didn't have the same impact as the nearly 1 million crystals right in front of me. To be honest, this was the first time he had ever seen so much money in all his years of life. This big brother, am I dreaming? Upon hearing the bald, burly man's voice, the thin man with a thick beard and a dark-skinned man quickly ran over. Seeing the scene before them, they couldn't help but swallow hard. Hurry up and install it for me. What are you all dawdling about? Hey, call out. Just as I was about to step forward, a beam of blue light shot out from outside the cave. Bang, bang, bang. They dodged the attack, and the three brothers, who had secretly slipped into the cave, looked at each other, their faces pale. Had the real culprit not returned? Have you guys seen the Azure Tiger Heartgrass in the cave? Just as they were filled with anxiety and on the verge of collapse, a clear, cold voice came from behind them. Is it a person? Big brother, is it a person? Upon hearing the sound, the three brothers, who had been lying on the ground, immediately stood up. Especially when they saw that the person who came was a beautiful woman wearing a purple veil, a light blue dress, and with jet black hair, their fear instantly vanished. Then, an immense anger welled up within them. They felt they had been tricked. I didn't see any Azure Tiger Heartgrass, but I did see a little beauty who's about to be brutally ravaged. The bald, burly man was slightly surprised to find that the woman possessed the strength of a high-level official. However, he then let out a soft hum, because he was also of that level, and his two partners were also mid-level official extraordinary beings. He felt he could easily defeat a woman of high rank and formal status. You don't know. It seems I'll have to find it myself. Upon hearing this, the long-haired woman ignored the gazes of the three burly men and spoke calmly and indifferently. May I ask who you are, young lady? Seeing the calm and collected long-haired woman, the bald, burly man narrowed his eyes, stopped the guy behind him who was about to make a move, and asked cautiously. He wouldn't dare to make a move against a scion of a powerful family. Who knows what tricks these superpowers have up their sleeves? If I just killed one of their disciples, their elders might find me and chop me to pieces the very next day. There were precedents around him. Not long ago, a friend who was drinking, eating, and having fun with him was brutally killed in front of him by a Grandmaster-level elder from Powerful Force. The scene was so bad that it had to be censored to be seen. He later learned that his friend had only verbally flirted with a young lady from that family. Chapter 26, Someone Intercepted. Ragnar. After glancing at them, Regina spoke softly. Hee, have you ever heard of the Three Wolves of Tooting North City? Upon hearing the woman state his name, he racked his brains but couldn't recall any words that could be associated with the powerful forces in his mind. Have no idea. I don't know. It's good that I don't know. The bald, burly man suddenly grinned menacingly, his body shooting out explosively as he slashed his greatsword directly at Rachel. The other two also drew their weapons and moved swiftly to block her retreat. Upon seeing this, Regina showed no surprise or panic. She merely furrowed her delicate, willow leaf-shaped eyebrows slightly. Sizzle. She gently clasped her hands together and then made a sword finger gesture. Call out. A cyan sword shadow flashed rapidly in the cave. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of metal clashing began to echo rapidly through the cave. In less than a quarter of an hour, the three brothers from the north city of Edley, who had been swaggering around just moments before, were now huddled together in a pitiful state, covered in dozens of bloody welts. My lord, spare my life. We meant no offense. Please spare our lives. Why, After glancing at the three burly men huddled together, Regina sheathed her high-level enchanted longsword and then silently calmed her restless energy. Have any of you three ever seen the Azure Tiger Heartgrass? Hearing the terrifying woman in front of them ask the same question again, the three brothers couldn't help but feel bitter. They had never seen or even heard of this thing before. My goddess, we really have never seen any Azure Tiger Heartgrass. After looking at each other for a while, the eldest of the three brothers finally mustered up his courage and cautiously spoke up. Since the terrifying woman was wearing a purple veil, he didn't know what Regina was thinking at the moment. But if he couldn't find what she needed, she probably wouldn't be in a good mood. If I'm in a bad mood, what if I kill all three of them? Gently licking his dry lips, the bald, burly man thought for a moment and then cautiously asked, Goddess, would you like to describe to us what this Azure Tiger Heartgrass looks like? You don't know. Upon hearing this, Regina was visibly taken aback, but then seemed to realize something and felt somewhat relieved. Although Tooting City was given special care by the kingdom as the guardian city of the Southern Forest, it was still just a small place on the edge of the kingdom, and it seemed that there were not even many Grandmaster-level extraordinary beings. Then Phong Kuya took out a palm-sized cyan disc and cast several inexplicable spells on it. Something like a holographic projection floated on the cyan disc. It is entirely blood red, with 6 leaves covered in blue veins. It's very easy to spot at a glance. I've seen it before. It's in a small cave on the left. At this moment, a thin man with a full beard patted his head and shouted excitedly, Real! Upon hearing this, the terrifying woman's tone clearly shifted, showing some delight. However, a strange shout from outside suddenly interrupted Regina's thoughts. Damn it! Someone got here before me. Oh! At this moment, Lin Kong, who had just arrived, couldn't help but darken his face. He hadn't expected that someone would arrive even earlier than him. Listen up, you people inside. You are surrounded. You dare to touch our adults' private property? You are truly audacious. Stop resisting right now and come out for an examination, and my family might be lenient with you. Standing not far from the cave, Bennett roared at the top of his lungs into the Beast King's lair. Most of it was Lin Kunrang's recitation, but Bennett also added his own interpretations. After waiting for a while, there was still silence inside. So they're planning a last-ditch resistance? Seeing that the people inside didn't intend to come out, after a while, Lin Kong waved his right hand lightly, and 2 teams of Tier 3 super soldier ants quickly crawled into the cave. Go! Bang! Flato! A short while later, a woman and 3 men slowly emerged from the cave, surrounded by nearly 200 large ants emitting black light. Race, human. Condition, minor injury, fear. Rank, high rank formal level extraordinary. Race, human. Status, healthy suspicious. Rank, high rank formal level extraordinary. Race, human. Condition, minor injury, severe fear. Rank, intermediate formal level extraordinary. 2 high-level official grade individuals and 2 mid-level official grade individuals. Their strength was quite even. Looking at the 4 people who came out, Lin Kong nodded towards Bennett. You all deserve to die. Hand over what you took from the cave right now. Bennett roared at the 4 men in the common language of the continent, his face contorted with rage. Bennett would never have spoken like this before, but since being optimized by Lin Kong, he is now fearless except for Lin Kong, and has completely let himself go. They were just a little nervous when they were forced out of their cave by 200 high-level apprentice ants, but when they came out and saw the dark mass outside, their nervousness immediately turned into fear. Even Regina, who was wearing a purple veil, couldn't help but open her mouth slightly, looking troubled as she listened to Bennett's words. Sir, we didn't take anything. This woman picked a blade of grass. We really didn't take anything. After hearing Bennett's words, the 3 Edley brothers burst into tears. They had truly changed, really changed. Their luck today had been absolutely terrible. It's like escaping the tiger's den only to fall into the ant's mouth. You watch them, I'll go in and take a look. Listening to their strange language, Lin Kong silently sent a thought to Bennett, and then, surrounded by 3 teams of super soldier ants, slowly approached the cave. Chapter 27: The Encounters of the Bifang Firebird. The cave entrance wasn't very large. It seems the legendary creatures can now freely adjust their size. Is this a special case? Or is it the same for all of them? Holy crap. Looking at the pile of thumb-sized crystal cubes in front of him, Lin Kong's reaction was no less than that of the others who had just seen him, especially when he saw the information on the virtual panel. His eyes were filled with ecstasy. Energy crystal. Each crystal contains a small amount of pure energy. Note, this is suspected to be a universally accepted currency in the world. Absorb it all. With his right hand outstretched, Lin Kong silently activated his innate ability to digitize everything. Ha ha ha. As he watched the gradually decreasing pile of crystals and the rapidly increasing numbers on his panel, Lin Kong's smile stretched almost to his ears. After absorbing the massive pile of crystals, Lin Kong gave the order to a squad of super soldier ants to search for the beast core. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The sounds of gnawing and churning began to echo in the vast cave. As time passed, in less than a quarter of an hour, Lin Kong emerged from the cave of the hurricane-winged tiger beast king, his face flushed. At this moment, Lin Kong was stunned to see another woman with a black veil suddenly appear beside the woman who had just been there. My lord, the woman just now flew down from the sky, and she is very likely a Grandmaster-level expert. Upon seeing Lin Kong emerge, Bennett quickly approached Lin Kong and sent him a mental message with a slightly grave expression. Kav M. This is clearly a legendary master. What kind of Grandmaster is this? Lin Kong clenched his right fist, and 2 beads of cold sweat appeared on his forehead. After carefully reviewing the woman's information again, Lin Kong's expression suddenly became inexplicable. Race, human. Status, poisoned by a rare toxin, extremely weak. Rank, mid-tier, legendary, transcendent. Regina, did you get the Azure Tiger Heart Grass? Yes, Aunt Shue. Out of the corner of her eye, Regina glanced at Lin Kong as he emerged and nodded to the veiled man in front of her. What will happen to them? Kill them. Our whereabouts must not be revealed. The woman with the black veil spoke softly, but as soon as she finished speaking, an endless chilling, killing intent still emanated from her. Presumptuous! Before Lin Kong could say anything, Bennett jumped out and roared. This is utterly absurd. How dare you disrespect my master? Oh, the woman in black veil paid little attention to Bennett's roar. She only glanced at the low-level Grandmaster-level Bifang Firebird, let alone the high-level Bennett and Lin Kong, who had the aura of an ordinary person. In her eyes, Lin Kong was at most a good-for-nothing young master from that small family nearby. Coo. A jet-black aura emerged from the woman in the black veil, transforming into several black, demonic claws, each several meters in size. Puff. Before the three Edley brothers could react, they were already censored by the black claw, which then flew towards Lin Kong and the surrounding super soldier ants. When did even a mere mid-level legendary figure become so arrogant on this continent? At this moment, a wicked smile appeared on his face, and Lin Kong quietly touched the soft feathers of the turkey with his palm. My family didn't intend to hold it against you because you weren't feeling well, but you've really gone too far. Bennett, standing to the side, translated for Lin Kong at the opportune moment. Upon hearing this, the enormous black claw that was flying towards them stopped instantly. The woman in the black veil no longer had a carefree attitude in her eyes. She stared at Lin Kong with a solemn expression. It's impossible that someone with no energy fluctuations could recognize her as a mid-level legendary figure and sense the unusual state of her. Therefore, at this moment, the woman with the black veil immediately adjusted her demeanor, realizing that this person might be a terrifying enemy. Who are you, sir? Snort. If you want to know who my master is, then you'd better keep a close eye on him. At this moment, Lin Kong's eyes were indifferent as he turned to look at the Bifang Firebird beside him. Whoosh. After making a show of it, Lin Kong quickly optimized the rank of the Bifang Firebird beside him, making a couple of light gestures in the air. Seeing the more than 3 million units of energy he had just obtained disappear like this, Lin Kong was almost heartbroken and cried. However, Lin Kong had no choice. He didn't believe for a second that he could scare away a mid-level legendary expert with words, even if the expert was not in good condition. Energy can come again, but life is only given to us once. Whoosh! The surrounding energy rapidly converged towards the Bifang Firebird, and in just a moment, a tremendous pressure slowly emanated from it. How is this possible? What is this? The woman with the black veil was shocked by what was happening right before her eyes, and then the huge black claws floating around her slowly dissipated. She can only exert the strength she had when she first entered the legendary realm. Now that the opponent has a legendary figure on the surface, she has lost the ability to control everything. Not to mention that person who looks like an ordinary person, with no trace of energy fluctuations around him, yet seems to be incredibly terrifying. Screech. With an extremely ferocious screech, its wingspan reached nearly 200 meters, and flames surrounded its body, making it look incredibly strange. It's not like I removed all 9 remaining seals for you. What are you so smug about? Name, lighter. Race, Bifang Firebird. Status, healthy excited. Rank, low-tier legendary. Note, strength in the whole body. Although Lin Kong was delighted, he still maintained a calm and unhurried tone, speaking with a smile. Even though the other party couldn't understand, since the performance had already begun, he might as well make it as vivid and realistic as possible. Chapter 28, Doris's Shock. Choo-choo. After a while, the turkey suppressed its aura and the flames around it, and affectionately nuzzled Lin Kong's arm with its huge bird head. Good job, you did a great job. Your Excellency, I am Princess Doris Rodriguez of the Kingdom of Eisen Island. I apologize for my earlier offense. On the other side, with his hands behind his back and a calm expression, Lin Kong listened to Bennett patiently translating for him and nodded imperceptibly. After waiting for a while without hearing a reply, Doris felt a slight tightening in her heart. Since the upheaval that occurred within the Kingdom of Eisen Island, I have come alone to this barren region on the outskirts of the kingdom. But then she encountered an old monster who seemed to be beyond her reach. With a bitter taste in her mouth, she wondered if her good luck had been dug up and buried by someone else. My lord, this is an item I accidentally discovered in a small material plane. It seems to contain some kind of forbidden rule power. However, perhaps my strength is too weak to extract the power from it. I now present this to you, sir, for your appraisal, as an apology from me. A moment later, Dong Xianshigs took out a fist-sized, light red, transparent crystal from her storage ring and respectfully presented it to Lin Kong. Name, Divine Power Crystal. Description, the essence of Morning Star biotechnology, containing high-level energy. Seeing the virtual panel displaying the conversion of 360 points of high-level energy, or 36 million units of ordinary energy, Lin Kong was startled. Although he was overjoyed, he eventually managed to restrain himself. However, once Lin Kong calmed down, an even bigger question arose. According to his calculations, the energy range of Morningstar creatures was between 1 billion and 10 billion. But this piece of Morningstar energy crystal could only convert this little bit of energy. This crystal of divine power is just a fragment of the complete form, isn't it? Looking at Doris, whose face was veiled in black, Lin Kong spoke softly, with Bennett translating from the side. The following is the translation. A crystallization of divine power. After listening, Doris suddenly looked up, staring in shock at the pale red, transparent crystal now in Lin Kong's palm. What? You don't know it's a crystallization of divine power? It's just the essence of Morningstar's power. What's so surprising? Doris listened to Lin Kongfeng's nonchalant tone, and her heart trembled. This was something left behind by a Morningstar-level being that was even more powerful than legendary or higher-level natural disaster creatures. Originally, Doris thought her assessment might be too high, but upon seeing this, she couldn't help but raise Lin Kong's danger level by several notches. It's important to understand that from apprentice-level extraordinary to formal-level extraordinary, grandmaster-level extraordinary, and legendary-level extraordinary, they can only be called extraordinary, while natural disasters are referred to as messengers of the gods. The Morningstar level above is also known as the Divine Realm, which is home to gods. Doris's heart was filled with excitement. The eastern region is one of the regions of the Doma continent, but even the strongest among them are only natural disasters, and they are extremely rare. Although those at the calamity level have lifespans of 10,000 years, who wouldn't want to take that final step and become an immortal god? Therefore, although there are many calamity-level forces in the eastern region, very few of them actually stay at home. They are either in various other dimensions or in various subspaces seeking their final breakthrough. Your Excellency knows that this small piece of divine power crystal is indeed just a fragment. Several years ago, another small alternate dimension was discovered, so the major powers of the kingdom sent their elites to compete for resources, and that's where I obtained them. Even Doris didn't realize that her own tone was becoming increasingly respectful and sincere. The natives of this other dimension have a very shallow understanding of power. There, even legendary figures are worshipped as gods. I remember the natives had a final guardian temple, but when we stormed in, we found there were no treasures inside, only a statue broken into countless pieces. Because although I sensed it contained powerful forbidden energy, I couldn't utilize it, so I only took one piece and have kept it until now. After speaking, Doris's face, hidden beneath her black veil, showed a hint of tension, as if she were awaiting final judgment. I understand. Although you didn't mean anything by it, this thing is indeed somewhat useful to me. I won't take it for nothing. So what are your conditions? The fist-sized crystal of divine power in Lin Kong's hand disappeared rapidly before the naked eye, like winter, snow meeting fire, and in a moment there was nothing left. I dare not ask for anything more. I only hope that you will not blame me for my previous offense. Hearing the response from the other end, Doris breathed a sigh of relief and expressed her gratitude, feeling a huge weight lifted from her chest. Knowing you wouldn't dare to make demands, Lin Kong was overjoyed as he watched the energy surge on the virtual panel. Moreover, Lin Kong was just saying it casually. He really didn't believe the other party would dare to ask for anything under these circumstances. However, after thinking about it, I do have a request. I have already collected the antidote for the poison in my body, so I won't trouble you, sir. However, my beloved Yusin kingdom suffered a sudden upheaval some time ago, and the kingdom is now in disarray. Although it's not apparent on the surface now, once it erupts, the entire kingdom could collapse at any moment. Chapter 29, Advanced Energy. After a pause, Doris spoke again. 3 months from now, I would like to ask you, my lord, to support the kingdom and prevent other forces or high-level legendary experts from interfering in the election ceremony for the king of the kingdom of Aiasin. Upon hearing this, Lin Kong narrowed his eyes slightly. 3 months later, he had originally intended to find an excuse to decline, but upon hearing that it was 3 months from now, Lin Kong touched his nose and then nodded slightly. Thank you, my lord. Doris will be waiting for your arrival in the capital of Aisin in 3 months. Seeing Lin Kong nod, Doris was overjoyed. She never expected that things would take such a turn for the better. She had only tried her luck and actually managed to get on his good side. Doris never expected that the thighs she thought were thighs were actually not as thick as her own. Not long after, Lin Kong glanced at the 2 women who had disappeared into the horizon and let out a soft sigh. Pretending to be a big shot is really tiring, especially in front of a real big shot. However, that's all in the past. Lin Kong glanced at the energy points on the virtual panel, and a slight smile appeared on his lips. It seems the 4th generation of rock ants is about to emerge. Having climbed atop the already low-level legendary Bifang Firebird, Lin Kong stirred the entire ant swarm army with a thought, gazing at the sky and muttering to himself. Time flows on, and the base of Yinishan, Lin Kong. Upon returning to his territory, without stopping or hesitating, Lin Kong secretly activated his super optimization talent as he looked at the queen ant before him. Buzzing. Not long after, the shimmering cocoon of light shattered. The next moment, an ant over 100 meters long appeared. Lin Kong was standing in front of it and could only see part of the queen ant's body. Ferocious, majestic, and powerful. At this moment, Lin Kong felt as if he had the world under his control. Of course, this was just a fleeting thought for Lin Kong. He knew very well that people on the verge of destruction often had grand ambitions. Race, Rock Ant Queen. Status, healthy excited. Rank, high-level legendary. Note, might enhancement, bite enhancement, egg-laying enhancement, devouring enhancement, mental link enhancement. Lin Kong exchanged the Divine Power Crystal for 34 million points of ordinary energy and 2 points of advanced energy. Although he knew that ordinary energy and advanced energy could be converted into each other, Lin Kong did not convert all of it into the seemingly high-end advanced energy. He understood the principle that a bird in the hand is worth 2 in the bush. To upgrade the queen ant from a low-level official rank to a high-level legendary rank, Lin Kong consumed a total of 33.33 million points of ordinary energy. Resting his chin on his hand, Lin Kong seemed to have thought of something again and used advanced energy. Optimization options: might, spawn, bite, devour, armor, mental link, full body. Looking at the optimization options that were no different from ordinary energy, Lin Kong frowned, wondering if he had lost out by exchanging for 2 points of advanced energy. Forget it. We'll find out by trying it out. Practice makes perfect. Anyway, there were 2 points, so Lin Kong used them on the full body optimization options. Whoosh whoosh. The next moment, as the advanced energy from the 2 points disappeared, the queen ant's entire body trembled violently, and then a unique rhythm emanated from her body. A moment later, Lin Kong was taken aback when he saw the new information appearing on the virtual screen in front of him. Race, Rock Ant Queen. Status, healthy excited. Rank, high-level legendary. Supernatural abilities: beginner power control, beginner gluttonous stomach, beginner indestructible body, beginner mother nest heart network. Lin Kong was overjoyed as he looked at the additional information that appeared on the queen ant's virtual panel. Although he didn't know what the divine power bar was, Lin Kong felt it was exceptionally powerful just from the name. He knew he had underestimated the results of the advanced energy optimization. Looking at the increasingly mysterious and powerful queen ant, Lin Kong felt more and more confident. Touching the queen ant's sturdy carapace, Lin Kong gave her an order to produce the 4th generation of rock ants at full capacity. Then he went to his small stone chamber to rest. To be honest, Lin Kong was really exhausted. However, Lin Kong slept very soundly. Time passed slowly, and at dawn the next day, Lin Kong rubbed his eyes as he emerged from his small stone chamber. My lord, you're awake. Upon arriving at the base's main hall, Lin Kong saw Bennett in a corner not far away, enveloped in crimson gas. As Lin Kong walked, Bennett slowly stood up, and the strange phenomenon around him gradually disappeared. Were you cultivating just now? Lin Kong's eyes lit up as he pondered the question in his mind. The next moment, before Bennett could answer, Lin Kong hurriedly said, Come and see if I can cultivate. In fact, Lin Kong had long wanted to ask Bennett about the extraordinary abilities of humans in this world. and whether he was suitable for cultivation. However, because he was in a hurry to secretly raid the legendary boss's lair yesterday, he was on edge and didn't ask any questions. Yes, I practiced the flame combat technique and follow the path of an extraordinary warrior. My lord, it should be possible to cultivate it. Bennett originally wanted to explain his blazing flame battle technique further, but hearing Lin Kong's urgent second question, he quickly spoke without thinking. Oh! Seeing Bennett come up to him and speak without hesitation, Lin Kong felt a surge of excitement. Extraordinary? Could he do it too? Although he now possesses extremely powerful external forces, Lin Kong still feels no sense of security in this extraordinary world because the great power is not applied to him. Chapter 30 Warriors and Wizards. At the same time, Bennett paused for a moment, sorted out his thoughts, and then said, My lord, the extraordinary powers in this world are mainly divided into two major systems. Warrior and Wizard classes. Extraordinary fighters like me, or other extraordinary knights, extraordinary swordsmen, etc., all belong to the extraordinary warrior category. The other type of wizard is more mysterious. Their classification is more diverse. They possess all sorts of strange and unusual powers, and becoming a wizard requires specific qualifications. Upon hearing Bennett's words, Lin Kong's lips curled up slightly, and he said, You mean the warrior class is accessible to everyone, making it more approachable. The wizarding path requires specific conditions and is more difficult to cultivate, but the power they wield is more mysterious and more powerful, right? Upon hearing this, Bennett paused for a moment, then nodded. What you said is correct. That's mostly true. That's interesting. And isn't it true that wizards are a bit weak in the early game and need to bring a few warrior-type bodyguards when they go out, but wizards become powerful in the later game? Upon hearing Bennett's confirmation, Lin Kong recalled some people's fantasy works from his time on Earth, which seemed to have such a setting. Sir, that's not how it is. After listening to Lin Kong's seemingly muttered words after he lost in thought, Bennett scratched his head and carefully replied, The wizarding department has always been slightly stronger than the warrior department, even during the extraordinary apprenticeship period. Moreover, although becoming a wizard is difficult, once you become one, as long as you don't die along the way, you will generally gradually advance to become a formal or master-level extraordinary wizard over time. The warrior class is different. Although almost everyone can learn various combat techniques and secret skills, 9 out of 10 of them only reach the extraordinary apprentice level and find it difficult to advance to the formal extraordinary level. Furthermore, this situation becomes even more pronounced as the extraordinary rank increases, especially at the legendary level threshold. As far as I know, 8 or even 9 out of the 10 legendary powerhouses are from the wizarding lineage. Becoming a legendary knight or swordsman is just too difficult. After saying that, as if he had thought of something, Bennett sighed with a look of regret. Is that so? After listening, Lin Kong stepped forward, patted Bennett on the shoulder, and said confidently, Don't worry, you will definitely become a legendary warrior. Upon hearing this, Bennett was taken aback, recalling how the Grandmaster level Transcendent Bifang Firebird had broken through several Transcendent ranks with just a casual gesture from Lin Kong yesterday. Thinking of this, Bennett looked excited as he watched Lin Kong walk towards the base hall. Thank you, my lord. Bennett will surely become your sword and sweep away all enemies ahead. On the other side, Lin Kong, who had arrived beside the 100-meter-long Queen Ant, heard the enthusiastic and excited words behind him, smiled, and did not reply. In fact, after these few days of exploration, Lin Kong discovered that the more times he optimized other creatures, the more energy they generated and the closer their mysterious relationship became. Especially now, after yesterday's optimization, Lin Kong can even directly feel the Queen Ant's emotional fluctuations in his mind. In fact, Lin Kong feels that even if they are far apart, he can sense them. Through that mysterious connection in his heart, Lin Kong was also able to communicate normally with the Queen Ant. However, Lin Kong found that Bennett's connection with him had become much closer. To put it figuratively, Bennett, who was just a devout believer before, had suddenly become a fanatical believer. Strange? Could it be that my words have some kind of magic? He turned around and saw Bennett standing respectfully not far behind him. after thinking about it. But still no clue. Lin Kong could only assume that perhaps it was because of his promise that Burnett's feelings for him became stronger. After a while, Lin Kong shook his head, putting aside these distracting thoughts, and began to focus all his attention on the queen ant in front of him. Why are there only 2 fourth-generation rock ants? Looking at the 2 large cocoons, each over 10 meters long and radiating a hazy dark light, not far in front of him, Lin Kong looked around before turning to look at the queen ant. As Lin Kong voiced his question, the queen ant, which had been motionless, twitched its long antennae slightly. A mental fluctuation came, and the queen ant began to slowly explain to Lin Kong. After a long while, Lin Kong's tightly furrowed brows began to relax, and then he looked at the 2 large cocoons of light not far away. It turns out that it lacks a certain mysterious substance, which prevents it from advancing to the legendary level. The 2 points of high-level energy yesterday contained it, so it could only produce these 2 legendary level rock ants. Buzzing. As Lin Kong finished speaking, the 2 black orbs of light that had been silent just moments before began to tremble violently at the same time. Hiss! Hiss! The next moment, 2 strange hissing sounds rang out, and then Lin Kong saw 2 fourth-generation super rock ants, each over 30 meters long and with huge mandibles, burst out from the broken ball of light. Call out! Call out! Enveloped in dark light, the 4th-generation super rock ant, which was originally 30 meters long, slowly shrank to about 3 meters in size in an instant. Well, race, rock ant, super soldier ant. Status, healthy excited. Rank, mid-tier, legendary, transcendent. Supernatural power, basic power control. Race, rock ant, super soldier ant. Status, healthy excited. Rank, mid-tier, legendary, transcendent. Supernatural power, initial stage, undying body. As Lin Kong watched the 2 4th-generation rock ants quickly crawl to his side, exuding power and a ferocious aura, he couldn't help but look up and repeatedly say good. They might be highly aggressive towards others, but in front of Lin Kong, the 2 4th-generation rock ants were like docile little dogs beside their master. Chapter 31 Human Powerhouses. Although Lin Kong knew that it was impossible to mass-produce legendary-level rock ants, he was slightly disappointed, but only for a moment. After all, they had already learned from Bennett that in the kingdom of Eisen Island, legendary-level extraordinary beings were now extremely rare. If they lay eggs normally, about 2,000 mid-level or high-level grandmaster-level extraordinary rock ants could be born every day, right? Hearing the queen ant's response in his mind, Lin Kong couldn't help but mutter to himself. At this moment, above the bloodthirsty demon vine territory, on a 100-meter-long magical airship shrouded in invisibility spells, a group of 5 people stood at the edge of the deck, their eyes fixed on the battle between the Hurricane Winged Tiger Beast King and the bloodthirsty demon vine below. Your Excellency Grand Duke Sobila, they have probably already detected our presence and want to cease hostilities. Among the 5, a short, dwarf old man, only about 1.2 meters tall, took the large cigarette holder from his mouth, slowly exhaled a ring of smoke, and then spoke to the man beside him. On the other side, the man was tall and slender, about 1.85 meters, wearing a magnificent court robe, his white hair flowing gently in the breeze. After listening to the dwarf elder's words, a calm smile appeared on his face. Don't worry, President Tajimo. The heart of the vine will definitely be ours today. General Sang Yuan, this is troublesome. After speaking, Grand Duke Sobila turned to look at a bald, burly man behind him. Your Excellency, Sang Yuan will be right back. Upon hearing the voice, a burly, bald man clad in silver armor muttered something, then leaped out of the magic airship and flew towards the center of the battlefield. They're almost all exhausted at this point, so I think General Sang Yuan, a mid-level legendary knight, should be able to handle them. With a deep gaze fixed on another part of the battlefield, Grand Duke Sobila spoke softly. Now that the kingdom has obtained the heart of the vine through this, His Majesty Bertellum should be able to take that step. Upon hearing this, the old dwarf Tajimo, who had spoken earlier, beamed with joy and said, I'm so happy. It only increases the odds. There's no way to be 100% certain. Upon hearing Tajimo's words, Grand Duke Sobira shook his head and replied. Meanwhile, General Sang Yuan, who had just flown out, had arrived at the center of the battlefield. As expected, the hurricane-winged Tiger Beast King and the bloodthirsty Demon Vine, who had been fighting to the death, stopped instantly. Then, in the next moment, they directly turned their attention to General Sang Yuan, who had caused the trouble. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Dozens of the bloodthirsty Demon Vine, covered with ferocious barbs, intertwined and tangled together, transforming in just 2 breaths into a long, green vine-like snake several hundred meters long. Roar! On the other side, the hurricane-winged Tiger Beast King roared to the sky, its brutal, blood-red eyes fixed on the human who was not even as big as one of its claws. Whoosh! Whoosh! Hundreds of azure wind blades, each several meters long, swept towards General Sang Yuan. Meanwhile, the green serpent transformed from the bloodthirsty demonic vines was hissing with its gaping maw, completely blocking General Sang Yuan's retreat. Haha, you've come at the right time. A heavy sword the size of a door panel appeared in his hand at some unknown time. General Sang Yuan, standing in the void, narrowed his eyes as he watched the rapidly approaching cyan windblade. Drink! Bang, bang, bang. With a loud, cold shout, General Sang Yuan brandished his greatsword, relentlessly shattering the cyan wind blade swung from the claws of the hurricane-winged Tiger Beast King. Thud! But the next moment, the green snake's long tail transformed into a black shadow and flashed away, directly knocking General Sang Yuan, who had his back to it, to the ground. Rumble, rumble! The earth trembled, emitting a muffled thud, sending stones flying and dust rising. Whoosh, whoosh! The next moment, the figure lying on the ground slowly stood up, and then with a wave of his hand, a violent gust of wind was formed, directly blowing away the smoke and dust that had enveloped him. Hee hee, you've been underestimated. After they fell to the ground, neither the hurricane-winged Tiger Beast King nor the bloodthirsty demon, Vine, chose to attack again. General Sang Yuan smacked his lips and grinned, then looked up at the sky. In that case, let's go. Call out. As soon as he finished speaking, General Sang Yuan kicked off and soared into the sky, his body enveloped in a golden light several meters high, his powerful aura spreading outwards. Thump, thump, thump. In an instant, violent explosions began to resound in the sky again. General Sang Yuan was fighting 2 opponents at once, but he was not at a disadvantage at all. Rumble, rumble. On the other side, on a magic airship far from the center of the battlefield, next to Grand Duke Sobula, Tajimo suddenly took out 2 dark beads the size of eyeballs from his pocket. General Sang Yuan has such a powerful presence. He truly deserves to be the leader of the kingdom's 3 legendary knights. However, just in case things drag on for too long, I'll lend him a hand. Looking up at the fierce battle between the 1 man and 2 demons in the distance, Tajimo twirled the dark bead in his hand and then spoke in a low voice. Yes, thank you for your trouble, Chairman Tajimo. Upon hearing this, Grand Duke Sarab nodded and did not object to his intervention. Upon seeing Grand Duke Sarbi's reply, Tajimo's wrinkled face broke into a smile. He raised his hand and began to utter a string of awkward and unfamiliar words. Weakness, exhaustion, excruciating pain. Click. Shortly after, Tajima suddenly clenched his outstretched hand, and the dark bead inside shattered with a crack. It seems the outcome is imminent. Guild Master Tajimo's weakening spell. Even if 2 mid-level legends were already injured and exhausted, they probably wouldn't fare well. Upon seeing Tajimo cast the spell, the black-robed man, standing on the other side of Grand Duke Serapi, spoke in a hoarse voice. Chapter 32, The Shadow and the Earth. The next moment, as if to confirm the black-robed man's words, the situation between the 1 man and the 2 demons, who had been locked in a fierce battle, became clear in an instant. The 2 enormous monsters suddenly paused for half a breath. In such a situation, let alone a legendary level, even a regular Grandmaster level extraordinary being could determine the winner. Whoosh! Tear! With 2 sounds of tearing through the air, General Sinjin's giant sword severed the head of the enormous green snake that had been formed from the bloodthirsty demon vine. However, on the other hand, the hurricane-winged Tiger Beast King's reaction was extremely abnormal. As if it had anticipated this situation, The Hurricane Winged Tiger Beast King directly withstood General Sang Yuan's thunderous strike on its shoulder before quickly landing on the ground. Whoosh! Whoosh! Its body was covered in dripping blood, but the Hurricane Winged Tiger Beast King didn't care. Its two front claws created countless afterimages as it rapidly destroyed the connection between the bloodthirsty demon vine and the earth. It seems this is a trap. This plan against me and that damned demonic vine has been underway since that legendary grade magic potion half a month ago. From the moment the legendary human powerhouse appeared, the Hurricane Winged Tiger Beast King had almost figured everything out. However, it had no choice. The pain of losing its child filled it with boundless rage, making it impossible for it to simply withdraw. But don't think that's the end of it. Cunning humans, you will pay the price. With a savage red light flashing in its enormous tiger eyes, the Hurricane Winged Tiger Beast King let out a low roar, and its movements in front of it quickened even further. It knew from the strange condition of its own body that other legendary human wizards must have intervened. Its combat strength was already less than 1/10 of what it used to be, and now was even weaker than before, barely able to exert the power of a low-level legendary wizard. At this moment, the bloodthirsty demon vine, which had been severely injured, curled up and tried to quickly hide underground, but the Hurricane Winged Tiger Beast King, which had flown down earlier, blocked it. The violent energy was unleashed, and in just 2 breaths, the bloodthirsty demon vine's tumbling body was almost completely torn to shreds by the Tiger King. You're courting death. If I die, you won't escape death either. Hearing the terrified voice echoing in his mind, the Hurricane Winged Tiger Beast King couldn't help but grin and chuckle. Don't worry, with your heart of vine, I shouldn't die today. Who are you? The next moment, a scream filled with terror and resentment rang in his mind, but it stopped after only a short while. Snort! Out of the corner of his eye, he saw the legendary human powerhouse standing in midair not far away, looking at him. The Hurricane Winged Tiger Beast King couldn't help but sneer inwardly. Although he had some doubts about what the bloodthirsty demon vine said before it died, the situation did not allow the Hurricane Winged Tiger Beast King to think about it any further. He quickly lowered his head, pried open the shattered body of the bloodthirsty demon vine, and searched for the heart of the wood vine, the treasure nurtured by the legendary plant monster. In fact, most of the life essence of the bloodthirsty demon vine, which has survived for tens of thousands of years, is in the heart of the vine. If it can eventually break through to the high-level legendary level and undergo a complete transformation, it will be able to break free from geographical limitations and, relying on its own heart of vines, re-refine itself into another body, freely roaming the world. However, the next moment when the Hurricane Winged Tiger Beast King lifted the ground, it was completely dumbfounded because it didn't see the heart of the vine, but instead saw a ferocious big head wrapped in a faint black aura. In an instant it was stunned. The ferocious black figure burrowed underground and disappeared before the Hurricane Winged Tiger Beast King's eyes. Not good. At that moment, General Sang Yuan, who was not far away, also noticed a figure that had just flashed by, his face filled with shock and anger. Boom! A golden energy spear, tens of meters long, quickly appeared in his hand. Without the slightest hesitation, he thrust it directly into the ground where the black figure had just disappeared. Puff, puff, puff. As General Sang Yuan pressed his hands to the ground, countless golden beams of light pierced through the earth and shot out. Hiss! Hiss! A moment later, a giant ant, 30 meters long and entirely black, leaped out from the ground, its body swirling with black mist, its ferocious and savage aura spreading outwards. Hand over the heart of the vine, or don't even think about leaving. Seeing that he had forced the dark figure out, General Sang Yuan, whose face was slightly pale, stood up and spoke coldly. Although he used up a lot of energy just now, don't forget that he didn't come alone. However, as soon as he finished speaking, the giant rock ant in the distance vanished instantly and then appeared directly in front of him. Whoosh! Seeing the ferocious long jaw suddenly charging towards him, Sang Yuan did not let his guard down, and his whole body was instantly enveloped in golden light. Puff! But the next moment, General Sang Yuan was sent flying backward in shock, spitting out a lot of blood. He had just felt an extremely terrifying and irresistible force coming towards him. With his bones shattered and internal organs damaged, he was severely injured by a single blow, despite both being mid-level legendary extraordinary beings. Call out. As the eerie black ant lunged at him again, Sang Yuan's expression changed drastically. If it came at him again, he really wasn't sure what would happen to him. My lord, save me. Faced with this life-or-death crisis, Sang Yuan disregarded everything else and shouted in a panic. Whoosh! Thump! A giant fiery hand, several meters long, appeared in front of Sang Yuan, blocking the black ant's second attack. Puffed! Puffed! Hiss! Hiss! Looking up at the several giant fiery palms that had appeared in front of him, Black Ant turned his head to look at the dozens of meters deep crater created by the giant palm earlier, and at this moment the edges and inside of the crater had been terrifyingly turned into magma. Such terrifying power caused a hint of fear to appear in the Black Ant's eyes. However, it showed no fear whatsoever. Instead, it let out a roar to the sky, and a large amount of thick, ink-like black light appeared around its body. Chapter 33, Empress Camilla. As the black light appeared, Grand Duke Sobila, who had appeared in front of General Sang Yuan at some point, frowned slightly, because in that instant, he felt as if a mountain was pressing down on his body. Click, click, click. The surrounding earth began to crack and sink, as if an invisible force was crushing them. Lord Black Ant, I admit you are very strong, but today the heart of the vine must be kept here. As soon as he finished speaking, Grand Duke Sobila released his aura as a high-ranking legendary figure, which locked onto the Black Ant not far away. Oh, is that so? But I don't think so. The next moment, several figures flew rapidly from the distant sky and arrived beside the giant Black Ant. The snow-eared Fox Clan, Queen Camilla. Looking up at the group of figures approaching, Grand Duke Sobila gazed at one of the most beautiful and tall women and spoke in a calm voice. Sobila, even if your brother Bird Ellum were here today, he wouldn't be able to take away the heart of the vine. Upon hearing this, Grand Duke Sobila chuckled and shook his head. Your Majesty Camilla, you don't need to bluff. I know that what I see before me is not your true form. After all, with the eruption of the cave monsters, even you, as the top-tier legendary figure below the calamity level, would have to go all out, right? Upon hearing this, the woman with snow-white fox ears and eyes as clear as jewels couldn't help but slightly shrink her pupils. It seems that even within our Southern Forest Beast Alliance, there are human spies. Camilla glanced at the smiling Grand Duke Sobila, took a deep breath, and turned to look at the three figures around her. She spoke calmly. At this moment, the three figures around her heard Camilla's seemingly ordinary words, but couldn't help but shrink back. Two brown-skinned dragon lizards and a bull-headed strongman with huge curved horns. Your Majesty, I will definitely find out who leaked the message when I get back. The dragon lizard standing to Camilla's right glared fiercely at Grand Duke Sobila, who had spoken earlier, before turning to Camilla and speaking cautiously. I hope so. Upon hearing this, Camilla spoke softly, neither confirming nor denying. If it were your true form here, I would turn around and leave right now. But as it is, I'm determined to take the heart of the vine. On the other side, three more figures appeared beside Sobila. They were the same figures who had been standing on the deck of the magic airship earlier. 4 mid-level legendary figures and 1 high-level legendary figure. It seems you've been eyeing this treasure on the bloodthirsty demon vine for quite some time now. Looking up at the 5 figures opposite her, Camilla spoke with a cold, mocking tone. After all, it is a treasure that can increase one's foundation and improve the success rate of breaking through to the level of natural disasters. I think it is understandable to be envious of it. I think Her Majesty Camilla is the same. Otherwise, she wouldn't have appeared here so quickly. Grand Duke Sarab, upon hearing Camilla's sarcastic remarks, showed no anger whatsoever. Instead, he responded in a teasing tone, as if he were an old friend. Her Majesty Camilla is such a being. How could she be as greedy and despicable as you humans? Upon hearing this, the bull-headed giant drew his massive axe from behind him and roared angrily at Sobila. Clearly, he would not allow anyone to desecrate the most revered being in his heart. Furthermore, the bloodthirsty vine is also a creature of our southern forest. Whether it lives or dies, and where its treasures go, is entirely up to Her Majesty Camilla. Instead of you, a human, pointing fingers and making decisions here, well, it seems communication is not an option. In that case, after listening to the bull-headed strongman's words, Sobila spread his hands, a helpless expression on his face. Bah! The next moment, with a low shout, both sides immediately rushed towards each other in perfect unison. Boom! 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 Grand Duke Sobila did not move, but he raised his hand and unleashed more than 10 giant fiery palms, each several meters long. The explosive and scorching heat caused the rocks beneath everyone's feet to slowly melt. Puff! 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 Seeing this, Camilla frowned slightly. This body of hers was indeed an avatar, and could only exert the strength of a mid-level legendary. In fact, if it were to erupt, it could barely reach the threshold of a high-level legendary, but it wouldn't last long. Which tribe elder are you? Get out of here now. I'll come back to you for the heart of the vine in a bit. Seeing that Sobila alone was holding back both him and the bull-headed strongman, while the 2 dragon lizards beside him were being beaten into a panic by a black rogue man and a dwarf old man on the other side. Camilla sighed inwardly, then suddenly unleashed her legendary high-level power to stop Sobila from taking a step forward, and then transmitted her voice to the giant black ant not far away. Bang! Because of Camilla's outburst, the bull-headed strongman was freed up and quickly rushed over to stop a middle-aged, refined human who was trying to prevent the giant black ant from leaving, hissing and whimpering. However, upon seeing the situation before him, the giant black ant was clearly stunned for a moment and let out a strange roar. Meanwhile, on the other side, Lin Kong, standing on Rock Ant Mountain, couldn't help but reveal a strange look in his eyes after listening to the report from the left protector of Rock Ant Mountain. Then what are we waiting for? If the enemies block each other, we'll retreat. After conveying his message to the Rock Ant left protector who was far away on the battlefield, Lin Kong chuckled and patted another giant rock ant at his feet before slowly returning to the base. Lin Kong simply bestowed upon the 2 mid-level legendary rock ants the titles of left and right protectors, which didn't really have any specific meaning, since the ant colony was already strictly hierarchical. However, to pass the time and to distinguish between the 2 almost identical legendary mid-level rock ants, Lin Kong appointed the one with initial level power control as the left protector, while the one with an initial level indestructible body was appointed as the right protector. Chapter 34 Departure. On the other side, out of the corner of his eye, he saw the strange black ant disappear underground and vanish in an instant. Sobila stared at Queen Camilla, who was blocking his way, and a hint of ferocity flashed in his eyes. What? You're so angry you want to tear me apart? Looking at Grand Duke Sobila's appearance, Queen Camilla's lips curled up slightly, and her voice even contained a hint of joy. Call! Upon hearing this, Sorabi stretched out a palm, and the powerful aura of a legendary high-ranking figure soared into the sky, as if he wanted to crush the figure before him, who was capable of bewitching all living beings. However, after a moment, he paused and slowly lowered his raised hand. Come back, everyone. The voice was calm, yet it conveyed an undeniable certainty. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. As soon as he finished speaking, the 2 sides, fighting on the sidelines, separated in the blink of an eye, within just 2 breaths. Snort. I didn't expect Her Majesty Camilla to be so bold as to be willing to sacrifice a precious mid-level legendary clone just to restrain me. He took a deep breath to calm himself down. Then Grand Duke Serapi looked at the smiling Queen Camilla opposite him and spoke with a slightly complicated expression. Ha ha. Looking at you like this, I suddenly realized that you're much better than the gloomy Bertelsmann. Upon hearing this, Queen Camilla raised her hand and brushed a strand of silver hair behind her ear, replying meaningfully. I dare not accept Your Majesty's praise. Until we meet again. After glancing once more at the spot where the eerie, mid-tier legendary ant had vanished, Grand Duke Sobila nodded slightly to the opposite side before leaping into the air. Call out! Call out! Call out! As Grand Duke Sobila departed, Tajimo and General Senyuan exchanged glances, shook their heads and sighed, before quickly returning to the magic airship not far away. Snort! As she watched the humans disappear, Queen Camilla's relaxed brows furrowed instantly. She then raised her hand to look at her fingertips, which were beginning to slowly dissipate, and let out a cold snort. "Your Majesty, what shall we do now? You guys go back first. Although my main body is suppressing it there, it's always good to have more strength." The two dragon lizards and the bull-headed giant standing behind Queen Camilla couldn't help but show a thoughtful expression. "Anyway, the damage to my body is irreversible. Your continued presence here won't help me. It's just a waste of your fighting strength." Without turning around, Queen Camilla knew what they were thinking, so she spoke frankly. "Then, Your Majesty, we'll head back now." Putting away their giant axes, the bull-headed strongmen exchanged glances, then respectfully bowed to Camilla's retreating figure before quickly flying into the southern forest. A moment later, Queen Camilla walked up to the hurricane-winged tiger beast king, who was lying on the ground pretending to be dead. "Bag low. Although I said I wouldn't restrict you and would let you choose your own place, what you've done now has disappointed and angered me. I'm so sorry, Your Majesty Camilla. My only child was betrayed by humans and became the target of the bloodthirsty demon vine. So, I really can't stand it. Please, Your Majesty Camilla, give me a chance to atone for my sins and seek revenge against humanity." Seeing Camilla approach him, the previously motionless hurricane-winged tiger beast king Bagro propped himself up on his forelimbs, opened his mouth slightly, and spoke in a sorrowful tone. Upon hearing this, Queen Camilla did not reply, but instead looked at Bagloss with a scrutinizing gaze. Shortly after, Queen Camilla parted her red lips slightly and said softly, "Come with me to find that black ant tribe we just met, and then return to the center of the southern forest." "Thank you, Your Majesty Camilla." Bagloss offers his sincerest loyalty. Upon hearing this, Bagloss, who had been keeping his head down, revealed a look of complete relaxation in his huge tiger eyes, along with the joy of surviving a disaster. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A moment later, Queen Camilla stepped onto Bagloss's broad back and soared into the sky. With their departure, it seemed that no living creatures remained in the area. All that remained was a pitted, battle-ravaged land. Giant trees were broken, rocks were shattered, and the surrounding area had become a complete ruin. However, unseen by anyone, many purple or green ferns in the distance had already carried a large number of their spores with the wind to this ruin. All that's needed is a heavy rain, and the spores that have taken root and sprouted will be able to cover up all traces of this place. Phew! Your Excellency Duke Sobila, I think it's better to follow them. I believe she will seize control of the heart of the vine as soon as possible. A moment later, a voice suddenly appeared in the vicinity, and then two figures silently appeared where Bagloss had been lying, as if they had always been there. It's good to be prepared for both possibilities. We'll follow Queen Camilla, while Sang Yuan and the others pilot the magic airship to pursue the other team. The heart of the vine this time, we must have it. Upon hearing this, Grand Duke Sobila turned to look at alchemist Master Tajimo, and then spoke firmly. "Let's go." "Okay, I'll get ready." Buzzing. Upon hearing Grand Duke Sobila's voice, Tajimo did not hesitate. He raised his hand and cast a series of spells, after which 13 blue magic circles appeared out of thin air and enveloped the two of them. The next moment, the two figures disappeared again, leaving not even a trace of their presence. Chapter 35, The Heart of the Vine. Southern Forest, outside the Sunset Mountains, Rock Ant Mountain. The wind was gentle, the clouds were light, the sun was shining brightly, and the deafening roar was gone. The fierce wind that used to sweep through the air and overturn boulders weighing thousands of pounds had also completely disappeared. Ah, how wonderful the world is. Not far from the base entrance, Lin Kong was lying on a chair carved from a huge piece of yellow wood. Unlike the desolation on Rock Ant Mountain, the foot of the mountain is quite nice. At this moment, the tall trees surrounding Lin Kanji blocked the glaring sunlight, and the fragrance of unknown, delicate wildflowers was carried by the gentle breeze. Looking up at the blue sky dotted with white clouds, Lin Kong smiled faintly. Just now, the Rock Ant Left Protector returned, carrying a mid-level legendary energy core. After absorbing it, Lin Kong's mouth was practically stretched to his ears in a grin. Name: Lin Kong. Gender: male. Age: 26. Rank: none. Normal energy: 3,681,250. Advanced energy: 0. Special energy: 0. Talent: super optimization, datafication of everything. With 3 million units of energy, aside from the unexpected windfall from the previous event, Lin Kong's ordinary energy surged once again. Furthermore, based on these observations, Lin Kong also deduced that the energy range of a Grandmaster-level extraordinary being should be between 10,000 and 10 and 500,000, while that of a legendary-level extraordinary being, from low to high, should be between 500,000 and 10 and 10 million. Therefore, it is probably impossible to improve the Queen Ant's power in the short term. After a while, Lin Kong sat up, turned his head to look at Xiao Lu lying in the grass next to him, and murmured softly, "However, it seems like we don't need this right now." After thinking for a moment, Lin Kong took out a palm-sized, irregularly shaped, polyhedral green crystal from his pocket. Name: Heart of the Vine. Description: contains a large amount of life essence and extraordinary substances. When consumed by an individual organism, it can enhance its life essence and potential. Rank: mid-legend. After looking at it again, Lin Kong casually put it back in his pocket. It might be a good thing, but Lin Kong wasn't some naive fool who would just pop it into his mouth after reading the description. I asked Bennett before, and he said that edible, legendary, mid-level extraordinary treasures require at least a low-level Grandmaster level. Otherwise, the only outcome would be that the body explodes and dies from being unable to absorb the replenishment. Bennett, come here and repeat the apprentice mantra for the flame battle technique for me again. Bennett waved to a deer that was about 2 meters long and was turning it over on a fire stand not far away. Yes, sir. Upon hearing the sound, Bennett immediately reduced the size of his homemade charcoal fire and then hurriedly ran to Lin Kong's side. Because of Bennett, an otherworldly human with whom Lin Kong could communicate telepathically, Lin Kong could now speak some everyday words in the common language of the Doma continent. Furthermore, Lin Kong's enthusiasm for learning languages was extremely high, to the point that he neglected to eat and sleep. Tempted by extraordinary power, Lin Kong is now studying even harder and more diligently than he did when he was a senior in high school on Earth. My lord, it's like this: the apprenticeship stage of the blazing flame battle technique is... He first mentally shared his understanding of the apprentice-level flame combat technique with Bennett, and then listened attentively to Bennett's explanation. Although he wasn't a teacher who specialized in teaching extraordinary abilities, Bennett, who had dedicated decades to mastering the flame combat technique, had no problem teaching Lin Kong, a complete novice. A while later, the two arrived at a depression a few hundred meters away. This place had been cleared by the third generation of rock ants, and the tall trees and clusters of shrubs had been cleared away. All that's left is lush green weeds, half a calf tall. The area is about half the size of a football field, surrounded by rocks on 3 sides, but the last side is directly connected to a cliff, so there is no water there. The terrain, viewed from above, resembles a square, missing the bottom horizontal line. It was quiet and cool. Lin Kong fell in love with this place on his first visit, so he specially sent a team of third-generation rock ants to clean it up, making a place for him to learn and practice the blazing flame battle technique. Call. Swish. 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 Following Bennett's demonstration, Lin Kong immediately began using his special breathing technique to perform the preliminary movements of the flame battle technique. Puffed. Puffed. Whoosh. On the soft grass, Lin Kong did all sorts of strange movements for 2 minutes, and then sat cross-legged on the ground the next moment. Although he was almost exhausted, drenched in sweat, and feeling utterly worn out, Lin Kong gritted his teeth and refused to lie down on the ground. Instead, he took deep breaths and rested comfortably. Instead, you think of the mantra in your mind and then slowly begin to visualize. 3 days later, in that depression near Rock Ant Mountain, a young, strong man, whose lower body was covered only by a piece of animal skin, stood there quietly, his eyes closed, his whole body letting the mountain wind blow. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Suddenly, the man opened his mouth and exhaled a string of scorching white vapor, which shot out like a sharp sword for more than 10 meters before slowly dissipating. After a while, a deep red energy fluctuation slowly rose around him. Although it looked incredibly thin, as if it would dissipate with a mere breeze, it stubbornly continued to move around and did not disintegrate. Finally, I've taken this step. As Lin Kong closed his eyes and felt the yuan energy flowing within his body, he couldn't help but tremble slightly and excitedly muttered to himself. The man was Lin Kong. For the past 3 days, he had been either learning the common language of the Doma continent or practicing the blazing flame battle technique. Time flies, and 3 days have passed in the blink of an eye. Click, click. Lin Kong gently clenched his fist, enveloped in orange-red yuan energy, and felt the explosive power within. His expression was filled with surprise and delight. One arm must weigh at least 1,000 pounds. Chapter 36. The Grandmaster is respected. Looking down at his hands, which appeared normal, Lin Kong quickly walked to the edge of the depression. Seeing the half-person-high boulder that Bennett had cleaved with his bare hands, Lin Kong's expression changed, and he bent down and grabbed it. Rise! With a low shout, Lin Kong suddenly exerted force in his hand. Flutter! Holding the boulder high above his head, feeling that this wasn't his limit, Lin Kong smiled slightly and then casually tossed the boulder away. Although this rock is only half a person tall, it is over 1 meter long and wide, and definitely weighs over 2,000 kilograms. My lord, your talent is truly extraordinary. Although a commoner can reach the level of a low-level apprentice-level extraordinary warrior through cultivation, it would still take at least a month. But you, sir, reached it in just 3 days. Bennett, seeing the delight on Lin Kong's face, offered a very appropriate compliment. Really? By the way, Bennett, how long did it take you to become a low-level apprentice super warrior? Upon hearing this, Lin Kong withdrew his meager yuan energy and turned to ask Bennett with some curiosity. Forehead. After hearing this, Bennett paused for a moment, then looked away somewhat. Sir, I was 9 years old when I first encountered the flame combat technique, which was the perfect age, so I completed it in 1 day, in just 1 day. After saying that, Bennett lowered his head and stopped looking into Lin Kong's eyes. The atmosphere suddenly fell silent for a moment, and a gentle breeze blew by, lifting the bangs in front of Lin Kong's eyebrows. Are you at the intermediate apprentice level? 1 month. What about advanced apprentices? 1 year. What about breaking through to the formal stage? 5 years. Holy crap. Hearing this, Lin Kong didn't ask any more questions, afraid that his good mood from becoming an extraordinary being would be ruined. Bennett, who might have better aptitude than me, took so long to break through to the formal transcendent level. Wouldn't that mean it would take me twice as long? This world allows in-game purchases, right? Reaching the edge of the cliff in the depression, looking down at the lush, pristine forest below, Lin Kong asked Bennett, who was following behind him. Pay to win. Upon hearing Lin Kong's words, Bennett repeated them with a smile, then looked somewhat puzzled. Are there any treasures that can increase cultivation speed, like magic potions, pills, or rare and precious herbs? Noticing Bennett's confusion, Lin Kong realized he had said the wrong thing and quickly offered another explanation. Yes, there are many. This time, Bennett didn't hesitate and quickly spoke up. Then, looking up at Lin Kong's profile, he hurriedly added, every stage has it. That's good. But the next moment, Lin Kong suddenly frowned. Rock Ant Mountain and the surrounding area were covered with 4th-generation rock ants. Because the 2 legendary mid-level rock ants were special cases, Lin Kong did not count them as a separate generation. The current 4th-generation rock ants are offspring of a high-level legendary queen ant. Lin Kong had communicated with the queen ant and learned that if they were to produce high-level master-level rock ants, there would be a maximum of about 100 per day. However, lower-level grandmasters can produce normally about 2,000 per day. To balance time and value, and because Lin Kong wanted to take the route of rapidly increasing troops, the queen ant produced a high-level grandmaster once. The current power structure is as follows. High-tier legendary level, a mutated queen rock ant. Mid-tier legendary, rock ant left guardian, rock ant right guardian. Low-tier legendary level, a befang firebird. High-level grandmaster, 104th generation rock ants. Low-level Grandmaster. More than 3,000 4th-generation rock ants. High-ranking official, a human named Bennett. Low-level official rank, a small green mantis. Advanced apprentice level, approximately 12,000 3rd-generation super rock ants. Low-level apprentice, Lin Kong. No extraordinary rank, approximately 30,000 2nd-generation rock ants. What is it, sir? Noticing Lin Kong's unusual behavior, Bennett turned his head and looked in the direction of Rock Ant Mountain, then asked with some confusion, "It seems someone has come knocking on our door?" Upon hearing this, Lin Kong replied softly, a hint of doubt on his face. The queen ant had just informed him telepathically that many uninvited guests had arrived. Meanwhile, at the entrance to Lin Kong's base on Rock Ant Mountain, whoosh whoosh, the hurricane-winged tiger beast King Bagro, flapping its magnificent wings, slowly descended to the ground with its nearly 60-meter-long body. Snap! A humanoid creature jumped off its back, then looked with surprise and suspicion at the 3 Chinese characters Rock Ant Mountain that the 3 rock ants had chewed out above the entrance of the Lin Kong base. "Your Excellency, I am Camilla from the Southern Forest Beastmen Alliance. Please come out and meet me." A moment later, Queen Camilla, who was standing not far from the base entrance, straightened her skirt and solemnly addressed the people inside. She couldn't afford to be careless. She actually sensed that there was a high-level legend, 2 mid-level legends, and 1 low-level legend inside. They seemed to be deliberately concealing their presence. If I hadn't come looking for them, I probably would never have believed that such a terrifying tribe existed in such a desolate place. Although the legendary high-level figure surprised her somewhat, it was only a little, because there are always some powerful people who don't like to be high-profile and prefer to live in quiet places. What truly unsettles Queen Camilla is the sudden discovery that she's surrounded by thousands of Grandmaster-level auras. This is a Grandmaster-level expert. Below the legendary level, the Grandmaster is the most respected. Their entire Southern Forest Beast Alliance, comprising hundreds of tribes, could probably only mobilize this many Grandmaster-level combatants, even if they exerted all their strength. Yet now this single tribe had accomplished just that. Chapter 37 Exposure. Queen Camilla was very surprised and puzzled. Why would such a powerful tribe hide in the Sunset Mountains on the outskirts of the Southern Forest? Given the terrifying strength of this tribe, if they were to emerge, even she, the queen of the Southern Forest Beast Alliance, would likely have to give them a wide berth. "Come with me. Our queen ant has agreed to see you." Soon after, a 4th-generation high-level master-level rock ant, about 2 meters long and entirely black, crawled out of the base gate. Its antennae twitched slightly, and it spoke to Queen Camilla. Generally, those at the formal level of transcendence can speak human language, while those at the Grandmaster level can do so with ease. You big tigers, stay outside." The 4th-generation rock ant, seeing that the hurricane-winged tiger beast King Baglo, whose body had shrunk to 2 meters in length, also wanted to follow, immediately blocked his way and spoke in a cold tone. "You're courting death, great Bagloss." Upon hearing this, Bagro, the legendary mid-tier hurricane-winged tiger beast king, was immediately enraged and wanted to attack directly. However, the next moment, a huge phantom of a rock ant appeared in front of his head. Puff puff. Overwhelming pressure washed over them, and Bagloss's powerful forelimbs, unable to withstand it, bent slightly. "Your Excellency, I apologize on behalf of Bagloss. That's just his reckless nature. It didn't cause any damage, so please don't take offense." Queen Camilla glanced at the illusory rock ant that had appeared on the battlefield that day. Although it was formed from elemental energy and was very illusory, Queen Camilla knew from its aura that it was definitely the same rock ant from that day. It seems that the heart of the vine is indeed here. Queen Camilla glanced ahead and thought to herself. Bagloss, who had been roaring and looking ferocious just moments before, shook his head, and a forced smile appeared on his huge tiger face. "Your Majesty, I'll be waiting for you here." As Queen Camilla's eyes turned toward him, Bagloss's peripheral vision remained fixed on the phantom rock ant above his head. He truly felt like crying. That really wasn't his intention. His arrogant and conceited temper, which he developed while living in the remote southern forest with only a few big and small animals, is hard to change in a short time. That last sentence was blurted out without thinking. Feeling the pressure of that aura, Bagloss couldn't help but sigh inwardly at his bad luck. The owner of this aura had nearly killed Sang Yuan with a single blow, and to be honest, even at his peak, he could only manage a draw against Sang Yuan. Ahem. Well, the scenery over there is quite nice. I'll go take a look. He slowly took a few steps back, then looked at a cluster of flowers not far away, muttered to himself, and hopped over to them. Please. A moment later, the giant phantom of the rock ant at the base entrance disappeared, and the fourth-generation rock ant that had led the way turned its head to look at Bagloss, and then spoke calmly to Queen Camilla beside it. As Queen Camilla entered the base in the Rock Ant Mountain Forest, Grand Duke Sobila and Alchemist Master Tajimo appeared a few hundred meters from the base gate. Your Excellency, what should we do? At this moment, Tajimo, leaning against a giant tree covered in moss beside him, spoke in a heavy tone. Wait, you've seen this place. The level of danger is beyond our imagination. With a gleaming emerald light in his eyes, Grand Duke Sorby gazed at the cave entrance and replied in a deep voice. Not good. We may have been discovered. Let's go. The next moment, the green light in Grand Duke Sorby's eyes suddenly receded, and he quickly retreated. Puff! Thump! 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 In the blink of an eye, the spot where the two had just stood was reduced to ruins with several muffled thuds, dust like mist and flying stones scattered everywhere. Furthermore, two enormous heads slowly emerged from the ground. These were the left and right guardians of the rock ant that Lin Kong had appointed. Hiss! Hiss! With a roar to the sky, its dark, deep eyes stared intently at Grand Duke Sobila and Tajimo. Sobira, you really haven't given up after all? At this moment, Queen Camilla, who had somehow appeared in midair not far away, spoke to Grand Duke Sobila with a cold and aloof expression. Your Majesty Camilla, I am very curious. I used a lost, secret technique, Divine Regret, and it was enhanced by a legendary concealment ring. I think even a cataclysmic being would have a hard time detecting us. Before Grand Duke Sobila could speak after hearing Queen Camilla's words, Takamo, who was about the same height and width as Queen Camilla, looked at the ruins that had just been destroyed and asked in disbelief. Sorry, I'm not going to tell you. Upon hearing this, Queen Camilla replied calmly, then turned her gaze back to Grand Duke Sobila. I think the fangs of the kingdom of Eisen Island might be pulled out today. Looking at Grand Duke Sobila, Queen Camilla's lips curled slightly, her peripheral vision lingering on the two legendary mid-level rock ants beside her, their auras strange and profound, her expression enigmatic. Really? But I don't think so. I have no conflict with this powerful demonic insect tribe. I was just passing through. I think your tribe wouldn't want to have any misunderstandings with a legendary high-ranking figure like me, who is just passing by. As he spoke, Grand Duke Sobila looked at the familiar rock ant left protector, his face bearing a friendly smile and full of sincerity, though he slightly emphasized the word leader when he mentioned the high-level legendary rank. Chapter 38 Requests Before Leaving. Haha, I never thought that the dignified Grand Duke of the Kingdom of Eisen Island, the legendary flame Wizard Sobila, who is famous throughout the eastern region, would have a day when he is afraid. On the other side, Queen Camilla, upon hearing what Grand Duke Sobila had just said, couldn't help but cover her mouth and burst into laughter. You came here just to steal the heart of the vine, didn't you? Let me tell you, it's right here, come and take it. That's right, my original goal was indeed the heart of the vine, but I've always believed that it was stolen by you, Camilla. However, since the heart of the vine is now in your tribe's hands, then this heart of the vine is not the heart of the vine I want. After glancing indifferently at Queen Camilla, who had spoken, Grand Duke Sobila addressed Rock Ant Left Protector once more. You, This is the first time I've realized that you, Sobila, are so shameless. Upon hearing this, Queen Camilla seemed to be seeing Grand Duke Sobila for the first time. She looked him up and down carefully, a cold smile playing on her lips and a mocking glint in her eyes. We apologize for disturbing you. If there's nothing else, we'll take our leave now. Seemingly ignoring Queen Camilla's mockery, Grand Duke Sobila kept his eyes fixed on the Rock Ant Left Protector. At this moment, after hearing his words, Queen Camilla frowned slightly and looked at the Rock Ant Left Protector. Ultimately, whether or not to fight this battle, and whether or not to spare Sobila, the legendary high-ranking wizard of the Eisenal Kingdom, depends on the attitude of this terrifying demon insect tribe. Of course, fighting was out of the question. Lin Kong never intended to keep Grand Duke Sobila or Queen Camilla. Even if we didn't know this was right in front of our own base, if we fought, everything around us would be destroyed. On the other hand, it is clear that Queen Camilla and Grand Duke Sobila are hostile to each other. If so, why would Lin Kong help one side and eliminate the other? Lin Kong's plan was to sit back and watch the battle unfold, while quietly developing his own strength. Go you can. A moment later, the Rock Antleaf Protector, having received Lin Kong's message, spoke in a cold voice. Haha, it seems your tribe is a friendly neighbor. I will definitely send people to establish diplomatic relations, exchange resources, and develop together after I return. Upon hearing this, Grand Duke Sobila smiled, glanced at Queen Camilla, whose face was somewhat pale, then laughed heartily and turned to leave. However, your invasion of the Sacred Rock Ant Base is a fact that needs to be repaid. With a swift movement, he arrived not far in front of Grand Duke Sobila, and the Rock Antleaf Protector spoke again. Snort. Upon hearing this, Grand Duke Sobila and Tajimo stopped in their tracks, both looking angrily at the 30-meter-long, dark giant rock ant in front of them. But in reality, after Grand Duke Sobira and Alchemist Takamo exchanged a glance, a look of relief appeared in their eyes, and they let down their last bit of tense defenses. I'm not afraid of you having demands. I'm afraid of you having no desires. Since you can offer conditions, it's obvious that we won't resort to violence. Speak. What does your tribe desire? After a pause, Grand Duke Sobila spoke with a gloomy face, seemingly extremely angry. Not only did Lin Kong, who was watching all this from the perspective of the Rock Antleaf Protector, not notice, even Queen Camilla, who seemed to know Grand Duke Sobila well, did not seem to see that his anger was feigned. The lost secret technique he just mentioned, the Sacred Regret, and that legendary concealment ring are of great interest to us, the Supreme Ones, and we would like to borrow them to study them. Raising one leg and pointing to Alchemist Takamo beside Grand Duke Sobila, the Rock Antleaf Protector spoke calmly. Impossible. When they are combined, their value far exceeds that of a legendary item. Upon hearing this, Tajimo resolutely refused, then immediately looked up at Grand Prince Sobila beside him, fearing that he might agree directly. This, Grand Duke Sobira hesitated, sensing Takamo's gaze. Meanwhile, Tajimo, hearing Grand Duke Sobira's hesitation, was so anxious he was practically jumping up and down. The Divine Regret is an extremely profound secret art. Unless you're a legendary wizard who focuses on research like me, it would be very difficult for someone of a higher rank than me to perform it. Thinking of something, Tajimo spoke to the Rock Antleaf Protector with a gloomy face, and then looked somewhat smug. Then, let's forego the Sacred Regret and exchange it for 10 legendary-grade energy cores. After listening to Tajimo's words, Rock Antleaf Protector paused for a moment, then raised his head and spoke calmly to the two of them. This is even more outrageous. Do you think legendary-level items are as common as cabbages? One at most. Upon hearing this, Tajimo slowly removed a beautiful ring from his left hand, held it in his palm, and then spoke to the Rock Antleaf Protector. 10 legendary energy cores are essential. After speaking, the Rock Antleaf Protector's antennae twitched, and his dark, deep eyes stared intently at Tajimo. Rustling. Meanwhile, as the Rock Antleaf Protector moved, countless crawling sounds suddenly came from all around, and waves of extraordinary aura at the Grandmaster level kept approaching. We can talk it over. However, 10 is still too many. I really only have 2 low-level legendary storm wolf cores. A constant rustling sound could be heard. Seeing the sudden tension, Tajimo couldn't help but swallow hard, uttered a word, and then looked up at Grand Duke Sarbi beside him. I also have one, but it's a mid-tier legendary beast core from an Earth Demon Bear. Seeing Tajimo's gaze, a blue light flashed in Grand Duke Serapi's hand, and a fist-sized beast core emitting a hazy yellow light appeared in his palm. Chapter 39, Southern Forest Beast Alliance. Really, it's not that I don't want to give, it's just that this is all I have. Reaching out, he slowly took the beast core from the earth demon bear. Suddenly, two more beast cores shrouded in a pale purple halo appeared in Tajimo's hand, which he then held in one hand, along with the legendary grade concealing ring. He then muttered something under his breath and looked at the ferocious and terrifying rock ant left protector not far away. "You are very lucky. Our Supreme One has agreed." A moment later, a master-level rock ant darted out from not far away, crawled up to Tajimo, its mandibles glowing black, and used its elemental power to conjure a pouch. Puff puff. Upon seeing this, Tajimo immediately understood what it meant. After a slight hesitation, he still reached out and put the ring and 3 legendary beast cores into the pocket that the rock ant had conjured in front of him. "Since your tribe has accepted the apology, we will take our leave." Beside him, Grand Prince Sobila moved his feet, and a large ball of flame quickly formed, which then transformed into an unidentified bird with a wingspan of more than 20 meters in a short time. Whoosh whoosh. The next moment, as Tajimo also jumped on, the large bird slowly flapped its wings and took off. After being 30 meters above the ground, it suddenly flapped its wings and, in an instant, carried the 2 of them away into the horizon. Not long after, Queen Camilla emerged from the rock ant base again, glanced strangely at the cave behind her, and then leaped onto the back of the hurricane winged tiger beast king Baglo, who had reverted to his original form. Awoo! With a soft roar, and with limbs flailing, Baglos carried Queen Camilla away from the spot at high speed. High in the sky, looking down at the desolate rock ant mountains below, Queen Camilla still couldn't understand. "I just suggested that this demonic insect tribe move to the more fertile, energy-rich central area of the southern forest, but I didn't expect to be rejected. Your Majesty Camilla, perhaps they feel comfortable here just like me." Hearing Queen Camilla's questioning tone, Baglos, who was beneath him, chuckled and casually replied, "If you feel comfortable here, then you can choose to stay here." Upon hearing this, Queen Camilla glanced at the enormous tiger head of Bagro at her feet and spoke in a cold voice. No, how could that be? Having chosen to pledge allegiance to Her Majesty the Empress, how could I possibly go back on my word? Hearing Queen Camilla's tone, as if she were about to abandon him there, Baglos panicked instantly. It would have been better if he hadn't known. Now that he knows his neighbor is such a terrifying, demonic insect tribe, how could Baglos still stay in the Sunset Mountains so casually? "Your Majesty Camilla, I believe this demonic insect tribe must have migrated here recently. Although I'm usually a bit lazy and stay in my lair for long periods of time, if such a terrifying tribe really did exist before. Even if I, Baglos, am a fool or an idiot, you probably wouldn't believe me if I said I couldn't find the slightest clue. Would you?" Dozens of miles away from Rock Ant Mountain, Baglos slowly descended onto a boulder above his nest, as if returning home. Baglos squinted and took a sniff. Then his body shrank rapidly until it was only about 2 meters long. Baglos then strolled over to Queen Camilla, who was standing to the side, and began to share his speculations about the Rock Ant Mountain. "Okowo, you're right. I went into the cave and found that it was indeed newly carved out. The queen ant inside was terrifying, and it gave me a very strange feeling. Even I, in my true form, wouldn't dare say I could easily defeat her." Recalling the scene of her meeting with that terrifying queen ant, Queen Camilla frowned and spoke softly. "What? How is this possible?" Upon hearing this, Hurricane Winged Tiger Beast King Baglos couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, even more so than when he had just discovered thousands of Grandmaster-level extraordinary demonic ants. "The Queen Camilla before me is the Empress of the entire Southern Forest. This position is not something that can be elected or nominated, but rather something that she earned through unparalleled strength. 200 years ago, Camilla of the Snow-Eared Fox clan returned to the tribe when it was in danger. She not only killed 3 legendary strongmen who came to capture the Fox clan, but also went alone to the capital of the kingdom of Eisen Island afterward. The powerful Merchant Guild, which involved nearly a dozen legendary high-ranking human families selling beastman slaves, was directly destroyed by Camilla with the power of thunder. Furthermore, there are rumors that if it weren't for King Butlerm of the kingdom of Eisen Island intervening in Camilla's affairs back then, they would probably have to move their capital by now. In the power center of the human kingdom, legendary powerhouses are certainly not few, there are as many as 73 human legends who participated in the siege of Camilla. And so, Camilla, who had destroyed the Merchant Guild at the hands of nearly 100 legendary human warriors, returned to the southern forest with only minor injuries. Following this incident, Camilla took direct action to suppress all tribes of Grandmaster level or above in the southern forest. As a result, the Southern Forest Beast Alliance, which was comparable to a large human kingdom, was established, and it continues to this day, still functioning perfectly. She must have also obtained the power of natural disasters. I don't know exactly what it is, because we'll only know after we fight her. Furthermore, the fact that Sobila gave in so quickly just now probably means he also sensed the intense calamity power emanating from the Queen Ant. However, what puzzles me is that those two mid-level legendary demonic ants were also shrouded in a faint power of natural disaster. Queen Camilla was lost in thought, her mind preoccupied with what had just happened. Chapter 40: The Ring of Concealment. Call. Soon after, she took a deep breath, and the deep doubt that had been on Queen Camilla's exquisite face gradually faded. Never mind, but I'm certain of one thing. This terrifying tribe should be able to help us alleviate the calamity caused by the cave monsters. Queen Camilla reached out and stroked the soft fur on Bagloss's neck, muttering to herself. But didn't that terrifying queen ant reject you? Upon hearing this, Bagloss, who resembled a docile kitten, squinted comfortably and then asked curiously. I refused this time simply because my offer wasn't generous enough. There's a saying among cunning humans. When the benefits are sufficient, the impossible becomes possible. Yes, Your Majesty Camilla, you truly live up to your reputation. Upon hearing this, Bagloss's golden eyes flashed with a hint of flattery as he promptly offered his compliments. Let's go to your lair. If this clone of mine keeps holding on, it might not even be worth repairing. Hearing Bagloss's fawning voice, Queen Camilla nodded noncommittally, then lightly leaped down. A roar. But soon after, an extremely angry voice quickly came from Bagloss's cave, shaking the surrounding area and startling countless birds. Who on earth dared to sneak into the cave of the great Bagloss and steal all my treasure? Who is it? Who on earth is it? You despicable, vile, and shameless thief. Never let the great Bagloss catch you. Looking at his empty cave, Bagloss's heart was bleeding. This smell is from humans. At least 7 or 8 humans. And there's a strange smell too, like ants. The image of that terrifying demonic insect tribe flashed through his mind, and Bagloss quickly shook his head. How could it be? The aura left behind is so weak. How could it be that terrifying tribe? It must be human, and one of the humans is a beast tamer. Bagloss's nose twitched, his fangs bared, and his mind began to replay the scene of his battle with the bloodthirsty vine and the scene of several despicable humans sneaking into his cave. I've memorized these scents. Just you wait, you damn thieves. The great Bagloss will surely catch you. Achoo! Achoo! What's going on? Who's missing me so much behind my back? Meanwhile, sitting in the center of the depression where he usually practiced his skills, a comfortable and cool breeze was blowing on his face. The next moment, Lin Kong couldn't help but sneeze twice in a row. Rubbing his nose, Lin Kong muttered to himself in slight surprise. By the way, Bennett, you said this is also a treasure that can store items? How do I operate this? The 3 legendary energy cores radiating a hazy glow in his hand disappeared rapidly. Lin Kong didn't even have time to check how much energy they had gained. Instead, he was holding the strange ring in his hand. He looked up, extremely excited, and asked Bennett, who was standing to the side. Yes, sir. You only need to drip a drop of blood, and then use your Yuan power to imprint your spirit on it. Hearing Lin Kong's urgent question, Bennett didn't pause and quickly explained how to use the concealing ring. Okay. Upon hearing this, Lin Kong did not hesitate. He used his Yuan power to squeeze a drop of blood from his index finger and then quickly dripped it onto the ring in his palm. Buzzing. As Lin Kong operated, a crimson gold halo began to appear on the concealing breath ring. Then the halo expanded, eventually completely enveloping Lin Kong's body. However, the strange phenomenon subsided and disappeared completely after only a short while. Meanwhile, The once silent, concealing ring had somehow ended up on Lin Kong's left index finger. That's really good. By the way, Bennett, can you not sense my presence anymore? Looking up and down at the ring that had automatically slipped onto his finger, Lin Kong asked Bennett a question. Yes, sir, if I close my eyes now, I can't even see you standing right in front of me. Upon hearing this, Bennett closed his eyes and slowly spread out his extraordinary senses. However, after a while, Bennett opened his eyes and truthfully told Lin Kong, "Hee, it seems this treasure is indeed quite good." Thinking of the surprised expression on the face of that short old man, Tajimo, when he was discovered, Lin Kong couldn't help but laugh. With the combined blessing of that lost secret technique, the divine regret, and this concealing ring, not only did Queen Camilla fail to notice, but even the queen ant in the base remained unaware. However, they dared to remove the simplest invisibility spell from their bodies. Although their presence could not be detected, countless eyes were watching around Rock Ant Mountain. Your skills are indeed impressive, but my physical cheat is also extremely powerful. More than 30,000 second-generation rock ants, without the extraordinary rank, were deliberately scattered around the Rock Ant Mountain base by Lin Kong. It could be said that at least dozens of eyes saw Grand Duke Sobila and Alchemy Guild Master Tajimo appear out of thin air. After the second-generation rock ants relayed the information they had seen to the queen, they were naturally surrounded. Tisk, this stuff is really good. Phew. He put a palm-sized, round stone into his ring space, and then took it out again. After repeating this several times, Lin Kong's face lit up with joy. Chapter 41: Lin Kong's Plans. Just like finding a handy toy, Lin Kong got up and kept looking for various things in his hollow, putting them into his ring, and then putting them out again, enjoying himself immensely. Based on my own height, after putting so many things inside for testing, the space inside should be roughly 100 by 100 by 100 cubic meters. A short while later, Lin Kong stopped what he was doing, took out all the miscellaneous items from the ring, and with a slight smile, muttered to himself, "Bennett, let's go to Tudun City, the city you mentioned, in a couple of days. I think that after a while, there will definitely be a lot of people watching the Rock Ant Hill. If we continue to operate around it, our relationship with the ant nest may be exposed." In fact, Lin Kong doesn't want to reveal his relationship with the ant nest right now. He still plans to live in the human world and learn more about human supernatural knowledge. A journey through human society is also something one must take. Lin Kong knew that even if he developed the ant nest into a powerful force, it would still be an external force, lacking its own great power. In such a supernatural world, it was still very unsafe. Yes, sir. Perfect. I'd also like to see how those guys from our Blazing Flame Mercenary group are doing these days. Upon hearing this, Bennett couldn't help but show a happy expression. Although he had gained Lin Kong as a fervent object of faith, his previous memories also made him often miss the family and friends he cared about. Ha. With his mind on the captain and the others, and seeing the astonished look on Bennett's face as he realized he was still alive, even this usually stern man couldn't help but chuckle. In that case, let's give them another surprise. Looking up at Bennett, Lin Kong stroked his chin and raised an eyebrow. Name, Lin Kong. Gender, male. Age, 26. Rank, low-level apprentice warrior. Normal energy, 643-1250. Advanced energy, 0. Special energy, 0. Talent, super optimization, datafication of everything. After absorbing the legendary energy cores that Grand Duke Sobila and the others had compensated him with, Lin Kong's energy surged again to over 6 million. Although it's still far from the 20 million energy needed to further optimize the Queen Ant, Lin Kong is already very satisfied with the current 6 million. Moreover, Lin Kong also had a premonition that even if he accumulated 20 million units of energy, he might not be able to optimize the Queen Ant further, because he might need higher level energy at that time. Seeing that both the advanced energy and the unknown special energy on the virtual screen in front of him were 0, Lin Kong frowned slightly, but relaxed after a moment. Tisk. Having achieved this level of development in such a short time, what more could I ask for? Shaking his head and chuckling, Lin Kong inwardly cursed himself for being too greedy. Then, by spending 300,000 energy, Bennett was upgraded from a high-level formal transcendent to a mid-level Grandmaster transcendent. I didn't reach the advanced Grandmaster level, because that would require an additional million units of energy. Lin Kong wanted to accumulate more energy, so that when he reached 20 million, he could see if he could further optimize the Queen Ant's transcendent rank. Soon after, as the energy dissipated, a mysterious force enveloped Bennett, quickly transforming him into a large cocoon emitting a red glow. "Thank you, sir, for bestowing upon Bennett the gift of power." At that moment, a wildly excited voice came from within the orange-red cocoon of light. "Okay, you can break through here. I'll have Lighter protect you." Upon hearing this, Lin Kong reached out and beckoned, and a palm-sized Bufang firebird perched on a tree branch not far away quickly flew over. "Oh!" Lin Kong gave a few instructions to the Lighter that flew down, yawned, and strode towards the base at Rock Ant Mountain. Time flies, and 2 days pass in the blink of an eye. The situation was roughly as Lin Kong had guessed. In the past 2 days, teams claiming to be representatives of the Southern Forest Beast Alliance and the Izanayu Kingdom have been coming to Rock Ant Mountain from time to time. Moreover, they all brought various rare and precious gifts. Considering these gifts, Lin Kong, although somewhat annoyed in the end, did not kick them out. Their purpose in coming here is nothing more than 3 points. The first task was to find out the exact strength of the Rock Ant Mountain ant nest, but Lin Kong would never let them succeed. So even though the number of 4th-generation rock ants has increased to more than 7,000 in the past 2 days, it was still publicly reported that Grand Duke Sobila and his group sensed more than 2,000 on that day. The second point is to explore the attitude of the rock ant nests towards the surrounding area, which Lin Kong is very straightforward about. He immediately ordered the Rock Ant Left Protector to demarcate the Sunset Mountains and an area of nearly 100 miles around them in front of the human and beastman envoys, designating it as the absolute territory of the Rock Ant Mountain nest. At first, the human envoy wanted to say something, because that would be too close to Tooting City, but when he felt the cold, deep, and emotionless eyes of the Rock Ant Left Protector, he immediately nodded in agreement. The message he received upon arrival was that even if he had to give up Tooting City, he could not offend this terrifying demon ant tribe. He originally wanted to rely on his extensive diplomatic skills and quick wit to put in some effort and gain some merit in this regard, but unfortunately the rock ants only loyally carried out Lin Kong's orders, and there was no question of bargaining. Therefore, after quoting scriptures and engaging in lively debate, the envoy was dismayed to find that the other party was only looking at him with cold and cruel eyes, as if to say that if he said another word, he would be doomed. Forget about achievements. We're lucky if we can lead the team back alive today. Listening to the rustling sound of the superhuman demonic ants, each over 10 meters long and crawling past inside and outside the cave, their 6 legs scraping the ground, the envoy was no longer sure of his personal safety. When negotiating with other humans, even the most stubborn ones can be communicated. However, this human envoy discovered that the powerful demonic ant opposite him seemed not to be listening to anything he was saying at all. Chapter 42, Land Enclosure. After understanding this principle, the envoy completely let loose. As long as it didn't exceed the final bottom line set by Grand Duke Sarab, he would agree instantly without the slightest hesitation. This sudden change in behavior left the beastman envoy on the other side stunned. Tisk strange? This human was chattering away, making a racket, but how come he calmed down the moment the Rock Ant Left Protector glanced at him? Could it be? Some kind of strange magic was cast on this human. Thinking of this, the beastman envoy glanced at the human envoy, who had fallen silent a few more times. He then glanced at the Rock Ant Left Protector out of the corner of his eye, straightened his body, and became even more silent. Actually, aside from the demon ant tribe, which Queen Camilla explicitly stated she would treat with great respect, the rest of his visit today can be described as bringing gifts and territory. I thought the task would be very simple. Deliver gifts and territory. Surely I could deliver them without any problems? But today he actually encountered a place where he couldn't give away territory, even if he offered it. When he said he would hand over the entire 3,000 miles south of the Sunset Mountains to the Demon Ant tribe, the Rock Ant Left Protector opposite him immediately said that only 100 miles to the south was needed. As soon as he opened his mouth to say something, he instantly felt an immense pressure, making it difficult for this mid-level grandmaster to even breathe. We're having friendly negotiations, not a fight. We're here to deliver gifts and territory. Even if we don't expect them to provide us with a warm welcome, they should at least ensure our personal safety. A moment later, using all his strength, he managed to say good, and the pressure on his body instantly disappeared. Call. Taking a deep breath and wiping the sweat from his face, the Beastman envoy finally understood why the human envoy had suddenly become so obedient. Sigh. It's not easy for anyone. Looks like you're the same. The two envoys from different races looked at each other, and never before had they felt that the other might not be so unpleasant after all. Their third purpose in coming was to establish a partnership with a rock ant mountain ant nest, but Lin Kong didn't even bother to learn about it, and immediately dismissed it. Lin Kong didn't know much about the major powers in the surrounding area, and he didn't want to get involved in any unnecessary conflicts. However, Lin Kong was wrong. Sometimes, even if you hide, as long as you are there, it will definitely come down on you. Meanwhile, in the heart of the southern forest, tens of thousands of miles from Rock Ant Mountain, lies a vast palace complex built of megaliths. At this moment, in a strange and enormous palace with only 4 pillars supporting the ceiling and no walls. Oh, you mean the other party rejected you outright? It seems I underestimated their intelligence capabilities. I thought this demon ant tribe had just migrated from an unknown place, and I didn't know anything about it. But they refused outright, which means they must know that there are several open passages connecting the underground caves in the southern forest. Your Majesty, what should we do? The winged tribes in the east have already withdrawn their troops. It would be unwise to recall them now. After listening to Queen Camilla and the envoy, an elderly and frail fox elder named Schwer, standing about 3 meters away from Queen Camilla's throne, opened his squinted eyes and spoke with some concern. Don't worry, if I dare to order the winged people tribe to withdraw, I'm confident I can get that mysterious demon ant tribe to join the war. Go ahead, do it like this, and like this again. Queen Camilla beckoned to the messenger and quietly explained her plan to him. Yes, Your Majesty, I will take care of it immediately. After listening, the envoy nodded solemnly without hesitation, then turned around and flew out of the room. Well, turning her head to glance at the mid-level grandmaster of the Spirit Crane tribe who had just flown away, Schwer, the spirit-eyed Fox clan elder who had spoken earlier, sighed. Your Majesty, didn't you say that the opponent's strength was extremely terrifying? There are even thousands of grandmaster-level extraordinary beings among them. Won't doing this anger them? Upon hearing this, Queen Camilla slowly stood up, walked to the edge of the room, and looked down at the misty, verdant mountain peaks and the lake reflecting the shimmering water below. Maybe, but since we've chosen to settle in the southern forests and live here, we have an obligation to do our part to protect this beautiful place. Moreover, given the strength they've demonstrated, that medium-sized underground passage probably won't pose much of a threat to them. With her hands behind her back, Queen Camilla gazed at the sky and spoke calmly. On the other hand, things were much calmer in the kingdom of Eisen Island. After the arrival of several delegations, most of the tribes in the southern forests witnessed the terror of the demon ant tribe that suddenly appeared in the Sunset Mountains. Aside from the power center, only the major nobles and legendary forces in the kingdom of Eisen Island had some information about Rock Ant Mountain in the Sunset Mountains. Especially in Tooting City, the place closest to the Sunset Mountains, no one in the city knew that a terrifying race that made the entire Eisen Island kingdom somewhat wary had appeared not far from them. Of course, there is one advantage to this. Their normal lives are not disrupted. As the saying goes, sometimes ignorance is a blessing. It is probably because of this situation that the kingdom of Eisen Island decided to block the news. Chapter 43, Happy Bennett. A gentle breeze rustled through the grass, and the afterglow of the setting sun spilled onto the cobblestone path. It was dusk at the Southgate entrance of Tooting City. My lord, this is Tooting City, the human city closest to the Sunset Mountains. Looking up at the familiar scene not far away, Bennett pointed and said to Lin Kong with a happy expression. Including the surrounding towns, the permanent population here is about 700,000. Add to that the workers who come here specifically for work, as well as the transient population such as mercenaries and adventurers, and the total population is nearly 1 million. Indeed, it is quite magnificent. Upon hearing this, Lin Kong looked at him again and nodded. To be honest, Lin Kong's perception of a city with walls tens of meters high was vague based on Bennett's description, but he was still slightly shocked when he actually saw it. The construction team in Extraordinary World, are they really that good? After mentally giving a thumbs up to the construction team of this world, Lin Kong followed Bennett's footsteps and quickly passed through the city gate into the city. Originally, there was no need for a pass that everyone could have, but Bennett, being the local strongman, obviously wouldn't let Lin Kong encounter the embarrassing situation of being stopped. Although facing the official power of the City Lord's mansion was somewhat difficult, Bennett, as one of the three major mercenary forces in Tooting City and a former high-level official, still had many privileges. Nodding to the familiar guard at the gate, Bennett led Lin Kong straight in, without asking for any pass or even stopping to question him. "Sir, where are we going?" After arriving in the city, Bennett led Lin Kong to a place where he could rent a dragon beast carriage. Then, scratching his head, he asked somewhat embarrassedly, "Let's go eat first." Upon hearing this, Lin Kong turned his head and looked around at the bustling surroundings before replying to Bennett. "I remember there's a shop that might be good. I'll take you there now." After listening to Lin Kong's explanation, Bennett pondered for a moment, then flipped himself onto one of the rented earth dragons. "Forget about restaurants. I've eaten so much food outside. I want to eat some home-style dishes. If we're going to go, let's go to the Blazing Flame Mercenary Group." Following Bennett's example, Lin Kong also flipped over and mounted a nearly 2-meter-tall, earth-yellow ground dragon. "My lord, this." Upon hearing this, Bennett was taken aback. Then a hint of joy appeared on his face. "What are you grinning about? Hurry up and lead the way. I haven't eaten much this morning, and I'm starving." Patting his shoulder, Lin Kong squinted at the palm-sized lighter and looked up at Bennett, speaking into his mouth. "Yes, sir, please follow me." With that, Bennett patted the earth dragon's head, and then the dragon took the lead and charged out quickly. "Ha ha ha." Seeing this, Lin Kong chuckled, then patted the earth dragon's head and quickly followed. Lin Kong could easily understand his triumphant return home, given how he kept talking about how he was doing in the Blazing Flame Mercenary Group. So, when he suggested going out for dinner earlier, he was just teasing him. Bennett had explained the earth dragon beneath Lin Kong's buttocks beforehand. It was very easy for ordinary people to control, let alone Lin Kong, who is now an extraordinary being. Moreover, they are highly intelligent. After discovering that Lin Kong was following the earth dragon in front, they hardly controlled it anymore, relying entirely on their own biological lock-on. Soon after, the 2 men and 2 horses arrived in front of a group of buildings that were predominantly gray and white. Top, 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 top. As Bennett slowly walked to the entrance of the complex, he stopped his earth dragon. With his 2 strong hooves landing on the bluestone paving stones, Bennett's excitement gradually subsided. "Bennett, Captain." The guards of the Blazing Flame Mercenary Group were extremely surprised when they saw Bennett clearly, and then shouted excitedly, "Captain, everyone said you were in trouble, but I didn't believe it." Sure enough, he quickly trotted over, grabbed the earth dragon Bennett was riding, and said with a grin, "All right, you little rascal. I bet you're hoping I never come back. Remember the 30 gold coins you borrowed from me last time? You still haven't paid me back." Upon hearing this, Bennett smiled, then stepped forward and gently patted the gatekeeper's head, chuckling as he spoke. "Sir, please come with me. I will take you to see the commander and the others." He waved to the gatekeeper, then quickly walked up to Lin Kong, who had jumped off the earth dragon, and led the way with a smile. "Captain Bennett, the commander." "What's wrong?" Bennett, who was leading Lin Kong toward the center of the Blazing Flame Mercenary Group's base, turned to the gatekeeper who had spoken up and asked in confusion. "No, it's nothing. What I meant was that the commander and the others must be very happy to know that you have returned safely." Hearing Bennett looking at him with a puzzled expression, the gatekeeper scratched his head sheepishly and replied softly. Then, turning to look at the young man behind Bennett, the gatekeeper's eyes showed a strange look. Just now, Bennett had respectfully addressed the young man not far away as sir. But how could an ordinary person, devoid of any extraordinary aura and dressed in rough animal hides, possibly earn the respect of a high-ranking, formal-level extraordinary warrior? "You little rascal. I thought something had happened to the commander." Wait until I get back. I'll deal with you then. After hearing what the gatekeeper said, Bennett pretended to glare at him fiercely and said something. Aha. Upon hearing this, the gatekeeper quickly shrank back and hurried back to his small guardhouse. Chapter 44: Philoti's Self-Reproach. As time passed, not long after, at the headquarters of the Blazing Flame mercenary group in the Central Council Hall. Haha, Bennett. I knew you'd be all right. A burly man, 2 meters tall, quickly ran into the house, scanned the area with his large eyes, and finally locked onto Bennett's figure before giving him a bear hug. Thank you for saving my life. All right, Abel, let Captain Bennett sit down. After all, he's been traveling for half a day since he came back from Sunset Mountains. At this moment, among the people sitting to the side, a woman with an extremely tall figure stood up. She had long, ice blue hair that reached her waist and was stunningly beautiful. He slowly walked up to the two of them and said something softly. Ice blue hair? Has Tony the hairdresser expanded his services to another world? Meanwhile, Lin Kong, holding a cup of tea, looked at the woman who came to Bennett's side and couldn't help but mutter to himself. Upon arriving in Tooting City, Lin Kong noticed that the people there generally had dark brown or black hair. Lin Kong was indeed somewhat surprised to suddenly see a woman with ice blue hair. It's just a family trait. But Lin Kong obviously didn't realize that his whispered mutterings were overheard by the stunningly beautiful woman who was not far away. Turning to look at Lin Kong, she found him sizing her up and down. Philoti frowned slightly and said in a cold voice, Bennett, aren't you going to introduce this gentleman? Bennett, who had separated from Abel, was clearly unaware of what had happened. Noticing that Felicity's gaze towards Lin Kong was somewhat strange, Bennett quickly walked to Lin Kong's side. Let me introduce you all. This is my savior, Lord Lin Kong. Seeing the gathered gazes, Bennett pointed at Lin Kong and introduced him loudly. Upon hearing this, Philoti lowered her gaze and sat back down in her seat. Her gaze toward Lin Kong had become slightly more amiable, but only slightly. Sensing that the woman with the icy blue hair didn't seem to like him much, Lin Kong raised his hand and touched his nose. It can't be that bad, can it? I just mentioned your hair. Lin Kong silently complained to himself, then looked at Bennett beside him. That's our Flame Mercenary Group's vice captain, Philoti Marcus Similin, a high-ranking official warrior. He is Abel, a mid-level official warrior, and he is Quinka, a mid-level official warrior. And then there's him, Cagus, a mid-level official warrior, who is also my best friend. Bennett chuckled as he introduced the people in the room to Lin Kong, but after pointing around, Bennett looked a little puzzled and then glanced at Castor, who was not far away beside him. Where is Commander Carl? And who is this wingman? Pointing to a young man with a pair of pure white wings sitting next to Philoti, Bennett couldn't help but ask in confusion. After hearing Bennett's question, not only Cags, but everyone else in the room, except for Lin Kong, who was still sipping his tea, immediately lowered their heads and fell silent. Cags, what happened while I was away? Seeing everyone's reaction, it was obvious what bad things had happened. Bennett put his hand on one of Cags' shoulders and asked again in a deep voice. Commander Carl has gone missing. What? Missing? What's going on? With Commander Carl's high-ranking official strength, besides City Lord Adolf, who in Tooting City could possibly kidnap him. Upon hearing this, Bennett was somewhat incredulous, but as he spoke, his expression gradually darkened. Could it really be that Adolf really led the attack? I don't know, but there's a high chance he'll take action. On the other side, Philoti raised her head and replied in a somewhat heavy voice. Call. Tell me in detail what exactly happened. Taking a deep breath, Bennett glanced at Lin Kong, whose expression was calm, and then slowly composed himself. He was no longer the same person he used to be, not to mention having his powerful family backing him. His current strength as a mid-level grandmaster means he can practically do whatever he wants in Tooting City. Thinking of this, Bennett slowly sat down and then asked Philoti a question. Upon hearing this, Philoti nodded, pondered for a moment, and then slowly spoke. I don't know exactly what happened to the commander, but that's what happened that day. Shortly after we returned from the outskirts of the Sunset Mountains, the largest wave of the beast tide caused by the battle between the Hurricane Winged Tiger Beast King and the bloodthirsty demon, Vine, crashed into the south gate of Tooting City. Adolf mobilized a fighting force of various mercenary groups under the pretext of defending the city. I originally planned to take some men with me, but Commander Karl insisted on going. In the end, the commander and I both went. When we arrived at the city wall detachment, we were scattered and sent to fill various gaps. Although the beast tide was quite large, there weren't many officially level extraordinary magical beasts. After nearly half a day of fierce fighting, the beast tide finally dissipated. However, when I returned to the base first, I did not wait for Commander Karl to return, and he has not returned since. Moreover, when we sent people to ask those who were assigned to the same group as the regimental commander, they had no information at all. After speaking, Philotai lowered her head, her eyes slightly red, as if she felt somewhat guilty. It's all my fault. If only I hadn't separated from the captain back then. With her hands clenched tightly, Philotai gritted her teeth and spoke again. Don't say that, Phility. I think Commander Karl is a lucky man and he will be fine. Upon hearing this, the young winged man beside him spread his wings, which were over 3 meters long, and gently brushed them against Philotai's back, speaking softly to comfort him. Chapter 45, Arrogant Tony. Thank you, Luke, I'm fine. Hearing the voice beside her, Philotai shook her head, then turned to her and whispered something. Bennett, this is Luke, a winged human friend I met during the last beast tide. Noticing Bennett's questioning gaze, Philotai pointed at Luke, looked up at Bennett, and explained. Phility, you're making it sound too simple. If it weren't for you, I probably would be dead. You saved my life. Upon hearing this, Luke smiled gently at Bennett, then turned to Felicity and spoke. Haha, what a coincidence. Everyone's here. Looks like I don't need to invite them one by one anymore. Huh, Bennett, you weren't dead. The next moment, a man in his 30s, laughing loudly, led a group of people and suddenly burst in. Tony Hebrew. Upon seeing the newcomer, everyone in the house sat up and glared angrily at Tony Hebrew as he entered. I'm sorry, I'm still alive and well, and I'm doing very well now. With a cold expression, Bennett said something to Tony, then turned to look at the dozen or so people behind him, 5 of whom were high-ranking officials, and the rest were mid-ranking officials. Is there anything I can help you with? If not, please leave. Filthy walked up to the group and spoke calmly to Tony. Yes, you're not welcome here. Get out of the Blazing Flame mercenary group immediately. On the other side, Abel didn't have any nice words and directly shouted at Tony. Snort. Someone is indeed going to be kicked out of here today, but it's not me. Upon hearing this, Tony gave Abel a cold look, then focused his gaze back on Philides' face and said something inscrutable. Tony, you were in the group before? Tell me, is Commander Karl's disappearance related to you? His lips twitched slightly, but in the end he couldn't hold back. Felicity stared intently into Tony's eyes and asked in a deep voice. Ka. Upon hearing this, Tony burst into laughter. You guys are really good at keeping your cool. That old stubborn Karl's disappearance, of course, has nothing to do with me. At the end, Tony paused deliberately, then spread his hands, feigning innocence. It really was you. What did you do to Commander Karl? On the other side, Abel was furious upon hearing this and wanted to rush forward, but he was held back by Philotai. You can eat whatever you want, but you can't say whatever you want. If you continue to slander the eldest son of a kingdom's baron, I won't be so polite to you. Upon hearing this, Tony turned to look at Abel, whose eyes were red, with an indifferent expression. It's really strange. Since I left, the Blazing Flame mercenary group has really grown more capable. Even some savage who came out of who knows where can sit in this council hall. Suddenly, as if he had noticed something, Tony frowned and spoke with a tone full of disdain. Forehead. Lin Kong gently placed the teacup on the table, and then, noticing that everyone's eyes were on him, he unconsciously touched his nose. Although he wasn't very proficient yet, since breaking through to the extraordinary level, Lin Kong found that his memory had become exceptionally good, and he even felt like he had become a super genius. Lin Kong has now basically mastered the common language of the Doma continent, and he uses it constantly for practice. Otherwise, if the whispered words had been spoken in Chinese, the woman probably wouldn't have understood them. Oh, wearing animal skin makes you a savage? Then what are you wearing in human skin? A wild beast. Stretching and yawning, Lin Kong replied casually. He naturally wouldn't bother with manners or morality towards someone so rude and immoral. Otherwise, it would make you look incredibly stupid. The ancient sage Confucius said, "Repay kindness with kindness, and repay evil with evil." If you repay evil with kindness, how will you repay kindness? Kid, you dare to insult me? After listening, Tony was stunned for a moment, then slowly walked up to Lin Kong and said in a gloomy tone, "If you dare take another step near the master, you're dead." However, before Tony could even get 2 meters away from Lin Kong, Bennett stepped in front of him and spoke coldly. "Ha ha!" Upon hearing this, Tony burst into laughter. "Die? You think you can? And so are we." On the other side, Cags and Abel were also suddenly surrounded by a ring of scorching flames as they stared intently at Tony's movements. "Tony, if there's nothing else, please leave." Looking at Bennett's attitude towards Lin Kong, Philotai originally thought that Bennett addressed Lin Kong as Sir because of the life-saving grace. But now, Philotai realizes that things aren't quite as she thought. She sensed that Bennett acted like a servant in front of Lin Kong. Just an ordinary person with no extraordinary abilities. What did he have to offer? However, Philotai knew that now was not the time to ask, and turned to look at Tony, his face turning cold. "Sigh, it seems none of you have figured out one thing. Do you really think I, Tony, came here because I was bored?" Tony took a few steps back, and after walking to the center of his group, he smiled sinisterly and spoke to Philotai and his entourage. Chapter 46, Tony's Confidence. Tisk tisk. Seeing that everyone opposite him was frowning and looking puzzled, Tony slowly took out a parchment scroll with magical runes from his pocket. "Look carefully, this is a royal land deed, a valid deed protected by the laws of the kingdom and the Council of Nobles. In other words, from now on, this place, the Blazing Flame Mercenary Group, belongs to me, Tony Hebrew." Tony Hebrew opened the parchment in his hand to the crowd and spoke loudly. "How could that be? Without Commander Carl's permission, how could this thing be real?" Upon hearing this, Abel was the first to disbelieve it. He crossed his arms, snorted coldly, and spoke disdainfully. "Hee, I knew you wouldn't believe me, but you can go and check it out. Of course, you can just tear it up. Anyway, it's already registered with the kingdom. If you tear it up, I'll just spend some time making a few more." Tony reached out and threw it over, his face saying, "Believe it or not." This, holding the parchment in his palm, looking at the blood-red handprint of Commander Carl on it. Abel, a man 2 meters tall, couldn't help but feel tears welling up in his eyes. Phew. I just want to know, how is Commander Carl doing now?" Taking 2 deep breaths, Philotis handed the parchment she had finished reading to Bennett, her body trembling slightly, and then opened her mouth to ask Tony in a soft voice. "Oh dear, you guys have such bad memories. I already said, that old stubborn Carl is missing. What does that have to do with me?" Upon hearing this, Tony shrugged, looking helpless. "Also, this is my place now, and you're not welcome here. Get out of here." Tony glanced around, found a chair in the corner, plopped down, and then coldly shouted at Philotis and her group standing at the door. "You!" Abel clenched his fists, but seeing Felicity shake her head at him, he slowly let them relax. "Let's go." After glancing at the parchment scroll placed on the table, Philotai spoke slowly and deliberately. "Sir, I'm so sorry to have troubled you." At this moment, Bennett stood in front of Lin Kong, his face full of apology, and spoke softly. Before he could finish speaking, Lin Kong raised his hand to interrupt him. "What's this? It's already quite good. After all, what more could you ask for than a cup of hot tea?" Recalling the difficult conditions he faced at the beginning of his time on Rock Ant Mountain, Lin Kong smiled slightly. Let's go out." Lin Kong patted Bennett on the shoulder and stepped out of the room first. Not long after, not far from the Flame Mercenary Group's base, several core members who had come out stopped and gathered together. "Philotai, I don't understand why we have to compromise. Although that contract is real, they must have obtained it by coercing Commander Carl." "I know." Philotai looked back and spoke softly. "I think Philotai did this because he had to consider Commander Carl." Cags glanced at Bennett, who was standing behind Lin Kong, and then spoke to Abel. "Right." Upon hearing this, Philotai nodded slightly, and then spoke again. "There is no benefit in clashing with Tony now, not to mention that he brought so many people today, which clearly indicates that he came prepared. Even if we can win, we are currently in Tooting City, and the city's law enforcement team will probably arrive soon. Do you think this enforcement team will favor us? Or Tony, the eldest son of the Baron who owns the kingdom's land deeds? Upon hearing this, Bennett nodded in agreement. The reason he hadn't made a move earlier was precisely because of this. I originally intended to capture Tony with a thunderous strike, but then I thought it would be better to hide first, since no one knows that I am already a mid-level, Grandmaster-level extraordinary being. Presumably, doing certain things becomes much easier. But are we just going to let this go? Breathing heavily through his nose, Abel still spoke with some reluctance. Of course not. Upon hearing this, Philotai, gently stroking an antique ring on her finger, replied decisively. Our first priority now is to ascertain Commander Carl's situation, then try to rescue him, and then we can talk about other things. Otherwise, whatever we do will seem very passive. It's getting late. Let's find an inn to stay in first. I'll go to the City Lord's mansion tonight to check things out. At this moment, Bennett looked at the sky and made a suggestion to the people around him. This won't do. It's too dangerous. Upon hearing Bennett's suggestion, everyone reacted differently, especially Kags, who immediately shook his head in rejection. That's one way, but I'll go instead. Philotai paused for a moment, then spoke softly. Stop talking. Just listen to me. You'll find out in a bit. Turning his head to look back, Bennett's face showed a mysterious expression, and then he spoke to everyone. Seeing this, the group didn't hesitate. Instead, each of them mounted a ground dragon from the camp and quickly left the Flame mercenary group, which was slowly being shrouded in darkness. At this moment, the two guards watching the disappearing figures in the distance remained silent. Mike, I'm planning to leave the mercenary group tomorrow. Commander Carl is missing, and Sister Fire and the captain have been ostracized. The Flame mercenary group now is no longer the Flame mercenary group I wanted to be in. The goalkeeper, who had been joking with Bennett, glanced at his companion, sighed, and finally spoke. Massey, it's all right, I know, Mike. You have a younger sister. The mercenary group offers good benefits, so it's perfectly reasonable for you to stay here. Unlike me, I'm all alone. I only need to eat my fill, and my whole family isn't hungry. Ha ha! As she spoke, Massey chuckled softly, but as she laughed, a tear slid down her cheek, unseen by anyone in the darkness. Chapter 47 Encounter with a Wizarding Apprentice. As time passed, Lin Kong, now dressed in a loose-fitting samurai outfit, followed Bennett and Filthy into a reasonably decent-looking inn. Hey, old kings, I heard you picked up a few good pieces again. No way, don't listen to those people's nonsense. Thud, thud. The clinking of glasses filled the air. Come on, cheers, let's celebrate Skamert's first complete success. A brown-haired youth of about 17 or 18 years old blushed upon hearing this, but he also raised his glass. Your enchanted dagger is damaged in several places and is not worth 50 gold coins at all. I found this there. If you don't want it, plenty of other people will. As soon as you enter, a noisy and chaotic sound fills your ears. All sorts of people, from all walks of life, are here. Hee, this woman's got some nerve, hiccup. Just then, a burly blond man with a flushed face and hiccups, carrying a glass of rum, sauntered toward Philotai. How about it? 10 silver coins for one night with me? Belch. After saying that, the blond man was about to place his greasy hand on Philotai's firm, full breasts. Thud splash. But the next moment, he was met with a loud slap, which knocked him to the ground, where he appeared motionless, as if he had fainted. Hey, he was wrong, but didn't he go a bit too far? Clearly, the blond man had companions. Seeing Philotai's actions just now, several burly men, each about 2 meters tall, emerged from inside, reeking of alcohol, and coldly stared at Philotai. Snort. I'm very angry right now, and I hope you all stay away from me. With a soft hum, a ball of orange-red flames, several centimeters thick, erupted from Philotai's body, followed by a powerful burst of extraordinary energy. Glug! Glug! Feeling the waves of fire in the air, the burly men in front of Philotai, who had been so imposing, couldn't help but swallow hard. Excuse me, sir. He is only himself to blame. We had no intention of offending him. After saying that, the burly man at the front kicked his unconscious companion twice, then looked at Philotai with an awkward smile. Never mind, you can go. The lobby on the first floor of this hotel was originally mostly filled with ordinary people, with very few even at the apprentice level of extraordinary beings, let alone those at the formal level. Lin Kong glanced at the group of people who were carrying their unconscious companion away in a hurry, and couldn't help but chuckle. Then he glanced at Philotai's graceful figure as she walked to the counter. A moment later, Bennett walked quickly to Lin Kong's side. Sir, the room is ready. Would you like to dine on the first floor or return to your room? Upon hearing this, Lin Kong glanced around, pondered for a moment, and then said, Let's go to the room. It's indeed a bit noisy downstairs. Okay, sir, please come with me. Bennett beckoned a waiter, whispered a few words in his ear, and then led Lin Kong toward the stairs to the side. Miss Angie, what about your safety if we all go? It's all right. What could possibly happen here? I'm a high-level witch apprentice, not far from the formal level. But, just in case, let's keep Olton here. No need. High Priest Sor, you must understand that this mission is extraordinary. As you saw, the way those people from the intelligence agency convey the message suggests that you are probably facing great danger this time, while I am actually very safe staying here. After listening, High Priest Sor was slightly tempted. The two of you can look out for each other. I don't want either of you to end up buried in this foreign land. Then, Angie added another sentence. All right, I'll go with Olton, but Miss Angie, you have to promise me you'll stay here and not go too far. In the end, High Priest Sor nodded and agreed to Angie's suggestion. Don't worry, I will. Upon hearing this, Ankai smiled sweetly and then replied softly. Meanwhile, Bennett watched Lin Kong walk up the stairs to the third floor, staring at a beautiful girl of 16 or 17. After thinking for a moment, he whispered in Lin Kong's ear, Sir, I know a place where the girls are all quite nice. If you'd like, I'll arrange it in a bit. Seeing Bennett wink at him, as if to say, I understand, I've got this covered, Lin Kong couldn't help but chuckle as he held onto the stair railing. What are you thinking about, Bennett? This is the first time I've seen someone from the wizarding department, so I couldn't help but take a second look. Lin Kong gestured with his chin towards the two men and one woman who were slowly disappearing at the bottom of the stairs on the first floor, and explained to Bennett with an annoyed expression. Oh, I see. Upon hearing this, Bennett scratched his head, looking embarrassed. Interesting. A mid-level Grandmaster-level wizard, a low-level Grandmaster-level warrior, and a high-level wizard apprentice. It seems this hotel is hiding some hidden talents. Does your excellency mean that the two middle-aged men we just saw were both Grandmaster-level extraordinary beings, and that there was also a wizard among them? Upon hearing this, Bennett was somewhat surprised. When the two of them concealed their auras, it was difficult for them to detect each other's cultivation level. At most, they could only sense that the other had extraordinary fluctuations. Yes, but it's none of our business. Why should we care so much about them? Watching Bennett open a room on the third floor, near the back, with a magic rune card, Lin Kong shook his head and said indifferently, Yes, sir. Please keep this card. The waiter will bring your food in a little while. I'm right next to you, so just call me if you need anything. Upon hearing this, Lin Kong nodded, took the card, casually put it into the space in his ring, and then spoke to Bennett. All right, you should go and rest too. Chapter 48, Extraordinary Grandmaster Bennett. What's wrong? Seeing Bennett standing at the door, seemingly hesitant to speak, Lin Kong frowned slightly and asked softly, My lord, I'd like to go to the city lord's mansion later to inquire about Commander Carl's situation. Oh, what's the big deal? Let's go. Upon hearing this, Lin Kong waved his hand and said indifferently, I'm not a child. You can go tonight. I think it's the right thing to do. Yes, thank you, sir. Upon receiving Lin Kong's affirmation, Bennett's face lit up with joy, and he solemnly replied, Lin Kong nodded, waved to Bennett, and then went into his room. The room was quite large, more like a luxury suite, decorated in a classic style, with landscape paintings occasionally hanging on the walls. Lin Kong opened the tightly closed window in the living room, took a deep breath of fresh air, and then went into the bathroom. During his time at Rock Ant Mountain, Lin Kong became quite unkempt for a long time due to the limited conditions. Although he could wash himself in the river after escaping the territory of the bloodthirsty vine, Lin Kong never ventured deep into the river to prevent any accidents, only cleaning up on the riverbank. After all, in most pristine forests, areas with water are quite dangerous. Call. Soaking in the bathtub with only his head above water, Lin Kong let out a comfortable sigh and slowly closed his eyes to enjoy the moment. Knock, knock, knock. A moment later, a knock sounded on the door. Hearing this, Lin Kong simply put on a bathrobe and went to the door of the room. Sir, your order has arrived. As the door opened, a sweet-looking waitress with short brown hair nodded slightly to Lin Kong, then pushed a metal food cart into the living room. Thanks. As the waitress placed the food on the living room table, Lin Kong said thank you. It is my honor to serve you. Upon hearing this, the waitress, who was about to push the food cart away, turned back and smiled at Lin Kong, then spoke sweetly. It looks pretty good, doesn't it? As the door closed again, Lin Kong walked to the table in the living room and sat down. Looking at the food in front of him, he couldn't help but feel a strong urge to eat. After all, they had been eating wild fruits before, and although they eventually progressed to roasting wild game, Lin Kong got a little tired of eating it every day. Picking up a piece of golden brown toast, Lin Kong took a small bite, his eyes lit up slightly, and then he began to devour it in a flash. Time passed. It was late at night. Bennett vanished through a window of the hotel room in a blur. At this moment, in the room, Philotai, Abel, Cagus, and the winged human Luke were all staring blankly in the direction Bennett had just left. I never expected that Bennett would actually break through to the Grandmaster level. This is a Grandmaster level expert. Even in the major cities of the kingdom, he would be considered a top expert. The path to transcendence becomes increasingly difficult. If an ordinary person obtains a transcendent cultivation technique by chance, they can generally break through and become an apprentice-level transcendent, but it is basically impossible to go any further. However, on the continent of Doma, extraordinary martial arts are strictly controlled, and many ordinary people never get to see one in their entire lives. Some gifted individuals, if exposed to the technology at the appropriate age, have a chance to break through to the formal level of transcendence and become powerful individuals capable of demolishing skyscrapers with their bare hands. Furthermore, if they become formal level wizards, their attack power may be even more formidable. Grandmaster level extraordinary beings, however, are in a completely different form. Starting from the Grandmaster level, whether they are warriors or wizards, they can fly without learning various flight techniques or combat methods. While some secret techniques allow wizards to fly at the apprentice level, generally speaking, the ability to freely soar through the skies is still one of the characteristics of Grandmaster level extraordinary beings. Perhaps it was his near-death experience in the Sunset Mountains that unleashed Bennett's potential. After all, while there is great terror between life and death, there is also great opportunity. After regaining his senses, Cags thought for a moment, and after congratulating his old friend on joining the ranks of the truly strong, he couldn't help but share his thoughts on Bennett's breakthrough in strength. It seems that Brother Bennett has actually benefited from this misfortune. Abel rested his head on one hand, gazing at the night view outside the window, and sighed. However, though he spoke unintentionally, no one noticed that Philotai was sitting not far from the door, his hands tightly gripping the sofa cushion beneath him. Is a breakthrough only possible between life and death? It seems I've been making a mistake by staying in Tooting City all this time. With her head down, she recalled the moment just a short while ago when Bennett unleashed his aura. The extraordinary pressure of a Grandmaster level being had almost made it difficult for her to breathe. He, who was always considered by everyone to be the most talented and most likely to break through to the Grandmaster level, is now still standing still after his companions have broken through. A battle where you have to face life and death. He muttered to himself, then raised his hand and clenched his fist slightly as orange-red flames slowly rose and leaped from his fist. Should we wait here? Yes, with a master like Bennett making a move, there will surely be some surprising news for us. Upon hearing Luke, who was sitting in front of Philotai, speak, Abel turned to look at everyone and then spoke with hope. Hopefully, there will be good news. Upon hearing this, Cag sighed softly, looked out the dim window, and then spoke up as well. Chapter 49, Moonlit Beauty. It was late at night. The windows were tightly closed, and the curtains were drawn. However, the room, which should have been dull, was now extremely bright. He sat cross-legged in the living room, surrounded by a 2-centimeter thick orange-red halo that danced and rose, radiating light. As expected, breaking through to the intermediate apprentice level is more difficult than I thought. A while later, Lin Kong's spiritual energy was almost exhausted, so he stopped cultivating and then removed the pure Yuan energy that enveloped his body. The next moment, the entire room was plunged into darkness, so dark that you couldn't see your hand in front of your face. All you could hear was Lin Kong's mutterings. Once Bennett returns, let's start acquiring potions that can enhance cultivation speed and aptitude. Thinking about how he had been cultivating just now, his speed was practically crawling at a snail's pace. Who knows when he would finally break through to the intermediate apprentice level through natural cultivation. At the same time, a figure carrying a wine glass slowly approached his bedroom window. Outside the window, the full moon hangs high, its light casting a mysterious silvery white glow over everything. Call. As the window opened, a cool night breeze caressed her face. She closed her eyes and gently exhaled. Then Angie raised her long, slender, fair legs and sat on the windowsill, leaning against the wall. He gently swirled the wine glass in his hand. The red wine bubbles on his lips fluttering, brought it to his nose for a light sniff, and then slowly took a sip. It flows down your throat, sweet and fragrant. I've been in Tudun City for several days now, and I thought I could just wait peacefully for Chesil Wizarding Academy to start recruiting wizard apprentices in a little over 2 months. However, a secret letter from the kingdom's intelligence agency forced Angie to rearrange her plans. A powerful magical beast tribe has appeared in the southern forest, with thousands of Grandmaster-level members. If this isn't a smokescreen from the kingdom of Eisen Island, then things are getting a bit complicated. Could it be that the truly powerful forces in the eastern region have also set their sights on that item in the hands of the Eisenayu Kingdom? The Holy See? The Celestial Empire? Or the Eastern Region Wizarding Council? Or perhaps, sitting by the bedroom window, sipping Casa red wine, and basking in the moonlight while enjoying the night breeze, Angie's thoughts drifted and wandered. Right now, the information is not equal, and we can only truly understand the situation once High Presor and the others return. Lost in thought, Angie didn't notice that in the room across the street, half a floor above her, the curtains were slowly drawn back, and then the tightly closed window was opened. Lin Kong was a little dazed. He had just finished his cultivation and wasn't sleepy at all. He wanted to feel the night breeze and breathe in some fresh air. But as soon as he opened the window, he suddenly found the scenery outside to be rather unique and quite beautiful. The silvery moonlight shone down, and about 2 meters away, on the opposite window, a stunningly beautiful woman, swirling a wine glass, sat leaning against the wall, her face full of thought. Her long, golden hair was straight and flowed down, swaying gently in the night breeze. Her long, slender legs were slightly bent together, appearing beautiful and dreamlike under the silvery moonlight. Is it pretty? The next moment, a cold voice entered Lin Kong's ears, who was somewhat stunned. It's all right, barely passable. Upon hearing this, Lin Kong raised his hand to touch his chin, looking at the woman who had noticed him and looked up. Her eyes were amber, and she was very beautiful. Would you like me to spin you around? The Casa wine glass in his hand was now covered with a layer of frost, and a faint white chill drifted outside as he jumped out of the window. Looking down at the woman hidden in the darkness of the opposite bedroom, Lin Kong shrugged helplessly and said softly, "If you'd like, I wouldn't mind if you took a turn and appreciated the beauty. It's quite nice." As soon as she finished speaking, the woman, now dressed in a magnificent sky blue robe and completely covered up, reappeared in front of the open window. "Actually, what you were wearing just now." Whoosh! As the woman reappeared, Lin Kong was about to say something, but before he could finish, he noticed a 7 or 8 centimeter long ice spike emitting a chilling aura shooting towards him. Bang! With orange-red flames swirling around his hands, Lin Kong didn't hesitate and shattered the incoming ice spikes with a single slap. However, seeing this, Ankai was not surprised, but delighted, and her extraordinary aura instantly intensified. Since you're not an ordinary person, that makes things easier. The faint blue fluorescence in her hand constantly changed shape, and in the blink of an eye, dozens of ice spikes, each several tens of centimeters long and with sharp, gleaming tips, floated around Ankai. No, no, no. Seeing this, Lin Kong quickly waved his hand and called for stop. Snort. However, upon hearing this, and she merely snorted coldly, and then with a flick of her hand, the ice spikes surrounding her instantly shot towards Lin Kong. Thump, thump, thump. The next moment, a fiery red wing, several meters long, appeared without warning in front of Lin Kong's window, blocking all of Enchi's ice spikes. Upon seeing this, Ankai's expression changed, and she tried to back away, but a thick claw had already grabbed her waist and pulled her directly out of the bedroom. A high-level official, or even a grandmaster, looking up and meeting a pair of bloodthirsty and brutal red eyes, Angie's pupils couldn't help but shrink. With her strength as a high-level wizard apprentice, the only thing capable of subduing her in an instant was a supernatural magical beast of at least a high-level rank. That weakling dared to lay a hand on my master. He deserves to die. A tyrannical voice reverberated in her mind, and the enormous head of the befanged bird slowly approached Ankai's head, its sharp beak growing larger and larger in Ankai's eyes. I never imagined my life would end like this. Turning her head, she looked at the man who was still standing by the window, not far away, looking at her indifferently. Angie murmured to herself, and then slowly closed her eyes. Chapter 50 Adolf Schock. Click. A gust of wind rushed past my ears, but it fell silent the next moment, and the claws binding my waist also disappeared instantly. When I opened my eyes, as expected, I was in my own room, and I was lying on the floor under the window. Why don't you kill me? She stood up, then leaned against the window, and said something. Looking up, the terrifying, enormous, extraordinary magical beast had vanished. Only that annoying man remained by the window. We have no grudge against each other. Why would I kill you? Upon hearing this, Lin Kong bent down and leaned against the window, propping his head up with his arms, and asked a question in return. Never mind, this won't change the fact that you're a pervert. Peeping at girls is not the mark of a good person. Hearing Lin Kong say that, and she raised her hand to grab her messy long hair, then looked up at Lin Kong and spoke. You think I'm going to be unhappy if you put it that way. It's my right to look out my window at the scenery. How does that become voyeurism? Besides, we don't even know who's going to suffer a loss yet. You were wearing 2 layers just now like a bikini-clad beauty, showing absolutely nothing, while I was only wearing the bottom layer. I'm the one who suffers, okay? Besides, I opened the window to see the scenery, but you just appeared in my scenery without even asking if I wanted to see you. At this moment, listening to Lin Kongbao's rapid fire and incessant chatter, Ankai clenched her hands tightly, her lips twitching involuntarily. Finally, unable to bear it any longer, she slammed the window shut with a whoosh. Just die already, you pervert. She looked up at the annoying man and said something, then quickly drew the curtains, completely isolating herself from Lin Kong. This young girl, so young, yet her figure is so well developed. Seeing the opposite window closed and the curtains drawn, Lin Kong couldn't help but shake his head and chuckle. Then he closed the window as well and lay down on the soft bed. In the dungeon of the city lord's mansion in Tooting City, where serious criminals were imprisoned, a blurry figure evaded all the guards and began to examine the appearance of the prisoners. Just a quarter of an hour later, the dark figures moving through the dungeon stopped. Commander. At this moment, a man with tattered robes and covered in blood, his hands and feet bound by magical chains, lay quietly at the edge of a dungeon entrance. If Bennett hadn't been so powerful that his extraordinary senses detected a faint heartbeat in the man, anyone else might have mistaken the blood-stained man for a corpse. Damn it! How dare they? With a flick of his wrist, the large iron lock on the door snapped, and Bennett quickly went inside and gently helped the severely injured and unconscious man to his feet. Buzzing. Although he didn't know healing magic, his master-level extraordinary elemental power was extraordinary, and he gently poured his power into Carl's body. Bennett, you're all right? What are you doing here? Soon after, Commander Carl slowly opened his eyes, but when he saw the person beside him, he looked slightly surprised, his chapped lips parted, and he let out a hoarse question. Don't say anything yet. I'll explain later. Let me take you out first. Seeing that Carl had woken up, Bennett breathed a slight sigh of relief and was about to carry him out when, in the next moment, the previously dimly lit dungeon was suddenly brightly lit. Puff, puff, puff. All the magic lamps swayed slightly, then rose up and emitted light. Unfortunately, none of you are getting out of here today. As soon as he finished speaking, a group of people quickly entered the dungeon. The leader was a burly man with brown hair who looked to be in his 50s and had a full beard. Adolf, what a clever scheme. Bennett glanced around and chuckled. He knew he had fallen into their trap. You sent your idiot son to cause a ruckus at the Blazing Flame mercenary group, and then subtly hinted that Commander Carl was here, all for this moment, right? Ignoring the people surrounding him, Bennett, carrying Carl on his back, looked at Adolf, the 50-something-year-old, bearded Lord of Tudden, with a cold smile. Snap, snap, snap. Upon hearing this, Adolf raised his hand and clapped lightly a few times for Bennett before saying, I originally thought you would all come, but I didn't expect that only you are here. A lone hero, Bennett. You're very brave, that's great. Lowering his hand, Adolf looked at Bennett, who showed no fear, and said admiringly, my courage is beyond your imagination. As soon as he finished speaking, without warning, Bennett's body turned into a blur, and with the energy in his hand tilting, a ferocious tiger head measuring 10 feet in size appeared in an instant. Whoa! After a chilling growl, the tiger's head rammed into Adolf, who was caught off guard. Whoosh! Whoosh! But the next moment, a finely crafted enchanted longsword with a red-hot blade appeared in Adolf's hand, held horizontally in front of his chest, barely blocking the attack. You? Mid-level Grandmaster? A look of shock flashed across Adolf's face as he looked up at Bennett in disbelief. He couldn't believe it. Someone who was only in a high-ranking mercenary group at the highest level of officialdom had a transcendental level of Grandmaster, and even a mid-level one at that. Fortunately, the exquisite enchanted longsword in his hand was a master-level weapon that he had purchased at a high price. With the enhancement of his own cultivation level, it barely reached the level of a mid-stage master. Otherwise, he would have been seriously injured by that attack. Chapter 51, Sending Away. On the other side, Bennett secretly felt regretful. He had made a sudden move just now to catch Adolf off guard and take advantage of his underestimation of his opponent, hoping to seriously injure him directly. But unexpectedly, Lady Adu was a seasoned and experienced woman with a wealth of combat experience. She went all out with a single move and even took out a powerful enchanted weapon. So, do you think you can stop me today? Whoosh! The powerful aura spread out, causing the apprentice-level extraordinary beings surrounding them to stagger and fall. Only the formal level ones were able to stand up with difficulty. Enveloped in an orange-red aura, Bennett spoke coldly to Adolf. No, at this point, how could I possibly let the tiger return to the mountain? This isn't about stopping you. It's about you all dying here today. Whoosh! With a swift motion of his long sword, Adolf charged directly at Bennett, who was carrying Carl on his back. Bang! With a stomp of his foot, the floor shattered into pieces. Bennett didn't try to withstand the blow, but instead dodged to the side and then leaped into the air, intending to fly out of the dungeon. However, Adolf seemed to have already guessed Bennett's plan. His attack just now was just a test, and he flashed and appeared directly behind Bennett. Puff, puff, puff. The powerful elemental blades roared, enveloping Bennett in every possible space to hide. It's broken. The next moment, Bennett let out a loud shout, and then his body poured out a sea of energy, instantly transforming into a huge orange-red tiger with a shoulder height of more than 10 meters. Rumble, rumble. The existing dungeon was smashed open, and large amounts of mud, sand, and rubble splattered everywhere. The people who had been surrounding the area were now scrambling and crawling away from the battlefield. Call out. Puffed. However, at that moment, a green beam of light pierced directly through one of the giant tiger's hind limbs. The enormous tiger head turned, staring coldly at Adolf, who stood in the void to the side. Call out. Swish, swish, swish. With its forelimbs swaying in the air, its pair of tiger claws blurred into afterimages as it relentlessly lashed out at Adolf, the surging winds leaving deep gashes several meters long on the ground. At this moment, Adolf wielded his longsword, forming a tight sword net that blocked all the fiery wind blades generated by the giant tiger's claws. Ha ha! You're not leaving today. Seeing that the giant tiger that Bennett had transformed into had paused slightly, Adolf's body rose a little higher again, and then violent energy began to gather on it. Whoosh! A beam of emerald green light, as thick as an arm, shot out from the longsword in Adolf's hand, carrying an invincible aura, and shot directly towards the giant tiger in midair. This attack was even more ruthless. The giant tiger that Bennett had transformed into was pierced directly through the abdomen by the green beam. But, the next moment, their bodies landed on the ground, and with a wave of orange-red light, the giant tiger disappeared, revealing Bennett with a somewhat gloomy face and Carl with a pale face. What? You're not going to put up a fight anymore? Standing in midair, looking down at Bennett, Adolf twisted his neck and said with a cold smile, You talk too much nonsense. Don't worry, I won't leave until I twist your head off today. As soon as he finished speaking, Bennett's slightly bent body slowly straightened, and Carl, who had been on his back, slowly disappeared, revealing that he was just a phantom. A moment later, Bennett raised the corners of his mouth slightly, stretched his limbs, and looked at Adolf with a half-smile. Looks like I underestimated you. You must have thrown that guy Carl out in the chaos when you broke into the dungeon earlier. I was wondering why it was so strange just now. How come I hit you so easily? But how far can he run in that state? Adolf beckoned, and Tony, who was watching from afar, paused for a moment, then quickly nodded and led his men away. I'm not sure how far it is, but I'm staying here to twist your head off. With blazing orange-red flames rising from his hands, Bennett grinned, then soared into the sky, quickly lunging towards Adolf, whose face was somewhat pale. Knock, knock, knock. Orange flames and green light began to collide incessantly in the sky. On a street late at night, a figure appeared, slightly staggering, and with each step tried to shroud himself in the shadows of buildings. And so, the figure quickly arrived in front of a 5- or 6-story hotel with a stepped layout. At that moment, Abel, sitting by the window, yawned. So much time had passed, and it was almost dawn, yet there was still no news. However, they were not worried. No news was the best news for them at the moment. Moreover, Bennett was a grandmaster, so although the people in the room were somewhat anxious, they did not panic. Looking downstairs, Abel let out a surprise sound. What's wrong? Seeing Abel's unusual behavior, everyone present stood up and looked at him. Well, no, it's nothing. I just saw the figure stagger over and then collapse next to the garbage dump next to the hotel. He's probably a drunkard or a homeless person. Seeing everyone's reaction, Abel scratched his head somewhat embarrassedly and then spoke. You little brat. Upon hearing this, Cags glared at Abel, then sat back down on the sofa. Where is it? Let me see. On the other side, Philotai walked to the window and asked Abel a question. There it is. Make way. Abel pointed casually and then replied. Call out. But the next moment, Philotai, standing beside him, stretched out his leg and jumped down from the second floor, rushing quickly toward the figure who was half lying on the ground. Chapter 52, Collateral Damage. This is Carl, the commander. When Philotai carried the person into the room, Abel couldn't help but open his mouth wide, looking at the stinking, blood-stained Captain Carl with a look of astonishment. Then, a surge of anger welled up inside me. Damn it, they deserve to die. Luke, with his keen eye, quickly stood up and helped lay Commander Carl flat on the sofa. Philotai, how can you be sure it's the commander? Abel leaned closer to the reclining Captain Carl, looked up at Philotai whose brows were furrowed, and asked curiously. In that situation, unless you specifically use your extraordinary senses to investigate, it was pitch black, and since Commander Carl was facing the ground, how could he possibly be recognized? I didn't know it was Commander Carl at first. I just smelled blood. Upon hearing this, Philotai shifted her gaze from the unconscious Captain Carl beside her and replied softly, Careful. But the next moment he caught sight of Philotai outside the window, out of the corner of his eye, shouted urgently, and then his Yuan energy surged and a scorching halo rose up. Asterisk whoosh, 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 asterisk. As Philotai's voice faded, countless enchanted crossbow bolts shot in from the outside, almost filling the entire room. Commander! Commander Carl! Although the attack came suddenly and quickly, the room was filled with extraordinary beings at the mid-level or higher of the formal rank. Apart from Abel and Kagas suffering minor injuries, the high-level formal rank Felity and Luke were almost unharmed. However, at this moment, Captain Carl, who was lying unconscious on the sofa, had 4 enchanted crossbow bolts stuck in his body. Although Felity reacted quickly, the intense gunfire still took away Commander Carl's last remaining breath. Tony, you dare to use military-grade enchanted crossbows without authorization to attack the kingdom's extraordinary warriors. Standing by the window, Kags glared angrily at Tony, who was standing in front of dozens of city guards, and shouted loudly in a furious voice. No. You mustn't misunderstand. I have never laid a hand on any of the kingdom's extraordinary warriors. What I'm dealing with now is a wanted criminal of the kingdom. Bennett launched a night raid on the city lord's mansion and attacked Baron Adolf Hebrew, a nobleman of the kingdom. As the city's law enforcement officer, it is only natural that I must arrest his accomplices. After saying this with a smile, Tony took a step back and waved to the crowd behind him. The next moment, dozens of low-ranking, formal-level extraordinary warriors, wielding military longswords, rushed towards the hotel's entrance and stormed inside. Listen up, everyone in this hotel. I am Tony Hebrew, the current law enforcement officer of Tudun City, and I am currently apprehending a major wanted criminal in the kingdom. We hope everyone will cooperate and come downstairs to the hotel entrance to gather. Once your identities are verified, you can leave. Otherwise, you will all be considered accomplices of wanted criminals and will be killed without exception. Holding a strange amplification magic device in his hand, Tony shouted loudly throughout the entire hotel. At this moment, in the room next to Lin Kong's, and Chi, who hadn't fallen asleep to begin with, got out of bed with a grim expression. Then he quickly walked to the living room, slightly pulled back the curtains, and carefully observed the outside world. The only good news right now is that it seems they really are just arresting some wanted criminals. Recalling the conversation between Officer Tony downstairs and a guest on the second floor, Angie knew that the city guards downstairs hadn't come specifically to find them. But the thought of them verifying her identity made Ankai frown. Although they could produce their identification documents, being questioned repeatedly like this still gave them a chance of revealing their true identities. Never mind. Let's hope they're quick-wit. Knock, knock, knock. Who? The next moment, Angie suddenly heard a knock on her door. She jolted, quickly generating a spell model in her hand, and stared intently at the doorway. Angie, it's me, Shermie. Soon, a familiar voice came from outside. Squeak. Hearing the sound, Ankai relaxed slightly, then quickly opened the door. 2 figures hurriedly entered the room, looking somewhat flustered. Sherm, Cug, why are there only 2 of you? Where's Paulia? I don't know, I just went to his room. He wasn't there. They probably went there again. Upon hearing this, the quiet woman named Xia Ermei thought for a moment, then blushed slightly and spoke to Ankai. He's gone to find women again, that guy. Hearing Shermie's words, Angie nodded, clearly knowing what Shermie was referring to. However, this time he made the right choice in finding a woman. Hearing the growing noise outside, Ankai frowned again. What should we do, Your Highness Angel? Huh? Do you want to die? In this situation? Looking towards the window, Angie heard Cug address her beside her. Her expression turned cold, and she spoke. I'm sorry, Ang. All right, let's pack up quickly and head out to the assembly point. Otherwise, the last one to leave will definitely be questioned or harassed. Turning her head to look at the 2 of them, Angie stood up and went into the bedroom to change her clothes. Xiaomei, come on over and wear my clothes. And what about me? Upon hearing this, and seeing Shermie walk over as well, Cugger asked a question weakly to Angie's back. Just wear your pajamas and wait here. Of course, if you want to wear women's clothes, I can find you a couple of outfits too. Angie glanced back at Cugger and said in an annoyed tone, Forehead. After hearing this, Cugger looked embarrassed and stopped talking. Chapter 53 Kalas Feet. Meanwhile, in a small attic of the inn, Felity and his party all looked sadly at the lifeless figure lying on the ground in front of them. Felity, stop hesitating, we don't have time. Kaggs clenched his fists, his eyes slightly red. His older brother, who had occupied most of his life, had died right in front of him. More than 30 years have passed since he joined the Flame mercenary group as a mid-level apprentice warrior. He has transformed from that naive young man into a mature man at the mid-level of the formal level. Goodbye, Karl, big brother. He murmured something to himself, watching as a ball of intense heat surged from Philoty's hand and slowly enveloped him. In just 4 or 5 breaths, the flames vanished. Come with me. We can't stay in Tooting City any longer. Let's go somewhere else first. The south gate is definitely guarded. How are we supposed to get out? Upon hearing this, Philoty tried to hide her sadness and then looked at Luke, who had just spoken. Yes, although we are all quite strong, it is clearly unrealistic for fugitives to fight against the entire city army of Tooting. Kaggs, who was standing to the side, shook his head after hearing this. Get out. Where else can we go? Why don't we charge out and fight Tony now? I must kill him and avenge the captain. Abel said fiercely, tears streaming down his face as he turned to look outside. No, if we confront them head-on now, not only will we fail to avenge ourselves, but we will also lose our lives in vain. Seeing Abel's appearance, Luke frowned slightly, then turned to look at Fildy beside him, his gaze softening as he spoke. Fildy, there's a magic circle in my residence. It can directly teleport you to the southern forest when my tribe gathers. Then you can consider in detail how to avenge Commander Karl. After saying that, Luke went to the attic window and looked down. Don't hesitate any longer. The law enforcement officers will be searching here soon. If they find out our exact location, breaking through will become much more difficult. Okay, let's follow Luke to the southern forest first. After a moment's thought, Philoty glanced at Kaggs and Abel's faces, then spoke decisively. What about Lin Kong? He seems like an ordinary person. Should we take him with us? Everyone was taken aback when Kaggs suddenly spoke. Never mind. Now Luke began, but was interrupted by Philoty's before he could finish. Take him with you. After all, he is Bennett's savior, and Bennett is already a Grandmaster-level transcendent. All right. Hearing Philoty's words, Luke hesitated, but seeing that she didn't say anything more, he thought for a moment and nodded helplessly. You all go to the highest floor on the east side and wait for me. I'll go find him alone. Stepping out of the attic, Philoty spoke softly. No need. I'm right here. Seeing Philoty open the door, Lin Kong couldn't help but touch his nose in surprise. He hadn't expected that everyone would actually bring him along. Actually, if everyone had just run away and ignored him, Lin Kong wouldn't have said anything. After all, he acted like an ordinary person and wasn't familiar with the others. If it weren't for Bennett, Lin Kong wouldn't have known the people in front of him. However, if they just left, then it wouldn't concern Lin Kong anymore. Turning his head to look at the palm-sized firebird on his shoulder that was dozing off, Lin Kong chuckled. All right, let's go. Philoty glanced at Lin Kong with some surprise, though she didn't know how he knew they were in this attic. Moreover, none of them, all of them at the formal level of transcendence, since that Lin Kong was just outside the door of this pavilion. Although she was puzzled, she didn't ask. Not to mention the current crisis. Even under normal circumstances, it would be impolite to pry into someone else's secrets. They followed closely behind the group, heading east. Going to the southern forest? Seriously, this is ridiculous. We've only been here for 2 days, and we already have to go back. However, that's my territory. Recalling their conversation, Lin Kong couldn't help but silently complain in his mind. I haven't even done anything yet, and I've already become a wanted criminal in the kingdom of Eisen Island. I wonder what kind of expression Princess Doris will have when she finds out. Thinking of Princess Doris Rodriguez of the kingdom of Eisen Island, whom he had successfully tricked that day, Lin Kong couldn't help but chuckle. It seems I had an agreement with her. The hotel, in the open space in front of the hotel. Sir, we still haven't found any trace of them. The room they were staying in was empty. Continue. The entire hotel was surrounded by our people. They couldn't just vanish into thin air, could they? Upon hearing this, Tony glanced at his adjutant who had just spoken, then said with a slightly gloomy expression, Yes, sir. Nodding and giving a soft Tony turned to look at the dozens of ordinary hotel guests gathered together. Miss, you're probably not a native of Tooting City, are you? When Tony's gaze fell on one of the figures, his eyes lit up. The figure had long, flowing golden hair and a beautiful face that looked slightly shy and puzzled. Don't be afraid. Tooting City welcomes all civilians with no stain on their record. Straightening his expression, Tony adopted a very amiable demeanor and spoke softly. Chapter 54, The Drunken Palia. I am Angie, an orphan adopted by a nun in Mosiah City, Silvermoon province of the kingdom. Because I have a talent for wizardry, I left Mosiah City and came to Chessel Wizarding Academy to study. Haha, a wizard's talent. Miss Angie is so lucky. Upon hearing this, Tony chuckled lightly, but a hint of jealousy flashed in his eyes. He then added, I remember that Chessel College will be recruiting wizard apprentices again in a little over 2 months. It is quite reasonable for you to come at this time. Tony had originally wanted to have something happen with her, but after thinking about what she had just said, he decided to give up. After all, a wizard apprentice in a city is very valuable. If he really wanted to do something, not to mention Mosiah City, which is directly under the jurisdiction of Silvermoon Province, even a mid-level Grandmaster wizard stationed outside Tooting City would not let him off easily. And this is... Turning to look at the other woman beside Angie, Tony licked his lips and then asked softly, She is my friend Charmy from Mosiah City, and also my companion. She also has wizarding talent. Upon hearing this, Angie smiled sweetly at Tony, as if she thought he was a good person. The shyness on her face gradually disappeared, and then she took the initiative to speak. Yes, that's nice. After listening, Tony's expression stiffened slightly. It was rare to see such a group of stunning beauties, but it seemed he couldn't really make a move. This feeling was even more frustrating and uncomfortable than when he was turned away by Philotai. Because with Philotai, you can still pester him relentlessly or use some forceful methods. However, at that moment, a young man, drunk from drinking, slowly walked over from another street. Belch, why is it so lively today? He turned to look at the sky, which was still dimly lit as before. Palia shook his head and then slowly walked forward. Sir, a drunkard is staggering over here. At that moment, a city guard came up to Tony and reported loudly. A drunkard? Just kick him out. Upon hearing this, Tony didn't hesitate for long and casually gave the order. Angie, what should we do? It looks like Palia. At that moment, Angie and Charm saw a city guard walking towards Palia, and their eyes narrowed in surprise. Don't panic. He's drunk right now, so maybe you won't reveal anything. Holding Shermie's hand tightly, Angie looked in the direction where Palia was. The unusual behavior of the two was noticed by Tony, who was not far away. Angie quickly said with some disgust, Although I don't hate drinking, I hate people who drink without restraint and get completely drunk. After listening, Tony turned to Angie and chuckled, then said, There's nothing we can do about it. The one thing this world has no shortage of is drunkards. Hearing the arguing, Tony turned his head and saw that the city guard and the drunkard seemed to be having some kind of conflict. Bring it over. As if he had just thought of something, Tony shouted loudly at the city guard not far away. Then turned to look at Angie. Miss Angie, actually I also quite dislike this kind of person. Bring him here. I'll teach him a lesson for you. Upon hearing this, Ankai's expression stiffened. No, I don't hate it. Please don't bring it over. Although that's what she thought, Angie knew she couldn't say it aloud. Seeing Tony's deliberate attempt to curry favor, Angie's face tightened, then she forced a smile. All right, Your Honor, as long as you're satisfied. Let me go. Let me go. Who are you? With only the strength of a mid-level apprentice wizard and in a drunken state, how could Poria possibly outmaneuver the dragging of a high-level apprentice warrior? Puff. Looking at the man being dragged to his feet, Tony raised his hand and fanned himself in the air. You little brat, do you know who I am? I don't know who you are and why you're arresting me. Upon hearing this, Palia, who had regained some clarity, cried out in terror. As he happened to turn his head and see Angel in the distance, Palia's eyes lit up, and he quickly scrambled over to her, calling out, Angel, Shermie, Cug. What's going on? Are they the city guards? Does that mean they already know we were sent by the kingdom of Helion? Idiot, shut up. Upon hearing this, Ankai's chest heaved slightly. She was so angry she didn't know what to say. It was exactly what she feared had come to pass. I'm not afraid of godlike opponents. but I'm afraid of pig-like teammates. On the other side, Tony was stunned for a moment, then looked down at Polya, whose face was pale, and finally fixed his gaze on Angel, Shermie, and Cug, who had been paying attention to him. Brothers, today is the day we get promoted and make a fortune. They are wizard apprentice spies sent by the kingdom of Helion. You all heard that, right? Capture one, and you'll be rewarded with 100 gold coins and promoted 1 rank. Tony threw his head back and burst into laughter, then waved his hand and shouted loudly to the city guards around him. Charge, brothers! Go! Upon hearing this, the city guards around them roared and rushed towards Ankai and her companions with excited expressions. 1 gold coin is equal to 100 silver coins, and 1 silver coin is equal to 100 copper coins. In the kingdom of Eisen Island, 1 copper coin is equivalent to $1 in Lin Kong's previous life. In other words, the 100 gold coins that Tony just promised are equivalent to 1 million. Although higher grade crystals are used as the mainstream currency in the extraordinary world, gold and silver are still the mainstream currency among ordinary people and some low-level apprentice extraordinary beings. Chapter 55 Little Fat Bird. I almost got fooled by those 2 young ladies. Tony smiled as he watched the 4 people gradually being surrounded. Idiot! Is your brain filled with water? On the other side, Angie glanced at Polya, who had been lifted up by Kugra and couldn't help but mutter curses under her breath again. I don't know. At this moment, his drunkenness had almost completely disappeared. Polya listened to Angel's cold rebuke, and although he wanted to refute her, he didn't know what to say. It's all your fault. If you hadn't happened to have a talent for wizardry, I don't think Lady Angie would have brought you along at all. Cug gave Polya a cold look. Their current situation was entirely due to this guy's stupidity. Bullshit. Do you think I wanted to come here? Upon hearing Cug's words, Polya growled and said angrily, All right, stop arguing. Fortunately, all the formal-level extraordinary beings went into the hotel to arrest those wanted criminals. Those left outside are just apprentices. But that Tony, he should be at the official level, right? Upon hearing this, Shermie, like Angie, erected a magical shield and used her wizard's hand to block the charging city guards. She then spoke with a somewhat pessimistic tone. I know. Now that Tony hasn't made a move, you should quickly construct more spell models. In a moment, listen to my command and throw them all at him. As long as we can temporarily restrain him, I can use the lightness technique and the flight technique to take everyone away. After speaking to the 3 people beside her, Ankai quickly constructed a magic model, rapidly consuming her yuan power, which then transformed into magic arrays floating around her. Okay. Upon hearing this, Polya's fearful and flustered expression subsided slightly, and he quickly agreed, doing as Angie instructed. Thud! Rumble! Rumble! A moment later, a violent explosion suddenly occurred on the top floor of the hotel, and then several figures quickly jumped down floor by floor, landing on the ground to the east. Snort! You rats, you've finally shown yourselves. Turning my head to look in that direction, I saw a figure enveloped in a familiar orange-red halo. Tony didn't deal with Angie and her group because he was waiting for Philides and her group. Otherwise, if he were to take matters into his own hands and deal with Angie's for mid to high level wizard apprentices, causing Philide and her group to escape, it would be a loss for him. Tony, you will pay the price for your actions. Before Tony could rush over, Abel's angry voice reached Tony's ears from afar. Oh, really? Where's that old stubborn Carl? Could even shot dead in that volley of arrows. A green aura arose around him, and Tony, holding a fully enchanted longsword, leaped forward and ran quickly. Just you wait, I'll become your nightmare. Filthy unleashed a burst of flames from his hand, repelling the pursuing soldiers. Then, looking at Tony who was rushing towards him, he spoke in a cold voice. Ha! You think you can get away with this today? Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. As Tony finished speaking, 3 more mid-level formal-grade powerhouses quickly jumped out from the surrounding buildings, blocking the way for Philitai and his group. Among Philitai's group were 2 high-ranking officials. Although they couldn't defeat them, they could hold them off for a short time. Once the 5 high-ranking officials and dozens of low and mid-ranking officials from the hotel came out and surrounded them, they would have no chance of escape, even if they had wings. Get out of my way. Philotai and Luke were now at full power, like two ferocious humanoid beasts. The scorching air waves they generated made Lin Kong, who was standing in the middle, feel uncomfortable. You can't escape. Knowing their role, none of the three dared to get too close, but the outpouring of their energy still greatly hindered the speed of Lin Kong and his group. Meanwhile, Tony had already joined up with the pursuers who jumped out of the hotel and was rushing over. Seeing this, Lin Kong frowned slightly, and the people around him also became anxious. In the past, when you stop them, be careful not to be too conspicuous. Turning to the palm-sized lighter dozing on his shoulder, Lin Kong spoke softly, then after a moment's thought, gave some further instructions. Otherwise, if a legendary-level extraordinary magical beast were to wreak havoc in this city, where even master-level beasts are rare, the news would probably spread throughout the entire Eisen Island kingdom by tomorrow. If we trace it back to the source, we can probably find our own origin here. How could he then enjoy himself in the human kingdom? Moreover, if he exposed his existence, Lin Kong would feel completely unsafe. Who knows if this extraordinary world has any strange powers that can harm people from thousands of miles away. However, if it is below the legendary level, even if it is at the peak of the high-level Grandmaster level, it will not cause a sensation, let alone attract the attention of major forces. At most, there are local forces engaging in minor skirmishes and settling scores with each other, which wouldn't attract any attention at all. Screech! As soon as Lin Kong finished speaking, the lighter immediately flew into the sky, then flapped its little wings and looked disdainfully at the group of humans rushing towards it. What's that? A chubby little bird the size of a palm. Savages are savages. They don't think a little bird with a faint supernatural aura can stop us, do they? Seeing a bird fly over Lin Kong's shoulder, Tony and the others were less than 30 meters away. They only needed a moment to arrive at the battlefield and help the three people blocking their way. Tony gave a sarcastic remark, his expression playful. The city guards around him also laughed heartily. Chapter 56, I know him. Idiot. Lin Kong looked at the arrogant crowd opposite him, opened his mouth, and uttered the two words above, then extended a middle finger towards them. You're asking for death. Noticing Lin Kong's lip movements, Tony, standing not far away, was filled with hostility and was about to accelerate. Thump, thump, thump. However, a monstrous heat wave suddenly appeared overhead, and when they looked up, they found that the little chubby bird that was just the size of a palm had now transformed into a befang bird with a wingspan of more than 20 meters and flames rising from its body. Lin Kong, what's this? Oh, you mean the lighter? It's one of my pets. Seeing Philotai's exclamation beside him, Lin Kong touched his nose, pretended to be casual, and replied, That beast! He actually managed to sneak into the city center. Sensing the powerful master-level aura emanating from the befang bird, Tony's expression turned extremely grim, followed by a hint of fear, because he was far too close to this ferocious beast. Its sharp beak and scarlet eyes inspire fear. But the next moment, a familiar voice made Tony's eyes light up. Lord Spot, you've arrived. The Spect he mentioned was none other than the highest-ranking officer of the Legion Station in Tooting City, a lieutenant colonel with the extraordinary strength of a mid-level Grandmaster. Well, never mind. Lighter knows the way home. Let's head out first. It seems like another master-level expert has arrived on the other side. Okay, let's go first. Upon hearing this, Philotai and the others did not hesitate any longer, since they had just dealt with the three people blocking their way. Luke glanced at the befang firebird not far away, then looked at the ordinary Lin Kong, his expression extremely strange. How could a low-level, apprentice-level, extraordinary being possibly tame a master-level pet? Come with me. He paused only slightly before Luke sped off towards his residence. Meanwhile, Chi, who was keeping a close eye on Lin Kong and his group, looked surprised and finally gritted her teeth. Let's go, we'll follow them. Watching the figure quickly leave, Angie spoke up. But we're not familiar with them, and if we rashly follow them, I'm afraid. First of all, they fled with a purpose, so they must have made some preparations to leave Tooting City. Moreover, we don't have much time left. My Yuan energy is exhausted, and the flying technique will immediately become ineffective. If any of you are confident, or have a good way to leave this city under martial law, I will listen to him. Looking at the people around her, Ankai spoke in a cold voice. Stop talking. Just listen to Ankai. Shermie frowned slightly, then spoke. Good. All right. Having made her decision, Angie, standing dozens of meters in the air, did not hesitate and immediately used her flight technique to chase after Lin Kong and his group in the direction they had just left. A red sunrise appeared on the horizon, and the sky slowly emerged from the darkness, bathed in the cool morning light. Soon after, seeing Lin Kong and his group stop at a detached 3-story apartment building, and she quickly descended as well. Hello, we mean no harm. As you just saw, we were also being chased by those city guards, so we can cooperate. Excuse me, we have no intention of cooperating. Please leave. Upon hearing this, Kags replied indifferently. If he hadn't seen them fighting the city guards, Cargos would have intervened immediately, given that he had been following them closely. Do you have a way to leave Tooting City? If so, please take us with you. Angie glanced at Lin Kong out of the corner of her eye. Then her gaze finally settled on Felity, who seemed to be the leader. I can pay the price. 100 crystals per person. How about that? Not good? You can leave now, or I'll make my move. Looking at the several wizard apprentices who seemed to have appeared out of nowhere, Feliti's expression was extremely cold. After listening to what Angie said, he spoke directly. I know your companion him. Seeing that the other party remained unmoved, Ankai bit her lip, suddenly raised her arm, pointed at Lin Kong, and spoke. Forehead. Seeing the woman opposite him suddenly point at him, Lin Kong was a little surprised, and then looked at Feliti and Kags with a puzzled look. Lin Kong shrugged and then said, We've met twice, but we're not very close. Luke, how are you? No problem. As long as there are enough crystals, having a few more people is fine. Upon hearing Feliti's words, Luke paused for a moment, then replied softly. In that case, you may proceed. After giving Angie and the other 3 a cursory glance, Feliti nodded to Lin Kong and then followed Luke into the nearby apartment. A moment later, as Luke lifted his bed aside, a series of mysterious grooves appeared in everyone's view. Teleportation array. Upon seeing these grooves, Angie's eyes lit up, and she couldn't help but exclaim in delight. Are you ready? He placed more than 10 crystals into a pit at the top of the groove. Hearing Angie scream, Luke glanced at her in surprise. If you can recognize it at a glance, you must use it frequently or have some knowledge of teleportation arrays. However, considering the other party's status as a wizard apprentice, Luke felt somewhat relieved. Okowo, I'm fine with it too. All right, I'm starting it now. Buzzing. As Luke manipulated the system, a ring of surging spatial laws appeared, enveloped the people in the teleportation array in a hazy white light. A while later, as the white light disappeared, everyone vanished as well, and the surroundings gradually returned to silence. Chapter 57 Common Sense Errors. Buzzing. MMM. A sudden wave of dizziness washed over me. Countless noises filled my ears, and a strange feeling of nausea rose in my throat. The world spins and turns, and my 5 senses perceive the entire world as constantly being turned upside down. All the discomfort seemed to come at once, making Lin Kong almost unable to stand. Squatting on the ground, Lin Kong slowly loosened his arms from hugging his head after a while, when he realized that his swaying head had gradually stopped. This isn't your first time using a teleportation array, is it? At that moment, a clear, cold voice, tinged with surprise, appeared in my ears. I'm sorry, I've never traveled far before. This is probably my 2nd time using a teleportation array. Upon hearing this, Lin Kong raised his hand to rub his temples, thought for a moment, and then said, The first time, I was probably teleported while unconscious, so I didn't feel anything. Huh, where's everyone else? Did I faint too? When Lin Kong opened his eyes, he only saw the blonde wizard apprentice standing more than 2 meters away from him. There was no one else there. Looking around, all around were huge rocks covered in moss, and the altar-like platform underfoot was also roughly constructed of huge rocks, about 10 meters in diameter. Further on, there are towering, lush green trees, the sounds of insects and birds, and butterflies fluttering about. Where is this? Isn't this the southern forest? Turning my head to look behind me, I saw a steep mountain. Looking up, I saw clouds and mist swirling around it, and I couldn't see the top. This should indeed be the southern forest, but I don't know exactly where. The southern forests cover hundreds of thousands of miles of land. Who knows exactly where we are right now? Upon hearing this, Ankai looked at Lin Kong with even more curiosity, and then spoke softly. Stop looking, it's just the two of us here, no one else is here. Watching Lin Kong run around, jump off the altar, and look around, Ankai rolled her eyes and reminded him again. Puff puff, let's leave this place first. A little imp just glanced at us from afar. It's probably gone to call its companions. With a light leap, Ankai also jumped off the high platform with several cracks in the center, quickly walked to Lin Kong's side, and spoke. The little lesser demons you're talking about, these are them, aren't they? At this moment, there's a group of 7 or 8 people, all standing upright and about 1.45 meters tall with wrinkled, dark gray skin, round ears, serrated mouths, and holding thick bone clubs in their hands. Race, lesser demon. State, hungry, excited. Rank, low-level apprentice level extraordinary. Race, lesser demon. State, hungry, excited. Rank, intermediate apprentice level extraordinary. Making strange noises like wah and quack quack, it saw Lin Kong and Enchi as if they were two of the most delicious tender meats, and excitedly rushed over. What are you standing there for? Why don't you run? Lin Kong, who had turned and was about to run away, noticed that Enchi was still standing there. He paused for a moment and asked in surprise. Upon hearing this, Ankai glanced at Lin Kong and then spoke calmly. I don't think we have the stamina to outrun these tireless little devils. Swamp technique. Freeze. The next moment, the lesser demons seemed to have entered Angie's spell range. Angie parted her red lips slightly and let out a soft shout. Glug glug. Whoosh whoosh. With a wave of his hand, the spot where the little demons were running nearby instantly turned into a muddy swamp, slowing them down. Then, almost simultaneously, a cloud of blue, icy air appeared, freezing the little demon in the swamp. Earth spike technique. Asterisk. Puffed. Asterisk. As soon as he finished speaking, more than a dozen sharp rock spikes, each over a meter long, shot up from the ground, stringing the lesser demons together and annihilating them completely. Wow, the wizarding department actually has some talent. Lin Kong, who had watched the whole thing from beginning to end, couldn't help but marvel at Enchi's power. That small group of lesser demons included 2 mid-level apprentices who were extraordinary, and the remaining 5 were low-level apprentices who were extraordinary. They used their first talent, the datafication of all things, to scan them, which is why Lin Kong ran away immediately. Given their sheer numbers and extraordinary rank, Lin Kong didn't believe that once they got close, he, as a low-level apprentice extraordinary being, would be able to defeat these seemingly small lesser demons. But this team of extraordinary little monsters was wiped out by Angie, a high-level wizard apprentice, in less than 2 minutes. Let's go. Since a lesser demon has appeared here, there must be a cave entrance nearby. Ankai glanced at her masterpiece, frowned, then turned and quickly walked to Lin Kong, saying something. We should head toward the direction where the fog is lighter. That should be safer. Hearing Ankai's words, Lin Kong nodded imperceptibly, then quickly followed her and left. In fact, as soon as Lin Kong saw the unfamiliar surroundings, he knew that he had become arrogant and careless. It can be said that as soon as Lin Kong stepped out of the teleportation array, he immediately realized that he had made a fatal mistake, or rather, a common-sense error. The Southern Forest is indeed the Southern Forest, but it is so large that it is not its own Sunset Mountains or Rock Ant Mountains. Actually, Lin Kong had thought about this question before when he was next to the teleportation array, but he hadn't gone into depth. Lin Kong assumed that the teleportation array to the Southern Forest would at most send him to the edge of the Southern Forest, that is, the entrance to the Southern Forest. The Sunset Mountains are the outer barrier, or rather the outer gateway of the Southern Forest. That is exactly their territory, where countless rock ant armies are waiting for them. Chapter 58, Ankai's Talent. Hissing, hissing, as if sensing Lin Kong's agitated mood, the queen ant far away on Rock Ant Mountain let out a series of terrifying hisses, and then the entire Rock Ant Mountain began to shake. The soaring, malevolent energy almost instantly shattered the sea of clouds in the sky. Don't worry, I'm safe. Upon hearing the message of the queen ant's worry in his mind, Lin Kong quickly comforted her. In fact, although they can still sense the queen ant and communicate with her telepathically, they cannot determine her location. Perhaps the distance is too far, and they cannot confirm the queen ant's location, nor can the queen ant confirm their own location. Although he was extremely annoyed and gloomy, Lin Kong, who gradually calmed down, did not show it on his face at all. No, the nearby cave is probably a medium-sized one. With my strength, I'm afraid it will be difficult to avoid all the dangers and reach a safe place. As she walked, Angie noticed that a faint, slightly fishy gray mist was drifting by from time to time ahead, which seemed to be a bit denser than the gray mist not far behind her. Ankai stopped abruptly, her face turning pale. In that case, let's find a place to hide. Upon hearing this, Lin Kong glanced at the blonde high-level wizard apprentice whose expression did not seem to be feigning, and then made a suggestion. For now, this is the only way. After listening to Lin Kong's words, and she nodded and then looked around. Soon after, when she saw a boulder several hundred meters away that was the size of several houses, Angie's eyes lit up. It looked like it was a piece that had broken off and rolled down from a nearby mountain. Come on, follow me. Pointing to the boulder almost entirely covered in vines and moss, Angie spoke softly. A little while later, the two descended to the bottom and carefully examined the boulder in front of them. Ankai's yuan energy fluctuated. Flying technique. With a soft shout, Ankai slowly rose into the air, stopping about 5 meters above the ground, to Lin Kong's slightly surprised gaze. Collision technique. Angie pointed at a spot where the stone skin was exposed, and the next moment a large mass of green glowing liquid appeared out of thin air, covering the spot Angie had just pointed to. Sizzle. Soon after, Angela, whose entire body had entered the corroded hole, poked her head out from the hole, which was about 1 meter in diameter. All right, come in, but remember to spray some of this around here beforehand. As she spoke, Angie threw down a bottle that was 12 centimeters tall and about the width of a thumb from the 5-meter-high hole. Spray. Lin Kong was stunned for a moment when he saw that it was clearly a spray reagent in front of him. What are you standing there for? Spray it. This will eliminate the scent we left behind when we walked over. Okay. Lin Kong shook the bottle slightly, sprayed it around a few times, and then, after thinking for a moment, sprayed some more around the 100 meters or so they had come from. Lin Kong was unaware that while he was doing these things, Angie looked at him with a strange expression from the hole in the boulder. Why is that? Who exactly are you? Why does my intuition tell me that the only way to survive this time is to stick close to you? Actually, Ankai is still a little confused. How can someone who is not as strong as her, or even someone she can beat with one hand, protect her? As a member of the royal family of the Hylian Kingdom, no one knew that she had awakened a mysterious talent, precognitive abilities. But my premonitions have never been wrong. I hope this time is no exception. Angie sighed, looked away, and slowly sat down. Meanwhile, 12 miles away from Lin Kong and in Shi, there was a sizable complex of buildings, but strangely, all the creatures that originally lived there had vanished. The silence and emptiness, accentuated by the occasional drift of gray mist, created an eerie atmosphere. Luke was wondering how he would explain suddenly bringing a large group of humans with him. But when he arrived at the place where his tribe used to be stationed, he found that it was completely deserted. Why did the tribe suddenly retreat? Could it be that they were attacked by the cave monsters while I was away? Or has some powerful, irresistible cave monster appeared? Thinking about all this, Luke couldn't help but show a look of relief. In any case, a battle with the cave monsters was inevitable. Being sent to Tooting City to gather information was originally a tough job. But unexpectedly, things turned out to be a good thing by some twist of fate. You foolish things, it would be better if you were all devoured by these cave monsters. Looking down from a room carved out of mountain wall, tens of meters high. A few hundred lesser demons were wandering aimlessly in the camp below, interspersed with 12 or so evil, large lesser demons that were 2.5 meters tall. Surprisingly, Luke seemed to have no goodwill towards his winged tribe, and even harbored deep resentment towards them. However, judging from the surroundings, it doesn't seem like a panicked evacuation. It seems something must have happened that I don't know about. But None of that matters to me anymore. They left, leaving me with an empty camp, which is perfect for me to do that thing. Luke looked down again, and only when he did not find the terrifying 8-armed troll and 100-eyed troll did he feel a little relieved. Lesser demons are at the apprentice level, and greater demons are at the official level. The 8-armed trolls and 100-eyed trolls, who are generally over 10 meters tall, are at least at the low-level Grandmaster level. Click, click. Carefully closing the heavy stone door beside him, Luke slowly revealed a look of excitement mixed with madness on his face. Just wait, I'll be able to go down there openly and legitimately in a little while. Top, 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 top. The casual sounds traveled from the tunnel, which was 12 meters long, at the stone gate, all the way to the deepest part. Who? Is it Luke? Chapter 59, Luke's Unexpected Turn of Events. A moment later, following Luke's gaze, he saw a unique building standing at the very back of the cave. When viewed up close, it resembles a pyramid shrunk many times over, with a diagonal diameter of about 20 meters at the base, while the platform at the very top has a space of less than 3 square meters. The main color is black and gray, but because many sloping surfaces are splattered with bright red blood and the pale yellow magic lamps swaying all around, the entire platform looks somewhat eerie. At this moment, 6 people were standing in a space of less than 3 square meters on the platform. It was Philotai, Sharmi, Kagus, Kug, Abel, and Paulia who, for some reason, were transported to 2 different places by the teleportation array that was with Lin Kong and Angie. That's right, it's me. Slowly walking out of the passage and stepping into the vast space inside the mountain, Luke looked up at Philotai, who had spoken earlier, and said calmly, "Stop joking, Luke. Let us out now." "Ha, are you naive? Or did I somehow act just as stupid as you?" Upon hearing this, Luke slowly walked to the edge of the platform, looked around, and nodded in satisfaction, before looking up mockingly at Philotai, who was pale and extremely exhausted. "You're dealing with them, so please release me and my companions." As you know, wizard apprentices are registered in all major cities. If they die under mysterious circumstances, it will likely trigger an investigation by the Wizard Council. On the other side, looking up at the trapping formation carved by the ceiling stones around her, Shermie was slightly flustered, but she still spoke clearly to Luke. Yes, we have no grudge against you. If you release us, I will give you crystals, thousands of crystals, and enchanted weapons. You can choose whatever you want. Upon hearing Shermie speak, Paulia quickly walked to the edge of the platform and excitedly shouted at Luke. "Oh, I want everything you mentioned. However, letting you go is impossible. After all, with you wizard apprentices included, my success rate will increase several times over." Upon hearing this, Luke raised an eyebrow and looked at the people on the platform with a wicked expression. "Why did you do that? Philotai saved your life. If it weren't for Philotai that day, you would have died at the south gate of Tooting City amidst the surging beast tide. How can you repay kindness with enmity? Are you even human?" Seeing that Luke was completely different from his usual self, Abel was so angry that he gritted his teeth and loudly questioned him. "So what? Just because you saved me doesn't mean I have to be grateful to you. Also, you're right about your last sentence. I really am not human." Upon hearing Abel shout, Luke snorted coldly, and his enormous wings suddenly unfurled, as if he were somewhat excited. He slowly crouched down and wrapped himself in his wings. "My father was a winged human. I was born after he raped a human woman. It's ridiculous. I was abandoned in the wilderness less than 3 months after I was born. If it weren't for these so-called wings on my back, I probably would have been eaten by monsters long ago. Hi, you guys know. Never mind. How could you fools possibly understand? What exactly do you want?" As Luke folded his wings and stood up again, Kags glanced at the pained Philotes and spoke coldly to Luke. "I'm not doing anything. I'm just turning you into resources for my evolution. Oh dear, you should say goodbye to each other properly. Or let's catch up. Otherwise, by the time I'm fully prepared, you might not even have time to hold a grudge against me." After circling the pyramid-shaped platform, Luke glanced up at the 6 people on it, sneered, and then walked into the passage not far away. "Oh, right, because of the time you saved me. I'll let you die knowing why." Just as he was about to step into the passage, Luke suddenly stopped and turned to look at Philotai, who was in pain. "Do you know? I'm the one who killed your Commander Carl. Commander Carl was secretly thrown out of the City Lord's mansion by Bennett, and he had been on the run for a long time. Tony and his men had no idea where to chase after us. It was me. I secretly sent a message to Tony telling him about the hotel we were staying at, and tell him that Carl was probably told by Bennett to come to this hotel. Unfortunately, things turned out exactly as I expected. But what's worse is that bastard Tony. It seems he's not going to pay me, and he even wants to kill me and you guys together. Unfortunately, he failed. He didn't know that I'd spent a lot of money to build an escape teleportation array at my residence in Tooting City long ago. After all, someone like me would need it sooner or later. Luke shrugged and finished speaking with a cheerful expression, as if sharing with others would increase his enjoyment. Luke, you deserve to die. On the other side, after hearing what had just been said, Philotai suddenly had crimson flames bursting out of his body. His wide eyes were bloodshot, filled with boundless sorrow, pain, and the rage that gripped his heart. Slowly, orange flames began to flicker within them. Especially Philotai's long, ice-blue hair, which fluttered as her aura exploded, looked extremely eerie. Chapter 60 Bloodline Awakening. Soon after, something even stranger happened. Philotai's originally icy blue hair slowly turned red from the roots, and in a short while, it completely transformed into a blood red with a cold sheen. Meanwhile, Philotai's originally cold and elegant temperament gradually became sinister and wild. Forehead. The bloodline of the Ice and Snow Elves is actually mixed with the bloodline of the Flame Lord. Wow, her parents really know how to have fun. And what's more, this actually allows one to leave behind bloodline descendants. At this moment, Charm, who was forced to the innermost part of the room, looked at Philotai's current appearance. Even though the current situation did not allow it, she still couldn't help but complain to herself. This is bloodline awakening. On the other side, Luke, who had been all smiles, was now so angry at Philotai, who was engulfed in flames on the high platform and whose aura was rising little by little, that he wanted to slap himself twice. It's almost a success. Why are you still talking nonsense? Boom! A phantom of a fire lord, several meters tall, with 2 horns and a long tail, slowly began to take shape behind Philotai. The formal level sorcery array that had trapped them shattered the moment the Flame Lord's phantom appeared. The aura rose. Low-level Grandmaster, mid-level Grandmaster, high-level Grandmaster. Luke was now filled with shock, anger, and regret. After giving Philotai a vicious glare, Luke gritted his teeth and quickly fled towards the outside world. I hate it so much. Having spent so many years as a double agent, teetering between life and death between humans and his own tribe, he had amassed such a fortune, only to lose almost it all in one fell swoop this time. At this point, Luke's pain was no longer just a drop of blood. It was like his heart had been ripped open and blood was gushing out. Just wait, Luke will be back. His figure vanished, but a voice filled with resentment lingered in the passage for a long time. At midday, the sun is blazing, but this doesn't apply to some parts of the pristine forest. The towering trees, ranging from 12 meters to nearly 100 meters high, separate the area above and below the forest canopy into 2 completely different worlds. The rustling sound, the rustling of leaves. The grass was lush, the bushes were messy and low, and there was a thick layer of dead leaves on the trees. When you step on it, you never know how many insects are crawling around below. Thump, thump, thump. Watching the 2 ferocious trolls, each over 10 meters tall and with many arms, leading more than 300 lesser demon minions of varying sizes, they quickly walked over. At this moment, Lin Kong peeked out from a gap in the boulder and only breathed a sigh of relief when the thumping footsteps gradually faded away. They're gone. Can you let go of my hand now? Ankai also let out a soft breath, then turned to look at Lin Kong, looking down at her right hand that was being tightly held by him, and said in a cool voice, Haha, sorry, I was too nervous just now, so I grabbed something without thinking. I didn't expect it to be the witch's hand. I'm so sorry. I was really too nervous. After all, they were 2 Grandmaster-level extraordinary trolls, and they were leading hundreds of minions. Upon hearing this, Lin Kong quickly released Chi's hand and apologized. Thanks. But on the other side, After Angie slowly sat down, she lowered her head and suddenly uttered 2 words. Thank you? Thank me? What are you thanking me for? The space that Ankai carved out of the boulder was about 5 or 6 square meters in size and only about 1.7 meters high. Ankai, who is 1.65 meters tall, has no problem standing up straight, but it is not so friendly to Lin Kong, who is 1.82 meters tall. He can only walk around by bending over. After sitting down opposite Ankai, Lin Kong asked with a puzzled look on his face. The legendary concealing breath ring, due to its special nature, costs at least more than 10 ordinary legendary enchanted weapons to forge. Ankai glanced up at the exquisite ring on Lin Kong's left index finger and spoke softly. Upon hearing this, Lin Kong's pupils contracted, and he subconsciously touched the ring on his hand. Of course, while that lecherous man might have had the intention of helping me conceal my presence, I'm afraid he also had quite a bit of the urge to take advantage of me, didn't he? As she spoke, Ankai took out a handkerchief, and a palm-sized water ball appeared in her hand. She then wet the handkerchief and wiped her right hand in front of Lin Kong. Phew. Judging from your appearance, you're probably not even an adult yet. Even if I were desperate, I wouldn't have any thoughts about a child. After hearing what she said, Lin Kong clasped his hands together, looked Anchi up and down carefully, then curled his lips and said with a look of disgust, You? Seeing Lin Kong sitting cross-legged against the wall behind him, acting as if he wouldn't argue with a child, Ankai couldn't help but feel furious. Sure enough, he's an annoying guy. He's just as hateful wherever he goes. Don't worry, I didn't ask you to like me. Upon hearing this, Lin Kong shrugged, yawned lazily, and replied, Don't worry, even if the sky falls and all the men except you die, I still won't like you. Oh. After listening, Lin Kong chuckled as he looked at Anchi's angry expression. Then his gaze inadvertently swept over the dim forest environment outside the cave entrance. He originally wanted to tease her again, but at this moment Lin Kong restrained himself. Chapter 61, Abyss Secondary Passage. Actually, I'm very curious why there were only the 2 of us left after the teleportation array was opened. After pausing for a moment, Lin Kong opened his arms and shifted to a more comfortable position. Then, he looked at Anchi and voiced the question that had been nagging at him for a long time. It's very simple. Of course, it's because I secretly altered the magic circle with the help of a wizard. Your companion's name is Luke, isn't it? He must have had other purposes, but by the time I discovered the teleportation array was abnormal, it was too late. Fortunately, he was an amateur and set it up very crudely, so I was able to protect myself and teleport correctly. What about me? Upon hearing this, Lin Kong thought for a moment and then spoke again. I knew this trip might be dangerous, so I specifically brought a companion. You were the closest to me at the time, so you came with me. I originally thought you were very powerful and could protect me, but now I've discovered that you seem to only have the strength of a low-level apprentice. After saying that, Ankai seemed to feel that she had made the biggest mistake of her life. She looked up at the sky speechlessly, her face full of regret. Tisk tisk, a low-level apprentice? Actually, I'm not even a low-level apprentice. Oh dear, how could I possibly let a little kid like you actually find out? Lin Kong waved his hand, not surprised that Anchi guessed his specific cultivation level. After all, it would be really strange if Angie didn't find it odd that they had a minor conflict in a hotel and then been in close contact for a period of time. By the way, what's the deal with these cave monsters you mentioned? My God, are you really from the Prime Material Plane? I'm starting to doubt whether you're a native of some remote, obscure material plane. Upon hearing this, Ankai looked at Lin Kong with astonishment, as if she couldn't believe it. Unfortunately, I am indeed from the Prime Material Plane. Also, tell me quickly, what's the situation with this cave? After all, we're in the same boat now. The more I know, the better our chances of survival will be. Lin Kong asked again, after Anchi nodded confidently. All right. Upon hearing this, Ankai's eyes flickered slightly, and then she pondered for a moment. Crypt passages refer to the passages connecting the material planes that have been eroded and assimilated by the Abyss realm to the Prime Material Plane. It should originally be called a secondary Abyss passage, But these secondary abyss passages usually appear hundreds or nearly 1,000 meters underground in the prime material plane. Then the corrosive, demonic insects and sharp-toothed worms move upwards until they break through the surface of the earth. Commonly seen types include lesser demons, greater demons, multi-armed trolls, toothed worms, multi-eyed monsters, hundred-eyed trolls, abyssal demons, corruption worms, etc. Therefore, many people believe that the monsters that rushed out of the ground were really born from the labyrinthine caves, so the names caves and cave monsters spread widely and were quite apt and were thus accepted. Strictly speaking, those monsters are products of the abyss realm, used to invade other material planes. Then, if it's this serious, why don't the powerful figures of the Doma continent destroy these secondary abyssal passages? After hearing what Ankai said, Lin Kong frowned slightly and asked, somewhat puzzled, "Puff, you don't even know the difference between the material plane and the prime material plane?" Upon hearing this, Ankai looked at Lin Kong up and down a few more times as if he were a fool, and finally couldn't help but chuckle. "I'm sorry my ignorance startled you, but I hope the all-knowing Miss Angie will kindly enlighten me. In all my life, this is the first time I've ever seen someone so ignorant yet so self-righteous. Ha ha." Seeing Lin Kong's expression, with one hand covering his mouth, Ankai couldn't help but chuckle again. "What's the big deal? Don't be so surprised. Ignorance is not terrible. What is terrible is those who are ignorant but pretend to know everything. If you pretend to know what you don't, you'll never know. I may be ignorant now, but since you've told me, I'll know." Lin Kong shrugged, giving him an expression that said, "Your thinking is seriously flawed and needs to be sorted out." After listening, Ankai was stunned for a moment, then looked at Lin Kong with surprise. Although what he said is a fallacy, it does sound somewhat reasonable. Oh well. Angie felt that she had spoken more today than she had in the past 2 weeks. In fact, no matter which prime material plane it is impossible to be eroded and assimilated by the abyss realm. The specific reason is unknown. It may be that my level is too low to access the real secrets. What the abyss realm devours are ordinary material planes in the void. Moreover, these secondary passages in the abyss leading to the primary material plane are not one-way passages. Abyssal monsters can enter here, and we can also use the secondary passages in the abyss to enter the material plane that has been corrupted and assimilated by the abyss. It is said that even if they are assimilated by the abyss, as long as they are not completely pulled into the abyss realm, those material planes are still considered unclaimed. It seems to have a great attraction for those who are at the calamity level above the legendary level, but I don't know what its specific uses are. Tisk tisk tisk, so that's how it is. I never expected that our Miss Ankai, despite her young age, would know so much. After listening to Ankai's words, Lin Kong clicked his tongue, stroked his chin, and chuckled as he spoke. "Mr. Lin Kong, I'm telling you this responsibly. I'm 17 years old this year, and I'm already an adult." "Really? But in my hometown, you're considered an adult at 18. So you can stay here as a kid for another year." Mr. Lin Kong's hometown must be amazing, right? Of course it's fantastic. However, you're already a high-level wizard apprentice at 17. That's quite a talent. How could an ordinary person like you possibly fathom my talent? At the same time, the flames on Philitai's body inside the mountain began to slowly subside and eventually disappeared completely. The Flame Lord bloodline has been fully awakened. With her eyes closed, sensing her advanced Grandmaster-level transcendent status, Felicity turned to look at the passage Luke had just left through. "You can't escape. No matter where you are, I will burn you to ashes." Phew! With her bare hand outstretched, a ball of flame rose, and at that moment, Philitai, with her blood-red hair, murmured coldly to herself. Chapter 62, Medium-Sized Crypt. That night, the bright moonlight shone down from the sky, but could not penetrate the misty, pristine forest. At this time, in a place several miles away from the winged human tribe's camp, there was a strange open space there. Within a radius of several hundred meters, there wasn't a single large tree, nor even a single blade of grass to be seen. Desolate and lifeless, it was bare with large and small stones scattered haphazardly, and the layer below was covered with a layer of fine gravel. Creak, creak. Suddenly, two white figures, like streaks of light, descended rapidly from the sky and landed at the edge of the open space. Upon closer inspection, they turned out to be two slender and elegant white cranes, each about 3 meters in length. One of the blue-eyed cranes stretched out a wing, pointed to the center of the open space, and spoke. There are a total of 5 underground passages in our southern forest, including 2 medium-sized underground passages and 3 small underground passages. Is this the medium-sized underground passage that the Winged People tribe defended before? The smell of heat, decay, and confusion. Hurry up, I don't want to stay here a second longer. Upon hearing this, another purple-eyed crane looked up and saw a deep, dark cave entrance about 37 meters in diameter, leading underground not far away. Good. Clearly, the blue-eyed crane also disliked the environment here, and after hearing its companion's words, it quickly agreed. As soon as he finished speaking, his pair of wings folded together in front of his chest, and then a hazy, pale, yellow light appeared. I wonder how many of these legendary thousand-eyed troll cores we can extract. The number doesn't matter, as long as there aren't any legendary level ones. No, this is just a medium-sized underground passage. At most, it's a Grandmaster level passage. Legendary beings usually only exist in large passages. After listening, the purple-eyed crane spoke a sentence. Then its wings flapped, and a powerful current of air began to form. The airflow, carrying extraordinary spiritual light, washed over the legendary thousand-eyed troll crystal core taken out by the blue-eyed crane, and then, under the control of the purple-eyed crane, quickly flowed into the nearby cave. Roar! Moo! Thump! 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 The two cranes didn't have to wait long. In the time it takes to drink a cup of tea, roars began to rise and fall from the cave, mixed with bloodlust and excitement, and accompanied by the heavy thud of running. Countless cave monsters began to rush out. Gulala! Gaga! Of course, the first to emerge were the shallowest lesser and greater lesser demons, swarming out of the cave with strange cries. I predict that there will be more than 30 Grandmaster-level trolls. Then I think there should be 40 or 50. The two mid-level Grandmaster-level spirit cranes, who had somehow flown more than 10 meters into the air, exchanged a glance and spoke. Whoosh! The next moment, a giant axe, a meter in size, suddenly flew out of the cave and swiftly slashed at the two spirit cranes. Stop talking, let's get out of here. With a swift turn, he dodged the sudden axe blow. Then the purple-eyed crane looked at the 13 eight-armed trolls and the multi-eyed trolls that had already run out. He quickly turned to his companion and said something. Then, without hesitation, he flipped over and fled into the distance. Otherwise, after a while, it won't be a question of whether you want to leave or not, but whether you can leave or not. Whoosh, whoosh, roar. Soon after, more than 20 trolls appeared, roared to the sky, and then quickly chased after the direction in which the two spirit cranes had fled. Meanwhile, more than 20 miles away, Lin Kong and Enchi listened with astonishment to the angry roars coming from afar. Then came a series of sounds, including the marching and howling of tens of thousands of monsters. Although the sound is very faint by the time it reaches us, I think someone must have provoked those brainless bastards. Peeking out, Ankai listened carefully for a while before speaking to Lin Kong. Should we go out and take a look? Lin Kong was finally able to straighten up at the cave entrance. He stretched his body a couple of times, then turned to Enchi and asked her a question. Of course, we need to make sure that the monsters aren't heading in this direction, or that their flanks might brush past us. Upon hearing this, Ankai nodded solemnly. Then her body rose into the air and quickly ascended. Seeing this, Lin Kong stretched out his leg and jumped out of the place where he had been hiding for almost a day. The recoil from a height of 5 meters was negligible for Lin Kong at this point. After landing gracefully, he immediately glanced around and then looked up at Enchi's movements. Is Knight bragging a bit too much about the warrior class? I feel like the wizard class completely blows the warrior class out of the water in every way. Looking up at Angie, Lin Kong recalled Bennett's explanation of the wizard and warrior departments. After thinking for a moment, Lin Kong couldn't help but smile wryly. A while later, Angie, standing 100 meters in the air, felt it closely. After about the time it takes to drink a cup of tea, Angie's body began to descend. How about it? Upon seeing Ankai come down, Lin Kong hurriedly went to greet her and asked. Fortunately, the direction they are running is completely unrelated to our area, so they don't affect us at all. Upon hearing this, Ankai chuckled and showed a relaxed expression. That's good. Lin Kong, who had raised his head to say something, suddenly saw a string of data flashing on his virtual panel of all things data. He was startled, but then immediately put on a relaxed expression. Chapter 63, Green Forest Python. Ankai, what would happen if your strength were to face a formal level opponent? Why are you suddenly asking this? Hearing Lin Kong suddenly change the subject, and she was a little confused and looked up to ask a question. Hey, come to my side first. As he spoke, Lin Kong stepped forward and grabbed Enchi's hand, then said with a playful expression, but his eyes kept giving Enchi, who was looking over, meaningful glances. Well, it's alright, but it depends on what official level it is. If it's a low-level official grade wizard, I have no chance of winning at all, but if it's a warrior using a kiting style of fighting, I can win. Glug. As she spoke, Ankai couldn't help but swallow. How could Ankai not understand Lin Kong's unusual behavior? Therefore, she quickly answered Lin Kong's question and, following his instructions, tried her best not to show any unusual behavior. If it's a mid-level or higher official level opponent, no matter what, I have absolutely no chance of winning. After speaking, Ankai looked at Lin Kong with a hint of nervousness. A formal level magical beast shouldn't understand our language, right? Yes, that's true for most wild magical beasts. Although they are highly intelligent, they don't often come into contact with humans and generally can't understand them. Seeing Lin Kong's sudden remark, Enchi quickly replied, Phew, that's good. Don't move for now. About 20 meters away from us, there's a green forest python that blends almost into its surroundings, a mid-level formal grade extraordinary rank. However, it probably doesn't know that I discovered it a long time ago, and it is still moving towards us very slowly. Upon hearing this, Ankai forced a smile and quickly glanced at the spot Lin Kong indicated out of the corner of her eye. They're probably planning a surprise attack. It's in the nature of pythons. After observing carefully for a while, Ankai finally discovered some clues. With a forced smile, she spoke vaguely to Lin Kong. What should we do? Can you still fly? As he spoke, he pulled Angie a few steps to the side, bringing them closer to the nearby boulder. You? Ankai was startled when she saw Lin Kong suddenly move. Don't worry, it thinks we haven't noticed it. It's normal for us to walk a few steps like this. Otherwise, it would be abnormal for us to just stand there. As he spoke, Lin Kong gestured with his eyes that there was no right inside. You're really bold. When you pulled me just now, I thought it was going to attack and hurt me. Also, unfortunately, the flying technique has too many limitations. Because I flew too high just now, it's difficult for me to use it easily again. And even if it's forced, it won't last long. Shrugging, Angie said helplessly, Since we can't run away, we'll just have to fight it. I'll hold it back. You take charge of dealing damage. After hearing Ankai's words, Lin Kong's heart sank, and then he gritted his teeth and spoke. Otherwise, in a complex forest, any person with normal intelligence would know what the outcome would be if they were to race against a mid-level, formal-grade, extraordinary green forest python that is nearly 20 meters long. You want to restrain it? Are you sure you can? Upon hearing this, Ankai looked Lin Kong up and down again and said in disbelief, In this situation, who cares if it's feasible or not? Even if it's not feasible, we still have to do it. Lin Kong practically roared those words, and then the next moment he flung Enchi, who had used her lightness technique, onto a boulder more than 30 meters away. In his other hand, a fireball the size of fist had appeared out of nowhere. Whoosh! Snap! As expected, Lin Kong's fireball accurately hit the head of the somewhat bewildered green forest python. Feeling a slight heat, the green forest python shook its head and, recalling the strange behavior of the two tiny humans, realized it had been tricked. The snake flicked its scarlet forked tongue in and out, its pair of cold blue, inverted pupils fixed on Lin Kong's movements. Whoosh! The enormous body moved nimbly across the ground. For the green forest python, whose body length was nearly 20 meters, the distance of 20 meters was covered in the blink of an eye. Damn it. I spent the whole day hiding from the cave monsters, but I never expected to be defeated by the native monsters. Seeing the long tail growing larger and larger in his pupils, Lin Kong didn't hesitate at all. He rolled on the spot without any regard for his image and came to the base of the boulder. Bang! With a muffled thud, the spot where Lin Kong had just stood instantly spewed mud and sand everywhere, creating a crater a meter deep. Ice rain. The next moment, before the green forest python could attack again, Ankai on the boulder pointed downwards, her yuan energy surging in her hands. Whoosh! Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A series of nearly meter-long ice spikes, imbued with icy chill, materialized out of thin air and shot rapidly toward the green forest python. Hiss. Puff, puff, puff. Its body spun around rapidly, winding and spiraling as it rushed out of the dense area covered by ice spikes. Then it turned its head to look at the several cuts on its body and the scales scattered on the ground. Roar! The green forest python stopped paying attention to Lin Kong and instead raised its head to look at Enchi on the boulder. Then it opened its mouth and roared, and a tangible sound wave spread out from its blood-red maw. A foul stench swept through the air, almost causing Angie to faint. The wounds on its body made it even more bloodthirsty and ferocious, its pair of cold, inverted blue pupils staring intently at the human woman who had harmed it. Chapter 64, Desperate Angel. On the other side, feeling the chill from the ice spikes constantly stuck in the ground, Lin Kong quickly walked along the boulder to the other side. Is this normal? All the insects and small animals that we usually see everywhere have suddenly disappeared. His gaze swept around, but there was only deathly silence. Not even a single flying insect could be seen. It's good to be prepared. I should have just caught an insect of no extraordinary rank and put it in my pocket. Now I've decided to expend energy, but the problem is I can't find a host. Although Lin Kong kept searching the surroundings, he kept an eye on the green forest python out of the corner of his eye. Grass. Seeing that Angie's magical shield was about to dim and her face was deathly pale, Lin Kong cursed under his breath, then picked up a huge piece of deadwood that was more than 10 meters long. With Ankai, the mage, gone, Lin Kong believed that his own ascension to heaven was not far off. Whoosh! Bang! Holding a piece of deadwood several times his own size, Lin Kong's eyes hardened as he ran and smashed it directly into the head of the green forest python that was constantly ramming against Ankai's magical shield. Call! Without hesitation, Lin Kong took a deep breath after smashing the boulder and ran away. Instead of running away, he circled around the boulder. Thud! A huge, long tail slammed directly onto the boulder, and shattered rocks fell down with a rustling sound. However, after the sound, there was no further pursuit. Turning his head, Lin Kong noticed that the giant green python wasn't chasing him. He stopped and slowly turned around, cautiously peering at the other side of the boulder. No. Looking up at the spot where the green forest python had been, Lin Kong couldn't find it anywhere and muttered to himself in confusion. Run! The next moment, Angie's scream came from a boulder. Thump! Upon hearing the sound, there was no time to react. Feeling the chilling aura that had appeared behind him at some unknown time, and just as he caught a whiff of a fishy smell that made his heart race, Lin Kong felt as if he had been hit and thrown by a speeding truck. How so? Meanwhile, Angie, perched atop the boulder, watched as Lin Kong was sent flying by a tail lash from the green forest python that had circled around him, and her expression turned extremely grim. Of course, it wasn't that Ankai cared so much about Lin Kong, but rather that her premonition indicated that whether she could leave this place alive depended entirely on Lin Kong. Was I wrong? And a fatal mistake at that. In fact, when the teleportation array was activated, she could have saved her companions, Shermie, Kug, or even Polya, any one of them. But she ultimately believed her mysterious premonition and pulled Lin Kong, a stranger she had only met twice, along. Hiss. Having seemingly gotten rid of the troublesome fellow, the enormous green forest python raised its head and looked at the human woman with a grim expression on the boulder. Compared to the previous man, the green forest python was far more covetous of this woman. It felt that if it could swallow her whole, it might be able to break through to a higher rank. Roar! With an excited roar, the green forest python slithered towards the boulder. "Umph, even if I die, I won't let you, you big worm, get away with it." With her dwindling yuan power remaining, she continuously constructed spell models, and dazzling, mysterious halos began to form in front of Angie. Water flow technique. Cold wind technique. A stream of water appeared and rushed towards the green forest python. The green forest python, however, saw this, and a hint of disdain appeared in its blue pupils. Such a faint supernatural fluctuation would not be damaged, let alone its own eggs laid yesterday. Hiss. With its scarlet forked tongue flicking in and out, the green forest python caught the extremely sweet fragrance emanating from the human ahead and charged forward with even greater effort. But the next moment, with another faint supernatural fluctuation, the area where the boulder had just been washed by the water was instantly covered with a layer of smooth ice crystals. Puff puff. Thud. Enjoying the silky smoothness, the green forest python, its eyes wide with bewilderment, slid off the boulder and crashed to the ground with a thud. Coiled up in a circle, the green forest python looked up at the faint reflection on the boulder and suddenly opened its mouth, releasing a large ball of azure energy that transformed into a yuan power bullet that struck the boulder. Boom! Thump thump thump. Large and small pebbles began to scatter downwards. As a physical-type magical beast, the green forest python can also unleash energy attacks, but the effect is completely different from using energy on its body. That burst of energy, if used on its body, could almost repair a broken tail, but now, releasing it only blasted a large hole in the boulder. Looking up at the rock, which was already pitted and could no longer be stopped, the green forest python looked up at the human woman who was staring at it with fear in her eyes. He opened his mouth, revealing sharp teeth, and showed a hint of bloodthirsty excitement. Whoosh! Whoosh! Its body blurred into a blur as the green forest python cautiously charged forward this time. Sure enough, in the space leading to the human woman, huge ice spikes formed from the sky and crashed down at high speed, while sharp rock spikes also emerged from the boulders from time to time. Hiss. However, as a physical type of magical beast, the green forest python would dodge if it could, and if it couldn't dodge, it would simply use its body to withstand the attack. This time it did not back down. The green forest python decided that this time it would definitely tear her in half and then swallow her whole. On the other side, Ankai was truly desperate at this moment. She was completely exhausted, having squeezed out all her energy. But looking at that giant snake, even when it was hit, it only twisted slightly and then charged forward without paying any more attention. Do you regret it? Maybe. Before leaving, High Priest Sor had wanted to leave Ultun, a mid-level grandmaster, behind to protect him. Let's end it here. I'm just sorry, Mother. Angel has disappointed you. Holding a sharp ice spike in her hand, Angie slowly pressed it against her heart. She looked up at the menacing snake's mouth so close to her, then closed her eyes and plunged it in with all her might. Chapter 65 Lin Kong, with a sliver of blood. The imagined, poignant sound never came. Suddenly, a warm hand appeared in his hand, and then an extremely weak voice appeared in his ear. Miss Angie, do you know healing magic? Quickly, give me a few hits. Upon hearing the sound, Ankai was excited and then suddenly opened her eyes. At this moment, Lin Kong, who was almost half covered in blood, had one hand on his shoulder and the other tightly gripping the hand that was holding the ice spike. What are you looking at? If you don't cast a healing spell soon, I'm really going to die. Lin Kong felt that when he was whipped away by the tail of the formal level green forest python, at least a third of his bones were broken. His internal organs were displaced and shattered in many places. If it weren't for the fact that he was a superhuman and had Yuan energy supporting him, Lin Kong felt that an ordinary person would have died instantly if they had suffered such injuries. Damn it, and you too. I'll remember that last kick. Little green number 2. Kill it. No, chop it into pieces. Looking up at the green python with its ferocious head reaching out, Lin Kong, whose hand was originally resting on Chi's shoulder and bleeding, immediately wrapped his arms around her neck. Of course, it wasn't that Lin Kong wanted to take advantage of the situation, but rather that he had lost too much blood, his legs were weak, and he was really about to collapse. Buzzing. On the other side, the green forest python looked at the man it had just slapped away, but who had now returned and originally wanted to raise its tail and slap him again. But before it could even raise its tail, a sound of wings fluttering suddenly came from behind the human man. Call out. Before it could get a good look, a blade of light, radiating unparalleled, extraordinary power, slashed directly across its vital spot. That is my body! As its head fell, the green forest python looked at its massive, headless body and felt a strange sensation, but the next moment it was enveloped in boundless cold. Thump! The head and body fell to the ground separately. What's this? At this moment, they looked at the enormous creature, over 4 meters long, that had just attacked the green forest python. It has a triangular, bizarre head with a mouth full of serrated teeth, making it extremely ferocious and terrifying. Its forelimbs are long and well-developed, and gleam with a metallic sheen. At this moment, it seemed to notice his gaze. Without moving its body, it turned its head 180 degrees and stared at him coldly. Upon seeing this, Ankai instinctively took 2 steps back. A huge worm, an incredibly terrifying worm. Do such extraordinary magical beasts exist in this world? To be honest, this is the first time Angie has ever seen one. Healing spells? Don't you understand? Or some kind of healing technique. Hurry up. With his arms wrapped around Ankai's neck, feeling his body growing increasingly numb and cold, Lin Kong couldn't help but look up and growl at the dazed Ankai. Huh? Okay. Hearing the sound, Ankai finally came to her senses and turned to look at Lin Kong, who was covered in blood and leaning against her. Sensing Lin Kong's emotional fluctuations, and she felt a surge of fear for some reason, a fear she had never experienced even when facing death before. For some reason, looking at the man in front of her who was almost unconscious, Angie subconsciously felt fear. It was as if what stood before him was not a human man, but an abyss capable of devouring and burying everything, slowly helping Lin Kong sit down on the ground. And she then used her meager yuan energy, which she had just recovered, to cast a hemostatic and healing spell. Its hands emitted a hazy green glow, constantly moving through the bleeding and misaligned areas in the forest. Call. Feeling the warmth, Lin Kong breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed he wouldn't die this time. Lin Kong. A while later, after the bleeding on Lin Kong's body had stopped and the blood had congealed into scabs, the green fluorescence on Enchi's hands slowly dissipated. What's wrong? Reaching out to touch his chest, which was still throbbing slightly, Lin Kong looked at Enchi, who seemed hesitant to speak, and replied softly. What is it? Is your wizarding profession a summoner? Ah, well, if it's a secret, then pretend I didn't ask. When Ankai saw Lin Kong's gaze sweep over her, she lost her usual aloofness and arrogance, quickly lowered her head, and spoke softly. A wizard's profession? Wizards are divided into many professions. Upon hearing this, Lin Kong looked surprised. After pondering for a moment, he turned to look at little green number 2 beside him. He was whipped away by the tail of a green python and flew 70 or 80 meters away. Coincidentally, there were 2 praying mantises mating not far away. It's like searching high and low without finding it, only to have it come to you effortlessly. For the sake of his own life, Lin Kong felt he considered it for about 0.01 seconds before staggering forward and grabbing the largest of the 2. Name, little green number 2. Race, giant mantis. State, excited hungry. Rank, low-level grandmaster transcendent. Note, enhanced sharp blade. Having spent 132,700 units of energy, Lin Kong upgraded the insect from its lowest level to the terrifying grandmaster level extraordinary demonic insect before him. Furthermore, Lin Kong then spent another 10,000 energy points to strengthen the 2 large swords on its forelimbs, consuming a total of 142,700 energy points. You have a good eye. You guessed right. He stood up but then clutched his chest and bent down to sit down again. After thinking for a moment, Lin Kong waved to the little green number 2 standing silently beside him. You look hungry. Isn't there a feast right here? But remember to save some crystal cores for me. Hearing Lin Kong's words, Little Green number 2 excitedly flew down and pounced on the green forest python's body, devouring it greedily. Chapter 66, Shrinking the Cave Entrance. On the other side, upon hearing Lin Kong admit that he was a summoner, Angie couldn't help but feel secretly proud. I knew it. Otherwise, I just couldn't understand how you suddenly came up with such a terrifying creature. Then why didn't you summon it beforehand? It's a secret. Don't you understand that the more you know, the faster you die? Upon hearing this, Lin Kong glanced at Chi, then put on a cold expression and slowly spoke. Oh, seeing Lin Kong's posture, and she couldn't help but shrink her neck and then retreat a little further away. I think you should give me a few more healing spells. I still feel so much pain all over my body, and I can't muster any strength. Seeing Ankai pout and sit a little further away, Lin Kong, supporting his waist, helplessly beckoned to her and made a suggestion. Let's wait a bit. Once I have enough Yuan energy in my body, I'll cast a healing spell on you. This is more advanced than any hemostatic or healing techniques. It should help you recover. Hearing Lin Kong's words, and Chi shrugged, indicating that a few more healing spells wouldn't make much difference. Oh well. Upon hearing this, Lin Kong pondered for a moment, then nodded and stopped insisting. He then clutched his chest and slowly lay down, finding a comfortable position before resting his head on his arms. Lying on this cold boulder, he gazed at the star-studded night sky through the gaps in the towering trees. Maybe I should always keep a few blankets in my storage ring. This stone is really damn hard to hold. Meanwhile, at the original winged human tribe camp, Philotai and his group were also having a difficult time. Previously, the awakening of Philotai's bloodline caused such a commotion that it attracted not only the nearly 100 monsters below the camp, but also the three-headed trolls from a great distance. Above the camp, Philotai held a fully enchanted longsword provided by Shermie and faced off alone against a three-headed Grandmaster-level troll. One of them was a high-level Grandmaster-level 8-armed troll, and the other two were low-level Grandmaster-level multi-eyed trolls. Although Philotai was slightly outmatched by the powerful three-headed troll, he showed no signs of defeat. However, Sharm and Kargoth below were in a different situation. Although they were in front of a cave tens of meters high, and the three-headed flying Grandmaster-level troll was blocked by Philidi, they were still in trouble. But in reality, whether climbing upwards or leaping from the cliff face to attack, it's all possible. Hundreds of demons, large and small, always managed to cause trouble for the 5 people guarding the area. Fortunately, his team had 3 mid-level wizard apprentices who could take turns attacking and restraining from a distance, and Abel and Kagus were also mid-level official-level beings. No, those lesser demons are alright, but those greater demons are just too tough and thick-skinned. We intermediate wizard apprentices can't even scratch them. She unleashed over a dozen fireballs the size of human heads, repelling a group of smaller lesser demons slowly climbing upwards below. However, a large lesser demon behind them managed to withstand Shermie's fireballs. Roaring and excited, it continued to climb rapidly. Sharp claws pierced through the rocks, and with all 4 limbs moving, it quickly advanced towards the direction where Shermie was stationed. Come on, I'll do it. Upon hearing the sound, Abel, who was closest to him, roared and swung his greatsword, which was only 2 inches smaller than his own, across the head of the great demon that had jumped onto the cave platform. Thud! Unsurprisingly, this low-ranking, formal-level great demon was sent flying by Abel's attack. However, the next moment, Abel hurriedly turned around because several small demons suddenly jumped up from where he was stationed. Whoosh whoosh. All around were heavy breathing sounds. After nearly half an hour of fierce fighting, both their physical strength and mental state had been put to a great test. Polia, are you done yet? Otherwise, we'll all die. On the other side, Polia did not participate in the defense at this time, but instead kept building sorcery models in front of him. Okay, almost done. Upon hearing the sound, Polia panicked, but his hands did not stop moving. He looked up in response, and then quickly walked to the edge of the cave wall in front of him. Multiple rock wall techniques. He pressed his palm against the rock wall at the cave entrance, and the next moment, the rock wall trembled abnormally. Then, layers of rock walls that seemed to condense out of thin air began to slowly merge with the rock wall. Good. Hearing the commotion behind him, Abel, panting heavily, turned around and saw the cave entrance shrinking. He shouted, "Good. Kags. Clear." On the other side, Kagas swept his long sword horizontally, then withdrew and retreated. "Drink! Drink!" At this moment, Kagas and Abel were bursting with power, pouring their immense elemental energy into their weapons, which they then slammed into the platform they had been on. Click! Click, click, click! With a muffled thud, the platform extending from the cave broke off and crashed downwards. Thud! Rumble! 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 Retreating to the cave entrance, which was only about 2 meters wide, reduced the pressure on the 5 people by more than half. They could also have some people stay and others rest, taking turns to operate. The crisis on our side has been temporarily resolved, but ultimately it depends on what happens over there. Whether he lives or dies depends on Philotai. Beside him, Abel, who was panting and holding his sword, also muttered something to himself after hearing Shermie's words, which made her face slightly pale. Then, turning to look at Kagas and Palia at the cave entrance, Abel took a deep breath, sat cross-legged, and quickly began to recover his energy. The group of demons outside, big and small, seemed to know no fatigue. Half an hour had passed, and they were still howling and howling, their enthusiasm undiminished. Even the injury or death of their companions cannot ignite the fear in their hearts. On the contrary, it only intensifies their ferocity. Chapter 67: Walking in the Night. In the cold, quiet night, 2 figures slowly moved forward in the southern forest, where vines covered the trees and giant trees reached for the sky. Before long, the figure walking ahead suddenly stopped. "What's wrong, Lin Kong?" The last person slowly crouched down, following the figure in front of him, then leaned closer and whispered question. "Something's up. Little Green number 2 told me there should be a group of cave monsters ahead." The 2 were in a broadleaved forest with no rocks in sight. The night wind blew, and the rustling sound of countless leaves could be heard clearly. "Call out." The next moment, a dark green afterimage appeared silently on Lin Kong's left, and then began to tell Lin Kong about what had happened. "Oh, so it's just 3 grand lesser demons of the formal level and a dozen or so lesser demons." A moment later, Lin Kong touched the ferocious exoskeleton of Little Green number 2 in front of him, then slowly stood up, turned around, and spoke casually to Enchi. The 2 were Lin Kong and Enchi. After Enchi recovered her Yuan power, she immediately performed a healing spell on Lin Kong. This spell, which is a level above hemostasis and healing spells, is one of the most powerful spells that Angie, as a high-level wizard apprentice, can cast. The effect was excellent. After Ankai finished casting the spell, Lin Kong felt that he was at least 80% better. Gaga. In front of a huge tree hollow lay a low-level, formal-grade earth demon bear, which was at least 5 meters tall. The dark brown fur was now stained with blood, and the bear's paws, as large as fans, were covered with scratches. Its fangs were protruding, but its glaring eyes were lifeless, indicating that it had been dead for some time. Around it, more than 20 lesser demons eyed the corpse of the earth demon bear not far away with longing. But when they saw the 3 larger lesser demons at the front, each about 2.4 meters tall, they suppressed the urge to pounce on them, tear them apart, and devour them. Creak, creak. The 3 great demons in front were enjoying a delicious meal, greedily swallowing everything they could tear off, skin and bones. Neither the greater nor the lesser demon noticed that a silent, dark green afterimage had quietly arrived nearby. Hidden in the shadows of the trees, it blends almost perfectly with its surroundings. Whoosh whoosh. A sudden night breeze casually stirred up the withered and decaying leaves on the ground. Call out. At the same moment, the dark green figure that had been hidden in the shadows of the trees suddenly darted out, its 2 large swords gleaming with a cold metallic luster, dancing with lightning speed. Phew! In the blink of an eye, the wind died down, and the withered leaves that had just been blown up slowly fell to the ground, moving to another spot to continue their complete decay and annihilation. But. The 3 great demons who had just been feasting suddenly stopped, and then, as if by prior agreement, their heads fell to the ground with a thud. On the other side, seeing the sudden and bizarre situation, The little demons standing to the side were all astonished. They looked around, and then, in the next moment, they raised their bone clubs and charged forward with excited howls. They didn't care how the three great lesser demons died. All they knew now was that they were no longer under the control of their superiors, and besides the earth demon bear that they had just beaten to death, they had three more delicious prey. Snap! Smack, smack! Moments later, bones snapped, and the sound of frantic swallowing began. Meanwhile, Angie, who was standing on the trunk of a large tree not far away, frowned slightly. I had heard that the cave monsters were extremely cruel and bloodthirsty, but I never imagined they would even eat their own kind. Looking at the situation there, Angie was clearly somewhat uncomfortable. What's so special about that? They're just mindless, bloodthirsty monsters. I wouldn't be surprised if they gnawed on their own hands when they were hungry. Upon hearing this, Lin Kong turned to look at Enchi and chuckled softly. Why did you only let your summoned creatures kill the greater lesser demon? What about the lesser demons? After listening, Ankai rolled her eyes at Lin Kong, then changed the subject and asked with some doubt. Isn't this for you? I saw you had a lot of fun fighting those little demons the last few times. Look, there are more than 20 of them down there. Isn't that just what you wanted? Right? Violent little Angie. After saying that, Lin Kong pointed to the little demon below who was frantically eating, raised his eyebrows, and spoke to Enchi. I'm sorry, I thought you had taken back your summoned creature when I attacked earlier, but I didn't expect it to be hiding very well and had been around us all along. So, I was the one who dealt with all the minor demons I encountered along the way. And you, the powerful summoner, to stand by and watch leisurely? Do you think I'd be happy? Well, I'm really happy. Upon hearing this, Ankai crossed her arms and gave a cold snort, showing her displeasure, before speaking to Lin Kong. And you're saying I'm violent? At this point, Angie's brows furrowed tightly. However, when he caught a glimpse of Lin Kong's languid face out of the corner of his eye, a strange smile suddenly appeared on his lips. Then I think it has to be done this way. Otherwise, how can I keep an eye on a shameless guy with both lust and audacity by my side? Chapter 68, You're Still Young. After hearing Ankai's pointed remark, Lin Kong pointed to himself and looked at her with surprise. Oh, I've already said it, you're still young. Even if I were to be lecherous, I wouldn't be lecherous towards you. Standing up, Lin Kong reached out and patted Ankai's head, speaking slowly in the tone of an elder addressing a child. You're so annoying. I've already said I'm 17. How am I young? Reaching out to slap away Lin Kong's rough handling of her head, Enchi straightened her massive, almost overwhelming breasts and replied coldly. Forehead. Seeing this, Lin Kong didn't know what to say, because Enchi's figure was truly perfect. Whether it's her curvaceous figure with a prominent bust and buttocks, her nearly 1.7-meter height with mostly long legs, apart from her youthful face resembling that of a high school student, everything else about her is incredibly attractive to Lin Kong. Seriously, what did you eat to grow up like this? You're so young. How come you have such a great figure? I'm not young. Ankai's reply, barely uttered through clenched teeth, came out when Lin Kong looked at her with a questioning expression. Angie thought that if she did that, something would appear in Lin Kong's eyes. But when she looked closely into Lin Kong's eyes, she found that there was no disgusting desire mixed in. On the contrary, there was a hint of doubt in her clarity, wondering why she had such a good figure at her age. Shaking her head to clear her mind of these chaotic thoughts, Ankai felt somewhat speechless. Although she was worried that the guy in front of her might actually be lustful and how she would resist, Angie couldn't help but feel a little strange when she found out that he wasn't. Am I really not attractive at all? Thinking about the suitors among the noble sons of the royal family in the capital, Angie felt a slight sense of insecurity about her appearance for the first time. Could it be that they're only being so attentive to me because of my identity? Thinking this to herself, Ankai didn't notice that Lin Kong was looking at her strangely. Hey, that girl who's lost in thought. If she doesn't leave soon, it'll be dawn. Lin Kong waved his hand in front of Enchi's eyes and said with a hint of teasing. After instructing Little Green Number 2 to kill the howling little demons not far away, Lin Kong turned around and found Enchi resting her chin on her hand, staring into the distance with a dreamy expression. Hey, what are you spacing out about? Your brows are all furrowed. Are you homesick? Seeing that Ankai had been awakened by him, Lin Kong chuckled and asked another question. Of course why wouldn't I want to have a family? Looking up, she saw that the group of lesser demons had already been decapitated. Angie glanced at the dark green figure hidden in the shadows beside Lin Kong, then used a lightness spell on herself, gracefully landing from a tree branch more than 10 meters high. On the other side, Lin Kong was stunned after hearing Enchi's words. He looked up through the gaps in the forest and gazed at the equally star-studded night sky. Well, Kid is prone to homesickness. After a moment, he shook his head and chuckled. Then Lin Kong jumped to the ground and replied softly, "All right, Angie, don't these lesser demons and those greater demons have energy cores in their bodies like those of magical beasts?" Walking to Ankai's side, Lin Kong pointed to the group of little demons that had been smashed to pieces on the ground, then turned to Ankai and asked in confusion, "No, and not only do they not have them, even the Grandmaster level trolls don't have energy cores in their bodies. This may be related to the Abyss Realm, but I don't know the specifics. However, those at the legendary level of Abyss Lord do possess it within their bodies." Hearing Lin Kong's question, and she was already used to it, and answered immediately. After thinking for a moment, she added 2 more sentences. "As expected, there isn't one. It does resemble my ant colonies somewhat. But are there any legendary level ones? Then I wonder if the left and right protectors have any." Upon hearing this, Lin Kong thought of his ant colony. The rock ants that died earlier did not have extraordinary energy cores inside their bodies, a fact Lin Kong was absolutely certain of. "Let's go. Keep moving forward. Although your summoned beast is very powerful, we are still near the underground passage and cannot be considered out of danger yet." Thinking of the large group of cave monsters that had passed by not far from the boulder where they were hiding, Angie's face turned grave. That group was led by 2 Grandmaster-level trolls. "Okay, let's go." After listening, Lin Kong nodded without objection, put away the Earth Demon Bear energy core handed to him by Little Green Number 2, and once again embarked on a journey to escape in the deep southern forest with Enchi. Meanwhile, in the original winged tribe camp, violent energy continued to explode in the sky. Bang, bang, bang. With a flick of her left hand, she unleashed a flaming whip, knocking away the onrushing multi-eyed troll. Then, standing in the void, Philotai didn't linger. Instead, she flashed backward. Sensing the sound behind him, Philotai retaliated with his right long sword, the intense light trembling as it clashed with the 8-armed troll shrouded in a blood-red aura. Bang! The surging energy emitted a powerful energy wave. Call! Stabilizing himself as he stumbled backward, Felicity looked up and saw the 3 Grandmaster-level trolls standing together again. He couldn't help but frown. The 8-armed troll was indeed very strong. Even in a one-on-one fight, Philotai, now with his bloodline awakened, wouldn't dare say he could defeat it with absolute certainty. Not to mention, it also had 2 low-level Grandmaster-level multi-eyed trolls as its helpers. Chapter 69 Flame, Lord Complete Form. It seems we must find a way to deal with those 2 low-level Grandmaster-level multi-eyed trolls first. Otherwise, although I had thought of this before, those 2 multi-eyed trolls were not to be underestimated. Their skin and flesh were extremely thick, and even when they were hit by Philotai's full force attack, they only suffered minor injuries. Moreover, the key point is that their recovery ability is extremely abnormal. After stuffing a few small lesser demons that died in battle into their mouths, the minor injuries caused by Felicity disappeared in a short time. In that case, let's just go all out and explode. The next moment, a tremendous aura surged from Philotai's entire body, and a ball of deep red energy began to spread from his abdomen, buzzing. In just a short while, after the crimson energy faded, Philotai's entire shape and appearance had completely changed. Philotai, who was already extremely tall, nearly 1.8 meters, now stood at 3.5 meters, with 2 fiery horns growing from her blood-red hair. Behind it, a nearly 2-meter-long, fiery red tail swayed continuously in the air. On both sides of her cheeks, there was also a mysterious flame pattern, but this did not affect Philotai's beauty at all. On the contrary, it added a touch of inexplicable charm to her. Flame Lord in its complete form. At this moment, everyone in the cave saw the changes in Philotai not far away and were all surprised, followed by excitement. Because the current Philotai is not simply a different person. His already terrifying aura has become even stronger. If he was evenly matched with the 8-armed troll, a high-level grandmaster, before, now Philotai is absolutely confident that he will behead it within 1,000 moves. A ring of orange-red light began to pulsate from head to toe, and the clothes that had been destroyed due to the change in body shape were replaced by a set of orange-red armor constructed from energy. Ugh, really, why did she have to envelop herself in flames just now? Such a beautiful figure, really. Standing at the cave entrance, Palia looked up at Philotai in the air and uttered a flippant sigh. However, as soon as he finished speaking, he felt two chilling, killing intents enveloping him. Sorry, I was just saying it offhand. Snort. If I ever see you looking at Felicity with those lecherous eyes again, don't blame me for killing you with my sword. Abel snorted coldly, glared at Palia, but didn't actually make a move. He merely issued a verbal warning. Yes, I understand. Upon hearing this, Palia nodded quickly, then leaned against the cave wall and stopped looking outside. Although he hadn't really paid much attention to those officially level extraordinary warriors in the Kingdom of Helion, he now knew that this wasn't the Kingdom of Helion, and his status as a descendant of Earl Helion Zisai held no deterrent power here. He turned and smiled at Shermie and Cug, who had been indifferent and hadn't spoken up for him. Then, Palia sat against the mountain wall. No one knew that Palia, with his head down, had a face full of resentment. The palpable killing intent he had just felt filled Palia with fear and rage. If it weren't for my rock magic, you guys would have been torn to shreds by the cave monsters long ago. And now you're treating me like this? And Shermie and Cug, as my comrades, didn't they speak up for me just now? Did they want to watch me get killed? Just wait. When we get to Uncle Kokit at Chessel Wizarding Academy, he'll have plenty of ways to deal with you. Especially Shermie, who is just a commoner. If it weren't for her good fortune and wizarding talent, how could she be worthy to travel with me, the son of a noble count? But then, thinking of Shermie's stunning face and voluptuous figure, Palia, with his head down, couldn't help but lick his lips. Just you wait. I'll make you regret this. The people inside the cave would occasionally repel the lesser and greater lesser demons that kept harassing them, and then look up at the fierce battle between Grandmaster-level extraordinary beings in the sky. Although Philotai's power increased slightly after her transformation, the three-headed Grandmaster-level troll on the other side was only slightly at a disadvantage. Just like Philotai before her transformation, only now the roles were reversed. However, neither Philotai nor the people in the cave looked relaxed, because this was a place for magical beasts and monsters, and who knew what would happen if the longer it dragged on. Knock, knock, knock. Good things don't come true, but bad things do. Just as everyone was wondering if other monsters would come, a great earthquake was heard in the distance. Roar, roar. Two excited roars came from afar, and then, to everyone's dismay, two multi-eyed trolls led hundreds of large and small lesser demons, howling as they charged into the camp. It seems that leaving here alive today will be quite difficult. Kargoth looked down at the two multi-eyed trolls, each over 10 meters tall, staring at the sky, and muttered a heavy murmur to himself. Caw, caw, caw. After watching for a while, a low-level and a mid-level Grandmaster-level extraordinary troll on the ground let out excited cries and burst through the earth, rushing into the sky. Knock, knock, knock. A violent energy explosion came, and to dodge their attacks, Philotai constantly shifted and moved. The 5 terrifying trolls at the Grandmaster level surrounded Felicity, and she immediately felt extremely strained. In particular, the 2 that had just joined the battle suffered minor injuries from the powerful energy impact of the trolls. Coupled with the injuries she had just sustained, Philotai's expression turned extremely grim. Chapter 70, A Dazzling Light. Philotai, you should run away by yourself and don't worry about us. At this moment, Abel, standing at the entrance of the cave, looked at Philotai's swaying body under the attack of the 5 trolls and couldn't help but open his mouth and roar at that place. How could you do this? She's gone. What are we going to do? Upon hearing Abel's voice, Palia panicked and sat up abruptly, speaking in alarm. Iggy, what do you say? Of course, it's about risking your life against those monsters. Turning to look at Palia, Abel planted his enormous sword into the ground, grinned, and said in a hoarse voice, On the other side, Shermie and Kug, who had been watching the battle, also had grim expressions. They certainly agreed with Palya's opinion at this moment, but they knew that the two sides, who were strangers to each other, would not consider each other's words at all. Meanwhile, in the sky battlefield, Felid also heard Abel's words, but she hesitated, even though she knew she would be defeated soon. But those below were her companions of over 10 years, comrades in arms with whom she could entrust her life. How could she bear to leave them? She had already lost Carl, so she didn't want to lose anymore. Don't hesitate, Philotai. Have you forgotten? The captain's revenge, the Flame mercenary group's revenge, and Tony and Luke are still waiting for you to kill them. Let's go to Tudun City and meet up with Bennett. As long as we kill them and avenge the captain, even if Abel and I die here, it will be worth it. Clearly noticing Philotai's hesitation, Kagas, his face contorted with madness, roared at the sky. Hurry up, Philotai! As soon as he finished speaking, raging orange-red flames shot up from Kagas's body, transforming into a spear that pierced towards a low-level, Grandmaster-level multi-eyed troll that was about to attack Philotai. Roar! The orange-red flames exploded, clearly enraging the multi-eyed troll. How dare a weak ant attack it? The next moment, it broke away from the battle and flew to the cave entrance. Whoosh whoosh. From a distance, it didn't seem like much, but when that troll, which was over 10 meters tall and covered with blood-red eyes on its chest and head, appeared not far away, that terrifying aura and violent power could almost instantly destroy the mind of an ordinary human being. Ha ha ha, you scum, come at me. However, at this moment, Abel and Kargoth stood side by side, looking at the ferocious, tall, and multi-eyed troll not far in front of them, and instead laughed loudly. Madmen, they're both madmen. Seeing the situation at the cave entrance, Palya and Shermie instinctively retreated into the cave. Call out. Puffed. The next moment, before the multi-eyed troll could even raise its hand to do anything, a blinding light suddenly appeared in everyone's eyes. As the light faded, a bizarre scene unfolded before everyone's eyes. The multi-eyed troll, which had been enveloped in a blood-red aura, suddenly had its massive head slid off its neck like a deflated balloon. With a thud, it hit the ground and rolled a long way. Enkai, Lankung. As the body of the many-eyed troll also tilted and fell, everyone immediately saw the situation outside the cave. Lin Kong and Enchi were sitting on a monster that looked even more ferocious and terrifying than the multi-eyed troll, looking at them with some surprise. At this moment, Kagas and Abel, who were preparing to face death, stared in astonishment at Lin Kong and Angie sitting on Little Green number 2. Oh, I forgot to tell you before, I am a special summoner, and this is my summoning partner, Little Green number 2. Seeing that Abel and Kags' gazes had shifted to his face, Lin Kong touched his nose and, using Angie's imagined role as a professional summoner, answered them. Summon refers to a summoned creature. Upon hearing this, Abel was somewhat stunned, while Kargs, standing to the side, was still in shock as he recalled how the Little Green number 2 had instantly killed the multi-eyed troll. Now he could finally understand why his old friend Bennett respected Lin Kong so much. Lord Lin Kong, thank you for coming to our rescue. Kagas clasped his hands in a fist salute to Lin Kong and thanked him with some respect. On the other side, Shermie, Kug, and Palya also quickly came to the cave entrance from the cave, looking at Angie with excitement on their faces. I'm so glad you're all right too. Enkai, what about that teleportation array? As Angie jumped off Little Green number 2 and arrived at the cave entrance, Xia Ermei quickly went to greet her, grabbed Angie's hand tightly, and said with a happy expression. However, thinking about the teleportation array that separated them, Sharm asked Angie with a puzzled look. Let's talk about it later. Let's deal with the immediate situation first. Upon hearing Shermie's question, a strange light flashed in Angie's eyes, but disappeared in an instant. She then looked up at Shermie and smiled lightly. Don't worry, now that we've met again, we'll both be fine. Looking out of the corner of her eye at Lin Kong, who was gazing up at the sky, Enkai spoke with a mysterious air. Okowo. Upon hearing this, Shermie nodded emphatically. The other 4 trolls in the sky also noticed that their companions who had broken away from the battle were dead. After fighting Felidi for a few more rounds, they stopped and looked down with puzzled eyes. Although they are also driven by desires such as bloodlust, destruction, and madness. As Grandmaster-level transcendents, these trolls also experience fear. Chapter 71, The Queen Ant's Thanks. Call out. Philotai glanced at the 4 trolls that were not attacking her for the time being. Then her body transformed into a red streak of light and flew to a short distance in front of Lin Kong. Lord Lin Kong, may I ask what exactly is the realm of your summoned creature? Although her extraordinary senses were active throughout the battle, she used most of them to lock onto the trolls. Therefore, when Little Green No. 2 instantly killed that low-level Grandmaster-level multi-eyed troll, she was just as surprised and uncertain as the 4 trolls in the distance. Low-level Grandmaster. Upon hearing this, Lin Kong glanced at the strange man, who was about 3.5 meters tall and whose face was still vaguely recognizable as Philides. After a moment's thought, he didn't hide anything and replied softly, "Only a low-level Grandmaster." Upon hearing Lin Kong's words, Philides was somewhat disappointed, but then she thought again that he was able to instantly kill a powerful troll of the same extraordinary rank, and Philides became somewhat expectant again. "Don't worry, Little Green No. 2 can hold off 3 of them, but the high-level Grandmaster-level 8-armed troll will need you, a high-level Grandmaster-level extraordinary being, to deal with it." As if Philotai was about to say something, Lin Kong waved his hand and then spoke directly. As a physically powerful attacker, the giant mantis's position in the food chain remained almost unchanged after Lin Kong optimized it to the level of a Grandmaster. In other words, the original position of the giant mantis among food competitors without transcendent rank is now almost the same as that of Little Green No. 2 among low-ranked Grandmaster transcendents. Among all living beings, there are almost none whose combat power surpasses that of insects of the same size, not to mention that the giant mantis is among the top-tier insectoids in terms of combat power. However, with its high attack, high agility, and low defense, Little Green II can barely handle mid-level Grandmasters, but it can't fight against opponents 2 ranks lower. The reason why we were able to kill that multi-eyed troll in one fell swoop was entirely due to Little Green No. 2's ambush from behind. All right, then I would appreciate your assistance, Lord Lin Kong. After glancing once more at Lin Kong's summoned creature, which stood motionless like a sculpture, Philides made up her mind, then flipped over and soared into the sky. At the same time, Little Green No. 2 also vanished instantly. A cave monster? Not long after glancing at the battlefield in the sky, which had once again become a chaotic melee, Lin Kong turned his head to look down at the cave monsters that were howling and roaring incessantly. "Ankai, come and protect me. I need to summon another summoned beast." He spoke to Ankai, then walked to a relatively clean place to sit down and slowly closed his eyes. Oh. Upon hearing this, Ankai walked over and stood not far in front of Lin Kong. A moment later, seeing that Lin Kong showed no signs of extraordinary spiritual energy or magical formations, and Chi's lips twitched. "If you're sleepy, just say so. Where are you going to find so many summoned beasts for you to summon?" She muttered something under her breath, but Angie didn't leave. "Ankai, that terrifying summoned beast, was it really summoned by him? Isn't it said that a summoner's transcendent rank cannot be 2 ranks lower than that of their summoned beast? But I just can't see how he can be a formal-level archmage, especially not a spatial-type summoner, who is the most difficult and mysterious branch of the wizarding system." She leaned close to Angie's ear, glanced cautiously at Lin Kong, who had his eyes closed, and then blurted out a string of questions to Angie. "To be honest, I don't believe it either, but that summoned beast is definitely his." Upon hearing this, Ankai simply shrugged, indicating that she was also completely baffled. On the other side, Lin Kong, with his eyes closed, did not hear Angie and Shermie's discussion about him. In fact, even if he had heard it, Lin Kong would not have cared much, because he was indeed not a summoner. In fact, the reason Lin Kong closed his eyes was because the Queen Ant had called out to him in his mind just now. Meanwhile, on the southern outskirts of the forest, in the Sunset Mountains, in the Rock Ant Mountain, 100-meter-long, ferocious-looking Queen Rock Ant slowly crawled out of the base hall, which had been expanded countless times. In the open space in front of the base gate, hundreds of terrifying 4th-generation rock ants lay low, but their deep, dark eyes were fixed on the 2 slender spirit cranes that were being trampled on the ground by the rock ants' left and right guardians. Please tell Camilla for me. Thank you. The next moment, the queen ant turned her head and her extraordinary senses spread to dozens of miles away. She saw more than 2,000 fourth-generation rock ants eating nearly 10,000 creatures of various sizes and with peculiar auras on the ground. Unseen by anyone, deep within the queen ant's eyes, a pair of human eyes, along with the queen ant's extraordinary perception, saw the cave monster that had just been torn apart by 2,000 fourth-generation rock ants. That huge horde of monsters actually came to my rock ant mountain that day. At this moment, Lin Kong almost burst out laughing. He was just worried about not being able to find his way back to Rock Ant Mountain. Remember, you must tell Camilla yourself that I am very grateful to her. Withdrawing her supernatural senses, the queen ant turned her head, which resembled a small house, back onto the two slender cranes that now wore bitter expressions. Let them go. The queen ant retreated back into the base, but her calm voice echoed in the open space outside. Upon receiving the queen ant's command, the rock ants on either side of her slowly raised their legs. Puff puff, puff puff. Having regained their freedom, the blue-eyed crane and the purple-eyed crane exchanged a glance, their expressions a mixture of fear, relief, and confusion. Chapter 72, The Crane's Reminder. When they led that large group of cave monsters to Sunset Mountain Range, they were surrounded by 2,000 master-level extraordinary demonic insects in less than a quarter of an hour. If they hadn't acted quickly and, clinging to a sliver of hope, proclaimed themselves envoys of the Southern Forest Beast Alliance, they would likely have ended up in the same fate as the horde of 10,000 cave monsters that were nearly reduced to fragments. Alas, it seems that Her Majesty Queen Camilla has miscalculated this time. The other party looks very angry. I'm afraid letting us go back would be tantamount to declaring war. After soaring into the sky, the blue-eyed crane turned its head to look at the unremarkable rock ant mountain, sighed, and said somewhat heavily, "Yes, and she even wants us to convey her gratitude to Her Majesty Queen Camilla. I think that's just another way of expressing extreme anger." Upon hearing this, the purple-eyed crane also chimed in with a word of agreement. Alas, it seems our Southern Beastman Alliance is doomed this time. After all, thinking back to the situation where he was surrounded by thousands of Grandmaster-level demonic insects, the blue-eyed crane couldn't help but worry about the future of the Southern Forest Beast Alliance. As they talked, the two master-level extraordinary cranes had already flown out of the Sunset Mountains. Only then did they truly breathe a sigh of relief. If you haven't experienced it firsthand, you simply can't understand the feeling of being the center of attention of thousands of other extraordinary beings of the same level. Phew. The next moment, the blue-eyed crane was stunned as it looked at the figure that had just flown past below. He seems to be from a winged human tribe, a high-ranking, official-level kid. Judging from the direction he's heading. The two cranes stopped and began to speak softly, but when they saw the winged human flying north, their eyelids twitched violently. They exchanged a glance, and then with a whoosh, they quickly caught up with the winged tribesman. Why are you two powerful figures from the Spirit Crane tribe stopping me? Luke was a little confused. He had been leisurely traveling just a moment ago, but the next moment two burly men appeared in front of him. No, two elegant cranes about 3 meters long, blocking his way. It was my tribe that sent me. Looking up at the two members of the Spirit Crane tribe who exuded the aura of Grandmasters, Luke was puzzled and nervous as they simply stared at him without saying a word. He then stammered incoherently. I know, but what I want to tell you is, if you want to live, never fly in that direction again. Otherwise, what awaits you is only the most terrifying despair. After a pause, the two cranes each spoke solemnly to Luke. Then, to Luke's astonishment, the two cranes, having finished speaking, flapped their wings and soared into the sky, leaving Luke bewildered, his wings slowly flapping in midair. What's going on? They didn't rob me. They didn't coerce me. They just stopped me and said a couple of inexplicable things. Turning his head to look in the direction of the Sunset Mountains, Luke rubbed his eyes, looking completely bewildered. I've walked this road at least 200 times. What danger could there be? Damn it, did we run into two prankster lunatics? If we take a detour, wouldn't it take 7 or 8 days? Recalling the words of the two spirit cranes in his mind, Luke pondered for a moment, then shook his head and decided to ignore them, because he was all too familiar with the passage beneath him. Compared to others' ambiguous statements, Luke had more faith in the intelligence and judgment he had gathered over the years. Luke was confident that he could follow the road to Tudun City even with his eyes closed. Whoosh! Having made his decision, Luke no longer hesitated and continued on his journey. The reason Luke is risking returning to Tudun City after his secret break with Tony is because he has a hidden treasure location in the city. After all that hard work, setting up the altar felt like starting from scratch, but the result was completely different from what I had imagined. Not only did I not reap the rewards of my labor, but I almost got myself killed in the process. However, Luke, am not so easily discouraged. As long as I return to the city and retrieve the fortune I deliberately set aside. Just wait. Luke will definitely become a legendary powerhouse, and then kill those despicable guys who insulted me, looked down on me, and slandered me. Thinking of those despicable faces, Luke clenched his fists, and even the wings on his back flapped more rapidly. A moment later, Luke, who was about to pass over a barren mountain, was completely unaware that a huge creature tens of meters long had suddenly appeared behind him. The Queen Ant means that she should ask the Supreme Ruler first. The next moment, another enormous creature, tens of meters tall, appeared and stood silently beside the previous one. Then let's wait a bit. Their eyes swept over the departing figure, and the two enormous creatures silently blurred and disappeared. Not long after, in the morning, Tudun City, as before, appeared solemn and majestic under the golden morning light. After entering the city through the gate, Luke flew directly towards the place in his mind without any hesitation. He didn't know when Tony received the news of his entry into the city, but just in case, he assumed that the city guards at the gate had informed Tony directly. This means Luke doesn't have much time left. Let's see how lucky I am this time, Luke. Arriving at a working-class area, we stopped next to a dirty and dilapidated abandoned house. Looking around, we noticed that although it was early, people were already out and about. Chapter 73, Luke's Helplessness. After a pause, Luke stepped forward naturally and slowly pushed open the door of the abandoned house. Ooh! But the next moment, a gasp suddenly came from inside the room, and Luke's expression changed drastically upon hearing it. Luke didn't really care about the extra few homeless people or beggars inside, but the single voice inside made his heart sink. Lord Bennett, what are you doing here? Before he could think much of it, the person inside the house came out and held a long sword directly to Luke's neck. It's you? Luke, Lord Lin Kong. Where are Philotai and the others? Bennett looked around at Luke's back, frowned, and asked with some doubt, but sheathed his long sword. I fought a fierce battle with that bastard Adolf, and severely injured him, but then the kingdom's army intervened, so I had no choice but to retreat and hide. And you? Why are you all alone? Well, it's like this, Lord Bennett. Upon hearing Bennett's question, Luke's mind raced as he considered a solution. However, after a while, Luke realized that even if he told the truth, there seemed to be no flaw in his story. That day, Commander Carl arrived at the hotel, but soon after, Tony and his men caught up with him. Next, Luke gave a brief account of what happened that day. When he mentioned that everyone had been teleported away to the southern forest, Luke noticed that Bennett's gaze had become strange. And that's how it is. I came here to gather some information. But how did you know I was here? I just randomly chose this place. After hearing what Luke said, Bennett looked at Luke suspiciously again. Luke, who had just entered the room, glanced at the mark indicating his treasure hadn't been touched and breathed a sigh of relief. But looking at Bennett in front of him, Luke felt like crying. Even if my wealth is right there below, I have no chance to get it now. Actually, it's like this, Lord Bennett. Don't laugh at me, but I'm an orphan. I was abandoned by my mother when I was a child because I awakened the wings on my back. However, later a kind human ant took me in, and I lived with her for several years. You mean this was where you and that kind human Annie lived before? After listening, Bennett looked at Luke, whose expression was somewhat sentimental, and clicked his tongue in surprise, asking, "This is too much of a coincidence." He was injured and randomly chose an abandoned place, which turned out to be Luke's former home. Yes, Lord Bennett. However, Luke only told half of the story. The human woman did take him in, but her motives were not entirely pure. When he was 5 or 6 years old, he was sold by that kind ant to a merchant who specialized in trading beastman slaves. Luke clearly remembered the hellish days he spent in the hands of those cruel merchants. However, all of that is in the past and doesn't matter anymore. Now, Luke is only thinking about how to get Bennett away and retrieve his treasure. Lord Bennett, what do you mean that? Hurry up and close the door. You're here just in time. Keep a close watch while I recover my energy. Upon hearing Luke speak, Bennett immediately interrupted him, waved his hand at him, and then sat cross-legged in a clean corner of the room. Damn it! Seeing Bennett immediately enter a meditative state, Luke's prepared lines were choked back. At this moment, Luke's face was gloomy, and he couldn't help but curse angrily in his heart. He came in openly and honestly, and Luke was sure someone would pass a message to Tony. Never mind. It seems we can't bring out the treasure for the time being. As Luke walked to the door and looked at Bennett meditating inside, his mind was in turmoil, but he soon calmed down. Every second I stay in the city increases the danger. Hesitation will only lead to more trouble. Call. Luke stepped out quietly, took a deep breath, and then spread his wings and flew away, quickly heading towards the south gate. It seemed the timing was perfect. Luke arrived at the south gate and miraculously walked out unharmed. After leaving Tudun City and flying for a while, Luke finally looked back. Just wait, I, Luke, will be back. At that time, I, Luke, will surely reign supreme. After uttering a few angry words, Luke spread his wings and flew away, soon disappearing outside Tudun City. Meanwhile, on the other side, in a southern forest, 3,000 miles south of the Sunset Mountains, lies the former camp of the Winged People tribe. Whoosh whoosh. A fierce gust of wind swept through, stirring up the smoke and fire that had formed on the battlefield. The battle in the sky was basically over by this time. Only the 8-armed troll, a high-level grandmaster, was still struggling to hold on. However, in front of Feliddy, who was unleashing his full power, death was only a matter of time. Thump! Boom! The next moment, a huge amount of energy suddenly exploded in the sky, and the violent sound seemed to shake the mountain. It's finally solved. Watching the 8-armed giant fall freely from the sky, Lin Kong stroked Little Green number 2 beside him and muttered to himself. Shortly after, Philotai, now in her normal form, descended from the sky and landed in front of everyone. Everyone get ready. We need to get out of here quickly. There must be a terrifying underground passage nearby, so we are not out of danger. After recovering slightly, Philotai addressed the crowd with a serious expression. Chapter 74, Anastasia. Then Philotai, you take them and leave. I'll wait here for a friend and leave later tonight. Upon hearing this, Lin Kong nodded in agreement, then glanced at everyone before slowly speaking. Aren't you coming with us? Waiting for your friends. Standing not far from Lin Kong, and she asked with great surprise after hearing Lin Kong's words, what kind of friend would you arrange to meet in a place like this? Hey. Hearing this, Lin Kong turned to her and chuckled, then raised an eyebrow and said, the scenery here is beautiful, and the climate is mild and pleasant. It's the perfect place to enjoy a spring outing with a lovely lady. Enjoying spring with a beautiful lady? Then we won't disturb Mr. Lin Kong's refined pleasure. After hearing Lin Kong finish speaking, Angie rolled her eyes, then waved to Shermie and Cug, and took the lead in leaving the cave entrance, flying down to the bottom. Lord Lin Kong, are you sure you want someone to stay in a place like this? On the other side, after hearing Lin Kong's words, Philotai couldn't help but ask again to confirm. Okay, don't worry. You guys go ahead and leave. Lin Kong nodded and spoke to her with great certainty. All right then, take care. After pulling Abel back, who was about to say something, Felicity led Cagus and the others, quickly flying down the cave and leaving without a moment's delay. A while later, only Lin Kong and Little Green number 2 remained. The lesser and lesser demons below, and the 8-armed trolls in the sky, began to scatter and run away. At this moment, only the corpses of nearly 100 lesser demons of all sizes remained in the camp, along with multi-eyed trolls and 8-armed trolls that were over 10 meters tall and still exuding a ferocious and terrifying aura even after death. At this moment, Lin Kong simply glanced at it and then stopped paying attention. Instead, he closed his eyes and began to communicate with the Queen Ant again. A legendary energy core? Although we are indeed in dire need, they've been a great help to us. Perhaps those two spirit cranes were chased by the cave monsters and ended up in our rock ant mountain because they were desperate. But we should return this to them. We truly did receive their kindness. After hearing the queen ant's explanation, Lin Kong thought for a moment and decided to return the legendary energy cores that the two spirit cranes had dropped. In any case, those two cranes did let the ant colony know the approximate location of Lin Kong. But in reality, Lin Kong had clearly misunderstood. If Lin Kong had known that the energy core belonged to a legendary Abyss Lord, he might have realized that perhaps the two spirit cranes weren't just acting rashly. The fourth generation of rock ants has now reached nearly 10,000, and we are worried about not having enough energy-rich and vigorous food to eat. This underground passage, teeming with endless underground monsters, is truly a treasure. Standing up, looking at the sun that was slowly rising, Lin Kong smiled slightly and murmured to himself. Time passed slowly, and Lin Kong didn't have to wait too long. About an hour later, the throbbing in his heart told him that the ant colony was not far away from him. Standing up, Lin Kong patted Little Green Number 2's tough exoskeleton, then pushed off with his feet and jumped on a Little Green Number 2's back. Hello. Are you aware of what just happened here? Before Lin Kong could greet Little Green Number 2 and the ant swarm that was about to arrive, a figure quietly appeared in midair at the cave entrance. His tone was calm, but it conveyed a sense of unquestionable certainty. After listening, Lin Kong frowned slightly because she was bathed in the dazzling sunlight behind her, so Lin Kong, who was standing in the cave, could not see her face clearly. Lin Kong touched the slightly uneasy Little Green Number 2, and then, after sensing Lin Kong's will, the originally tense Little Green Number 2 instantly calmed down and carried Lin Kong out of the cave. A moment later, when he was about 7 or 8 meters away from the figure, Lin Kong looked somewhat surprised. I never expected that among the Abyss Lords, there would be someone as polite as you. Name: Anastasia Andrea Claudio Benla. Capricorn. Race: Abyss Lord Succubus. Status: healthy. Rank: low-tier legendary. Supernatural power: pseudo-immortality, Abyss Mark. Anastasia Andrea Claudio Benla. Never mind, your name is too long. How about I just call you Anastasia? On the other side, after Lin Kong casually recited her string of names, Anastasia's heart was instantly filled with a tremendous surge of emotions. How is this possible? How is this possible? Although she could maintain a calm expression, the panic she felt just now was the greatest and most intense she had experienced in her thousands of years as an Abyss Lord. A murderous intent surged within her, but seeing Lin Kong's casual recitation of her Abyss true name, she hesitated to unleash the invisible, terrifying energy gathering in her hands. Just like the information digitized from Lin Kong's myriad things, the Abyss Lords all possess this immortality, which is one of the reasons why the Abyss realm can invade and devour countless material planes. The Abyss Nobles, those legendary Abyss Lords, are practically invincible. What can you do about them? Moreover, in some material planes, some legendary figures whose lifespans are nearing their end will even actively cooperate with the Abyss's invasion of this world, just in order to obtain the Abyss Mark. Having obtained the Abyss Mark, even as an Abyss Noble, one almost no longer worries about lifespan. However, there are pros and cons. The moment you obtain the Abyss Mark, your transcendent rank will no longer increase. Just like Anastasia in front of Lin Kong right now, she obtained the Abyss Mark at the low-level legendary rank, and thousands of years have passed, and she is still at the low-level legendary rank. Chapter 75, Another Abyss Lord. Your Excellency, if you prefer, then please call me Anastasia. Anastasia's lips twitched slightly for a moment, his thoughts swirling, but in the end he still dared not make a move. Where there is yin, there is yang, just like their immortality. The reason it's called pseudo is because there are still ways to kill these Abyss Nobles. Once their true names in the Abyss are known, and with the help of other Abyss Lords, their souls can be obliterated, utterly annihilating them. It will be difficult to find an Abyss Noble to kill another Abyss Noble. No, in fact, it's exactly the opposite. If you can provide the true name of an Abyss Lord, countless Abyss Lords will want to cooperate with you, or even actively flatter and beg you. Because of their unchanging strength, they can break through their own transcendent level after absorbing the abyssal marks of other abyssal lords. Think about it. Given such a temptation, almost no abyss lord would give up such an opportunity. Therefore, Anastasia was terrified when she heard Lin Kong recite her true name from the abyss, a name known only to herself. Actually, the monsters in the caves here were killed by some of my friends, and it has nothing to do with me. Looking up at the abyss lord opposite him, who seemed somewhat distracted, Lin Kong thought about her question from earlier, then shrugged and innocently said, "The abyss lord Anastasia on the opposite side bears a resemblance to Filthy after her transformation. They all have two horns on their heads and a long, swaying tail behind them, but their colors and details are somewhat different, and Anastasia in front of us doesn't have any patterns on her face." Lin Kong found her long, black hair, reaching her waist, very pleasing to the eye. Although her hair reached her waist, it was actually longer than Lin Kong's, as the abyss lord Anastasia was over 5 meters tall. "It's nothing, they're just ants. Actually, I'd like to ask, how did you know my true name, Abyss?" Hearing Lin Kong's words, Anastasia tried to calm herself down, glanced down at the corpses lying all over the ground, and felt speechless. "Is this the time to worry about these things? You just uttered my true name, the Abyss." Although she didn't want to admit it, Anastasia was no longer a naive little girl. Since she was going to die sooner or later anyway, she really wanted to die knowing the truth. "Huh, is it your name?" Hearing this, Lin Kong was a little puzzled. Why did they suddenly start asking about his name? Weren't they just asking what was happening here? I can't tell her that, can I? I can scan her to get her general information, right? Resting his chin on his hand, Lin Kong pondered for a moment before slowly speaking. "What's the big deal? Of course, it's up to you to figure it out." "Look, I figured it out." Upon hearing this, Anastasia's expression stiffened. What kind of answer was this? You could tell my abyss true name just by looking at me. "Hello, Anastasia, what are you doing? What's the point of talking to this human ant? Nearly 50 Grandmaster level trolls have died in just a few days. I think it's probably because a legendary level expert here made a move." The next moment, a winged abyss lord with protruding fangs, much larger than Anastasia, flew rapidly from not far away. "Tisk, tisk, tisk, so that's what's going on. Turns out it's a human pretty boy. What, do you want to add him to your male concubine group? Or just to ravage and devour him?" With a toad-like head, skin the color of crimson lava, and wings on its back that fluttered slightly, it glanced at Lin Kong with a cruel expression. "Banuas, it's none of your business to interfere in my affairs. Get lost." Upon hearing this, Anastasia, who was already feeling extremely depressed, coldly replied. She had never acted like this before because Banuas was a level higher than her, at the mid-level legendary level. However, now that she had heard her real name, Anastasia was on the verge of exploding, so she no longer suppressed her anger and let it burst out. "Oh, ha ha. Anastasia, have you lost your mind? How dare you tell the noble Banuas to get out?" Upon hearing this, Banuas was taken aback for a moment, then threw his head back and burst into laughter. However, a terrifying and violent aura immediately locked onto Anastasia. "This human is getting in my way. Let's kill him first, and then let the noble Banuas teach you a lesson for your irrational behavior today." As soon as he finished speaking, Banuas smiled cruelly, and his huge claws, crackling with raging flames, reached out to grab Lin Kong, who was standing to the side, looking somewhat bewildered. Giggle. Banuas originally thought that Anastasia's eyes should show anger or annoyance, because he felt that Anastasia had once again lost control of her succubus nature and had taken a liking to this human man. However, Anastasia showed no sign of physical resistance, nor did he display any anger or frustration in his eyes. And some even looked at it with a mixture of surprise and anticipation. Why? What? Is she looking forward to me killing this human? For a fleeting moment, Banuas saw the light in Anastasia's eyes and couldn't help but feel a little puzzled. Thump! The next moment, something even more surprising happened to Banuas. He was about to deliver a fatal blow, but a dark light shield suddenly appeared around the human, blocking his attack. Chapter 76, His Abyss True Name. Indeed, it was the right decision not to make a move earlier. Upon seeing the appearance of that black light, Anastasia frowned and muttered to himself, "You're nowhere near as polite as that lady from the abyss. Left Protector, come out and beat him up." Lin Kong glanced at Benuyas, then spoke coldly to those below, before patting Little Green number 2 and moving slightly away from the 2 Abyss Lords. "Humph, you charlatan, the great Benuyas will destroy you today." Although initially surprised, Benuyas showed no fear whatsoever. He was an Abyss noble, immortal. What did he have to fear? The worst thing is to be unlucky and get sealed away, then wait until the person who sealed you dies before you can come out. The terrifying energy was compressed to its limit, and then casually unleashed, shooting swiftly towards Lin Kong and Little Green number 2. Puffed. Hiss. Hiss. Asterisk. Puffed. 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 Asterisk. But the next moment, a colossal creature suddenly burst out from underground, nearly 50 meters long, and instantly rose into the air, directly blocking the attack with its body. Boom! A violent explosion rang out, but after the surging and explosive energy subsided, the enormous, dark, and gleaming creature that had sprung out was completely undamaged. What's going on? Benuyas clearly sensed that the giant, ant-like, demonic insect he was slowly turning his head to look at was also only at the mid-level legendary level, just like him. But how was he able to catch his terrifying, fully charged attack without suffering any physical damage? "You disgusting creature! How dare you lay a hand on our supreme being? Are you ready to face death?" "Oh, embracing death? Ha ha ha!" Upon hearing this, Benuyas on the other side seemed to have heard the most childish joke, and he couldn't stop laughing. "Call out." But before Benuyas could stop laughing, the rock ant Left Protector, enveloped in a dense black light, appeared directly in front of him. Like a savage, malevolent aura, it blotted out the sky, staining the sky behind it with a blood-red hue. In an instant, a long forelimb pierced through Benuyas' defenses layer by layer. In his terrified gaze, it pierced straight through his body. How is that possible? I'm a legendary level character. Looking at the long legs on his chest, Benuyas couldn't help but feel a little shocked and angry. Although death would bring resurrection in the Abyss realm, it would leave him weak for a period of time. Furthermore, if the body is destroyed at the same time as death, the period of weakness may be prolonged indefinitely. "Get out of here!" With its sharp claws extended forward, surging energy gathered, and it tried to pull out the long leg that had pierced its body. But he was disappointed. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't budge the long leg that passed through his chest, or even move an inch. How is this possible? His strength is so great that he could not only blow away a 50-meter-tall beast, but he has also torn apart a 500-meter-tall beast with his bare hands. As a mid-level legendary figure, empowered by the power of the Abyss, he could shatter a mountain with a single blow. I said, "You will die, and you must die." With his deep eyes sweeping over Benuyas, who was constantly pawing at one of its long legs, the rock ant Left Protector spoke again in a cold tone. "Broken." The next moment, the rock ant Left Protector deliberately withdrew his long leg, and then a strange black power remained in Benuyas' body. Bang! Thump thump thump. As the rock ant Left Protector finished speaking, a black crack began to spread from the hole in Benuyas' chest, all within the span of a single breath. Those terrifying black cracks almost covered Benuyas' entire body, and then with a bang, Benuyas' body, which was about 5 meters tall, exploded. It shattered into countless fragments and fell to the ground. On the other side, Anastasia looked down at the 5,000 extraordinary, master-level demonic insects below, and her face turned pale. What on earth were these things? As Anastasia watched countless demonic insects pick up all the fragments from the ground, chew them, and swallow them, she felt a chill run down her spine. Damn you vile reptiles. The great Benuyas will not let you get away with this. A moment later, a red, tumor-like thing began to slowly form out of thin air, and from it came the furious roar of Benuyas. After he finished speaking, the red tumor was swallowed up by a fleeting spatial rift, and even the incredibly powerful rock ant Left Protector didn't have time to react. "Your Majesty, what is that?" Shrinking to about 5 meters in size, the rock ant Left Protector approached Lin Kong and asked a question with a somewhat remorseful tone. "That is the will of the Abyss, reaching the high-level Morning Star rank of the Transcendent Realm." For a single wisp of will to reach such a height, it is indeed beyond your ability to stop. Lin Kong looked at the information on his virtual screen with a solemn expression. This was the first time he had ever seen such a terrifying existence. They hadn't even encountered a calamity beyond the legendary level yet, but they had just encountered the Abyss Will, which was at the Morningstar level. Sir, you just said that you could tell my Abyss true name for me. I wonder if you could tell the Abyss true name of that other person, Benuya's? On the other side, seeing Benuya's being beaten to a pulp right before her eyes, Anastasia felt no sympathy whatsoever. Instead, after a moment's thought, her expression became inexplicably agitated. The human-looking man before them was an absolutely terrifying being. Although Anastasia didn't know the specifics, she had a feeling that the human man in front of her didn't seem to have any ill intentions towards her. Chapter 77 Meeting. Sir, Anastasia said, sticking out her deep scarlet tongue and pursing her lips. She slowly approached Lin Kong and spoke in a respectful and awe-inspiring tone. He and I are from the same area, and I know where he will be resurrected. You mean that guy? I figured it out, so what? Seeing Anastasia ask for his name again, Lin Kong frowned slightly, looked up, and asked in confusion. Can you tell me? Can I go to the Abyss and kill him for you? Oh, Lin Kong wasn't stupid. Anastasia had asked Abyss for his true name several times, and her expression was extremely strange. Does knowing his name mean he can kill someone? After pondering for a moment, Lin Kong didn't keep Anastasia waiting any longer. Instead, he began to rattle off a series of names to her delighted surprise. Benuya's Eucali Crane Manda Mosi Dios. Phoebe. Call. After reading it all at once, Lin Kong let out a long breath and then spoke again. I'm waiting for your good news. Oh, and remember to give me his energy core. Don't you want the Abyss Mark? Upon hearing this, Anastasia became somewhat nervous, her slender fingers clenching together as she looked at Lin Kong with watery eyes. Oh no, you keep it for yourself. Upon hearing this, Lin Kong thought for a moment, then waved his hand and spoke casually. The Mark of the Abyss, you can tell from the name that it's nothing good. It can't be converted into energy, so it's better to leave it for Anastasia. Judging from her expression, she really wants it, which will motivate her even more. Meanwhile, in the heart of the Southern Forest, the Orcish Alliance. In the same peculiar palace, where there were no walls but only pillars, Queen Camilla, dressed in a magnificent crimson gown, sat high on her throne. Below him, there was not only the elder of the Shredder Spirit Eye Fox clan, but nearly 100 figures of all sizes, standing respectfully. You mean the one from the anthill came out to check the situation himself? And you even asked me to pass on a message? Queen Camilla, seated on her throne, rested one arm on her cheek as she looked down at the two slender cranes that had returned with the news. Yes, Your Majesty. The Queen Ant asked us to say thank you to you. Recalling the situation at Rock Ant Mountain in the Sunset Mountains, the blue-eyed crane and the purple-eyed crane exchanged a glance, both with bitter expressions in their eyes. The blue-eyed crane tidied itself up a bit, and then recounted the events that had transpired there to Queen Camilla and the other powerful members of the Beastman Alliance in detail. Shortly after, as the blue-eyed crane finished speaking, the entire hall fell silent. Tell me, everyone, what exactly is the meaning behind that demonic insect tribe? Queen Camilla glanced around the hall, a look of doubt in her eyes, before asking in a low voice. Is there even a question? Didn't the leaders of those demonic insect tribes send the spirit crane envoy and the others back to thank them? What's there to say? Upon hearing Queen Camilla's question, a massive brown bear, standing 5.5 meters tall, bared its mouth and roared out in the hall. Ahem, Your Majesty Blood-Eyed Bear King. That old man does not think so. After hearing the words of the Blood-Eyed Bear King, the mouths of the powerful figures from various tribes present twitched. However, apart from Typhon, the elder of the snow-eared spirit-eyed fox clan, who was standing not far from Queen Camilla's throne, none of the others spoke. Mondo Panga, the Bear King of the Blood-Eyed Bear clan, is the only high-level legendary peak existence in the entire Southern Forest Beast Alliance besides Queen Camilla. Furthermore, the Blood-Eyed Bear clan boasts a total of 13 legendary-level bear clan powerhouses. Other legendary beastman tribes are lucky to have 2 or 3 legendary members. That's right, Your Majesty the Bear King. As the blood-eyed Bear King, Mondo Panga, swept his fierce blood-red eyes over Shwar, the spirit-eyed Fox clan elder, Typhon, raised his hands in a slight bow. Although he only possessed the strength of a low-level legendary, Typhon's eyes remained calm. We previously dispatched the spirit crane envoy to lure out a group of tens of thousands of cave monsters to the territory of that demon insect tribe. In fact, although our starting point was to get them to help protect the southern forests, our methods were too simplistic and crude. However, this is also one of Queen Camilla's strengths. She acts openly and directly and doesn't like to be secretive. Originally, I intended to send Lynxpsyke, a legendary expert from the white-haired rat clan known for his stealth, to carry out this mission, but Her Majesty the Empress did not heed my advice. After saying that, Typhon turned to look at Queen Camilla and nodded slightly to her, then said, I think that the demon insect tribe may be somewhat dissatisfied with our Southern Beast Alliance. As for that thank you, it was probably the Queen Ant's angry words. At this point, Typhon slowly stepped aside and remained silent, looking calm and collected, seemingly lost in thought. This time, I didn't think things through. I didn't expect that the demon insect tribe would actually dare to do evil to our entire alliance. Standing up, Queen Camilla glanced around the hall and said softly, However, since things have come to this, let's find a way to resolve this. Whether to fight or make peace, I would like to hear everyone's opinions. She slowly stepped down from the throne, and then Queen Camilla's body instantly appeared as a series of afterimages before she stood at the edge of the palace 100 meters away. A long wind tore at the hem of Queen Camilla's skirt, gently lifting it. Chapter 78, The Kingdom of Eisen Island. Since they're dissatisfied with us and with Queen Camilla, what else is there to say? I'm willing to lead the team to wipe them out. Raising his large, fan-like paws, the blood-eyed Bear King Mondo Pango patted his chest, turned to look at Queen Camilla's retreating figure, and spoke in a muffled voice. Does that mean war? The mighty Black Bull clan agree. As soon as he finished speaking, voices of agreement began to chorus around him. We, the Silverback Greedy Wolf, agree. We, the Phantom Moose clan, agree. We, the Sawtooth Water Lizard clan, also agree to fight. After hearing the voice behind her, Queen Camilla slowly turned around and said softly, In that case, each tribe will provide 50,000 official-level combatants, and the rest will depend on the situation within the tribe. Integrate 2,000 Grandmaster-level combatants and 30 Legendary-level combatants. Then, 5 days later, the troops marched towards Sunset Mountain. Our southern forests haven't made a move in a long time, so long that the Kingdom of Eisen Island has already started plotting against our legendary Beast King. As she spoke, Queen Camilla glanced at Hurricane Winged Tiger Beast King Baglow, who was standing not far away with his head tucked in. We must take this opportunity to let the major powers of the eastern region know that our Southern Forest Beast Alliance is no longer the weak and vulnerable force it was 200 years ago when it was first established and could be easily taken advantage of. Now, everyone go and get ready. Upon hearing this, everyone in the entire hall, which spanned several thousand square meters, held their breath and waited for him to finish speaking. Yes, Your Majesty Queen Camilla. The vast southern forest, spanning hundreds of thousands of miles, began to stir wildly at Queen Camilla's command. Countless tribes ceased their food chain battles and began to gather and unite. Lin Kong was completely unaware of this strange operation, as he was busy dealing with the underground passage. Since discovering this treasure, Lin Kong has been completely engrossed in it. However, while Lin Kong didn't care, the Kingdom of Eisen was in a real bind. As longtime neighbors, how could the Kingdom of Eisen Island not be wary of the Southern Forest Beast Alliance located nearby? So when their army amassed 500,000, the Kingdom of Eisen Island received the news. What? The Southern Beastmen Alliance has amassed an army of 700,000 and is definitely marching towards Tooting City. 7 days later, in a magnificent palace in Lompabana, the capital of the Kingdom of Eisen Island, a middle-aged man listened to the report from his scouts below, his face growing increasingly gloomy. Who on earth? Who leaked the information? Grand Duke Sarab was absolutely furious, but apart from clenching his fists and gritting his teeth, he couldn't find a good way to deal with the situation. Fine, since that's the case, let's just announce that matter to the public. After a while, Grand Duke Sorab sat back down in his chair and slowly spoke to those below, his words revealing a hint of weariness and helplessness. What would you do if you were in that situation? The image of that man's face flashed through his mind, and Grand Duke Sorab pondered for a moment before muttering something to himself. Then, what happened in the next 2 days left the people of Lampo Bana, the capital of the kingdom of Eisen Island, completely bewildered. Several of these messages spread the widest and fastest. First, the Southern Forest Beastmen Alliance has assembled an army of 700,000 and is marching towards Tooting City. They should arrive in 2 days at most. Then there's the matter of the royal family of the kingdom of Eisen Island. King Beetleem had actually disappeared long ago, and now it's Grand Duke Sorab who's handling the political affairs. Furthermore, there are rumors that Bertelsmann's disappearance was orchestrated by his brother, Grand Duke Sorab, with the aim of usurping the throne. These two pieces of news seem to be being secretly fueled by someone with immense power. Although the Kingdom's Special Affairs Bureau tried its best to block and cover them up, it could not stop the spread of these messages in the slightest. Furthermore, following the statement issued a day earlier by the spokesperson of Grand Prince Arab, confirming that Grand Prince Arab had indeed been handling political affairs during this period and had not mentioned the disappearance of the Kingdom of Buttram, the entire kingdom was in an uproar. Many high-ranking nobles from the border regions began to frequently travel to Lampo Bana under the pretext of meeting with Grand Duke Sorab. This has made the situation in the entire capital even more unpredictable and volatile. With the sudden arrival of delegations from the Kingdom of Helion and the Kingdom of Zesalon, a tremendous storm seems to be brewing beneath the calm surface of the capital city of Eisen Island, Lampo Bana. Regina, how is your aunt doing? At this moment, in the manner of Grand Duke Sorapi in the capital, on a green lawn, a tall woman was wielding a long sword, seemingly practicing a sword technique. However, 2 men slowly approached from a distance. One of them, a man with a full head of silver hair, watched the woman dance with her sword for a while before speaking softly. It's mostly all right, but Aunt Doris said she doesn't want to see you right now. Upon hearing this, Regina stopped, sheathed her sword, and slowly walked to Grand Duke Sorapi. That incident may not have been your fault, but it was still caused by you. Not only did His Majesty disappear without a trace, but Aunt Doris also nearly perished. As she spoke, Regina's tone was somewhat reproachful. Then she paused and looked up into Grand Duke Sorab's eyes. Tell me, is it really because you covet that position? Upon hearing Regina's words, Grand Duke Sorabi clenched his fists behind his back, but his expression remained unchanged. He did not answer, but instead asked in a calm voice, "Why do you suddenly ask that? What else could it be? Right now, the whole streets and alleys of Lampo Bana are buzzing with rumors that you, Grand Duke Sorab, did this because you wanted the throne. So, you don't believe me either, is that right?" Raising his hand to interrupt what Regina was about to say, Grand Duke Sorabi suddenly turned to the side and slowly began to speak. Chapter 79, The Unseen Abyss. On the other side, after listening to Grand Duke Sorapi's words, Regina chuckled. Whether you believe it or not, it doesn't matter anymore, does it? Haven't we, the Rodriguez family, all agreed to make you the new king? His Majesty is missing, and my aunt is seriously injured and waiting to recover. Now, in the entire Rodriguez family, only you, a high-ranking legend, remain. The rest of the family members are used to being rich and powerful. How could they possibly tolerate a real upheaval in the kingdom of Eisen Island? So, even if you don't want to be the new king, they'll probably force you, right? You know about these things? Upon hearing this, Grand Duke Sorabi's voice trembled slightly, and then he turned to look at his daughter with surprise. You are my father. Of course I will choose to love you. However, all of this was told to me by Aunt Doris, and she also told me to tell you that you don't need to worry about the coronation in a little over 2 months. Oh, did Doris return to the Eastern Wizarding Council to seek her teacher's help? Upon hearing this, as if remembering something, Grand Duke Sorabi asked a question with a complicated expression. That's a secret. Recalling what happened that night in the Sunset Mountains, and looking at her father's expression, Regina suddenly smiled mischievously, and then said, in Chesil Wizarding Academy, I'll be participating in their wizarding apprentice recruitment this time. Upon hearing this, Grand Duke Sorabi's previously thoughtful expression instantly turned stern. No, can't the high priest of the court teach you? Aunt Doris has already agreed, and my strength just meets the requirements. I'm not young anymore, and I can contribute to the Rodriguez family now. As if knowing her father would react this way, Regina first brought up Doris, then spoke in a serious tone. You, Sai, once we get there, not only me, but the entire kingdom of Eisen Island won't be able to do anything for you. You'd better think this through carefully and don't act impulsively. On the other side, seeing her father's cautious manner, Regina felt a sudden warmth in her heart, and then slowly said, Don't worry, I'm a genius. Once inside, those legendary mentors were all vying to take me as their disciple, protect me, and cherish me. Well, upon hearing this, Grand Duke Sorabi sighed softly, then slowly said, You should have a good talk with your Aunt Doris. After all, she stayed there for so long. If there's anything you need, just tell me. I'm going to get back to work now. After taking a close look at his daughter, who had grown up without him even realizing it, Grand Duke Sorab nodded gently and then turned and left. Just watch, father, I will prove it to you. Watching Grand Duke Sorab walk away, Regina Rodriguez murmured something under her breath. On the other side, in a corner of the Abyss realm, all that could be seen was ruins, with raging sandstorms sweeping across the land. However, dozens or even hundreds of meters high, earth and yellow stone spikes covered the entire field of vision. Whoosh, whoosh. Passing through this windy and sandy area, one sees a mountainous region with volcanoes stretching for thousands of miles, where red lava flows out from time to time, bubbling and billowing, and black smoke rises into the sky, forming a persistent haze. At this moment, in the center of this barren, reddish-brown, harsh region, lies a palace built of obsidian. How is this possible? This is absolutely impossible. How could you know my Abyss real name? No, you're lying to me, right? Inside the palace, a burly Abyss demon knelt on one knee, his face filled with disbelief. However, after hearing the familiar voice in front of him, Benuya's last shred of hope was shattered. It is with great regret that your painful life as an Abyss Lord comes to an end. Anastasia covered her smiling mouth with one hand, while with the other she lashed out a black whip that tightly wrapped around Benuya's neck. Anastasia, please let me go. Please let me go. I will give you all my wealth. I am willing to sign a contract and become your slave to the Abyss. Please spare me. Benuya's gripped the whip around his neck with both hands, then knelt before Anastasia, pleading humbly. As a newly resurrected Abyss Lord, his strength is only about 30% of what it used to be, but even that is enough to rival a typical low-level legendary class warrior. I regret to inform you that I have promised a terrifying being that I would hand over your energy core to him. However, Anastasia, who possessed his true abyssal name, was not among them. He was seen uttering unfamiliar and ancient abyssal language. An abyssal power surged around him, as if he were performing a mysterious ritual. As the abyssal power from Anastasia enveloped Benuya's, his entire body began to undergo drastic changes. Ah! Damn Anastasia, you bitch, you slut. Damn it. Benuya's, clutching his head, howled in agony on the ground, as if he were experiencing the most painful and terrible thing in his life. I curse you, Anastasia. You will experience the same pain as me. The pain of having your abyss mark stripped away. Just you wait, ha. Damn Anastasia, you slut. I'll be waiting for you in the dust of the abyss. Anastasia seemed not to hear the vicious words uttered by Benuya's, her pale purple eyes remaining completely unmoved. Puffed. Shortly afterward, as Anastasia stopped speaking the awkward abyss language, Benuya's body, not far away, suddenly shattered and then seemed to weather away, turning into the finest particles. Chapter 80, Exploring the Underground Passage. Anastasia looked up at the spot where Benuya's had disappeared, where two strange things had appeared. One was a fist-sized energy core emitting a hazy black light. The other was an irregular, deep red, condensed, and persistent cloud of smoke. Energy core and the mark of the Abyss Lord. Call out. With a wave of her hand, a powerful suction force appeared, and the two objects floating in the air quickly flew into Anastasia's hand. The Mark of the Abyss. What a wonderful thing it is. He glanced at the energy core in his hand and then stopped paying attention to it, putting it directly into his spatial ring. Then he carefully looked at the dark red mist-like thing in his hand that kept changing shape. Suck. After admiring it for a while, Anastasia held it to her nose and then inhaled it deeply. This feeling is fiery, intense, and exhilarating. It's so addictive, I really want to do it a few more times. A short while later, after absorbing the Benua's Abyss Mark, Anastasia sat slumped on the ground with her eyes closed, gently pressing her lower abdomen with both hands, her face flushed with an inexplicable blush. Phew, phew. The next moment, Anastasia, who had been lying diagonally on the ground, slowly floated up, and a terrifying aura emanated from her body. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. If it were real, it would transform into a level 18 gale, directly blowing the palace hall to pieces. Soon after, her aura gradually subsided, and Anastasia, dressed in a black gauze dress, slowly descended to the ground. Her long, slender legs, over 3 meters long, moved slowly forward, draped in a light black veil, while her large, full breasts swayed gently up and down with each step. With her stunningly beautiful and alluring appearance, and her voluptuous figure, Anastasia perfectly embodied the best qualities of a succubus. Top, 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 top. Wearing gorgeous black high heels, Anastasia strolled gracefully through Benua's palace. Where is it? Her red lips parted slightly, and her pale purple eyes carefully scanned her surroundings. Anastasia's soft, alluring voice occasionally echoed in the empty hall. Call out. Rumble, rumble. Extending a finger, a beam of black energy containing terrifying power suddenly shot toward a certain spot. With a deafening roar and a cloud of dust rising, Anastasia, now a mid-level legendary, looked at the treasure vault that had appeared before her. Ha ha ha! Anastasia stuck out her scarlet tongue, licked the corners of her mouth left and right, and burst into laughter. Isn't all your wealth still in my hands? Meanwhile, in the southern forest, more than 3,000 miles south of the Sunset Mountains, there is a medium-sized underground passage not far away. As time passed and the sun began to set, evening gradually arrived. At this moment, Lin Kong was still in the camp of the original winged human tribe, where he found a clean chair and directed the fourth-generation rock ants coming and going nearby. They gnawed at the mountain walls, creating a series of U-shaped caves. The winged tribe chose a good location. It was situated at the foot of a cliff several hundred meters high, surrounded by mountains on 3 sides, with only one exit. The open space inside is about tens of thousands of square meters, and at this time there are buildings with architectural styles that are different from those of humans, with hollow bottoms and pillars supporting the bottom. It's roughly similar to the stilted houses in Lin Kong's previous life, but the winged people's houses are much higher, averaging over 10 meters. At this moment, some extraordinary master-level rock ants, under Lin Kong's will, transformed into enormous creatures over 10 meters tall, continuously pushing down these houses and then transporting them out of the camp. Rumble, rumble. The extraordinary rock ants charged around wildly, resembling a highly capable demolition team. The reason for this is that Lin Kong has taken a liking to this place and decided to use it as the second base of the ant colony. The surrounding area is not only surrounded by mountains and rivers with beautiful scenery, but most importantly, it is also relatively close to that medium-sized underground passage. Lin Kong felt very uncomfortable having the rock ants gnaw on rocks and vegetation every day, only occasionally getting a meal of blood. He doesn't feel sorry for those who aren't his own, but these adorable and powerful rock ants are Lin Kong's most loyal warriors. Although rock ants can gnaw on rocks, that was before they reached the transcendent level. Now, gnawing on rocks is not very useful. Moreover, given the current appetite of rock ants, it is difficult to feed them with ordinary hunting. Even if Lin Kong were to act ruthlessly and send the rock ants out to slaughter the magical beasts and wild animals in the forest, it would be difficult to continue doing so after they had eaten their fill a few times. However, after learning about the underground tunnels, Lin Kong felt that the rock ants now had both food and training grounds. At this moment, Lin Kong only had 3,000 fourth-generation rock ants, and another 1,500 were cave monsters that had been swept up from the surrounding area. The last 500 were led by the rock ant left protector to the underground passage. After instructing the 4 generations of rock ants around him on their tasks, Lin Kong's mind connected with the rock ant left protector. The entrance to the underground passage is a large opening, more than 20 meters, nearly 30 meters wide, dark and deep, sloping down to lead into the mysterious underground. Crypt monsters, my rock ants, are also the overlords of the underground. Chapter 81, Cryptworms. At this moment, the rock ant left protector shrunk his size and mingled among the Grandmaster-level extraordinary rock ants, which were 7 or 8 meters, or even more than 10 meters tall, and quickly crawled towards the depths of the underground passage. With the help of the rock ant left protector's vision, Lin Kong could clearly see the situation inside the cave. At first, Lin Kong thought that the underground passage was a sloping tunnel leading underground. But once the rock ant army ventured deeper, Lin Kong discovered that the area below was truly a maze of interconnected passages, far more complex than he had imagined. However, this was no problem for the rock ants who were good at digging and had once lived underground. In fact, it was as easy and comfortable as if they were at home. Occasionally, you might encounter some cave monsters, but they are almost instantly torn apart and devoured by the army of 4th-generation rock ants. Whether it's an apprentice-level lesser demon, a full-fledged greater lesser demon, or even a master-level troll, at most they let out a dying howl before disappearing into the bellies of the rock ants. Hiss! As if sensing the joy of the rock ants, Lin Kong, far away at the second ant colony base, couldn't help but smile slightly. However, a short while later, as the rock ants entered a huge underground space, 2 4th-generation rock ants that had advanced from other routes lost contact. This was the first time the ant colony had suffered losses after entering the burrow. Sensing Lin Kong's will, the scattered ant colonies quickly converged on the main force led by the rock ant left protector, and then, under the leadership of the rock ant left protector. From this huge underground space, they quickly crawled towards the side path where the 2 rock ants had lost contact. Thud! 2 high-level 4th-generation rock ants, each over 10 meters long, twisted their bodies and squeezed into the hole first. Roar! The moment I entered, an angry roar echoed from inside. Looks like it was you who ate my 2 adorable 4th-generation rock ants, right? When the rock ant left protector went in, Lin Kong also saw the scene inside. This is also a branch road connecting to that huge space not far away, and it is not small either. Although it is bumpy and irregular, it is still several hundred meters long, wide and high. There was a dark red creature, resembling an earthworm magnified countless times, coiled up in a corner. Its length is terrifyingly high, reaching nearly 100 meters, and its body diameter is 7 or 8 meters. It was impossible to tell which end was the head, because Lin Kong discovered that both sides were ferocious giant mouths covered with more than 20 rows of snow-white, sharp teeth. Race, Cryptworm. Status, Healthy Manic. Rank, High-Level Grandmaster Transcendent. After exploring the distant cave worms that wriggled their bodies and opened and closed their massive mouths from time to time, revealing rows of terrifying, sharp teeth that led into their bodies, Lin Kong, using the perspective of the rock ant left protector, saw that the ant swarm had already assembled. Snort. Attack. Tear it apart. Although the queen rock ant produces about 2,000 4th-generation rock ants a day, Lin Kong, who knew the extraordinary power of a master-level rock ant, was still heartbroken over the death of the 2 4th-generation rock ants. With the help of the rock ant left protector, he commanded the 4th-generation rock ants, whose bodies were shrouded in dark light, and whose yuan energy was abundant and whose strength was extraordinary. 2 high-level, master-level 4th-generation rock ants restrained the 2 large mouths of the burrow worm, which were covered with sharp teeth. Then the remaining 4th-generation rock ants quickly crawled over and pounced on the writhing burrow worm. Fja. Knock, knock, knock. Under the influence of extraordinary elemental power, the biting force of the 4th-generation rock ants has become so terrifying that it is difficult to calculate with ordinary units. At this moment, the powerful and defensive burrowing worm, under the manipulation of the 4th-generation rock ants, did not last 2 minutes before collapsing completely to the ground. Large chunks of flesh were torn off his body, and crimson blood almost filled the entire space. It broke into several pieces, and only at both ends would it twitch occasionally. The cave worm, with a body length of 100 meters, possesses strength and defense almost comparable to a legendary level, making it undeniably formidable. Even the 2 high-level Grandmaster-level rock ants, who represent the pinnacle of Grandmaster-level combat power, probably couldn't defeat this peak Grandmaster-level cave worm in a one-on-one fight. After all, being larger gives you an advantage in strength. Although rock ants are also known for their strength and defense, these terrifying creatures from the abyss must have some skill to survive in such a place. Puffed. Call out. The next moment, before Lin Kong could react, the top of this underground space suddenly cracked, scattering debris everywhere. And then 2 more cave worms crawled down. Rustling, its body blurred into a blur, and the 2 cave worms' ferocious maws, filled with sharp teeth, bit directly at the 4 low-level, master-level rock ants closest to them. How dare you! Upon seeing this, Lin Kong was both shocked and furious. He had just won a battle with no casualties, but before his joy had even subsided, it seemed he was about to be slapped in the face. Hiss! Sensing Lin Kong's anger, the rock ant left protector flashed with black light and instantly returned to its original size, over 70 meters long, but even one of its legs was thicker than a cave worm. Therefore, the 200-meter-long burrow worms looked like 2 noodles in front of the rock ant left protector. Bang! As the rock ant left protector made his move, the 2 cave worms were sent flying before they could even bite the 4th-generation rock ant. The terrifying force pressed them directly into the surrounding rock walls. Only the giant mouths on both sides could open and close slightly, while the rest of their bodies were almost completely immobile. Chapter 82, Abyss Secondary Passage. You hiding creature, aren't you coming out yet? After suppressing the 2 cave worms, the rock ant left protector didn't even look at them, but instead opened his mouth and said coldly to one side, "Snort." Seeing no response, the rock ant left protector moved and appeared there directly. Then, he raised his terrifying long mandibles, and a dense dark light flashed. Boom! Where there had been nothing before, a pair of smooth hands suddenly appeared and quickly blocked the terrifying attack from the rock ant left protector. Your strength has increased in a rather strange way. Seeing the figure shrouded in purple light block his attack, the rock ant left protector was taken aback, and then said in confusion, buzzing. In an instant, the power of the rock ant left protector increased several times over, and a terrifying rock ant phantom appeared around him, circling and roaring at the figure. Bang! The next moment, facing the full force of the rock ant left protector, that figure was blasted away. Her slender figure crashed into the rock wall, but before she could even stand up, the black pincers formed by the rock ant left protector's long mandibles clamped down on her body in the next instant. No, I'm here to deliver something to the adults. Feeling the terrifying power in her waist, Anastasia couldn't help but panic. Although she wouldn't die from the destruction of her body, she had finally managed to absorb his abyss mark and advance to the mid-level of the legendary rank. If this body is destroyed, she, who has not yet reached the nurturing realm, will definitely regress to the low-level legendary rank again. Our Supreme One dislikes those who sneak around. Next time, come out openly and honestly. With his head jutting forward, the rock ant left protector stared at Anastasia lying on the ground with his dark, deep eyes and spoke coldly. Yes, I remember. Hearing the chilling voice in her ear, Anastasia couldn't help but feel a slight sense of relief. In any case, this body's life has been saved. Our Supreme One asks you, where is the secondary passage to the abyss? His body shrunk back to a few meters long, and he glanced at Anastasia, who had stood up and straightened her black gauze dress. The rock ant left protector then asked a question. Lin Kong was indeed quite puzzled. This place was almost 700 meters below the surface, and the rock ant left protector had also used his extraordinary senses to explore below, so there should be no more underground passages. The 4th generation of rock ants had traversed almost every alleyway, but they hadn't found anything special, let alone any secondary abyssal passages. Is that sir watching this place? Upon hearing the question from the rock ant left protector, Anastasia's expression suddenly turned serious, and she became slightly nervous, her pale purple eyes glancing around involuntarily. After all, Anastasia was quite frightened by a terrifying being who could recognize the true name of their Abyss Lord at a glance. Anastasia would never believe that such a terrifying being had no means to completely obliterate the Abyss Lord. As for Benuas, she believed that the being in question simply wouldn't bother to intervene. My question is, where is the secondary passage to the Abyss? Without answering Anastasia, the rock ant left protector raised a forelimb, pointed at her, and spoke calmly. Oh, I understand. Why are you being so fierce? Upon hearing this, Anastasia shrugged her fair shoulders and then swayed her hips as she gracefully walked to a rock wall. Under the bewildered gazes of rock ant left protector and the astonished gazes of Lin Kong, Anastasia clasped her hands together, and circles of deep purple light suddenly began to appear around her. The purple halo created an upward airflow, causing Anastasia's black tulle dress to billow. Her long, slender, fair legs, bathed in a purple halo, took on a mesmerizing quality. Lin Kong, seeing this through the eyes of the rock ant left protector, couldn't help but become serious. His eyes were fixed intently, as if he were facing a mortal enemy. That material plane world that the Abyss-corrupted world connects to through the secondary Abyss passage is controlled by us legendary Abyss Lords who attacked that material plane world. Although the anchor point is still here, we still have to operate it to open it. A moment later, the purple halo around her disappeared, and Anastasia's flowing black gauze skirt fell down, covering her stunningly beautiful long legs. Cough, cough. On the other side, Lin Kong, having regained his senses, blinked his slightly dry eyes. He then glanced around and found that the rock ants were all working diligently, and none of them had noticed him spacing out. He coughed lightly, touched his nose, and reconnected to the vision of the rock ant left protector. This is the secondary passage of the Abyss, the passage that connects to that corrupted plane. However, that world is basically gone. All the precious resources have been plundered by us Abyss Lords, and even ordinary things have been devoured by various abyssal demons. We are not resources from that world. Upon hearing this, he looked at the vortex-like channel, roughly 100 meters in diameter, that Anastasia had just created on the rock wall. Rock ant left protector shook his head and replied softly, "How many ordinary abyssal monsters are there in that material plane?" Hearing Lin Kong's question in his mind, rock ant left protector looked up at Anastasia and asked. Chapter 83, The Surprise from Anastasia. How many? Upon hearing this question, Anastasia was taken aback. That material plane is now completely eroded. Only a few places are still being held up by a group of legendary-level powerhouses from their world. However, as time goes by, it probably won't last much longer, so the entire material world is almost full of abyssal demons. A small portion of them were migrated directly from the Abyss. The vast majority are abyssal demons, which are obtained by assimilating the power of the Abyss and then demonizing the natives of that material world. If I really had to give a number, it would probably be at least several tens of billions, and that number would continue to increase. Hundreds of billions. Hearing this number, Lin Kong couldn't help but feel a little surprised. This was basically an inexhaustible number, because even if all the rock ants under Lin Kong's command were to devour these abyssal demons, it's likely that even the speed of growth won't be as fast as theirs, given that the current base of tens of billions is simply too large. However, this also dispelled Lin Kong's idea of sending the rock ant swarm directly to that world. After all, the current fourth-generation rock ants have only just exceeded 10,000, and they probably wouldn't have a good time in that place full of abyssal demons. According to Anastasia, they have a total of 22 Abyss Lords who are currently active in that material plane. Francis, the strongest of the Abyss Lords, is only a mid-level legendary lord, but having been an Abyss Lord for tens of thousands of years, his foundation is unfathomable. He was already considered a seasoned Abyss Lord. Even ordinary high-ranking legendary lords might not be a match for Francis. Upon learning this information, Lin Kong immediately instructed Anastasia to close the secondary Abyss passage, and then left 100 rock ants to continue exploring this interconnected cavern. The others, led by the rock ant left protector, quickly crawled out of the underground tunnel and headed towards the ant colony base number 2, named by Lin Kong. In less than a quarter of an hour, these extraordinary rock ants, at least at the low-level Grandmaster level, returned to Lin Kong's side. Anastasia, who followed, also saw Lin Kong sitting leisurely in a chair, enjoying the shade under the branches of a large tree as the breeze rustled through the leaves. "Praise be to you, Your Excellency. It is Anastasia's honor to meet you." Puff puff. Following behind the rock ant left protector, Anastasia arrived in front of Lin Kong, kneeling on one knee with a look of awe, and spoke in a soft and respectful voice. However, Anastasia, who is normally 5 meters tall, is still much taller than Lin Kong, even when he is kneeling on the ground, let alone when Lin Kong is lazily slumped in a chair. "This is not your abyss. You do not need such empty formalities when facing me." Upon hearing this, Lin Kong glanced at Anastasia, straightened his posture, and then replied softly, "Yes." Upon hearing Lin Kong's reply, Anastasia nodded respectfully. Then her body, which had been kneeling on one knee, softened, and she knelt down not far from Lin Kong. "As you expect, this is Benua's, the energy core that blasphemed your existence." Anastasia took out Benua's energy core, about the size of an ordinary person's fist, which emitted a hazy light, from her spatial ring and presented it to Lin Kong with both hands. Without hesitation, Lin Kong reached out and grabbed the legendary energy core that was right in front of him. A while later, as it slowly shrank and disappeared, Lin Kong's ordinary energy reserves also increased by more than 2.7 million. Adding the previous ones together, it becomes what it is now. Name: Lin Kong. Gender: male. Age: 26. Rank: low-level apprentice warrior. Normal energy: 896-8550. Advanced energy: 0. Special energy: 0. Talent: super optimization, datafication of everything. Although it seems like a lot, in reality, these 8 million units of ordinary energy can at most optimize 4 high-level Grandmaster-level extraordinary beings to mid-level legendary level. Even high-level ones can't achieve that, because the peak energy of a mid-level legendary extraordinary being is 5 million, and optimizing the rank requires double the energy, which is 10 million. So we still have a long way to go to reach the goal of 20 million. Lin Kong shifted his gaze from the virtual screen in front of him and muttered to himself, "By the way, Anastasia, do you still have any of these energy cores on you?" Looking up and seeing Anastasia kneeling not far from him, Lin Kong casually asked a question. We have some, sir. Would you like some?" Hearing this, Anastasia was overjoyed. To be honest, she had been a little uneasy watching Lin Kong sit there without saying a word. Although Lin Kong had previously said he didn't want the Abyss mark, given the usual way Abyss Lords operate, that was simply impossible. Anastasia originally intended to leave the Abyss mark behind, but she couldn't resist the temptation and absorbed it on the spot. Upon hearing Lin Kong speak, Anastasia immediately took out more than a dozen legendary-grade energy cores radiating a hazy glow from her spatial ring. "Sir, do you like these?" Lin Kong had only asked casually, but when he saw Anastasia pull out more than a dozen energy cores radiating legendary-level fluctuations, he suddenly paused and stared at Anastasia in astonishment. "My lord, don't you like it?" Upon noticing Lin Kong looking at her strangely, Anastasia felt a sense of panic and knelt down, holding the energy cores in her hands. Facing the earth, he dared not look at Lin Kong, his body trembling with fear. Chapter 84: Lin Kong's Return. The energy cores of Abyss Lords are extremely rare. Please give me some time, and then tell me some of the true names of Abyss Lords. I will definitely bring it back. Please give me some time, sir. Looking up at Anastasia's performance, Lin Kong blinked, somewhat puzzled. Then she opened her mouth, as if to say something, but hesitated. Had she misunderstood something? Did I look like I was in a terrible or angry state? And what about your dignity as a legendary powerhouse? I really like these, and of course, I would like them even more. He stood up directly from the chair and walked over to Anastasia's hands, which were holding the energy core. After thinking for a moment, Lin Kong stretched out a palm and pressed it down. Anastasia could hold a dozen or so fist-sized energy cores, but Lin Kong would be lucky to grab 3 in one hand. Sensing Lin Kong's actions, Anastasia's heart, which had been slightly calmed down, became uneasy again. Although she didn't look up, her extraordinary perception told her that Lin Kong had placed one of his hands in hers. Through the energy cores, Anastasia could only feel them disappearing rapidly, vanishing completely in just a moment. However, after the energy core disappeared, the warm palm still pressed down. Your palms are a little cold. Keep them warm and drink more soup. After a while, Lin Kong lifted his hand from that fair and soft touch, touched his nose, then sat back down in his chair and slowly spoke to it. Upon hearing this, Anastasia raised her head, her mind filled with questions. But Lin Kong, seeing the energy values on the virtual panel, had no time to look at Anastasia's puzzled expression or give her an answer. Back to Rock Ant Mountain. With an increase of over 30 million units of ordinary energy, Lin Kong immediately turned to the rock ant left protector beside him and spoke. We need it as fast as possible. To be honest, Lin Kong was a little impatient. He got up and jumped onto the back of the rock ant left protector. The next moment, a dense dark light enveloped Lin Kong's body. Wait here for me. I'll be right back. However, upon seeing Anastasia, just as she was about to sink into the ground, Lin Kong turned to her and whispered something. Yes, sir. Anastasia will always be here waiting for you. Watching Lin Kong and rock ant left protector disappear into the ground, Anastasia respectfully replied. Although she desperately wanted to leave, desperately wanted to get away from this place forever. But whenever Anastasia thought of Lin Kong's power to see through her abyss name at a glance, she felt powerless and terrified. Faced with such a being, running away would probably be the most foolish thing to do. At this moment, enveloped by the laws of Earth, Lin Kong, who was being carried underground by the rock ant left protector at a rapid pace, was naturally unaware of Anastasia's inner thoughts. I don't know if it's possible, but now we have enough energy, so we can finally try it. The legendary mid-level rock ant left protector, at full speed, is simply terrifying. Over 3,000 meters per second. And that's only because the rock ant left protector doesn't understand the laws of space. Otherwise, that speed simply can't be calculated in ordinary terms. So, the distance of over 3,000 miles was covered by the rock ant left protector carrying Lin Kong in less than 10 minutes. Southern Forest, Sunset Mountains, Rock Ant Mountain. Puff puff. In front of the base gate, a black light flickered, and then the 7 or 8 meter tall rock ant left guardian suddenly sprang out from underground. Hiss, 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 hiss. As if sensing Lin Kong's return, the queen ant in the base let out an excited hiss, and following the queen's hiss, all the rock ants in the entire rock ant mountain began to hiss. Okay, I won't do it again. Don't worry, when I go out to explore in the future, I will definitely find a foolproof method. Upon arriving at the base's main hall, seeing the trembling queen ant, Lin Kong quickly reached out a hand and gently stroked her exoskeleton. Feeling the care in his heart, Lin Kong smiled and assured him. Now we'll see if it works out. After a while, as the queen ant calmed down, Lin Kong's expression also became serious. The talent for digitizing everything was activated, and I looked at the energy values on the virtual panel. Then, Lin Kong had a sudden thought and activated his super optimized talent. Super optimized. However, as time passed, the energy on the virtual panel did not decrease at all, and the queen ant did not change at all, let alone advance to the level of natural disaster. Race, mutant rock ant queen. Status, healthy and calm. Rank, high-level legendary, transcendent. Supernatural abilities, beginner power control, beginner gluttonous stomach, beginner indestructible body, beginner mother nest heart network. After checking the queen ant's condition, Lin Kong's expression turned somewhat gloomy. Ordinary energy is no longer sufficient to enhance the queen ant's transcendent rank. The remaining options are advanced energy and special energy. Although he had obtained some from Doris Rodriguez before, she was essentially a Morningstar level being, so where could Lin Kong obtain more? Furthermore, with his current strength, Lin Kong was honestly a little uneasy about making a move against that kind of being. After all, among the extraordinary beings, the gap widens as you go higher. Moreover, in this area where high-level legends are the dominant forces, Lin Kong had never even heard of a calamity-level being, let alone anything more terrifying than that. Never mind, there's always a way out. If Doris, a mid-level legendary character, can have some, then others might have some too. It seems that we can still contact Doris. Thinking about his March appointment with Doris, Lin Kong couldn't help but murmur to himself. Originally, Lin Kong did not intend to have any further contact with them, since he had only pretended to be a big shot to fool her. Lin Kong didn't want to get involved in other people's grudges and grievances. However, Lin Kong now decides he needs to carefully consider his promise to Doris. Chapter 85, The Beast Legion. Awoo. With a whoosh, a howling moon wolf, about 3 meters tall at the shoulder and covered with strange silver fur, leaped out from the dense forest behind them. Behind it lies a vast, pristine forest, and the place it stands on is a wetland covering hundreds of square kilometers within this forest. More precisely, it was a swamp in this great forest. As the silver-backed howling moon wolf leaped out, a series of sounds came from behind it a moment later. Thump, 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 rustling, thump, 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 thump. In just a short while, one after another, extraordinary magical beasts of varying sizes, all possessing elemental power, emerged, numbering over 100,000. And as time went on, the number of monster legions that ventured out of the dense forest and came to the edge of the swamp increased. The mighty Black Bull Legion, averaging 8 meters tall at the shoulder. The Serrated Water Lizard Legion, shrouded in poisonous mist. The Phantom Moose Legion, its feet treading on wind element and its eyes sharp. Link Psyche, be careful on your way. Both Her Majesty Queen Camilla and the delegation that visited later said that the demon insect tribe is extremely terrifying and mysterious. Behind the hundreds of thousands of extraordinary magical beasts, there were 70 or 80 large airships, each hundreds of meters long, soaring in the sky, carrying tribes of extraordinary magical beasts who were not good at long-distance travel but had extremely powerful combat strength. At this moment, on the deck of a large, magnificent airship that was nearly 1,000 meters long in the very center, there were more than a dozen figures of varying sizes standing, their eyes fixed on the front. Thank you, Elder Typhon. But rest assured, if my white-haired rat clan wants to leave, even a high-level legendary being would find it difficult to stop me. A legendary strongman from the rat tribe, Lin Zyke, who was dressed in a gray linen robe, had a rat's head and tail and a human body, and was white-haired. Hearing Tai Feng's words, he narrowed his rat eyes and replied, "Everyone, just wait for my good news. I will definitely find out everything clearly." With a confident look on his face, Lin Zyke flicked his tail and flew directly off the deck. His figure disappeared quickly, only to reappear thousands of meters away the next moment. It seems that Lin Zyke is not far from becoming a mid-level legendary figure, and his use of spatial laws is becoming more and more proficient. Even for me, it would be difficult to touch his figure unless in a special environment. Looking up at Lin Zyke, who was leaping away using the laws of space, a middle-aged man with antlers looked slightly surprised and said with a sigh, If you ask me, why bother with any information? Just send the army there at full speed. It's just the strength of one clan. No matter how strong they are, can they possibly contend with the entire Southern Forest Beast Alliance?" At this moment, the blood-eyed Bear King, who stood at the very front of the deck and was over 5 meters tall, snorted coldly and spoke with some disdain. "Don't worry, King Bear. You'll need to hold back the enemy's high-level legendary forces. It's sure to be a thrilling battle." Hearing Mondapon's words, Typhon nodded slightly, but did not offer any opinion. Instead, he changed the subject and spoke. "I'd like to see what that Ant Queen, who scared 2 Grandmaster-level Spirit Crane tribes so badly her legs went weak, is capable of." Upon hearing this, Mondo Panga turned his head and glanced at a low-level legendary Spirit Crane standing not far behind him, then glanced at Hurricane Winged Tiger Beast King Baglow. At this moment, Bagloss transformed into a burly man who was 6 meters tall, with a tiger's head and a human body. "What are you looking at? That Queen Ant or something? Even the great Bagloss is not afraid of her at all. If it weren't for Queen Camilla's summons, I would still be staying in the Sunset Mountains." Others feared the blood-eyed Bear King Mondopong, but the Hurricane Winged Tiger Beast King Bagro was not afraid, not only because he had recently benefited from his fortune and broken through to the extraordinary level, successfully reaching the high-level legendary level. On the other hand, as the overlord of the sky and the land, he is almost able to contend with high-level legendary figures at the mid-level, let alone now that he is already at the high-level legendary level. He looks like a little kitten is looking for trouble. Upon hearing Bagloss's words, Mondo Pongo turned around, his fierce, bloodshot eyes glaring savagely at Bagloss. "Oomph. I think you're just used to being domineering. Don't you even bother to look at who's standing in front of you. I'm the great hurricane winged tiger beast king, Bagro." Bagloss, showing no sign of weakness, immediately retaliated. The two beast kings unleashed a soaring aura, almost tangible, stirring up the winds and clouds in the sky. Just as a fight seemed imminent, Typhon, who was standing not far away, slowly walked over. "Her Majesty Queen Camilla has decreed that all matters concerning this external battle shall be decided and coordinated by me. If you two continue like this, then please leave. However, I will report everything that happened here to Her Majesty Queen Camilla in detail." Arriving between the two beast kings, Typhon spoke calmly. Once this is over, I'll settle the score with you. Tisk tisk tisk, the great Bagloss awaits your challenge." Upon hearing Typhon's words, the two beast kings' pupils both contracted, and then they each took a step back, speaking coldly to each other. Meanwhile, the other legendary tribal warriors who had retreated to the edge of the deck breathed a slight sigh of relief as the tense atmosphere eased. Then, pretending nothing had happened, they regrouped and discussed how to launch their attack. Chapter 86, Viewing the Ceremony. Meanwhile, in the southern forest, at the entrance of the Rock Ant Mountain base, a burly man with silver hair stood there quietly, as if waiting for something. "You're that human from last time, aren't you? Speak quickly, what's the matter? Our Supreme One is about to begin the heroic spirit return ceremony. We can't linger here any longer." Not long after, the Rock Ant Left Protector quickly crawled out of the base, glanced at Grand Duke Serapi, and spoke in a somewhat impatient voice. "A ceremony for the return of heroic spirits?" Upon hearing this, Grand Duke Sorby was slightly taken aback, but quickly recovered, and then said after thinking for a moment, "I'm sorry to bother your tribe at this time. However, the situation is so urgent that I have no other choice. I wonder if it would be possible to make an exception, or how long your tribe's ceremony for the return of heroic spirits will take, so that I may observe the ceremony." You want to see our heroic spirit return ceremony?" Upon hearing Grand Duke Serapi's words, the Rock Ant Left Protector's antennae twitched slightly, and then his deep gaze turned to him. "If that doesn't work, I'll wait here." Upon noticing the hesitation in the attitude of the Rock Ant Left Protector, Grand Duke Sorby did not press the matter further, but instead spoke naturally. "It's nothing. I've already informed His Majesty. If you'd like to see, please come in." A moment later, the Rock Ant Left Protector suddenly turned around and slowly crawled back into the base with his 6 long, jet-black legs. "Then I won't stand on ceremony." Without hesitation or fear, it was as if the place they were about to go was an ordinary place. Grand Duke Sorby followed quietly behind the Rock Ant Left Protector. After entering, he stared calmly ahead without looking around curiously. At this moment, the main hall of the Rock Ant Mountain base has expanded to several thousand square meters, and several underground layers have been dug to store ant eggs and food for the mature ant eggs. Therefore, it was not as messy as it was when there was only one floor of the base hall. Moreover, under Lin Kong's command, many U-shaped ventilation openings were carved out around the mountain wall. It's well ventilated and cool, not damp, and most importantly, it doesn't have any unpleasant odor. In addition, the glowing mushrooms planted around the mountain walls, along with the unique purple fluorescent grass, make the entire base hall appear dreamy and mysterious. At this moment, in the very center, the queen ant, hundreds of meters long, lay quietly, her aura completely suppressed, just like an ordinary sculpture. However, Grand Duke Serapi, who knew its terror well, followed the Rock Ant Left Protector to its vicinity and bowed slightly in acknowledgement, not daring to be careless in the slightest. "Stand here with me. I think the Supreme One is ready as well." Its body shrank twice more, until it was only a little over 2 meters tall, and the rock ant left protector turned around and stood upright. The lower half of its body was sitting on a stone bench, with 2 legs spread apart and gripping the ground, while the other 4 legs were dangling in the air. A sitting ant? Looking at the appearance of the rock ant left protector out of the corner of his eye, what should have been an extremely comical scene, he saw another being opposite him with a similar aura, and he was in the same state. Grand Duke Sorab showed no sign of anything amiss. He glanced at the stone bench prepared behind him and plopped down on it. When in Rome, do as the Romans do. Prince Sorab certainly possessed that much self-restraint. However, as I looked at it, I felt that this tendency to follow the crowd was a bit strange, and it increasingly felt like a human habit. After sitting on the stone bench, Grand Prince Sorab finally calmed down and began to observe his surroundings. The entire spacious hall has 13 pillars, each more than a meter in diameter, arranged in a staggered manner. Moreover, there are several dark openings on a mountain wall that lead to unknown places from time to time. Moreover, there are only 3 stone benches in front of the Queen Ant, and if you think about it carefully, maybe her stone bench was just added. Thinking about this, Grand Duke Sorby was genuinely curious about what kind of ritual this terrifying demon insect tribe was going to perform. Grand Duke Sorab didn't have to wait long, only a dozen or so breaths. Rustling, rustling, rustling. Many crawling sounds came over, and then Grand Duke Salabi saw more than 100 high-level master-level demonic insects, each over 10 meters long, lined up in neat rows, surging over. The front row was about 20 meters away from them, and then these high-level master-level demonic insects stopped and lay down. Is it finally about to begin? Upon noticing that the rock ant left protector beside him had also turned his head to look at the ranks of his kind lined up not far away, Grand Duke Sorby muttered to himself, "Top, top, 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 top." A moment later, a series of footsteps suddenly came from the darkness behind the Queen Ant. In this empty and quiet hall, it seemed somewhat out of place, so Grand Duke Sorby looked over with some confusion. "Our Supreme One is coming. Do not speak." Seeing Grand Duke Sorapi's actions, the rock ant left protector turned his head and spoke to him telepathically. "You mean your Supreme One is coming? Could it be that the Supreme One you usually refer to isn't your Queen Ant?" Upon hearing the voice in his mind, Sorabi's eyes narrowed sharply. He paused for a moment, suppressed his shock, and asked in a calm tone, "Of course, the Queen Ant is the Queen Ant, and the Supreme Being is the Supreme Being." Without turning around, the rock ant left protector still turned his head towards the direction from which the voice came, but he still sent a telepathic reply to Grand Duke Sorby. As the footsteps emerged from the shadow of the Queen Ant's body, Grand Duke Sorapi clenched his fists tightly. The aura of the Abyss Lord, there's no mistake. Chapter 87 Optimization of Pay-to-Win. Grand Duke Sorby was certain that the stunningly beautiful succubus, about 5 meters tall, wearing black high heels and a black gauze dress, who was slowly walking towards him, was a legendary Abyss Lord. She is the Supreme Being? The Supreme Being of this terrifying demonic insect tribe. Although the female succubus possessed a powerful aura and the strength of a mid-level legendary being, Grand Duke Sorby harbored many doubts about her becoming the supreme ruler of this mysterious demon insect tribe. However, a long-standing question has also been answered. Grand Duke Sorby had always been puzzled as to how such a terrifying demonic insect tribe could suddenly appear in the Sunset Mountains. However, when he saw the Abyss Lord slowly approaching, the question in his heart was answered. So it was the terrifying demonic insect from the Abyss. Although ordinary matter planes keep their distance from the Abyss, they even suppress it as soon as they discover any signs of it. However, Grand Duke Sorapi, who knew this was the prime material plane, understood that neither the Abyss nor the infamous Void Fiends could take root in the prime material plane. Therefore, although Grand Duke Sorby believed he had discovered the truth about this terrifying insect tribe, after the initial surprise, he no longer felt any other resistance. Since it wouldn't harm his own interests, Grand Duke Sorby wouldn't meddle in other people's business. The next moment, Grand Duke Sorapi, who was watching the action, actually forgot the reminder from the left protector of Rock Ant and couldn't help but let out a surprise sound. because what was initially thought to be the Supreme Abyss Lord suddenly turned into another figure behind him, draped in a black robe, whose shape and face were obscured. Lin Kong walked to the crouching Queen Ant's head, then turned and glanced at Grand Duke Solabi, who was sitting a dozen meters away. He then looked away and waved to Anastasia beside him. After learning that ordinary energy could no longer work on the Queen Ant, Lin Kong decided not to keep the ordinary energy he had accumulated. The Queen Ant used the power of the nest's inner web to notify a master-level rock ant 3,000 miles away, instructing it to tell Anastasia to come here. Lin Kong had originally planned to go back and oversee the construction of Ant Colony Base Number 2, but after thinking about what had happened these past few days, he decided not to go out and instead stay in Rock Ant Mountain to develop his strength in secret for a while. Anastasia, I really like what you've contributed. As a return gift, I will invite you to be an elder of the ant colony, second only to the queen and equal to the left and right protectors. Now, wait over there for a moment. I'm about to begin the ceremony. Pointing to a stone bench that had been moved over again beside the right protector, Lin Kong spoke softly to Anastasia. Praise be to eternal darkness. Praise be to my lord. It is my honor to offer you this gift. Anastasia nodded respectfully to Lin Kong, then slowly walked to the stone bench, looked around, and glanced at Grand Duke Sorby with some confusion. Then, as if she had thought of something, Anastasia was surrounded by a purple halo. As the halo disappeared, her body had shrunk to about the size of a normal human, around 1.88 meters tall. Anastasia glanced down at herself and frowned, seemingly unaccustomed to her current small stature. Turning her head to look at the stone chair, the shrunken Anastasia gently sat down. At this moment, Lin Kong slowly walked up to the open space in front of the rock ant's left and right guardians, Anastasia and Grand Duke Serapi. Looking out into the distance, the green mountains remain, and the sky is as blue as if it had been washed. Not only are we separated by tens of thousands of miles, but who can truly understand the meaning of life? Only those who have something they love, and someone they love will look forward to the sun rising again the next day, right? With a slight movement at the corner of his mouth, Lin Kong spoke in a calm tone. He was speaking in Chinese, and Lin Kong believed that none of the people present could understand what he was saying, so they treated it as a spell. Indeed, this was the case. Both Grand Duke Serapi and Abyss Lord Anastasia were somewhat surprised when they heard Lin Kong's voice from the middle. Despite searching through all his linguistic knowledge, the self-proclaimed erudite Grand Prince Sarab found not a single detail about the exquisite sounds he was hearing. The same is true of Anastasia, the Lord of the Abyss on the other side. Moreover, in terms of erudition, Anastasia, who has lived for thousands of years and invaded countless material worlds, is definitely more erudite than Grand Duke Solabi. But even after searching through all the ancient languages in his mind, Anastasia, like Grand Prince Arab, had no clue whatsoever. Although no information was found, both the human and the succubus remembered everything Lin Kong had said in Chinese, thanks to their powerful memories. Although they don't understand what it means, if you ask them to repeat it, they can definitely say it word for word. Soon after, Lin Kong felt that about 3 minutes had passed, so he stopped spouting his inspirational quote. Whoosh! Splash! The next moment, he suddenly opened his arms, causing his black robe to make a loud whoosh sound. Lin Kong pointed his 2 hands at the left and right guardians of the rock ants, consuming 20 million energy points to optimize their extraordinary rank. The peak energy of a mid-tier legendary item is 5 million. Optimizing it by consuming twice the peak energy would result in 2 items, while consuming 20 million would result in exactly 2. Lin Kong, hidden beneath his black robe, noticed that the rock ant guardians on either side were beginning to be covered by a layer of light cocoons. He then stopped paying attention to them, and instead focused his gaze on the 107 high-level, master-level rock ants in front of him. Chapter 88, The Peeping White Shadow. There should have been 109, but 2 were sent to Base 2. So now, there are only 107 high-level, master-level rock ants left at the Rock Ant Mountain base. Just a short while ago, Lin Kong called Anastasia here because he planned to fleece her again. If the legendary level energy cores are gone, what about the others? Anastasia, who was summoned over, was completely unaware of Lin Kong's sinister intentions and inadvertently learned that even low-level energy cores could please Lin Kong. Anastasia did not hesitate and immediately took out all of her energy cores. Because they had just destroyed Benuza's lair, Anastasia took out a mountain of energy cores, including the ones she had been carrying with her as snacks, and piled them up to a height of over 10 meters. When Lin Kong saw this, he finally realized that he was truly poor and that he had wasted all those days in this world. Seeing Anastasia take out her wealth and look delighted, Lin Kong couldn't help but ponder deeply. He began to reflect on himself. What should I do to continue to fool Anastasia, and to fool wealthy abyss dogs like Anastasia, into contributing energy cores to me? Lin Kong had considered turning Anastasia into his own people. He had secretly tried, but the optimization was unsuccessful. It seems that the optimization restriction, which leaves no room for resistance, is quite significant. Although Lin Kong was slightly disappointed that he couldn't completely turn Anastasia into one of his own, he was pleased to find that she was very compliant with his words. Lin Kong suddenly realized that she wasn't that different from her own people. However, after absorbing it all, Lin Kong discovered that it wasn't as much as he had imagined. Such a large pile only had a little over 90 million energy values. And a dozen or so legendary level ones already have more than 30 million energy points. Consuming another 100 million energy points, I upgraded all the high-level, master-level rock ants lying quietly in front of me, from the extraordinary level to the legendary level. At this time, the forest and air information and energy data are as follows. Name, Lin Kong. Gender, male. Age, 26. Rank, low-level apprentice warrior. Normal energy, 9,368,550. Advanced energy, 0. Special energy, 0. Talent, super optimization, datafication of everything. There's still nearly 9 million energy points left, and all the other money that was taken from Anastasia has just been spent. Phew. As Lin Kong lowered his outstretched arms, the 107 high-level master-level rock ants were also covered with a layer of large black cocoons that shimmered with a hazy dark light. It didn't take long. Unlike the complex optimization of Bennett, a human, over 100 large black cocoons of light began to crack one after another in just a quarter of an hour. Hissing, hissing, hissing. One by one, powerful rock ants, radiating unique legendary energy, slowly emerged from the vanishing cocoon of light, raising their heads and letting out an excited hiss. This is the ritual for the return of heroic spirits. Both Grand Duke Sorab and Anastasia jumped to their feet, staring in horror at the scene unfolding before them. Legendary level. That's a level that countless people dream of. Many exceptionally talented individuals dedicate their entire lives to pursuing this. But now, they're seeing more than 100 legendary experts appear inexplicably right in front of them. Whoosh whoosh. Thump thump thump. The next moment, Grand Duke Sorby discovered that the cocoon of light beside them was also showing signs of breaking, and two extremely powerful auras began to form out of thin air, along with the heartbeat of a war drum. No way! Grand Duke Sorby stepped back slightly, gazing at the fading cocoon of light before him, and murmured softly, "Legendary high rank, truly a legendary high rank." Looking at the two unique rock ants, their bodies covered in ferocious armor and their aura condensed into tangible lightning, Grand Duke Sobila stood there, unsure of what to say. Who? The next moment, the queen ant, who had been lying quietly, suddenly stood up. The enormous head turned to the side, looking at a corner of the base's main hall, and let out a terrifying howl. The sound was like thunder, and the white phantom that had been exposed due to the breaking of the cocoon by the left and right rock ant guardians was revealed. The sound of the queen ant made them tremble 3 times on the spot. Whoosh! However, the next moment, the white figure panicked and slashed in front of him. Without thinking, it plunged headfirst into the spatial rift it had created. You lowly spy, die. Just as the spatial rift was about to close again, a phantom image of the queen ant, shrunk countless times, instantly condensed on the back of the enormous queen ant. Call out. The moment the spatial rift closed, the phantom, enveloped in a strange power, opened its mouth wide and plunged inside. Although Lin Kong didn't have time to react to what happened in the blink of an eye, all the legendary beings present saw the Queen Ant's attack and fully witnessed her power. A furious shout caused the white figure, emanating a low-level legendary aura, to tremble several times. What kind of race is this? How can they be so powerful? Anastasia looked at the Queen Ant who had fallen back down, and her thoughts began to wander. Although she knew the Queen Ant was a high-ranking legendary ant, Anastasia, relying on the power of the abyss, was confident that she could retreat when she was no match for her. Chapter 89, The Purpose of Grand Duke Sarab's Visit. But after witnessing that fleeting glimpse of his attack, Anastasia couldn't help but slowly approach Lin Kong, moving slightly away from the Ant Queen who now seemed like a statue. It's all right, you guys go out for a walk first. Lin Kong reached out and touched one of the Queen Ant's long legs, then turned to the ant colony that had completed its advancement not far away and spoke. Upon receiving Lin Kong's order, these legendary rock ants quickly crawled out of the base's main hall. Soon the hall became empty again, but the feelings of the Grand Duke Sarbi who remained there were not the same as when he first arrived. By the way, may I ask what brings you here, Grand Duke Sarab? Lin Kong gestured for Grand Duke Sarabi and Anastasia to sit down again, his calm voice emanating from within the black robe. Greetings, Your Majesty. It felt like there was nothingness there, but you could still see a figure standing right in front of you. Grand Duke Sarab took a deep breath, then spoke with a tone full of reverence before continuing. That's right. The Southern Forest Beast Alliance has suddenly amassed an army of hundreds of thousands of extraordinary magical beasts. I think they are planning to attack our Eisen Island kingdom. In response, I mobilized the extraordinary armies of 2 provinces and brought a group of experts from the capital to the vicinity of Tooting City. At this point, Grand Duke Sarbi paused, noticing that the unknown supreme being shrouded in black robes did not interrupt, and then continued. I know that your tribe has not joined the Southern Forest Beastmen Alliance, so I would like to borrow the Sunset Mountains to lead people to ambush them in the Yellowstone Grand Canyon. Oh, you mean you're going to war? Lin Kong was somewhat surprised after hearing what Grand Duke Sarbi said. Just a few days ago, he was still struggling to survive in the Southern Forest, so he hadn't paid much attention to the news around him. Yes. Upon hearing this, Grand Duke Sarbi nodded with a grave expression. All right, I have no problem here. You can borrow the road if you want, as long as you don't damage the environment of Sunset Mountain Range. After a moment's thought, Lin Kong realized he had no reason to refuse. Thank you, Your Majesty. But time is of the essence, so I shall take my leave now. Hey, wait, I haven't finished yet. Grand Duke Sarbi, who had turned to leave, was taken aback by what he heard, and then looked at Lin Kong with a puzzled expression. Borrowing a passage is no problem, but it won't be free. Give me 3 legendary-level energy cores. Lin Kong said, resting his chin on his hand. After listening, Grand Duke Sarbi blinked instantly, then paused for a moment before saying, yes, of course. I'll send someone to deliver it. I was already planning to give a gift, and I was struggling to figure out what to give, but after hearing what you just said, I don't need to struggle anymore. Strange? Why did they suddenly start fighting? A while later, after Grand Duke Sarab left, Lin Kong sat on the stone bench, looking somewhat puzzled. As far as Lin Kong knows, both the Southern Forest Beast Alliance and the Eisenal Kingdom are in the development stage and have no spare capacity to expand outwards. Could it be that something unexpected happened that I'm unaware of? Or perhaps? After pondering for a moment, Lin Kong sent a message to the lighter standing on the rock ant mountain, asking it to take over from night and come back. Bennett should still be in Tooting City and hasn't come out yet. Bennett, who's been there the whole time, must know something, right? By the way, Anastasia. After thinking about this, Lin Kong suddenly remembered that Anastasia was still beside him. So he turned around and called out to her, who was now of human height. Praise be to you, sir. I am here. Hearing Lin Kong's voice, Anastasia, who had been lost in thought, immediately snapped back to reality. Having witnessed that instant advancement, Anastasia was filled with excitement, for she had memorized every single word of the mysterious and powerful ritual incantation Lin Kong uttered. She had been recalling the events and reinforced her memory several times to make sure she wouldn't forget. Then she began to slowly interpret them in her mind. Grand Duke Sarabi, who had been in a hurry to leave earlier, was also eager to return and study the mysterious and powerful ritual incantation he had just memorized. Do those Abyss Lords who were with you have a lot of energy cores? After thinking for a moment, Lin Kong still asked directly. Yes, sir. They're all extremely wealthy. Thinking about Lin Kong's question, Anastasia couldn't help but think to herself, just how much do you like energy cores? I want the energy cores they have. Do you have any suggestions? And what do they generally like? And how should we exchange them? With his hands crossed and near his mouth, Lin Kong asked again. Exchange. Upon hearing this, Anastasia was taken aback for a moment, then blinked and said, Praise be to you, my lord. You are so kind. I have a suggestion. I think we should kill them all and destroy their stronghold. In this way, all their wealth will belong to the adults. Well, after hearing Anastasia's words, Lin Kong's lips twitched. Aren't they your companions? Abyss Lords, what kind of companions do you have? It's just a temporary cooperation driven by the will of the Abyss. Please entrust this matter to me, sir. I will certainly offer all their wealth to you. As she spoke, Anastasia knelt on one knee and pleaded earnestly. Well, either way is fine, as long as we can bring the energy core back. After listening, seeing Anastasia's expectant look as she tried to sabotage her teammates, Lin Kong's expression stiffened slightly, and then he casually spoke. Chapter 90 Blackrock Town. Hippan Town is the largest village in the southwest of Tooting City. There are usually over 1,000 people living there, plus travelers, mercenaries, adventurers, and speculators who come to the southern forest hoping to get rich overnight. With these additions, the annual population flow in the entire Hippan town reaches several thousand people. Meanwhile, inside an inn in the center of town, a group of people were eating by the window. Upon closer inspection, they were none other than Phil T and his companions, who had separated from Lin Kong. It was nearing evening, but it probably wasn't dinner time yet, so there were only 4 or 5 tables occupied in the lobby of the hotel, making it seem rather empty. Kag sat by the window, his eyes scanning the bustling street outside, his expression worried, his brow furrowing involuntarily. Why is that? Has His Majesty Bertram really disappeared? Then why is he still waging war against the Southern Forest Beastmen Alliance? Kags is still quite surprised and puzzled that Abel didn't rummage through the food on the table. Before they could even rejoice at their return to human society from the Southern Forest, several pieces of news circulating around them shocked Philotai and his companions. King Butlerm of the Kingdom of Eisen Island has disappeared, and rumors suggest that his brother, Grand Duke Sarab, was behind it, attempting to usurp the throne. When they tried to sneak back to Tooting City, they found that the entire city was under martial law, and they could only leave but not enter. Furthermore, news that hundreds of thousands of extraordinary magical beasts gathered in the southern forest and were approaching Tooting City spread like wildfire. That commotion just now must have been the sound of Grand Duke Serapi personally leading the 300,000-strong army mobilized from the provinces of Longdong K and Silvermoon heading towards the Sunset Mountains, right? Picking up the rye beer beside him, Kagos tilted his head back and drank it all in one gulp. And it's still unclear what happened to Bennett, who remained in Tooting City. Upon hearing this, Abel, who had been eating and listening to Kags's mutterings, wiped his mouth and turned to look. Brother Bennett is a Grandmaster-level extraordinary expert. Don't worry, he should be fine. Now, our main task is to figure out how to sneak into the city and take care of Tony and Adolf. After saying that, Abel stretched out his greasy hand and made a throat-slitting motion at his own neck. And Luke too. On the other side, Philotai, who had been looking out the window, turned his gaze away and interjected in a cold tone. While that's a good idea, given the current situation, let's wait and see. With the mobilization of a large army, almost all the main military forces of the 2 provinces have been recruited by Grand Duke Serapi. The city is now unlike before, and can be described as a place teeming with experts. Moreover, during the war, if we assassinate nobles of the kingdom who are fighting, we might actually become the nationally wanted criminal that Tony mentioned. Looking at Philotai and Abel, Kags carefully considered his words before speaking softly. What can we do? Letting that bastard Tony live another day is like a knife stabbing my heart. Recalling how Carl had been shot dead right in front of him, Abel's face turned red, his neck thickened, his fists clenched, and he spoke through gritted teeth. Kagos is right. It is indeed not easy to make a move in Tudun City now. Now, the high-level Grandmaster, Philotai had secretly planned to sneak into the city that night, but then he remembered the gaze that suddenly appeared in front of him as soon as he climbed over the city wall. Legendary. Absolutely legendary. The oppressive feeling, though it was just a glance, made Philotai feel as if a mountain was pressing down on his back, making it slightly difficult for him to straighten up. The powerful figure I encountered that day must have been a legendary figure from either the Longdong province or the Silver Moon province. Although Grand Duke Serapi took most of his troops to the Sunset Mountains, there are still legendary-level experts left in the city. Philotai was truly dejected at this moment. He had thought that he could take revenge now that he had awakened his father's bloodline, but he never expected to run into a time of war. Are we just going to sit here and wait? Upon hearing this, Abel was somewhat discouraged and spoke in a heavy tone. Of course not. As I just said, it's not about doing nothing, but about taking a long-term view. Kag shook his head, then said, as the Lord of Tudun City, Adolf should also lead troops in a battle. All we need to do is keep gathering information to get the exact route of Adolf's group and the specific number of troops they are leading. You mean us? Upon hearing what Kags had said, Philotai's eyes lit up. Right. And isn't there a Red Maple Thieves group roaming around nearby? And because Adolf captured and executed the son of the Red Maple Thieves leader, Leonard. Reinhard once declared that he would personally cut off Adolf's head to avenge his son. We just need to do this like this. Waving to Philotai and Abel, Kagus began to tell them about his continuously refined plan. After hearing about Cargos' plan, Philotai and Abel's eyes grew brighter and brighter. Philotai, why did you come down so early? Soon after, Angie and Shermie slowly walked out of the stairwell. When their eyes swept over Philotai and her group, who were leaning against a window, they immediately smiled and walked over. Hey, those two foodies over there, they get hungry pretty quickly. Upon hearing this, Felicity glanced at Angie who was approaching, then gestured with her lips towards Abel and Kagus sitting opposite her, and said with a helpless expression. Chapter 91, Two-Pronged Approach. I was wondering why Abel and Uncle Kagus were so strong. Turns out it's from eating so much. After listening, Angie smiled sweetly and spoke to Abel and Kags. Don't listen to Felicity's nonsense. My figure is a gift from nature. Upon hearing this, Abel, a burly man who was at least 2 meters tall, raised his hand to show off his biceps and spoke with a smug look on his face. By the way, are you leaving? On the other side, seeing that Angie and her group were tidying up and didn't seem to be about to sit down for a meal, Felicity asked softly. Yeah, I didn't expect there to be a war. That's an alliance with the Beastmen of the Southern Forest. We've decided to head to the Cheezel Wizarding Academy in the west ahead of time, so that the war won't affect us little guys. All right, goodbye then. May you arrive safely at Chesil Wizarding Academy. After hearing what Angie said, Philotai pondered for a moment, then nodded to them and softly offered her blessings. Goodbye. Reaching the door, Angie waved to Philotai, then turned and left the inn. Being a wizard apprentice is so great. Watching Angie and her group disappear down the street, Abel seemed to have thought of something and spoke with a hint of envy in his voice. Everyone's fate is different. Let's focus on living our own lives first. Why bother about whether other people's fates are good or bad? Hearing this, Kags looked at the boy with an envious expression on his face and couldn't help but reach out and pat him on the head. All right, let's go get ready. Looking up at Abel, who was holding his head, and Kagus, who looked annoyed, Philotai stood up and spoke solemnly. Meanwhile, Angie and her group, who had quickly left Blackrock Town, arrived at the edge of a dense forest. Your Highness, it's so good to know you're all right. When Ankai and her group arrived there, they saw 2 middle-aged men who looked tired but with surprise in their eyes suddenly appear in the previously empty place. These were Angie's former bodyguards, High Priest Sor and High Priest Erden. It was a close call, but thank you for your concern. Seeing the 2 people in front of her, Ankai took a deep breath and said with some surprise, This is not the place to talk. Come with me. After glancing at the 3 people behind Angie, High Priest Sor's tone became calm. He then pointed in a direction and walked toward it first. Before long, the group of 6 arrived at a secluded waterfall. Oft. Whoosh whoosh. The flowing spring water, carrying cool steam, made the group of people who had been traveling feel refreshed and able to breathe freely. Now, is the situation? He gestured for Sharm, Kug, and Palia to rest in a small wooden hut built nearby, and then High Priest Sor led Angel to the waterfall. After standing still, upon hearing Angie's question, High Priest Sor's expression turned thoughtful. I originally thought things were going to get complicated because the news was true and the power of the terrifying race that suddenly appeared in the Sunset Mountains was not exaggerated. According to Mayan Ultin's investigation, that terrifying species should be a kind of ant. Not only are their individual combat capabilities extremely strong, but they also appear in groups. The number of Grandmaster-level combatants does indeed reach several thousand. Because we were afraid of their legendary experts making a move, Erden and I did not get too close to their base. However, I speculate that they should also have quite a few legendary-level powerhouses. After all, there are a lot of Grandmaster-level individuals among them. It's right that we didn't take any risks. We were just verifying the authenticity of the information. After listening to High Priest Sor's words, Angie nodded in agreement. Since such a powerful race has suddenly intervened, why did the kingdom of Eisen Island and the Southern Forest Beast Alliance go to war? Then, Ankai looked puzzled and pondered for a moment before speaking. Your Highness, to be honest, I am also very puzzled. This matter is strange in every way. Could it be that the kingdom of Eisen Island and the Southern Forest Beast Alliance have secretly reached a cooperation agreement to jointly develop that area? Is the talk of war just a smokescreen, a decoy to mislead the outside world? Looking up at High Priest Sor, who also looked puzzled, Angie couldn't help but guess. It's not impossible. Upon hearing this, High Priest Sor nodded, clearly agreeing with Angie's earlier guess. Then let's do this. Let Ultin go to the capital of the kingdom of Eisen Island to meet the delegation, and then you can lead us to Chesil Wizarding Academy. We are prepared for both possibilities. No matter how many places we obtain through diplomatic means, we will not use them here. Angie, who had been gazing into the distance with her chin in her hand for a while, finally spoke up and made a suggestion to High Priest Sor. It is possible, but Your Highness, you don't need to do that. Don't try to persuade me. I will never walk the same path that woman has walked. The Eastern Region Wizard Council is one of the few superpowers that surpasses several surrounding kingdoms. Only by developing there can I have a chance to avenge my mother by finding that person. At this point, a hint of hatred flashed in Ankai's eyes. Then, as you wish. Upon hearing this, High Priest Sor realized he had spoken out of turn. As a subject, it was best to refrain from interfering in the relationships between members of the royal family. Chapter 92, Strange Demonic Insects. But Your Highness, if you don't want to use the quota from that side. At Chesil Wizarding Academy, you have to be among the top 10 of the wizarding apprentices recruited this time to be eligible to request the academy to send you to a specific material plane for a formal wizarding breakthrough. The next moment, something occurred to him, and High Priest Sor hesitated for a moment, but in the end, he looked at Angie's expression and slowly spoke. I know, but it doesn't necessarily have to be in the top 10. As long as he can squeeze into the top 100, he can team up with the top 10. When I tell him that news, do you think he will choose that material plane? Upon hearing this, Ankai was not angry. Instead, she shared her thoughts. Although Chesil Wizarding Academy has an outer college located in the kingdom of Eisen Island, those in the know understand that it is merely a transit point for receiving wizard apprentices. As a princess of the powerful Helian kingdom, Ankai was not arrogant. Besides her personal cultivation, she also knew that the eastern region was really too vast. If we compare the eastern region to a lake a few miles in circumference, then the kingdom of Helion, the kingdom of Eisen, the kingdom of Zisalon, and the southern forest together occupy at most the size of an ordinary lotus leaf in that lake. The truly powerful forces, such as the Sky Empire, the Holy See, and the Wizard Council, radiate across countless planes. There are also the families and forces under the command of Calamity-level wizards who have lived for countless millennia or the various Calamity-level magical beast territories. While it was indeed a hegemon among the surrounding kingdoms, it was nothing more than a tiny, neglected territory in the entire eastern region. Meanwhile, south of the Sunset Mountains in the southern forest lies the Yellowstone Grand Canyon. Reporting to the general, the Flying Eagle Knights have spotted enemy activity and are now returning to base. Yes, give the order to charge all legendary cannons ahead of schedule. Don't worry about the crystal consumption. This time, we must teach these brainless beast cubs a lesson they won't forget. Inside a futuristic airship, a blond middle-aged man listened to the soldier's report and shouted loudly. Yes, General. Upon receiving the instruction, the soldier immediately turned and left, then began to give the blond general orders. At this moment, the Yellowstone Grand Canyon, which appears outwardly normal, has actually been completely occupied by a human army of 300,000 superhumans. They were eagerly anticipating the battle. Because they were not on the same wavelength, the Warcraft Legion focused all their reconnaissance efforts on Rock Ant Mountain. Therefore, they're still unaware that their intended opponent has not reacted, while an enemy they did not intend to fight is already eagerly awaiting their arrival. Legendary level experts will basically not participate in the battles below. Our mission is to stop the legendary level experts on the other side from making a move. High in the sky, Grand Duke Serapi, leading more than 20 legendary warriors from various kingdoms, watched with serious expressions as the approaching army of magical beasts drew near. It seems that someone has paid Queen Camilla to come at this critical juncture. Being tied down by the war, we may suffer losses in the upcoming negotiations. At this moment, a legendary figure from the Rodriguez family, with a gloomy expression, spoke up. No matter what, since they want to fight, our Eisen Island Kingdom will certainly fight them to the end. I wanted to settle that score for back then for a long time. Upon hearing this, a man with an effeminate demeanor and gorgeous attire glanced at the distant horizon with an inscrutable expression and then spoke in a calm tone. Earl Silvermoon is right. That incident was a great humiliation for our kingdom of Eisen Island. Upon hearing Earl Silvermoon speak, someone immediately echoed his sentiments. Yes, it's time to calculate it. Grand Duke Sarab glanced up at the crowd behind him and slowly nodded, though his tone was somewhat strange, as if he meant something. Unbeknownst to Grand Duke Serapi and his entourage, the monster legion stationed in the distant swamp had halted its advance. Not long ago, Lin Zyke emerged from a spatial rift nearby, but immediately vomited blood and collapsed. Moreover, only his upper body remained. Before he could say a few words, dark light trembled beneath him, and he fainted. Before the shock in the eyes of Typhon, Mondo Pongo, Bagloss, and the others had subsided, the pure, elemental energy in Typhon's hand reacted violently the moment it touched Lin Zyke. The dark light that had been devouring Lin Zyke in an irregular shape instantly transformed into a black demonic insect several meters in size, shimmering with a hazy glow. Its 6 legs trembled, its ferocious front jaws opened and closed, and it roared to the sky. Especially his pair of brutal eyes, like an extremely cold killing machine. One glance from them feels as if your heart has been frozen in an ice cellar for 3 days. Is this the thing that caused Lin Zyke to become like this? The blood-eyed Bear King stretched out his leg, his eyes fierce and ruthless. After speaking, he raised a huge bear paw and slammed it down. Puff, puff, puff. The moment the two made contact, the several meter-long black, demonic insect was swatted away. Thump, rumble. It crashed down from a height of hundreds of meters, and with a huge roar, it smashed a crater tens of meters in diameter into the ground. To think you could withstand my attack, that's interesting. The next moment, the blood-eyed Bear King looked down at the center of the pit, where a demonic insect emanating a hazy black light slowly crawled out, and said something with some surprise. Chapter 93 in Attack. Call out. Without hesitation, Mondo Pongo jumped off the airship and flew to the edge of the crater. Hiss! Hiss! Sensing the aura of Mondo Pongo, the demonic insect, emanating a hazy black light, let out a chilling hiss. So noisy. With a leap, Mondo Pongo appeared in front of the demonic insect in the blink of an eye. With a soft shout, the bear paw, imbued with crimson energy, slammed into the demonic insect once more. Thump, thump, thump. Rumble. The aftershocks from the punch caused the ground within a kilometer radius to sink more than a meter in an instant. What happened? Stepping back slightly, Mondo Pongo was surprised to find that the strange demonic insect was still alive. How is that possible? Just now, the moment its paw struck the center, mixed with blood-red elemental energy, the temperature generated was over 1,000,000 degrees, not to mention the physical impact force it generated. Even if it is immune to most physical attacks, the high temperature generated by the elemental energy just now was enough to damage an ordinary legendary level creature. Wait, it's consuming the energy I just released? Looking up at the strange demonic insect that had grown several sizes larger, Mondo Pange's bear-like face began to darken. Hee, get out of the way. If you can't do it, let me do it. In the sky, the hurricane-winged tiger beast King Bagro had somehow returned to its original form, its body nearly 100 meters long, and its majestic wings giving people a great sense of oppression. Roar! Bagloss opened his blood-red tiger's mouth, and in the next moment a stream of cyan energy began to gather. In the blink of an eye, a cyan energy ball tens of meters in size was formed. Bagloss, no. Seeing Bagloss's actions, Mondo Pongo's lips twitched, and he quickly looked up and shouted loudly. However, it would have been better if he hadn't shouted. His shout seemed to have emboldened Bagloss in the sky even more. Tiger narrowed his eyes and then threw down an energy ball with a diameter of tens of meters that emitted terrifying fluctuations. Oops! Upon seeing this, Mondo Pongo cried out in alarm. Sure enough, looking up at the energy ball flying down from the sky, the eerie, demonic insects did not retreat, but advanced, charging directly towards the howling energy ball. Get out of here! Mondo Pango, having reached the strange demonic insect at top speed, slammed a huge bear paw down on it once more. However, this time the strange demonic insect's body directly turned into mist, causing Mondo Pango to miss. However, the terrifying elemental power on Mondo Pango's bear paw also caused the eerie demonic insect's misty body to dissipate considerably. Call out. Then, their bodies reassembled and swiftly landed on the energy ball that Bagloss had dropped. Its mouth trembled with dark light as it continuously tore at the energy ball that should have exploded at any moment. After a while, the strange demonic insect even burrowed its body into the energy ball. Puff, puff, puff. Damn it, look what you've done. At this moment, Mondo Pango, who had flown to Bagloss's side, pointed at the energy ball that was suspended in midair and spoke angrily. What do you mean by good deeds I've done? Upon hearing this, Bagloss was also puzzled as to why his attack had not landed, but upon hearing Mondo Pongo's accusation, he angrily retorted. Flutter! Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The next moment, without needing Mondo Pange's explanation, the energy sphere in midair shone brightly, but instead of exploding, it slowly deflated like a puncture balloon. Hiss! Hiss! Then, a dark, luminous worm, tens of meters long, crawled out from inside and let out an excited hiss towards the sky. It can absorb energy to strengthen itself. Seeing the situation below, Bagloss wasn't stupid and immediately understood. Thinking of Mondo Pongo's reminder earlier, Bagloss couldn't help but blush. It's no use saying anything now. Let's go. Smash it. A flash of blue light, and Bagloss transformed back into a 6-meter-tall, tiger-headed giant, then said something to Mondo Pongo. Call out. Clenching his fists, Bagloss went straight for the kill, engaging the bizarre demonic insect in a purely physical battle. Oomph! Fool! Mondo Pango glanced at the tiger and insect fighting in the sky for a while, and when he saw that Baglo was barely suppressing the strange demonic insect, he couldn't help but sneer. Without hesitation, he grabbed a pair of large bear paws and joined the melee. Thump, thump, thump. Rumble, rumble. Puff. Not long after, about 15 minutes later, a 6-meter-tall tiger-headed giant and a 5.5-meter-tall bear-headed giant, panting heavily, stood in the sky with their hands on their hips, watching the strange demonic insects slowly dissipate in the distance. Finally, we killed him. The two beast kings looked over there, both feeling delighted and excited. Although it had been tough, the fight was really exhilarating. You seem to be doing all right. Glancing at Bagloss, Mondo Pango hummed softly. You're not bad either. You've got some skills. The two Beast Kings exchanged a glance, then each gave a proud snort before flying one after the other to the deck of the airship. You're awake? What happened? What was that thing just now? Back on the airship deck, Mondo Pango found that Linsik had woken up and his mutilated lower body had regrown under the influence of the massive life essence. However, at this moment, Lin Zike's face was ashen, and his eyes were filled with confusion and fear. If I told you that it was just a random attack launched by that demonic Ant Queen, would you believe me? Upon hearing Mondo Pan's question, Lin Zike glanced at the surrounding figures and then spoke in a hoarse voice. Chapter 94, Taking the Initiative. What? What did you say? How is this possible? Upon hearing Lin Zike's words, not only Bagloss and Mondo Pango, but also the other figures on the deck were greatly shocked. Although I really don't want to believe it, this is the truth. Seeing everyone's reactions, Lin Zike gave a wry smile and then said helplessly, Also, I have another message to report to Queen Camilla privately. You should not advance for now. Wait for my return. Report separately? What is it that you can't tell us? Upon hearing this, Mondo Pango looked somewhat displeased, as did the other legendary beings. Go ahead. I'll order the troops to stay here for now. On the other side, Typhon looked at Lynxike, who was shaking his head and smiling bitterly. Although his brows were also slightly furrowed, he looked at him for a while and finally nodded and spoke. This matter is truly of great importance. It's not that I don't trust you all, but if this gets out, it won't just be me, but the entire southern forest will instantly become the eye of the storm in the eastern region. After saying this, Lin Zike didn't explain anything further. Instead, he reached out and opened a spatial rift, then activated the spatial nodes left inside the alliance. Call out. In the blink of an eye, Lin Zike's figure disappeared from the deck once again. It seems like this period is going to be a turbulent time. Walking to the edge of the deck, looking up at the misty southern forest, Typhon murmured to himself. Meanwhile, the human army that had been waiting for the Monster Legion was completely bewildered. Didn't they say they'd be here soon? It's been half a day, and there's still no sign of it. On one side of the Yellowstone Grand Canyon, tens of thousands of warriors, clad in iron armor and wielding standard enchanted weapons, stood solemnly. The queue was neat and orderly. From the front, it seemed as if only the first row had people. At this moment, listening to the whispers of the adjutants around him, Sang Yuan was also completely bewildered. Keep on guard. I'll go take a look. He turned to his adjutants and said something. Then Sang Yuan stood up and soared into the sky. Whoosh whoosh. In a short while, they arrived above a cloud layer, the very place where Grand Duke Sobaila and his legendary experts were hiding. Your Excellency, has the enemy discovered our ambush? Upon approaching, Sang Yuan spoke directly without beating around the bush. Uncertain, to prevent the other party from discovering it, we haven't even used any methods to detect witchcraft. Instead, they conducted a direct remote physical probe, which should have made it impossible for the other party to detect. Let's wait a little longer. I've already sent a magic airship over there, and we should have results soon. Okowo. Upon hearing this, Sang Yuan breathed a sigh of relief. It was good that there was a solution. He was afraid that they would just keep waiting like this. A gentle breeze blew by, and time passed. A while later, after another quarter of an hour, not only the soldiers waiting below, but also the legendary beings in the sky were somewhat bewildered. They're here. The next moment, Grand Duke Sarbi suddenly looked up at the sky and then softly said something. They're here. The monster army has arrived. Finally, I've been waiting impatiently for so long. Then I'll go down and take command right away, and also, hearing the words of the person beside him, Grand Duke Sorbi's lips twitched involuntarily. Ahem. What I meant was that the magic airship that was sent to scout has returned. Without waiting for anyone's reaction, Grand Duke Sorbi lifted his leg and began to walk through the void, heading towards the magic airship that had emerged from its concealment not far away. Well, upon hearing this, everyone present exchanged glances, then followed Grand Duke Sarab with normal expressions. What's the movement of the opposing Warcraft army? Your Excellency, the other party's reaction is very strange. The magic airship's protective shield opened, and a dashing man dressed in the kingdom's military uniform flew out. Upon hearing Grand Duke Serapi's question, he quickly came to his side. They're currently in the Blackwater Swamp, more than 40 miles away from here. All the monster legions are resting, and I don't think they have any intention of advancing again anytime soon. Recalling what he had just seen, the valiant man spoke thus. No plans to continue the advance. Upon hearing this, Grand Duke Sorby looked puzzled, then glanced towards the direction of the Blackwater Swamp. What is the Southern Forest Beastmen Alliance up to? Your Excellency, what should we do? The legendary experts around them also heard the heroic man's words. After a moment of contemplation, Sang Yuan looked up at Grand Duke Sorby. If that's the case, then the other side already discovered this explanation, so there's no point in staying here any longer. Pass down the order. The army is to set off. If they don't come, we'll go to them. Seeing all eyes on him, Grand Duke Sorby stood with his hands behind his back, looking down at the still orderly ranks of the kingdom's army, and said calmly, "Good." Upon hearing this, Sang Yuan clasped his hands in a fist salute and nodded, then leaped down. Thump, thump, thump. Soon after, the entire human army in the Yellowstone Grand Canyon was readjusted and then quickly marched towards the Blackwater Swamp. The legion of 50,000 enchanted longsword warriors, all of whom are formal-level extraordinary warriors. The legion of 70,000 enchanted rifle warriors, all of whom are high-level apprentice extraordinary warriors, and 10,000 high-level formal-level flying eagle knights. Finally, there was a legion of 30,000 apprentice-level wizards, among whom were nearly 1,000 formal-level wizards. Then in the sky, there were hundreds of magic airships, each 100 meters long, loaded with crystal cannons, some of which were even enhanced versions of legendary cannons. A direct hit would likely leave even a low-level legendary being in serious trouble, and could even lead to their demise. Set off. With a command from Sang Yuan, who was in command center, the entire solemn army suddenly sprang into action, like a colossal beast. The distance of over 40 miles is more than enough for an extraordinary army to march in half an hour. The war that began in Chapter 95. The Rocket Mountain Base, in an open space not far from the main entrance. Bennett excitedly recounted to Lin Kong several major events that had occurred in the kingdom of Eisen Island in recent days. So that's how it is, another drama about the struggle for the throne. Sure enough, this kind of thing never changes no matter where you go. After listening to Bennett's words, Lin Kong finally understood why the Southern Forest Beast Alliance had suddenly and without warning mobilized its forces to attack the human kingdom. The news of the king of Eisen Island's disappearance has spread almost throughout the world, causing widespread panic throughout the kingdom. While starting a war at this time isn't the best opportunity, it's not far off. However, Lin Kong could never understand why the reason for this was completely different from what he had imagined. His heartfelt thank you made the Orc Alliance feel a huge threat, and Queen Camilla originally wanted to show off her fangs that she had kept hidden for many years. By a twist of fate, it turned out the way it is now. If Lin Kong knew that his thank you was misinterpreted as a declaration of war by the Southern Forest Beast Alliance, he could only chuckle and remark on their incredibly vivid imaginations. Let's go. It looks like they've started fighting. After all, the battle is right next to our territory, so we have to be careful that they don't damage the flowers and plants. Looking up at the distant roar, Lin Kong leaped onto the back of the 70-meter-long Bifang Firebird, then turned to Bennett and said something. Sir, what if they really manage to sabotage our plans? Hearing the sound, Bennett followed Lin Kong's footsteps and jumped onto the back of the Bifang Firebird and asked a question. Hey. Hearing Bennett's words, Lin Kong smiled maliciously and said, Of course we'll make them pay. We're all decent people. Are we going to go up and beat them up? Of course, if they don't compensate. As he spoke, Lin Kong waved to the 107 legendary rock ants led by the left and right rock ant guardians on the open ground beside him. In an instant, the entire sky was covered by these giant insects that slowly climbed into the sky. Sir, don't worry. If they don't compensate besides you, there's no one decent person here. Ha, that's it. Lin Kong patted Bennett on the shoulder, chuckled, and then waved his hand, sending the ant swarm flying toward the direction from which the sound came. Meanwhile, in the southern forests and Blackwater swamps, the sudden appearance of a human army, with its barrage of spells and crystal cannon fire, stunned the resting monster legion. What's going on? How did the human legion end up here and even dare to attack us? At this moment, in the sky above the Warcraft Legion, Typhon and other legendary figures looked at the ever-emerging human legion opposite them, exchanged glances, and all had question marks on their faces. Wind Spirit Deer, Flame Serpent, Ice Crystal Rabbit, counterattack. However, without much hesitation, Typhon shouted and ordered the magical beast behind him to attack. Although there are no crystal cannons, the magical beast army has far more magical beasts with spellcasting abilities than the wizards on the human side. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Even though they were the ones who attacked later, the continuous barrage of wind blades, fireballs, and ice arrows instantly turned the tide of the battle. As for the flesh-type magical beasts in front, although they took a hit, apart from a few unlucky ones who were hit head-on by the crystal cannons, the others only suffered minor injuries. Not to mention that because their companions in front of them were blocking the view, most of them were only momentarily blinded by the magical fluctuations. Cunning humans, mighty black bulls, charge with me. Moo! At the very front, a massive black bull, nearly 10 meters tall at the shoulder and extremely robust in build, glanced at the human legion in the distance, stomped its forelegs twice on the ground, let out a low growl, and charged forward at high speed. Its entire body was enveloped in dense yuan energy, especially its pair of ferocious bull horns, several meters long and gleaming with a metallic luster, which seemed capable of piercing through everything. Bang, bang, bang. At this moment, tens of thousands of huge black bulls charged together, the ground trembled, and the scene looked extremely shocking. The more than 100,000 flesh-type magical beasts behind them, including the blue-eyed greedy wolf, the blood-eyed bear clan, the sawtooth water lizard, and the phantom moose, were also wrapped in protective elemental energy and roared as they charged forward. On my command, wizards retreat and provide targeted support to the contact line warriors. Enchanted longsword warriors engage head-on. Eagle Knights defend against enemy air support, and enchanted rifle legions flank the enemy. Now, attack! As the charge began, both sides ceased their strategic magical exchanges and commenced a true battle. The first force we encountered was the main force, which consisted mostly of officially level superhuman beings, whether human or monster. Official level beings could easily demolish skyscrapers with their bare hands. Puff, puff, puff. Aside from the initial incident where the human superhuman warriors were knocked away, impaled, and trampled to death by the incredibly fast and powerful black bulls, the disadvantage was instantly reversed once the bulls slowed down. The massive, somewhat clumsy black bull was beheaded and killed by the warrior wielding an enchanted weapon. However, once the agile and swift blue-eyed greedy wolves surrounded them, the battle immediately became tense again. These blue-eyed wolves, only 3 or 4 meters long, moved elusively among the ranks of powerful black bulls, each 7 or 8 meters tall, hunting down distracted human warriors. Chapter 96, Alchemy Mech. General Sang Yuan, the battle situation is very unfavorable for us. I see them. Give the order to send them onto the field. On the massive airships behind the humans, widescreens were displaying various scenes from the battlefield. Yes. Upon hearing this, an adjutant standing next to Sang Yuan immediately took the order and went out. On the battlefield at this moment, once the blood-eyed bear clan and the sawtooth water lizard, who were running a bit slower, joined in, the human side suddenly found themselves in a very difficult situation. As beings with high attack, high defense, and low agility, in close combat, unless 4 or 5 extraordinary human warriors of the same level work together, it is difficult to inflict any fatal damage on these roaring, massive blood-eyed bears. Moreover, on the battlefield, humans are not outnumbered. On the contrary, the monster army has an absolute numerical advantage. If it weren't for the powerful enchanted weapons in the hands of humans, which were able to break through the protective elemental shields of these extraordinary magical beasts, the war would have been completely one-sided. Brothers, don't save your ammunition. Let's relieve some pressure on the soldiers on the front lines. Reinforcements are on their way. Let's move closer. At this moment, the officers on both sides received orders from their superiors and immediately shouted at the enchanted riflemen. Bang, bang, bang. The enchanted bullets are extremely powerful. Even a regular flesh-type magical beast of the formal level would have a hard time withstanding them for more than a few hits. The pressure on both sides increased, and every now and then, one after another, the bodies of the blue-eyed greedy wolves were directly blown apart by the enchanted rifles. Knock knock. Upon seeing this, the leading high-ranking blood-eyed bear slammed its fist into the ground twice, then raised its head and roared loudly. The next moment, thousands of blood-eyed bears began to move consciously to the sides, using their massive bodies to block the bullets from the humans' enchanted rifles. As high-defense magical beasts, these enchanted bullets, after passing through a thick layer of protective elemental energy, are unlikely to inflict fatal damage on these blood-eyed bears. Although it can still create a bloody hole, under the nourishment of Yuan energy, not only is the bullet squeezed out, but the wound also heals quickly. Retreat. Retreat immediately. Seeing thousands of blood-eyed bears roaring and charging forward for both sides, the leading officers immediately shouted loudly. Not to mention the tens of thousands of serrated water lizards emanating poisonous gas following behind those giant bears. Even a single blood-eyed bear would be difficult for these extraordinary enchanted riflemen, despite their excellent eyesight and accuracy. Facing them head-on would be suicide. Although their retreat was chaotic, they had achieved their goal. Not only did it reduce the number of blood-eyed bears on the main battlefield by half, it also lured away most of the slowly crawling sawtooth water lizards. However, even so, the situation for extraordinary formal-level warriors on the main battlefield is not optimistic. Comrades were constantly being torn apart and injured. The original number of 50,000 could barely reach 40,000, and this was only 15 minutes into the battle. Click, click, click. Knock, knock, knock. Just then, a deep, muffled tremor of the earth suddenly resounded behind the humans, as if the mighty Black Bull had just launched its charge. Tisk tisk, interesting. This world's technology tree is a bit off track. Lin Kong, who was watching all this from the shadows, was also drawn to the sound coming from the direction of the humans. What drives these things, Bennett? Looking at the steel mech that was over 10 meters tall and resembled a gun dam, Lin Kong turned to Bennett and asked him a question. Sir, this is an alchemical mecha, which should be crystal-driven, but it requires 2 to 3 humans to operate it together. Upon hearing this, Bennett looked away from the 2,000-plus alchemical mechs and respectfully replied to Lin Kong. Crystal-driven? As expected, it's still inseparable from extraordinary power. Since humans still possess this, it seems the battle ahead will be a stalemate for some time. Watching those metal lumps run and quickly join the battle with great interest, Lin Kong said in a low voice. Just as Lin Kong said, with the addition of those 2,000 alchemical mechs that were enough to crush high-level formal masters and were almost comparable to low-level grandmasters, the battlefield situation turned into a tug-of-war. Elder, shouldn't we send out grandmaster-level combatants? On the other side, glancing at the human mechs galloping across the battlefield, the monster camp, which was also keeping a close eye on the situation, saw Hurricane Winged Tiger Beast King Bagro turn to Typhon and ask a question. No, this battle was really quite inexplicable. At this moment, Typhon was still pondering why the human army had appeared here. We prepared Grandmaster-level combat power, but didn't the humans on the other side prepare any? Even if they have them, can they have as many as us, or as many as our Grandmaster-level experts? The blood-eyed bear king, Mondo Panga, snorted softly, clearly agreeing with Bagloss's idea of unleashing his Grandmaster-level combat power. Let's end this battle here. It really shouldn't escalate any further. Huh? You think you could have stopped like that? We can't. Your Majesty, Queen Camilla, why have you come in person? The Hurricane Winged Tiger Beast King Bagro, who was about to say something, suddenly realized that the voice beside him sounded familiar. Sure enough, when he turned his head, a woman in a long red dress appeared in front of him. Your Majesty, Your Majesty, Your Majesty. At this moment, all the legendary experts on the airship turned around and respectfully bowed to Queen Camilla, who was only about 1.7 meters tall and standing in the void. Among the Beastmasters who averaged 5.5 meters tall, Queen Camilla was a tiny speck. Yet this tiny creature made a group of enormous beings tremble with fear, daring not to utter another word. Chapter 97 Ceasefire. Baglo, tell the humans to stop. Looking down at the fierce battle raging below, Queen Camilla spoke softly. Yes, your majesty. Upon hearing this, Baglos kicked off and instantly flew into the sky, quickly arriving above the battlefield. Oh, the next moment, a terrifying, deep, and enormous sound wave came from Baglos's mouth, so real that it shook the entire battlefield. Hurricane Winged Tiger Beast King Baglos. A legendary figure like you. Will you join the war below? As Baglos entered, the kingdom of Aizen Island reacted instantly. General Sang Yuan shot straight into the sky, arrived opposite him, and shouted loudly. However, Sang Yuan then looked somewhat surprised and doubtful. You've advanced to the high-level legendary rank? Ha ha ha, what's wrong, scared? At this moment, Baglos, with his tiger-headed and human-bodied form and a height of 6 meters, still exuded a great sense of oppression, his pair of savage eyes fixed on Sang Yuan. Seeing Sang Yuan brought back memories of how she had been tricked, losing not only her only son, but also the wealth she had collected over a long period of time. Tragic, truly tragic, absolutely horrible. Damn humans, D. Thinking of all this, Baglos was so angry that he completely forgot Queen Camilla's orders. A pair of tiger claws rose, carrying wind blades powerful enough to tear mountains apart, and swung fiercely towards Sang Yuan. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Who would have thought that Baglos would suddenly make a move? Sang Yuan, who hurriedly raised his shield, was slapped away. Furthermore, Baglos's sharp claws instantly slashed through Sang Yuan's chest. Blood splattered, flesh and blood fell to the ground. Whoosh! He originally intended to go up and finish him off, but feeling the attack shooting towards him from the side, Baglos raised his tiger claw to block it. Bang! A violent explosion ripped through Baglos's arm. But when the smoke cleared, the unharmed Baglos turned to look at the massive human airship that had launched the attack. What humans call a legendary cannon. Feeling the attack just now, it did indeed pose a slight threat to the lower-level legends, but for Baglos, who was already a high-level legend, it only caused him to be knocked back a little. Alright, that's enough. Baglos, who had originally intended to rush forward and tear Sang Yuan apart, paused upon hearing the sound beside him. He then glared fiercely at the lightly injured Sang Yuan who had retreated. I didn't expect Lord Baglos to have already reached the high-level legendary rank. A moment later, Grand Duke Sarab appeared not far from him and exclaimed in surprise. Humph. Her Majesty Queen Camilla has ordered both sides to withdraw their troops. What do you say now? Ignoring the astonishment in Grand Duke Sorby's eyes, Baglos glanced down below, gave a light snort, and quickly spoke. Of course we'd like a ceasefire. Upon hearing this, Grand Duke Sorby was taken aback, somewhat confused about what the opposing monster was thinking. He was all set for a legendary, grueling battle. Back off. Retreat. Soon after, with the order given, the two sides in the fierce battle gradually stopped, then quickly separated and slowly retreated to one side. Huh, that's it. Meanwhile, sitting comfortably on the back of the hovering Firebird, Lin Kong watched with some surprise as the two legions separated and began to retreat. It seems so, sir. They must have decided to cease hostilities. Upon hearing this, Bennett carefully examined the formations of both sides before replying. Have you calculated how much of our territory has been affected? Standing up, Lin Kong stretched his body, which had been sitting for a long time, and then asked a question. It's all settled now. The area about 10 miles north of there is all within the territory we agreed upon with them last time. Then what are we waiting for? Let's go. So they won't run away. After giving some instructions to the Bafang Firebird, Lin Kong spoke to Bennett, then put on the wide black robe he had worn last time and looked up at the sky above the battlefield. Knock, knock, knock. Rumble, rumble, rumble. In a short while, loud muffled thuds began to echo around, and then the legendary rock ants that had been hiding underground and concealing their auras slowly emerged. The monsters and humans initially thought the other side had gone back on its word and were preparing to turn back and attack, but the next moment they received orders to accelerate their retreat. Hissing, hissing. More than 100 giant rock ants, each about 50 meters long, with their dark and ferocious bodies, stretched across the sky. The unabated, legendary-level energy fluctuations caused the operators on the human airship to turn pale, because they were the ones who could see it most clearly. Staring at those hideous long legs on the big screen, they even unconsciously breathed much lighter. Those over there, and those over here, the leader, come over here right now. Bennett leaped out and landed on the Firebird next to the ant colony. He then pointed at the monster camp and then at the human camp and roared loudly. Bennett was now using all of his master-level superhuman power to amplify his roar. What's going on? Wasn't it said that the other side was only a few thousand Grandmaster-level tribes? How come there are so many legendary-level beings? On the massive airship, looking at the enormous demonic insects above the battlefield, Typhon couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, then turned his gaze to Queen Camilla. That's why I ordered you to halt your troops here, and... On the other side, Linsik, standing behind Queen Camilla, spoke softly, but was interrupted by Queen Camilla raising her hand before he could finish. Elder Typhon, you may go now. But there is no need to be afraid. Even if these terrifying tribes really attack, with me here, I can guarantee your safe evacuation. After a moment of contemplation, Queen Camilla spoke softly. Yes, your majesty. Upon hearing this, Typhon straightened his plain white robes, then leaped off the deck and quickly flew towards the battlefield. Chapter 98, Typhon's Compromise. Your Excellency, I didn't expect to meet you again so soon. Grand Duke Sorabi, who was already there, glanced at the demonic insects slowly crawling in the void around him, then looked at Lin Kong in black robes who was standing on a legendary Bifang Firebird, and said softly, I don't know, is something the matter? I have already prepared that legendary energy core. Don't worry, it's nothing serious. Let's wait for the leader over there to arrive before we talk about it. Hearing the voice, Lin Kong turned his head and looked at the fox-eared old man who was about the height of a human and was flying over slowly. He spoke up. Actually, I'm considered one of the leaders over there. At this moment, seeing the two familiar guardians on the left and right, Bagloss wanted to feel triumphant, but suddenly realized that they were exuding the aura of a high-level legendary. Oh, why? Why did you all advance to? At this moment, Bagloss was truly furious, but as his tiger-like eyes scanned his surroundings, he had no choice but to suppress his resentment. However, after hearing Lin Kong's words, Bagloss couldn't stand it any longer and weakly said something. Really, I really am the leader over there. Baglo, I've come. As soon as Typhon arrived, he heard Bagloss shake his tiger paws and speak to the black-robed figure on the back of a huge orange-red Firebird. Hello. I am, together with Bagloss, we are representatives of the Southern Forest Beastmen Alliance. May I ask what brings you to us? Upon approaching Bagloss, Typhon bowed slightly to Lin Kong in black robes, and then spoke in a manner that was neither humble nor arrogant. Now that everyone's here, come on, Bennett. Upon hearing this, Lin Kong glanced at Typhon, then turned to Bennett beside him and spoke. Given the great battles you've fought before, which destroyed many parts of our supreme territory, the land over there, stretching for more than 10 miles, is scorched and barren, with countless small and vulnerable creatures perishing. So, are you prepared to compensate us? Although he was facing a legendary figure with Lin Kong, his supreme believer, watching from the side, Bennett was extremely arrogant and spoke in a cold voice. Cough. Upon hearing this, Grand Duke Sorab remained calm, merely raising his hand to cover his mouth and coughing lightly, without offering any opinion. Compensation? What's going on? They want our Southern Forest Beastmen Alliance to pay compensation here in the Southern Forest. On the other side, Bagloss was somewhat angry and asked in a cold and hard tone. Oh, so, you're saying you're unwilling to pay compensation? Upon hearing Bagloss's voice, Bennett glanced at him and then spoke calmly. Let's talk about compensation first. We need to offer compensation directly. If we really can't afford it, then it's also your loss. At this moment, Typhon glanced at the indifferent-looking Grand Duke Sorabi with some doubt in his peripheral vision, and then softly replied to Bennett. Logically speaking, Grand Duke Sorabi should have been even less likely to agree to such an unreasonable demand. However, the observant Typhon noticed that although Grand Duke Sorabi showed a momentary surprise at Bennett's offer of compensation, he showed no sign of resistance. What happened? Could it be? Typhon glanced at the black-robed figure not far away and began to ponder silently. It's not a huge compensation. According to our Supreme One's wishes, each of you just needs to contribute 2 legendary-level energy cores. Just a small token. After all, we're neighbors, we see each other all the time. After Bennett finished speaking, he glanced at Typhon and Grand Duke Serapi respectively. 2 legendary energy cores? Are you kidding me? Upon hearing this, Bagloss almost couldn't contain his anger. Wasn't this legendary energy core extracted from legendary magical beasts like them? I have no objection, but I only prepare the original 3 legendary energy cores. I don't know if the rest can be replaced with crystals of the same value. On the other side, Grand Duke Sarab, upon hearing Bennett's offer, pondered for a moment before nodding. Can. Before Bennett could speak, Lin Kong, who was standing not far away, quietly agreed. We can't do that. We really don't have any energy cores. Unlike humans who like to collect things, even if we have a legendary energy core, we will just devour it and won't keep it. Typhon secretly transmitted his voice to Bagloss for a moment, then turned to Bennett and spoke. Grand Duke Sarab's unusual reaction left Typhon somewhat unsure. Was he acting, or was he genuinely afraid? So what are you going to do? Are you going to renege on your debt and refuse to pay compensation? Bennett listened to Typhon's words with some doubt, and then asked a question. Since your territory has indeed been damaged, compensation is due, but there is truly no legendary grade energy core. However, we can also use equivalent crystals as a substitute. Upon hearing this, Typhon, who had already made his decision, spoke softly. All right, let's do it this way. Everyone's happy. Bennett, who was standing to the side, smiled slightly after hearing what he said. I have some crystals here. According to the price, one should be around 1 million. Here are 2 million crystals. Without hesitation, Typhon's hand flashed with a yellow aura, and then a storage ring appeared. He whispered something to himself and tossed it to Bennett. Yes, that's fine. You can leave now. Bennett took the ring, glanced at it carefully, and then said something to Typhon. Chapter 99 The Hod. Let's go. Upon hearing this, without hesitation, Typhon spoke calmly to Bagloss, and then flew towards the distant monster legion. Why? Her Majesty Queen Camilla is here. Why should we compromise? A while later, Bagloss, who had caught up with Typhon, still couldn't understand what he had just done. It's not a compromise, but a stopgap measure. Didn't you find Grand Duke Solabi's attitude just now too strange? He's already famous as a high-level legendary, and his strength is stronger than that of ordinary high-level legendaries. He's incredibly arrogant. But just now, he didn't object to the compensation at all, and he didn't even show the slightest dissatisfaction. Do you know what this means? While flying, Typhon spoke to Bagloss. What does it mean? This means that this terrifying tribe is very likely above the legendary level. Typhon glanced at Bagloss and spoke softly, a strange look appearing in his eyes as he finished speaking. Above legendary level? That's calamity level. Upon hearing this, Bagloss muttered to himself, but as soon as he finished speaking, his eyes widened, and he turned around to look at it in disbelief. After swallowing hard, he quickly followed in Typhon's footsteps. On the other side, Lin Kong was unaware of Typhon's wild speculations and looked at the somewhat embarrassed Grand Duke Serapi with a look of astonishment. I am truly sorry, Your Excellency. Due to the consumption of the crystal cannon just now, I did not expect that we would not even have a reserve of 1 million crystals. Now, there are only over 900,000 left. Grand Duke Sarab flew down for a while and then came back up, bringing back this message. How about we leave first, and then I'll send someone to deliver it. Looking at the battlefield below, which had been mostly cleaned up, Grand Duke Sorabi tentatively made a suggestion. Never mind, it's not that serious. It's just some crystals. By the way, how much did your spaceships cost? Upon hearing this, Lin Kong waved his hand at Grand Duke Sorabi, but then changed the subject and asked, You mean magic airships, right? They come in all sizes. The small ones cost around 5 million crystals, while the large ones cost tens of millions or even more. Then you can prepare a magic airship for me. It looks all right and can barely cover the compensation. Upon hearing what Grand Duke Sorabi had said, Lin Kong immediately shared his thoughts. Barely comparable? That's not even in the same league. Not to mention the cost of millions of crystals. The configuration and personnel training alone require huge investments. I'll just pick a small old one. I'm not picky. Seeing the difficulty on Grand Duke Sorby's face, Lin Kong spoke again and then lowered his demands a bit. All right then, I'll go get it for the Supreme. Upon hearing this, Grand Duke Sorab finally nodded and then flew down. A short while later, upon arriving at the Human Legion, Grand Duke Serapi walked directly into the command center amidst the awe-inspiring gazes of the staff. Your Excellency, shall we leave now? Having sustained minor injuries, Sang Yuan saw Grand Duke Salabi enter and quickly stood up from his commander's chair, then approached him and asked, Okay, let's evacuate in batches. However, are there any magic airships that are about to be decommissioned or have suffered any damage among those participating in this battle? Looking at Sang Yuan, Sorby asked a question. Your Excellency, rest assured, all the vehicles we're using this time are the latest models, and they have already undergone a round of maintenance before they arrived. Furthermore, since neither Grandmaster nor legendary-level experts participated in the battle, none of the airships were damaged. Upon hearing this, Sang Yuan assumed that Grand Duke Salabi was worried about the safety of the kingdom's precious possessions, the hundreds of magic airships. Cough cough. With a light cough, Grand Duke Sorby clearly realized that Sang Yuan had misunderstood him. What I mean is, are there any old, long-lasting ones that you can give away for free? After thinking for a moment, without beating around the bush, Grand Duke Sorab stated his purpose directly. Giving someone away for free? And someone old and frail. Upon hearing this, Sang Yuan was somewhat puzzled, but after a moment he suddenly clapped his hands and exclaimed, Your Excellency, there really is one like that. It's old and long-lasting, so it can be given away for free. Well, it shouldn't be too long, at least it has to look presentable. Upon hearing this and seeing Sang Yuan's appearance, Grand Duke Solabi began to worry again, wondering if it was too dilapidated. Rest assured, does Your Excellency still remember the Richards-Hold family? They were executed by His Majesty Bertelsmann for treason. The airship they prepared for their escape is right here. Although Sang Yuan didn't know what Grand Duke Serapi was going to do with it, he was confident that the ship would absolutely meet the requirements. Wasn't it shot down and it was looted? How come it's serving in the Legion now? Upon hearing this, Grand Duke Sorby looked at Sang Yuan with some curiosity and suspicion. Indeed, that medium-sized airship was damaged, but after the military inspected it, the unnecessary parts inside were removed, and the main focus was on restoring the power room. It's currently being used as a large transport plane, but because it has the hull of a medium-sized magic airship, it's still quite intimidating. At this point, Sang Yuan felt somewhat embarrassed, since he had made the decision about the magic airship on his own. Normally, given his position as a general, it wouldn't have been a big deal for him to make a fuss about some stolen goods, but now that Grand Duke Sorab has asked about it, he does feel a little embarrassed. Okay then, this one will do. Get ready right away, I need it. After thinking for a moment, Grand Duke Sorby made the final decision. Yes. Nodding in response, Sang Yuan sat back in his commander's chair and then spoke to the staff member beside him. Connect to Transport Squadron, hot ship. Snap, snap, snap. With a series of button clicks, a holographic projection of a beautiful red-haired female officer suddenly appeared on the large screen in front of the commander's chair. General, this is the HOD transport ship. I am Captain Karina. Please give me your instructions. Lieutenant Colonel Karina quickly hand over to the other transport ships, empty the cabins, and immediately come to the command airship. Receive. As soon as she finished speaking, the projection of the red-haired female officer disappeared instantly, though a hint of confusion lingered in her eyes for a fleeting moment. Chapter 100 Karina. The opposing monster army had basically withdrawn, leaving only some flying monsters cleaning up the battlefield, occasionally flying low over the vicinity of the battlefield. Coming to her senses, Karina slowly walked to the exit of the HOD's cabin. Whoosh! Reaching out and pulling open the hatch, a gust of wind rushed in from the outside. Whoosh whoosh. The sound of the wind whistling past her ears stirred Karina's waist-length burgundy curls. Captain, what mission is it that requires leaving the Horde alone? At this moment, a senior adjutant standing behind Karina spoke with a hint of doubt in his voice. I'm not sure either, but this is General Sang Yuan's order, so let's go down quickly. Upon hearing this, Karina shook her head, indicating that she had not received any definite mission information either. Without hesitation, the two, both Grandmaster-level superhumans, capable of flying, immediately wrapped themselves in their Yuan energy and leaped towards the massive magic airship not far away. With almost no obstacles, Karina and her companion arrived at the command center and soon met General Sang Yuan. And there was another one, someone they never expected to exist. Your Excellency, the Grand Duke. Your Excellency, the Grand Duke. They hadn't expected that the kingdom's true power and the acting king, Grand Duke Serapi, would also be there, so the two of them couldn't help but feel a little nervous and uncertain about their next mission. The matter that Grand Duke Sarab personally entrusted must be extremely confidential and important. From now on, Karina, you will follow the Grand Duke's instructions completely. Then I'll get on with the evacuation first, Sang Yuan said to Karina and the other woman, then looked at Grand Duke Sowerby. Okay, go ahead. Upon hearing this, Grand Duke Sowerby nodded and then replied, Follow me. Grand Duke Sowerby turned and glanced at Karina and the other woman who were standing ramrod straight, then waved to them and said something. Soon after, Lin Kong saw Grand Duke Sowerby fly over again, but the promised magic airship was nowhere to be seen. Instead, two beautiful female officers followed behind him. Although puzzled, Lin Kong did not speak first, but waited for Grand Duke Sowerby to explain. Your Excellency, I apologize for keeping you waiting. Arriving a short distance from Lin Kong, Grand Duke Sowerby spoke with a smile. It's all right. However, it seems that what you brought is not what I wanted. They're very beautiful and dashing, but forehead. Upon hearing the words beside him, Grand Duke Sowerby clearly knew that Lin Kong had misunderstood, and then, after a moment of contemplation, quickly interrupted Lin Kong. They, Your Excellency, they're the captain and first mate of that magic airship. I think the Supreme One came in such a hurry that he probably didn't bring any people with him to pilot the magic airship. Perhaps they can help. Oh, I see. You've really thought of everything. It's exactly what I needed. I was just about to tell you, and you brought it over right away. Lin Kong wasn't embarrassed at all saying such things. Anyway, he was wearing a loose black robe, so that most people could only see his chin. You mean extraordinary perception? Hee hee. Not to mention that Lin Kong was standing on the legendary Bifang Firebird. The rock ant guardians on his left, and right were lying not far from Lin Kong's feet. If you dare to scan me with your superhuman senses, you might get smashed to pieces in the next moment. Now that you have them, you can go and get busy. I see you're quite busy too. After thinking for a moment, Lin Kong spoke again to Sowerby. All right, then I won't disturb your majesty any longer. Upon hearing this, Grand Duke Sarab's lips twitched slightly. Then he took a deep breath and forced a smile. Turning his head, he gave Karina a few instructions before Grand Duke Sowerby flew away again. At this moment, Karina's heart was filled with a tremendous surge of emotions. They had overheard the entire conversation between Grand Duke Sowerby and the mysterious figure in black robes before them. What kind of person could command such reverence from a high-ranking legendary expert and a Grand Duke of a powerful kingdom? What are your names? Lin Kong waved to them, glanced at the departing Grand Duke Sobaila, and then asked softly, Karina Elvis. Loy Stewart. Upon hearing this, Karina and Roy exchanged a glance, then slowly landed in front of Lin Kong in his black robes. Their feet, which were treading on the soft feathers of legendary magical beasts and made walking in the void feel like walking on flat ground, were now trembling slightly. Don't be afraid. Everyone here is a decent person. He is my assistant Bennett, a very kind person. Seemingly noticing the tension between the two, Lin Kong pointed to Bennett, who was grinning beside him, and then spoke gently. By the way, please take me to see the magic airship that your Grand Duke gave me. As he spoke, Lin Kong's tone became somewhat impatient. To be honest, Lin Kong had long wanted to see this kind of product from the extraordinary world. A magic airship? Upon hearing this, Karina was somewhat surprised, then gave a wry smile to herself. The Horde is now a large transport ship. When did it become a powerful magic airship? Although it was originally a medium-sized magic airship that was converted. The problem is that it's practically empty inside now, no large runes to form a magic shield, no extremely powerful crystal cannons, no energy armor, no memory metal devices. All of these things are gone, except for the power room, which remains unchanged. Everything else has been modified. Sir, please come with me. Although they were very nervous, Karina and Roy did not hesitate and quickly got up to lead the way. Not long after, the hood, which had been hovering in midair, became very conspicuous as all the other ships and airships left. Chapter 1, A One Inside the Hod. Is this the one? Not long after, when they were about several dozen meters away, Karina heard Lin Kong behind her ask a question. Yes, sir. Fine. So be it, Karina thought, glancing around and realizing that the main force of the Legion was no longer in sight. She felt a sense of helplessness. Your Excellency, if you're going to give something as a gift, then give a real one. Now, send out the transport ship as if it were a magic airship. What if they're not satisfied and get angry enough to tear us apart? Out of the corner of her eye, Karina watched Lin Kong's movements in his black robes. Since she couldn't see his expression, she had no idea what he was thinking. They could only remain silent and await the final judgment. Lin Kong remained motionless and silent, appearing as if he were on the verge of exploding in rage. However, Karina misunderstood. Lin Kong was actually very satisfied, so much so that he observed her appearance for a long time. The main body is dark blue, with occasional touches of light white. It doesn't have a painted look. Instead, it has an unknown metallic texture that is very striking. Moreover, a length of over 300 meters is quite moderate. If you don't have a good sense of space, you can imagine the length of more than 30 buses lined up end to end. Please come in, and we would appreciate it if the two captains could show us around. After a while, Lin Kong suppressed his joy and spoke calmly to Karina and the other woman. Ah, yes, sir. Please follow me. Suddenly, Lin Kong broke the silence, and Karina, who had been lost in thought, didn't react for a moment. Seeing that Roy had already flown over and opened the cabin door, Karina hurriedly gave Lin Kong directions. Once inside, Lin Kong found the space to be quite empty, but after thinking about it, he didn't pay much attention to it. Since it was all free, Lin Kong was already quite satisfied that Grand Duke Sorby could find someone like this. Sir, over there are all the staff of this airship. At this moment, in the center of the empty cabin, about 20 people stood in neat rows. As Lin Kong and his group entered, their eyes quickly turned to them. Clearly, they had all been instructed beforehand, so when they saw a legendary Bafang Firebird and two terrifying demonic insects enter, although they couldn't help but swallow hard, no one made a sound. Fine, Karina, why don't you introduce her to me? After walking around, Lin Kong discovered that the cabin hall was connected to many corridors, and there were room doors on both sides of the corridors. The key is that the entire airship has several levels, and it may take quite a bit of effort to see the whole thing. Yes, sir. Upon hearing Lin Kong's words, Karina, who was standing not far behind him, quickly stepped forward, pondered for a moment, and then spoke after organizing her thoughts. This airship is called the Hod. It is 333 meters long, has 6 floors, and 75 rooms. The main body is made of dark blue gold, which can make it immune to attacks below the formal level. It is equipped with 1,200 engines and can reach a top speed of 16 times the speed of sound. At this point, Karina paused because she realized there was nothing more to say. Then he opened his mouth slightly and cautiously looked at Lin Kong. I see, that's pretty fast. By the way, are the rooms here habitable? I'd like to sit for a while. Hearing Karina stop, Lin Kong replied softly, and then asked another question. I'm sorry, sir, for making you stand all this time. Hearing Lin Kong's calm tone, as if he wasn't angry, Karina was puzzled, but she still breathed a sigh of relief. Then he quickly led Lin Kong up 2 flights of stairs, and after several twists and turns, they arrived at an exquisite room. This room should be on the top floor, because when Lin Kong walked in, he found a glass ceiling about 1 meter square, from which he could see directly to the sky. After looking around the room, Lin Kong sat on the soft mattress with some confusion. The room was quite large, and it was even a suite complete with a living room, bedroom, bathroom, and kitchen. Are the other rooms like this too? Lin Kong looked up at Karina, standing beside him, and asked softly. No, sir. There are only a few other rooms that are habitable, but the conditions are not good. Most of them have been converted into small storage rooms. Seeing Lin Kong ask the question, Karina didn't hide anything. She figured she'd find out eventually anyway, so she might as well tell the truth now. Okay, I understand. Wow, the air smells so sweet. It makes me want to close my eyes and take a nap. Taking a deep breath, Lin Kong lay back on the bed and muttered to himself. Karina, Bennett, you two go out first, then drive straight to Rock Ant Mountain. I'll rest here for a while. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. The two people standing at the bedroom door turned around, said something respectfully, and then quickly left the room. At this moment, only Lin Kong and the left and right Rock Ant Guardians lying on the sofa in the living room remained in the room. Lin Kong had asked the Bafang Firebird to assist Bennett. Because all the airship staff were strangers, and Karina and Roy were both Grandmaster-level extraordinary beings, Lin Kong was afraid that Bennett alone would not be able to control the situation. On the other side, in the cockpit of the hood, Bennett looked at the large screen in front of him with a serious expression, then pointed to a spot. That's it. Just fly there and land slowly. Okay, I understand. Upon hearing this, Karina, who was sitting in the captain's command seat, took a look at the controls and then got off the ship. Chapter 102 Luke's Encounters. It's all done. May I ask when your people will come to take over? In that case, we can go back and report. Walking up to Bennett, Karina glanced at the middle-aged man with a weathered face, thought for a moment, and then asked, I'm sorry, but you will likely have to serve our Supreme One for some time. Bennett, who knew the situation at Rockant Hill, knew that there was no one to hand over the reins to her. Rockant Hill was nothing but rock ants. Forehead. Upon hearing this, Karina was speechless. Was the other person really that blunt? All right then, I'll consult with our general. Oh, by the way, I also had a room prepared for you. Would you like to go and rest for a bit? With her arms crossed and looking down at the rapidly receding earth through the window, Karina asked another question. No need. At the speed of the airship, we probably won't need much time to get there. All right, but I won't stay with you. Upon hearing this, Karina nodded, then left the driver's seat with Roy. A short while later, Karina and Roy arrived in another room, and plop, both of them were sprawled out on the bed without any regard for their image. What's going on here? What do the General and the Grand Duke mean by this? Is it not just the horde that's being sent away, but us as well? Thinking about Bennett's words, Roy rubbed his face against his pillow a few times, then looked up at Karina and said, You should be content. At least your bed is still your bed now, but mine doesn't belong to me anymore. Thinking about how that guy had been taking deep breaths on her bed earlier, Karina said something with a slightly flushed face. My captain, that's someone even Grand Duke Sobila treats with awe and respect. How about you consider it? Hearing this, Roy reached out and ruffled Karina's long, wine-red hair, then teased her. What are you saying? How could such a being possibly look down on an ordinary person like me? Also, that adult might not even be human. I always feel that when I face him, it's like facing the most terrifying thing in the world. Karina raised her hand to slap away Roy's groping hand and spoke thoughtfully. Yes, I feel the same way. However, this mission isn't without its benefits. I think that for a while, the Count's son, Kaslenko, shouldn't be able to bother you anymore. After a pause, Roy thought of Karina's situation and then spoke. Upon hearing this, Karina's expression stiffened slightly. Then she shook her head. My mother has already agreed. I've come to terms with it. I'll just marry him. That way I won't lose anything. After hearing what Karina said, Roy was a little confused. Then, looking at Karina's sad expression, I couldn't help but feel guilty. I really had to bring up the one thing I shouldn't have said. Meanwhile, in the southern forest, at Ant Colony Base Number 2. What's going on? How come such a terrifying race of demonic insects and ants has appeared here? On another hilltop, a figure could be seen staring intently at the space where the winged human camp had once been. It was Luke, who had disappeared for some time. Some time ago, when he was passing through the Sunset Mountains, he was suddenly pinned down by a giant insect, and a legendary energy core was stuffed into his arms. Luke was completely bewildered by what they were saying. Then came a burst of ecstasy, as they regarded him as an envoy of the Southern Forest Beastmen Alliance, saying that he was to return this item to Queen Camilla. Who cares about Camilla or Queen Camilla? Once it's in my hands, why would I give it away? However, When facing the giant worm, Luke made a firm promise, patting his chest and guaranteeing that he would personally deliver it to Queen Camilla. After leaving, Luke, of course, did not sincerely head to the Southern Forest Beastmen Alliance's headquarters, but instead excitedly began collecting materials. Because he discovered that the energy core on his body was actually the extremely rare energy core of an Abyss Lord. Given the Abyss Lord's immortality, it is extremely difficult for any Abyss Lord energy core to be passed down. Ha ha ha! Is even the heavens on my side, Luke? Holding the energy core in his hand, Luke's previously censored plan could finally be carried out again. It should have been more perfect. With that altar that I spent countless efforts to construct, it should have been able to please the will of the Abyss quite well. But now, looking up at the giant demonic insects crawling past from time to time, and at the camp that had changed drastically, Luke's face was somewhat gloomy. So much time has passed, Filty and the others should have left long ago. Luke, who thought there was no one here, was almost scared to death when he arrived. If it weren't for his cautious nature, which led him to observe carefully from a distance first, he might have foolishly run over and would probably be dead by now. Even without the altar, the effect of this Abyss Lord's energy core would probably not be too bad. Luke muttered to himself, having convinced himself, turned and quickly left, returning to the temporary lodging where he had been collecting various materials some time ago. This is a dungeon created by a rabbit-type magical beast, but it has now been taken over by Luke. Let's act quickly, without delay, to prevent any unforeseen circumstances. Back in the cave, Luke sorted through all the materials, then took out an ancient animal hide and began to carve a sacrificial array with his own blood, according to the records on it. Chapter 103 Luke's Inflation. In his early years, Luke obtained a piece of mysterious animal hide, on which was written a method to gain power by pleasing the Abyss. Remembering how close he came to success last time, only to be turned around by the sacrifice at the last minute, Luke's pupils contracted slightly. This time, no one could defeat me, right? After clearing out a large open space, Luke casually cut his wrist and began to bleed in the dimly lit cave. The sacrificial array was not complicated. Following the pattern on the ancient animal skin, Luke quickly carved most of a sacrificial array with a diameter of 2 meters. But, as blood dripped down, Luke couldn't help but let a mad glint appear on his lips. Soon after, as the sacrificial array was completed, a scarlet haze began to linger above it. Ha! Just wait for me, Luke, to return to King's Landing. Luke chuckled softly as a series of despicable faces flashed through his mind. Without starting immediately, Luke checked the magic circle on the ancient animal hide with satisfaction, then took a few steps back and sat directly on a pile of hay. Even with Luke's high-level formal strength, he was somewhat overwhelmed by the amount of blood he had just lost and needed to recover. As he circulated his cultivation technique, a faint glow of elemental energy enveloped Luke. In just a quarter of an hour, Luke's originally pale face turned rosy. All right, let's begin. Carefully taking out the fist-sized Abyss Lord energy core, Luke slowly placed it in the center of the sacrificial array. Then he began to arrange the various bloody materials he had prepared in advance, including parts of insects, monsters, birds, and many other creatures. Luke picked them up and placed them in a special spot on the magic circle. Whoosh whoosh. As the last offering was placed, a strange, foul wind suddenly swept through the entire cave. Then the previously withered sacrificial array seemed to come alive, and scarlet blood began to flow, continuously flowing along the grooves of the sacrificial array. Buzzing. A moment later, the entire sacrificial array glowed brightly red, and a terrifying sense of oppression slowly emanated from it. Baptism of the Abyss. Is this what Baptism of the Abyss is? Feeling the burst of red light, Luke knelt down in ecstasy, then began to pray madly in the manner of the ancient animal skin. Call out. The next moment, the red light that was originally shooting upwards suddenly turned and shone on Luke. As if some law had been invoked, a unique power separated from the red light and quickly entered Luke's body. His clothes were torn, his body suddenly swelled, and even his originally loud voice became low and hoarse. But the pain in his body did not stop. That force penetrated his body, constantly transforming it and even attaching itself to his soul at one point. A strong person. I want to become a strong person. Lying on the ground, Luke's face contorted in pain. He kept repeating this sentence. High-level formal, low-level grandmaster, mid-level grandmaster, high-level grandmaster. Why did it stop? Feeling his ascent to the extraordinary level slowed down, Luke looked up. His appearance had changed drastically. The cavern, which was originally over 4 meters high, could no longer accommodate his height. Its skin had turned bluish-gray, sharp bone spurs protruded from its joints, and fangs were exposed. Its enormous face now had 6 blood-red eyes. Call out. With a swift movement, Luke leaped out of the cave and onto the outside. At 7 meters tall, the field of vision is completely different from before. Power, wonderful power. With a slight clench of his claws, Luke felt a terrifying power instantly generate, a sensation that left him somewhat mesmerized. Swish! With a casual wave of his hand, 2 terrifying energy blades flew out from his hands, which had transformed into claws, and then quickly struck a pile of rocks in the distance. Swish, swish. There was no earth-shattering explosion. Instead, the rock that had been struck by the 2 blood-red light blades was sliced open like tofu. Then, the tilting light blade, undiminished in momentum, plunged directly into the earth, creating 2 bottomless craters. Ha, this power! Seeing his own attack, Luke burst into laughter. No one in Tudun City can stop me now. Philetti, I'll show you what happens when you ruin my plans. Recalling the day Philetti's bloodline suddenly awakened, Luke felt a chill run through him. However, Luke left early and had no idea that Philetti had become a high-level grandmaster immediately upon awakening. He thought she had only just reached the level of a low-level grandmaster. Although it hasn't advanced to legendary level, it's enough for now. Luke turned his head toward Tudun City, grinned menacingly, and was about to leap over. I didn't expect there to be beings who know about this ancient abyssal sacrifice method. Interesting. Suddenly, upon hearing the voice from his side, Luke's massive body abruptly stopped. Who's there? Playing tricks, come out. Scanning his surroundings, Luke spoke in a cold voice. Having just gained immense power, Luke felt an inflated sense of ego and was now fearless. He felt he could tear everything apart. Giggle. I'm out. What do you want from me now? With a soft, charming voice, a figure quietly appeared on a weathered boulder 20 meters away. It has 2 horns on its head and a long tail on its thighs. A flowing black tulle skirt draped over her voluptuous figure, and her stunningly beautiful face wore a seductive smile as her captivating eyes appraised Luke with interest. An abyssal demon? Knowing full well that there was a medium-sized underground passage nearby, Luke wasn't too surprised that an abyss demon would appear in the vicinity. Chapter 104 Abyss Servants. At 5 meters tall, he'd probably only be at the Grandmaster level. At this moment, Luke also scanned the abyss demon that had suddenly appeared before him, a cold smile creeping across his face. Unless one is significantly superior, it's difficult to discern someone's true level within the same transcendent realm. Of course, if the other party doesn't conceal their aura and deliberately exposes it, that's a different story. Ha. Heaven is truly smiling upon me, Luke. Beautiful abyss demon, do you know how powerful I am now? I'm extremely angry about your disrespect just now. However, if you please me and serve me, the great Lord Luke will spare your life today. With 6 eyes staring unabashedly at the abyss demon's graceful body opposite him, Luke excitedly shouted, then raised his arm, and a surge of violent energy instantly gathered. Whoosh whoosh. The violent energy in Luke's hand caused the surrounding rocks and vegetation to tremble, and a fierce wind was generated. It howled past. How about it? Be afraid. Be terrified. Hurry up and please me. Or else. Unleashing the aura of a high-level grandmaster, Luke laughed wildly. To be honest, the abyss demon in front of him was too beautiful. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that he was the most beautiful creature he had ever seen. He originally planned to tear Luke to pieces and kill him after using him. But the more he looked at Luke, the more itchy he became, and he began to feel that it would be a pity to really kill him. Your negligence will only make the great Luke angrier. Seeing the abyss demon staring at him strangely, Luke grew impatient. Then, with a swift movement, the 7-meter-tall, ferocious body appeared directly beside him, licked its lips, and raised its claws to grab at his tall, full, and magnificent member. But the next moment, a feeling of unease suddenly arose. A blinding purple light flashed in his eyes, and Luke found his monstrous, powerful arm suddenly falling to the ground. With a loud thud, his arm slammed into the ground, instantly snapping Luke back to reality. Luke knelt on one knee and howled in pain. In fact, although it was extremely painful, given Luke's temperament, it was impossible for him to show such a reaction. Most of it was an act. He knew that some powerful beings in the abyss loved the painful cries of their enemies, because only in this way could they avoid being annihilated so quickly. You lowly scum, didn't you just ask me to please you? What are you doing? A painful scream? How can you be in pain? Hey, it seems you don't like my way of pleasing you. As she spoke, she raised her slender, jade-like finger again, pointing at Luke kneeling on the ground. No. Great being, please forgive the lowly Luke's offense. I am delighted and pleased that you, the Great One, have severed my arm. Upon seeing the terrifying presence's actions, Luke instantly stopped wailing, quickly changed his expression, and broke into a happy smile, chuckling softly. Giggle. Interesting worm. You're such an interesting piece of trash. Seeing Luke's actions, Anastasia couldn't help but cover her mouth and chuckle, laughing so hard she was shaking. Click. Anastasia stepped forward, reached out and crushed Luke's shoulder bone, a broad smile on her face. Puffed. Upon seeing Luke's other arm, Anastasia grabbed it and ripped it off instantly, sending scorching liquid, like magma, scattering and corroding patches of land. How are you? Are you happy? Taking a step back and looking up at Luke, Anastasia asked softly. Great being, Luke is so happy. Luke is so lucky to be touched by you. Seeing the excitement and joy in his eyes, Luke, who was laughing heartily, couldn't help but put on an even more energetic performance. Giggle. Interesting scum. My name is Anastasia, and I am a powerful lord of the abyss. Now, are you willing to enter into a pact with me and become my eternal servant of the abyss? He stretched out a hand and drew a strange magic circle in the air. Then, a strange purple scroll emerged from the glowing magic circle. A strange purple scroll floated in front of Luke, who suddenly stopped laughing. How could Luke not know about the abyss servant contract? This is one of the most direct and effective ways for abyss lords to control their subordinates. In the abyss, where there is no loyalty or trust, this slave contract is extremely domineering. Once the contract is signed, the abyss servants will never betray their abyss lords. Even the slightest hint of disrespect in their minds will result in a backlash from the contract, let alone the thought of betrayal. What's most domineering about this contract is that if the abyss lord falls, all the abyss servants who sign the contract with him will die instantly. However, Luke wasn't afraid of this, because killing a pit lord was extremely difficult. 1,000 thoughts flashed through his mind as he looked up at the stunningly beautiful face not far away, a face that could instantly arouse boundless desire in anyone. Luke felt like he was grinding his teeth to powder. He was unwilling. He was extremely unwilling. Why am I so unlucky? I succeeded, but I still had to encounter an invincible abyss lord. Why? Screaming inwardly, Luke was on the verge of collapse. But as he watched the interest in the owner of that face slowly fade, a sense of impending death instantly filled his heart. Without further hesitation, a new arm suddenly grew from Luke's severed arm, and then he raised his hand and wrote his name with his blood essence. Whoosh whoosh. As the ritual was completed, the contract scroll in Luke's hand instantly burst into flames and vanished into nothingness in a matter of moments. Well, from now on, life and death are no longer in my own hands, but at least I'm still alive. With a final, spontaneous sigh, Luke looked up at Anastasia with boundless fervor and reverence. Luke knelt down respectfully beside Anastasia and gently kissed her black high heels. You piece of trash, you've given me a pleasant surprise. Get up, come with me to see an official. Anastasia glanced at Luke, then looked towards the distant ant colony base too, and spoke calmly. Chapter 105, The Transformation Mission. Time flies, and an afternoon passes in the blink of an eye. Sunset Mountains, Rock Ant Mountain. Unlike usual, a magical airship full of science fiction elements is now parked at the foot of Rock Ant Mountain, standing out conspicuously in the dense forest at the foot of the mountain. Inside the hood, in a room by a porthole, a dashing female officer with long red hair is speaking to a holographic projection of a man. "General, we have been here all afternoon, but no one has handed us over. Moreover, I discovered that apart from that mysterious adult and his assistant Bennett, there wasn't a single living person in this strange place. They're all huge black ants, General. I wonder if we should evacuate now." Karina Elvis spoke truthfully into the remote communication device. Out of the corner of her eye, Karina watched as those enormous creatures, some several meters long and even over 10 meters long, scurried swiftly across the open space beside her, and a tremor ran through her heart. Those were all extraordinary fluctuations at the Grandmaster level. Although she couldn't sense them specifically, as a mid-level Grandmaster, she was most sensitive to that unique aura. In just a short while, she saw no fewer than hundreds of Master-level extraordinary beings brazenly crawling past. Isn't this the Sunset Mountains? Aren't the Sunset Mountains the outer edge of the southern forest? Logically speaking, Master-level extraordinary magical beasts should not be common, but here they not only appear, but they also appear in large numbers. Lieutenant Colonel Karina, this was originally an extremely confidential piece of information that the kingdom tried its best to keep secret. However, due to the spread of this information by certain individuals, many powerful forces now know about it. Furthermore, I have just consulted with His Majesty Grand Duke Sarab, and your mission has been reassigned. After Karina finished speaking, the Sangyuan holographic projection opposite her shook slightly, and then a vivid voice came through. "General, please speak." Upon hearing this, Karina's expression turned serious. She then stood up straight, gave a military salute, and replied, "The place you are in now is the headquarters of a terrifying demonic insect tribe that has suddenly appeared. When the kingdom first discovered them, after extensive investigation, the danger rating reached the pseudo-natural disaster level. However, His Highness the Grand Duke just spoke to me privately about it." At this point, General Sangyuan paused for a moment. At this moment, Karina was already quite surprised. As an officer in the military system of the Kingdom of Eisen Island, and for a Count family, although she was now in decline, she knew a great deal about the affairs of the Kingdom of Eisen Island. Karina was well aware of what a pseudo-catastrophic level of danger meant. The entire Kingdom of Eisen Island, with its dozen or so provinces and hundreds of millions of people, is such a prosperous and powerful kingdom, yet only rates itself as a pseudo-disaster. But what she had just heard was that in the Sunset Mountains, within an area of only a few thousand miles, there existed a terrifying tribe comparable to the Kingdom of Eisen Island. But this area, spanning thousands of miles, is not even half the size of a province in the Kingdom of Eisen Island. How could it accommodate such a terrifying tribe? Although it's not confirmed yet, since Grand Duke Serapi told me, I think he's probably quite confident, given his personality. His Highness just told me that this tribe's danger rating may very well exceed the pseudo-disaster level. So, your mission is to obediently pilot the horde for him as long as that mysterious being doesn't kick you out. Listen more, observe more, and speak less. Well, at this point, General Sangyuan couldn't help but sigh. I don't ask you to send back any secret messages, just inform me of the movements of that terrifying tribe. Received, Your Excellency General. After listening, Karina realized the seriousness of the problem. Such an unstable factor had appeared between the southern forest and the Kingdom of Eisen Island. Although the Kingdom of Eisen is bordered by southern forest to the south and the sea to the east, it only borders other countries to the west and north. However, the Hylian Kingdom to the north and the Zisalan Kingdom to the west are basically no weaker than the Eisenaya Kingdom in terms of overall national strength, and may even be slightly stronger. Therefore, the Kingdom of Eisen Island has maintained a large number of soldiers stationed at these two borders year-round, and each border is guarded by a high-ranking legendary general. The other two kingdoms were in similar situations, with heavy troops stationed along their borders. After all, when war breaks out between extraordinary kingdoms, it's too late to mobilize troops at the last minute. Once territory is taken away, it's very difficult to take it back. A moment later, with a bang, the holographic projection in front of Karina disappeared. Call. Taking a deep breath, Karina felt a heaviness in her heart. She then sat down on a chair and looked out the porthole at the pristine forest outside. The master-level superhuman ants that occasionally crawled by seemed quite interested in this futuristic behemoth. Passers-by would stop and look at it curiously for a while, some even stretching out their long legs to gently poke it. At times like these, Karina would feel a chill run down her spine. Although the horde is said to be immune to formal-level attacks, in reality, if a formal-level supernatural attack hits the horde's weak points, it can still cause damage. Chapter 106 Luke's Troubles. Not to mention, these demonic insects, each a master-level extraordinary being, are now hammering and banging on the horde. However, whenever this happens, Bennett appears and chases the curious Grandmaster-level demonic ants away. Beyond the pseudo-calamity level? Doesn't that mean they've squeezed into the ranks of truly top-tier powers in the eastern region? Although the Kingdom of Eisen Island is considered a dominant power in the surrounding area, it can only be regarded as a second-rate country in the entire eastern region. Huh? What's that? Karina, who was lost in thought, suddenly noticed two figures who were not rock ants, walking quickly toward Bennett through the porthole. This was the first time Karina had seen anyone other than the extraordinary demon ants besides Bennett after spending the entire afternoon there. Both figures were extremely tall, and the one in front had pointed horns on its head and a long tail that swayed, clearly indicating that it was not human. The other one was even more grotesque, with his upper body bare, his bluish-gray skin resembling weathered rock, and his body covered in protruding bone spurs, making him look particularly ferocious and even less human. However, as they walked, the alien woman leading the group, dressed in black gauze, began to radiate purple light, and her height gradually became the same as that of ordinary humans. The ferocious alien race behind him, acting like bodyguards, remained unchanged. The next moment, Karina suddenly noticed that the woman in the black veil had stopped and was looking directly at her. The instant their eyes met, Karina felt a sharp pain in her eyes. Without hesitation, she quickly looked away from the porthole. Such terrifying perception. Is this a legendary-level expert? Slumped in her chair, muttering to herself, Karina recovered but didn't look out the porthole again. On the other hand, Bennett clearly noticed Anastasia's unusual behavior. What's wrong? That's an apology gift from the Kingdom of Eisen Island to you. Isn't it nice? As someone from a small border town in the southern forest, Bennett actually preferred the Hodgson, having heard about the magic airship before. Now that he had a real one in front of him, how could Bennett not be happy? Just like some ordinary people on Earth in Lin Kong's previous life, they only knew about sports cars worth tens of millions of dollars from the screen or from other people's mouths. Bennett's action of chasing away the curious rock ants that were banging on the horde was entirely spontaneous. He now cherishes the horde dearly. It's quite good. Where's the master now? Turning her head, Anastasia echoed Bennett's words with a sigh of admiration, and then asked softly, "They're resting up there." Upon hearing this, Bennett pointed to the hood docked over there and replied, "Are the adults resting? I'll wait a while." Anastasia hadn't expected her arrival to be so untimely. After a moment's thought, she spoke to Bennett. "Why don't we go upstairs and wait a bit? I think the master should be waking up soon." After Anastasia finished speaking, Bennett turned to look at the Hod and extended an invitation. "Okay, please lead the way." Upon hearing this, Anastasia did not object, nodded, and then politely addressed Bennett. Although Bennett's transcendental rank was only at the mid-level Grandmaster level, which was not even as high as the Abyss servant she had just taken in, Anastasia dared not slack off at all, since she was able to work by the side of that mysterious master. "Wait for me here." Anastasia turned to Luke and said something indifferently, then followed Bennett ahead and slowly walked towards the nearby hood. "Yes, Your Majesty, Anastasia." Upon hearing this, Luke respectfully replied. A moment later, as he watched the man and the demon disappear from sight, Luke's face instantly darkened. Of course, it wasn't that he was unhappy with Anastasia leaving him alone outside, but rather that he was worried about his own safety. As long as he doesn't face Anastasia directly, Luke is still Luke. His mind remains unaffected, except for his unwavering loyalty to Anastasia. Luke never expected that the adult Anastasia had mentioned would actually be here. He had just swindled a legendary Abyss Lord energy core from here. And if things came to light, Luke felt that Anastasia would definitely not protect him. Why is it so hard for me, Luke? Do you think it's easy for me? Thinking about how he had traded his freedom for his life, but was about to face another severe test, Luke felt a lump in his throat. He really wanted to cry. And what's Bennett doing here? And why is Her Majesty Anastasia being so polite to him? Thinking about what had just happened, Luke began to ponder. This was a matter of life and death for Luke, so he couldn't afford to be careless or cautious. Perhaps, now that I look like this, they won't recognize me? Thinking that Bennett had only glanced at him out of curiosity before ignoring him, Luke couldn't help but pray that the terrifying insect from that day would be the same. Because things have come to this point, even Luke, with his deep cunning, doesn't have any particularly good solutions. After surviving one tribulation, heaven immediately arranged another for me. It's one after another. As he spoke, Luke looked up at the already darkening sky and suddenly felt a strange sense of melancholy. Chapter 107 Enchanting Master. Meanwhile, in the room on the top deck of the Hod, Lin Kong yawned and slowly sat up from the bed. To be honest, this was the most comfortable sleep Lin Kong had ever had since he came to this world. A little while later, after getting dressed, Lin Kong went into the living room. The living room was quiet, with only the rock ant guardians on the left and right, their bodies shrunk and lying motionless on the sofa like metal sculptures. Since ordinary energy has no effect on the queen ant now, we need to figure out how to get the other two types of energy. And besides that, the most important thing is one's own extraordinary level. Sitting on another sofa, Lin Kong began to consider his future development. Name, Lin Kong. Gender, male. Age, 26. Rank, low-level apprentice warrior. Normal energy, 9,368,550. Advanced energy, 0. Special energy, 0. Talent, super optimization, datafication of everything. Although he now commands a terrifying ant colony, and even the Grand Duke of the neighboring kingdom holds him in awe, Lin Kong remains humble. Ultimately, those are all external forces at play. I am currently an extraordinary newbie, still at the apprentice level. We still have over 9 million units of ordinary energy left, which is useless to keep. Should we use it on the ant colony? Looking at the information on the virtual screen in front of him, Lin Kong murmured to himself. 1 million units of ordinary energy can optimize a high-level Grandmaster to a low-level Legendary, and 2 million units of energy can optimize a low-level Legendary to a mid-level Legendary. The upgrade from mid-level Legendary to high-level Legendary requires 10 million units of ordinary energy. In other words, Lin Kong's current ordinary energy is not even enough to create a high-level Legendary creature. Name Hod. Status. Normal, undamaged. Structure. Main body is dark blue gold and refined iron. Rank. None, missing most components. It has little destructive power in normal state. Note. A medium-sized magic airship that is missing some components. Board. Lin Kong directly applied his talent for datafication of everything to the entire Horde ship beneath him. Soon after, a series of information appeared on the virtual screen in front of him. Tisk tisk. So that's why Sorby was so agreeable. Turns out he just gave me an empty shell. Looking at the information above, Lin Kong finally understood why the entire Hod appeared so empty. It turned out that the internal components had long been removed. The whole thing is optimizable. Would this kind of man-made airship work? After consuming a little energy to test it, Lin Kong discovered that the Horde could be optimized as a whole. In fact, Lin Kong had already experimented with optimizing non-living entities, but the gains were disproportionate to the costs, so he didn't delve into it further. Just like an ordinary iron sword, Lin Kong can spend energy to upgrade it into an enchanted weapon. However, the energy consumed to optimize to any transcendent rank is the same as that consumed by optimizing the organism. Given the choice between a legendary weapon and a legendary being, Lin Kong would naturally choose the former, so he basically never optimized non-living entities. How about we splurge a little and try optimizing it? Lin Kong hesitated as he pondered the matter. After all, the remaining 9 million units of energy were not insignificant. If he optimized the rock ants, he could create at least 8 or 9 legendary beings. Let's try something else, something smaller first. Bennett, come here for a second. Thinking of this, Lin Kong mentally called out to Bennett, then closed his eyes and waited. Knock, knock, knock. But less than 2 minutes later, Lin Kong noticed a knock on the door. Sir, did you look for me? Hearing Bennett's familiar voice, Lin Kong couldn't help but feel a little moved. Had he been guarding outside all along? Okay, come in here for a moment. I need to talk to you. With a gentle tone, Lin Kong sat up straight and quickly replied. The next moment, with a creak, the door was pushed open. However, Lin Kong noticed that there were quite a few figures standing outside. Not only Bennett, but also the succubus Anastasia and Lieutenant Commander Karina, the captain of the Hot. You can all come in. After a moment's thought, Lin Kong looked at them and spoke. Praise be to the Sir. May the Sir be blessed. Upon hearing Lin Kong's words, the succubus Anastasia smiled sweetly and respectfully replied. On the other side, Karina glanced at her out of the corner of her eye, then said to Lin Kong, who was not wearing a black robe, Greetings, Your Excellency. Although she was surprised by the man's youthful appearance and the fact that he didn't look like a foreigner, Karina remained outwardly calm and showed no sign of it. Please have a seat. Lin Kong beckoned to the 2 rock ant guardians sprawled on the opposite sofa and spoke to them, then looked at Bennett. Do you have a long sword? A long sword? My lord, I usually fight with my fists and rarely use weapons, so I do not carry any weapons, let alone a long sword. Upon hearing this, Bennett paused for a moment, then spoke truthfully. How about I go to Tooting City and buy some? Seeing Lin Kong's somewhat disappointed expression, Bennett scratched his head and said, It's okay, it's fine if you don't have it. After listening to Bennett's words, Lin Kong waved his hand and replied indifferently. Sir, I have a weapon here. At this moment, Karina, who had overheard Lin Kong and Bennett's conversation, reluctantly took out a long sword from her spatial ring. The sword emitted a unique aura of extraordinary power, indicating that it was a master-level enchanted weapon. Chapter 108 Lin Kong's Thoughts. Oh, thank you. Lin Kong reached out and took the long sword from Karina, then smiled and thanked her. Name, Enchanted Longsword. Condition, in good condition. Rank, low-level Grandmaster. I glanced at it, and the general information came to mind. Are there any others of a lower rank? Holding the exquisite long sword and examining it, Lin Kong suddenly turned to look at Karina and asked a question. Yes. After a moment's hesitation, Karina slowly took out a long sword, which was her sword during her formal level. Name, Enchanted Longsword. Condition, in good condition. Rank, intermediate formal level. Karina, who was already heartbroken, felt even more heartbroken when she saw Lin Kong holding one of her long swords in each of his hands. Although he didn't know what this mysterious figure wanted to do, based on the information given by General Sang Yuan, he was afraid that if this being exerted even a little force, his 2 long swords would be ruined. She had originally taken out one sword hoping to gain favor, but when she looked up at the 2 enchanted long swords that had been with her for so long, Karina felt a pang of heartache without batting an eye. Should she have just taken it out? To be honest, Karina is starting to regret it now. However, Lin Kong had no idea what the beautiful red-haired female officer opposite him was thinking. After carefully inspecting the 2 enchanted longswords, Lin Kong began to optimize the mid-level, formal-grade enchanted longsword. It consumed a total of 30,000 units of ordinary energy to slowly optimize it to the low-level Grandmaster level. Buzzing. As Lin Kong manipulated the sword, the long sword in one of his hands began to slowly emit a hazy yellow glow, which gradually intensified and enveloped the entire slender sword. The enchanted longsword's rank has actually increased. At this moment, Anastasia, who had been watching Lin Kong's movements the whole time, was the first to react, looking at the 2 enchanted longswords in Lin Kong's hands with surprise. Praise be to you, sir. I never knew you were such a master enchanter. Karina reached out and took the 2 long swords from Lin Kong. She was still a little confused. In just a short while, the mid-level enchanted longsword had become a low-level master-level one. Even without hearing the words of a legendary alien beside her, Karina herself noticed that the level of her enchanted weapon had clearly increased to the low-level Grandmaster level. Look, what's the difference between these two extraordinary ranks? Lin Kong waved his hand in front of the stunned Karina and asked softly. Okay. Upon hearing Lin Kong's words, Karina quickly looked down and examined the two enchanted weapons in her hands, which she knew very well. Apart from the color and pattern, the extraordinary energy emanating from the two enchanted weapons was almost identical. After a while, Karina raised her head and handed the long sword to Lin Kong. My lord, I can't tell. I think they should look the same right now. Oh, okay. Seeing Karina hand the sword over again, Lin Kong shook his head at her. I've tested it out. You can put it away now. Put it away? Does your excellency mean that I should have both of these swords? Upon hearing this, Karina asked Lin Kong in disbelief. Of course, you've been a great help. Consider this a reward for you. Hearing this, Lin Kong knew she might have misunderstood, so he smiled gently at her and replied, Thank you, sir. Upon hearing this, Karina didn't hesitate any longer. She gently stroked the two long swords and quickly put them into her spatial ring. By the way, I remember there's a medium-sized iron mine nearby, right? Lin Kong gently tapped the head of the rock ant left protector beside him with his finger, and then asked a question after some thought. Yes, your majesty, what is it? Upon hearing Lin Kong's question, the rock ant left protector did not hesitate and answered directly. I have an idea in my head that might require the use of that iron or mine. Let's go, mark Karina's location, and then we'll head over there now. Standing up, Lin Kong said something to the rock ant left protector, then looked at Karina. No problem. Please follow me to the control room. Seeing Lin Kong's gaze sweep over, Karina also stood up abruptly and said something. A short while later, everyone appeared in the control room. Having received an advance notice from Karina, Roy also rushed over quickly. The main control screen enlarged, and thumbnails of various land areas appeared on it. Rock Ant Left Protector's deep eyes swept quickly across the area. Then he raised his leg and pointed to a spot. Is that the place? Okay. Karina, sitting on the main control panel, looked in that direction and then began operating the numerous buttons in front of her. Outside, all the engines of the Houghton started up, and the immense buoyancy lifted it up. The Horde swayed slightly and slowly floated up. Originally, this was not necessary. The engines were originally designed to accelerate loading, but without the air suspension, these engines have become much more useful. Whoosh whoosh. After the hood rose to about 100 meters, it began to fly rapidly. In the control room, Lin Kong looked at the forest scenery, which was crystal clear even in the darkness, on the main control screen, and a smile appeared on his face. The forest at night, illuminated by different halos of light, presents a completely different scene from that during the day. It's dark and has a cool tone, but it gives people a mysterious feeling. It seems as if endless adventures lie ahead, making one want to explore them. Chapter 109 Ice Queen. The flight didn't last long. After crossing about a dozen hills, the massive hood came to a stop. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The cabin door opened, and figures flew out quickly. Of course, Lin Kong couldn't fly, nor did he fly. Instead, he leisurely looked down from the Bifang Firebird. Those staff members who hadn't reached the Grandmaster level also followed behind Lin Kong, experiencing the feeling of using a legendary level magical beast as a flying vehicle. Whoosh whoosh. With a flap of its wings, it stirred up gusts of wind, and soon after, the Bifang Firebird landed on a flat, open space with Lin Kong and the others. Sir, there's no one left inside. What do you need me for? At this moment, looking up at the Horde, which was slowly descending not far away, Karina was a little puzzled and asked Lin Kong next to her. It's nothing. I just feel that the Horde is somewhat unworthy of my status. Upon hearing this, Lin Kong raised an eyebrow and chuckled as he spoke. However, though the speaker meant no harm, the listener took it to heart. Karina, feeling a little uneasy after hearing Lin Kong's joke, said, Well, actually, the Horde was pretty good before its refit. However, before he could finish speaking, Lin Kong raised his hand to interrupt him. Okay, I don't want to hear its history now. Tell me about it another time. Lin Kong glanced at Karina, then leaped back onto the back of the Bafang Firebird beside him. Let's go over there. Pointing to the horde, which had already landed on the ground, Lin Kong spoke to the Bafang Firebird. Whoosh, whoosh. The next moment, the Bafang Firebird carried Lin Kong directly to the sky above the horde. At this moment, against the backdrop of the night, the deep blue main body was completely reflected as black from the outside. That should be the medium-sized iron or mine down there. Let's begin. His gaze swept across the entire horde, and a series of messages appeared on the virtual screen in front of him. Optimization options. Overall optimization. Local optimization. Having decided to go all out, Lin Kong didn't hesitate any longer and started racking up energy by the tens of thousands. After a while, seeing no change, Lin Kong started consuming tens of thousands of units at a time. At this moment, the horde finally showed some changes, and the entire ship began to glow with a cold, deep blue light. Then bring on the 50,000. Looking down at the remaining 7 million energy points, Lin Kong multiplied the value fivefold once more. Buzzing. At this moment, the strange reaction of the Houghton was also noticed by a group of people standing at a distance. Sir, is he enchanting the entire horde? That's far too extravagant. Karina turned to look at Bennett beside her and said something incredulously. How could we possibly fathom the thoughts and methods of our Lord? Upon hearing this, Bennett suppressed a shock, gave a light snort, and replied with a rather smug expression. On the other side, Anastasia was also watching Lin Kong's movements closely, but they were destined to be disappointed, as Lin Kong was not putting on a show at this moment. Standing straight on the back of the Bafang Firebird, arms crossed over their chests, they quietly watched the changes on the horde below, just like the others. Click, click, click. A while later, a series of mechanical grinding sounds began to emanate from inside the hod. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The next moment, something even more surprising happened. A pale yellow halo appeared in each of the 4 directions of the horde. Then these halos shone on the nearby iron ore, and the sparse iron ore was actually drawn up by the yellow halos. It's as if these yellow halos are conveyor belts, constantly transporting the iron ore below to the hod. At first, they were just small pieces, but as time went on, iron ore several meters in diameter was carried away by the yellow aura and quickly disappeared into the interior of the horde. Haha, it really works. At this moment, sensing the peculiar emotional fluctuations within the hod, Lin Kong couldn't help but burst into laughter. Buzzing. Enveloped in a deep blue halo, the horde began to expand strangely, its size and weight constantly increasing. 400 meters, 600 meters, 1,000 meters, 2,000 meters, 3,000 meters. In just a quarter of an hour, the horde, which was originally only a little over 300 meters long, mysteriously expanded to 3,000 meters. Stretching across the sky, the icy blue halo gradually faded as its size stopped increasing. Click, click, click. With a sound of machinery grinding, the unmanned Houghton slowly rose into the air again, with none of its engines running. What? I didn't set it to automatically hover. On the other side, seeing the drastically changed appearance of the horde, Karina raised her hand to cover her mouth and exclaimed in surprise. Ha ha! Ice Queen, say hello to everyone. Not long after, Lin Kong flew back to the group on the Bafang Firebird, and then smiled and said to the huge airship in the distance. Yes, Commander. As soon as she finished speaking, a clear and cold female voice appeared in everyone's ears. Hello, my name is Ice Queen. I am the upgraded version of the previous horde system, and now the intelligent system of the Ice Queen. As the Ice Queen finished speaking, a massive airship in the distance extended a huge mechanical arm with a creaking sound and waved to the crowd. What is this? Sensing the terrifying, extraordinary energy emanating from it, Anastasia suddenly felt that her thousands of years of knowledge were somewhat shallow. Name, Ice Queen. Status, normal, undamaged. Composition, refined iron, dark blue gold. Rank, high-level legendary. Note, a unique metallic life form with computing power comparable to a high-level natural disaster. From today onwards, the hood will be renamed the Ice Queen. With a satisfied look at the information about the Ice Queen, Lin Kong smiled and spoke softly to the crowd. Chapter 110, The Chaotic Blackrock Town. Blackrock Town noon. The town, which should have been peaceful, was now in chaos, with crowds of people fleeing everywhere, carrying bundles of all sizes. You lowly people, get out of the way. You are blocking Lord Sal's path. Clap, clap, clap. At this moment, on the main street of Blackrock Town, 3 magnificent carriages were hurrying out of the town, but the road was full of running crowds. A burly man with a fierce look and a long whip stood on the front carriage, waving the whip and striking directly into the crowd. The sound of slapping was incessant, and in an instant, several ragged civilians were whipped until their skin was torn and bleeding. Ugh! Some cried out in pain and turned to glare angrily. But when they saw that it was Lord Sal's carriage, they gave it a fierce look but dared not go any further. Ha! Pa! A lowly person should act like a lowly person. The burly man with the whip looked around at the people's behavior with great enjoyment, spat on the ground, and laughed loudly. Soren, you bastard, what are you dawdling for? Hurry up and take me out of here. At this moment, a fat head with blonde hair and a red nose poked out of the carriage and shouted at the burly man with the whip who had been swaggering around earlier. Yes, Lord Sal, I taught those lowly people who were blocking the way a lesson. Upon hearing this, the burly Zilong turned around with a fawning expression and bowed slightly. Hurry, we must reach Tudun's city before dark, or we're all doomed. Lord Sal shouted, retreating back into the carriage, but his words still carried. The people around who were still packing their luggage suddenly fell silent, then gritted their teeth, threw away most of their heavy items, and began to flee lightly. At first, the villagers of Blackrock Town thought it would take some time for the army of monstrous demons from the underground caves to arrive. However, as Lord Sal's loud shouts spread, the noise in the entire Blackrock Town immediately subsided considerably. Time passed slowly, and it was not yet evening. The once bustling town, which housed thousands of people, was deserted with overturned items and scattered bags and packages everywhere. There were even several bodies that had been trampled to death, lying mangled and forlorn in various parts of the street. Quack, quack, quack. Swish, swish. Several crows with outstretched wings flew over from a distance and landed on the rooftops and eaves not far from the corpse, or on the forks of the withered yellow trees nearby. It flapped its wings, carefully preening its jet-black feathers with its beak, but its eerie, blood-red eyes were fixed on the corpse below. Knock, knock, knock. But a short while later, just as the crows were about to take action, the sound of a great earthquake suddenly came from afar. The wary crows took flight and circled twice, their eyes fixed on the direction from which the sound was coming. It was a dozen or so multi-armed giants, each over 10 meters tall, with sharp horns on their heads, mouths full of sharp teeth, and their bodies emitting wisps of black smoke, rushing about at high speed. Judging from the direction they were heading, it was the direction of Blackrock Town. At first, the crows only saw a dozen or so, but soon after, from behind those dozen or so multi-armed trolls, cave monsters emerged one after another. From a distance, these strangely shaped cave monsters, most of which are 3 meters tall, almost covered the horizon. Some were humanoid, some were animaloid, and some had other strange forms. Clearly, these cave monsters were corrupted by the power of the abyss after their deaths, resulting in some kind of distortion. Not only were their entire bodies shrouded in black smoke, but their appearances were also hideous and terrifying. Quack, quack, quack. A few crows stared at the corpse on the ground for a while, but in the end, they flapped their wings and fled before the cave monster arrived. Clearly, their instinct to seek good fortune and avoid harm allowed them to escape a calamity. Boom! Boom! The army of corpse demons officially stormed into Blackrock Town, but after sensing that there was no one there, more than a dozen enormous multi-armed trolls leading the charge roared angrily to the sky. Roar! Not long after, this army of over 10,000 cave monsters began to move again. However, after they left, not only did the corpses on the street disappear, but all the livestock and birds in the town also vanished. After the cave monsters left for a while, many adventurers and superhumans dressed as mercenaries began to carefully return to the town. I never imagined that what that guy who spread the rumor was actually true. On the rooftop of a building on the main street stood 3 figures, Philotai, Abel, and Cags. She is a certified wizard, and her methods are extremely bizarre. The key is that she possesses something that attracts cave monsters. I even suspect that the cave monsters that suddenly appeared in Blackrock Town were deliberately lured here by her. Philotai, a high-level Grandmaster, is arguably the most powerful superhuman in Blackrock Town. Not long ago, when that masked mystery man appeared, he began to spread the news that the cave monsters were wandering over. Philotai was the first to react, but initially, everyone scoffed at the news she was telling them and didn't believe it at all. However, Philotai had been secretly following her, because although the person was a formal wizard, Philotai's extraordinary level far surpassed hers, and she could immediately see through her cultivation level. Chapter 1:11 Commoner Melina. Why would a fully fledged extraordinary wizard, instead of studying wizardry models in a big city and enjoying a privileged life, come to this remote town to spread rumors? Not to mention Philotai, it would be hard for anyone else to believe it. Seeing that it had no effect, the masked mystery woman changed her approach. She went to the mansion of Lord Sal, the only nobleman in Blackrock Town, and directly displayed her powerful strength. It's unclear what she said to Lord Sal, but shortly after, Lord Sal issued a town-wide mobilization notice, and she herself fled Blackrock Town in terror. Most commoners were willing to believe Lord Sal, the only nobleman in Blackrock Town, which led to what just happened. Philotai, what do we do now? Looking at the deserted Blackrock Town, Abel turned to Philotas and asked in a low voice. This might be a good opportunity. Regardless of the mysterious person's purpose, I think this group of powerful cave monsters will definitely cause some trouble for Tooting City. Upon hearing this, before Philotai could even speak, Kags, who was standing next to him, said a few words first. Yes, Kags is right. This may be a good opportunity. Philotai looked in a direction outside the town, suddenly spoke meaningfully, then waved to Kagas and Abel, and quickly leaped towards Tooting City. I don't know how you managed to get those cave monsters here, but since you informed them beforehand, they're probably not really evil people. Thinking it over, Felicity glanced in that direction again out of the corner of her eye, then stopped paying attention. At that moment, a green magic circle appeared out of thin air on the canopy of a tall, broad-leaved tree outside the town, and then a veiled, silver-haired woman stood calmly on the canopy. Did they find me? I never expected that such a remote town would have a high-level, Grandmaster-level expert. Her voice was somewhat cold, and her exposed eyes were covered in black eyeshadow, which clashed with her silver-white hair. Eve Curacao, the Black God Bishop, discovered that there weren't many deaths there. What happened? A moment later, a scarlet wizard's eye began to materialize not far in front of him, and it emitted a sinister sound. There are Grandmaster-level extraordinary experts here, and quite a few at the formal level as well. Your information is completely wrong. Upon seeing the wizard's eye, Eve Curaçao's eyes flashed with disgust, but after she finished speaking, she still coldly replied. Is that so? A Grandmaster-level expert? The Black God Bishop was furious that the prayer failed this time, and he doesn't care about any reasons there. Upon hearing Eve's reply, the wizard's eye swayed left and right, then emitted a sinister sound before vanishing abruptly. Snort. Upon hearing this, Eve Curaçao snorted coldly, and then her figure slowly merged into the tree and disappeared. Meanwhile, several miles away from Blackrock Town, Melina, they really came, didn't they? A beautiful blonde woman with blue eyes and a few wrinkles on her face looked up and asked the girl who had climbed up the tree. Thump. Yes, Mom. We're so glad we came out early. After jumping down from the tree branch several meters high, Melina rolled gently to dissipate most of the impact, then slowly stood up, brushed the dust off her clothes, and walked to her mother. Although Melina is only 16 years old this year, she is taller than her mother, who is over 30. She is wearing men's equestrian clothes and high leather boots. With her waist-length golden hair flowing smoothly down, her large, deep blue eyes sparkling, and her delicate face, Melina exudes youthful vitality at all times. It's not safe here either. I think they're heading towards Tooting City. Mom, shall we go? Melina walked up to the beautiful woman and asked. We must go. We must get the protection of Lord Adolf. Otherwise we will have nowhere to escape. The army of cave monsters will devour all life along the way. Only Tooting City is safe. Not only are there countless extraordinary city guards there, but it is also rumored that Baron Adolf is a master-level extraordinary being. The beautiful woman spoke of Adolf with great reverence, clearly admiring him for his immense power and noble birth. The reason she was in such a hurry to go to Tooting City was that she was afraid there might be scattered cave monsters wandering around. No matter how powerful he is, he's just a vicious nobleman who only knows how to exploit the common people. However, young Melina clearly had a different opinion about Baron Adolf, and with a slight snort through her high nose, she muttered something under her breath. Melina, don't say that. Baron Adolf is a trustworthy nobleman. Upon hearing this, the beautiful woman gave Melina a slightly stern look, knowing that it would be bad if someone with ulterior motives overheard her privately slandering a nobleman. Yes, Melina, how could you speak of the city lord like that? The next moment, a playful voice reached Melina and her mother's ears. Both of them were shocked. What they had just said in private was nothing, but if it were reported to the nobles, Melina's fate would be very tragic. Chapter 112, 3 Silver Coins Save Life. Ah, Rulai, you scary little wildcat. Turning her head and seeing the person who had come, Melina patted her chest, suppressed her worry, ran up to the person, grabbed their hand, and said in a somewhat annoyed tone, Hey, how about that? Scared you, huh? Rulai and Melina were about the same age, but Rulai was a little shorter, about 1.6 meters tall. She had brown hair, pale yellow eyes, and was dressed in a commoner's linen robe. Hello, Mrs. Tussle. Turning her head, Rulai smiled and greeted Melina's mother. Okay, let's take a shortcut and set off quickly. We'll talk about it on the way. Mrs. Tussle nodded and spoke to the two women standing together. Good. With that, they headed toward Tooting City. Although the mountain path was thorny and rocky and extremely difficult to traverse, fortunately, the three women were all in good physical condition, and as time went by, they got closer and closer to Tooting City. As evening approached, with the sun still casting its last rays, the south gate of Tooting City was bustling with noise, filled with a large number of refugees fleeing the city. Herald, clatter! Soon after, several knights in iron armor slowly walked out from in front of the castle gate and gently reined in their horses. Sir, please let us in. Sir, please let us in. The leading armored knight looked at the hundreds of ragged, weathered civilians gathered at the entrance, carrying large and small bags, and gave a light snort. The city lord has decreed that anyone seeking refuge in the city must pay 3 silver coins. Alas, everyone should also be understanding of the city lord. At this moment, a middle-aged man dressed in a black robe and with a beard, resembling a butler, stepped out from behind the armored knight. There are now about 10,000 civilians in the open space in the city. The space is only so big, so the city lord is in a dilemma. That's why he came up with this solution. It's only 3 silver coins. If you have that, you can enter the city and survive. The middle-aged, bearded steward looked at the commoners stationed near the castle and shouted loudly. What? It costs 3 silver coins to enter Tooting City. Mrs. Tusser, Melina, and Rulai, who had just arrived and were still a little out of breath, exclaimed in surprise. Madame Tussle, who had high hopes for Adolf, looked extremely displeased. Her companions, Melina and Riley, fared better, as the young women had never had a good impression of the nobility. Especially for Rulai, whose entire family was indirectly killed by nobles. Leaving her to struggle alone, how could she possibly have a good impression of these nobles? My lord, didn't we take refuge in the city for free during the previous beast tide? Besides, Tooting City is so big. Why are you charging 3 silver coins this time? Undeterred, Mrs. Tussle pushed her way to the front and asked loudly. The last time was the last time, and the fact that the city lord was able to save you once is already an act of great kindness. Upon hearing this, the tall, armored knight glanced at Lady Tussle and said coldly, Cough, cough. Meanwhile, the meticulously groomed, middle-aged butler with a beard, whose eyes lit up upon seeing the stunningly beautiful Lady Tussle, cleared his throat and said, This lady, actually, the city lord. But before he could finish speaking, Mrs. Tussle squeezed out again. She was no longer a fledgling. Faced with the bearded butler's burning gaze, Mrs. Tussle knew without a second thought what he was thinking. Normally, Even though she's been single for 7 years, she wouldn't mind having something happen with the well-off city manager's wife. But not right now. The army of cave monsters roamed the area, with Melina and that poor Rulai following along. If they choose that method to enter the city, not only her, but also Melina and Rulai will definitely have a hard time escaping. They are too young. Mrs. Tussle is responsible for them. Moreover, as a butler serving nobles, Madame Tussle had heard some of the legendary peculiar hobbies of the nobility. 3 silver coins are nothing to a well-off family, and even an ordinary family can barely afford them. However, neither Mrs. Tussle nor the other commoners who were standing near the castle were poor people who barely had enough to eat or even lacked food. Where would they have 3 silver coins to buy half a year's worth of food? Knock, knock, knock. At that moment, the distant horizon began to tremble, emitting a sound like the rumble of a large army marching. Monsters! It's an army of cave monsters roaming over here. Some people standing on high ground looked out and saw the billowing black smoke spreading in the distance. Their faces changed drastically, and they jumped down from the boulders, shouting loudly to the people around them. "Sir, please let us in. We'll make it up to you afterwards." Hearing the tremors and shouts, the civilians present panicked and knelt down, pleading with the armored knights blocking the castle gates to come. "Enter if you have money, get out if you don't." Whoosh! Click, click! Drawing his ornate long sword from his waist, the lead armored knight raised his sword and shouted coldly, "Go back! Close the door!" With his eyes scanning the distant horizon, the lead armored knight narrowed his eyes slightly upon seeing the billowing black smoke, but he didn't panic much. He said something to the group behind him and then immediately reined in his horse and turned back. "Screw it, let's all charge in. Cold-blooded bastard, let's charge. There are so many of us. Anyway, the monster pack is coming up behind us. Everyone charge." As the castle gates were about to close, some people became impatient, spitting at the knights guarding the area and shouting at the top of their lungs. Charge! Chapter 113, 2 Capable Women. With someone taking the lead, and driven by the threat of death, most of them no longer feared the oppression of power and the swords of knights, and with red eyes, they surged toward the castle gates that were about to close. "Humph, you damned lowly commoners. The lord of the city has personally conferred the title of knight upon you, Stormblade Rivendare, and hereby sentences you rioters to death." The leading armored knight gave a soft snort, extended his long sword, and began to slowly cover it with orange-red battle aura. Storm sword slash. Whoosh! A sword aura over 3 meters long slashed directly at the onrushing civilian. How could an ordinary person's flesh and blood possibly survive an attack from a mid-level, formal-level transcendent? Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Ah. But. The bodies were dismembered, limbs severed, and crimson blood splattered everywhere in front of the castle gates, while dozens of people in the front row lay on the ground, wailing in agony. Tada! Having killed more than a dozen people in front of him with a single blow, Raven glanced coldly at the terrified civilians who dared not approach any further, and gently rode his horse back into the castle. "Close the door. Be on high alert." With a creak, with a cold, deep shout, the city gate was slammed shut, leaving behind only a pool of blood and wounded people lying on the ground, groaning in pain. They just died like that. At the very back, Melina and Rulai hugged each other, staring blankly at the crimson castle gate. Clearly, the scene they had just witnessed had had a significant impact on them. They didn't die in the mouths of monsters, but rather by the sword of Rivendare, who was also human. "Mom, what do we do?" Melina turned her gaze to Mrs. Tussle beside her, her voice trembling, but after taking a deep breath, she calmed down and slowly spoke. "Go to the Sunset Mountains. The terrain there is complicated, and, I know, a hiding place that might be able to escape the keen sense of smell of the cave monsters." Before Mrs. Tussle could speak, Rulai spoke up instead. "Okay, I'll listen to Rulai." At this moment, although Mrs. Tussle was in a slightly better state than the two, she was also flustered. Upon hearing that Rulai had a place to hide, she spoke up without hesitation. "Follow me." Rulai walked in front, quickly running towards a dense forest on the side, with Mrs. Tussle and Melina following closely behind. "Oh no, speed it up." But a moment later, Melina, who was walking at the very back, turned her head and glanced at the scene. Her expression changed slightly, and she spoke up to remind him. 5 corpse wolves. We're really lucky. Rulai glanced back at him and frowned. About 300 or 400 meters away from them, 5 corpse wolves, only slightly larger than domestic dogs, sniffed the air and then ran towards the 3 of them. Meanwhile, the vanguard of the cave monsters was already not far from the city gate of Tudun. The billowing black smoke was terrifying to behold, especially the thousands of corpse wolves acting as scouts, which made people's scalps tingle. Meanwhile, some civilians still waiting at the castle gate had already been attacked by these zombie wolves. They were still struggling in their last moments, pounding on the gate in the hope of being saved. Howl! The terrifying howls of wolves, interspersed with several loud roars, rose and fell, shaking the very soul. We need to speed things up. The zombie wolves are moving faster than us. Keeping a close eye on the 5 zombie wolves chasing behind her, Melina caught up with Mrs. Tussle, who was running in the middle, and spoke up. Phew, I've done my best. After a while, slightly out of breath, Mrs. Tussle said with difficulty. Although Mrs. Tussle was physically fit from her frequent labors, she was already exhausted after an afternoon of trekking, and the high-intensity running was simply too much for her. Don't worry about me. You guys go first. Run as far as you can. Turning her head to look, she saw only a few dozen meters behind her, and Mrs. Tussle anxiously spoke to young Melina and Rulai. Wait, there's a huge rock ahead. Upon hearing this, neither Melina nor Rulai sped up. Instead, they followed Mrs. Tussle's lead. Looking at the boulder ahead, Melina's eyes lit up. The gap between the boulder and the mountain wall can only accommodate 2 people at most. That means if we fight the zombie wolves there, we'll only face attack from 2 zombie wolves at the same time. Good. Rulai nodded after listening. What are you doing? Corpse wolves are not ordinary wild wolves. But Mrs. Tussle, hearing her daughter and Rulai's words, became somewhat angry and shouted. I'll hold them off there. You keep running. Mom, we can't outrun them no matter how fast we run. Only by eliminating them can we survive. Holding Mrs. Tussle's hand, Melina and the other 2 quickly ran into the crevice between the boulders and the mountain wall. Then Melina and Rulai walked to the entrance, watching the approaching corpse wolves with bated breath. Click! With a finely crafted dagger now in her hand, Rulai's eyes sharpened. When did you get your weapons? Mrs. Tussle was somewhat astonished to see her daughter draw a soft sword from her waist and Rulai hold a delicate dagger. Don't worry, Mom, we'll be fine. Turning back with a smile, Melina spoke confidently. Chapter 1:14 Hiding. Whoosh! The leading corpse wolf had already pounced, and seeing its prey stop, it couldn't wait to rush forward. Howl! The grotesque head, with its dark red flesh turned outwards and 4 exposed canine teeth reeking of blood, lunged at the 2 women blocking its way. Leg! Neck! Call out! Melina, who was holding the slender soft sword, was a little nervous at first, but as the corpse wolf pounced at her feet, her brain reacted quickly. The long sword in his hand swept towards the raised forelimbs of the corpse wolf like a flash of silver light. Just as Melina's long sword passed by, Rulai, holding the dagger in reverse, struck out instantly, using the tension in her elbow to stab the corpse wolf in the neck. Puffed! The nearly 20-centimeter long dagger sank completely into the hole, and a smile just appeared on Rulai's lips. Puff! Retreat quickly. Melina, who had stepped aside, quickly pulled Rulai back a moment later, preventing her from having her forelimbs severed, her neck pierced, and the corpse wolf raising its head to bite. How is this possible? Why isn't it dead? Rulai glanced at the dagger in her hand, which was covered in red and black blood, and couldn't help but gasp in surprise. However, she didn't go forward to take a closer look because the 4 lagging corpse wolves had already arrived. However, because the first zombie wolf's forelimbs were severed, it convulsed and rolled in the narrow opening at the entrance. The other zombie wolves that arrived later merely sniffed at it gently and did not attack immediately. Even if you don't kill it, cutting off its legs will turn it into a harmless sheep. Melina licked her lips, clearly eager to try. Although the corpse wolf wasn't the first wild animal she had killed, it was the first time she had killed one in front of her mother, which made her want to show off even more. Is that Zell? What did that bastard teach you? Mrs. Tussle, standing behind the 2 women, calmed down. She knew exactly what was wrong with the two women who were always under her watchful eye. Mom, don't blame Uncle Zell. We both did it voluntarily. Upon hearing this, Melina blinked her big eyes. Although she was still cautiously facing the 4 zombie wolves in the crevice, she and Rulai were both slightly relieved that they had just easily dealt with one of them. They discovered that the corpse wolves were only somewhat repulsive in appearance. Otherwise, they weren't much different from ordinary wild wolves. Of course, that is if you ignore the fact that they could survive having their necks pierced. Rulai, you should step back a little. Since they can't be killed, I'll just sever their limbs first. Although she had only learned swordsmanship from Uncle Zell for 3 years, Mylena was confident that she could deal with a howling corpse wolf in front of her without taking any damage in this place. The gap between the boulder and the mountain wall is barely a meter wide, making it difficult for 2 people to walk side by side. Although it's impossible to wield a 1.2-meter-long soft sword like that, there's no hindrance to making diagonal, circular slashes up and down. In this way, she can easily create a sword net to block the zombie wolf's attack. Whoosh! The dark red eyes were fixed on the 3 women in the crevice. Finally, the zombie wolves couldn't wait any longer and directly stepped over their fallen companions of the crevice. Whoosh! Come on, you damn monster! Gripping her long sword tightly, Melina kept her eyes fixed on the movements of the zombie wolves, while her soft sword lashed out swiftly. In places like this, having a long weapon is a huge advantage. You don't need to worry about other directions, just block the front. But, a while later, the corpse wolves, who knew nothing of fear and were left only with their hunting instincts, had all their limbs cut off by Melina and were piled up in layers in the crevices. You bastard Zell, what have you done to my lovely daughter? At this moment, Mrs. Tussle came up, grabbed Melina, and checked her over. Are you all right, my darling? I'm fine, Mom. Melina turned around and hugged Mrs. Tussle, her voice filled with excitement. That bastard Zell, I'll definitely give him a piece of my mind the next time I see him. At that moment, Mrs. Tussle thought of someone and muttered curses under her breath, but she couldn't hide the gratitude in her eyes. Although she resented Zell for making her daughter get her hands dirty with blood, she thought that in such a chaotic world, perhaps it would be better to live like this. To hell with ladies, to hell with aristocratic etiquette, to hell with them all. Nothing beats the dashing female knight in this moment. Let's hurry. The cave monsters might soon disperse and sweep away all life in the surrounding area. Rulai stepped forward and hugged the 2 women, then said something. Okay, Rulai, you continue leading the way. As the 3 women quickly left, the surroundings returned to calm, leaving only a few corpse wolves tangled together in the crevice, twitching incessantly. As time passed, the 3 walked for a long time before stopping at the foot of a smooth, massive rock wall. There's a cave about 20 meters above, and it is very deep inside. It should be a good place to hide. When Rulai explained, Melina's face lit up. So, it really is a good place. How did you find such a hidden place? Turning to look at Rulai, Melina raised an eyebrow and asked with a light laugh. Could it be that you discovered it by accident while having a secret rendezvous with someone? No. It was when I was little, my father brought me here a few times. I haven't been here for several years since they left, and I don't know if it's still the same as before. Rulai's tone became a little strange as she said this. I'm sorry, Rulai. It's all right, Melina. So much time has passed. Although I still miss them from time to time, I've gotten used to it now. How do we get up there? At this moment, Mrs. Tussle, standing to the side, frowned slightly as she looked at the smooth mountain wall in front of her, clearly not finding any place to climb. Come with me. Faced with Mrs. Tussle's doubts, Rulai did not explain, but instead waved to the 2 of them, signaling them to follow her. Chapter 1:15 Battle in the Dense Forest. The 3 walked to the left for a while, and then a small pond appeared in front of them, and the surrounding greenery was obviously more abundant than in other places. This was done by my father back in the day. Rulai walked to a dead tree near the mountain wall, then took out her dagger and pried open the bushes surrounding it. Soon a tree hole appeared. Crouching low, Rulai slipped inside and waved to Mrs. Tussle and Melina. Wow, this place is huge. Upon entering the tree hollow, Melina couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. After crawling through the low tree hollow, the space suddenly opened up, and it didn't feel too crowded even though it could accommodate 3 people. Crack! Rulai smiled after hearing this, but did not explain. Instead, she reached out and pulled on the rope hanging down from above. No problem, let's go up. After a few gentle tugs, Rulai's expression brightened, and she slowly climbed upwards using the rope and the rough texture inside the tree hole. At night, 3 men covered in blood moved swiftly through the dense forest. The one in the lead held a long steel sword and was tall and burly. Behind him were 2 men, a young, red-haired man and a middle-aged, bearded man dressed as a butler in a black robe. What's going on? Why is an army of cave monsters blocking the city gate? And there are more than a dozen Grandmaster-level troll leaders in the team. We can't get in through the south gate at all now. I don't know if my father has sent anyone to rescue me yet. The red-haired young man was none other than Adolf's 4th son, Beck Hebrew, a 30-year-old high-level apprentice swordsman who was not far from becoming a formal-level extraordinary swordsman. As luck would have it, he went out of town to play in the morning, but when he returned to town in the evening, he encountered a group of cave monsters. Don't worry, young master. When a master finds you missing, he should send people out to look for you. Let's shake off the cave monsters behind us first. Angus, the tall guard in front, was keeping watch over the surroundings, but after hearing Baker's words, he turned around and offered a few words of comfort. I hope so. I'm afraid there are more than a dozen trolls besieging the city gate, and my father will have no time to take care of me. And if it weren't for Lieutenant Colonel Spot and that Grandmaster-level wizard stationed outside the city, those trolls would probably have already flown into the city and wreaked havoc. Roar. However, the next moment, as Baker finished speaking, several violent roars came from the surroundings and quickly approached the 3 of them. Damn it! Those cave monsters have such a keen sense of smell. Even though they are just some scattered monsters that have wandered off, don't let your guard down. Standing in front of the 2, Angus spoke in a deep voice, looking ready for battle. Come on, you disgusting ghouls. Drawing his longsword, Asda, his face grim, gave a cold shout to the dozen or so cave monsters rushing towards him. Young master, what should I do? As an ordinary, unarmed man, the black-robed, bearded butler panicked as he watched the approaching cave monsters. The middle-aged, bearded butler deeply regretted his previous choice, thinking, if I had known, I wouldn't have come out to have fun with young Master Baker. Stand behind me. Beck Heber glanced at the middle-aged, black-robed butler, then said softly, gripping his longsword tightly as he faced the approaching low-lying lesser demons. Young master, you are truly the most valiant nobleman under the heavens. Upon hearing this, the middle-aged butler in black robes eagerly hid behind Baker Hebrew, praising him excitedly. Call out. The little demon, emanating black energy, swung its claws toward Asda. Asda's eyes swept over it. He lunged forward instead of retreating, rapidly channeling his fighting spirit into his longsword. Whoosh! With a single sword strike, Asda beheaded a lesser demon comparable to a mid-level apprentice warrior. He then turned and struck again, repelling another lesser demon that attacked from the right. 3 grand lesser demons at the formal level and 7 lesser demons at the apprentice level. Young master, you'll move around and kill those lesser demons. I'll handle the great imp. Angus's longsword shone even brighter than Beck Hebrew's, and with a simple swing, he repelled the 3 grand lesser demons that were attacking him. If I hadn't expended so much energy earlier, I would have wiped you disgusting bastards out with a single sword strike long ago. Conserving his internal energy, Angus dared not unleash his ultimate move, otherwise his endurance would be insufficient, and if another wave of wandering cave monsters came later, it would be truly dangerous. Although it takes a little longer, the energy will not be consumed in large quantities. Whoosh whoosh. After carefully killing another low-level apprentice-level lesser demon, Beck Hebrew retreated to the side, slightly out of breath, and then stared intently at the remaining 4 lesser demons. Go to hell. He swept his long sword horizontally, striking at the 3 little demons that pounced on him. Young master, save me. At that moment, the middle-aged butler behind Baker Hebrew was pierced through the chest by the claws of another high-ranking lesser demon. His eyes widened and his mouth, dripping blood, was slightly open. Snort. Without hesitation, Beck Hebrew turned and beheaded the high-ranking apprentice-level lesser demon who had killed the middle-aged black-robed butler. Then, he rolled on the ground to dodge the attacks of the other 3 lesser demons. What? Lying on the ground, the middle-aged butler stared intently at Baker Hebrew. He had clearly been aware of what was happening behind him. So why did he wait until the claws pierced through him before turning around to kill the lesser demon? Help me draw attention in one direction. Your life is valuable. At this moment, Angus, a mid-level formal-grade swordsman, finally managed to deal with the 3 formal-grade great inferior demons around him, and then quickly came to Beck's side. Chapter 116, Bloodthirsty Monster. After glancing at the middle-aged butler in black robes, Baker Hebrew paid him no mind. He was just an ordinary servant. His Hebrew family had plenty of them. Whoosh whoosh. With just 3 sword strikes, Angus severed the heads of the remaining 3 lesser demons. He glanced around, sheathed his sword, and upon seeing the black-robed butler's corpse, he didn't even flinch, remaining utterly indifferent. Young master, let's go. Good. Beck took out a gauze scarf and wiped the long sword in his hand. Hearing this, Beck nodded and quickly left with Angus in front of him. But soon after, 2 large demons, each nearly 4 meters tall, slowly approached from a distance, each clutching the flesh of an unknown behemoth, frantically biting and swallowing as they walked. Tap tap. Bright red blood and scattered pieces of flesh fell to the ground from time to time, making a dripping sound. Roar. However, as they approached the pile of dead cave monster corpses, 2 high-ranking Grand Lesser Demons rushed over at high speed, letting out huge roars. Sniff! Their bloodshot eyes scanned their surroundings. Then they began to sniff lightly. A moment later, the 2 great demons identified a direction and sped off. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Young master, there should be someone up there. Soon after, Angus and Beck stood back to back, nervously watching 2 ferocious demons not far away. Beck felt his luck was absolutely terrible. His group had just been attacked by a small group of wandering dungeon monsters, and soon after, they were targeted by 2 powerful high-ranking Grand Lesser Demons. Fortunately, Angus was a highly skilled, mid-level formal, transcendent swordsman. Although he had suffered considerable losses after fighting for half a day, he was able to hold on for a while by fighting and retreating. But that won't work now. Just now, a powerful lesser demon went berserk and ignored Angus's attacks, charging forward with its sharp claws, almost cutting Angus in half. Although Angus's sword pierced the body of the great lesser demon, it only slightly affected its mobility. On the other hand, Angus lost almost half of his fighting power. The massive loss of blood caused Angus to feel dizzy and disoriented, but thanks to his powerful senses as a mid-level formal expert, he could still sense that there were other people above them. Friend, I am Beck Hebrew, son of the Lord of Tudun. I don't know if my friend can help me, but I will definitely repay your kindness. Upon hearing Angus's words, Baker Hebrew was overjoyed. Above them was a smooth rock wall with almost no foothold. Only an apprentice-level expert, or even higher, could get up there. Mrs. Tussle, what do we do? The 3 women stood atop a rock face more than 20 meters high, scanning the 2 people and 2 towering monsters below. Rulai couldn't help but ask a question in a low voice. Lower the rope. After all, he is the son of a nobleman. Madame Tussle's face was conflicted, but her deep-seated fear and longing for the nobility still led her to make the decision to save the person. Mom, we should do this. Melina was clearly reluctant. Not only had Uncle Zell told them a lot about the nobility, but they had also been influenced by their upbringing and didn't have much affection for those high-ranking nobles. Melina, listen to the lady. Rulai, who was standing nearby, threw down one end of the rope they had gathered. Whoosh! When Beck saw that there was indeed movement above, he was overjoyed, but he was a little puzzled when he saw that it was a piece of rope. Young master, you go up, I'll cover your retreat. With one hand clutching his bleeding abdomen and the other gripping his longsword, Angus turned to Asda and spoke. Smash it! Roar! However, the 2 large lesser demons beside them finally stopped waiting and roared twice before rushing towards the 2 of them. Run! Ha-ha, cut! 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 You bastards! He unleashed his last bit of fierce Yuan power and used his strongest fighting and sword techniques to directly confront the two roaring, inferior demons. I will definitely take good care of your family. You are a brave knight. Seeing Angus blocking the two corpse demons, Beck grabbed the rope and quickly climbed up, reaching the rock wall more than 20 meters high in just a breath. In fact, as a high-level apprentice swordsman, he could even leap more than 20 meters high with a running start. Thank you all. Beck, who went up, did not look back at Angus's fate, but bowed his head and gave a standard knightly salute. But the next moment, after looking up and seeing the situation beside him, Beck's expression immediately changed, and he exclaimed in shock and anger, "The three of you are all ordinary people. There are no experts here. Damn it." Without them needing to answer, Baker's powerful senses already told him that there was no one else around. Damn it, you killed Angus? If they had been with Angus, they might have been able to hold out a little longer, but now that he's gone from the battlefield, I'm afraid. We saved you, and this is how you treat us. On the other side, Melina, upon hearing this, looked at Baker and retorted without any politeness. What kind of attitude is that? You damn bitch. Enraged, Baker casually raised his sword and slashed directly at Melina. Call out. The powerful, extraordinary sword energy, accompanied by the sound of it tearing through the air, was awe-inspiring. Melina, Mrs. Tussle, who was standing at the front, exclaimed and leaped forward, forcefully shoving Melina aside. Roar! At that moment, a large lesser demon leaped up from below. The 20-odd meters was not a great challenge for them. Fuck, a bunch of damn bitches. Baker was so angry he wanted to tear them apart. If he had known there were only 3 ordinary people here, he would never have abandoned Angus and come up alone. Disgusting monster, didn't you want to devour flesh and blood? Here, take this filthy bitch. He swiftly moved to Rulai's side, reached out and grabbed her, tossing her delicate body toward the great demon like a toy. In the next moment, he suddenly leaped downwards, glanced at the other great lesser demon that was grabbing Angus's corpse, and with a grim expression, Beck did not linger for a moment, quickly leaving. Wyatt? Mommy. On the other side, holding Mrs. Tussle's body lying in a pool of blood, Melina wept uncontrollably. Melina, you rascal, run. Looking up, seeing Rulai's pale face directly in front of her, Melina instinctively covered her mouth with her hand, gasping for breath in fear. Go, you idiot! Rulai, held in the hands of the ferocious great demon, was like a little rabbit, except that this little rabbit was now incomplete. No. As her best friend's eyes gradually drooped, Melina cried out in sorrow, but no matter how she shouted, she could not stop the 4-meter-tall, enormous monster. The night was bleak, and even the usual chirping of insects and birds seemed to have vanished, creating an eerie silence that was even more terrifying. Only the sickening sound of chewing filled the air, constantly stimulating Melina's nerves, which were on the verge of snapping. Snap! Hee! Throwing away the remaining food, the monster strode toward Melina, its mouth full of blood-stained, sharp teeth protruding, and a nauseating stench wafting to her nose. Mother! Holding Mrs. Tussle's gradually cooling body, Melina's eyes were lifeless as she stared blankly at her pale face, as if nothing in the outside world could attract her attention anymore. Roar! The thick arm reached forward, about to grab Melina, who was lying on the ground. But the next moment, a huge pressure suddenly came from the sky, causing the big bad demon's unreliable head to turn around. Crackling sounds. Suddenly, a deep blue halo appeared in the sky, 30 or 40 meters above their heads, constantly appearing and disappearing, illuminating the surrounding area. Buzz, buzz, buzz. A short while later, a terrifying deep blue behemoth suddenly appeared at the spot where the strange phenomenon had just occurred. The 4-meter-tall great demon was as insignificant as a fly in front of an elephant. Chapter 117, The Girl Yearning for Redemption. Is this the divine vehicle? Melina, of course, also saw the strange phenomenon in the sky, but given her limited knowledge of a remote town, she had never seen such a huge creature that could fly in the air. The deep blue hull almost completely obscured the view of most people. It was as if the moonlight had stopped shining. When Melina looked up, all she could see was the deep blue that had suddenly appeared in her eyes. A giant, metallic hand had appeared above them without them even realizing it, and then it descended with unparalleled force. Thump! Rumble, rumble! As expected, the great inferior demon that had been immobilized by the legendary pressure was instantly slammed into the rocks, its remains never to be found. Are you all right? The next moment, a calm voice entered Melina's ears, slowly bringing her back to her senses. Glancing at the huge, palm-shaped crater not far in front of her, Melina gently bit her lip and tried to stop the tears streaming down her face. "Excuse me, are you an omnipotent god?" Turning her head to look at the middle-aged man who had suddenly appeared in front of her, Melina asked in a tone that was both pleading and questioning. "An omnipotent god? Sorry, that's not me." Upon hearing this, Bennett was a little puzzled as to why he asked that, but without hesitation, he replied directly, "Isn't that?" Hearing the answer she already knew, Melina's face still darkened abruptly. She knew, she understood, that even if it were a true god, how could it descend upon this region and come to her side, who was not a devout believer? But holding her mother's gradually cooling body and looking at Rulai's wide but lifeless eyes not far away, Melina felt truly desperate and terrified. She longed, she yearned, she couldn't wait for a great god to come and redeem her from all her sorrows, to pull her out of the abyss that devoured everything. Oomph! What do gods mean to my master? On the other side, Bennett suddenly snorted and spoke with a hint of disdain. In Bennett's eyes, Lin Kong, as the only being he fanatically believed in, was definitely more majestic and powerful than the so-called god that Melina spoke of. Hearing Melina's disappointed tone, Bennett felt it was a desecration of Lin Kong. "Bennett, the commander asked why you haven't gone back yet. We need to go back to Rock Ant Mountain." The next moment, a holographic projection of an average human height suddenly appeared not far in front of Bennett. She was dressed in a plain white robe, with smooth, short black hair cascading down her shoulders, and her face bore a striking resemblance to Karina. "Okay, I'll go back now." After listening to the Ice Queen's words, Bennett nodded, then looked at Melina. Although this is already the outermost edge of the southern forest, it's not far from Tudun City. However, it's still a bit dangerous. You should get out of here quickly. After glancing at the two corpses beside him, Bennett spoke, then unleashed his elemental power and prepared to fly onto the dark blue giant ship not far away. "Please wait a moment. I'd like to see you, the sir you just mentioned." At that moment, Melina suddenly stood up and shouted something at Bennett's back. Excuse me, we're leaving now." Upon hearing this, Bennett, who was flying 5 or 6 meters in the air, glanced back at her, then frowned and replied indifferently, "I know my request may seem a bit rude to you, but I really have no other way." With her hands clenched tightly, Melina shouted at the top of her lungs. However, Bennett was clearly unmoved. After glancing at her, he stopped paying attention to Melina and quickly flew into the hatch opened by the Ice Queen. "Sister, please, let me see that esteemed person." Watching Bennett's figure fly into the room and disappear, Melina, her eyes bloodshot, collapsed to the ground in despair. However, thinking of the figure beside her, Melina seemed to grasp at the last straw, turning around and pleading with that figure. "Elder sister?" The Ice Queen's digitized holographic figure looked down at the woman weeping not far in front of her, her eyes filled with doubt. Strictly speaking, the Ice Queen was less than a day old. Although she quickly acquired a vast amount of knowledge using the information from the original HOD motherboard, the Ice Queen, this entirely new metallic life form, still lacked genuine emotions. "Are you referring to the commander? I can help you connect." The Ice Queen did not yet have a complete understanding of Lin Kong's command. So in response to Melina's request, she immediately transmitted the information to Lin Kong inside the ship. Inside the Ice Queen, in the spacious control hall, Lin Kong looked up at the screen displaying the image, his face filled with confusion. "What's wrong, Ice Queen?" At that moment, the figure of the Ice Queen and a woman standing next to her appeared on the big screen. "Commander, this Miss Melina wishes to see you." Pointing to Melina beside her, the Ice Queen spoke softly. "Hello, how can I help you?" Upon hearing this, Lin Kong turned his gaze to a woman dressed as a knight beside her and asked softly. Meanwhile, back in the main control room, Bennett's lips twitched as he watched Lin Kong ask a question to the woman on the big screen. However, since Lin Kong had already inquired, Bennett didn't say anything more and stood obediently behind Lin Kong. Chapter 118, The Evil Spirit Church. My lord, a large group of cave monsters has suddenly attacked our Blackrock town. They should still be at the city gates of Tooting. I hope you can kill them, sir, and avenge the innocent civilians who have died. Melina opened her mouth, looking at the several digitally flowing figures that suddenly appeared before her, and then spoke to the young man that the Ice Queen was pointing at. Melina originally wanted to plead for help to save her mother and her best friend, but when the words came to her lips, she didn't know how to say them. A cave monster? Hearing this, Lin Kong was somewhat surprised. He turned to Anastasia beside him and asked in confusion, "Is there another underground passage nearby?" "My lord, I'm not sure either." As she spoke, Anastasia also seemed a little puzzled. As far as she knew, her material world, which was being dragged into the abyss, only had 5 underground passages. Except for one medium-sized one located 3,000 miles south of Rock Ant Mountain. The other 4 are located near the central area of the Southern Forest. If there isn't a weak spatial node nearby, or other lower-level matter planes being eroded by the abyss, then there's only one explanation. After some thought, Anastasia, the Abyss Lord who had existed for thousands of years, immediately offered a plausible guess. It must be another church that believes in the evil spirits of the void, trying to use the corrosiveness and pure killing power of the abyss monsters to create a large number of living sacrifices. These rats hiding in the shadows are even more detestable than us abyss lords in the prime material plane. At least we are all above board, and we abyss lords generally don't cause trouble in the prime material plane. When asked about the church that worships the void spirits, Anastasia spoke with a hint of disdain. However, there's one good thing about this void evil spirit. As long as the sacrifice is successful, ordinary mortals can quickly gain power and become powerful superhumans. And there are no after effects. Unlike the abyss, where gaining the power of the abyss also leads to its corruption, turning one into a monster modified by the abyss. Oh, there are absolutely no after effects. Upon hearing Anastasia's words, Lin Kong's heart stirred. He had been worried about his poor cultivation aptitude. If there really are no after effects at all, then Lin Kong would like to discuss cooperation with some void evil spirits. It's not that there's none at all, but compared to the abyss, it's almost negligible. Those who obtain the power of evil spirits will have an evil spirit mark on their bodies. Those with the mark can sense each other when they get close to each other within a certain range. Furthermore, if the difference in their extraordinary rank is too great, it can be seen that the other person is a believer in evil spirits. I see. I suddenly find myself somewhat interested. Ice Queen, bring her up here, and then set off for Tooting City. After listening, Lin Kong's eyes lit up, and he turned to the main screen and spoke. Yes, Commander, the Ice Queen has confirmed the Tooting City order. As Lin Kong finished speaking, the voice of the Ice Queen immediately reached everyone's ears. Meanwhile, in the city of Tooting, in a dark, underground chamber, a group of mysterious people dressed in brown linen robes were kneeling on the ground. Only a single, blood-red fluorescent light hung down from above them, making these bowed, mysterious figures appear extremely eerie and terrifying under its dim glow. It has been confirmed that Eve Curacao, the high sinner of the Sisterhood of Greed, has apostasy. Send a team of Blood Knights to pursue and capture her, and inform the government officials that her information can be released now. I want her to know what kind of punishment she will suffer for betraying the church and the great evil spirit Murindastan. Soon after, a hoarse, unpleasant voice, like grinding sand, came from the depths of the secret room. Yes, Bishop Blackgod. Upon hearing this, the figure guarding the door respectfully replied before transforming into a streak of blood-red light and swiftly departing. On the other side, near the city wall, a barrage of magic rained down, while more than a dozen crystal cannons aimed at the trolls flying in the sky. Thump, thump, thump. Boom, boom. Deafening sounds rang out intermittently, and the next moment a troll was repelled and moved away from the city wall. Lord Spock, reconnaissance complete. It has been confirmed that these cave monsters have no reinforcements. Weren't they supposed to be endless? Then why did these ghostly things suddenly appear here? Upon hearing his subordinate's voice, Spout, who was standing on the city wall, felt a little strange, but he only lingered for a moment. Pass the order, cease probing attacks, and launch a full-scale attack to annihilate them. His Highness the Duke's army recently defeated the Southern Forest Monster Legion, and as soon as they withdrew, a group of cave monsters suddenly appeared. I thought there was going to be another big battle, but it turned out to be just a small snack to go with drinks. Spauld's expression relaxed. As the highest-ranking officer of the garrison in Tooting, if Tooting fell, his position as lieutenant colonel might be over. A short while later, with the order from Spout, the crystal cannons, which had previously only exploded once every now and then, began to fire continuously. Since the cave monsters have no reinforcements, there's no need to conserve our current crystal reserves. With over a dozen crystal cannons bombarding relentlessly, and with the extraordinary legion's full-scale attack, the group of over 10,000 cave monsters, including the trolls, were quickly killed. Tooting City was, after all, a military city, and once it bared its fangs, the power it displayed was considerable. If it weren't for the fear of the endless stream of cave monsters, and the need to conserve the warriors' stamina and crystal reserves while waiting for support from a higher-level city, Spout would have already ordered their annihilation. Chapter 119, Taking Action. As the smoke cleared from the battlefield at the city gate, a squad of soldiers quickly began cleaning up the battlefield, gathering the corpses of the underground monsters together and deciding to burn them. However, the people who were moving the body soon discovered something strange. That is, as time goes by, the corpses of these cave monsters, which were gathered together in one place, quickly withered and decayed. "Sir, what is this?" Seeing this, the group couldn't help but feel a chill run down their spines. After a while, someone finally couldn't help but look at the officer with the highest military rank among them. "Everyone, let's retreat first and report to Lieutenant Colonel Spotet later." He was clearly seeing this strange situation for the first time, muttering something as he quickly backed away. Meanwhile, inside the Ice Queen, hidden not far away, the main screen in the control room was showing what had happened after they piled up the corpses. "My lord, I am now certain that there are those rats that like to hide in the shadows." Looking at the shriveled and decaying corpse, Anastasia chuckled lightly, then spoke to Lin Kong with a very confident tone. "Has the evil spirit finished bestowing its blessing, or is it still bestowing blessings?" Lin Kong glanced around, then turned to Anastasia, who had spoken earlier, and asked in confusion, "Please don't let it all end up like this, or I'll have come all this way for nothing." Lin Kong frowned slightly, inwardly complaining to himself. This is the beginning of the ritual. They should have just started praying. I think it will probably take some time before the evil spirits they believe and perceive it, and bless them. All right then, you can search with all your might for the places where the evil spirit marks gather. Upon hearing this, Lin Kong nodded, a hint of anticipation in his heart. "Yes, sir." Hearing Lin Kong's instructions, Anastasia was somewhat puzzled, wondering why Lin Kong was so insistent on experiencing the feeling of being blessed by an evil spirit. However, having received the order, she dared not be negligent in the slightest. Anastasia had no intention of prying into the thoughts of that terrifying being who could see right through her abyss name. At the same time, as the Ice Queen began to fly into Tooting City, the air raid sirens in the city sounded instantly. And a moment later, the Ice Queen deactivated its stealth mode, and its terrifying size of 3,000 meters made Spout, who had just descended from the city wall, stagger. Quickly, bring out that legendary cannon. Also, contact the military headquarters immediately and call for support." Feeling the overwhelming sense of oppression, Spout roared at his subordinates with a grim expression. "What is Adolphe doing now, as the chief administrator? Don't think that just because he has a title, I won't dare to do anything to him. Normally it wouldn't be a problem, but now that things have come to this, Spout won't tolerate it anymore." Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The crystal cannon, which had been extinguished, spewed flames again. One after another, cannonballs capable of injuring a Grandmaster-level expert struck the massive airship in mid-air. However, to Spock's surprise, the giant ship above them did not launch an attack immediately. "Sir, the legendary cannon is in position, but its energy reserve can only hold for a maximum of 13 shots. Just then, his adjutant's voice rang out from behind him. No matter what, we can't let it swagger around the city. Let's fire as many times as we can. Upon hearing this, Spout did not hesitate and gave the order. Thump! Boom! With a deafening roar, an attack trailing a massive plume of flames struck the enormous, deep blue spaceship in the sky. Puff puff. But the next moment, everyone, including Spielberg and those who were watching the attack, was speechless. Ow, how was this possible? The deep blue behemoth that took the hit head-on was not only undamaged, but its entire hull didn't even shake. Buzzing. A moment later, the giant ship shone with a bright blue light, and its entire shape began to rapidly change. In about 10 breaths, the terrifying behemoth transformed into a metallic female figure sitting cross-legged in the void, clad in magnificent blue armor. Sitting cross-legged, it was already 1,600 to 1,700 meters tall. It could be said that everyone in the entire city of Tooting could see this terrifying presence if they just looked up. What is this? Is the end of the world coming? Is God finally going to judge all living beings? Those who saw the Ice Queen's current appearance muttered to themselves, their faces pale. Fire. All wizards hit 1 point. With the legendary cannons firing, make sure to hit the same spot. Below, Spout continued to manipulate the power in his hands, but glancing at the enormous, sky-covering figure out of the corner of his eye, he had no hope of winning whatsoever. Rumble, rumble. The Ice Queen, who had been holding her hands together, finally slowly extended one of her palms, which was hundreds of meters long. The giant hand moved through the city, casting shadows across the urban area. It's over. Tooting City is finished, and so am I. Seeing that the attack, which was powerful enough to repel a low-level legend, had no effect whatsoever, Spark collapsed to the ground, his face ashen. Sir, this isn't over. We're not done. But the next moment, the adjutant's excited voice began to reach Spot's ears. What's not over yet? Upon hearing this, Speedo turned his head away and spoke with a bitter expression. Those are friendly forces in the sky. The communications officer just received a statement from a woman named Karina, who claims to be a lieutenant colonel in the kingdom's military. She also said to stop the attack immediately and that we could contact General Sang Yuan. Seeing Spot's appearance, the adjutant did not hesitate and blurted out all the information he had just received. Lieutenant Colonel Karina, the kingdom's behemoth? But how come I've never heard of such a massive, terrifying behemoth? Our kingdom of Eisen Island has such a thing. Despite saying that, Spot quickly ordered a halt to the attack, since it would be futile anyway. A while later, after speaking with General Sang Yuan, Spotet's heart finally settled down completely. Damn it. Why didn't they give us a heads up before the giant ship came by? Captain Karina must have been kicked in the head by a donkey. She really scared me to death just now. Looking up at the metal figure sitting cross-legged in the sky again, Spot muttered a resentful remark. However, if he thinks that way, he is wronging Karina. After the entire airship was expanded into a giant ship, many parts were modified, leaving Karina at a loss. Moreover, the Ice Queen only obeyed Lin Kong's orders at this time, so it was already a feat for her to issue a statement. But what is she trying to do? Looking at the enormous metal hand reaching out in one direction in the city, Spout thought with some confusion. Chapter 120 found. The enormous, metallic-looking woman in the sky stopped extending her outstretched arm. The buildings in the city appear extremely small and tiny under the towering Ice Queen, who stands 3,000 meters tall, just like a model city in a sand table. At this moment, almost all the eyes in the city were focused on the Ice Queen's outstretched arm. Unbeknownst to anyone, a group of people emerged from within and used concealment magic. My lord, this must be it. It reeks of evil spirits. Not long after, in the city of Tooting, at the entrance of a secluded medium-sized manor, Lin Kong appeared quietly, accompanied by rock ants as his left and right protectors, as well as Anastasia. The man, the demon, and the two insects appeared one by one. In that case, let's go straight in. Lin Kong glanced at the iron gate and said something lightly. Who are you? This is private property. Get out of here right now. As Lin Kong and his group approached, the guards at the gate opened their mouths and shouted at them rudely. Giggle. Upon hearing this, Anastasia raised her hand to cover her mouth and chuckled softly. Then, she whispered to the person who had just spoken. Open the door. Ah, okay. No, what did you do to me? The leading guard walked to the door involuntarily, and his hands opened the iron gate without his consent. The leading guard's eyes widened in horror as he stared at his hands in disbelief. Just now, following the words of the foreign woman, his body seemed to have instantly lost control. Hee, what did you do? Snap. The next moment, Anastasia snapped her fingers. Bang, 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 bang. The heads of several guards scattered like exploding tomatoes, landing all over the ground. Anastasia had no interest in toying with the ordinary guards, who weren't even superhumans, and simply crushed them to death. Oh no, sir. It seems the guys inside have discovered our intrusion. A lot of them have come over. As Anastasia entered the manor, she turned to Lin Kong and spoke in a troubled tone, as if she were in deep trouble. However, Anastasia stuck out her scarlet tongue and pursed her lips, her expression the exact opposite of her tone, full of bloodthirsty evil and anticipation. Hurry up. It won't be beautiful if we miss it. Lin Kong glanced at Anastasia, who was wearing a black tulle dress and gorgeous high heels, then stepped over her and slowly walked toward the tall building in the manor. Although Anastasia had a stunning figure and was incredibly beautiful, the thought of her succubus identity instantly killed all of Lin Kong's desires. Having been in this world for so many days, Lin Kong is no longer a novice. As one of the races representing lust, Lin Kong was naturally familiar with the habits and conduct of succubi. Moreover, Anastasia was a powerful abyss lord who probably had at least 80 or 100 male concubines. As you wish, no one can stop you. Top, 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 top. As she spoke, Anastasia, in her high heels, quickly followed behind Lin Kong and the two rock ant guardians on her left and right, whose bodies had shrunk to 2 meters in length. He could also conjure a whip several meters long, wreathed in black flames, in his hand. Smack! 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 No matter who appears, as soon as they come into Lin Kong's sight, Anastasia's whip will instantly lengthen and lash out. In an instant, both ordinary people and extraordinary individuals were transformed into black particles, scattering across the ground. Ah, she is a devil, and they are terrifying demons. Seeing this, the guard in the manor finally dared not appear in the direction Lin Kong and his group were heading, and they were even growling in fear. Giggle. Oh, congratulations, everyone. You've guessed my identity. Hearing the trembling sounds coming from the surrounding buildings, Anastasia chuckled softly and whispered, but there's no prize, and the adults walk too fast, so we can't play anymore. Anastasia glanced at Lin Kong, who was walking steadily ahead, and tilted her head helplessly. In that case, you stinking evil spirit followers can all die. As she spoke, Anastasia suddenly unleashed a tremendous pressure that enveloped the entire manor. Poop, 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 bang, bang, bang. And a moment later, as Anastasia caught up with Lin Kong again, everyone on the ground in the entire manor instantly collapsed, their heads exploding and crimson fragments splattered all over the ground. A deathly silence, eeriness. The entire manor above ground fell completely silent in an instant. Only the clattering of Lin Kong and his group's footsteps made a soft, rhythmic sound. Before long, the man, the demon, and the 2 insects arrived at the end of the corridor on the first floor of the tallest building in the manor. Looking at the wall in front of him, which was covered with strange patterns, Lin Kong pointed to the side. Call out. The next moment, the rock ant left protector climbed forward, raised one of its front legs, and stabbed it hard into the wall. Click, click, click. The sound of metal breaking rang out, and in an instant, the once incredibly hard wall was covered with dense, spiderweb-like cracks. Chapter 1, 21 Blessing from an Evil Spirit. Thump, thump, rustle. Before long, the wall that concealed the chaotic force field of master-level sorcery shattered, revealing a dark passage leading underground. How is this possible? Who is this person? At this moment, in the underground space of the manor, apart from the person maintaining the ritual at the central altar, everyone else was watching the entrance leading to them with bated breath. This is the Church of the Void, which worships one of the Void spirits, Murindastan. As one of the 13 Void spirits, Murindastan is a morning star being, and his followers are spread across countless planes. Great Lord of evil spirits, Your Majesty Murindastan, please have favor upon your most devout believer. After offering a silent prayer, Bishop Blackgod turned to observe the progress of the ceremony. However, no matter how devout the Blackgod bishop may be, Murindastan, who has countless followers, will not actually set his sights on this superhuman follower who is only a mid-level grandmaster. To break through the distortion field so quickly, the people who came must be led by at least a high-level grandmaster. However, if I succeed this time and receive His Majesty Murindastan's blessing, I can also quickly advance to the high-level grandmaster level. Once we break through the clutches of the powerful figures from the kingdom of Eisen Island, with my advanced grandmaster level strength, regrouping will be a piece of cake. Turning his head to look at his subordinates, still praying fervently, the Blackgod bishop thought coldly. He didn't care at all about the lives of his subordinates. He figured that if he just moved to another place, there would be plenty of ordinary people who want to change their fate through supernatural powers. He will still be a high and mighty bishop, whose word will decide the life and death of countless people. Top, 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 top. Elegant footsteps approached quickly from afar, and finally, two tall, upright figures appeared in the dimly lit hall. Go stop them. Once I receive the blessing of the Lord of Evil again, destroying them will be a piece of cake. Upon seeing the enemy finally appear, although surprised that the kingdom of Eisen Island had only sent 2 people down, Bishop Blackgod remained extremely cautious. Hee, are you looking down on me, Bishop Blackgod? As he glanced up and saw 2 low-lying crawling insects slowly emerging behind the 2 figures, Archbishop Blackgod's expression turned serious. Grandmaster-level wizard summoning class? As they retreated to the side of the altar, which glowed with a blood-red aura, the Blackgod Archbishop's chilling voice rang out. You have trespassed into the priesthood of the Lord of Evil Spirits. Are you prepared to meet your death? As soon as he finished speaking, dozens of blood knights of the official level rushed forward in the dimly lit hall, charging madly towards Lin Kong's face. Brute force, hardened armor, pain reduction, corrosive poison, entangling spirits. The Blackgod Bishop then unleashed all the evil sorcery he knew onto these extraordinary blood knights, nearly doubling their power. Even if they are high-level grandmasters, it will probably take some effort to deal with them. Chaotic force field. However, fearing that the opponent might also be a wizard, the Blackgod Bishop thought for a moment before stepping onto the altar and cast a defensive spell on himself. After all, unlike warriors, some of a wizard's abilities are not really related to distance. Great Lord of Evil Spirits, Your Majesty Murindastan, come, give me strength, bless me. Arriving at the center of the altar, the Blackgod Bishop knelt before a stone man exuding an evil aura, speaking fanatically. Buzzing. As soon as he finished speaking, the stone statue's eyes suddenly brightened and emitted a purple halo that enveloped the Blackgod Bishop's body. Click! But the next moment, a blood-red whip suddenly lashed out, wrapped around the Blackgod Bishop's neck, and pulled him off the altar. How is this possible? What happened? Turning his head, he saw a stunningly beautiful and alluring woman with 2 horns on her head and a long, waving tail, holding the other end of a whip and watching him with a leisurely air. His men had all vanished without a trace, not even a scream. Only a layer of eerie black particles remained on the ground. This is the aura of an Abyss Lord. You are an Abyss Lord. Feeling the oppressive aura emanating from the whip, the Blackgod Bishop was completely bewildered. As a bishop serving evil spirits, how could he not know the Abyss Lord, a big shot in the same chaotic evil faction? But how did a pirate lord end up here, and even destroy his lair? So, it wasn't the kingdom of Eisen Island that discovered me, but rather an Abyss Lord. What the hell is this? Your Majesty, I don't know where I have offended you. Please tell me. With one hand gripping the whip around his neck, he used his elemental power to resist the erosion of the Abyss's power, while the Blackgod Bishop humbly inquired on the other side. My family wants to know about the blessing of evil spirits, so we decided to experience it for ourselves. With her scarlet tongue lolling out and her alluring lips pressed together, Anastasia spoke to the Blackgod Bishop. Is it enough to just stand under that red light? On the other side, Lin Kong, who had been watching the altar for a while, pointed to the red light above and asked the Blackgod Bishop, who seemed to be the leader. Chapter 122 1 in 1,000. You actually dare to steal the power of the Lord of Evil Spirits, huh? After hearing Anastasia and Lin Kong's words, the Black God Bishop's expression instantly darkened, and he let out a few cold laughs. No one can desecrate the dignity of the Void Spirits. You will pay the price for your foolish actions. I will inform all evil cults. Archbishop Black God looked at Lin Kong, and a magnificent scroll appeared in his other hand at some unknown time. As the scroll shattered, Archbishop Black God's body was instantly enveloped in a ball of spatial power. A teleportation scroll? Oh no, sir, I can't stop him. Seeing the Black God Bishop disappear, Anastasia spoke with some annoyance. It's all right, let them go. Hearing Lin Kong's calm words, Anastasia wondered why he hadn't intervened earlier, but she didn't ask and simply stood quietly to the side. Although Anastasia didn't say it explicitly, Lin Kong certainly noticed the fleeting look of doubt on her face just now. It's not that I didn't want to stop you, but if even a mid-level legendary Abyss Lord like you couldn't stop me, how could a low-level apprentice warrior like me possibly stop you? Lin Kong glanced enigmatically at the spot where the Archbishop of Black God had disappeared and said softly, life always needs one or two people to think about it. Otherwise it will seem so bland and boring. Whether these one or two people are friends or enemies. So, Your Excellency believes that this Void Fiend is qualified to be your enemy. Anastasia felt a surge of emotion upon hearing Lin Kong's words. This breadth of vision, this perspective, compared to the amusement she had sought for thousands of years, Anastasia suddenly felt utterly bored. Lin Kong gave Anastasia a look that suggested he was a promising student, and then slowly stepped onto the altar. It doesn't hurt. He had prepared himself to endure the pain, but when Lin Kong was enveloped in the red light emanating from the eyes of the stone statue in the center of the altar in front of him, he felt no pain at all. On the contrary, it feels warm and cozy, and there's something there. Feeling the flow of Yuan energy within his body increase 100-fold, Lin Kong couldn't help but slowly raise the corners of his mouth. Intermediate apprentice level, advanced apprentice level. Before long, the red light on the altar completely disappeared. What happened? Judging from that person's happy look just now, is this all the evil spirit's blessing is? He raised his hand and clenched his fist slightly, feeling as if he could kill his past self with a single punch. But Lin Kong still had some doubts in his heart. My lord, it's possible that there was a slight delay just now. Generally, a blessing is only effective if it is fully received from beginning to end. Given the scale of this ceremony, if you go up halfway through, you might only receive 1,000th to 100th of the power. Hearing Lin Kong's mutterings, Anastasia thought for a moment and then spoke. Although she didn't know why Lin Kong was still concerned about the amount of power he received from the evil spirit's blessing, she immediately told him what she knew. Is that so? Upon hearing this, Lin Kong nodded imperceptibly. Although it was a pity that he hadn't received enough, he didn't dwell on it for a moment. It's a pity that he didn't break through to the next major realm. But if he had actually broken through to the formal level, even this legendary level concealment ring might not have been able to hide the commotion. Lin Kong glanced at the respectful Anastasia beside him and pondered to himself. Let's go, let's leave. Lin Kong stepped on the head of the rock ant left protector and spoke calmly. As soon as he finished speaking, the figures of the man, the demon, and the two insects transformed into a streak of light and quickly disappeared into the dim underground hall. Soon after, a large group of people surrounded the manor, led by Spote and Karina. Hurry, hurry, hurry. With a series of hurried footsteps, a large group of people rushed into the underground hall. An evil spirit altar. There really is an evil spirit cult in Tudun City. Looking at the altar in the center of the dimly lit hall, an evil aura seemed to rush towards you. Spald's expression was rather grim. He then waved to his men behind him. Search this place thoroughly and have this evil spirit altar dismantled. That damned bastard, Adolf Hebrew. What kind of administrator is he? Turning my head to look around, I could feel the intensity of the bloody atmosphere. The terrifying evil spirits had performed the rituals no less than 100 times. Lieutenant Colonel Karina, may I ask which lord has made the move this time? To be able to resolve the evil cult in such a short time, There must have been a legendary-level expert involved in the operation. Spaulding was somewhat alarmed that such a thing had happened in his own territory, especially since it was a big shot from the kingdom who had intervened to resolve it. If not handled properly, it could not only make a high-ranking official of the kingdom feel incompetent, but could even lead to him losing his official position and title and having to retire early. That important figure is a kingdom secret, and my current task is to accompany him. Upon hearing this, Karina shook her head, indicating that she could not answer. However, being in the same system and holding almost the same rank, Karina knew what Spoat was worried about. Don't worry, he won't care about this. I think it's just a passing fancy for him. Karina waved a Spot and then spoke after a moment's thought. Chapter 123 Escape. On the other hand, after hearing Karina's words, Spaulding was not completely reassured. He pondered for a moment and then made a decision. Okowo. However, if there is any news, Lieutenant Colonel Karina can inform me in advance. In that case, I think the friendship between the Lancaster family and the Elvis family will last forever. Reaching into his spatial ring, he took out a crystal card and placed it in Karina's hand, speaking solemnly. Oh well. After hesitating for a moment, but considering her family situation, Karina slowly put away the card that Spot had handed her. Next, the crackdown and recovery efforts began in earnest. As information was gathered from the manor, officials and wealthy merchants who had been secretly bribed by the evil cult or bewitched by its power were all arrested and investigated by Spot, or even killed outright. Meanwhile, at the City Lord's mansion in Tooting City, in a large hall, Adolf sat at the head of the table, surrounded by his confidants. Lord of the city is in complete chaos. Spoat is acting like a madman, arresting people incessantly. Upon hearing this, Adolf's eyes darkened, and he looked up at the person who had spoken earlier. A high-ranking official from the kingdom passed through Tooting City, discovered the evil cult, and took immediate action. Thinking of the metal figure that sat cross-legged in the sky not long ago, still 1,000 meters tall, Adolf's eyes still showed shock. Although he was like a local tyrant in Tooting City, he was just an insignificant ant in front of the real big shots of the kingdom. Now that Spot has gotten to contact that important figure's men first, there's nothing I can do about it. By the way, none of you here were foolish enough to have made contact with that evil cult, were you? With a flick of his brow, Adolf's sharp gaze swept over the group of confidants present. Rest assured, Lord City Lord, those who worship evil spirits are just lowly commoners. How can we possibly go and make contact with them? However, no sooner had Adolf's confidant finished speaking than a black iron dagger gleaming with a cold light pierced through his chest. Who goes there? How dare you cause trouble at the City Lord's mansion? As the man with the stab wound in his chest fell to the ground, a cold and beautiful woman with silver white hair and dark eyeshadow emerged from her hiding place. Upon seeing the woman, everyone in the hall unleashed their inner energy, staring at the silver-haired woman in shock and anger. Is he the only one with the mark of evil spirits? However, Adolf, who remained seated in the main seat, showed no surprise upon seeing the silver-haired woman. Instead, he glanced down at his fallen subordinate and spoke calmly. Upon hearing this, the silver-haired, aloof woman gave a soft and then spoke again. I've done the last thing for you, so I owe you nothing from now on. After speaking, the aloof, silver-haired woman seemed oblivious to the mid to high-level experts in the hall, and slowly walked towards the hall entrance. You do not owe me anything, but as a baron of the kingdom and the lord of Tooting City, you are facing a vicious and evil cultist. Do you think I'll let you go? Looking at the aloof woman's retreating figure, Adolf's lips curled slightly as he spoke coldly. As soon as she finished speaking, the hall door was slammed shut, and everyone in the room surrounded the woman. Call out. Holding an enchanted longsword, Adolf's figure was enveloped in surging elemental power as he swiftly slashed towards the silver-haired, cold-looking woman. The longsword pierced through his chest, but a strange look appeared in Adolf's eyes. Did you really think I wasn't prepared at all, knowing you'd betray me after using me? The next moment, another silver-haired woman appeared quietly above the hall, and her cold, mocking voice reached Adolf's ears. Damn it, even so, you can't escape? Drawing his longsword, Adolf stretched out his leg and soared into the sky, striking the silver-haired woman in mid-air in the hall. However, when faced with Adolph's master-level attack, the silver-haired woman in mid-air simply threw out a few dark green seeds. Puff, puff, puff. Rumble, rumble. The dark green seeds instantly absorbed the ground upon contact, and tough vines with barbs grew rapidly, covering the floor of the hall below in no time. Not good. Floating in mid-air, Adolph shattered the silver-haired woman above the hall with his long sword, only to realize that she was actually a vine clone. When he turned back, all his men were entangled in the twisting, resilient vines of the hall, and the silver-haired woman who had been stabbed by him earlier, with a blank expression, had vanished. Adolph had been tricked. His heart was now filled with gloom. Damn it, what a bunch of idiots. Chase after her. She's just a mid-level official wizard, yet she managed to outmaneuver over 20 of you mid to high-level official warriors. If you can't bring her back after she's been wounded by my sword, then none of you should come back. Yes, Lord City Lord. Faced with Adolph's roar, the group that had just shattered the green vines in the hall dared not provoke him and quickly answered in low voices. Chapter 1, 24-2 Wizards. Lin Kong was in a very good mood after his strength improved to the advanced apprentice level. Although a so-called evil spirit mark appeared on his body, it was almost as if he didn't have one as long as he wore a legendary grade concealment ring. 3 days later, in a depression at the foot of Rock Ant Mountain, Lin Kong sat cross-legged on the grass in the center, shirtless. A hazy orange-red light enveloped Lin Kong's entire body, but after practicing for a while, Lin Kong immediately withdrew, his face pale. Damn it, my aptitude is too poor. If I were to cultivate normally, it would probably take at least 7 or 8 years to advance to the formal level of extraordinary. Standing up, facing a gust of cold wind from the forest, Lin Kong slowly calmed down. Sir, the medicine you requested has been purchased. A total of 13 bottles of Emerald Heart and 27 bottles of Mermaid Love. Soon after, Bennett ran up to Lin Kong with a delighted look on his face and proudly presented a row of bottles of liquid, each about the size of a human finger. One of them was a pale green color that occasionally shimmered with a white light, while the other was a light red color. When you held in your hand, you would hear a strange singing sound. Why is there so little? However, Lin Kong was concerned about the quantity. Looking at the exquisite potions before him, he frowned in doubt and asked softly, "These won't last long at all." Well, sir, there are 2 main reasons. Upon hearing this, Bennett rubbed his hands together and said somewhat helplessly, "Firstly, Tooting City is still too barren. There are no powerful apothecaries, and their numbers are limited. The other one is..." At this point, Bennett paused for a moment, then added, "These potions are too expensive. Emerald Heart costs 7,000 crystals per bottle, and Mermaid's Love costs 5,000 crystals per bottle. Sir, we have no money left." Forehead. Lin Kong felt a little embarrassed after hearing this, but then he thought of the gifts that the envoys had sent a while ago. Weren't those things worthless? It's valuable. After counting it, it's worth about 600,000 crystals. However, I didn't do anything without your orders. I only used the crystals that were readily available. Upon hearing this, Bennett thought for a moment and then replied, "No need to keep them. Sell them all." Lin Kong waved his hand dismissively and said, "By the way, take a look around and see if there are any resources in our territory that can be sold." "Yes, sir, I understand." After saying that, Bennett nodded respectfully and quickly left the depression. Sigh. I never thought that no matter where I go, I can't escape the common customs. Thinking that he was still worried about money, Lin Kong couldn't help but raise his hand to rub his temples, looking helpless. He then put the potion in his hand into his spatial ring, leaving behind a bottle of Mermaid's Love. Lin Kong originally wanted to test the potion's effects now. "Commander, there are signs of human life activity 14 miles away." But the next moment, the Ice Queen's voice reached Lin Kong's ears. Isn't it because of the war a while ago that so few adventurers and mercenaries dare to venture into the southern forest? Also, didn't Karina say she'd spoken to the Legion of Tooting City? After hearing the Ice Queen's words, Lin Kong looked puzzled. "Let's go take a look." Lin Kong put the bottle of Mermaid's Love he had left behind into his spatial ring, and then waved to the Befang Firebird that was pretending to sleep on a tree branch not far away. Screech. With a clear hiss, its body instantly grew larger and flew to Lin Kong's side. You should have sensed it towards the northwest as well, right? With a leap, Lin Kong landed on the back of the Bifang Firebird and asked softly, "Yes, sir." Upon hearing this, the Bifang Firebird's affirmative voice reached Lin Kong's ears, and then it flapped its wings and leaped quickly into the sky. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A strong wind blew past his ears, making Lin Kong's clothes flutter. He could have used his Yuan power to block it, but Lin Kong enjoyed the feeling of traveling through the gale. The distance of 14 miles was covered in just a few flaps of its wings, given the speed of the Bifang Firebird. Too wounded? No, it should be a corpse now, a wounded soldier. Upon arriving, Lin Kong couldn't help but glance down at the ground with a strange look. Although the Firebird hovers high above the treetops, hundreds of meters away, it is difficult for the naked eye to see what is happening below the dense forest. However, thanks to the extraordinary perception of the legendary Bifang Firebird, a scene formed by Yuan energy appeared directly in front of Lin Kong, not far away, so he could clearly see the scene in the dense forest below. There should have been two people, but one of them died just as Lin Kong arrived, leaving only the other figure. After watching for a while, Lin Kong realized that the two of them were probably not companions. Although they were about to meet at this point, it was clear that the two had come from different directions, and one of them was dressed in extremely luxurious clothes, exuding an air of nobility. The other was dressed in a coarse linen robe, a commoner's attire. Both men had wounds, and their bodies were almost entirely covered in bright red blood. It seemed they had been chased and had arrived here in a panic. Name: Eve Curacao. Race: human. Condition: poisoning, excessive blood loss, extreme fatigue. Rank: intermediate level, formal wizard. Name: Larry Leander. Race: human. Status: dead. Rank: low-ranking official wizard. My God, both of them are wizards. Looking at the information displayed on his virtual screen, Lin Kong couldn't help but feel slightly surprised. After all, superhuman warriors are quite ordinary. However, when it comes to wizards, perhaps only 1 in 10,000 people possesses the qualifications to be a wizard. Chapter 125, Three-Headed Windwolf. In fact, in all the days he had been in this world, Lin Kong had only seen a large number of wizards during the war between the Southern Forest and the Kingdom of Eisen Island. I wonder if I have any talent for wizardry. It seems I should take the opportunity to test it out. Lin Kong pondered, muttering to himself. With his left hand, he throws out a large fireball. With his right hand, he flings out an ice arrow. With a casual wave of his hand, rock spikes sprout from the ground. A powerful wizard can even influence the weather of an entire region with a single large-scale spell. Imagining himself as a wizard, Lin Kong couldn't help but chuckle. Although the extraordinary warriors are not weak, with their powerful arcane combat techniques, they're not afraid of some ranged attacks. In fact, a master-level warrior can basically shatter a mountain several hundred meters high with a single full-force palm strike. However, Lin Kong still wanted to cast spells remotely and bombard the enemy with witchcraft. At this moment, Eve Curacao, who was still alive below, seemed to have sensed the movement not far from her, so she was now extremely careful and curled up under a large tree with aerial roots. Unidentifiable insects crawled around her, and some even landed on her. Pursuers? This must be the territory of an extremely powerful magical beast, which those guys in Tooting City have designated as a forbidden zone. Could it be that they actually followed us in? Thinking about the information he had obtained, he realized that logically, they wouldn't risk entering this place to chase him. After all, he would only come in fearlessly if he was in such a desperate situation. But after lying on the ground for a while, the commotion not far away did not move at all. Without waiting any longer, Eve used her remaining Yuan energy to cast a distortion field and a lightness technique on herself, and then slowly made her way towards the place where the sound had come from. Rustling. Because of the lightness spell, Eve's footsteps made only a faint rustling sound as she walked on the damp ground covered with fallen leaves. Parting a strangely large, unknown shrub, Eve, half crouched on the ground, squinted as she observed a man leaning against a large tree trunk. Is he dead? With a whispered thought, Eve moved her hand, and a faint spell model was instantly constructed. Puffed. The next moment, A half-meter-long wooden splinter suddenly protruded from the tree and pierced the chest of the man with his eyes closed. Tick-tock. Crimson blood flowed again from the splinter. Seeing that the man still didn't move, Eve finally breathed a sigh of relief and quickly went to him. He skillfully removed his storage ring, then began searching his body, eventually finding only a beautiful dagger at his lower back. A Grandmaster-level enchanted dagger. She pulled it out and felt the fluctuations of energy emanating from it. Eve's mouth opened slightly in surprise. Then she quickly closed it and put her black iron dagger into her spatial ring, placing it on her lower back. However, given my current state, removing the spiritual imprint from this ring is somewhat of a stretch. After some thought, Eve wasn't tempted by the storage ring that might contain a large amount of wealth. Instead, she put it in her pocket after a moment's consideration. Whoosh whoosh. But the next moment, 3 formal-level wind wolves, each over 4 meters long, leaped out from the bushes on the other side, spitting out several powerful wind blades that swiftly slashed at Eve, who was crouching on the ground. In fact, the 3-headed wind wolf had already discovered the corpse. After all, the smell of blood on his body was too strong. However, the lead wind wolf suppressed the bloodlust of its 2 companions, because its powerful nose detected another scent of blood. Sure enough, they didn't have to wait long before another delicious-smelling food was delivered to their door. Eve's distorted force field blocked the 2 wind blades, but the next one shattered them directly. He twisted his body, but his arm was still grazed by a wind blade, instantly turning it into a bloody mess. A wave of dizziness washed over her, but Eve still managed to cast a healing spell on her wound and then rolled away to avoid the gaping maws of the 2 wind wolves. Swamp technique. Standing on a moss-covered rock, Eve reached out and cast a wide area spell. In an instant, the area within a radius of more than 20 meters where Eve stood on the bluestone turned into a swamp that swallowed life. One of the wind wolves gently touched the ground with its forelegs, and seeing its forelegs sinking rapidly, it immediately turned around and let out a whimper. Its companion leaped over instantly and then pushed it aside. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Although she was far away from the 3-headed wind wolf, she had become a sitting duck. Looking up at the rapidly approaching cyan windblade, Eve's face turned ugly. Without hesitation, he cast a lightness spell on himself and jumped to the other side. Whoosh! Seeing Eve's movements, the 3-headed wind wolf bypassed the swamp and quickly chased after Eve. As Eve's figure rapidly rose higher, one of the wind wolves, its feet surging with elemental energy, leaped up instantly, its gaping, blood-red maw emitting a foul stench, and lunged forward. But seeing the wind wolf rushing towards her, Eve abruptly stopped her rising motion. Then he raised his hand, took out a dagger, and stabbed it directly through the wind wolf that was shrouded in a barrier of elemental energy. Due to a miscalculation, the wind wolf jumped too high, directly overtaking Eve's body and failing to bite her. Instead, it was pierced through the body by the master-level demon-subduing dagger. Chapter 126 Rescue. In fact, it wasn't that Eve didn't want to fly higher, but rather that her lightness technique had reached its limit. Unlike Angie, who was a princess of a country and had the opportunity to learn flying techniques that were usable at both the apprentice and formal levels. The next moment, the wind wolf stared in astonishment as blood gushed from its neck. Then, a fierce glint flashed in its eyes, and ignoring its injuries, it twisted its body and raised its front paws, leaving 3 bloody claw marks on Eve's shoulder. Thud! Falling from a height of over 20 meters, the wind wolf, its neck pierced, writhed, but could not get up no matter what it did. Ow! After glancing at their companion whose life force was rapidly fading, the remaining 2 wind wolves looked up and stared coldly at the swaying figure in midair. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Several wind blades were spat out from the mouths of the remaining 2 wind wolves and shot swiftly toward Eve, whose face was pale. Her swaying figure was no match for the wind blades, 2 of which struck Eve directly in the chest and abdomen. If Eve hadn't used a skin petrification spell on herself at the last moment, she probably would have been cut in 2 by now. Even so, as the petrification spell wore off, 2 gruesome wounds still appeared on her body. Puff, puff, puff. It seemed she could no longer hold on, and Eve fell straight down from midair. Crack, crack. The figure fell, breaking several branches, before finally hanging on the last branch, which was 7 or 8 meters high. Upon seeing the human's current state, the nearest wind wolf leaped lightly and opened its mouth to pull the human down from the branch. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. But the next moment, 2 tough vines with barbs suddenly sprang out from the tree trunk and quickly twisted and wrapped around the wind wolf's body. Eve, who had been almost lifeless, suddenly opened her eyes and swiftly stabbed the wind wolf with the dagger in her hand. Crunch, crunch. The vine was bitten off, and the other end was also cut off by the wind wolf below with a wind blade. Pity. This attack should have been enough to kill another wind wolf, but Eve's injuries were too severe. Even with a master-level enchanted dagger, she could only barely pierce the wind wolf's body. And because the swing was too slow, the wind wolf managed to dodge the fatal blow, leaving only a wound on its back. This kind of injury basically does not affect the wind wolf's combat ability. In fact, it may even make it more frenzied and bloodthirsty. Puff, puff, puff. Her body slid off the branch, and Eve leaned against the tree trunk behind her, her eyes full of blood as she watched the 2 ferocious, formal-level wind wolf demonic beasts crouching and baring their teeth as they slowly approached. The Yuan energy in his body was already excessively overloaded, and it was almost impossible to squeeze out even a trace of it. Shauna, Jelly, you must live well. Thinking of those 2 lovely smiling faces, Eve managed a faint smile on her blood-soaked face before slowly closing her eyes and fading into darkness. Whoosh! The sound of flapping wings rang out, and the Bifang Firebird appeared silently behind the 2 wind wolves. Screech! A terrifying howl rang out, and before the 2 wind wolves could react, 2 terrifying flames engulfed them, instantly turning them into 2 pools of ashes. 3 formal-grade energy cores. Looking at the 3 energy cores that had been drawn over by the Bifang Firebird's elemental power, Lin Kong couldn't help but feel a little wistful. Since the ant colony was formed, it has extorted batches of crystals and legendary energy cores from various powerful figures. Lin Kong realized that he hadn't hunted in a long time. Puff, puff. After jumping down from the Bifang Firebird, Lin Kong glanced at Larry, the dead man being held by one of the Bifang Firebird's claws, and then walked toward Eve, who was about to die as well. Those with extraordinary abilities are truly freakish, whether they are warriors or wizards. Eve's body was covered in gruesome wounds of all sizes, bloodstains everywhere, and some wounds were so deep that bone was visible, yet she was still clinging to life. You're lucky to have met me. Lin Kong took out 2 bottles of rejuvenation potion from his spatial ring, pried open her mouth, and roughly poured 1 bottle down her throat. Then he opened the remaining bottle and sprinkled it on her various wounds. However, it's only natural to repay a life-saving debt. As he spoke, Lin Kong raised an arm and gently groped around her soft chest for a while before pulling out a ring from her inner pocket. Being able to carry a Grandmaster-level enchanted dagger around must mean he's a wealthy guy. Thinking that he was short of money, Lin Kong threw the ring directly to the Bifang Firebird. Bite! As the flaming bird's beak touched the ring, the spiritual imprint on it was instantly removed. After a while, Lin Kong took it in his hand again, dripped a drop of his own blood on it, and then probed it with his spirit. Holy crap! Holy crap! Holy crap! Who is this guy? Looking at what was inside the ring, Lin Kong couldn't help but open his mouth wide and exclaimed holy crap 3 times in a row. The crystals inside looked to be at least 1 million, and there were several thick boxes containing the land deeds of the kingdom of Eisen Island, as well as some enchanted weapons. Blackstone Ridge, Illusion, Sand Islands. Lin Kong took out a book and scanned it a few times, but almost all the place names were unfamiliar. Looks like they're not from around here. Take him with you, let's go. Oh, I forgot, there's also her. Stepping onto the back of the Firebird, Lin Kong turned around and saw that the unconscious Eve was still leaning against the tree trunk. Take her to the outside of the southern forest and just dump her anywhere. With a snap of his fingers, 2 master-level rock ants emerged from the ground, enveloped in black light. After giving them a command, Lin Kong paid them no further attention. Chapter 127 Ice Queen equals search engine. Whoosh whoosh. The next moment, the Bifang Firebird carried Lin Kong away quickly. Before long, they returned to the depression at the foot of Rock Ant Mountain. Ice Queen, can you scan his memories? Standing on the grass in the center of the depression, Lin Kong pointed to Larry, who had been thrown to the ground by the Bifang Firebird, and said softly. As soon as he finished speaking, a woman dressed in a plain white dress suddenly appeared in front of Lin Kong. It was the holographic projection of the Ice Queen. Because the Ice Queen was too conspicuous, it stopped underground, just below this depression. Yes, Commander. 2 beams of emerald light shot from her eyes, and after scanning Larry's head lying on the ground for a while, the Ice Queen spoke to Lin Kong. Okay, let's begin. After you've finished reading, organize the data and send it to me. Lin Kong remembered that although the Ice Queen only had the strength of a high-level legendary, due to her special nature, her extraordinary perception and calculation ability had reached the level of a calamity. Commander's command confirmed. Scan initiation. As the Ice Queen uttered 2 cold, clear voices, the massive data stream in her eyes transformed into a tangible green thread, rapidly connecting to Larry's head. Buzzing. Soon after, the massive data stream shooting from the Ice Queen's eyes quickly subsided, and then the Ice Queen raised an arm, her slender index finger gently touching Lin Kong's brow. Kingdom of Eisenisle, Border Duke, Leander family. After the 4th in line to the title, Larry Leander, along with the Duke and King Bertelsheim, disappeared, the entire Leander family was instantly thrown into turmoil. The richest duchy, the wealthiest family. After a while, Lin Kong received the memories transmitted by the Ice Queen, and a playful look appeared on his face. Although Larry Leander is 4th in line to the Duke's throne, his ambition lies elsewhere. He aspires to become a powerful wizard. Even though the Duke had disappeared and the title needed to be inherited, Larry still didn't care much and continued his studies at Chesil Wizarding Academy. However, what happened to the Leander family next forced Larry to return from Chesil Wizarding Academy. The first few heirs died mysteriously, while Larry, who didn't care much about the dukedom, became the first choice to inherit it. Upon receiving a message from his family, Larry had no choice but to return home. Because if the title remains vacant for more than 6 months, the Leander family might be demoted by the Kingdom of Eisenisland on the grounds that they are unable to manage the duchy. Larry didn't care who became Duke, but if his family's title were demoted, his enormous expenses at Chesil Wizarding Academy would be difficult to manage. As a member of a ducal family and the wealthiest family in the Kingdom of Eisenisland, Larry, with his vast wealth and his talent as a level 3 soul wizard, reached the level of a low-level formal wizard at the age of 25. His classmates who were the same age as him and had level 5 or 6 soul wizard talents were barely at the same level as him, and many of them were still in the high-level wizard apprenticeship. A difference of 1 level in aptitude can result in a difference of several times in cultivation speed. Therefore, Larry, who knew that his talent was not very good and that he could only rely on spending money, could not tolerate his family's title being downgraded and his rich territory being divided up. Larry, who had secretly returned to his family, was under tight security whenever he went out. This guy's death was truly laughable. Thinking about the truth behind Larry's death, Lin Kong couldn't help but shake his head and sigh. Even though he successfully inherited the title, Larry didn't really want to keep it. Instead, he planned to go to his cousin's place and transfer the title there. However, Larry was unaware that the first few heirs were secretly killed by his seemingly kind cousin, Cudler Leander. Cudler originally thought that he had no hope after Larry took over. However, he did not expect that Larry would secretly summon him. Thinking that his previous actions had been exposed, Cudler decided to kill Larry, who had successfully inherited the title as well. One was kind-hearted and wanted to relinquish the dukedom, while the other secretly harbored murderous intent. The outcome was predictable. Larry, caught completely off guard, was ambushed. However, after successfully inheriting the dukedom, a team of skilled fighters secretly protected him, but they were also killed by a trap carefully set by Cudler. Fortunately, with the desperate protection of the guards, Larry managed to escape, but due to his severe injuries, he died in the southern forest in a panic. What an idiot! Doesn't he even know his own qualifications to inherit the throne? Even if Larry dies, you, the 13th in line to the throne, still won't get a chance. Moreover, since he is not the Duke's biological son, the Kingdom of Eisen Island also has the opportunity to make trouble. Whether it is to divide or reduce its territory, the Leander family will have nothing to say. Thinking of Larry's seemingly shrewd and capable cousin, Cutler, Lin Kong couldn't help but feel speechless. They're so blinded by their own interests. What a fool they are. They've gone mad for the title of Duke. Do they really think the royal family of Eisen Island has no interest in their rich duchy? Ice Queen, does your database contain any information about magic that creates avatars or can turn someone into my clone? Looking at the Ice Queen beside him, Lin Kong thought for a moment and asked expectantly. Faced with this situation, Lin Kong naturally had many ideas. Whether it's that Larry is already a student at Chesil Wizarding Academy and can freely come and go, or the Larry family's enormous wealth, it's tempting enough. Don't worry, I will avenge you if I can. Looking up at Larry, who is already dead, Lin Kong silently said something to himself. Analyzing the commander's meaning, retrieving information. For some commanders, I have found several models, but after analyzing your situation, this one is the most feasible and can guarantee your safety to the greatest extent. A moment later, the Ice Queen raised her arm again and gently pressed her icy index finger against Lin Kong's forehead. Eye of the Devil, consciousness splitting. Recalling the information in his mind, Lin Kong frowned slightly. Previously, Anastasia had contributed almost all of her knowledge at Lin Kong's suggestion. Therefore, after absorbing and organizing this knowledge, the Ice Queen was now being used by Lin Kong as a search engine. After all, Anastasia's accumulated resources over thousands of years are astonishingly vast. However, this also has a downside. Because the knowledge was all obtained from Anastasia, it appears rather perverse and dark. Chapter 128 begins. That night, all was quiet in the depression beside the foot of Rock Ant Mountain. About 40 or 50 meters below the depression, the Ice Queen rested quietly. At this moment, in a bright room of about 40 to 50 square meters on the lowest level of the Ice Queen, two figures were carefully looking at the items placed in the center of the room. Three high-ranking, formal-level inferior demons, their bodies intact, joined head to toe in a circle. In the middle of the open space lay Larry Leander's wounded corpse. Commander, the Rock Ant 3rd Squad has delivered the troll blood. A moment later, the Ice Queen, who was standing next to Lin Kong, turned her head and looked in the direction of the door. Sure enough, as the Ice Queen finished speaking, a legendary rock ant that stood upright, walked on two legs, and used its two pairs of forelimbs as arms pushed open the door and entered. Its appearance is very anthropomorphic, especially with a black, long-handled, three-pronged fork in one hand, making it look like it has turned into a human. These dark, long-handled, three-pronged forks, which every legendary rock ant possesses, are made from their own shed exoskeletons. However, the ferocious giant jaws and the tentacles on its head have been preserved. Grandmaster-level transcendence can fly freely, while the hallmark of legendary-level beings is the ability to change their physical form at will. They don't need to cultivate special techniques. Once they reach that level, they will naturally be able to do so. Just like when you reach the level of a Grandmaster, flying becomes an instinctive, supernatural ability. With these, we can begin, Commander. Seeing the legendary rock ant slowly lower two large buckets of viscous blood that emitted astonishing yuan energy fluctuations, the Ice Queen turned to Lin Kong and softly asked if they could begin. Okay, come on. Lin Kong stepped back a few steps, sat on the sofa in the corner, closed his eyes, and gave instructions to the Ice Queen. Yes, Commander's orders confirmed. Refine the demonic body and split the consciousness. The high-level legendary grade elemental power instantly enveloped the entire room to prevent disturbance, while the two rock ant guardians guarding the doorway, at Lin Kong's suggestion, also transformed into humanoid forms. At this moment, both of them were wearing specially made leather armor and holding a menacing black three-pronged fork. Standing at the entrance, they looked like two guardian deities. Although accidents are unlikely to happen here, Lin Kong's safety is the Ice Queen's top priority, so this room is currently isolated. Everyone on the Ice Queen was restricted from leaving the ship. I wonder what that person is planning. The entire ship is now sealed off by the Ice Queen. In a room on the middle floor, which resembled a large lounge, the main staff of the HOD were originally gathered. One of them, a brown-haired woman with a long braid, opened her mouth and whispered something. I don't know, but to be treated with such caution, it must be something serious. But it has nothing to do with us little people, does it, Amy? Karina's adjutant, Loy Stewart, heard Amy's words sitting not far from him, shrugged, chuckled, and said something in return. It's irrelevant, but how much longer are we going to stay here? Amy took a deep breath, then looked at Karina sitting on the other side. Besides maintaining some hardware, we also do cleaning here. Now I feel like my position as a lieutenant is fake, but my position as a nanny is real. At this point, Amy's tone couldn't help but sound a little complaining. After all, with her mid-level official rank and the title of Lieutenant of the Kingdom, she had never done a job like this before. I'll find a chance to ask, but don't worry. Even if you're just cleaning up here, your achievements won't be any less than those on the front lines. After listening to Amy's complaints, Karina pondered for a moment. To prevent her subordinates from doing anything out of line, Karina did not share what General Sengyuan had told her, nor did her adjutant. How is that possible? Captain, are you serious? As soon as Karina finished speaking, everyone in the lounge turned their attention to her. The reason they don't want to stay here is entirely because they're worried about wasting their time and ruining their promising futures. But if they could achieve something here, only a fool would choose to leave. After all, compared to carrying out various complex missions and going to the battlefield, living a comfortable life here is simply too good to be true. What good would it do me to lie to you? Moreover, this was told to me personally by General Sengyuan. Do you really think it's false? Karina waved her hand and spoke casually. Karina knew her subordinates well, so with just a few words, she hit the nail on the head. My lords, the snacks are ready. Would anyone like to try some? Shortly after, the door to the kitchen next door was slowly pushed open, and a tall, blonde woman wearing an apron came out carrying a metal plate. Chapter 129 Doppelganger. Ah, Melina, you're finally out. Upon seeing the beautiful blonde woman carrying a tray, Roy immediately stood up excitedly and hurried over, but Karina, who was closest to her, beat him to it. Karina took the plate from Melina and sniffed it. This is the taste. It smells amazing. Karina picked up a piece and put it directly in her mouth, then wore a satisfied expression. Captain, you are being extremely rude. Roy walked over, snatched the metal plate from Karina's hand, placed it on a large table in the lounge, and then looked at Karina with a huffy expression that seemed to say, How could you eat alone? Ha ha. Karina smiled and waved at them without paying any attention, then turned to look at Melina, who was standing to the side. Melina, your cooking is absolutely amazing. I have no idea how lucky the people who used to eat your food are. After praising her, Karina suddenly noticed that Melina's expression was a little off. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. It's all right. My mother taught me all these things. I feel good that you like them. Hearing this, Melina put away her gloomy expression, took a deep breath, and spoke softly. Those vile cave monsters have all been killed. I think your mother and your friends are resting in peace in heaven. Standing up, Karina took Melina's hand and spoke gently. Okowo. After listening, Melina nodded and then said, By the way, Sister Karina, do you know what that person is doing right now? I see that all the entrances and exits are sealed off, and I have not received a response when I called out to Her Majesty the Ice Queen. After listening, Karina shrugged helplessly, then pulled him to the sofa where she had just been sitting and said, You really stumped me. What do those beings do? I have no idea. Do you think he's really more powerful than a god? With her head down and a strange look in her eyes, Melina spoke softly. Gods? I have never seen any so-called gods, but he is certainly the most powerful being I have ever seen. I think even gods are probably only this much. Thinking back to that day, when the Horde was in his hands, it didn't take long for it to become the Ice Queen, a ship with an extremely terrifying independent consciousness, Karina replied in a deep tone. Karina didn't think much of it, assuming that Melina was just asking out of curiosity. After all, an ordinary person who sees such an incredible giant ship would naturally be extremely curious about its owner. Is that so? Then this sir must be omnipotent. Melina looked up, smiled at Karina, and then spoke in a joking tone. Never mind him. It doesn't really concern us anyway. Come on, Melina, tell me about this. Why is it so sweet? Is there any special technique used in its preparation? Seeing that Melina had emerged from her grief, Karina stopped talking about Lin Kong and instead took Melina to the kitchen and the lounge. On the other side, in a room on the lowest floor, buzzing. At this moment, a deep red cocoon of light, about 2 meters high and 1 meter wide, appeared in the center of the room, while the corpses of 3 great inferior demons and 2 large barrels of troll blood on the side all disappeared. A buzzing sound emanated from the cocoon of light, and a figure was gradually solidifying inside. Puff! Click, click, click. Shortly after, the cocoon of light was suddenly pierced by a pale arm, and a thin man about 1.8 meters tall slowly crawled out. Commander, how is this body? Looking at the thin, blond man in front of her, the Ice Queen asked a question in a soft voice. That felt all right, but could you give me a piece of clothing first? After coming out, Lin Kong didn't feel anything else, but he immediately noticed a chill in his crotch, clearly indicating that he was completely naked. Yes, Commander. With a hint of puzzlement in her eyes, the Ice Queen clearly couldn't fully understand Lin Kong's actions yet, but she still immediately reached out and handed him a set of prepared clothes. A moment later, while the Ice Queen turned her back, Lin Kong quickly put on his clothes. Commander, actually the entire Ice Queen is within my field of vision. Cough, cough. Upon hearing this, Lin Kong was about to say something, but was immediately choked back, and he staggered, almost falling over while putting on his pants. I just realized that there are some downsides to learning things too quickly. After getting dressed, Lin Kong turned around and glared at the Ice Queen with a displeased expression. The newly reborn Ice Queen would never have said that teasing remark. Really? I think I'm doing pretty well right now. Raising an eyebrow, the Ice Queen replied with a strange smile in her eyes. By the way, Commander, how is this body? Getting back to the main point, the Ice Queen's tone became serious, as this concerned Lin Kong's safety. It's strange. I can't quite describe the feeling. Upon hearing this, Lin Kong turned to look at his other self lying on the sofa and replied incoherently. Chapter 130. A few words. Larry Leander's body has been refined into a demonic form. After splitting your consciousness, I think it should be completely under my control. You're right. If I didn't see that I'm still lying there, I would have thought this was my body. Lin Kong raised his arm and examined it carefully before speaking with some surprise. A very clear, tactile sensation, and also pain. Lin Kong pinched his other hand with one hand and said in a strange tone, No, why do I feel a special power in my body? Yuan power? There's so much more knowledge? How come? As he spoke, Lin Kong rubbed his hands together, and a blazing fireball the size of a human head appeared. Feeling the pulse of the fire element, Lin Kong looked at the Ice Queen with some excitement. He was a wizard to begin with, and even after being transformed into a demon, he is still a wizard. To be precise, Commander, you are now a mid-level formal-grade demon wizard. Faced with Lin Kong's question, the Ice Queen did not keep him in suspense, but answered directly. A demon wizard? Name, Larry Leander, Lin Kong. Race, corpse demon. Status, abyss corruption, demonization. Rank, intermediate level, formal wizard. Subconsciously examining myself, I was surprised to find that my talent for datafication of everything was still usable. Is my original body all right? After excitedly fiddling with his clone for a while, Lin Kong turned to look at his main body, who was fast asleep on the sofa, and asked the Ice Queen, Commander, rest assured, your true form is as if you are fast asleep. While you're using this clone, your original body will be personally cared for by me. Upon hearing Lin Kong's question, the Ice Queen walked to her main body and answered with a serious expression. Good. Hearing this, Lin Kong nodded in relief. The reason for this was because of Lin Kong's request. There can only be one consciousness, regardless of whether it is differentiated from one's own soul. Originally, the main body is not hindered from the activities of the clone. However, Lin Kong couldn't stand it. He couldn't accept the existence of two versions of himself at the same time. Even though they were both himself, it still wouldn't work. Therefore, the Ice Queen followed Lin Kong's instructions and made slight modifications when differentiating consciousness. Now that the clone is ready, it seems you'd better hurry over there, Duke Leander. The sudden disappearance of Larry Leander, the newly appointed Duke, has left the Duchy of Leander in even more chaos than when the old Duke was missing. A short while later, Lin Kong arrived at the large lounge on the middle floor. Huh, who are you? Upon seeing the blond man enter, Karina sat up from the sofa, her eyes questioning. Hello, beautiful lady. My name is Larry Leander. Using Larry's memories, Lin Kong naturally performed the greetings between nobles. Larry Leander? Upon hearing this, Karina was taken aback. The name was unfamiliar to her. What puzzled her most was why this man could move freely. Could it be that the restriction had been lifted? The Ice Queen. Karina glanced around, then tentatively spoke. Captain Karina, is there something you need? As soon as Karina finished speaking, the Ice Queen, dressed in a plain white dress, suddenly appeared in front of her and asked with a human-like smile. I just wanted to ask, has Lord Lin Kong finished his business? Yes, Commander, it's all taken care of. The Ice Queen glanced at Larry beside her and replied with a light laugh. I understand. Thank you for letting me know. Upon hearing this, Karina nodded to the Ice Queen, then looked at Larry and said, Hello, I am Karina Elvis. You are the Border Duke, a member of the Leander family? How did you get here? After a while, Karina clearly remembered the special family name, Leander. After all, it was the surname of a ducal family, so it was easy to remember. What? You can be here, but I can't. What were you eating just now? It smelled so good. Lin Kong walked past Karina and went straight in, then glanced at the empty plates on the table. Well, if you need it, sir, I can do it right now. On the other side, Melina saw Lin Kong's slightly disappointed look and quickly stepped forward to speak. No need, Melina. Upon hearing this, Lin Kong shook his head at Melina, then seemed to suddenly remember something. Ice Queen, can I eat these normal foods now? Turning to look at the Ice Queen, Lin Kong asked somewhat nervously. Sir, there is no record in my database that it cannot be eaten, so it should be fine. Upon hearing Lin Kong's words, the Ice Queen paused slightly, a massive stream of data flashing rapidly in her eyes, before she parted her red lips and answered. May I? Lin Kong was somewhat delighted. He had just remembered that the race of his body had become a corpse demon. On the other side, Karina, Melina, and the others were all looking at the strange conversation between the unfamiliar Larry and the Ice Queen with puzzled expressions. With a creak, Lin Kong pushed open the door and left while everyone was still in a daze. His arrival here was accidental. He originally intended to leave immediately, but was drawn here by a fragrant aroma. Please wait a moment, sir. However, before Lin Kong could reach the stairwell to the next floor, a blonde woman ran up from the corridor behind him. Chapter 131, Getting to Know Your Body. Ow! Seeing Melina's somewhat strange but serious expression, Lin Kong stopped and asked in confusion. Lord Lin Kong, I think you need a maid to accompany you. Do you think I could be one? Hearing this, Lin Kong found it somewhat amusing. What was this all about? Wait, how did you recognize me? Then, Lin Kong suddenly remembered that he was now Larry Leander. But Melina, standing before him, called out his name at a glance, and her tone was extremely firm, without any hint of uncertainty. Lin Kong's eyes became scrutinizing. He was planning to make a big splash in the Duchy of Leander, but now even an ordinary person could see through him. What was the point of playing around with him? If I tell you the answer, can I stay by your side? Facing Lin Kong's scrutinizing gaze, Melina gritted her teeth, then looked up and said something. Are you trying to negotiate with me? Lin Kong took a step towards her and spoke softly. Lin Kong was unaware of the immense pressure his demonic form exerted on ordinary people, especially the bloodthirsty aura emanating from him, which manifested in Melina's eyes as various monstrous demons that would devour anyone they chose. I'm sorry, Lord Lin Kong. Tell me what you want to say. If you can stay by my side. The thought of going to the Duchy of Leander alone would be too lonely for someone of his status. It wouldn't be bad if Melina came with him. Looking up at Melina's delicate face, Lin Kong couldn't help but think to himself. Although Melina is only 17 years old, she is very well developed and is probably around 1.75 meters tall. Her long, smooth golden hair cascaded down to her waist, and her deep blue eyes looked at Lin Kong with a somewhat blank expression, clearly not understanding why Lin Kong had suddenly changed his mind. Lord Lin Kong, it's like this. No, For now on, call me Larry. My name is Larry now. Melina was about to say something, but Lin Kong interrupted her with a gesture. Yes, Lord Larry. There are 3 reasons why I'm certain of your identity. Wow, there are 3. What are they? Tell me quickly. Upon hearing this, Lin Kong was immediately shocked. He realized that he was no longer behaving like his former self. After a pause, Melina organized her thoughts for a moment before speaking. First, it's my personal intuition because Karina and the others don't know who you are now. But Lord Larry, the attitude you just showed was too casual, not at all like someone who has just arrived in a strange place. Secondly, it's about the Ice Queen's attitude towards you. I heard from Captain Karina and the others that the Ice Queen is a mysterious being you created, and I have never seen her address anyone other than you, assert. Thirdly, I had never seen you like this before, yet you called out my name right away. In conclusion, and considering the situation of the entire ship being locked down just now, I think only this answer makes sense. Forehead. After listening, Lin Kong couldn't help but scrutinize Melina from head to toe, marveling at her observation skills, sensitivity, and imagination. To be honest, Melina, it's such a waste of your talent that you're not a detective. So, Mr. Larry, have I passed your test? Melina took a couple of soft breaths, her deep blue eyes fixed on Lin Kong. I regret to inform you. Still not working? Melina's eyes dimmed when she heard Lin Kong utter the words from the previous sentence. Ahem, I want to tell you that you may be living a life of hardship with me from now on, so I'm apologizing in advance. Seeing Melina's expression, Lin Kong raised his hand to touch his nose, coughed lightly, and spoke. Go and get ready. We're leaving on a long trip early tomorrow morning. Finding Melina still in a daze, Lin Kong raised his hand and waved it in front of her eyes, then whispered something. He then went down to the bottom and had the Ice Queen send him up. Whoosh whoosh. The cool night breeze caressed his face, and Lin Kong felt incredibly real at that moment. With the blessing of the demon's eye, Lin Kong could see in the night without using any supernatural power. Standing on the south side of the depression, I looked up and scanned the endless forest below, as well as the undulating, lush green hills beside me. I don't know why, but while other hills are lush and green with vegetation growing freely, Rock Ant Hill only has a few withered grasses and shrubs, and it looks a bit bald. Let's go to the base. After enjoying the night breeze for a while, Lin Kong spoke to the 2 tall figures behind him, both clad in specially made leather armor. They were the left and right Rock Ant Guardians, each holding a long-handled, dark, 3-pronged fork. In no time, 3 figures stepped into the base hall, which was filled with purple light. Hiss! Hiss! As Lin Kong stepped inside, the enormous queen ant let out an excited hiss. I'm going away for a while to come to this mysterious and extraordinary world. To be honest, this is the first time I've decided to travel so far. Don't worry, I'm just using this clone to have some fun. Even if I die from the chaos, it's alright. My main body will always be inside the Ice Queen. Stroking the queen ant's hard armor, Lin Kong spoke softly. After calming the queen ant, Lin Kong began to familiarize himself with the body on the open ground in the base's main hall. Although he could basically control it, he still needed to get used to the power within it. Chapter 132, Ramen Trading Company. After Lin Kong organized the spells, this demon clone could now use a total of 33 apprentice-level spells and 2 formal-level spells. The apprentice-level spells are quite common, such as Ice Block, Fireball, Rock Spike, and Swamp Spell. More advanced spells include Fireball, Ice Arrow, and Lightning Strike. Larry only mastered 2 formal-level witchcraft models. One is the offensive Razor Assault, and the other is the defensive Distortion Field. With 1 offensive and 1 defensive strategy, Larry is quite the guy who takes a balanced and progressive approach. Crackling sounds. As he spoke, a magic model with a diameter of more than 1 meter quickly took shape and floated in front of Lin Kong's chest. Then a roaring lightning serpent emerged from within, about 6 meters long, its body crackling with electricity as it coiled and swirled around Lin Kong. The spellcaster is indeed a perfect being. Sensing the violent aura emanating from the enormous lightning serpent formed from condensed lightning element, Lin Kong's lips curled slightly as he muttered to himself. Unfortunately, Lin Kong had previously had the Ice Queen test him, and it turned out he didn't have the aptitude to be a wizard. However, it's not bad to have a clone to satisfy your cravings. With his mind controlling the lightning snakes wrapped in electricity that slithered around his body, Lin Kong spoke softly. On the other hand, let's rewind a little. Inside the Ice Queen, at the corner of the staircase where she had been standing, Melina, after calming herself down for a while, slowly crouched down against the wall. Mom, Rulai, don't worry. I will kill that person with my own hands to avenge you. Her eyes, red and swollen from the tears, were filled with determination as she looked up again. Time flew by, and the night passed in the blink of an eye without a word being spoken. At dawn, Lin Kong and Melina, having finished their preparations, rode on the Bifang Firebird and flew swiftly towards Tooting City. However, after leaving the Sunset Mountains, Lin Kong stopped the Bifang Firebird and walked with Melina toward Tooting City. The shrunken Bifang Firebird perched on Lin Kong's shoulder, one claw retracted while the other remained on his shoulder. It's the size of a palm, round and chubby, and doesn't look like a legendary, powerful magical beast at all. Before long, the two entered the city of Tooting. Lord Larry, where are we going now? Go to this place. There's a trading company owned by the Leander family here. Lin Kong took out a map of Tooting City, studied it carefully for a while, and then pointed to a place and said softly. Since Bennett, who knew the way, wasn't available to lead the way this time, Lin Kong had to prepare a map instead. Melina is the same. She lives almost entirely in Black Rock Town and rarely visits Tooting City. Bennett, Lin Kong's lackey, is known to almost all the major powers to be from Rock Ant Mountain. If you were to be kept by his side now, wouldn't that be like trying to hide something obvious? Moreover, Lin Kong has left Bennett with a lot of tasks, so even if he comes, it will be difficult for him to get away. A little while later, he rented a luxury carriage nearby and sat comfortably inside. Lin Kong had plenty of money in his spatial ring, so he naturally wouldn't treat himself badly. Sir, are you going to the ramen trading company to attend an auction? You're really lucky. I heard there's a very precious treasure that almost all the important people in the city have gone there. The driver for Lin Kong was a young man with a sallow complexion. After hearing Lin Kong announce his destination, he couldn't help but excitedly say a few words. Sitting inside, Lin Kong heard the sound of a car driving outside and gave a slight hum. He didn't care about the auction. His purpose in going there was simply to contact the Leander family and inform the outside world that he, the border Duke Larry Leander, had returned. Thinking about the money he would make in the future, Lin Kong couldn't help but smile. These were all cultivation resources for his main body. How could Lin Kong not care? Moreover, with the help of the expensive magic potion, Lin Kong's cultivation speed has increased dozens of times. What used to take 7 or 8 years to advance to the formal level now only takes a few months. Lord Larry, is there anything you want to buy? On the other side, Melina, who was sitting next to Lin Kong, asked quietly, but she was a little puzzled. Given Lin Kong's status, why would she need to come out and buy things? No, it's about going home. Hearing Melina's somewhat puzzled voice, Lin Kong chuckled and raised an eyebrow. Go home. Back to the Leander family? Is there anything you need, sir? Upon hearing this, Melina pondered for a moment, then spoke softly. Just know it. Don't say it out loud, okay? Upon discovering Melina's presence, Lin Kong almost instantly deduced Lin Kong's purpose. He turned to look at her, his lips twitching as he spoke. New. Sticking out her tongue, Melina lowered her head and replied. The scenery outside the window rushed past, and before long, the luxurious carriage came to a stop. These earth dragons run pretty fast. Stepping off the beast-drawn carriage, Lin Kong glanced at the earth dragon beside him, which wasn't even panting, and said something. Hee, this is one we carefully bred. Its speed and endurance are unmatched by wild earth dragons. Hearing Lin Kong's exclamation, the young man driving the car proudly replied, Okay, you can go back now. I probably won't need the beast-drawn carriage anymore. Lin Kong glanced at the young man, spoke softly, then waved to Melina before walking toward a tall building not far away. Chapter 133 Unfortunate. The lobby on the first floor of the ramen trading company was extremely luxurious, with the entire floor covered with a dark purple, expensive carpet printed with exquisite patterns. Besides the oil paintings of various styles that hang on the walls from time to time, there are also gold reliefs on the walls, making the whole hall very elegant, yet solemn. However, the lobby seemed rather empty at this moment, with only two beautiful female receptionists sitting not far from the stairwell. "Hello, please show me your invitation." When Lin Kong walked over, he saw a thin-faced receptionist with heavy makeup politely stand up and ask, "An invitation?" Hearing this, Lin Kong was somewhat surprised, then shook his head at her. "I'm sorry, I don't have any invitation." "All right, please show me a crystal car with more than 5,000 or wealth with more than 100,000 gold coins." Upon hearing that Lin Kong had not received an invitation, the female receptionist who stood up showed a hint of surprise in her eyes, but it vanished in an instant, and she spoke again. You must have misunderstood. I'm not attending the auction." Looking at the receptionist's expression, Lin Kong shrugged and said, "You're not here for the auction? Then may I ask what brings you here?" After listening to Lin Kong's words, another female receptionist who was organizing the documents looked up, glanced at Lin Kong and Melina, and then asked softly, I'm looking for your chairman Brand." Without beating around the bush, Lin Kong directly quoted Larry's memory, mentioning Brand, who had been assigned here by the Leander family to serve as the branch president of the ramen trading company. "Looking for our guild leader?" "I'm sorry. Our president is currently presiding over the auction. If you're not in a hurry, you can rest on the sofa over there." Upon hearing this, the female receptionist smiled politely, pointed to the rest area on the other side, and then made a suggestion. "Cheryl, you might be in trouble." Just then, the first female receptionist who spoke looked up at the three people who had just entered through the door, and then quickly leaned close to the ear of the woman who was talking to Lin Kong, and whispered something. The sound was very soft, but Lin Kong, with his current mid-level formal-grade demon body, heard it clearly. "Unfortunately, Brand is presiding over an auction right now, but I think my business is rather urgent." Lin Kong glanced at Cheryl, whose expression had changed slightly, frowned, then glanced at the three people walking over and spoke to her calmly. "I'm so sorry. Lord Brand is really busy right now. You can wait there for now." Hearing Lin Kong's words, Cheryl replied absent-mindedly. Then a slight smile appeared on her face as she looked at the other three people who were walking over. "Cheryl, what's wrong? Is this person causing you trouble?" The next moment, an arrogant voice rang out. Upon reaching the counter, the chubby man among the three, who appeared to weigh around 300 pounds, glanced at Lin Kong and then used his large body to push Lin Kong aside from Cheryl. "No, young Master Sean, he just wants to see our chairman Brand, but the chairman is up there presiding over an auction." After glancing at Lin Kong, who had stepped aside, Cheryl spoke to the chubby boy in front of her. Where did this country bumpkin come from, wanting to see Chairman Brand?" As he spoke, Sean reached for Cheryl's hands, which were resting on the counter, with his greasy, fat hands. Upon seeing this, Cheryl immediately pulled back and took a step back. "Young Master Sean, I'm working right now. Can you wait until I've finished dealing with this gentleman?" What's there to deal with? He's just a country bumpkin." Upon hearing this, Sean turned to Lin Kong and said, "Kid, you'd better get out of here and not disturb my date with Miss Cheryl. Otherwise, don't blame me for breaking your legs and throwing you out." Pointing his finger at Lin Kong, Sean immediately uttered an arrogant threat. "Ha ha ha. Breaking my legs? That's really funny." Lin Kong patted the spot where he had just been brushed against, looked at him with interest, and said in a calm tone, "You'd better leave quickly. He is the third son of Baron Adolf, the Lord of Tudden's City, Sean Hebrew. And Lord Adolf is also here for the auction today, right up there. If you don't want to cause trouble, you'd better leave now." At this moment, the first female receptionist quickly came out from behind the counter, walked up to Lin Kong, and smiled at the obese Sean. However, her soft voice reached Lin Kong's ears. "Oh, the Baron's son?" Upon hearing this, Lin Kong raised his hand to support his chin and looked at the woman in front of him with heavy makeup in surprise. "May I have your name?" My name is Hannah, sir. I'll take you out." Seeing Sean approaching, Hannah reached out and tugged at Lin Kong's sleeve, speaking softly. What's wrong, Hannah? You want to help him? Then I'll make sure he doesn't leave." On the other side, seeing Hannah's actions, Sean grinned wickedly and then gestured with his chin towards the guards behind him. Seeing the two people who had blocked the doorway, Hannah's expression stiffened. "Young Master Sean, This is, after all, the ramen trading company. Please show some respect. The ramen trading company is indeed impressive. Tisk tisk, but you're nothing more than a hired ornament. There are plenty of people in the city who can replace you. Chapter 134 Razor Raid. With such heavy makeup every day, even I can't see your exact appearance. However, your figure is quite impressive. He walked up to Hannah, glanced at her from head to toe, and finally his gaze settled on the fullness of her chest that made her clothes look tight. He licked his lips, his eyes filled with lewdness, and said, "Come with me now, and I'll let this kid go." "What do you want to do?" Seeing Sean's large hands reach for her, Hannah couldn't help but take a step back in fear. "It's all right, don't be afraid. I found that this ramen trading company is quite good." Hannah accidentally bumped into Lin Kong's chest. Lin Kong chuckled and turned around to shield Hannah behind him, looking at Sean with a smile on his face, but a deep chill ran through him. "Are you Beck Hebrew's brother?" At this moment, Melina, who had been standing behind Lin Kong, saw the coldness in Lin Kong's eyes and couldn't help but show a strange excitement on her face. Stepping forward, Melina coldly asked Sean a question. "What? Even if you know that Kid Baker, don't think you can get away with this so easily today." When Sean heard Melina mention his brother's name, he paused for a moment. "Tisk tisk, I was so focused on Hannah that I didn't realize there was another stunning beauty here who was just as beautiful as Cheryl and had a figure that was just as good as Hannah's." Seeing Melina walk up to him, Sean's eyes lit up, and he said something flippantly. Hey, you just die." The next moment, without warning, Melina suddenly produced a small dagger and slashed it at Sean. "What?" Seeing Melina's actions, Sean was startled, but after sensing the slightest extraordinary fluctuation, a hint of disdain appeared in his eyes. Click! With a sudden and powerful strike, Sean caught the dagger Melina was slashing at him with his bare hand, his hand radiating a rich green aura. "You're just an ordinary person, yet you dare to dream of assassinating a superhuman. What a fool you are." With a sinister grin, Sean swung his other hand sharply at Melina's face. Snap! With a muffled thud, a strong arm grabbed Sean and slapped him towards Melina's hand. "She is my property. Your actions against her are a challenge to my dignity." As he spoke, Lin Kong applied slight pressure to his hand. Click! A sharp cracking sound came from Sean's arm, and his face instantly contorted in pain. "Aya, you damn bastard, how dare you hurt me? Let go of our young master. Kid, do you want to die?" Seeing Lin Kong's actions, the guard standing at the door rushed over and shouted at Lin Kong in shock and anger. "So noisy." Upon hearing this, Lin Kong glanced over, his eyes filled with coldness. Razor Raid. The surging Yuan energy quickly constructed a spell model in front of Lin Kong, and then a ferocious lightning serpent more than 6 meters long, roaring and howling, quickly shot out from it. Crackling sounds. Roar. With a roar, the raging lightning serpent shattered the energy barriers of Sean's 2 low-ranking official-level guards, and then crashed into them, sending them flying. "You're a certified wizard? Aha! Is this all you're relying on?" Stepping aside, Sean glanced down at his twisted arm and said coldly, "If you're not dead, get up and go call your father down." He stepped back a little further and shouted at the guard who was lying on the ground, twitching from time to time. However, he was going to be disappointed. Larry, who came from the Orthodox Chessel Wizarding Academy, had an extremely powerful offensive wizarding model, the Razor Assault. Lightning crackled across their bodies, and moments later, their chests were charred black, and their life force vanished. What? How is this possible? Upon seeing this, Sean was shocked. His 2 guards were not apprentice-level extraordinary beings like him, but formal-level powerhouses. But now he was killed by the blonde young man in front of him with just 1 blow. "You don't come any closer. My father is a baron with a fiefdom in the kingdom. If you kill me, there will be nowhere for you to hide in the entire kingdom of Eisen Island." Seeing Lin Kong walking towards him, Sean, who was holding his arm, couldn't help but back away in fear and kept threatening him. "I didn't expect it to be so powerful." Seeing that he had taken care of the 2 guards in one go, Lin Kong was also a little surprised. Shouldn't he have used formal-level witchcraft when facing a formal-level transcendent? Lin Kong glanced at it, but didn't take it to heart. Not to mention that he had been hunting in the southern forest all along. He had also watched the great battle between the kingdom of Eisen Island and the Beast Alliance of the southern forest a while ago. Hundreds of thousands of soldiers clashed. Lives were taken away every moment. Limbs were severed, and blood was everywhere. After such a baptism, Lin Kong appeared indifferent when facing the two corpses beside him. "Stop! What are you trying to do?" As Sean was forced against the wall step by Lin Kong, a group of people came down the stairs, one of whom shouted coldly at Lin Kong's back. "President Baron. Cheryl, when did you go up there?" Seeing the group of people slowly descending the stairs, Hannah respectfully greeted the two in front of her, then walked over to Cheryl and asked her in a low voice. "When I saw a conflict, I quickly went up to call the chairman." Upon hearing Hannah's words, Cheryl responded in the same manner. However, seeing Sean standing in front of Lin Kong, his eyes filled with terror and his ugly behavior, Lin Kong couldn't help but have a strange look in his eyes. Chapter 135 Anaïs Promotion. "Father, he killed 2 of my guards, and he's trying to kill me." Seeing his father Adolf come down, Sean was overjoyed and struggled to his feet, quickly walking to Adolf's side. Upon hearing this, Adolf glanced at the corpse not far away, then looked down at his son's twisted arm, his face turning somewhat gloomy. On the other side, after hearing Hannah's question about why Adolf had also come down, Cheryl's gaze became somewhat evasive. Unfortunately, they were together just now. After a pause, Cheryl spoke softly. "You hurt my son, you." Before Adolf could finish speaking, a middle-aged man with a thick beard and meticulously groomed brown hair stared at Lin Kong with a shocked expression. "Your Grace, what are you doing here? The family sent word that you were missing. I'm so glad you're all right." Excitedly running to Lin Kong's side, Brand respectfully spoke. "I got lost in the southern forest a few days ago, and I just found my way out." Upon hearing this, Lin Kong chuckled and spoke, looking at the excited middle-aged man before him. "The Duke, President Brand, what is this?" At this moment, Adolph's hands, which were behind his back, trembled slightly, but he still asked Brand question. "This is the new patriarch of our Leander family, and also the Duke of the Kingdom, His Majesty Larry Leander." Upon hearing Adolph's words, Brand turned around and glanced at him indifferently, speaking in an extremely cold voice. "Greetings, Duke Larry." With a rapidly changing expression, Adolf strode up to Lin Kong and spoke in an extremely humble tone. "Your son not only has designs on my maid, but he even seemed to have said he wanted to break my legs." Lin Kong glanced at Adolf and said something indifferently. "How dare you?" As Lin Kong finished speaking, Brand, who was standing to the side, shouted in shock and anger, and looked coldly at Sean, who was hiding behind Adolf. "You damned thing! How dare you disrespect His Majesty the Duke?" Turning around, Adolf glared angrily at Sean and slapped him across the face. The obese Sean was like a spinning top, being whipped around several times by Adolf. Puffed. Still not satisfied, Adolf kicked Sean in the leg with such speed that it created a whooshing sound. Click! With a crisp crack of bones breaking, Sean collapsed to the ground, screaming in pain. He may have many sons, but he only has this small plot of land. If he were to offend a top nobleman in the kingdom, he could lose everything he has now. To be honest, Adolf was tempted to kill Sean. "Your Grace, I have been negligent in disciplining him, which has led to his disrespect. Please punish him accordingly. No matter what, even if you kill this bastard, Adolf will have no complaints." Walking up to Lin Kong, Adolf bowed his head respectfully and spoke. "You decide what to do yourself, Brand. I'm a bit tired." Upon hearing this, Lin Kong glanced at Sean, who was staring at him with terrified eyes, and then looked away from him, turning his attention to Brand beside him. "Please follow me." Upon hearing Lin Kong complain of being tired, Brand glared at Sean lying on the ground before respectfully replying. "By the way, that Hannah, right? I think she's pretty good." Following Brand upstairs, Lin Kong had only taken 2 steps when he suddenly stopped and spoke softly. On the other side, seeing Lin Kong, who had changed his status and become extremely noble and dazzling, suddenly mention his name, Hannah couldn't help but tightly grip the hem of her clothes. She didn't dare to look up. She was filled with bewilderment and excitement. "Hannah, you don't need to do this anymore. You can go and manage halls 3 and 5 directly." Upon hearing the name Lin Kong specifically mentioned, Brand glanced at Hannah in surprise, then spoke softly. Understand, President Brand. Hannah bowed to the backs of Lin Kong and Chairman Brand and replied with delight. As Lin Kong and the other two disappeared at the stairwell, Hannah excitedly hugged her friend Cheryl and exclaimed, I've actually become the manager of halls 3 and 5. Cheryl, be happy for me. Bless you, Hannah. Upon hearing this, Cheryl looked at Adolf and his group dragging Sean away from the hall, forced a smile, and replied. Time flies, and before we knew it, it was afternoon. News of Larry Leander's appearance in Tudun spread rapidly to the surrounding areas within a day. The initially panicked Duchy of Leander gradually calmed down after receiving Brand's personal letter and quickly assembled a powerful team of superhumans to welcome Larry Leander. While loyalty is one aspect, another is driven by self-interest. The entire Duchy of Leander is very large, and it is filled with nobles appointed by the Leander family. 3 earls, 16 viscounts, and hundreds of barons. As nobles appointed by the Leander family, they exist entirely because of the Leander family. If the Leander family falls, not only will they lose their powerful protective umbrella, but their noble status will also no longer be recognized by the kingdom of Eisen Island. Therefore, the moment Larry Leander appeared, the entire Duchy of Leander was instantly filled with joy, and the turbulent atmosphere gradually disappeared. Chapter 136, The Man with the Metal Mask. Meanwhile, in the City Lord's mansion of Tooting, a strange man in a metal mask appeared silently in Adolf's study. Who? The next moment, Adolf, who was dealing with his affairs, suddenly looked up and then swept his enchanted long sword horizontally, slashing out with a blade of light. When the masked man simply raised his arm, its silvery white metallic texture gleaming, and effortlessly blocked Adolf's attack. Silver Demon Guard, high-level Grandmaster. May I ask what brings you here, sir? Looking at the unusual arm, Adolf's pupil shrank. Although he was a minor baron in a border city, his title was indeed bestowed by the kingdom of Eisen Island. Duke Rose, located in the northwest, has a group of extremely powerful Silver Demon Guards under his command. Almost every one of them is a Grandmaster-level expert, and there are a great many of them, numbering in the hundreds. This information wasn't particularly secret, and Adolf was quite aware of it. His Majesty the Duke of Rose has something to tell you. By deliberately exposing his unusual arm, the newcomer clearly indicated that he was a member of the Duke of the Rose's faction. Please tell me, and I will certainly not refuse if I can help. Although he already had some guesses in his mind, Adolf still pretended to be full of doubt and asked, Larry Leander, if he fails to reach the Duchy of Leander, you will gain the friendship of His Highness the Duke of the Rose. The man opposite, wearing a metal mask, spoke in a hoarse voice. Upon hearing this, although he was prepared, Adolf's heart still skipped a beat. He, a minor nobleman on the border, had actually been drawn into the vortex of grudges among the kingdom's top nobles. Damn it! That bastard Sean, if it weren't for what happened this morning, he probably wouldn't have come looking for him. Thinking about what had happened that morning, Adolf felt a surge of anger. Even though he knew perfectly well that the other party would likely have come looking for him even without what happened with Sean that morning, the chances had undoubtedly increased now that Sean had happened. Your Excellency is joking. What can I decide whether His Majesty Duke Larry returns to his duchy? If I could keep His Majesty Duke Larry here, eating, drinking, and having fun, I would do it myself without your prompting, and I would be so happy that I would wake up laughing in my sleep. After thinking for a moment, Adolf chuckled and said with a smile, It seems you haven't grasped the situation around us this time. Hearing Adolf's irrelevant answer, the man in the metal mask was not angry, but instead let out a hoarse laugh. If you don't do as I say, I can tell you with certainty, not only will your title be lost, but your life could be lost at any moment. At this point, the man in the metal mask's tone turned sinister. I am a baron with a fiefdom in the kingdom, not some minor nobleman under a great nobleman. Strip me of my title. Humph. Even the Duke of Rose wouldn't do this for no reason. With a cold snort, Adolf was clearly not intimidated by the man in the metal mask. Oh, two choices. One is to do as I say, and you will gain the friendship of the Rose Duke's lineage. Secondly, you have offended not only Duke Larry, but also Duke Rose. With both dukes making a joint proposal to the royal family, I think it will be difficult for you to keep your minor title. After listening to Adolph's words, the man in the metal mask spoke calmly. You. Upon hearing this, Adolph's face darkened, and his fists clenched so tightly they turned white. This situation was actually anticipated by Adolph as soon as he discovered the identity of the man in the metal mask. Faced with this dilemma, he had no other choice. How can I trust you not to betray me? If I did, that would be treason. Slumped into a chair, Adolph spoke in a cold voice. This is a record stone. Our entire conversation is captured inside. Upon hearing this, the man in the metal mask casually tossed over a palm-sized square stone, then spoke again in a relaxed tone. There's still something you should do inside. I hope you don't make a mistake. As soon as he finished speaking, the man in the metal mask transformed into a black shadow and vanished without a trace. As the man in the metal mask left, Adolph looked at the black recording stone in his hand, his expression full of gloom. This is an abyss that devours those who choose to be devoured, but now he has no choice. Since we've already offended them, let's make it as thorough as possible. On the other side, above the starlit clouds, a small airship was flying rapidly, and Lin Kong, sitting on it, was leisurely eating dinner. Originally, there was supposed to be a chef accompanying them, but now it has been replaced by Melina. Brand, how much longer until we reach the West Coast? Lin Kong picked up a silk handkerchief from the side and wiped his mouth. He then turned to look at Brand, who was standing respectfully to the side, and asked in a low voice, Your Grace, this is a functional airship, with a speed almost comparable to a Grandmaster-level Transcendent being traveling at full speed. We've been flying for 2 hours, and it will take about 3 more hours to reach the West Coast. Count Katsuna is already at the port to welcome you. You can choose to rest there for the night, or you can have Count Katsuna escort you directly back to Leander. Upon hearing Lin Kong's question, Brand answered without hesitation. Chapter 137, Forced Landing on the Grassland. The entire Duchy of Leander is enormous. One of the Infeft Earls alone has a territory of over 100,000 square kilometers, which is equivalent to the entire area of a medium-sized province in Lin Kong's previous life, not to mention the entire Duchy of Leander. The Count Katsuna that Brand mentioned earlier is the Count of Leander, the Count whose fiefdom is closest to the kingdom's real noble territory. Knock, knock, knock. Crash. Bang. Bang. The next moment, a crashing sound came for the airship, and then the entire airship began to shake violently. What's going on? Seeing this, Brand immediately yelled at the outside of the room. Guildmaster, a flying magical beast has attacked us. No, that's not right. There was someone on the back of that monster. Someone attacked us. Upon hearing Brand's voice, the echo of the guards immediately came from outside. Your Grace, rest assured, there are more than 20 official-level extraordinary beings on this airship, including 7 high-ranking official beings. We can usually handle these situations. He turned to Lin Kong and said something. Then Brand quickly opened the door and went outside. You have half a quarter of an hour to land and stop the airship immediately, or don't blame us for shooting it down violently. As soon as Brand arrived on the deck, he saw that the airship, which was more than 40 meters long, was surrounded by more than a dozen griffins, each 7 or 8 meters long and exuding an aura of official class. Furthermore, each of these griffins had a masked man on it, all staring at them with cold, sinister eyes. Brand wasn't afraid of any of this. Although the airship beneath his feet was a functional airship without combat capabilities, the 23 formal-level superhumans on board were no pushovers. But upon hearing the words of the masked man leading the group, Brand's face darkened with anger. Not only the enormous Griffin King, which sits over 10 meters tall, but also the person sitting on it exudes a master-level extraordinary aura. He was merely assigned to the branch office in a small border town, and now he has 23 official-level guards, which can be considered his entire force. Who are you, and why are you blocking our ramen trading company's cargo airship? Brand shouted coldly, looking at the Griffin King circling above the deck. There are 10 breaths left. If we continue to fall, I will launch a direct attack. Without answering Brand's question, The masked man, sitting on the Griffin King, exuding a bloodthirsty aura, calmly offered a reminder. Hateful. Seeing that the other party had him cornered, Bran cursed under his breath. Order the cockpit to stop, and then land quickly. Turning to his man behind him, Bran said, then looked up again, we'll stop immediately. I hope you'll keep your promise and not attack. Otherwise, we might as well all perish together. As he spoke, Bran took out a large iron ball that exuded an eerie aura, and then looked coldly at the masked man in the lead. An alchemical explosive bomb, and it looks like a big one. Upon seeing what Bran was holding, the masked man's pupils contracted slightly, and he muttered something to himself. This attitude naturally caught the attention of Bran, who had been observing him. It's good that you're hesitant to act, but once Count Katsuna arrives, you'll all be finished. While thinking coldly to himself, Bran wore an expression of great resentment and anger. He had just made contact with Count Katsuna via airship. At this point, there was no need to worry about overstepping the boundaries. Protecting Duke Larry was the priority. Count Katsuna is a super strong expert at the mid-level legendary level, and he also has a group of Grandmaster level retainers by his side. When this force arrives, apart from the Lord of the Land below, Duke rose, taking action. No one can stop it. Bran, I see the airship is starting to land. At this moment, Lin Kong led Melina slowly from the room to the deck. After glancing at the griffins flying up and down all around, Lin Kong asked softly, Young master, there are some bandits blocking the road, but don't be afraid, they won't dare to do anything to us. Seeing Lin Kong emerge, Bran stopped calling him Duke and instead addressed him as young master. Oh, a thief blocking the road. Upon hearing this, Lin Kong glanced at the strangely shaped griffin not far away, rested his chin on his hand, and spoke with great interest. Before long, the airship descended from the sky and landed on a grassland with rolling hills. Race, Griffin. State, excited. Rank, low-level Grandmaster. Name, Adolf Hebel. Race, human. Status, normal. Rank, low-level Grandmaster. Holy crap, it's that little Baron. Looks like he's here for revenge. Looking at the information displayed on the virtual screen, Lin Kong glanced unexpectedly at the man flying in midair with a gloomy look in his eyes. We stopped as you instructed, but we don't know how much ransom we'll have to pay to leave. After surveying the vast, boundless grasslands, Bran walked to the front of the deck and asked in a cold voice, Leave? No one can leave here today. Upon hearing this, Adolf used his magical energy to alter his voice, speaking in a chilling tone. What do you want to do? Bran raised a large iron ball in his hand and shouted, Tisk tisk, behind you is Larry Leander, the Grand Duke of the Border. Do you dare to put down what you're holding? Huh? Who are you? What do you want? Upon hearing the mocking voice coming from above, Bran's expression changed, and he spoke. Who I am is not important. As you can see, I am just a thief seeking wealth. If Duke Larry comes with us today, not only will he be safe, but you'll be safe too. Looking down, Adolf spoke in a sinister tone. You're that minor baron from Tudun City, aren't you? You've got some nerve, daring to stop a duke like me? At this moment, Lin Kong, who was standing behind Bran, looked up and glanced at Adolf, who had not only changed his appearance, but was also wearing a mask, and said with some amusement, What? He's Adolf. Upon hearing Lin Kong's words, Bran was startled, and then looked up again. I'm curious. How did you know that? Not only Bran, but Adolf was also extremely shocked at this moment. How could the other party have seen through his identity at a glance when he was in such a state? But none of that matters anymore. If I kill you all, no one will know I was ever here. The next moment, Adolf, having calmed down, suddenly had a murderous glint in his eyes. He waved to his men around him and charged downwards. Chapter 138, Unexpected People. Whoosh! Suddenly, a long orange-red flame dragon, tens of meters long, appeared in the void not far away, circling and roaring as it flew rapidly toward Adolf, who was riding the Griffin King. Rumble, rumble! Sensing danger, Adolf did not underestimate the danger and quickly produced a long sword, holding it horizontally in front of his chest. The fiery dragon crashed into the elemental barrier that Adolf had condensed, unleashing a series of violent roars. It's you. Soon after, as the firelight faded, a stunningly beautiful woman clad in mithril armor and with flowing blood-red hair suddenly appeared in the void, not far from Adolf. Snort! After waiting for so long, you finally left Tooting City. Today I'm stopping you from doing what you're supposed to do. Philotai glanced at the group Adolf was about to deal with, sneered, and then looked back at the pale-faced Adolf. Your life is mine to take today. After listening, Adolf's eyes darkened further. After thinking for a moment, he said, I will give you an explanation regarding your flame mercenary group. Explain. Upon hearing this, Felidie flicked the flaming longsword formed from pure elemental energy in her hand, and then her figure suddenly disappeared. How is this possible? A high-level Grandmaster? Seeing the terrifying aura suddenly erupting in front of him, Adolf was shocked. He had thought that Philotai had just happened to advance to the Grandmaster level, and with a Grandmaster level enchanted longsword in hand, he didn't take her seriously at all. How could Adolf, the city lord, not know about the hottest and most alluring flame warrior in Tooting City? However, this is not a low-level Grandmaster, but a high-level Grandmaster, 2 extraordinary levels lower. How could Adolf possibly defeat him? From high-level official to high-level Grandmaster, are you cheating, God? At this moment, Adolf felt extremely aggrieved. Bang, bang, bang. A massive amount of Yuan energy continuously surged out, condensing into solid defensive barriers. He wielded his enchanted longsword to its fullest potential, relentlessly slashing at the gaps in the broken elemental barrier. However, faced with Philotai's overwhelming attacks, Adolf could barely defend himself with the sword in his hand. And as time goes on, it's only a matter of time before they reveal their flaws. The one who suddenly appeared to save the day is Philotai Marcus Similin, the flame warrior of Tooting City. On the other side, Brand and his group on the airship deck all stared wide-eyed at the battle in the sky with strange expressions. What is she doing here? Has she been following us? Or perhaps Adolf? Also, wasn't Flame Warrior a high-level formal warrior? How did she become a high-level, Grandmaster-level powerhouse? Brand stood in front of Lin Kong, muttering to himself with a puzzled expression. Although he didn't know why, Brand was extremely happy that someone had stopped the Grandmaster-level Adolf. What are you all standing there for? His Majesty the Duke is watching. Go up there. Take down all of Adolf's accomplices. After glancing at the guards around him, Brand drew his long sword and shouted angrily at the Griffin riders flying all around him. Yes, President. Charge. Annihilate the enemy. His Majesty the Duke is watching us. Upon hearing Brand's words, the surrounding guards immediately realized that this was a great place to make a name for themselves and earn merit, as Duke Leander, one of the kingdom's top nobles, was receiving their protection from behind. They might only have this one chance in their lives to perform, and if they were to be appreciated, they would become the Grand Duke's confidants. How could the Prime Minister's gatekeepers, who were only 7th-rank officials, not be tempted? Bang, bang, bang. As members of the Ramen Merchant Guild, they were well equipped, especially since this mission involved escorting Duke Larry. Brand had them armed to the teeth. 2-meter-long dragon-hunting enchanted rifles were taken out, their menacing openings pointed at the Griffin riders who were lingering in the sky. Damn it, it's a Dragon Slayer enchantment rifle. Everyone, take cover. Puff, puff, puff. With a few muffled gunshots, the 2 Griffins were shot down, and their fallen companions were almost instantly hacked to death by a group of howling warriors wielding enchanted longswords. The Griffin riders' faces darkened. There were only a dozen or so of them, and only 3 of them were high-ranking officials. Originally, in this battle, the Grandmaster-level Adolf was the main force, and the others were just assistants to prevent the enemy from escaping. Now, their main force is tied up and even in danger, facing more than 7 high-level official-level opponents, as well as a group of mid-level official-level opponents. Their situation instantly became awkward, and the other side also had air superiority weapons, those specially made alchemically enchanted weapons, with a large caliber that could even damage a Grandmaster-level expert. Your Majesty, rest assured they dare not come down. Seeing the Griffin riders around him begin to ascend, Brand spat inwardly at the spineless coward, then respectfully addressed Larry. The danger is not over yet. It seems someone doesn't want me to return to the Duchy of Leander so peacefully. Lin Kong watched Adolf and Philoti's fight for a while, then turned his head to look in another direction and said softly, "Your Grace, are you saying there are enemies there too?" Although Lin Kong spoke softly, Bran was not far in front of him and heard him clearly. Chapter 139, Enemies in the Dark. This is within the territory of the Kingdom of Eisen Island. How dare anyone directly attack you? You think Adolf is really seeking revenge because of what happened this morning? Upon hearing Bran's words, Lin Kong's lips curled up slightly, and then he asked a question in return. It really doesn't make sense. He wouldn't dare, nor would he go that far. If that's the case, this is the Rose Duchy, so to be able to do this, could it be the Rose Duke? At this point, Bran's expression turned grim. If it really was the Duke of Rose who made the move, then their situation today was truly dire. Hurry, take off, airship, and head to the West Coast port at full speed. And inform Count Katsuna to hurry over and protect His Majesty Duke Larry. Bran's expression changed rapidly. He was no fool to be sent to a city as the branch manager of the ramen trading company. Previously, simply because of Larry's noble status, Bran never dared to imagine that anyone would dare to attack a duke in the Kingdom of Eisen Island. Yes, President. Upon hearing Bran shout, the guard standing watch on the deck immediately went inside the cabin. At this moment, apart from Bran, Lin Kong, and Melina, there were only 7 high-ranking official guards holding Dragon Hunter rifles on the entire airship deck. Buzzing. The magical runes on the surface of the airship shone brightly, and with a slight tremor, the entire 40-meter-long airship slowly floated into the sky. The commotion was so loud that Adolf, who was being thoroughly beaten by Philoti in the distance, naturally noticed it as well. At this point, Adolf's entire body was charred in many places, his luxurious clothes were torn, and much of his flesh and blood had turned into charcoal. When you targeted our Flame mercenary group and killed Commander Carl, did you ever imagine this day would come? Adolf glanced to the side, but Felid, of course, didn't miss it. The long sword in his hand vanished, and in a flash of light, his hands were replaced by a pair of lifelike, ferocious dragon claws. With a screech, the dragon claw, wreathed in flames, broke through Adolf's defenses on one side and then gripped his shoulder. With a terrifying tearing sound, Adolf's shoulder and arm were ripped off by Philoti. Damn sluts! I shouldn't have spared your lives back then. Turning his head to look at his severed arm, Adolf turned pale and glared venomously at Philotis. If the Griffin King under Adolf's, but hadn't reacted, it would have been Adolf's head that was torn off. If you just stay out of it and don't take action, I'll just turn around and leave. At worst, we'll all perish together. He retreated rapidly, then covered his bleeding, gruesome wound with one hand while roaring wildly at those around him. Waste! Can't even finish this? What a useless piece of trash. You intercept the airship. I'll hold her off for you. As Adolf went mad, a silver flash appeared silently not far from Philoti, then turned and coldly spoke to Adolf. Waste! Snort! The Yuan energy condensed rapidly, but only stopped the bleeding from the wound. There was no sign of regeneration at the severed arm. Damn it! Her fiery elemental energy has already seeped in. My arm won't recover unless it's removed. Upon hearing the words of the man in the metal mask, Adolf's expression turned cold. He glanced at his wound and muttered to himself. Be careful, sir. She is no ordinary high-level grandmaster. Adolf gently patted the Griffin King, which was also covered in wounds, and then quickly sped off to catch up with the departing airship. At this point, Adolf had no choice but to continue down this path to the bitter end. Not your average Grandmaster-level expert. Ha ha ha. Hearing the disdainful words from the man in the metal mask behind him, Adolf's lips curled slightly, and he didn't say anything more. Fool, feel it for yourself here. He said this to himself. Then Adolf narrowed his eyes and quickly chased after the airship. Although he was annoyed that his men hadn't accomplished anything, he also knew that their charge just now was nothing more than suicide. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A strong gust of wind tore at their ears. After gathering the remaining 9 men, Adolf and his group of 10, riding 10 griffins, sped away. On the other side, Philoti glanced at the man in the metal mask not far in front of her, somewhat surprised. It seems I've inadvertently gotten involved in something extraordinary, You're going to stop me from killing Adolf? Upon hearing this, the man in the metal mask shrugged and then said in a hoarse voice, whether you killed him before or later has nothing to do with me. But not today. Today he's a special kind of knife. You can only kill him after I've used him. Oh, it seems we can't reach an agreement. Because, as I just said, I'm taking his life today. As soon as she finished speaking, Philoti's powerful aura soared into the sky, her blood-red hair fluttering in the wind. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. One after another, fiery blades, each as long as a human arm, continuously erupted from Philoti's explosive aura, slashing towards everything around them. This is the bloodline of the Flame Lord. You didn't use your full strength just now. A moment later, 2 crimson horns grew on its head, its pupils turned completely blood-red, and a long tail swayed continuously in the air. An overwhelming sense of oppression washed over him, and the man in the metal mask turned ashen-faced. Chapter 140 Make a Show. Those who block my way die. With his strength further enhanced, Philoti has almost reached the limit of the Grandmaster level, the peak below the legendary level. Call out. Boom. Rumble. A long, orange-red shadow suddenly appeared. The man in the metal mask barely reacted. Then his arms emitted a bright silver-white aura as he held them horizontally in front of his chest. The next moment, a violent roar resounded, and a powerful shockwave spread out continuously, creating a crater hundreds of meters long with no bottom after hitting the ground. Damn it! Damn it! He didn't even use his full strength when facing his enemy. Thump, thump, thump. Rumble. Boom, boom, boom. His hands gleamed with silver light as he continuously exchanged blows with the stunningly beautiful woman before him. The man in the metal mask was initially in a good mood, just playing around with a stunningly beautiful woman, but now his heart was filled with an uncontrollable gloom. Even if a beautiful woman is stunningly gorgeous and could kill you at any moment, he can't afford to enjoy her. Why use all your strength? He's one of the people I hate the most. It would be so boring if I just killed him instantly. Philoti, now in his Flame Lord form, had a somewhat eerie expression. Upon hearing the words of the man in the metal mask before him, he stuck out his scarlet tongue, pursed his lips, and spoke wickedly. The next moment, Philoti, whose strength was 3 points greater than that of the man in the metal mask, left 3 fiery wounds on his chest with his sharp claws. Damn it! Seeing the burning wound on his chest, the man in the metal mask cursed under his breath, then leaped back, no longer engaging in close combat with Philoti. He's just there to block Philoti. He doesn't necessarily have to risk his life. If you're scared, then don't stop me. Looking up at the man in the metal mask's movements, Philoti's eerie face revealed a cold smile. Then, following the trail left by the airship, she quickly flew after it. Meanwhile, the departing airship had flown several hundred miles when it was once again intercepted by a griffin-riding magical beast. Dasa, Oya. The enormous Griffin King stood above the airship's deck, letting out a sharp roar that forced the airship to a stop. Hovering above the clouds, Brand, holding a Dragon Slayer rifle, quickly led his guards onto the deck. Adolf, how dare you lay a hand on His Highness Duke Larry Leander? Now, as Duke Larry's representative, I declare that you have been stripped of your noble status and can no longer enjoy the privileges of a noble. Kneel down and surrender now. Duke Larry is kind-hearted and will spare your life. Looking ahead at the incessant howling of the Griffin King, Brand spoke loudly with a grim expression. No, no, no. If it weren't for the fact that it wasn't out in the open, I might really have changed my mind now. But it's already like this. Do you think I believe that nonsense about sparing my life? Regardless of the circumstances, I have taken away a noble duke today, and my name, Adolf, will surely be recorded in the annals of the kingdom. Ha ha ha, I didn't lose out. After saying that, Adolf threw his head back and laughed maniacally. At this moment, Adolf, whose body was charred black and whose severed arm was hideous, appeared even more terrifying against the backdrop of his maniacal laughter. You all of you may die. In an instant, Adolf stopped laughing, and his longsword quickly condensed Yuan power, forming a sword shadow of Yuan power over 100 meters long, radiating terrifying fluctuations. Attack! Seeing this, Brand didn't hesitate any longer and quickly fired his Dragon Slayer enchanted rifle at Adolf. Thud, thud, thud. The enchanted bullets were fired, but they were immediately blocked around Adolf. If I hadn't been prepared and you had ambushed me, I might have actually been injured by those things you have. But now die. Raising his 100-meter-long green sword, Adolf slashed fiercely at the airship. Even ants dare to be so presumptuous. But the next moment, a terrifying sound suddenly exploded in the surrounding air, and the sound wave that was formed by the shock wave dispersed Adolf's powerful attack. A legendary level expert. Damn it, did I fail? Feeling the terrifying killing intent from that brief moment, Adolf's soul was almost frozen. Count Katsuna, you have overstepped your bounds. You're making a move on my territory without even asking for my permission. Dozens of miles away, a refined middle-aged man who had been rushing over and dispelling Adolf's attack from a distance suddenly stopped. Count Keller, His Majesty Duke Larry has been assassinated. Didn't you see? Count Katsuna looked at a blurry figure that appeared not far away and questioned it in an icy tone. The Duke assassinated? How could that be? I didn't see anything. Upon hearing this, the man shrugged and looked around at the calm and serene surroundings with a puzzled expression. If that's really the case, the kingdom of Eisenisle truly is decaying. Upon hearing this, Count Katsuna let out a slight sigh. He would never have believed that the Duke of Rose would dare to do this without the tacit approval of the royal family. Then let's have a match right here. Count Katsuna's immense pressure, a mid-level legendary aura, caused the gray-white clouds in the surrounding sky to swirl abnormally. Chapter 141 Battle Above the Clouds. Above the clouds, starlight spilled down, illuminating everyone's face. Lord City Lord, it seems there's been no movement. A griffin rider was seen carefully flying up and down around, but the terrifying pressure from before seemed to have vanished and never reappeared. Boom! The next moment, a booming sound, growing louder as it approached, suddenly reached everyone's ears. Is this the aftermath of a battle between legendary-level powerhouses? Upon hearing the sound, Adolf suddenly looked up, his previously dull eyes suddenly shining brightly as he gazed at the source of the roar in the far distance. If I'm not mistaken, your savior may not be here anytime soon. A moment later, Adolf turned to look at the group of people on the airship and spoke in a hoarse voice. Adolf, that's Count Katsuna, a mid-level legendary figure. Who do you think can stop him? If you dare to make another move, you will surely die a horrible death. Now kneel down and surrender. Upon hearing Adolf's words, Brand snorted coldly and replied in a flat voice. A mid-tier legendary figure? Yes, what a powerful being. But he still couldn't stop me. I'll kill him. As soon as he finished speaking, a cold glint flashed in Adolf's eyes, and he quickly leaped down. One arm gripped an enchanted longsword, his entire body enveloped in a surging green aura, and his powerful Grandmaster-level aura greatly increased the pressure on everyone on the airship deck. Get out of the way. Don't even think about harming His Majesty the Duke. Brand and the others who stood in front of Lin Kong unleashed a surge of Yuan power, creating a powerful Yuan power shield. Distortion field. Razor Raid. Seeing Adolf leaping down, Lin Kong didn't hesitate and quickly formed his 2 formal-level witchcraft spells. A swirling, distorted force field enveloped Lin Kong, while a massive lightning serpent materialized out of thin air above Adolf's head and then plunged down. Bang! Adolf's attack broke through the shields erected by everyone, but by the time it reached Lin Kong, its power had largely dissipated. The longsword struck the distorted force field around Lin Kong, only causing a ripple. Boom! Crackling sounds. A chilling blue electric light enveloped Adolf, and violent energy continuously exploded on his body, especially on his wounds, where leaping arcs of electricity constantly stimulated his pain receptors. I underestimated you. With a kick, Adolf quickly retreated a distance to the edge of the deck, looking at the expressionless Lin Kong with a gloomy expression. What? You think I'd be trembling with fear, running for my life, and letting you chop me down? Hearing Adolf's words, Lin Kong raised his hand and touched his nose. After all, I am also a formal-level extraordinary wizard. As soon as he finished speaking, Two more magical models appeared on Lin Kong's left and right sides, followed by two 6 or 7 meter long lightning snakes wreathed in blue electricity, roaring and howling as they appeared. Do not be afraid. That traitor Adolf is already at his last gasp, holding firm in front of His Majesty the Duke. Looking up at Adolf, who was missing an arm and covered in charred blood, in a miserable state, Brand, who had just been thrown away by the violent energy, quickly got up and stood in front of Lin Kong again. His entire body surged with Yuan energy, condensing into layers of Yuan energy barriers that protected Lin Kong's surroundings. On the other side, Adolf looked down at the longsword in his hand, then looked up at the opposite side. Call out. With a leap, Adolf took to the air. At the same moment, a huge figure swooped down from above, letting out a sharp whistle. Thump! 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 The impact sent everyone flying again, scattering them around the deck, and they coughed up blood while clutching their chests. I'm not alone either. Let's go. Tear him apart. Facing the Griffin King flapping its wings, Adolf stood in the void and gave a fierce command. Razor Raid! Razor Raid! Lin Kong glanced at the Griffin King not far in front of him, and the two lightning snakes, circling beside him, rushed over quickly. Boom! The violent explosion caused Lin Kong to stagger back 2 steps. The power is incredible. Although Adolf and the Griffin King were both seriously injured, a mid-level formal-grade extraordinary being, was able to inflict such damage on them. Both Adolf, who had taken a lightning strike from Lin Kong, and the Griffin King twitched slightly and instinctively retreated, not daring to approach any further. Adolf was even more direct. Even a Grandmaster-level figure wouldn't dare to confront Lin Kong head-on. In fact, Adolf was also extremely frustrated. He had already been seriously injured by Philotai, and just now he had chased after him at lightning speed despite his injuries. The fact that he hadn't fallen down was due to his amazing willpower. You guys go. The others are basically no longer capable of fighting. There's only one mid-level, formal-grade, extraordinary guy left. Turning his head to glance at the Griffin King, whose injuries were no less severe than his own, and seeing its swaying gait, Adolf, standing beside it, felt too embarrassed to sit down. Instead, he coldly addressed his subordinates behind him. Yes. Upon hearing this, the group exchanged glances and then quickly pounced down. This was exactly the scenario Adolf had envisioned. He and the Griffin King would go up there, and if they could kill the target, all the better. If they couldn't, they could at least eliminate the enemy's manpower. Chapter 142, Melina's Complexity. 9 official-level guys. Lin Kong glanced at the guards lying on the deck, then looked up at the guards scattered all around him and muttered to himself. Adolf, you will not be allowed to harm His Majesty Duke Larry. As the murderous aura descended from the sky, Brand, leaning against the edge of the airship's railing, slowly stood up. With bloodshot teeth, he raised the Dragon Hunter rifle in his hand and fired it shakily into the sky. Bang! Bang bang! Bang bang bang! Following Brand's words, several high-ranking guards who had been subjected to 2 powerful attacks from a Grandmaster-level expert managed to stand up with difficulty. That was all they could do. After all, he was a Grandmaster-level being. Even with his severe injuries, and with the Yuan power barrier erected by so many of them at the formal level, they could only barely hold him back. However, the gap between their ranks was too large. It was almost a miracle they didn't die. With the sound of the Dragon Slayer rifle, the Griffin rider who had been flying down slowed down and was no longer as aggressive as before. However, with the shaky muzzle, apart from the 2 unlucky guys who were hit twice at the beginning, the others skillfully piloted their Griffins, dodging the enchanted bullets fired from the Dragon Hunter rifles. That's really awesome. Looking at the group of people who were loyal to their master in front of him, Lin Kong felt a little guilty. Lin Kong glanced at the Bafang Firebird, dozing on his shoulder, and sighed inwardly. Originally, he didn't plan to reveal the Bafang Firebird so early. After all, although he went there for crystals and cultivation resources, Lin Kong also planned to clean house for the Leander family and avenge Larry. If we reveal our hand now, the other side will definitely know and make corresponding preparations. Never mind, so what? Can they possibly compete with me in terms of the number of legendary level experts? Thinking that Larry's ring contained more than 1 million crystals, Lin Kong narrowed his eyes and immediately made a decision. With enough crystals and enough energy cores, the number of powerful individuals can increase immediately. Thinking of this, Lin Kong took the Bafang Firebird from his shoulder and patted its round head. My lord, a legendary magical beast has suddenly appeared beside you. We've arrived at the Leander family's residence. How are we supposed to explain this? Perhaps we should wait for Count Katsuna to arrive. I think Brand and his team can hold on for a while longer in this situation. Mylena, who was standing nearby, noticed Lin Kong's actions. She stepped forward, put her mouth close to Lin Kong's ear, and whispered something. No, I think they're good. It would be a shame if they died here. Upon hearing this, Lin Kong didn't turn to look at Mylena, but instead smiled slightly. He looked at the guards who were waving their guns and firing continuously into the sky. Yes, sir, Mylena misspoke. Hearing Lin Kong's words, Mylena was taken aback, looking at Lin Kong's back with some surprise. Would a being comparable to a god also have pity on the lives of ordinary mortals? Thinking back to that day, the moment the ice-blue giant ship appeared, it seemed as if the surrounding world had lost its color, leaving only that blue. Go ahead, lighter. Kill all these guys blocking the way, especially that little Baron Adolf. I really don't like him. Lin Kong reached out and flicked the head of the Bafang Firebird, then spoke softly. The next moment, the Bafang Firebird, which had flown away from Lin Kong's palm, flew back, opened one wing, flapped it twice, and pointed in a direction to Lin Kong. It's her. Lin Kong looked in that direction, and sure enough, a figure flew over quickly. With silver armor, red hair, and a seductive figure, it was none other than Philotai from before. Flame War Maiden, please help me kill this traitor Adolf. Our ramen trading company will be grateful for your kindness. Without restraining its imposing presence, Philotai's appearance instantly turned the surrounding sky blood red. Not only Lin Kong, but Brand also noticed it. A look of great joy flashed across his face, and he shouted at the sky. I don't need your gratitude. I'm going to kill Adolf anyway. Approaching quickly, Philotai glanced down upon hearing this, then swiftly chased after Adolf, whose face was grim and who was fleeing in panic. Damn it! Didn't you say you were going to stop her? On the other side, a silvery white halo rapidly approached, revealing the mysterious man in the metal mask from before. What a waste of time. He hasn't even finished the mission after all this time. Upon hearing Adolf's words, the man in the metal mask's face darkened, and he spoke in a cold voice. If you had stopped her a little longer, I would have succeeded. In the end, it's still your incompetence that's to blame. Sitting atop the Griffin King, Adolf glanced at the flame burn mark on the chest of the metal-masked man, not far behind Philotai, and retorted rudely. Damn it, I'll hold her off a little longer. If you still can't finish this, I'll kill you without her even lifting a finger. Upon hearing this, the man in the metal mask looked at Adolf with murderous intent, then suddenly accelerated, using a secret combat technique to quickly arrive opposite Philotai. You're stopping me again this time? Do you really want to die? Stopping, Philotai gave the man in the metal mask a cold look, then flames surged around her. Chapter 143, How many of them are there? What utterly arrogant. Upon hearing Philotai's words, the man in the metal mask snorted, seemingly unimpressed. Although he admitted that he was no match for his opponent, when the other party threatened to kill him, the man in the metal mask could only chuckle and express his disdain. Damn it, that bastard. The extraordinary senses failed to detect that Adolf had turned back, but instead continued running into the distance, showing no intention of continuing to cooperate with him. How dare he? At this moment, the man in the metal mask was so angry he was practically grinding his teeth to powder. If the blame is not shifted to someone outside the Rose Dukes faction, then the Leander Dukes family and the Rose Dukes family will definitely go to war. With a layer of covering, although friction may still occur, it will definitely not escalate. But Adolf has run away now. He's run away from this fig leaf. Damn it, you'll pay for your stupidity. This is a rare opportunity, so I'll let you off the hook for now. On the other side, Philotai also clearly noticed that Adolf did not follow the man's instructions to turn back and complete a certain task. After giving the man in the metal mask a cursory glance, Philitti's orange-red aura rose up, transforming into a long dragon that quickly chased after Adolf in the direction he had fled. Snort! Click-clack, click-clack. The silver-white metal arm was being gripped by the masked man with a cracking sound, clearly indicating his extreme anger. I thought it would be a simple task, but I never expected such a twist to happen. My gaze swept to the other side, to the small airship that was beginning to pick up speed. Whoosh! His body pierced through the air with a loud bang, and then he landed on the deck of the airship. Sir, who are you? Upon seeing the uninvited man in the metal mask, Brand stepped forward and asked him a question. I didn't want things to turn out this way, but things have come to this point, and I'm the only one who can do it. The man in the metal mask glanced indifferently at Brand, who had stepped forward as if he were looking at a dead man. They are the enemy. Protect His Majesty the Duke. Upon hearing this, Brand turned to look at his companions who had recovered somewhat. Lin Kong had just cast 2 group healing spells on them, which had basically stabilized their injuries. Let's end it here. The surging power in his hand quickly condensed, and then a bright white halo appeared around the man in the metal mask, bringing a powerful sense of oppression to Brand and the others. Call out. A streak of purple light suddenly shot over from a distance, piercing directly through the chest of the man in the metal mask. The terrifying aura emanating from it continuously extinguished his life force. How is that possible? With blood dripping from his mouth, the man in the metal mask looked down at the hole in his chest, his face filled with disbelief, before collapsing onto the deck, lifeless. Count Katsuna, it's wonderful that you've arrived just in time. A short while later, everyone saw a middle-aged man with brown hair, dressed in a brocade robe and exuding a noble and refined air, quietly appear on the deck. Faced with the respectful luggage of Brand and the others, Count Katsuna merely nodded slightly, then looked at Lin Kong behind him. Your Grace, our journey is fraught with danger. On the other side, seeing Count Katsuna glance at the Bafang Firebird in his hand with surprise, Lin Kong reached out and flicked its head before placing it on his shoulder. Your Excellency, what do you mean? Before Lin Kong could reply, Brand asked incredulously. For some reason, Duke Rose seemed to have gone mad and actually sent people to stop me. I think this is basically tantamount to a declaration of war. But we're still on their territory. Count Katsuna frowned slightly as he glanced in the direction he had come from and spoke softly. It's all right. I want to see what tricks this so-called Duke of Roses can pull in front of me. Lin Kong glanced at Count Katsuna, then spoke nonchalantly. Oh! Upon hearing Lin Kong's words, Count Katsuna glanced at Lin Kong, then looked at the Bafang Firebird and shook his head inwardly. Buzzing. Not long after, a 700-meter-long, dark red magic airship emerged from the clouds and appeared in the distance. It was dark red all over, with countless magical runes shining brightly. The small airship, which is only 40 meters long, is tiny compared to this large magical airship. The Duke of Rose actually came in person, as he completely broken off all pretense of civility. Standing at the very front of the deck, looking at the figures standing on the colossal object in the distance, Count Katsuna's gaze finally settled on a woman with a languid expression on the highest platform in the middle. Your Grace, even though you have a legendary magical beast that is good at flying, it is really difficult for you to gain an advantage against this lineup. After glancing at Lin Kong once more, Count Katsuna spoke in a calm voice. Not only is Duke Rose the high-level legendary, but the captain of his Silver Demon Guard has also almost reached the limit of mid-level legendary. I wouldn't dare to easily claim victory, even in just one instance. So, how many of them are legendary level, and how many are Grandmaster level? Upon hearing this, Lin Kong wore a strange smile and walked to stand next to Count Katsuna, where he spoke. Chapter 144 No Way. Above the sky, floating and sinking in the sea of clouds. At this moment, the small airship that Lin Kong and the others were riding in appeared as fragile and insignificant as a raft in front of a luxury cruise ship compared to the 700-meter-tall magical airship of Duke Rose. Count Katsuna, you have killed the Rose Duke's Silver Demon Guard without authorization. You know your crime. A figure flew over from the huge magic airship and stood in the void between it and the small functional airship. His gaze swept over everyone on the small airship. Then he sneered and questioned Count Katsuna, who was at the front. However, Something disappointing happened to Count Keller. Count Katsuna seemed not to have heard his words, and instead looked at the young and handsome man in front of him with a strange gaze. Indeed, this was the case. Although Count Katsuna was not fond of Larry, who had hastily inherited the title of Duke of Leander before his death, he was still very loyal to the Leander family as a nobleman appointed by the family. Count Kazina would obviously be more than happy to bring Larry back safely. However, the Duke of Rose has come in person, accompanied by one high-ranking legendary figure, two low-ranking legendary figures, and more than 20 Grandmaster-level beings. Moreover, there was also a giant airship loaded with various offensive magic arrays, whose combat power was comparable to that of a legendary-level fighter. Seeing this, Count Katsuna had just considered leaving on his own. Faced with such a lineup, even a mid-level legendary player like him dared not retreat unscathed, let alone carry a burden. He is loyal to the Leander family, not just Larry Leander. Although Larry hastily inherited the title of Duke, the royal appointment letter has not yet been delivered, so even if he leaves now, it does not count as betrayal. Moreover, given the choice between a mid-level legendary figure and a young heir, the elders of the Leander family will likely have to carefully consider and make the wisest choice. Out of the corner of his eye, Count Katsuna glanced at Larry Leander, who stood calmly and without a trace of fear on his face, and he became really curious about what he was relying on. A single low-level legendary flying magical beast is far from enough. Thinking about the words he had just heard, Count Kazina blurted out something as if possessed. The opposing side has 3 legendary-level guards and 23 master-level silver demon guards. But the Rose Duke is a high-level legendary, and I'm afraid I won't last more than 100 moves against her. The other 2 are both low-level legends, and their magic airship can also exert low-level legend-level combat power. After speaking, Count Katsuna turned to look at Lin Kong, then couldn't help but chuckle to himself. What is wrong with him? What was he expecting? He only studied at Chesil Wizarding Academy for 4 years. Even if he has some trump cards, will they compare to Grandmasters or legendary-level experts? However, after what had just happened, Count Katsuna was tempted to give it a try. With that magical beast by his side, perhaps they really could carry him away. Count Katsuna glanced at Count Keller, who was not far away, and looked furious and enraged because he had ignored him, and his expression turned serious. Although he didn't care about the low-ranking legendary Earl Keller, the Duke of Rose sitting lazily on the other side made him highly focused. A high-level legendary grade expert is a level above him, and their strength is naturally incomparable. In some smaller material planes, legendary beings are almost universally regarded as gods by the natives, while high-ranking legendary beings are naturally considered the kings of the gods. Your Grace, the opponents are probably not good at spatial laws. I'll do my best to hold off Duke Rose for 10 breaths. You just ride away on this Firebird. Presumably, Count Keller's and that powerful figure's speed is about 10% slower than that of flying magical beasts. The only thing I need to consider now is the speed of the magic airship on the other side, and whether I can hold off Duke Rose for 10 breaths. Count Katsuna's voice was not concealed, so Brand and the others behind Lin Kong heard it as well. Clearly, Count Katsuna had already decided to give up on them, but looking at the terrifying lineup on the other side, Brand and the others just gritted their teeth and didn't say anything. However, when Melina heard Count Katsuna's words, the corners of her mouth lifted slightly, revealing a mysterious smile. Others might think this situation is a dead end, but Melina doesn't see it that way. How ridiculous! How could you possibly know what a magnificent being stands before you? No. After listening to Count Katsuna's words, Lin Kong shook his head and denied it outright, then added, "Everyone here will leave with me today. Your Grace, Count Katsuna is right. You should leave now. We have cheap lives, so we just die." Upon hearing this, Brand was surprised that Larry would contradict Count Katsuna, although he was deeply moved and felt that it was worthwhile to serve such a duke. But reason quickly took over, and he immediately spoke up to offer advice. No need to say anything more. Lin Kong gently tapped the top of the airship's deck railing with his fingers and spoke softly. Seeing Lin Kong's actions, Count Katsuna's eyes turned slightly cold, but after thinking for a moment, he didn't say anything. Instead, he put his hands behind his back and looked at the undulating sea of clouds around him. He did everything he could, and he had done his best, but since Larry wasn't cooperating, he couldn't be blamed. Chapter 145, My Duchess. Bran, call out to them. Just say I want to see the Rose Duke, and have our airship dock on the deck of their magic airship. Looking at the Duke of Rose across the way, Lin Kong spoke softly. This. Upon hearing Lin Kong's words, Bran's mind went blank. Was this like a lamb being led into the tiger's den? And even more so, like someone willingly offering themselves up? Yes, Your Majesty the Duke. However, after a while, Bran realized that things had come to this point. So what was there to be afraid of? He bowed respectfully to Lin Kong and said something. Then Bran yelled at the other side. His voice was impassioned, and he shouted until his face turned red and his neck bulged, as if the other party owed him 5 million crystals. A moment later, not to mention the people around Lin Kong, even the Rose Duke and the others opposite him had strange expressions on their faces after hearing what Bran shouted. Is Duke Larry truly foolish or feigning folly? Or perhaps their arrival wasn't imposing enough, leading him to misunderstand something? Interesting. Since this is Duke Larry's final request, I'll give him face. Let them come up. Hearing the Silver Demon Guard captain whisper something to him, the Rose Duke raised his crimson eyes slightly and looked at a small, functional airship docked in the distance. His expression held a hint of doubt, but after a moment's thought, Duke Rose did not refuse, but instead agreed. With the Duke of Rose's permission, a short while later, the small airship in the distance started up again and quickly arrived at one side of the deck of the huge magic airship. But. With a few squeaking sounds, Lin Kong's small functional airship landed safely on the Rose Duke's large magic airship. After everyone came down, Lin Kong led the way toward Duke Rose. The deck of this large magic airship is decorated very luxuriously, with soft carpets, ornamental green plants, and vases that exude a classic feel. Even in places that are not visible to the average person, there are some exquisite carvings. At this moment, the Duke of Rose was lounging lazily in a luxurious seat. Behind her stood the cold-faced Earl Keller and a burly man whose arms gleamed with a silvery white light and whose face was expressionless. You wait here. The Duke of Rose will only see Larry Leander. Halfway there, they saw more than 20 guards standing below the platform, who had a similar aura to the burly man, blocking Bran and his party. It's all right, you guys wait for me here. Turning his head, Lin Kong waved to them and said with a light laugh that he didn't care. Then he stepped on a high platform steps covered with a luxurious purple carpet. At a height of about 1 floor, Lin Kong stood a little over 2 meters away from the Duke of Roses. I'm very curious. The next moment, Lin Kong and Duke Rose spoke almost simultaneously, but after hearing each other's words, they both paused. You're really funny, beyond my expectations. Looking at Larry Leander, whose expression was indifferent and who seemed unconcerned about his situation, the Duke of Rose straightened up slightly and spoke unexpectedly. I was quite surprised. No, I should say I was quite pleasantly surprised. I never expected the Rose Duke to be so beautiful. I thought she was an old woman. Looking Duke Rose up and down, Lin Kong spoke in a flippant tone. How dare you? How dare you flirt with Her Majesty the Duke of Rose? No sooner had Lin Kong finished speaking than the silver-armed strongman, standing not far behind, Duke Rose suddenly let out a loud shout of shock and anger. Bertas, don't frighten our guests. With a gentle lift of her hand, the Rose Duke stopped the next move of the Silver Demon Guard captain, Bertas, behind her. Yes, Your Majesty the Duke. As Duke Chong made his move, Bertas quickly calmed down from his angry lion-like state, but still glared fiercely at Lin Kong. I think you should get some nicer maids around you. These rough men are not worthy of your status. Ignoring Bertas's gaze, Lin Kong suddenly made a suggestion to the former Duke of Rose. Oh, I really like my loyal and powerful Silver Demon Guards. I feel very safe with them around. Upon hearing Lin Kong's nonsensical words, the Duke of Rose's eyes turned indifferent, and she spoke calmly, her initial interest in Larry Leander quickly waning. She had initially thought that Larry would use all sorts of clever arguments and subtle probing when he came to her, and she was quite interested to see how a prince consort of the kingdom would cautiously try to survive in front of her. But now she realizes that Larry Leander is just an arrogant madman who doesn't know his own limitations, or a fool with no sense of right and wrong. Because I don't like it. To be honest, I like you from the first moment I saw you. I intend to make you my Duchess. How dare you? Bertas shouted coldly, raising his fists. However, he was temporarily stopped by the Duke of Rose, whose eyes revealed disdain, as if he were looking at an ant. Do you think a tiger in the forest would care about an ugly male rabbit? After speaking coldly, Duke Rose slowly stood up, her powerful aura gradually pressing down on Lin Kong. Her long, smooth, deep red hair cascaded down her high, firm chest. Her skin was snow white, and her eyebrows and eyes were sharp as knives. Although the Rose Duke was also extremely beautiful, she was still a level below Anastasia, who was a succubus. At most, she was a beauty comparable to Fildy and Melina. Lin Kong could restrain himself even when faced with the obedient succubus Anastasia, so of course he wouldn't have any such thoughts about the Duke of Rose. Chapter 146, The Power of Natural Disasters. He said that because things had already developed to this point, so why not make a bigger fuss? Moreover, Lin Kong suddenly had a whimsical idea. One Duchy of Leander was already wealthy enough, so what if he added another Duchy of Rose? However, as soon as Lin Kong finished speaking, not only the people of the Rose Duke around him, but also Count Katsuna, who was not far below the platform, twitched his lips and looked at Lin Kong as if he were an idiot. Also, you just said that your Silver Demon Guards are loyal and powerful. I don't know about loyalty, but what about strength? They think they could be considered powerful? Ignoring the gazes around him, Lin Kong looked at Duke Rose, then pointed at Bertas and the Grandmaster-level Silver Demon Guards below the platform, and spoke sarcastically. How dare ants on the ground presume to judge a dragon soaring in the sky? Upon hearing Lin Kong's words, the Rose Duke remained indifferent, offering a curt reply before raising her hand and unleashing a surge of crimson, violent energy directly towards Lin Kong, like swatting a noisy fly next to your ear without any emotional fluctuation. Even a casual strike from a high-level legendary expert would be enough to obliterate Lin Kong in an instant, leaving not even ashes. Lin Kong would be blasted into nothingness. Your Grace, Duke. Upon seeing this, Bran's eyes widened in alarm, and he couldn't help but let out a mournful cry. How could someone of his extraordinary official rank possibly stop a legendary being? On the other side, Count Katsuna clenched his fists and took a slight step, but in the end he stopped, dissipated the power around him, and did not choose to intercept. In fact, as soon as the Duke of Rose made his move, Count Keller and the Silver Demon Guard captain of Bertas instantly locked their auras onto Count Katsuna. Ants. Haha. I was going to ask them to go easy on you, but since you've said that, there's nothing I can do. The next moment, something astonishing happened. As the violent energy dissipated, Larry Leander's figure was standing perfectly intact in the same spot. The hem of his clothes was not torn, so he was completely unharmed. Furthermore, two other alien figures, each about 2 meters tall and burly, wielding black, three-pronged forks, stood not far in front of Larry. Its dark exoskeleton body is covered with 2 specially made leather armors, and has 2 long legs and 4 thick arms. It has long, thin antennae on its head, and its long jaws are incredibly ferocious. High-tier legendary. High-tier legendary. Both are high-tier legendary, and not just any ordinary high-tier legendary. Before he could even retreat, a terrifying and immense pressure suddenly descended upon him. Duke Rose was shocked. How could this be? How could 2 such terrifyingly powerful individuals suddenly appear? Damn aliens, get out of my way. On the other side, Bertas, who had just realized what was happening, was surging with silvery white light as he rushed towards the left and right rock ant guardians. Bang! Puffed. Rock Ant Left Protector swiftly threw a punch with one arm, the punch emitting black light and transforming into a massive, dark ant phantom that directly clashed with Bertas. With a soft thud, the previously high-spirited Bertas came to an abrupt halt, and with a soft popping sound, his body suddenly exploded. A legendary powerhouse has fallen just like that. What exactly was that being that appeared before His Majesty the Duke? Bran's eyes lit up with joy, mixed with surprise and doubt, and he muttered to himself. "I already told you, you should have some pretty maids by your side instead." After glancing at the rock ant left protector who had calmly withdrawn his fist, Lin Kong spoke to the Rose Duke, who was struggling against the immense pressure from the rock ant right protector. At this moment, Count Keller, who had originally intended to make a move, swallowed hard as he looked at the four-armed alien, took a slight step back, and secretly rejoiced that he had reacted a beat too slowly. "The ant tribe, they're from Rock Ant Mountain? How did you come into contact with that terrifying, demonic insect tribe?" Duke Rose glanced at Lin Kong and spoke to him with a grim expression. She simply couldn't understand how the weak Larry had managed to connect with that demonic insect tribe, and even send such terrifying power to protect him. "However, although I know of your tribe, I didn't expect that you would even send out a powerful expert with the power of natural disasters as a bodyguard." Turning his head to look at the rock ant left protector who had just made a move, Duke Rose spoke with a meaningless tone. However, she was about to be disappointed. After listening to her, the rock ant left protector didn't even acknowledge her, let alone explain anything to her. The power of natural disasters? After listening to this, Lin Kong secretly pondered to himself. Name, left protector. Race, rock ant. Status, healthy. Rank, high-level legendary. Supernatural power, basic power control. Name, right protector. Race, rock ant. Status, healthy. Rank, high-level legendary. Supernatural power, initial stage, undying body. After checking the information panels of the left and right rock ant guardians, Lin Kong couldn't help but make a guess. The power of natural disaster mentioned by the Rose Duke is very likely the supernatural ability possessed by the rock ant left protector. However, Lin Kong didn't ask the question foolishly. Instead, he decided to gather more detailed information about this later. If I can get them to come, I naturally have my own methods. After pondering for a moment, Lin Kong looked at Duke Rose, whose expression had returned to calm, and spoke calmly. Actually, Lin Kong's Larry clone didn't originally have such powerful protective abilities. However, when Adolf appeared earlier, Lin Kong used his talent for datafication of everything to scan and discover the giant magic airship hidden nearby. Therefore, Lin Kong told Brand that the danger was not over. Upon receiving this intelligence, Lin Kong did not hesitate and immediately contacted the Queen Ant with his mind to request reinforcements, as he valued this operation highly. Given the Ice Queen's speed, it was already nearby when Count Katsuna arrived on the deck. Chapitre 147 Impossible. Life is full of drama. You can never imagine what will happen next. At this moment, on the deck of the giant magic airship, more than 20 Silver Demon guards watched the situation on the high platform with tension. If Duke Rose gave the order, they would rush up immediately even if it meant their deaths. This is their value as the Silver Demon Guardians of the Rose Duke, and the meaning of their existence. Although their hearts were filled with complicated and incomprehensible thoughts, they never expected that just a moment ago they were high and mighty and had complete control, but now they would have to depend on the other party's attitude to decide whether they could survive. On the other side, Brand and his group were all smiles, glancing at the Silver Demon guards who had just blocked their way, their faces showing relaxed and playful expressions. "Little brat, weren't you pretty arrogant just now? Now that His Highness the Duke has made a move, you've all immediately wilted." Ha ha! They laughed heartily, marveling at the fact that the person they were loyal to was worth risking their lives for. However, among the crowd below the platform, there was one person whose expression remained unchanged. Whether it was the perilous situation of being at the mercy of others just now, or the overwhelming victory of now being the one in control, Count Katsuna was astonished to find that the expression on the face of a woman not far in front of him had never changed. His eyes were completely still, only showing a hint of fervent emotion when his gaze swept over Larry Leander. Why? Even if she knew Larry had a backup plan, how could she, as an ordinary person, be so calm? It's as if these Grandmaster-level extraordinary enemies and legendary-level powerhouses in front of her are nothing special in her eyes. Out of the corner of his eye, Count Kazina realized for the first time how little he knew about the Leander family, and even less about his Grace Duke Larry, who had hastily inherited the title. Silently pondering to himself, it was clear that the series of events before him had aroused Count Katsuna's great curiosity about Larry. Count Katsuna? Your Excellency. At this moment, Brand walked up to Count Katsuna cheerfully, but after calling out, he was puzzled because he found that Count Katsuna was lost in thought. What's wrong? The next moment, Count Katsuna snapped out of his reverie and looked at Brand, who was staring at him with a strange expression. Well, Count Katsuna, His Majesty the Duke just summoned you. Without hesitation, Brand pointed to the high platform beside him and quickly spoke to Count Katsuna. Oh, I see. After glancing at Lin Kong's back, Count Katsuna nodded slightly to Brand. Then with a single step, he vanished instantly and reappeared on the high platform in front of Lin Kong. Greetings, Duke Rose. He spoke calmly to Duke Rose, then looked at Lin Kong, bowed slightly in a standard subject salute, and said respectfully, Your Majesty, I was unaware of your arrangements just now and was somewhat impolite. Please forgive me. There was nothing wrong with Katsuna treating the Duke of Leander, who had granted him a noble title, with the respect due to his subject. Within their own duchy, the ducal family could be considered essentially royalty. Furthermore, in many remote and small places, after the fall of many kingdoms, many ducal families would survive, but their superior nobles would disappear. In order to maintain their noble titles, these ducal families would typically establish a small duchy within their duchy and become its king. It's all right. I'm already very happy that you have the heart to stop the Duke of Rose. I have seen your loyalty. Upon hearing this, Lin Kong spoke softly with a gentle smile. Actually, I asked you to come here because I wanted to ask you why Duke Rose and I are both dukes of the kingdom, but she secretly attacked me. I wonder, according to the laws of our Eisen Island kingdom, what kind of punishment should be imposed? Resting his chin on his hand, Lin Kong looked at the Rose Duke, whose expression was somewhat strange at the moment, and raised an eyebrow to ask, I've treated you like this, and you still want to punish me with the kingdom's laws? Before Count Katsuna could speak, Duke Rose's expression grew even more strange after hearing Lin Kong's words, and he asked in disbelief, Is this how you treat me? How have you treated me, please? Did you hurt me anywhere? As he spoke, Lin Kong raised his arm and carefully examined himself from head to toe. Oh no, wait, you really did hurt me. My heart was wounded the moment I saw you. If I cannot make you my duchess, I think this wound may stay with me for the rest of my life. With his hand on his chest, Lin Kong gazed at Duke Rose with deep affection. If I could keep you here, I would have sent the left and right Rock Ant Guardians to beat you up long ago. I wouldn't have time to waste chatting with you here. However, as soon as Lin Kong finished speaking, he was thinking coldly in his heart. Just now, Lin Kong used his mind to transmit information and had been communicating privately with the left and right Rock Ant protectors for a while. While it's easy to defeat the Rose Duke, it's still somewhat unrealistic to say that you can actually keep her here. Both being high-level legendary guardians, either the left or right Rock Ant Guardians could easily suppress Duke Rose, but the possibility of actually killing Duke Rose, not to mention the trouble it would cause, is extremely small. Your Grace, there really isn't one in the kingdom's laws. Most of the kingdom's laws apply to commoners. Generally, if nobles commit crimes, as long as the impact is not too great, they can just pay compensation to settle the matter. Only crimes like treason are taken into the hands of the royal family, resulting in the stripping of titles or execution. On the other side, Count Katsuna pondered for a while before slowly speaking to Lin Kong. However, after speaking, he realized that he had not provided any useful information, so he added, However, if two nobles with similar ranks have an irreconcilable conflict, they usually resort to a duel. The two sides that started the uprising, or their subordinates, engaged in a life-or-death duel. Oh! After hearing this, Lin Kong was somewhat surprised, but then he realized that he was no longer in his original world. This is a world ruled by extraordinary individuals and great nobles, where everything revolves around their interests, including the law. My Duchess, even though you are now mine, your Rose Duchy still owes me compensation for emotional distress. 50 million crystals delivered to Duke Leander's castle within 10 days, and all this will be wiped clean. Impossible. Do you know what 50 million crystals means? Chapter 148 Compensation. After listening, Duke Rose paused for a moment, then automatically filtered out Lin Kong's previous nonsensical words and spoke coldly. Our Rose Duke only receives a little over 10 million crystals in taxes a year, and we also have to hand over a large sum to the royal family. Now you're asking for 50 million crystals? I think we should just go to war. On the other side, Lin Kong looked at Count Katsuna, who was completely unaware of what Duke Rose had said. Although Larry was born into a ducal family, he had never been involved in finance or the family business, and of course knew nothing about the duchy's taxes. Moreover, the Duchy of a Leander family is different from ordinary duchies. Seeing Lin Kong's gaze, Count Katsuna nodded subtly. Then let's do it another way. Having received Count Katsuna's confirmation, Lin Kong pondered for a moment, then his eyes brazenly swept over the Duke of Rose's graceful body. I can accept compensation of 20 million crystals, but we want a duel between nobles. Oh, are you challenging me to a duel to the death? Upon hearing this, the Duke of Rose raised the corners of his mouth slightly and said with feigned surprise, No, I'm not stupid. You're already a high-level legendary, while I'm just a nobody at the regular level. How could I possibly engage in a life-or-death duel with you? Upon hearing Duke Rose's words, Lin Kong rolled his eyes in exasperation. Let's find 3 of our own subjects. If you win, I don't even need those 20 million crystals. But I have another condition. If I win, you must marry me and become my duchess. Looking intently at Duke Rose, Lin Kong spoke. Are you serious? Upon hearing this, the Duke of Rose frowned slightly. She had initially thought Larry was an arrogant, conceited, and brainless fellow, but now, looking at the 2 super bodyguards standing in front of him, she realized she had underestimated Duke Larry, and that he wasn't as unreliable as he appeared. Rather, he had a clear plan for every step he took. His high-profile appearance attracted attention from all sides. But to everyone's surprise, he actually withstood the pressure, and even she, the Rose Duke, was brought down. Do you know how old I am? You want to make me a duchess? They're only a few hundred years old at most, so what? Seeing the Duke of Rose looking at him strangely, Lin Kong shrugged indifferently. Although I'm only in my 20s, I think we're quite suitable. Aren't legendary-level powerhouses supposed to live for at least 1,000 years? You, a high-level legendary-level expert, must have lived for several thousand years. Don't worry, I won't lose out. After saying that, Lin Kongchong winked at Count Katsuna beside him. What do you think? I think His Majesty the Duke is right. The Rose Duke is indeed quite suitable. Count Katsuna, who was standing to the side, naturally did not object to Lin Kong's idea and spoke up directly. All right then, I agree. Let's set the time in 7 days at the Royal Duel Arena in the Royal City. After speaking, Duke Rose gestured to Lin Kong, indicating that they should enter. Very well. Wait for me for 7 more days, my Duchess. After saying that, Lin Kong waved to Brand and Biao, Lunna below, and then slowly walked down the platform. Your Grace, is it too lenient to let them go like this? Soon after, everyone returned to their small, functional airships. Brand watched the large, powerful airship gradually disappear into the clouds and spoke angrily. Of course not. Don't worry. I will take something more precious from them, something more important than their lives. Upon hearing this, Lin Kong smiled inexplicably and slowly spoke to Brand, who looked indignant. Really? That's good. Upon hearing Lin Kong's words, Brand nodded, clearly convinced by what Lin Kong was saying. Time passed slowly, and the journey continued without any further incidents. Standing on the deck, the group could see a vast ocean slowly appearing before them. Furthermore, as the small, functional airship gradually descended, a series of buildings slowly appeared on the coastline below. With its tall, pointed corners and grayish-white body, it exhibits some Gothic architectural style. Your Grace, this is the port on the west coast. Shall we go down and rest for a bit, and then we'll get you a new airship? Standing on the deck and looking down, Buzzard leaned closer to Lin Kong and asked him in a low voice. Okay, let's take a break. Even if I'm not tired, everyone has just gone through an intense battle and is probably a bit tired too. After listening to Brand's words, Lin Kong glanced at the exceptionally bustling port city below and replied, Compared to Tooting City, this seaside city is far more prosperous. As Lin Kong conveyed his message, the airship began to slowly descend, and soon Quan Guan came to a safe stop in the designated airship spot. At this moment, squads of formal-level extraordinary legions, armed with time magic weapons, quickly approached the airship. Who is this important person who has arrived, that several viscounts are standing here, so respectfully waiting? The moment these extraordinary soldiers appeared, they wiped out everyone around them. Some of the factions were initially about to erupt in anger, but upon seeing the people standing in front of the extraordinary legions, they were all stunned. They then quickly coordinated with the soldiers beside them to move to another location. They couldn't afford to offend even a viscount, so how could someone who could command such respect from the city's nobles be an ordinary person? On the other side, Lin Kong stepped off the airship, looking somewhat bewildered at the group of people standing respectfully not far away. "Greetings, Your Majesty the Duke. Greetings, Your Majesty the Duke." As the first few people, whose hair was meticulously combed and whose clothes were impeccably tailored, spoke, Lin Kong frowned slightly and looked at Brand. Your Grace, I don't know either. I was the one who notified them. I had them prepare a welcome reception to celebrate His Majesty the Duke's arrival." Count Kachina, who was standing to the side, responded softly upon hearing Lin Kong's words. "No need, just arrange a room for me. I'm a little tired and want to take a nap." After listening, Lin Kong shook his head and then spoke to Count Kachina. "Yes, Your Grace, I understand." Upon hearing this, Count Kachina nodded, then raised his hand and waved to the viscounts who were not far away. Seeing this, the expressions of the people on the other side were somewhat gloomy, but they did not show any dissatisfaction. Instead, they quickly directed the people behind them to retreat. Chapter 149, The Ice Queen's Whisper. Southern Forest Sunset Mountains, Rock Ant Mountain. In the early morning, in a slightly cool breeze, Lin Kong, dressed in a loose-fitting samurai outfit, carried out his daily, unwavering training. After drinking a bottle of Mermaid's Love worth 5,000 crystals, beautiful singing voices immediately began to resonate in my mind. With these beautiful and intoxicating sounds, and the pure and unique energy spreading out, the speed of the Yuan power circulation in Lin Kong's body suddenly increased dozens of times. As he felt his aura gradually grow stronger, Lin Kong couldn't help but slowly raise the corners of his mouth. Normally, it would take 7 or 8 years to advance to the formal level of Transcendent, but with the help of a Transcendent potion like Mermaid's Love, Lin Kong felt that he would break through in at most 3 months. It's true what they say. If you don't have the talent, you have to make up for it with money. A bottle of Mermaid's Love is worth around 5,000 crystals, while 1 crystal is worth about 10 gold coins. If we roughly calculate based on the fact that 1 copper coin equals $1, then 5,000 crystals would equal 500 million copper coins, or $500 million. Cultivation costs 500 million yuan, and Lin Kong had calculated this beforehand, so he immediately started to worry about money. However, Lin Kong was unaware that, in fact, even the super nobles of this world only occasionally took magic potions during their cultivation, and only when they were about to break through to the extraordinary level did they take them continuously. Unlike Lin Kong, who treats magic potions as a daily cultivation resource, at this rate of extravagance, even if Lin Kong now possesses the Sunset Mountains, he won't be able to sustain it for long. Therefore, when Lin Kong realized he was very poor, he set his sights on the Leander family. Time flew by, and as his mental energy was depleted, Lin Kong slowly withdrew the orange-red elemental energy surrounding him and exited his cultivation state. Call! Lin Kong exhaled a soft breath of white air, stood up from the grass, stretched his limbs, and then walked to a mechanical elevator platform created by the Ice Queen. Click, click, click. As Lin Kong stepped onto a special spot, the elevator quickly descended more than 40 meters underground. "Good morning, Commander." Upon seeing Lin Kong come down, the Ice Queen suddenly appeared in front of him, greeting him with a smile. "Okowo. By the way, Ice Queen, do you know about the power of natural disasters?" Entering a spacious room, Lin Kong sat on the sofa in the living room and turned to ask the Ice Queen. Thinking back to the day his clone heard the Duke of Rose mention the power of natural disasters, Lin Kong was still very curious. The power of natural disasters? Yes, Commander, there is such information in the database. Upon hearing Lin Kong's words, the Ice Queen, who was sitting next to him, replied softly after a stream of data flashed through her eyes. Really? Tell me about it. Reaching out, Lin Kong squeezed the Ice Queen's hand, which felt exactly like a real person's. He was delighted and spoke. The concept of power of natural disasters is very vague. In a broad and popular sense, it means that legendary level powerhouses possess an extremely powerful ability that can increase their strength by 10 times or even 100 times. Furthermore, this power is of a very high level, capable of harming extraordinary beings at the level of natural disasters. Hence it is called the power of natural disasters. Without hesitation, the Ice Queen explained to Lin Kong what the power of natural disasters was. Oh, I see. Recalling how the left and right rock ant guardians inherited the initial power of several supernatural abilities from the Queen Ant and controlled them in their initial indestructible bodies, Lin Kong's eyes were thoughtful. If the power of natural disasters is very strong, is it possible to defeat a powerhouse at the level of a natural disaster? The Queen Ant has not yet collected a large amount of high-level energy and is still at the high-level legendary level. However, Lin Kong, who has no sense of security, does not want the Queen Ant to stop here. Since advancing to the transcendent rank is not an option for the time being, what if we unleash a wave of natural disaster power? This data is vague, but according to my deduction, even if a high-level legendary powerhouse has extremely strong calamity power, at most they can only remain undefeated against a low-level calamity powerhouse. If you want to defeat a calamity-level expert, you have to encounter one who is on the verge of death and has barely any health left. And even so, it's possible that we still won't be able to keep that calamity-level powerhouse. After some thought, the Ice Queen, combining her database with her own ideas, spoke to Lin Kong. A cataclysmic being? Is it that powerful? After hearing what the Ice Queen said, Lin Kong was somewhat surprised. If a legendary level expert was prepared, he could basically destroy an ordinary plane world. But even the Ice Queen just said that such an existence might not be able to win against a dying, cataclysmic level being. Just how terrifying is a cataclysmic level being? It seems that the collection of high-level energy must be put on the agenda immediately. Cataclysmic level. Cataclysmic level. Lying on the soft sofa, Lin Kong closed his eyes and pondered silently. Being mindful of potential dangers even in times of peace, I originally thought that I had an ant colony at my disposal, with hundreds of legendary experts able to rally me with a single call and over 10,000 grandmasters, so I was basically fearless. But now it seems that these are still not powerful enough. After thinking for a while, Lin Kong raised his hand to signal to the Ice Queen, then suddenly lost consciousness and transferred to his clone. The ant colony, as his protective umbrella, did need to be improved, but his path to transcendence could not be delayed. Commander, actually, I'm very strong. Looking up at Lin Kong, who had lost consciousness and was lying quietly on the sofa, the Ice Queen slowly got up and walked to Lin Kong's side. A moment later, the Ice Queen raised her hand and gently stroked Lin Kong's face, murmuring something softly and gently, as if afraid of waking him. Chapter 150 Anaïs Surprise. On the other side, in the center of the Duchy of Leander, there is a huge luxury estate covering an area of over several hundred hectares. This estate not only features a castle, gardens, and ponds, but also forests, rivers, and large artificial hills. This is the ducal castle that the Leander family has passed down for generations. At that moment, in a room in the castle, Larry Leander, who had been motionless, slightly twisted his neck and then slowly opened his eyes. Your Grace, you are awake. I will help you get up. As soon as Lin Kong opened his eyes and sat up, he found 3 beautiful young women dressed in silk-made outfits standing next to his luxurious bed. They were all fair-skinned, beautiful, and had long legs. The woman with curly hair leading the group, in particular, had a high chest that revealed half of her snow-white skin, and the cleavage between her breasts was so deep that Lin Kong was stunned for a moment when he saw her. Your Grace, Duke? Your Grace, Duke. Following Lin Kong's gaze, Anna couldn't help but look down at her ample bosom, and then a hint of joy appeared in her eyes. How could Anna not be excited to receive the attention of a duke? If she could go a step further and gain the duke's favor, her status would instantly change. From a lowly maid to a duke's wife that everyone envies. Ahem. No need for that. You can all go out first. Hearing the sweet voice of the woman in front of him, Lin Kong came back to his senses, then coughed lightly, waved to them, and spoke in a calm tone. Yes, Your Majesty the Duke. Upon hearing this, Anna and the other two women were somewhat confused, but they still quickly and respectfully withdrew. According to the information they had gathered, although Duke Larry had gone to Chesil Wizarding Academy as soon as he came of age, he rarely returned to the Duke's castle. However, Larry Leander has just as many of the common aristocratic flaws, and perhaps even more so. When Larry was only 13 or 14, he was already sharing a bed with the two beautiful maids who took care of him. After experiencing the wonderful pleasure, he increased his number of maids from 2 to 16 within 6 months. Why are you all out here? Where's His Majesty the Duke? Outside the room, Bran saw Anna and the other two women come out, frowned slightly, and asked softly. Bran was very concerned about whether he could stay by Larry's side, so he spent a long time looking for him as soon as he returned to the castle last night. In the end, only Anna and the other two women met his requirements. They were fair-skinned, beautiful, and all virgins. If he can satisfy Larry, Bran can easily become his steward with a little maneuvering. That would be much more promising than becoming the branch president of the Ramen Chamber of Commerce in Tudun City. Lord Brand, His Majesty the Duke must be tired from his journey and would like to rest a little longer. Furthermore, I feel that His Majesty the Duke is quite satisfied with me, so we can sign the maid agreement ahead of schedule. Is that all right? After thinking for a while, Anna spoke to Brand. Oh, Bran was somewhat surprised. If Anna dared to say that, she must have something to rely on. After all, if Lin Kong was not satisfied, even if Anna signed a maid agreement with the castle could still dismiss her at any time. Your salary is 3 gold coins per month, and you can take 2 days off at your leisure. If you agree and are confident that His Majesty the Duke will keep you, then sign. As he spoke, Bran took out 3 pale yellow sheets of paper with exquisite patterns and the crest of the Leander family from a spatial ring and handed them to Anna and the others. Thank you, Mr. Brand. After hearing Brand's words, Anna and the other two women were quite excited. 3 gold coins a month, which is equivalent to 30,000 copper coins, is almost equivalent to their income for the previous 6 months. Therefore, Anna and her two companions were very grateful to Bran for providing them with such a wonderful opportunity. Miss Melina, you've arrived? A little while later, after Anna and the other two women had signed the agreement, Bran was seen smiling broadly as he spoke to a woman who was walking towards him. Seeing this, Anna couldn't help but feel a sense of crisis. Although the woman approaching was extremely beautiful and had a very hot figure with a prominent bust and buttocks, Anna believed that she was no less beautiful than her. The only thing that worried Anna was Bran's attitude toward Miss Melina. Hello, Miss Melina. I am Anna, the new maid of His Majesty Duke Larry. A new maid. Upon hearing this, Melina couldn't help but look Anna up and down. On the other side, feeling Melina's scrutinizing gaze, Anna couldn't help but secretly puff out her ample chest, as if to say, I'm no worse than you. Anna, right? Then you will serve His Majesty the Duke with me from now on. After glancing at the 3 women a few times, Melina nodded and spoke softly. Surprisingly, there was not the slightest dissatisfaction or difficulty. In fact, there was even a hint of pleasure in his eyes. Seeing this, Anna was a little puzzled. Wasn't Melina afraid that the addition of the 3 of them would cause her to fall out of favor? Come with me. His Majesty the Duke's breakfast is quite special. You'll see what it looks like in a moment. I'll teach you how to do it later. Now, come inside with me. Melina gestured to the metal plate in her hand, then spoke to Anna. Okowo. Putting aside her doubts, Anna knocked on the door and, after receiving a response, quickly opened the door for Melina, and then they went inside together. Good morning, Your Grace. Good morning, Your Grace. After Melina greeted the neatly dressed Lin Kong, Anna and the other two stood respectfully to the side. Good morning, Melina, and all of you. Lin Kong looked at the 4 people as they entered, and replied with a gentle smile on his face. Chapter 151, The One-Horned Red-Skin Monster. Snap! Melina gently placed the plate on the table, then lifted it and said to Lin Kong, Your Majesty, there are no ordinary eggs in the castle. Only the eggs of this flame chicken monster. Yes, either way is fine. Looking at the eggs, fried dough sticks, and meat porridge that Melina had made, Lin Kong sat down and replied indifferently. As Lin Kong got to know her better, he discovered that Melina not only had the sharp mind of a top detective, but also a pair of incredibly intelligent hands. Lin Kong only gave her a vague outline of the process, and she actually managed to make the fried dough sticks from her previous life. Moreover, the taste was excellent, giving Lin Kong a feeling of time travel. "Please sit down, don't stand." Lin Kong, who was eating with his head down, noticed the three women standing next to him, looked up, and casually said something. In fact, Anna and the others were already extremely shocked. Just now, Anna saw Melina sitting next to Lin Kong, so naturally. Why is that? Before me stands Larry Leander, the Duke of the Kingdom of Eisenisle, the master of the entire Leander Duchy, such a super nobleman, dining at the same table with a maid? Is it a fantasy, or are they hallucinating? Please sit down. His Majesty the Duke doesn't like having someone standing and watching while he eats. As if sensing Anna and her two companions' helplessness, Melina stood up, pulled them to the opposite sofa, and spoke softly. Meanwhile, while Lin Kong was comfortably having breakfast, a small square paved with bluestone in front of the castle was filled with people kneeling on the ground. The young man at the front, with disheveled hair and expensive robes stained with black mud, was Larry Leander's good cousin, Cuddler Leander. When Lin Kong, disguised as Larry, returned, the matter was practically laid bare, so Cuddler had no power to resist. After all, as a duke, Larry could mobilize all the armed forces within the duchy. This isn't about the idea that my vassals are not my vassals. Strictly speaking, any superhuman or legion that serves the nobles under Leander's banner is Larry's sword. However, in most cases, they don't need to use it because the Leander family's own private army is already very powerful, and they don't need to rely on the power of their own noble titles. In addition to the city guard stationed throughout the region to maintain daily order, the Leander family also commands two extremely powerful legions, Black Armor Legion and Horned Fleet. The Black Armor Army maintains a daily strength of around 100,000, each of whom is a superhuman at the official level or above, and the reserve force numbers as many as 130,000. The other corner fleet is a legion that travels on the sea, because almost half of the Leander family's territory is close to the ocean, so it is natural that they would have a fleet. This Jiaoka fleet doesn't have many people, just over 60,000, but the proportion of wizards and grandmaster level experts among them is far higher than that of the Black Armor Army. Because the Leander family's business relies on sea transport for more than 80% of its operations, the Coco fleet is extremely powerful in order to ensure the safety of its goods. The Leander family also has a council of elders, numbering over a dozen, who are all senior members of the Leander family and have reached the legendary level in the Transcendent Realm. There were other hidden forces, but Lin Kong didn't care too much. Even if they were hidden, they were just some grandmasters or legendary figures. Compared to this, you can only compare to my overwhelming ant colony. The number of ants is in the tens of thousands, and they are boundless. Lin Kong's ant colony now has more than 10,000 master-level extraordinary demonic ants. At this moment, in front of the castle gate, apart from two black-armored spearmen solemnly guarding the entrance, the remaining hundreds of black-armored soldiers were dozens of men kneeling in the square with their spears facing the gate. Opposite these people stood only three people: an old man with a long beard, a burly man wearing menacing black armor, and a blonde woman in a wizard's robe. They actually dared to plot against Brother Larry, and even the previous heirs. Grandpa Hughes, Kudla deserves to die. The blonde woman in the female wizard's robe glanced at Cuddler kneeling not far away, then turned to the long-bearded old man beside her and spoke coldly. "Jillian, he has indeed committed a heinous crime, but the Duke shall decide on the punishment." Seeing the handsome, refined, and eloquent Cuddler being dragged by the Black Armor Army, covered in mud and looking disheveled, the blonde woman sighed and then spoke again. "The servants have just sent word that His Highness the Duke has woken up. I think His Excellency the Duke will be here soon." Hughes glanced at Cuddler again, then turned and left. In fact, both Cuddler and Larry were his juniors, but he never expected Cuddler to be so crazy. The seemingly friendly Cuddler was actually so utterly depraved. Previously, The Duchy of Leander had always believed that it was an infiltration by external forces and that someone wanted to tear the Leander family apart. Nobody would have guessed that Cuddler was behind all of this. Foolish. How foolish. With a sigh, Hughes returned directly to his residence. As a member of the Leander family's elder council, he was extremely unwilling to witness such a bloody scene involving his clan. His other old friends did the same. After learning the truth about the deaths of the previous heirs, they all chose to remain silent and stayed at home for a period of time. Besides clearing himself of suspicion of being an accomplice, the main reason was that he didn't want to see what kind of punishment Cuddler would receive. If I were in Duke Larry's shoes, I probably wouldn't have let Cuddler off so easily either. My elder brother suffered so much because of you, and he fled to a small border town. I will never let you get away with this. Captain Horrington, hang him up. I think it's too comfortable for him to just kneel and wait for his brother. On the other side, Larry's younger sister, Jillian Leander, turned to the black-armored giant beside her, a high-ranking grandmaster, and said something. Okay, Miss Jillian. After hearing this, Horrington didn't hesitate for long. After all, he knew how to choose between a Leander's son who had committed a heinous crime and a Duke's own sister. Kill me. Let Larry come out and kill me. At this moment, Cuddler raised his head, his eyes turning somewhat red, and then burst into maniacal laughter. Ha ha ha. Larry, come out. Why aren't you coming out? However, no one noticed that inside the crazed Cuddler's body, there was another powerful soul carefully hiding, especially when Hughes was there earlier. I didn't expect things to turn out like this, but if I can possess Nailery again, things seem to become much simpler. If I had known this body was so useless, I would have waited a while longer before possessing it. A crimson, unicorn-like soul, tearing at Cuddler's soul and driving it even more mad, thought coldly. Top, 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 top. As Cuddler was hoisted up, shortly afterward, footsteps could be heard slowly coming from inside the castle gates. Lin Kong was followed by Melina, Anna, and Brand, and quickly walked to the edge of the square. Chapter 152 Coswell. Brother, I'm so glad you're all right. We were so worried about you these past few days while you were missing. Looking down at the woman who ran quickly towards him and threw herself in his arms, Lin Kong raised his hand slightly, somewhat at a loss. Judging from how she addresses herself, she must be Larry's younger sister. After quickly recalling and retrieving his memories of Larry, Lin Kong's body slowly relaxed. Then he placed his hands on the woman's back, patted her gently, and said softly, "Don't worry, Jillian. I just took a short trip outside, and here I am again." After offering a few words of comfort to the tearful Jillian, Lin Kong turned his gaze to Cuddler, who was now hanging up. "Your Grace, the soul detection has been used. All those involved in this event are here." On the other side, the burly man Hollington, dressed in black armor, saw Lin Kong and his group approaching, quickly bowed, and then respectfully addressed Lin Kong. I don't understand. Given your personality and intelligence, you shouldn't have done such a thing. Larry trusted you so much before. He even planned to give you the Duke's position. He looked up at Cuddler, who was hanging up, and spoke to him. Lin Kong couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Name, Cuddler Leander. Race, human. Status, weak, slight bleeding, soul damaged. Rank, high-ranking, official level. Name, Coswell Neil Brent Ruskamo. Carry. Race, Abyss Lord, Soul Eater. Status, Soul Split. Rank, mid-tier legendary. Supernatural power, pseudo-immortality, Abyss Mark. Lin Kong paused in his tracks, looking thoughtfully at the information displayed on the virtual screen in front of him. The victor is king and the loser is villain. Come on, kill me. You must resent me and hate me. I don't want to die at someone else's hands. Come on, Larry, come and kill me. At this moment, Cuddler, who was suspended in mid-air by ropes, realized that Larry was standing not far below him and began to twist his body wildly and scream. Hey, come on, kill this piece of trash, and I can enter your body. On the other side, the Abyss Lord Coswell, hidden on Cuddler's body, watched Lin Kong's movements with a sinister expression. Fine, then let me kill you myself. A moment later, Lin Kong suddenly took a step back and spoke in a strange voice. Weren't you going to attack? Why are you backing down now? Are you still the same cowardly weakling who's afraid of blood? Upon hearing Lin Kong's words, a strange smile inexplicably appeared on Cuddler's lips. However, upon noticing Lin Kong's actions, Cuddler immediately opened his mouth and growled, his words full of sarcasm. Has this kid discovered something? Kozwar felt a sudden jolt, as if the man had seen through Cuddler's body and into his current state. No. I need a room where no one will disturb you, so I can personally carry out your punishment, because I don't want the blood of the Leander family to remain at the castle gate. Lin Kong said this not only to Cuddler, but also to everyone around him. I'll go to my room to prepare first. In 15 minutes, you can bring Cuddler directly into my room. After speaking to the burly man in black armor beside him, Lin Kong waved to Melina and Anna behind him, and then walked into the castle first. Brother, I want one too. Can I come with you? At this moment, Jillian realized what was happening, jogged to catch up with Lin Kong's pace, then grabbed one of Lin Kong's arms and pleaded. Yeah, no one's stopping you. Lin Kong patted her head naturally and replied with a light laugh. A short while later, as Lin Kong and his group re-entered the castle, the atmosphere at the castle entrance became somewhat strange. Captain, what should we do with these people? One of Horlington's men pointed to the kneeling accomplice, Cuddler, not far away, and asked in a low voice. They were originally waiting for Lin Kong to come out for the final judgment, but less than 2 minutes after he came out, their duke said a few words and then walked back leisurely. They only decided on the whereabouts of the mastermind, Cuddler, and didn't ask about anyone else. Since His Majesty the Duke hasn't said how to deal with it, let's lock him up in the lowest level of the Black Prison for now. Upon hearing this, Horrington looked up at Cuddler, who had suddenly become quiet, then pondered for a moment before quietly giving instructions to his subordinate beside him. Yes. Upon hearing Horrington's words, the black-armored soldiers beside him quickly pulled the person kneeling on the ground to his feet, then locked him up and took him away in handcuffs. Young Master Cuddler, although I don't know why you did this, you have always treated me well. His Majesty the Duke just said 1/4 of an hour, so I will wait until the 1/4 of an hour is up before taking you in. As he spoke, Horrington made a sword-like gesture with 2 fingers of one hand and drew a line across the rope beside him. Whoosh! The next moment, a red energy blade appeared at one corner of the rope and quickly severed it. Puff, puff, puff. As the rope snapped, Cuddler's body fell to the ground. Well, thank you then. Standing still, Cuddler let out a series of strange laughs and replied to Horrington. Of course. Seeing Cuddler's strange behavior, Horrington couldn't help but feel a little puzzled, but he didn't think too much about it. He figured it was just that he had experienced the ups and downs of life, which had caused a sudden change in his personality. I didn't expect Larry to be so stupid. A separate room? I'm too stupid to even want to devour his soul. Thinking about Larry's performance just now, Kozwal, hiding on Cuddler, thought with a mocking expression. However, once I replace him, the entire wealth of the Leander family will essentially be open to me. At that time, my great research can continue. Once I complete it, the 77th layer of the Abyss realm will all grovel at my feet, Kozvar. Even those 2 high-level legendary figures are nothing but clay chickens and earthenware dogs before my great work that took me thousands of years to complete. Thinking of his great research, Kozwald couldn't help but laugh morbidly. Chapter 153, The Elder's Question. Time passed quickly, and in the bright castle corridors, for figures moved swiftly through the solemn hall. Lin Kong's room was on the first floor of the castle. Apart from the central circular hall that was over 30 meters high, all the other rooms on the first floor were connected to the long red carpet corridor that Horrington was walking through. The corridor was lined with various rooms, but only one of them had a black armored guard standing at its door. Horrington walked in front, Cuddler in the middle, and then 2 black armored soldiers carrying 3-meter-long spears solemnly followed at the back. We're here, you can go in now. Shortly after, they stopped at the door of a guarded room, and Horlington turned to Cuddler and spoke. Because his limbs were bound with sealing stones, Horrington wasn't worried that Cuddler could cause any harm to Larry in his current state, since he knew Larry was a formal-level wizard. Looking at the tightly closed door and under the strange gazes of the guards behind him, Cuddler smiled slyly and pushed the door open, walking inside. With a creak. As the door closed again, Coswald peered through Cudler's eyes, searching eagerly and excitedly for Larry's figure inside the room. However, the next moment Larry didn't see what he saw, but instead saw a group of energetic old men. There was complexity, doubt, and sighing, as a barrage of gazes, each imbued with a different emotion, fell upon him. Not only was Cudler stunned, but even the Coswell he controlled within his body was completely bewildered. "Your Grace, now that Cudler is here, you can speak to him now." A tall, elderly man dressed in black withdrew his gaze from Cudler and then asked Lin Kong, who was sitting in the main seat, in a low voice. "Okay, just a moment." Upon hearing this, Lin Kong glanced again at the group of elders of the Leander family in the room. There should have been 17, but 4 of them were out on business and not in the castle for meditation. Impossible, impossible. With my mid-level legendary soul devourer's talent, even a high-level legendary being skilled in detection wouldn't be able to detect me. Coswar glanced coldly at the Leander family elders in the room, his mind filled with suspicion. Only 5 of these elders are mid-level legendary. The rest are low-level legendary, and there are no high-level legendary members. The higher the level of the extraordinary, the more difficult it becomes. For most geniuses, advancing to the high-level Grandmaster is already the limit. The fact that the Leander family has so many legendary elders is certainly not because they have many super geniuses. It's achieved through spending real money, but once you reach the legendary level, that's basically the limit. The behavior of the elders of the Leander family around him confirmed Coswald's guess. None of them showed any sign of discovering him. "If you didn't discover me, then why? Damn it, what on earth is this human thinking?" Through his disheveled hair, Coswald looked at Lin Kong's expressionless face, his mind filled with doubts. Coswar would never believe that even a legendary-level expert couldn't discover him. Coswell Neil Brent Ruskamo. Carrie. The next moment, Lin Kong suddenly uttered a string of characters, more than 100 in length. The names of you Abyss Lords are really hard to pronounce. After finishing speaking, Lin Kong looked at Cudler, who had unconsciously taken a step back, and with a slight smile on his lips, he spoke calmly. "Abyss Lord." As Lin Kong finished speaking, the gazes of the elders present all fell on Cudler, their faces full of surprise and doubt. Some even sat up abruptly, their massive Yuan energy barriers enveloping the entire room in concentric circles, and then their spirits penetrated Cudler's body, probing into his soul. This aura is indeed that of an Abyss Lord. A moment later, the 5 mid-level legendary elders withdrew their spiritual power from Cudler and spoke with chilling expressions. I was wondering why Cudler's personality suddenly changed so drastically, and why he did something like this. I thought I was deceived by his previous facade, but I never expected things to turn out like this. The Grandpa Hughes that Jillian mentioned was one of the 5 mid-level legendary elders. At this moment, he looked at Cudler with a gloomy face and spoke coldly. "The Abyss's true name? My Abyss's true name? Why? How do you know my Abyss's true name?" Even if it had been discovered and the split soul had been destroyed, Coswell would have only felt a little sorry for it. But after hearing that series of abyssal true names with unknown meanings, Coswell panicked completely. They, the Abyssal Lords, were fearless and didn't even care about calamity-level powerhouses. "You can't kill me, no matter how strong you are. I'm just asking you. Aren't you angry? However, if your true name is revealed, without anyone else's intervention, many other Abyss Lords will covet you, wanting to destroy you and devour your Abyss mark to increase their strength. Snort, ugly abyssal monster, how dare you lay a hand on the members of our Leander family? Prepare to meet your doom." No one answered Coswar's question at that moment. Hughes and the other 5 mid-level legendary beings took action immediately, while the other elders also locked their auras onto Cudler to prevent him from escaping. "Damn it, get out here!" A barrage of attacks aimed at the soul surged towards Cudler's body from all directions. "Who exactly are you? Who are you?" He completely ignored the attacks coming from all sides, because at this point Coswald knew that his split soul had no way to escape. Surrounded by more than a dozen legendary beings, unless one is an extremely powerful individual possessing the power of natural disasters, there is absolutely no chance of survival. At this moment, Coswell emerged from Cudler's body on his own initiative. He was over 2 meters tall, his entire body was red, and he had a single horn. His terrified eyes were fixed on Lin Kong. However, the next moment he was enveloped by countless energies. Looking at the red phantom on the field, shattered by various attacks, Lin Kong couldn't help but frown slightly. Brother, you're amazing. I didn't expect him to be an Abyss Lord. But Cuddler deserves it for getting involved with an Abyss Lord. Jillian, standing next to Lin Kong, glanced at Cuddler, who was lying unconscious on the ground, and then spoke to Lin Kong. That's not entirely true. No one can predict what kind of methods a legendary Abyss Lord might possess. On the other side, watching Kozwar's divided soul dissipate without a trace, Hughes withdrew his violent elemental power and then walked to the center of the living room to examine Cuddler. He kept replying to Jillian while helping Cuddler up. The soul may be flawed, but life is not in great danger. Shortly afterward, a squad of black armored guards standing outside the door were summoned and Cuddler was taken away. As Cuddler's figure disappeared, everyone's gaze returned to Lin Kong, who was sitting in the main seat. Your Grace, I'm also very curious. How did you figure out that Cuddler's body contained a fragment of an Abyss Lord's soul? And his true name in the Abyss? Hughes stood in the center of the living room, his hands behind his back, and asked Lin Kong in a calm tone. At their level, where they are hundreds of years old, how could they not know what the Abyss Lord's Abyss true name means? As soon as Hughes finished speaking, the peaceful atmosphere in the room instantly became tense again. Chapter 154, The Eye of True Sight. The atmosphere in the room was heavy, and this eerie atmosphere intensified after Lin Kong failed to answer Elder Hughes's question for quite some time. Top, 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 top. Lin Kong tapped rhythmically on the armrest of the solidwood chair, his gaze sweeping over everyone in the room before finally giving a slight smile. I've been thinking about this. Should I tell you? However, now that you've asked, it's no longer good to keep it a secret. After a pause, Lin Kong suddenly spoke softly. I obtained an eye of true sight. Although it is somewhat damaged and not in its complete form, I can still use it 3 to 5 times a day. After saying that, Lin Kong said with a look of joy and pride, The eye of true sight. How is this possible? It's actually the eye of true sight, the divine level talent of the spirit race, which has disappeared in the last era. Upon hearing Lin Kong's words, the elders of the Leander family present were immediately unsettled. Seeing this, Lin Kong finally breathed a sigh of relief. What he was talking about was indeed quite ancient, and if the family members didn't know it, he would have to spend a lot of time explaining it to them. However, the profound knowledge of these legendary old men did not disappoint Lin Kong. With just one name, almost everyone thought of the spirit race from the previous era. The Eye of True Sight was possessed by a powerful race hundreds of thousands of years ago, and it was not something that all of them possessed. Rather, only the most exceptional geniuses and prodigies of that race could awaken and master it. As you can tell from the name, it's an amazing eye technique. Because it was somewhat similar to his talent for datafication of everything, Lin Kong had made a point of learning about it beforehand. Since the Ice Queen acquired vast knowledge and became Lin Kong's search engine, Lin Kong naturally searched for information such as transmigrators. Of course, not getting a single word, it was clear that Lin Kong had no companions here, and there wasn't even the concept of time traveler. However, there are many stories of powerful beings and chosen ones crossing dimensions and tearing apart worlds. But while searching for his 2 strange talents, the Ice Queen told Lin Kong about a race that could also directly see a lot of information about others. However, after learning more, Lin Kong discovered that the spirit race's true sight eye was far inferior to his own datafication of all things. While it can read anything, regardless of the amount of information read, the Eldar's true sight has a fatal flaw. It cannot read information about inanimate objects. Your Grace, are you telling the truth? Hughes stared intently at Lin Kong, as if he were afraid that what he had just heard was a hallucination. Don't worry, I'm telling the truth. And after what just happened, I think everyone is feeling a bit uneasy. You have 15 minutes to check me. You can check whatever you want. Slowly standing up, Lin Kong walked to the center of the living room and spoke to those around him with a warm expression. Then, I shall respectfully comply. As soon as Lin Kong finished speaking, the elders of the Leander family, who had been unable to contain themselves any longer, began to use various probing methods to probe Lin Kong's body. In fact, Lin Kong was not intimidated by such an inspection at all. Not only is this body Larry's body, but the soul is also Larry's soul. It's just that Lin Kong's consciousness has possessed Larry's blank soul in a strange way. It is His Majesty the Duke, absolutely. After expending a great deal of effort, everyone present breathed a sigh of relief a while later. What just happened? You guys were actually doubting Larry's brother. On the other side, Jillian finally realized why there was such a strange atmosphere in the room earlier. At this moment, Jillian pouted and looked at Hughes with a huff. There's no other way. His Excellency the Duke has a special status now, so we have no choice but to do this. Hearing Jillian's complaints, Hughes shrugged helplessly. By the way, Your Majesty, is the Eye of True Sight you mentioned real? Although he was already 7 or 8 parts convinced, Hughes knew this was a serious matter. So he looked at Lin Kong in front of him and asked the question carefully. Of course, and this kind of thing can't be faked. Right, Grandpa Lauren, you didn't even mention that you advanced to the high-level legendary rank. Our Leander family should celebrate for you. As he spoke, Lin Kong turned his gaze to the silver-haired old man sitting closest to Hughes in the seat. With a rosy complexion and silver hair flowing down his shoulders, he naturally exuded an aristocratic air, clearly having been a handsome man in his youth. It's puzzling why he no longer cares about his appearance. Even legendary superhumans have many ways to maintain their youthful appearance. As expected, the Eye of True Sight. Following Lin Kong's gaze, everyone looked at the silver-haired Lauren standing to the side. Buzzing. A unique, extraordinary aura began to slowly spread from his body, and a wave of pressure, like a tangible force, rippled throughout the entire room in an instant. Brother Lauren, the Duke is right. Some time ago, we obtained a 9-leaf crown and refined it into some top-grade Dawn Praise potions. Seeing everyone's eyes on him, Lauren raised his hand to stroke his beard, then gave Lin Kong a disgruntled look before speaking helplessly. 9-leaf crown. Oh, to Dawn. You, Lauren, you've been secretly hoarding food all by yourself. Upon hearing Lauren mention the extraordinary potion, Praise of Dawn, the elders present were instantly thrown into a frenzy. The Dawn's Praise is rumored to be a super potion that even works on calamity-level creatures, but because its main ingredient, the 9-leaf crown, is so rare, finished products are seldom produced. There's a saying in the world of potions, finding a 9-leaf crown is harder than cultivating to the cataclysmic level yourself. Chapter 155 Journey to Lompobana. Alright, let's postpone the Dawn of Triumph event. As everyone crowded in front of him, Lauren couldn't help but roar, causing the surrounding void to tremble. Although Lauren was furious, none of the elders present were afraid, but they slowed down their movements. Today, the news that His Excellency possesses the Eye of True Sight has been classified as a top-secret family matter. Even we must accept a contract that cannot be revealed to outsiders. Lauren stood up, glanced at Lin Kong, who seemed to be watching the commotion from a distance, and spoke solemnly. Yes, I agree. Upon hearing this, Hughes and the others all nodded shortly afterward. Putting aside the other effects of True Sight, the title Enemy of the Abyss is frightening enough. Knowing the true names of 1 or 2 Abyss Lords might be enough to get the other Abyss Lords to ask for your help. But if you know the true names of all the Abyss Lords. So, which Abyss Lord do you think would tolerate you? On the other side, Lin Kong, with his arms crossed, was watching a group of old men rushing towards Lauren like enthusiastic fans meeting their idol when he noticed them slowly stopping and looking at him. Norashi. I think I should talk about the Dawn's Praise. As the family Duke, I feel that I should at least get a few bottles of the remaining Dawn's Praise. Right, Grandpa Lauren? Lin Kong winked at the old man and said in a shy tone, How many bottles? Don't even think about it. Not even a single bottle. Upon hearing this, Lauren, clutching his spatial ring, spoke up hastily. How could you say that? Our Leander family is a loving family. As he spoke, Lin Kong gave a wink to the elders around him. The next moment, a group of old men with eyes gleaming like wolves pounced on Lauren again. However, Lin Kong also got involved this time. Ugh, you bastard, who touched my butt? Holy crap. Lauren, you've got some serious assets. Huh? Did you touch the wrong person? Lin Kong, who had squeezed inside, suddenly felt a tightness in his crotch after a while, and his face instantly turned purplish red. A bunch of old men, and that stinky older brother. Seriously, you've completely ruined the Leander family's prestigious image. He covered his eyes with both hands, but the gaps between his fingers were so wide that an egg could almost see through. Looking at the group of hundreds of years old men huddled together not far away, resembling a brawl among thugs, and Lin Kong, who had gone in without any regard for his image, Jillian couldn't help but speak out resentfully. However, the expression on his face was one of wanting to stir up trouble, and all he did was cheer and applaud. On the other side, Anna and Melina kept their eyes closed, not daring to look at all. However, they weren't worried about being silenced for knowing the Leander family secrets. A specific oath contract would suffice, so there was no need to kill them. Time passed, and, after a long time, the door to the room was opened again. One by one, old men with bruised and swollen faces walked out. Some of them had been beaten so badly that they only had 2 teeth left, but they were still smiling as they held the spatial rings in their arms. Lin Kong was in the same boat. His face was swollen like a pig's head, and he could barely speak. Grandpa Lauren, please come with me to the royal capital, Lombobana, tomorrow. My duel with the Duke of Rose will begin in a few days. He cast a healing spell on himself, and instantly all the negative effects on his body disappeared. Even a few missing teeth grew back instantly. Upon hearing this, Lauren's playful expression vanished, replaced by a serious and dangerous look. The Duke of Rose dares to make such a blatant move. I'd like to see what the royal family has to say. Or do they really think the Leander family is a toothless tiger just because the Duke disappeared? At this point, Lauren's tone turned icy. I also want to know what Grand Duke Sarab is really up to. Lin Kong frowned slightly upon hearing Lauren's words. Lin Kong believes he is quite familiar with the situation in the kingdom of Eisen Island. It is no exaggeration to say that it is beset by internal and external troubles. But why would the royal family allow the Duke of the Rose to act? Late at night, on a vast expanse of sea, a hunched figure crouched on the calm water. Splash! 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 The surrounding area was filled with turbulent seawater, but strangely, within a radius of a dozen meters from the hunchbacked figure, all the surging seawater calmed down. Buzzing, a strange, blood-red light shot out from the pitch-black seawater beneath him, illuminating the hunched figure. Hee, damn it. These inferior fellows are utterly inadequate to satisfy the great lord of evil spirits, His Majesty Murindastan. The figure's furious voice carried far and wide. As he slowly stood up, the large hood was blown up to his back by the sea breeze, revealing a man with a gloomy face and blood-red hair. There was an evil spirit tattoo on the left side of his neck, which was none other than Murindastan, one of the 13 great evil spirits of the void. It seems that human flesh and soul are still needed to satisfy His Majesty Murindastan. Only in this way can I truly reach the legendary level. The blood-haired man was none other than the Black God Bishop who had previously escaped from Tooting City. After committing crimes in various places, he had now become a high-level, Grandmaster-level extraordinary being. Even though they are already strong, they cannot live in the sunlight until they reach the legendary level. The next moment, the Black God Bishop couldn't help but let out a surprised sound, then looked up in one direction, a playful smile on his face, and his entire body turned into a ball of bloodlight and quickly disappeared on the surface of the sea. Soon after, 2 figures, one in front of the other, swiftly flew low over the area. The immense yuan energy emanating from them directly pressed the seawater beneath them down several meters, creating a long indentation. Chapter 156 Philotai, Corrupted by the Flame Lord. You can't escape, so just stop obediently. You've been maintaining the state of the Flame Lord for so long. Your mind has long been corrupted. Let's see how long you can keep it up. If you willingly allow your body to be controlled by another, darker version of yourself, then disregard what I said. Adolf snorted coldly at the strange sound behind him, and continued to channel his remaining yuan energy to the Griffin King beneath him. If it weren't for the Griffin King's incredible speed, Adolf would have been torn apart by the rampaging Philides behind him. At this moment, Philotai had completely changed his appearance. The flaming horns on his head were even longer, and the flame patterns on his face had doubled in size. Not only that, but flame patterns were also visible on the exposed skin of Philotai's silver armor. Her originally slender, fair fingers have been transformed into vicious, pitch-black claws. The dark side? I am who I am. What other side is there? Extending his tongue, which was over 10 centimeters long, he licked the corner of his mouth and laughed as he spoke to Adolf, who was fleeing dozens of meters away. Damn it! It seems the Flame Lord's bloodline has completely taken control of her mind. Hearing the sounds behind him, Adolf inwardly groaned. Rumble, 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 swish, swish. The weather at sea is so unpredictable. One night, the sky was clear and sunny, but then a few huge dark clouds drifted in from nowhere, and in an instant, a torrential downpour began. The blinding flashes of lightning and deafening rumbles of thunder made the surroundings even more terrifying. Damn it! Looking at the weather around him, Adolf couldn't help but curse under his breath. He had originally planned to fly higher, but seeing the situation, he decided against it. Soaked to the bone, Adolf couldn't even afford to use his elemental barrier to keep out the rain, let alone a barrier to protect against lightning and hail. At this moment, Adolf dared not waste a single bit of his vital energy. It's a super large magic airship, and it's human. After flying for a while longer, Adolf noticed a colossal object in the sky not far away. It was 700 or 800 meters long and emanated terrifying magical runes. Clearly a large magic airship. Help! Help! A monster from the abyss is chasing me. Please help. Turning his head to glance at Philotai, who was still relentlessly pursuing him, Adolf shouted at the large magic airship that was traveling at a normal speed not far away. Abyssal monster! At this moment, many solemn black-armored soldiers stood on the deck of the large magic airship, the lowest level being high-ranking officials, and there were also many grandmasters. Upon hearing the shout, the burly man in black armor at the very front looked toward Philotai, who was 4 or 5 meters tall. As expected, it's an abyssal monster, a damned and despicable creature. The legendary aura of the black-armored man was transmitted directly to the outside world through the magical light screen of the airship. The next moment, a giant hand tens of meters long solidified and slammed down on Philotai, who had stopped in his tracks. Boom! If Philotai hadn't been completely corrupted by the Flame Lord, she might have tried to explain her identity, but now, looking at the terrifying giant hand above her head, Philotai's eyes revealed a wicked and bloodthirsty glint. Whoosh! As expected, Philotai was slammed into the ocean below by this blow. Even though he was very close to the legendary level, Philidi still couldn't withstand a single move from a true legendary level expert. The aura has vanished. The powerful spiritual sense scanned the sea below, and a hint of doubt appeared in the eyes of the black-armored giant. He hadn't been holding back his power, and even he himself found it hard to believe that he could kill a high-level, grandmaster-level extraordinary being in one blow. You're lucky you escaped quickly. How did you end up being chased by a Flame Lord? And abyssal monsters are different from abyssal lords. They're not immortal and generally wouldn't dare to cause trouble in the prime material plane. The burly man in black armor looked at the man who had come before him and asked in confusion. I don't know either. I just stumbled upon it while exploring some ruins. Adolf glanced around and, seeing the somewhat familiar black armor, couldn't help but swallow hard. My lord, now that the danger has passed, I am extremely grateful. I shall take my leave now. No need. You're from the capital too, right? We'll be in Lombobana in a little while. You can rest on the airship. Looking at the pitiful Griffin King and the wounded door, the black-armored giant seemed to recall the time when he was being chased by alien races while exploring the ruins. He smiled gently and kindly spoke up. After giving instructions to the black-armored soldiers behind him, the burly man in black armor left the deck. Mr. Dole, don't worry. We are from the Leander family, and our Duke is on this airship. Please come with me. I will take you to rest. Thump. Upon hearing that the Leander family and the Duke were on the airship, Adolf was so frightened that he collapsed to the ground. There's an emergency at home. Should I leave now? With a dry, parched mouth, Adolf made a suggestion to the black-armored soldier in front of him. "Don't worry, you're safe." Seemingly noticing that Dor was intimidated by the Duke's title, the black-armored soldiers smiled proudly and kindly. Puffed, puffed. Not long after, as the huge magic airship sailed away, two figures suddenly emerged from the turbulent ocean. A legendary-level expert. What incredible power that is! The red-haired bishop glanced in the direction the airship had left and uttered a strange sound. "Who are you? Why did you save me?" On the other side, Philotai, in her flame lord form, narrowed her eyes and looked at the red-haired man in front of her, who was not even as long as her legs, and asked in a cold voice, "You and I are both outcasts. To live better in this world, we certainly need to stick together and support each other. Join my church, and legendary power will be within your grasp." Looking up at Philotai, the black god bishop spoke seductively with burning eyes. "Legendary power. Can it help me take revenge?" Yes, not just revenge. We will gain much more." Hearing the words in his ear, the black god bishop smiled sinisterly, a hint of joy in his eyes, and then replied to Felicity. Chapter 157 Moonelf. Lampobana, the capital of the kingdom of Eisen Island. In the afternoon, almost until evening, Lin Kong was still wandering around the commercial district of Lampobana. Extremely strange, the ministers of the capital who came to greet Lin Kong were almost in tears. They had received orders that morning to invite Lin Kong to a banquet hosted by Grand Duke Solabi at his manor. However, all the preparations for the banquet were completed and almost everyone had arrived. Even the Duke of Rose, who arrived in Lampobana 2 hours later than Lin Kong, had already arrived. But they are still accompanying Lin Kong on a stroll through the commercial district, and have been doing so for more than 3 hours. If it weren't for their extraordinary abilities, they would probably have collapsed from exhaustion by now. "Your Excellency, Duke Larry, the banquet is about to begin. Shall we head over now?" Finally, one of the ministers of the interior, after glancing at the sky, couldn't hold back any longer and leaned close to Lin Kong to whisper a suggestion. "Oh, are we starting?" After glancing at the greasy man with a mustache beside him, Lin Kong turned to look at Melina behind him and asked her in a low voice, "How much is it? How many are there?" Upon hearing this, Melina replied without hesitation, "Your Grace, the total purchases were 73 bottles of Mermaid's Love, 140 bottles of Emerald Heart, and 688 bottles of Supreme Spirit Restoration Potion. Total consumption of crystals, 1,351,880. More than 1.3 million. Hearing Melina's words, Lin Kong frowned in thought. He remembered that he originally had 1.5 million crystals in his spatial ring, which meant he could still buy some more. "No, I need to buy some more." After thinking for a while, Lin Kong spoke to the greasy minister of the interior in front of him, who was forcing a smile while sweating. "Why don't you go back first? I think spending another few 100,000 crystals shouldn't be too much of a problem, right?" Your Excellency Duke Larry, I know there's a family in the capital that's particularly skilled at crafting mermaid love. Why don't we attend the banquet first? Then I'll take you to this somewhat remote potion family. What do you think?" After hearing Lin Kong's words, Soth pondered for a moment and then revealed a secret he knew. To be honest, Soth felt a little sorry for him. He had only recently received this news. He had heard that the family had moved to Lampobana from elsewhere and had not yet established themselves. Although the family has many potion masters, it lacks corresponding protective power, making it like a fragrant, unclaimed piece of fat meat. Soth originally planned to keep the news under wraps and simply let his own faction handle it all. However, today I encountered such a thing. If he hadn't made sure Lin Kong attended the banquet hosted by Grand Duke Sorby on time today, not only would he not get a share of the spoils, but his position as Minister of the Interior might have been in jeopardy. Faced with a choice between a small amount of personal gain and the power he held, Soth gritted his teeth and was still able to make the right choice. "Are you telling the truth?" Upon hearing Soth's words, Lin Kong's eyes lit up with joy, and he couldn't help but ask to confirm. "Your Majesty Duke Larry, even if I had 10 lives, I wouldn't dare to lie to you." Soth shrugged and said with a helpless expression, "All right, let's keep these hundreds of thousands of crystals for now." Seeing Soth state, Lin Kong waved to Melina and the others, then left the street. In fact, the Leander family does have its own potion makers, but since the Leander family mainly focuses on other businesses, their output is extremely low. Call. Seeing that Lin Kong and his group had finally left the business district with him, Soth, who was driving towards the banquet manor, finally breathed a sigh of relief. As a minister of the interior who was able to come and greet a duke, Soth held a high-ranking position. If Lambo Bana were a city, then SOS would essentially be its mayor. As the mayor of the capital of the Kingdom of Eisenhower, Soth is quite powerful, both because of his family, the Earl of Garfield, and because of his own methods. Aside from the royal family of the Kingdom of Eisenhower and the Ducal family, the Garfield family, as an Earl family, is surprisingly ranked in the second tier of royal families. It's not a complete loss. This news can be considered as doing the Leander family a favor. Soth, sitting in the front car, reflected on the gains and losses of the moment, and then muttered to himself. They didn't have to wait long, since the mayor of Lampa Bana, Soth, was leading the way, so there was basically no congestion. After about 15 minutes, the convoy arrived at the entrance of a huge estate. Your Grace, you didn't bring a female companion in this haste, did you? This is Miss Dolores, a moon elf from the Moonlight Forest in the west. I told her about you, and she decided to become your companion. Soth, who led Lin Kong out of the car, waved to the woman who had clearly been waiting for a long time at the manor gate not far away, and then turned to Lin Kong and spoke respectfully. After saying that, she winked at Lin Kong, giving him a knowing look. Dolores, the moon elf? Mr. Soth, how much do you know about her? Following the direction Soth was pointing, Lin Kong saw a woman in a long purple dress walking gracefully towards him. Chapter 158, I'm almost lost on the way. Although it hadn't arrived yet, a strange fragrance wafted over, like the fragrance of orchids in a secluded valley, unique and elegant, making one feel intoxicated. I know it fairly well. Soth didn't think much of it when he heard this, assuming that Lin Kong had decided to keep her by her side, which was why she specifically asked him about her background. I heard she came from the elf kingdom of Moonlight Forest, but judging from her eyes and ears, she shouldn't be royalty, just an ordinary moon elf. It's even possible that they committed some crime in the elf kingdom, since elves are generally not used to living in the territory of other races, especially humans. She's been in Lampa Bana for over a month now. At just a high-ranking official level, if it weren't for a lucky encounter with me, she might already be some nobleman's concubine. Lucky. After listening to Soth's words, Lin Kong glanced at him subtly. Then his gaze returned to the beautiful female elf in a purple dress who had walked in front of him. Lord Soth, this must be Duke Larry. My name is Dolores. The newcomer first nodded to Soth, then looked at Lin Kong and spoke with a smile. Hello, I am Larry Leander. It's a pleasure to meet you, Miss Dolores, the moon elf. Extending a hand, Lin Kong politely took Dolores's outstretched hand, lowered his head, and gently kissed it before softly replying. Although Lin Kong appeared completely calm on the surface, his heart was churning with turmoil and filled with doubts. Name, Dolores Raphael. Race, moon elf. Status, normal. Rank, low-level cataclysm. Note, the Grand Elder of the Moon Elf clan possesses terrifying strength and has come to the human capital for unknown reasons. Looking at the terrifying aura displayed on the virtual screen in front of him, Lin Kong glanced at Lauren beside him and found that he was completely unaware. Damn it, this isn't some high-level, official-grade, ordinary moon elf. Soth, had you been kicked in the head by a donkey? It took extra energy to add a notes section in addition to the 4 information sections. Looking up at the smiling face of the girl who seemed to be an innocent and naive young girl, Lin Kong felt as if he had been screwed over. After a moment's thought and a rapid internal struggle, Lin Kong ultimately did not refuse Soth's kind offer. Lauren and Melina followed behind. With a gentlemanly arm linked with Dolores's, Lin Kong walked stiffly toward the banquet hall not far away. What's going on? Why do I see a hint of resentment towards myself in Duke Larry's eyes? As a shrewd and perceptive minister of the interior, Soth's ability to read people is almost at its peak. Although Lin Kong only caught a fleeting glimpse of him, Soth still managed to capture the information he contained. That can't be right. The information I received should be accurate. Duke Larry should also have this kind of taste, right? And Dolores did the same just now. Why is she so gentle with Duke Larry? Even when it comes to me, her savior, she's never given me a second glance. Strange things happen every day, but today Soth felt like he was encountering way too many. Could it be that I was too tired from running around the commercial area, and my eyes were hallucinating? After thinking for a while, watching Lin Kong and his group gradually disappear from his sight, Soth simply stopped worrying about it, turned around and drove away from the manor gate. At the same time, as Lin Kong stepped into the banquet hall, the originally noisy hall, filled with clinking glasses, paused for a second, with only the melodious music still playing. Larry, you're late. Not far away, in the center of the crowd, Grand Duke Sarby strode towards Lin Kong and spoke in a somewhat reproachful tone. As Grand Duke Sarab made his move, the banquet that had been paused instantly resumed. However, strange glances would still occasionally fall on Lin Kong. After all, Duke Larry was far too young. I've been at the Cheezel Wizarding Academy for so long that I've almost forgotten when I last came to the royal capital, Lombobana. The changes are so big, I don't even recognize the way anymore. Reaching out to pick up the red wine from the waiter's tray, Lin Kong gestured slightly to Grand Duke Sarab across the distance, then spoke in an admiring tone. Yes, the capital has changed so much, I almost didn't recognize it. Lauren, standing next to Lin Kong, glanced at Grand Duke Sorby and suddenly spoke in a sarcastic tone. Haha, Brother Lauren, what are you saying? The capital has always been the capital of the kingdom of Izanayu, and that will never change. As he approached, Sarab looked at Lauren, but his pupils contracted slightly the next moment. Congratulations, Brother Lauren, on successfully advancing to the high-level legendary rank. What a joyous occasion. The foundation of our Eisen Island kingdom has been strengthened once again. Grand Duke Sarab did not hide his words, so almost all the nobles passing by heard what he had just said. High-level legendary. Besides the vanished Duke, the Leander family now has another high-level legendary member. Although with the resources of a ducal family, they are no less capable than high-level legendary experts. There is still a slight difference between having someone of the same level and not. Chapter 159, A Harmonious Feast. After Grand Duke Sarab finished speaking, some people around him were happy while others were sad. Those who are close to the Leander family are naturally happy, while those who are at odds with the Leander family are naturally worried. Congratulations, Duke Larry. On the other side, as the crowd made way, the Duke of Rose, dressed in a black off-the-shoulder evening gown, strolled over with an air of nonchalance. Tisk tisk tisk, my Duchess, you look really beautiful tonight. Looking at the approaching Duke Rose, Lin Kong glanced at him up and down a few times and was genuinely amazed. Is it because more skin is exposed? Cough cough. How could that be? How could I possibly like this kind of thing? Out of the corner of his eye, Lin Kong glanced at the proud, swan-like neck and the fair, white shoulders revealing her collarbone, and shook his head slightly, quickly dismissing his earlier thought. The Duchess. After hearing Lin Kong's words, Grand Duke Sorby looked at Duke Rose with some suspicion. What, didn't my Duchess tell you? Not only Grand Duke Sarab, but also the surrounding nobles, their children and families, and their female companions all looked at him and the Rose Duke with surprise. Lin Kong smiled calmly, then said softly, My Duchess, that's where you're wrong. Why don't you share this wonderful thing with everyone? You haven't beaten me yet, so it doesn't count. Seeing Lin Kong's shameless and brazen attitude, Duke Rose's gaze turned slightly cold as she replied indifferently. Winning against you? That's easy. Upon hearing this, Lin Kong shrugged and spoke casually, as if winning the bet was already a foregone conclusion. Snort. Without arguing with Lin Kong any further, the Duke of Rose gave a soft snort and then looked at the woman Lin Kong was holding hands with. Aren't you afraid the lady next to you will get jealous? The Duke of Rose pointed at Dolores and raised an eyebrow as he asked. Fear. How can I not be afraid? To be honest, I'm scared to death. Turning his head to look at Dolores's almost perfect face in front of him, Lin Kong shrank his neck and made a frightened expression. Giggle. Lord Larry is so funny. There's nothing about me that would frighten you. Upon noticing Lin Kong's actions, Dolores covered her mouth and chuckled, then looked at Lin Kong and spoke softly. Where else? Everywhere scares me. Lin Kong has only found the succubus Anastasia, a lord of the abyss, to be comparable to the beauty of the moon elf elder Dolores. To be honest, even the top beauties, the Rose Duke and Melina, who were standing next to them, were slightly inferior to them by a level. My name is Dolores, an ordinary moon elf, and now Lord Larry's companion. Holding Lin Kong's arm, Dolores politely addressed the Duke of Rose. Hello, I'm Lisa, an ordinary human being, and I'm Larry's opponent in this bet. Upon hearing this, the Duke of Rose replied to Dolores, Your Grace, I'm going over there. Lauren glanced at the Duke of Rose, then pointed to the nobles who were close to the Leander family, indicating that she would go over and entertain them. Yes, thank you for your help, Grandpa Lauren. Lin Kong nodded slightly, then replied in a low voice. A while later, after Lauren left, the place where Lin Kong was now standing became rather strange. Melina, Dolores, and Lisa the Rose are all top beauties. That guy Soth is really generous. I spent 2 million crystals on Dolores before, and he wouldn't give it to me. Now he's actually showing up next to Larry. I think it must be that Soth gave it to Larry for free. After all, his status is different now. At this moment, in a corner of the banquet hall, a group of young people were looking at Lin Kong and the others, commenting and talking. Like Larry before them, they were all sons of dukes, marquises, or at the very least, earls. But seeing Dolores, whom they envied, they didn't do anything foolish like trying to make fun of her. At their level, everyone is intelligent, and there are no fools among them. The jealousy and rivalry depicted in the play seemed utterly brainless, even insulting to their intelligence. Larry has quite the idea to marry Lady Lisa, the Rose Duchess. A blond young man lying on the sofa spoke with a hint of surprise, recalling the shocking news he had just heard. I don't know if Larry is really stupid or pretending, or if he's just lost his mind after becoming a duke. If he really marries Lady Lisa, the Duchy of Leander and the Duchy of Rose will basically occupy 1/10 of the entire territory of the Kingdom of Eisen Island. The royal family will not allow such a situation to occur, and Lady Lisa is clearly a member of the prince's faction. Upon hearing what the blond man next to him said, the surrounding young people began to express their own thoughts. Some things are better left unsaid. Seeing that his cousin next to him also wanted to express his opinion, the blond man gently kicked him with his foot and then spoke directly through witchcraft. On the other side, seeing his cousin subtly shake his head at him, the man who wanted to speak scratched his head, relaxed again, and remained silent. Chapter 160 Opening Price. The following day, at the Royal Colosseum in Lompobana, the originally scheduled martial arts matches had all been canceled a day earlier. While everyone was still wondering why this was happening, a bombshell piece of news suddenly appeared out of nowhere and quickly spread throughout the city. Duke Leander and Duke Rose are about to engage in a duel, with a stake of 20 million crystals. The most shocking news is that if Duke Leander wins against Duke Rose, then Duke Rose will marry Duke Leander. Are the two dukes about to join forces? What's going on? Although some of the city's minor dignitaries were initially puzzled by the news, it did not dampen their enthusiasm for watching the gambling match today. With more than an hour left before the duel, the arena, which was 4 or 5 times larger than the Bird's Nest Stadium in my previous life, was already almost full. Duke Larry, you've arrived? When Lin Kong walked to the VIP section, it was Soth who came to greet him. When the other nobles who had arrived earlier saw Lin Kong, some stood up and bowed respectfully, while others simply smiled and greeted him. Okay, this will do. Looking around, Lin Kong noticed that most of the people sitting together were of the same rank. After following Soth for a while, Lin Kong saw the Rose Duke Lisa and her party, then walked over with a light laugh and slowly sat down. What? You're so close to me. Aren't you afraid I'll secretly use some underhanded means to take your life? You dare. Before Lin Kong could speak, Lauren, who was sitting to Lin Kong's right, suddenly stood up and looked at Duke Rose, coldly shouting. All right, Grandpa Lauren, Miss Lisa must have just been joking. Reaching out to calm the furious Lauren, Lin Kong smiled and shook his head, then looked at the Duke of Rose's Lisa, who was sitting 1 seat away to his left. Also, Miss Lisa, we're not exactly close to each other. Pointing to Dolores, who was standing close to him on his left, Lin Kong raised an eyebrow and said something in a low voice. It's definitely not close. Upon hearing this, The Duke of Rose turned to look at the moon elf Dolores, who always wore a smile, with a hint of doubt in his eyes. For some reason, for a fleeting moment just now, the moon elf gave her a very strange feeling, but it was very brief, and the Duke of Rose couldn't quite grasp the feeling, as if it were just an illusion. On the other side, although Lauren sat down calmly, her spiritual sense kept surrounding Lin Kong, as if she was really on guard against the Duke of Rose making a move in secret. Sensing the unusual atmosphere around him, the Duke of Rose chuckled softly, then said nothing more. His Excellency Grand Duke Gadwin of the Kingdom of Helion has arrived. Shortly afterward, at the call of a waiter not far away, a group of people led by a thin, blonde old man slowly walked up to the VIP stands. Mr. Gadwin, welcome to watch the fight. Grand Duke Sarab, who was seated on the other side of the royal entourage, stood up and greeted them with a smile. How could I possibly miss the duel between your two dukes? Upon hearing Sorabi's words, Grand Duke Gadwin of the Kingdom of Helion showed great interest. After speaking, he looked towards where Lin Kong and Duke Rose were sitting. A duke who is only at the extraordinary formal level. I must say your Eisen Island Kingdom is really something. This kind of ant is an eyesore, even if he were to guard my door. Yet you managed to elevate him to the position of Duke. Before the crowd could react, after Grand Duke Gadwin of the Kingdom of Helion finished speaking, an extremely arrogant voice slowly rose from below the stands. Upon hearing the words of the man not far in front of him, Soth, who was leading the way, broke out in a cold sweat. The people around them were the same, although they all knew that the newcomer was mocking Duke Leander. Now that the man was saying this, they were also being insulted. Hey, which old dog was barking just now? And why did it sound so awful? Lin Kong stood up, looked around, pretended to be surprised as if he had misheard, then picked at his ear with his finger and said, You dare to insult me? Upon hearing Lin Kong's words, the burly man who had just spoken arrogantly stared coldly at Lin Kong, his chilling aura overwhelming him, like a ferocious beast ready to devour its prey. And who is this? Upon hearing this, Lin Kong seemed oblivious to the burly man's angry expression. Instead, he calmly looked at Grand Duke Sarbi and asked with a puzzled look, This is Kenneth, the eldest prince of the Kingdom of West-Saren. He is also said to be the youngest legendary powerhouse in the Kingdom of West-Saren, having reached the legendary level at the age of only 200. Seeing that Lin Kong remained calm and composed in the face of such words, Grand Duke Sorby looked at him with some surprise and then answered softly, Oh, so you're the eldest prince of the Kingdom of Sisiran. I thought you were the eldest prince of the Sky Empire. I'm sorry, I'm just an ant with small eyes, so I didn't see you. I hope this eldest prince won't take offense. As he spoke, Lin Kong raised an eyebrow, clasped his hands in a fist salute to Kenneth, and said in a calm tone, What a magnificent kingdom of Eisen Island. What a magnificent Duke of Leander. Quick wit, you do have some skill. Kenneth, who had been about to do something, squinted and then calmed down after hearing the words of the two mid-level legendary elders behind him. I wonder how this bet will be conducted. A moment later, as soon as the delegation from the Kingdom of Helion sat down, Kenneth asked Grand Duke Sorby a question. It's divided into 2 sessions. One duel will be between Duke Leander's subordinates and Duke Rose, and the other will be between Duke Rose's subordinates and Duke Leander. Although he disliked Kenneth's way of doing things, Grand Duke Serapi did not hesitate and gently explained the method of the duel to the Kingdom of Helion and the Kingdom of Sislan. Since it's a betting contest, surely someone will take my bet, right? Upon hearing this, Kenneth frowned and pondered for a moment, then looked at the backs of Duke Rose and Lin Kong ahead, and spoke meaningfully. Grand Duke Sarab did not respond to this, but instead focused on his own thoughts and actions. However, Soth, who was standing to the side, was not so lucky. As Kenneth's gaze shifted to him, Soth raised his hand and wiped the sweat from his forehead. Normal martial arts duels involve betting, but today is a special case. It's a duel between the Duke of the Rose and the Duke of Leander. Therefore, not only did the original martial arts arena betting not open, but even some peripheral betting platforms almost did not make any moves. Whether Duke Leander or Duke Rose loses, it's disrespectful to a Grand Duke, so it's normal that no one dares to openly set up betting odds. Chapter 161, the gambling battle begins. Well, Your Highness Kenneth, because today's martial art competition is so unusual, no betting has been opened yet. After a pause, Soth decided to tell the truth. Although he could have opened a betting pool himself to deal with the situation, Soth was far more unwilling to offend the two Grand Dukes of his kingdom than Kenneth, the eldest prince of Ciceron. Offending a powerful figure from another country might not be a big deal, especially since Kenneth is someone whom many powerful figures in the surrounding kingdom of Eisen Island dislike. However, if he offended two of the country's most powerful nobles, and they were to make things difficult for him, Soth might not be able to handle it. Tisk, 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 this is utterly ridiculous. A martial arts arena without betting pools. Ha ha. After hearing Soth's words, Kenneth glanced around and spoke with disdain. Actually, it's possible. At the same time, Lin Kong turned to look at Kenneth. I wonder how big a game His Highness the Crown Prince wants to play. The reason Mr. Soth said that just now was because he was worried that the eldest prince didn't have enough money. How embarrassing it would be for a prince of such a great nation to be unable to produce a certain amount of money. Look how considerate Mr. Soth is of you. Is that right, Mr. Soth? Turning his head to look at Soth, Lin Kong chuckled and spoke. Ah, cough cough, Upon hearing this, Soth looked at Lin Kong, as if he wanted to say something but hesitated. Snort. You're broke. Since Duke Leander has said so, does that mean we have to accept this offer? Hearing Lin Kong suddenly interrupt, Kenneth narrowed his eyes and said coldly, Certainly. Since I'm in the same league as Duke Rose, our odds are the same, 1-1. Lin Kong said softly after thinking for a moment. So, how big of a game does Your Highness intend to play? Lin Kong shrugged, looking extremely interested. 5 million crystal stones. If you bet on everything, you lose. Kenneth spread his 5 fingers at Lin Kong, grinned maliciously, and uttered a number. 5 million crystals? Upon hearing this, Lin Kong looked somewhat surprised, as if he hadn't expected such a large number. What, isn't this a bit too much? Kenneth felt a sense of relief upon seeing Lin Kong's surprised expression, and with a slight smile, he spoke casually. No. Your Highness, you misunderstand. 5 million it is, 5 million it is. Lin Kong waved his hand, his interest vanishing instantly. He turned back and muttered under his breath. Only 5 million crystals? What a pauper. If I had known it would be so little, I wouldn't have bothered opening this betting platform. As expected, Soth was right. This guy is broke. I even had some expectations for him. Although Lin Kong's voice was very soft, almost like he was talking to himself, everyone nearby was a superhuman, especially Kenneth, the person in question. Upon hearing Lin Kong's mocking words, Kenneth's face flushed red with anger. Seeing the strange looks from the delegation from the Helian Kingdom beside him only fueled his anger. Duke Leander, I'll add another 5 million crystals. Kenneth called out to Lin Kong's retreating figure and held up 5 fingers again. Okay, I understand. Upon hearing Kenneth's words, Lin Kong gave a perfunctory reply, without even turning his head, showing a complete lack of interest. Okay. Seeing Lin Kong's reaction, Kenneth laughed in anger. Kenneth glanced down at his spatial ring. Then his next words were practically spat out between clenched teeth. I wonder, in Duke Leander's eyes, how many crystals would be appropriate. 20 million, so. Originally, the bet between me and the Duke of Rose was 50 million crystals, but I felt that the number 5 was not good, so I changed it to 2. Isn't that right, my Duchess? You and I are both idiots. As he spoke, Lin Kong smiled and gestured towards Duke Rose, who was standing not far away. Upon hearing this, Duke Rose did not confront Lin Kong this time, but nodded slightly and hummed in agreement. Then I'll take 2,000 king crystals. Kenneth, who was not far away, said something in a low voice. Oh, Your Highness is truly generous. As he spoke, Lin Kong stood up from his seat and walked over to Kenneth. This is a spatial ring containing exactly 20 million crystals. You can check it out. I wonder, Your Highness, would you also like to produce 20 million crystals now for a notary to verify? Lin Kong casually took out an antique ring from his pocket and placed it in front of Grand Duke Gardwin of the Helian Kingdom. Grand Duke Gardwin, would you please act as a notary? Lin Kong shifted his gaze from Kenneth and spoke politely and softly to the thin old man, watching him not far away. It's no trouble at all. After glancing at Lin Kong, Grand Duke Gadwin of the Helian Kingdom picked up the spatial ring on the table. It is indeed 20 million crystals. A moment later, Gadwin, whose spiritual sense had withdrawn from the ring, glanced at Lin Kong with some surprise. Carrying so many crystals with you is something not everyone can do. What is it, Your Highness? After waiting for a while, Lin Kong looked at Kenneth with a strange expression. No way, no way. He can't even come up with the 20 million crystals he quoted? How is this possible? Hearing Lin Kong's strange tone just now, Kenneth immediately retorted defiantly. We don't have that many crystals, but other valuable items can be used as substitutes, right? Oh, I wonder what the valuable item Your Highness is referring to is, and how valuable it is. Upon hearing this, Lin Kong crossed his arms and asked calmly, I have 10 legendary energy cores here. Each one costs around 1.2 million, plus the 8 million crystals here, which is enough to reach 20 million. As he spoke, Kenneth's hand flashed with light, and a bunch of shimmering energy cores, each the size of an adult's fist, appeared on the table. Yes, absolutely. Seeing Kenneth's actions, Lin Kong was first stunned, then overjoyed. Such a legendary energy core was like a windfall. Since both sides acknowledge each other's claims, I now declare the bet officially in effect. Gadwin, who was standing to the side, nodded slightly to Lin Kong and Kenneth, then put away the things on the table and spoke softly to the two of them. This is troublesome, Your Excellency Duke Gadwin. Upon hearing this, Lin Kong smiled and spoke again. It's all right, this kind of betting competition is more interesting, isn't it? Shortly after, Lin Kong returned to his seat, while Kenneth gave Lin Kong's back a cold look before falling silent. Time passed, and the staff who had been tidying up the venue finally finished setting up the area, which also signaled that the duel between Lin Kong and Duke Rose was about to begin. Chapter 162, Void Fairy. What a coincidence. I was thinking of letting the ladies go first. Lin Kong glanced at the word draw in his hand, stood up, and turned to smile slightly at the Duke of Rose beside him. Admit defeat as soon as possible. I didn't give my subordinates a death order to show no mercy. Duke Rose glanced at the hundreds of thousands of spectators in the hall, and then spoke in a calm voice. That's perfect. I'm just looking forward to seeing how capable I am right now. Upon hearing this, Lin Kong shrugged, replied with a sentence, and then slowly walked towards the center of the martial arts arena. The entire massive fighting arena is now completely empty of staff. The battlefield is made of lapis lazuli, which is 6 times harder than steel and has elemental resistance that is more than 10 times that of ordinary ground. At this moment, in the center of the lapis lazuli martial arts arena, which is as large as 4 standard football fields, Lin Kong watched the woman slowly approaching from the opposite side, remaining silent. Lin Kong's extraordinary level is at the mid-stage of the formal level, and the person coming from the other side is also at the mid-stage formal level. If there is a next match, it will be the same. Lin Kong's side will send out a high-level legendary fighter to battle Duke Rose. The outcome is also simple. Winning one match counts as a victory, and the next match will be canceled. Of course, if Lin Kong and his opponent draw this time, there will be another match. I didn't expect her to be a female wizard. Name, Freya. Race, Void Fairy. Status, normal. Rank, intermediate level, formal wizard. Note, the native inhabitants of the Sky Island Plane have a natural affinity for elements and are especially skilled in extremely powerful spatial magic. High attack, high agility, low defense. Having expended a little extra energy, Lin Kong frowned slightly as he looked at the information on the virtual screen in front of him. Void fairies? Not human after all? Is this your source of confidence? Lin Kong glanced up at the location of the Rose Duke in the distance and chuckled softly. Lin Kong was only surprised at first, but soon stopped caring. Although Lin Kong knew nothing about it, Larry had a lot of information about this race in his memory. At Chesil School of Wizardry, Larry, a wealthy and capricious wizarding fanatic, would often visit the paid library to frantically acquire a vast amount of knowledge. The Void Realm, sea, contains many floating island planes. These planes have no continents. The entire world is a vast ocean. However, in the skies above these planes, There are many floating islands of varying sizes, some only a few tens of square kilometers in size, while others are tens of thousands of square kilometers in size. Furthermore, the Sky Island Plain is also a major supplier of void floating stones, which are used by many large airships and carrier-based aircraft. Void fairies are one of the main inhabitants of the Sky Island Plain. They are humanoid, generally have wings, and are good at flying. As expected, it can fly. As the Void Fairy Freya walked to within about 50 meters of him, a pair of dazzling wings resembling butterflies suddenly unfurled behind him. Distortion field. Without hesitation, Lin Kong immediately cast a defensive spell on himself. Knock, knock, knock. The next moment, a series of air bullets bombarded over, creating ripples like water on the distorted force field that Lin Kong had set up around him. A probing attack. But what I hate most is testing each other. Razor Raid. Without any warning, a magical model silently appeared behind Freya, followed by a lightning serpent crackling with electricity that suddenly shot out. Roar! It charged straight at Freya with a violent aura. Sensing the presence behind her, Freya was somewhat surprised, but not flustered at all. A complex sorcery model in her hand glowed, and just as the berserk lightning bolt was about to strike her, her entire body suddenly vanished, causing the lightning bolt to miss its target. Are they really official-level wizards? On the other side, the audience, who had initially been drawn in by the identities of the two betters, couldn't help but stare wide-eyed. Although they had only exchanged blows 2 or 3 times, the extraordinary wizards knew that the techniques they had used were extremely impressive. Despite being nearly 100 meters away, Duke Larry managed to secretly release a magic model behind his opponent, a feat that even low-level Grandmaster wizards would find difficult to accomplish. And that void fairy named Freya actually knows spatial magic. I didn't expect Duke Larry to have some tricks up his sleeve. At this moment, Duke rose, standing in the stands, looked at the huge screen above the arena, lazily brushed her brows, and softly uttered a few words. The entire battle scene was being broadcast on 3 huge screens, connected together to form a triangular cylinder, ensuring that every viewer could clearly see the battle. The technology tree in the extraordinary world is developed in a very skewed way, and Lin Kong is still somewhat confused about it. They've even built void warships, but ordinary household appliances are still in a primitive medieval state, a typical example of developing only military industry and not civilian industry. That goes without saying. I was originally planning to spar with Duke Rose, but since Duke Larry went up first, I don't think I'll have a chance in the next match. Lauren, standing a step away from Dolores, wore a smug smile and spoke without any politeness. Freya is a void fairy. She has only used a short-distance spatial jump, yet Duke Larry can no longer reach her. With an invincible advantage from the start, I wonder how Duke Larry will win. With his gaze fixed on the giant screen in the center of the arena facing him, Duke Rose smiled slightly and replied calmly. Didn't you see that our Duke Larry is surrounded by 6 lightning snakes? Next time, she'll be able to dodge all those lightning snakes' attacks at once. Upon hearing this, Lauren pointed at the berserk lightning snakes around Lin Kong on the screen and said coldly, Chapter 163 Battle. Razor Strike is indeed quite powerful, but I remember it consumes a lot of elemental energy. I wonder how many more Duke Rally can summon, or how long they can last. Those present were all high-level superhumans, so it wasn't hard for them to guess Lin Kong's idea, to have Razor seal Freya's body and restrict her spatial jumping ability. Duke Rose, do you think Lord Larry is unaware that the Razor Assault consumes a lot of resources? I think Lord Larry deliberately released so many lizards. Even the Duke of Rose thinks this way. Do you think Freya on the field might think the same way? Lauren's expression was somewhat unpleasant after hearing the Duke of Rose's words, but Dolores' sudden words surprised the 2 people beside her. At this moment, Dolores was watching the fight between Lin Kong and Freya in the arena with great interest, completely unaware of the gazes of the 2 people beside her. Larry did it on purpose? How could that be? If a wizard loses his elemental power, he is basically like a tiger without its teeth. The Rose Duke was somewhat skeptical, but after seeing Larry summon 2 more lightning snakes on the screen, her tone became strange. It's really too strange. If you don't control the battle situation well at the beginning, it's understandable that you're wasting your energy like crazy. However, they had been fighting for almost 15 minutes by this point, and it was really strange that Larry was still not caring about the consumption of his energy. Although a formal level wizard's elemental energy recovers relatively quickly, it can't withstand the drain from such powerful spells. Strange, what is Larry trying to do? Lauren lost interest in arguing with the Duke of the Rose, and instead watched the battle unfold with a slight frown. On the other side, in the center of the martial arts arena, 13 lightning snakes were floating around Lin Kong, each 6 or 7 meters long, exuding a ferocious and violent aura. I must say, your spatial magic has truly opened my eyes. Lin Kong's face was somewhat pale at this moment, clearly indicating that maintaining so many lightning snakes with his Yuan power was a huge drain on his energy. Since you're in such a hurry to end the battle, then I'll grant your wish. Floating more than 20 meters in midair, Freya looked at the lightning snakes surrounding her and spoke calmly. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Before she could finish speaking, the surrounding lightning snakes rushed towards her, and the violent energy turned the area where Freya was located into a sea of lightning. 59 meters? Standing still, Lin Kong watched as Freya disappeared and reappeared repeatedly, pursued by bolts of lightning. Puff, puff, puff. A moment later, Freya appeared from another location, looking disheveled with many burn marks on her clothes, but she was not seriously injured. Your Lisk arms have all disappeared. Aren't you going to summon a few more? Fluttering her magnificent wings, she arrived more than 20 meters away from Lin Kong in midair. Her green pupils swept over the pale-faced Lin Kong, and she spoke softly. Call out. As soon as she finished speaking, Freya vanished and reappeared behind Lin Kong. Cloud Thunder Spell. The sorcery model that had somehow taken shape in his hand unleashed a series of yellow, finger-thick bolts of lightning. It seemed to be retaliation for Lin Kong not letting her finish speaking earlier by sending a large number of lightning snakes to pursue her. Now, she was doing the same, attacking without any warning. Do you also like playing with grenades? With a smacking sound, Lin Kong's body was instantly blasted away by the yellow cloud lightning continuously released from Freya's hand. Bang! Tui! Lin Kong quickly scrambled to his feet and spat out a few words. Your Cloud Thunder spell is quite powerful. It actually shattered 2 of my distortion fields. Looking at Freya flying into the air again, Lin Kong complained, if I had hit her directly on a human body, she would have been turned into a charred, sparking mess. Upon hearing Lin Kong's words, Freya did not speak again, but instead began to construct a magical model in midair. Ice Invasion. The next moment, ice began to form under Lin Kong's feet, and ice pillars quickly took shape. Puff puff. Lin Kong, having cast a simple lightness spell on himself, kept dodging the icy currents that were trying to freeze him. Just now you only relied on spatial magic to dodge, avoiding a direct confrontation with me. Now your killing move is coming. While dodging the chilling currents that clung to him like maggots, Lin Kong looked up at Freya's movements in midair. She's also at the mid-level of the formal level, which means she can at most construct 2 main sorcery models in her sea of consciousness. Spatial magic is her talent, but I wonder how many innate spells she knows. She had such a good opportunity behind me just now, but she used the Cloud Thunder spell. I suppose even spatial magic isn't so easy to master. However, the official level main sorcery model has 1 Cloud Thunder spell and 1 Frost Invasion, both of which are offensive. This woman is quite violent. Lin Kong, shrouded in 2 layers of distorted force fields, knew that he only needed to consider the formal level witchcraft in Freya's hands. Although the power of the apprentice level witchcraft, when used by the formal level extraordinary, was not small, the formal level defensive distorted force field was still very difficult to break through. Puff puff. He spun around quickly, but the cold current still caught up with his feet, and in an instant, Lin Kong's lower body was covered with ice crystals. Now, Lin Kong let out a low shout, and a sorcery model instantly appeared above his head. Then, a lightning serpent nearly 7 meters in size roared and charged toward Freya, who was preparing to cast the Cloud Thunder spell. Lin Kong's lower body was frozen by the ice, and Freya certainly wouldn't miss this opportunity. She used the Cloud Thunder spell almost without hesitation. However, this was exactly what Lin Kong wanted. The lightning snake he had prepared in advance transformed into a bolt of lightning and rushed towards Freya in midair. Chapter 164, Spatial Rift. Whoosh! Freya looked at the roaring lightning serpent in front of her with some surprise in her eyes. She did not expect that Lin Kong still had the strength to unleash such a lightning serpent attack. Moreover, even if she had the strength, she shouldn't have released it at this time, since her body wasn't restricted. Whoosh whoosh! With her magnificent wings flapping rapidly, Freya's figure instantly rose several meters in height, but the next moment the lightning snake also turned around, roaring as if it wanted to devour everything. I see. Seeing that the electric current outside the razor's body had broken through her apprentice-level magic shield, Freya's brows relaxed, and then the next moment she was surrounded by spatial fluctuations. Bang! The giant lightning snake exploded, but Freya had already appeared in another place. It really is 59 meters? However, a mocking voice suddenly rang in her ears, and Freya was shocked to hear it, as she was dozens of meters in midair. Puff puff! A pair of large hands tore through the magic shield beside Freya, and then grabbed her fair neck. How did you know I'd be here? I just randomly chose the location. Although she was brought under control, Freya only panicked for a moment before calming down. I don't need to know your teleportation location. I only need to know the maximum teleportation distance. With my current speed, catching you, this little beauty who loves playing hide-and-seek, won't be difficult at all. At this moment, Lin Kong had a pair of huge, fleshy wings on his back, which were gently flapping. Stop looking. My demon wings aren't as pretty as yours. Noticing Freya looking at the wings behind him, Lin Kong said helplessly, to be honest, I really don't want to extend the demon wings on my back unless it's necessary. Although Lin Kong liked ferocious and terrifying pets, he couldn't quite accept having them on himself. Admit defeat. I'm somewhat interested in you void fairies and don't want to hurt you. Shall we talk later? Holding Freya's delicate neck, Lin Kong spoke softly. I was indeed careless for a moment just now. But now if you want to beat me, that's not enough. Upon hearing this, Freya Hellu's pupils contracted slightly, and then she vanished into thin air. Can innate sorcery still be used, even if it's imprisoned? As Freya's figure appeared on the other side, Lin Kong's lips curled into a slight smile. Then, he transformed into a ball of bloodlight and charged forward. My body can hold its own even against a high-level formal warrior. Do you think you have any hope if you get close to me? Whoosh! Ice invasion. As Lin Kong moved, Freya quickly emitted clusters of icy blue light from her hands. However, these icy blue blasts did not rush towards Lin Kong. Instead, they enveloped themselves. Tisk tisk, I have some ideas. Seeing this, Lin Kong stopped in his tracks. As a formal level offensive sorcery, the Frost Invasion was still extremely powerful. Even if he charged straight in, Lin Kong wasn't sure if he could withstand the attack. The crucial point was that Freya might be preparing a powerful attack to meet him. Rushing in would be clearly unwise. So that's why all your spells are offensive. It turns out that besides relying on your spatial talent, you must have thought about choosing the formal level main spell model for a long time. Although it's an offensive spell, you can use it just as well as a regular defensive spell. Flapping its wings, Lin Kong began to revolve around a large sphere formed by an ice-blue halo. The extraordinary spiritual power of those above the Grandmaster level will undergo a qualitative change, becoming a spiritual consciousness comparable to a tangible substance. However, his current extraordinary perception is sufficient. Lin Kong knew that Freya had not secretly moved away and was still inside. You're actually training as a warrior and a wizard together? Don't you know that this will make it 10 times more difficult for you to advance to the legendary level? Hearing Lin Kong's words, Freya was puzzled. How could a duke of a powerful kingdom make such a basic mistake? Although warrior and wizard classes can be trained together, once you reach the advanced Grandmaster level, you'll find that it is more than 10 times more difficult than advancing to the legendary level by studying only one class. Advancing to the legendary level was already extremely difficult, but now the difficulty has increased several levels, so virtually none of those who practice dual cultivation have advanced to the legendary level. Moreover, Upon reaching the legendary level, the essence of life undergoes a leap, and even a legendary wizard's physical strength and power are almost no weaker than that of a typical Grandmaster-level extraordinary warrior. Therefore, anyone with even a little ambition and insight would not choose dual cultivation, thus jeopardizing their legendary path. What I meant was that my body is comparable to a high-ranking, formal-level warrior. Hearing Freya's ethereal voice of confusion coming from inside, Lin Kong replied calmly, "You're maintaining this icy attack indefinitely, which is somewhat similar to what I did just now. I wonder how long you can keep it up." Upon hearing this, Freya didn't answer. Instead, she paused for a moment, then unexpectedly changed the subject, saying, "So, you weren't using your true strength just now?" "In fact, I am the same. I have a reason why I cannot lose. I'm sorry, Duke Larry." As Freya spoke, circles of spatial fluctuations slowly appeared around them. No, at this point, they could no longer be described as simple fluctuations, but rather as spatial laws. How is that possible? You're only at the formal level. How can you manipulate laws, especially spatial laws? Sensing the oppressive atmosphere around him, Lin Kong spoke up in a hushed voice. "Spatial rift." Freya, enveloped in an icy blue halo, slowly uttered 4 words, but it seemed she had exhausted herself, for she fainted immediately after speaking and collapsed onto the ground below. "Damn it! You can't even control it. What the hell are you doing?" As he watched the ripples spreading through the surrounding space and constantly encircling him, Lin Kong glanced at Freya, who had fallen to the ground, and muttered a curse under his breath. Chapter 165, A Natural Disaster Strikes. Whoosh! The body continued to fly toward a safe place. Lin Kong had just tried those spatial ripples, and the powerful lightning snakes were instantly annihilated when they hit them. Faced with that terrifying spatial ripple, my small body would probably be in a similar predicament to the lightning snake that vanished silently just now. The key issue is that the spatial ripples around Lin Kong have already enveloped him, and as time goes by, the space for Lin Kong to hide is becoming less and less. It's a draw. Freya has already passed out, and I might be finished off by the attack she leaves behind in a moment. After a while, Lin Kong finally stopped and then shouted to the surroundings with his extraordinary power. "Can!" At this moment, Grand Duke Serapi, Lauren, and the Duke of Rose had already arrived nearby. Upon hearing Lin Kong's words, Grand Duke Serapi glanced at the Duke of Rose and immediately made his decision. Thump! Upon hearing this, Lauren kicked a ripple in the void, and the ripple stopped instantly, eventually disappearing completely. "You win." Looking at Freya being led away by the Rose Duke's men, Lin Kong gritted his teeth and muttered something under his breath. However, when the group returned to the stands, a long, narrow hole suddenly appeared where Freya had used the spatial rift, dark and deep. A spatial node. There was actually a hidden spatial node there all along. Looking up at the spatial rift that stretched for over 100 meters, Lauren exclaimed in surprise. "Roar!" As Lauren finished speaking, a terrifying sound wave suddenly emanated from the spatial rift, accompanied by an overwhelming pressure. Click, click, click. A pair of golden, inverted pupils appeared in the center of the crack, but these pupils were really too big, several meters in size. Name, Nest Sonic. Race, Star Origin Scale Serpent. Status, normal, irritable. Rank, low-level cataclysm. A mere casual wave of sound was enough to collapse the lapis lazuli-built grandstand, and this was even though it was from another world. This cataclysmic being barely released any of its oppressive aura. Splish splash, splash splash. Countless stones slid down, and everyone's bodies began to fall in an instant. However, in just a moment, the legendary experts around them reacted. They spontaneously moved the audience out of the stands. This was Lampo Bana, the capital of the kingdom of Eisen Island, so the people who came were mostly rich and noble. However, what happened next surprised everyone. They had assumed that the terrifying cataclysmic monster would emerge from the spatial rift and wreak havoc. But Lin Kong and his group, who had been relocated, discovered that the monster had actually begun repairing the spatial rift. The spatial rifts, which were already self-healing, healed even faster under the intervention of a cataclysmic powerhouse. Boom! But the next moment, a figure in a purple dress quietly appeared near the crack. It was none other than Dolores, the moon elf who had disappeared in the chaos. Just as I suspected, it is indeed the lost world that is recovering. Presumably, the source stones produced inside should be enough to repair the damaged ancient elven tree. Looking up and carefully sensing the aura emanating from a spatial rift, Dolores's eyes revealed a hint of joy. "Damn moon elf, I found this place first. Get out of here." A terrifying sound suddenly appeared above the martial arts arena. With just a little bit of calamity-level pressure and the resulting sonic waves, the entire massive martial arts arena was razed to the ground. I only need 13 standard quantity source stones. Impossible. Greedy and cunning moon elf, get out of here. Since you won't give it to me, I'll just have to go get it myself. Standing in the void, listening to the words beside her, Dolores moved slightly and plunged headfirst into the almost completely closed spatial rift. At this point, the wind stopped and the clouds dispersed. However, the disappearance of the luxurious and massive arena and the mess around it all proved that something unusual had just happened here. Time passed, and night fell in a room at the Grand Duke Sarby's estate. Now that another entrance has appeared in that dimension, your Eisen Isle Kingdom should loosen its grip on the number of spots I want to enter. Upon hearing this, Grand Duke Sorby looked toward the eldest prince of the Kingdom of Cicerin, who was sitting on the sofa not far away, with his legs crossed. The place where two calamity-level powerhouses fought. If you want to enter from there, I won't stop you. You? Upon hearing what Grand Duke Sarab said, Kenneth sat up straight, wanting to retort, but was stopped by the old man next to him. Although our Prince Kenneth is rather blunt, there are already two calamity-level beings inside. I think it should be possible for him to go in ahead of time. It will take another month before we can fully recover. Who knows what other trouble might arise then? I'm very puzzled as to how that calamity-level moon elf knew about it. As he spoke, the old man sitting next to Kenneth looked toward Grand Duke Sarab. I can guarantee that our kingdom of Eisen Island has absolutely blocked the news. I can't guarantee where the news came from, but I can guarantee it didn't come from our kingdom of Eisen Island. Upon hearing this, Grand Duke Sarab replied decisively. The kingdom of Eisen-Aiu, the kingdom of Helion, and the kingdom of Zisalon are the three closest neighboring countries. Although they don't get along, it's difficult for news to remain undiscovered when princes and princesses marry, spies infiltrate, or even when top noble families communicate. Therefore, although the kingdom of Eisen Island discovered a lost dimension world that was recovering on its own, it did not hide it from the kingdom of Helion and the kingdom of Zisalon. Because even if you wanted to hide it, you couldn't. For example, the current queen of the Eisen kingdom was formerly a princess of the Helion kingdom. Chapter 166, Turning Back. I've already sent a message to my older brother. If all goes well, we should have news in the next couple of days. If we can get in earlier, let's get in earlier. After pondering for a moment and recalling the old man's words, Grand Duke Sorby spoke softly. Although the scattered origin chi inside is very thin now, it can still improve the cultivation aptitude of ordinary people. If we delay any longer and the Wizarding Council and the Sky Empire find out, we might not even get a taste of this soup. On the other side, Lord Gardwin of the Kingdom of Helion spoke out. If it were a superpower like the Wizard Council or the Sky Empire, it would be fine, but if the Holy See found out, we would not only have done nothing wrong, but we would have done something wrong. Upon hearing this, Grand Duke Sarby nodded in agreement. Then, as if remembering something, sighed and spoke. The legendary figures present were clearly aware of the Holy See's tough stance and style of handling affairs. After hearing what Grand Duke Sarab had to say, they all fell silent. Although they are incredibly powerful in their surroundings, able to decide the life and death of countless people with a single word, in the face of truly great forces, they're nothing more than slightly larger ants. Fortunately, this place is one of the most remote areas in the eastern region, so those powerful forces don't care about it. Standing up, whether out of self-mockery or relief, Grand Duke Sarab gazed at the night outside the window and murmured another sentence. At the same time, Lin Kong and his group had just left Grand Duke Serapi's manor. The girl you introduced me to yesterday was really so pleasant. Turning his head to look at Soth, who was standing next to him, Lin Kong suddenly spoke up. "Your Grace, please let me explain." Upon hearing this, Soth, who was already covered in sweat, couldn't even wipe it all off with a handkerchief. "All right, that's all over now. Now, take my potion family with you. If this doesn't satisfy me either, Soth, I'll be furious." Hearing Soth's anxious words, Lin Kong waved his hand, interrupting him directly. Although Lin Kong said that Melina and Lauren, who were standing to the side, were watching him coldly, which still put Soth under a lot of pressure. "Don't worry, the family I'm taking you to will definitely not disappoint you." Trying to calm himself down, Soth also felt very wronged. Who knew that Dolores was actually a terrifying being of the calamity level? To be honest, when Soth first learned of this news, he was almost scared out of his wits. Although he usually treated her well, he could be quite aggressive in his words at times. "I'm not dead. I'm still alive. That's wonderful." Having processed the fact that Dolores was a calamity-level powerhouse, Soth was filled with gratitude that he was still alive. Lin Kong was unaware that Soth, who was standing in front of him, had already sent his thoughts to Java. Grand Duke Sorby had a private conversation with Lin Kong just now, and the main topic was exactly as Lin Kong expected. He was asking how he got involved with Rock Ant Mountain in the Sunset Mountains. Having already devised a plan, Lin Kong did not hesitate and directly recounted the true story that had happened to Larry to Grand Duke Sorby. However, Lin Kong slightly embellished the story of Larry's escape to the vicinity of Rock Ant Mountain. Larry didn't die. He was rescued by Rock Ant Mountain. In gratitude for being saved, Larry generously decided to offer 2 million crystals to Rock Ant Mountain every month. After listening, Grand Prince Arab had no doubts whatsoever, clearly having a thorough understanding of the opportunistic and greedy nature of Rock Ant Mountain. Plucking feathers from a passing goose? Obsessed with money? Is this me? How could this be? I've only asked for compensation a few times. How can you talk about our lovely Rock Ant Mountain organization like that? By the way, Grandpa Lauren, are Originium stones very precious? Sitting comfortably in the back seat of the car, Lin Kong looked at Lauren in the passenger seat and suddenly asked in a low voice, "I just searched through Larry's memories and found that I couldn't find any information about the Originium that Dolores and that terrifying giant serpent mentioned. Larry had no memory of it, so of course Lin Kong, this extraordinary newbie, would have no idea either. I don't know much about Originium either. However, I know that this thing should be very useful for powerhouses above the calamity level, and it should also be very useful for legendary powerhouses who possess the power of calamity. To give you an example, the reason why they are called cataclysmic is because they possess a special power within their bodies. However, the power they possess naturally increases too slowly. Only by using Originium containing special energy can they increase it rapidly." "Oh." After listening, Lin Kong nodded, explaining that the Source Stone contained the special energy needed by a calamity-level expert. "Don't panic. Special energy." With that word repeating in his mouth, Lin Kong suddenly stopped, then his expression changed rapidly. "Originium? Special energy. Even if it's not the special energy referred to in my talent of datafication of all things, it could still be a high-level energy." Thinking of this, Lin Kong narrowed his eyes slightly. "Stop the car. Turn around and go back. I'm tired. I'm not going today." Soth, who was driving, was taken aback. What was going on? They had already gone more than halfway, so why were they suddenly not going? "Turn back immediately. I need to rest. Also, protect that family that can concoct the potion of love between mermaids and merfolk for now. I'll talk to them when I have time." After saying that, Lin Kong closed his eyes and pretended to sleep. "Yes, Your Majesty the Duke." Upon hearing this, Soth didn't hesitate and quickly turned the car around, heading towards the small manor where Lin Kong lived. As long as he doesn't cause trouble, Soth doesn't care what Lin Kong is thinking. At the same time, Lin Kong's surging emotions clearly affected the ant colony connected to his mind. At this moment, the entire Rock Ant Mountain seemed to come alive, and countless terrifying hisses resounded through the dark night. Chapter 167, The Queen Ant's Proposal. As night falls, the southern forests of the Sunset Mountains and Rock Ant Hills are bathed in the glow of the setting sun. The Ice Queen, which had been lying dormant in the depression, was instantly activated as Lin Kong's main body awakened. "Good night, Commander." In a cozy bedroom, the Ice Queen quietly appeared beside Lin Kong's bed, looked at Lin Kong, who had opened his eyes, and whispered something. "Good evening, Ice Queen." As soon as his clone lay down on the bed, Lin Kong's consciousness eagerly returned. Now that the cataclysmic star origin scale, Serpent Ness, and the moon elf Elder Dolores are already there, Lin Kong has no guarantee that the so-called origin stones have already been divided up by them. It's only been a little over 2 hours. They probably won't reach an agreement so quickly. It would be better if they really started fighting. After getting dressed and getting out of bed, Lin Kong thought about the Originium and muttered to himself, "Commander, have you discovered any Originium?" The Ice Queen took the coat hanging on the rack, put it on Lin Kong herself, and then asked softly. Although Lin Kong spoke very softly, the Ice Queen heard every single word he said. "By the way, Ice Queen, tell me about Originium." Upon hearing this, Lin Kong's eyes lit up. Although he had obtained some information about Originium from Lauren, how could it compare to the current Ice Queen? Originium is a very special kind of energy which seems to only be produced during the destruction and revival of a dimensional world. According to my database, Originium can nurture the essence of catastrophe-level beings, allowing them to evolve to a higher level. Upon hearing Lin Kong's words, the Ice Queen replied without hesitation. "Evolving to a higher level. Then, it should be correct." After hearing the Ice Queen's explanation, Lin Kong's expression became even more resolute. However, 2 cataclysmic-level threats are going to be a bit tricky. Although he now knows that the Originium is likely the high-level or special energy he needs, Lin Kong still feels a bit overwhelmed at the thought of having to snatch food from 2 cataclysmic beings. During the daytime, even though there was a spatial rift between them, Lin Kong was still very surprised by the power of the cataclysmic star origin scale serpent. Lin Kong felt that he might not even be able to withstand a single oppressive glance from that being. "You may be strong individually, but many ants can kill an elephant. I don't believe you can stop my ant swarm." Ice Queen, please describe the current state of the ant colony. After confirmation from the Ice Queen, Lin Kong has decided to deal with the 2 natural disasters. While hiding might not be dangerous, the lack of advanced energy completely limits the development of the queen ant and a colony. After circling human society a few times using Larry's identity, Lin Kong discovered that the world was far more magnificent and vast than he had imagined, and of course, far more dangerous. "Yes, Commander." Upon hearing Lin Kong's words, the Ice Queen quickly retrieved some data and then projected an interface not far in front of Lin Kong. "High-tier legendary. Mutant Queen Rock Ant. Left Guardian Rock Ant. Right Guardian Rock Ant. Mid-tier legendary. None. Low-tier legendary level. 104th generation rock ants. High-level Grandmaster. 9 4th generation rock ants. Intermediate Master level. 2000 4th generation rock ants. Low-level Grandmaster. More than 27,000 4th generation rock ants. High-ranking Official level. None. Low-level Official rank. None. Advanced Apprentice level. Approximately 12,000 3rd generation super rock ants. Low-level Apprentice. None. No extraordinary rank. Approximately 30,000 2nd generation rock ants. After a careful look, Lin Kong revealed a satisfied expression. So much time had passed, and the terrifying superhuman ant colony had finally taken shape. These are not ordinary ants, but extraordinary master-level rock ants, each 7 or 8 meters long and resembling a giant insect. The sheer number of ordinary people, tens of thousands, makes the area seem boundless and creates a tremendous sense of oppression, not to mention the swarm of ants under Lin Kong's command. Soon after, Lin Kong and the Ice Queen enter the Rock Ant Mountain base. "Queen Ant, I may have found something that can enhance you again, but we'll have to go get it ourselves." Reaching out to stroke the Queen Ant's menacing mandible exoskeleton, Lin Kong spoke softly. Hissing, after communicating with the joyful Queen Ant for a while, Lin Kong suddenly discovered a fatal flaw. Damn it. Although the Ice Queen is now a behemoth over 3,000 meters tall, it is still unrealistic to carry nearly 30,000 Grandmaster-level extraordinary rock ants. Although the rock ants are very powerful and have surging elemental energy, They're clearly physical magical insects and do not know many witchcrafts, let alone witchcrafts that could change their body shape. Grandmaster-level extraordinary beings possess the talent of flight, while legendary-level extraordinary beings possess the talent of changing their form. This means that most physical magical beasts can only transform into human form when they reach the legendary level. Time waits for no one, and now I feel it's getting a bit late. If we rely solely on the speed of a Grandmaster-level superhuman, it would probably take several days to reach Lompabana. Standing at the entrance of the Rock Ant Mountain base, gazing up at the night sky, Lin Kong's face was somewhat gloomy. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Originium is produced only when a world is destroyed or revived. Although Lin Kong was unsure what the destruction and revival of a world meant, he understood that this phenomenon could not happen frequently. Furthermore, even if a world were to perish or be revived, you might not be able to witness it. If we miss out on the Originium, then we can only follow the original plan and make contact with Doris, from whom we obtained some divine crystals containing high-level energy last time. However, the essence of the divine power crystal is the power essence of Dawnstar level beings. To be honest, Lin Kong doesn't particularly want to have anything to do with Dawnstar level beings right now. Having witnessed some of the power of the low-level cataclysmic being star origin scale, Serpent, not long ago, Lin Kong couldn't even imagine what the mid-level and high-level cataclysmic beings would be like. Not to mention Dawnstar level beings. Your Majesty, I have an idea. Sensing Lin Kong's agitation, the Queen Ant, lying in the base's main hall, thought for a moment and then spoke to Lin Kong. Oh, what method? Upon hearing this, Lin Kong went back into the base and anxiously asked the Queen Ant's head. That's right. Last time when the Supreme One was enhancing the strength of the ant colony, I discovered a spy. Afterwards, we learned that he was a member of the Southern Forest Beastmen Alliance. The Supreme One can go and borrow him. With his legendary spatial skills, it should be very easy to build a spatial teleportation channel between Rock Ant Mountain and Lompabana. Huh, how could I not have thought of that? I was so focused on packing the fourth generation of rock ants into boxes that I overlooked the fact that this is an extraordinary world. Lin Kong's eyes lit up when he heard about the Queen Ant's method. This is a world dominated by extraordinary power, yet my thinking is still limited. Let's go, Ice Queen. Let's go to the Beastmen Alliance in the Southern Forest now. Lin Kong patted the Queen Ant's mandibles, then called to the Ice Queen beside him and quickly walked out of the base's main hall. Whoosh, whoosh. Soon after, the Ice Queen took off rapidly, enveloped in a faint ice blue light, and sped toward the center of the Southern Forest. Already faster than ordinary high-tier legendary ships, the Ice Queen's speed is now practically impossible to calculate thanks to the Ice Queen's enhancement. Chapter 168, Typhoon's Doubts. Knock knock. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. About 20 minutes later, Lin Kong noticed that the Ice Queen had stopped. Zulfust. Touching his nose, Lin Kong looked up at the vast and ancient complex of buildings in the distance. Because they were built in the mountains and forests, the buildings in Lin Kong's eyes seemed to be the elven cities that some people had imagined in his previous life. This is a city of the Warcraft Alliance. What must the real dwelling place of the elves look like? Looking at the buildings that blended perfectly with the surrounding rocks, giant trees, and winding green vines, Lin Kong couldn't help but exclaim in amazement. Looking at it now, my Rock Ant Mountain is fucking lousy. Although it was beautiful, Lin Kong didn't forget why he came here. However, there's no need to notify them. The Ice Queen did not conceal its presence. So many terrifying magical beasts surrounded it, staring in astonishment at the ice-blue vessel. We have come from Rock Ant Mountain to visit, and we request that Queen Camilla come and meet our Supreme One. The hatch opened, and the left and right Rock Ant Guardians stood like gatekeepers at the ship's entrance, addressing the roaring monsters outside. Since you have come from afar, why not invite your Majesty to come down to our Alliance Hall? Before long, all the magical beasts that had not reached the legendary level retreated, including the flying magical beasts. There was an old man with fox ears, holding a wooden cane, followed by a tiger-headed man and a bear-headed man. Stepping on the void, they quickly arrived in front of the left and right Rock Ant Guardians. Elder of the Southern Forest Beastmen Alliance, Typhon, greets the two powerful Rock Ant Mountain Guardians. Behind them, Hurricane-Winged Tiger Bagro and Blood-Eyed Bear King Mondo Pango both watched the Rock Ant Guardians on the left and right with wariness, especially Bagro, who, after all, had a shadow in his heart. Even though he was still a mid-level legendary, he had personally witnessed the Rock Ant Left Protector, who was also a mid-level legendary, severely injure Sang Yuan, a human mid-level legendary expert who was about the same level as him. Although Sang Yuan may have underestimated his opponent, Bagloss was extremely surprised, even terrified, that he had seriously injured a powerful opponent of the same level with a single strike. I'm short on time, so I won't go to your main hall. But if I have more free time, I'll come and visit you properly. Next, a calm voice drew the attention of Typhon, Bagloss, and Mondo Pongo. This is the Supreme One. Although his tone was somewhat uncertain, a figure dressed in black robes emerged from the shadows at the ship's cabin door, dressed exactly like the Supreme One he had seen after the last battle with the Human Legion. No need for formalities, and I'm already troubling you again this time. Don't worry, it's nothing serious. Upon hearing his words, Typhon involuntarily took a step back and bowed in greeting. Lin Kong quickly waved his hand and spoke. Do you have a legendary expert here who is proficient in the laws of space? I would like to ask him to do something for me. If possible, please have him come over as soon as possible. Without beating around the bush, Lin Kong spoke directly. A legendary figure skilled in spatial laws? Lin Zik. Upon hearing Lin Kong's words, Bagloss, who was behind Typhon, whispered something. Forehead. Hearing the words beside her, Tia was speechless. You just said it like that. What were we supposed to talk to them about? Your Majesty, what do you have him do? After thinking it over, Typhon decided it was best to ask. If it was something dangerous and they lost Linsik, it would be a loss. While the friendship of Rock Ant Mountain is important, an elder who is proficient in the laws of space cannot simply be discarded. Well, that's right. I want to build a stable spatial passage between Rock Ant Mountain and Lompabana. After listening to Typhon's words, Lin Kong thought for a moment and then replied directly, Anyway, they will find out when Lin Zik goes back, so it's better to tell them now. In that case, I can make the decision. Upon hearing this, Typhon's face relaxed. Constructing a spatial passage was not a problem. Your Majesty, please wait a moment. I have already informed him telepathically. A moment later, Typhon's immense spiritual sense emanated and directly informed Linsik, who was staying at his residence. Buzzing. The group didn't have to wait long. In about 7 or 8 breaths, the space next to Typhon suddenly began to ripple like water. Greetings, Elder Typhon, and greetings to the 2 Beast Kings. I have also met the 2 guardians of Rock Ant Mountain. Link Syke, dressed in a human brocade robe, was only about 1.65 meters tall. As soon as he appeared, he respectfully nodded to Typhon, Bagros, and Mondo Pongo. Turning his head to look at the 2 Rock Ant Guardians at the entrance of the ship's cabin, and Lin Kong dressed in a black robe, Lin Zik lowered his head and swallowed imperceptibly. As for Lin Kong, he had personally witnessed how a single unknown spell could create more than 100 legendary-level powerhouses. Your Excellency, please forgive my previous offense. Lin Zik bowed respectfully to Lin Kong, and then tentatively spoke. It's all right. As long as you don't sneak around in the future, you can come to my Rock Ant Mountain openly and honestly. Upon hearing this, Lin Kong nodded and replied in a non-committal manner. Without much formality, Lin Kong had no intention of paying any reward. Now, facing 2 potential enemies at the cataclysmic level, Lin Kong felt that the more than 20 million crystals on his clone might not be enough. Damn it. You said you couldn't even control your last move, so why did you release it? Recalling Freya, whom he had fought, Lin Kong couldn't help but curse under his breath again. If she hadn't been so stubborn, she would not only have defeated the Duke of Rose, but she would have also robbed the eldest prince of the kingdom of Cicerin, who had challenged her, of everything. At that time, I will have a total of 60 million crystals at my disposal, which will allow me to create a large number of legendary rock ants. However, without Freya's final impulse, that spatial node might not have shattered, and Lin Kong would not have received news of the Originium. Everything has 2 sides, and fortune and misfortune are intertwined. Thinking like this is indeed a bit greedy. Coming to his senses, Lin Kong nodded slightly to Typhon, then led Lin Zyke into the Ice Queen. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh whoosh. Shortly after, the Ice Queen transformed into a streak of blue light and quickly disappeared into the night sky. Let's go back and report to Queen Camilla. It seems that the other party doesn't have any ill intentions towards our Southern Forest Beast Alliance. Watching the blue light disappear, Typhon withdrew his gaze, then spoke with a hint of doubt in his eyes. Recalling his conversation with the other party, Typhon slowed his pace toward Queen Camilla's palace, as he was deep in thought. In fact, when the Ice Queen was first discovered, all the legendary figures in the Southern Forest were shocked and then worried. The massive ship before them was strangely emitting high-level legendary-grade life energy. Their current base doesn't actually have many legendary-level experts. They can barely muster about 20. The rest are scattered within their own tribes. If the other party truly harbors malicious intent, the powerful figures from Rock Ant Mountain who appear unexpectedly might actually be able to severely injure them in one fell swoop. Strange? Could it be that when the Queen Ant said, "Thank you" last time, it really was just "thank you"? But why? We lured the cave monsters into their territory, and our purpose is self-evident. The more Typhon thought about it, the stranger it seemed, until even the legendary Typhon started to get a headache. Chapter 169 Arrival. Night falls on Lampo Bana, the kingdom of Eisen Island. The Royal Martial Arts Arena buildings that were originally located on the outskirts of the city have been reduced to a pile of rubble ruins, except for a few dilapidated rooms. What bad luck! Reconstruction will cost at least 500 million copper coins. Soth got out of the car, stood on a cleared area at the edge, and looked inside. He couldn't help but say something with a pained expression. Although this royal arena bears the name of royalty, the real owners are the nobles who funded it. Soth is one of the largest shareholders of this martial arts arena. The martial arts arena, which used to be a money-making machine, is now a ruin. How could Soth not feel heartbroken? Snort. If those old guys don't pay up this time, I'm quitting. Suddenly remembering something, Soth let out a soft snort, his face showing great dissatisfaction. At this moment, none of Soth's subordinates dared to interrupt as they listened to their boss's rambling. Huh, what's that? Lord Soth, there seems to be something in the sky. The guard standing closest to Soth had just looked up, and all he could see was a blue light. Things? What are you talking about? Hearing the voice behind him, Soth paused, then looked up at the sky. This is a super-large spaceship. Moreover, it does not bear the kingdom's insignia, nor is it a type of ship or aircraft that the kingdom regularly operates. Oh no, could some powerful force be planning to attack our Eisen Island kingdom? And they've even sent warships right up to our capital. Looking at the enormous spaceship that was still clearly visible hundreds of meters above the ground, Soth spoke with a hint of fear on his face. Quickly, send a message to the military headquarters and notify the Council of Elders. Also, I will report this to His Excellency Grand Duke Serapi. His body involuntarily took a few steps back. It wasn't until he bumped into the front of the car behind him that Soth realized what had happened. He then swallowed hard and hurriedly spoke. Knock, knock, knock. In fact, there was no need for Soth to report it. The kingdom's military intelligence system detected the warships as soon as they appeared in the sky. Amidst the screams of countless staff members, one magical airship after another rapidly ascended into the air and then arrived not far from the blue warship. One after another, legendary masters continued to gather together. Don't act rashly. I think it's very likely a misunderstanding. Grand Duke Serapi, who had received the news long ago, stood high in the clouds and looked down at SOS and his entourage who were driving away. He then spoke softly to General Sangyuan beside him. Yes, Your Excellency. However, the legendary experts of the various families in Lampo Bana are now scattered, and we can only contact about 30 of them. Should we seek help from the envoys of the Helion Kingdom and the Cisalon Kingdom? The Kingdom of Helion has Mr. Gadwin, a high-level legendary expert, leading the team, while the Kingdom of Wessarin not only has Prince Kenneth, a low-level legendary expert, but also 2 elders from their family, both of whom are senior mid-level legendary experts. Upon hearing this, General Sangyuan glanced at the colossal warship, which was over 3,000 meters long, not far away, and spoke with great solemnity. As one of the highest-ranking military officers, it is his responsibility to protect the country. To be honest, he wants to borrow any available resources. Because, not far away, that enormous creature, standing quietly, was actually emitting a high-level legendary life force. A warship actually has the aura of living beings. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, Sang Yuan would never have believed that machines could ever have autonomous life. This must be the metal giant that appeared quietly in Tooting City before, right? Thinking back on the previous intelligence, Grand Duke Sowerby muttered to himself. According to the message from Lieutenant Colonel Karina, this giant ship was created by the mysterious supreme being of Rock Ant Mountain, based on the HOD, to casually bestow life, and at a high-level legendary level at that. At this point, General Sang Yuan couldn't help but exclaim in shock. Your Excellency, I think your guess is correct. That mysterious supreme being is very likely a Morningstar level being, or even higher. What Morningstar level existence? What's higher? As General Sang Yuan finished speaking, two low-level legendary experts, followed by Duke Lisa of the Rose, stepped out from the void, not far away, looking puzzled. At the same time, Lauren was in the same situation, but behind Lauren were three low-level legendary experts from the Leander family. Our Grand Duke Larry has retired for the night. I am here on behalf of the Leander family. Lauren glanced at Duke Lisa of the Rose, then turned to General Sang Yuan and spoke calmly. Although the most prestigious position here belongs to Grand Duke Solabi, in times of war, all legendary powerhouses and extraordinary legions must obey the orders of the military commander. The information has just been conveyed, so now all the legendary experts from various families need to report to General Sang Yuan. Before long, more than 30 legendary-level powerhouses had appeared near Grand Duke Serapi and General Sang Yuan. Such a force is almost enough to conquer an ordinary material plane. However, the legendary experts who have arrived are all somewhat apprehensive. The reason is simple. Although ordinary people may not know about Rock Ant Mountain, how could the nobles of the Eisen Island Kingdom not know that a terrifying demon insect tribe has quietly appeared in the Sunset Mountains? Meanwhile, Lin Kong was not on the Ice Queen, but quietly arrived at a small estate in Lombobana owned by the Leander family. Standing in the room, looking at the Larry clone that he had been using during the day, Lin Kong had a strange feeling. However, it didn't last long. After looking at his clone for a while, he walked to the bedside and gently took out an antique ring from its bosom. Inside were not only the 20 million crystals that the Ander family had prepared for their gamble with the Duke of Rose, but also the magic potions they had bought, such as the Emerald Heart and Mermaid's Love, to increase cultivation speed. Let's go see Grand Duke Serap. After putting away his spatial ring, Lin Kong turned to the two rock ant guardians behind him, who were holding black three-pronged forks, and said something before walking out of the bedroom first. The next moment, black light surged from the rock ant left protector's body, enveloping Lin Kong. In the blink of an eye, their figures mysteriously sank into the ground. The rock ants' understanding of the laws at the legendary level is very limited. They only grasp the earth element law. However, this is just right, as although it is the most common law, it is also one of the most powerful laws. Being common does not mean being weak. In addition to their inherent strength, the rock ants at this time can be simply described as having high attack, high defense, and low agility. However, Lin Kong usually lets them appear in groups, so this weakness of low agility is basically minimized. Chapter 178. It's here. I don't think the result will be too bad. Not long after, in the ruins of the Royal Martial Arts Arena on the outskirts of Lombobana, a group of people standing on the clouds watched as several figures flew down from the ice-blue giant ship. Seeing the familiar presence ahead, Grand Duke Sowerby spoke softly. To be honest, Grand Duke Serapi has dealt with the left and right rock ant guardians of Rock Ant Mountain several times, and they are quite familiar with each other. Greetings, Your Majesty. May I ask why you have come in such haste tonight? His gaze passed over the two rock ant guardians in strange armor in front of him, and then looked at the black-robed figure standing on the back of a giant flying mantis behind them. I'm suddenly interested in the revived, desolate world. I want to go in and take a look. Upon hearing this, Lin Kong, standing on Little Green, replied softly. As one of the first loyal followers, Lin Kong treated Xiao Lu well, directly upgrading it to a low-level legendary rank. Xiaolu number 2 was the same, and is now also a low-level legendary rank. Even the Supreme Being is after Originium. On the other side, after hearing Lin Kong's words in the black robe, Sowerby pondered for a moment and then tentatively asked a question. Yes and no. Originium is of little use to me, but it should be somewhat useful to them. Lin Kong pointed to the rock ant guardians on either side of him and the little green creature under his feet, and said calmly, It's useless to you? Upon hearing Lin Kong's words, Grand Duke Sowerby's pupils constricted. The speaker may have meant no harm, but the listener took it to heart. It's confirmed. Absolutely confirmed. Having already harbored some suspicions about this mysterious supreme being, Grand Duke Sowerby was now deeply shaken upon hearing Lin Kong's personal admission. It's not just a natural disaster, but something beyond natural disaster. Previously, even those of the cataclysmic level were beyond reach, but now that his suspicions were confirmed, Grand Duke Sowerby's behavior and tone became even more humble. Your Majesty, is there anything our kingdom of Eisen Island can do for you? He licked his lips, and Grand Duke Sowerby's tone now carried a hint of flattery. No need for service, but I have a good impression of Larry Leander. I heard he had a bad experience before. Lin Kong was taken aback after hearing what Grand Duke Sowerby said. Before his own extraordinary army had even arrived, and before the more than 100 legendary fourth-generation rock ants had disembarked from the Ice Queen, how could Grand Duke Sowerby have already given up? However, Lin Kong did not let such a good opportunity slip by. Although he did not know why Grand Duke Sowerby was suddenly so cautious and humble, he still had to say what he had just thought of. His gaze, hidden in the shadow of his hood, passed over Grand Duke Sorab and landed directly on Duke Rose, who was standing not far from him. Forehead. To be honest, the Rose Duke was completely bewildered at this moment. However, upon hearing the telepathic message from Grand Duke Sowerby, the Rose Duke's beautiful face turned deathly pale. Your Excellency, Larry and I only had a minor disagreement, which we resolved today through a physical fight. Slowly walking from behind to stand in front of Grand Duke Sowerby, Duke Rose looked up at the black-robed Lin Kong opposite her and cautiously began to speak. Duke Rose had no doubts about what Grand Duke Sowerby said, especially since she had her own intelligence network and knew quite a bit about the suddenly appearing Rock Ant Mountain. However, she originally thought it was a powerful force above the legendary level. But after listening to Grand Duke Sowerby's words, she realized that it was not above the legendary level at all, but a super existence above the natural disaster level. I get along well with Larry, and that kid Larry likes me too, and he's willing to give me 1,000,000 crystals from Rock Ant Mountain every month. This makes me very happy. Therefore, any future action against Larry will be a provocation against Rock Ant Hill and against me. After a pause, Lin Kong slowly began to speak. Upon hearing Lin Kong's words, Duke Rose's expression became very unnatural. Is this about assigning blame and settling scores? Who can save themselves from being provoked by something that could be more than a natural disaster? Grand Duke Sowerby and a group of legendary powerhouses behind him all wore complex expressions and dared not speak. However, Lauren and the 3 legendary powerhouses of the Leander family beside him were all beaming with joy. I never expected that my family would actually get in touch with such a powerful figure. When we take off from here, as for all the offerings Lin Kong made earlier, they didn't care at all. They were just some crystals. Crystals were the last thing their Leander family had to lack right now. I think I need to talk to Larry about this later. The monthly tribute of 1,000,000 crystals is a bit too little. Everyone else watched the unfolding events with complicated expressions, except for Lauren and a legendary powerhouse from the Leander family, who were chatting happily via telepathy. Cough, cough. The atmosphere suddenly became quiet, and Lin Kong couldn't help but cough lightly, feeling somewhat speechless. Now that I've said all this, aren't you going to do something to appease the anger of us Rock Ant Mountain by sending some crystals or energy cores? But in fact, it wasn't that Duke Rose was oblivious or lacked emotional intelligence. It was simply that he couldn't believe Lin Kong could be moved by a few crystals. Those who exist above the level of natural disasters are essentially like the ancient gods of legend. Duke Rose never imagined that Lin Kong, who is above the level of natural disasters, could be dismissed with a few crystals. Your fight should have been interrupted by the star origin scale serpent Ness. However, I hereby declare that you have lost. After thinking for a moment, Lin Kong spoke again, trying to make his meaning clear without being too obvious. However, Lin Kong seemed to have misunderstood. After hearing his words, the Duke of Rose frowned slightly and looked at him nervously, as if he still did not understand what he meant. Holy crap, do I have to just say it outright and hand over those 20 million crystals right now? My prestige would plummet. Looking at the somewhat silly and adorable Duke Rose, Lin Kong was almost going crazy. Lisa, your bet with Duke Larry was 20 million crystals, right? However, the Rose Duchess didn't understand, but Grand Duke Sowerby beside her did. At this moment, he breathed a sigh of relief, realizing that Lin Kong probably wouldn't really attack the Rose Duchess. Alright, after being reminded by Grand Duke Sowerby, Duke Lisa of the Rose obviously understood, and then hurriedly took out a spatial ring and carefully gestured to Lin Kong in black robes. Yes, you guys are very good. The Rock Ant Left Protector extended an exoskeleton hand, gently pinched the space ring in Duke Rose's palm, and then handed it to Lin Kong. Lin Kong scanned the area with his mental energy, a slight smile playing on his lips. He then spoke to Duke Rose and Lord Sowerby in a good mood. It's getting chilly tonight. You should go back and rest. Turning his back to them, Lin Kongzin gestured to the ferocious little green creature at his feet to go back. Yes, Your Excellency, I also wish you a fruitful experience there. Watching Lin Kong and the two Rock Ant Protectors turn and leave, Grand Duke Sowerby softly offered his blessing. A short while later, a faint nasal sound came through, which could be considered a reply. Inside the Ice Queen's spacious hall, apart from Karina and about 20 maintenance personnel from the current supergiant ship, the rest were all legendary fourth-generation rock ants. Each of them was over 2 meters tall, holding their signature black long-handled three-pronged forks, standing like cold statues in the empty hall. How is it, Link Sai? You've returned, Your Excellency. As expected, the spatial passage here has been stabilized, and Rock Ant Mountain can now be reached directly through the spatial passage over there. At this moment, in the center of the hall, Lin Zyke, dressed in a white robe, turned his gaze away from a black spatial portal with a diameter of more than 10 meters in front of him, and looked at Lin Kong, who was walking in, revealing a hint of joy as he spoke. Chapter 171, Another Dimension. Click, click. In the void, several cracks silently appeared, like a shattered mirror, the cracks spreading rapidly. Snap! With a crisp sound, a dark and deep spatial portal, more than 10 meters in diameter, suddenly appeared in midair. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The next moment, one after another, 7 or 8 meters long, covered in black light, and extremely ferocious insects began to swarm out from the spatial portal in midair. 1, 2, 8, 10, 100, 1,000. In just a quarter of an hour, the area around the spatial portal was already densely covered with insects exuding the tyrannical aura of a transcendent master. Rumble, rumble. In the distant sky, thunder and storms, along with crimson clouds, painted the sky a blood-red hue, as if the end of the world had arrived. A gigantic, grotesque head, as large as a 100-meter-high mountain, would occasionally emerge from the thunderstorm, its golden eyes filled with irritability and rage. Roar! He opened his mouth and spat out a continuous sea of lightning, rushing towards the tiny figure flying near his head. Although the figure was not even as big as one of the giant snake's teeth, the extraordinary aura emanating from it was in no way weaker than that of the giant snake. The tall figure wore a set of emerald green armor, and one powerful spell after another was cast on the giant serpent. At this moment, the two powerful figures, who could destroy the world with a mere gesture, were locked in a fierce battle. I said that legendary-level powerhouses fight for many days when they're really going all out. How could a catastrophe-level fight end so quickly? Stepping out of the spatial passage on Little Green, Lin Kong hadn't even had time to check his surroundings before his gaze was drawn to the two sides engaged in a fierce battle in the distance. Name, Nest Sonic. Race, Star Origin Scale Serpent. Status, minor injury, angry. Rank, low-level cataclysm. Name, Dolores Raphael. Race, Moon Elf. Status, minor injury. Rank, low-level cataclysm. After looking up for a while, Lin Kong saw real-time information about the star origin scale, serpent Neshes, and the moon elf Dolores on the light screen in front of him. This world is truly desolate. Lin Kong withdrew his gaze from the battle and looked in other directions. The land was barren, even more desolate than his own rocky anthill, covered with gravel, like a relic that had been sealed away for countless years. Everywhere exudes decay and death, resembling a cold and desolate cemetery. The primordial energy is extremely thin. Its concentration is probably less than 1% of that of the prime material plane. After sensing the concentration of elemental energy in this dimension, Lin Kong couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. In this world, even for a prodigy chosen one with monstrous talent, breaking through to the formal level of transcendence would be extremely difficult. Lin Kong let Xiao Lu land on the ground, bent down, picked up a handful of soil, and said with a slight frown, "Master, the ant colony has assembled." On the other side, the rock ant left protector came to Lin Kong and respectfully spoke. "Are you done?" Upon hearing this, Lin Kong looked around. The surrounding area should have been a plain, with occasional dried-up lake depressions filled with crisscrossing cracks. However, at this moment, this area was completely filled with huge and ferocious rock ants, and even with Lin Kong's eyesight, he could not see where the end of the swarm was. Furthermore, there were 102 humanoid rock ants standing silently around Lin Kong. Beside them were the legendary Little Green and Little Green number 2, who looked even more ferocious than the rock ants when they took human form. In addition to their exoskeleton-like humanoid arms, Little Green and Little Green the second also have a pair of metallic blade arms on their shoulders, exuding a bloodthirsty and tyrannical aura. Lin Kong brought a total of 25,000 low-level Grandmaster-level rock ants, 2,000 mid-level Grandmaster-level rock ants, 10 high-level Grandmaster-level rock ants, 100 low-level legendary rock ants, and 2 high-level legendary rock ants. Aside from the star origin scale serpent and the moon elf, are there any other life forms around? After assessing the strength of his Zerg swarm, Lin Kong didn't rush to the battlefield of the 2 cataclysmic level bosses. Instead, he turned to the Ice Queen behind him and asked her a question. "Some commanders, there's a lot of life force about 40 miles south. However, his aura is weak, and his highest level is only the transcendent formal level. He is suspected to be a native of this plane. On the other side, only 4 or 5 miles away from us, there are 2 life forms that should be legendary level extraordinary life forms. It seems that they also came from the prime material plane, just like us." Upon hearing Lin Kong's words, the Ice Queen immediately recounted what she had discovered with her spiritual sense. Due to her unique nature, the Ice Queen's calculation ability reached the high-level natural disaster level. Based on this terrifying computing power, the Ice Queen's extraordinary spiritual sense also became extremely terrifying. Even if it wasn't a terrifying high-level catastrophe level, it was definitely capable of reaching the mid-level catastrophe level. Wow! To survive in this desolate plane and even advance to the formal level of transcendent, that's impressive. Lin Kong is in a prime material plane where the yuan energy is 100 times richer than here, and the cultivation resources are also top-notch, yet he is still only a high-level apprentice-level extraordinary being. It would take at least 2 more months to advance to the formal level of transcendent. So Lin Kong clearly knew that the cultivation of the transcendent level was becoming more and more difficult with each step. To become a formal level transcendent being in such a harsh and desolate plane, Lin Kong really wanted to see what kind of genius he was. Chapter 172, The Caution of a Cataclysmic Event. Let's go to the place where all living beings gather in this world and take a look. Lin Kong said something to the Ice Queen and then made Little Green revert to its original form, a ferocious green mantis 50 meters long. With a leap, he landed on Little Green's back. The Ice Queen can freely change its form, and at this moment, the Ice Queen, which is transformed into a metal ring with a diameter of more than 10 meters, has completely arrived. Then, like liquid metal, she transformed back into a 1,000-meter-tall metallic giantess, sitting cross-legged, hovering in the air like an ancient and majestic immortal deity. A dimensional world that is recovering. Lin Zyke was among the last group to arrive. He hadn't originally planned to come and intended to leave after completing what Lin Kong had instructed him to do. However, after spending some time together, he was surprised to find that Lin Kong was actually very easygoing and did not have the tyrannical personality that would easily lose his temper and casually kill two subordinates. Unable to suppress his curiosity and feeling that there was no danger, Lin Zyke eventually came to this dimension through the spatial passage he had created. As a legendary master who had cultivated step by step through orthodox means, his hundreds of years of experience allowed him to immediately react upon sensing a unique aura in this world. Your Majesty, may I accompany you? With a swift movement, Lin Zyke teleported to a spot not far in front of Lin Kong and said something apologetically. Originally, Lin Zyke planned to wander around by himself, but seeing the battle in the distance and the overwhelming pressure of the massive, mountain-like formation, he decided to stick with a powerful figure. Who knows what terrifying beings might suddenly appear in this world? Lin Zyke, who values his life, decided it was better to play it safe. Although they possess the laws of space, it is often those who can swim who drown. Many beings who possess spatial laws and are confident in their ability to escape often frequent dangerous areas. This does increase the probability of encountering opportunities, but there are also many situations where one cannot escape them. In some ancient ruins containing great opportunities, the ground is already covered with 2 layers of white bones. Thinking back to that day at the Rocket Mountain base, I almost died just from being entangled by a single attack from a queen ant. If it weren't for the powerful Southern Forest Beast Clan alliance behind him, someone would have saved him, and he probably wouldn't even be a skeleton now. Of course, Mr. Lin Zyke, please make yourself at home. How could Lin Kong refuse after hearing Lin Zyke's words? After discovering the practicality of the spatial laws, Lin Kong's mind was filled with thoughts of how to keep Lin Zyke alive. He even had the idea of having the left and right protectors beat him half to death and forcibly optimize the space. But that's just a thought. Lin Zyke is a complete being with an independent personality and a sound mind. To be honest, Lin Kong couldn't accept this forced optimization. If it were an insect or bird that lacked intelligence and was in a state of ignorance, or if Lin Kong happened to encounter Bennett in a situation where he was almost dead, he would not hesitate to take action. If it's an enemy, it's the same. They won't care whether you have an independent personality or not, as long as you can benefit them. But Lin Zyke had come all this way to help, and as a friend, Lin Kong honestly couldn't bring himself to do it. Although I can directly enhance their strength, it comes at the cost of their freedom and loyalty. If it weren't for them, how would I know if they would be willing? Of course, if Lin Kong knew that the Southern Forest Beastmen Alliance Legion had come for him, his thoughts might have been different. Commander, the battle between the Star Origin Scale Serpent and that moon elf has ceased. A moment later, just as Lin Kong was about to get closer to Lin Zyke and deepen their relationship, the Ice Queen's voice suddenly entered Lin Kong's ears. What happened? Upon hearing this, Lin Kong signaled the entire ant colony to stop, then looked towards the distant horizon at the place where they were fighting. Based on speculation, it's probably because of us. The Ice Queen appeared behind Lin Kong, her eyes constantly generating and disappearing a stream of information. So, because of us, does that mean they're also wary of the ant colony's strength? Lin Kong, whose face had been somewhat gloomy, suddenly thought that saying it this way wasn't necessarily a bad thing. At the very least, Lin Kong knew that his ant colony was now capable of intimidating 2 terrifyingly powerful low-level natural disaster-level beings. According to the Ice Queen's calculations, 20,000 Grandmaster-level rock ants, 70 legendary-level rock ants, plus the left and right rock ant guardians who possess the power of natural disasters. That is, the supernatural ability to display the data of all things, were fully capable of threatening a low-level natural disaster. However, even if the ant colony wins, it will likely suffer heavy losses. You vile insects, are you also coveting my wealth? Soon after, Ness the Star Scale Serpent and Dolores the Moon Elf appeared near the ant colony. They each occupied one side, forming a triangle with the ant colony in the forest. At this moment, Ness hovered in the sky like a continent floating in the air, its huge head drooping down and coldly speaking to Lin Kong's location. Since the legendary humanoid rock ants all guard Lin Kong, it's pretty obvious who the leader is. On the other side, Dolores frowned slightly. She was not happy about the emergence of another force that could rival them, even though they no longer needed to fight the Star Origin Scale Serpent. However, there are only so many Originium stones. If there are more, she will receive one less. At first, some small insects scurried out of that spatial node, but neither Neshes nor Dolores paid any attention to them. However, as time went on, the insects continued to emerge in an endless stream. In no time at all, it covered an entire plain. Chapter 173: Dolores's Proposal. Furthermore, over 100 legendary beings appeared at the end, especially 2 special rock ants and the strange metal Jontas who appeared at the end, who made them all feel a sense of danger. Bennett wasn't there at the moment, so no one shouted, "How dare you?" at Neshes. Normally, with Bennett by his side, no one would dare to disrespect Lin Kong. Bennett will rush in immediately if he can beat them, while those he knows he obviously can't beat will receive Bennett's furious shouts. "Since you're here, that's perfect. I only want half of the Originium. You two can split the rest." Although the ant swarm was staring at the snake and the elf opposite them with bloodthirsty and ferocious eyes, Lin Kong felt that their momentum had not reached its peak without Bennett by their side. Lin Kong glanced at those 2 eyes, which were like golden lakes, and then looked up and said something in a low voice. "Snort, are you kidding me? I could kill all those little bugs around you with a single swipe of my tail." Upon hearing Lin Kong's words, the Star Origin Scale Serpent Ness said coldly, then looked at Lin Kong with piercing eyes. "Half of the Originium, or die." Without saying much, Lin Kong spoke again directly. "Roar." The Star Origin Scale Serpent roared angrily, but then fell silent. With the 3 powers now in a stalemate, he was genuinely worried that Dolores and the insect in front of him might have joined forces. "The Originium will be there in 3 days in the spine of the world. I only need 13 pieces." Dolores, on the other side, pointed to a mountain range in the distance that was 2,000 meters higher than here, and said in a cool voice. Upon hearing this, Lin Kong turned his head and looked over, and sure enough, there was a continuous range of snow-covered mountains. To the average person, a mountain range that is at least 1,000 meters high is already quite impressive, because it's not measured by altitude, but by the fact that the mountain range is 2,000 meters higher than here. However, the Ice Queen sitting cross-legged next to her is over 1,500 meters long, and the Star Origin Scale Serpent is also basically 1,000 meters long. A typical plane revival will produce between 21 and 49 Originium. Even if it's 49, I'll only take 13. Dolores paused for a moment after speaking, then spoke again. "Tisk tisk tisk, what if it's only 21 yuan? Your greed is even more astonishing than that of the newly emerged ones." Before Lin Kong could even speak after hearing Dolores's words, Ness, standing to the side, began to mock him impatiently. "In that case, let's split it evenly, but I'll still take 13 source stones, and I'll compensate you with other items for the rest." Without changing her expression, Dolores replied in a cool and aloof tone. "Other items? What can compare to Originium? I also want 13 pieces, and I can compensate you with other treasures for the missing ones." The Star Origin Scale Serpent remained dismissive, clearly not optimistic about Dolores' suggestion. "What do you think, sir?" Upon noticing the Star Origin Scale Serpent's attitude, Dolores frowned slightly, then turned to look at Lin Kong, who had remained silent the whole time. "As long as 2 of the 3 parties agree, it's fine. Tell me what you can offer first, such as Divine Power Crystals or Morningstar level items. I'll give you Originium for free. I don't even need a single one." After listening to their conversation, Lin Kong pondered the situation. Since he didn't have the power to control everything, it was best to avoid war if possible. Therefore, facing Dolores's gaze, Lin Kong tentatively spoke up. "Forget about Morningstar level items. What do you need a Divine Power Crystal for?" Seeing that neither the Star Origin Scale Serpent nor Dolores showed any unusual expression after hearing his words, Lin Kong breathed a sigh of relief. He was truly afraid that the Morningstar level was a taboo. Having been in the Prime Material Plane for quite some time, Lin Kong's highest level of contact was only the high-level legendary level. They don't even have a deep understanding of the concept of a natural disaster, let alone the mysterious Dawn Star level beings. The Divine Power Crystal is a collection of rule-level power left behind by an ancient Morningstar-level expert. It cannot be dissolved or refined. Only beings of the same or higher level as the owner of the Divine Power Crystal can utilize it, Dolores said, her gaze fixed intently on Lin Kong. Don't get me wrong, I just personally like Divine Power Crystals. I collect them. Feeling Dolores's gaze, Lin Kong waved his hand and replied in a calm tone. Is that so? Unfortunately, I don't possess either Divine Power Crystals or Morningstar-level items. Upon hearing Lin Kong's answer, Dolores looked thoughtful, her expression unreadable, unsure whether she believed him or not. However, I can't provide the essence of the ancient tree of life. If you only have 21 source stones, I will compensate you with 100 milliliters for each one. What? You greedy elf. Are you telling the truth? The Star Origin Scale Serpent poked its head down again and asked in surprise. But Lin Kong didn't think much of it after hearing it, because he didn't know what the essence of the ancient tree of life was or what its magical effects were. Chapter 174 à Temporary Alliance. Real. Upon hearing this, Dolores glanced at Lin Kong, whose expression remained calm, and then took out several crystal bottles, each about the length of a finger, each containing a turquoise liquid that shimmered with a white halo. Okay, I agree. Upon seeing this, the Star Origin Scale Serpent excitedly spoke up. At this moment, Lin Kong was listening to the Ice Queen explain to him what the essence of the ancient tree of life was. After listening, Lin Kong couldn't help but marvel. Besides saving lives, the most important function of this stuff is to prolong life. Every 100 milliliters can extend one's life by 1,000 years. The scariest part isn't even that, but that this thing's effect can stack up to 10 times without any reduction. Therefore, if Dolores had 10 bottles of the essence of the ancient tree of life, it would be equivalent to gaining 10,000 years of lifespan out of thin air. An ordinary low-level calamity-level powerhouse's lifespan is at most 10,000 years. If it could be doubled, no one would be unwilling. More time means they have the opportunity to climb to a higher level. When one's lifespan ends, if one does not transform into a special alien life form or sell oneself into the abyss, even a cataclysmic powerhouse will decay. Time is both gentle and cruel. I agree. After thinking for a moment, Lin Kong finally spoke. All right then. In that case, we can consider this a temporary alliance. In order to prevent any unforeseen circumstances, I propose that we temporarily seal off the spatial nodes of this world. Upon hearing this, Dolores smiled with relief and then spoke with a smile. The Moon Elf race is considered a superpower in the Prime Material Plane. Besides her, the Elf Grand Elder is a cataclysmic level, and there are 2 other low-level cataclysmic high priests, among whom the Moon Elf Queen is at the peak of the low-level cataclysmic level. If you add the sacred artifacts inherited by their Moon Elf clan, the Elf Queen's strength is almost no weaker than that of a typical mid-level calamity-level powerhouse. However, a while ago, their elf kingdom suffered a sudden change, and the ancient tree of life continued to wither. The situation continued to deteriorate over time, until one of the elven high priests, having exhausted his own life force, predicted that the human kingdom of Eisenisle, not far from them, would see a turnaround. In order to keep the situation in the elf kingdom a secret from the hostile forces, Dolores disguised herself as an ordinary moon elf and began to secretly visit the small human kingdoms that they had previously ignored. It wasn't until today, with the spatial node erupting and her awareness of this resurrected dimensional world, that she understood what the elven high priest meant by the turning point. Upon hearing Dolores's words, the Star Origin Scale Serpent Ness couldn't help but glance at Lin Kong. Don't worry, I discovered this place by accident. There is absolutely no way that a calamity-level expert would have discovered this place because of me. After saying this in a muffled voice, the Star Origin Scale Serpent fell silent. Me too. I came to the human kingdom for a visit and discovered this place by chance. No other calamity-level powerhouses will discover this place because of me. As Dolores spoke, her gaze also turned to Lin Kong. Why are you all looking at me? The kingdom of Eisen Island is my little brother. How could I not know about the resurrected world that appeared here? But you can rest assured that no other forces will discover this place because of me. Finding everyone staring at him, Lin Kong shamelessly treated the Eisen kingdom as his underling, speaking in a tone as if he were the original owner of this place. All right, now the only concern is that a calamity-level powerhouse like me, who wanders in the void sea, might accidentally discover this place. To prevent this from happening again, I agree to temporarily seal off the space nodes. After listening to Lin Kong's words, the star origin scale serpent nodded its enormous snake head slightly and then spoke softly. Your Excellency, this plane has 17 spatial nodes. Ness and I are each responsible for 5, and you have more of us. How about you take charge of 7? Dolores, on the other side, glanced at the dense ant colony, paused for a moment, and then made a suggestion. Okay, let's meet here again in 3 days. Upon hearing this, Lin Kong nodded to Dolores and softly agreed. After saying that, he gently stepped on Little Green. Upon receiving the command, Little Green let out a screech, flapped its wings again, and flew back in the original direction. Soon after, Dolores and Ness glanced at Lin Kong and the ant swarm that had left, then both concealed themselves and disappeared. In fact, if they weren't unsure, they wouldn't have chosen this path. Wouldn't it be better to have it all to themselves? If given the chance, Ness, Dolores, and even Lin Kong would not hesitate to take action and eliminate the other 2 sides. How could Lin Kong possibly handle the task of sealing spatial nodes personally? With Lin Zyke, a legendary expert who controls the laws of space, it would be a simple matter. He was given 100 fourth-generation rock ants as assistants, while Lin Kong himself went to check out the nearest gathering place of living beings in this world, as originally planned. Chapter 175 Ida. Ida, are you alright? At that moment, in a grove of dead trees, 2 girls, only 15 or 16 years old, were staggering and running forward. Puff, plop. I can't go on, Cassio, you'd better run. Ahead lies the misty plains where gods are battling. The army of Smo City won't dare to go there. Hurry up. Once you get there, you might be safe. The next moment, one of the chestnut-haired girls tripped and fell to the ground, one hand clutching her bleeding abdomen, the other supporting her on the ground, and weakly spoke to her companion. I will not abandon you, Ida. Another girl named Cassio, after hearing Aida's words, had tears welling up in her eyes. She quickly squatted down and slowly channeled a faint wisp of elemental energy into her hand, covering Aida's wound. No, Cassio, stop wasting your magic on me. You'd better hurry. That bastard Sarah should be catching up with her men soon. Reaching out to brush Cassio's hand away, Ida shook her head and said urgently, but out of so many sisters, only the 2 of us escaped. I really can't lose you 2, Ida. Quick, quick. I've seen those 2 evil witches. They're just ahead. Hurry over there. One of the priestesses seems to be injured. Lady Sarah's sword strike was indeed powerful. Don't be careless. The wounded priestess still possesses evil power. At this moment, on the other side, a dozen burly men wielding long swords and wearing leather armor rushed rapidly toward the location where Ida and Cassio were. Let's go, Cassio. No, if I have to live alone in the misty plains, I'd rather die here with you. Cassio gently helped Ida up, and then the 2 slowly walked to the base of a thick, withered tree. Evil witch, receive the judgment of justice. After the group arrived nearby, they did not rush forward immediately. Instead, they cautiously looked at the thin Ida and Cassio. A dozen burly men wielding swords were intimidated by 2 frail girls, one of whom was even on the verge of death. Evil. What do we do wrong? All we did was possess a power that you are unfamiliar with, a power that you cannot control. Upon hearing the other person refer to her as an evil witch, Cassio gave a bitter smile and spoke coldly. Still trying to argue. If your power wasn't bestowed by an evil god, then how did you obtain it? You use evil forces to incite the people and create unrest. Every witch should be hanged. On the other side, a dozen or so burly human men started talking all at once, their words filled with deep hatred for the witch. Now that you see this evil witch, why don't you hurry up and kill me? As he spoke, Cassio's magic surged, quickly condensing into a fireball the size of a human head, and he coldly stared at the sword-wielding men opposite him. Retreat quickly. The priestesses are going to use evil powers again. Upon seeing the fireball in Cassio's hand, the people standing nearby were so frightened that they kept backing away, even bumping into their companions behind them without caring. What a pathetic bunch. Lying on her side on the withered tree trunk, Ida looked at the group who had been scared out of their wits by Cassio's fireball and couldn't help but mutter a sarcastic remark. Evil witch, prepare to die. The next moment, a boy with a still somewhat childish face appeared behind Cassio and Ida. The long sword in his hand, imbued with fighting spirit, suddenly pierced Cassio's chest from behind. Puffed. With a sound like a long sword tearing through flesh, Cassio staggered around and looked at the figure behind him in disbelief. Thump, thump. With a hint of resentment in his eyes, Cassio's fireball went out, and he collapsed to the ground, becoming completely silent. Haha, Lady Sarah, well done. Upon seeing this, the people not far away immediately turned back, shouting excitedly. However, Sarah, who had just killed Cassio, stared blankly at her hand, her eyes filled with struggle and pain. Do you know? Aunt Marina didn't intend to take you in at first. However, Cassio couldn't bear to see you wandering in the wilderness at only 12 years old, so he secretly brought you back to our camp without telling Aunt Marina. Ida struggled to crawl to where Cassio had fallen and gently stroked her pale face. He was muttering something to himself, as if talking to himself. Food in the camp is also scarce, barely enough to make ends meet. That silly girl Cassio didn't eat a single bite herself, secretly saving it all for you. She survived for 2 months on just water and magic. If Marina hadn't noticed that something was wrong with Cassio, that silly girl might have continued. We asked her why she did this, and she said she wanted a younger brother, and you just happened to be one of them. The result is good. Aunt Marina has finally decided to keep you, and you no longer need to hide. Stop talking, or I'll kill you. Upon hearing this, Sarah's expression turned somewhat crazed as she gripped her long sword and shouted at Ida. Chapter 176 Lin Kong's Doubts. Do you know? During the last long winter, you had a high fever that just wouldn't go down. Cassio secretly sneaked into the Yeti territory without telling anyone, killed an adult Yeti on her own, and took its burning blood. Your high fever has finally subsided thanks to the Yeti's blood. But you haven't noticed how many new wounds Cassio has. She almost didn't make it back because of you. No. Sarah trembled as she gripped her long sword, loudly denying it. Fake, all of this is fake. You are evil witches. Those are all illusions. They're all deceiving me. I'll kill you, you inciting witch. Shouting wildly, Sarah raised her long sword high above her head, a ruthless glint in her eyes, and slashed mercilessly at Ida. Are you angry because you're embarrassed? You utterly despicable bastard. When a magical barrier suddenly appeared above Aida's head, preventing Sarah's sword, which was wrapped in battle aura, from breaking through. I didn't expect you to advance at this time. Feeling the magic power within her body, Ida shook her head helplessly. She knew that even if her magic power reached the 3rd stage, she probably wouldn't live much longer. She lost too much blood. Her magic was indeed very powerful, but it was not omnipotent. You damned witch, die. With her fighting spirits surging again, Sarah slashed at Ida once more. Thump, thump. A huge fireball was hurled from Aida's hand, then struck Sarah's longsword and sent it flying. How is this possible? How did you become so powerful? Sarah rolled to her feet from a distance and angrily confronted Ida, demanding an explanation. Fool! As an enemy, you are incredibly stupid. Ida doesn't know many spells. Only 2. Fireball and Magic Barrier. Whoosh, whoosh. He conjured 2 more fireballs in his hands and charged quickly towards Sarah. However, due to his severe injuries and the use of a large amount of magic, Aida's body couldn't help but kneel on the ground again, his face as pale as paper. Cough, cough, cough. Quick! Go kill her, she's dying. Sarah, struck by another fireball, coughed up blood twice, but looking up at Aida's condition, she shouted loudly to the soldiers hiding not far away. But, Lady Sarah, we are just ordinary people. Even a great swordsman like you is injured. If we go over there now, I'm afraid. Upon hearing Sarah's words, The group of soldiers exchanged glances but dared not step forward. What a bunch of useless trash. Whoever kills her, I'll give him 10 gold coins. Upon hearing this, Sarah cursed him as a piece of trash, but then began to tempt him with bribes. Glug. After hearing Sarah's words, everyone's eyes finally looked away. 10 gold coins was something they couldn't earn in 10 years. Judging by his appearance, he's about to die. If you won't go, I will. One of them twirled his sword a few times, clearly demonstrating that although he had not gained extraordinary power, he was still considered a skilled fighter among ordinary people. His eyes reddened, and the next moment, the man charged forward with his sword in hand. At this moment, facing the man who was rushing towards her, Ida didn't even have the strength to raise her hand. She tried her best to turn her head and glance at Cassio's position. If we can be sisters again in the next life, I will never let you show kindness to such vile beasts again. She sighed and then looked up at the sky, her eyes clear yet tinged with a hint of confusion. Are we shrine maidens truly destined to be evil? Buzzing. The next moment, the already gray sky darkened even more, as if a true demon was about to arrive. What is that? The strange phenomenon in the sky was clearly not only noticed by Ida. At this moment, everyone looked at the huge metal goddess statue sitting cross-legged above their heads, and their eyes all showed shock. This is the demon who bestowed evil powers upon the priestess. We killed the priestess, and now the demon has come after us. Looking up at the enormous creature, whose palm alone was 100 meters long, everyone present couldn't help but tremble. One of them screamed in terror. What demons? They're just illusions created by an evil witch. She's afraid we'll kill her. She's terrified. So she's using this power to bewitch us. Sarah screamed, her face filled with disbelief that such a demon could really exist in the world. As he spoke, he walked over, his face filled with madness and murderous intent, and thrust his sword fiercely towards Aida's chest. So, the supreme demon god really does exist. However, Ida was quite certain that the things in the sky were not conjured by her power, nor could she conjure them. Click! But the next moment, Sarah's expression froze as several figures quietly appeared above his head. When his long sword was still tens of centimeters away from Ida, it cracked inch by inch and fell to the ground as if it had been shattered. Oh, that's strange. What's going on? Why can it be optimized directly? Name, Ida. Race, human. Status, blood loss, weakness, exhaustion can be optimized. Rank, advanced apprentice. Lin Kong, who appeared above everyone's heads on his little green steed, looked at the information displayed on the virtual screen in front of him with surprise. Lin Kong had previously tested it in Tooting City. Unless one was near death or unconscious, even an ordinary person could not be optimized. But now, as Lin Kong stared at the girl in front of him, his mind was filled with questions. Could it be because of this? He discovered that the girl named Ida was looking at him with a devout gaze, as if she were his most fervent follower, just like the optimized Bennett. Chapter 177 Lin Kong's Speculation. Devil. They are devils. The devils have descended upon the world. Whether it's the enormous little green creature at Lin Kong's feet or the legendary humanoid rock ant beside him, both can be described as ferocious and terrifying. At this moment, the dozen or so soldiers holding sharp swords not far away in a withered forest completely collapsed. Bang, bang, bang. He tossed aside the iron sword in his hand and ran back in terror in the direction he had come from, no longer caring about the priestess. No. There is no God in this world. He's a fake. Looking up at the only remaining sword hilt in her hand, Sarah's face was filled with panic and fear. Although she said she didn't believe it, her feet kept moving backward. As Lin Kong turned his gaze to him, Sarah gasped for breath, screamed, and scrambled back the way she came. Lin Kong glanced at them, but did not chase after them. There were just a dozen or so ordinary people and a low-level apprentice-level extraordinary warrior. Lin Kong, now filled with doubts, has more important things to do. My supreme and most faithful demon god, Ida, praise to you. Lin Kong jumped down from Shao LV and came to Ida. Before he could speak, Ida spoke with excitement and trepidation. Ida, your courage and purity have caught my eye. I now grant you strength, and I hope you can stay true to your original aspirations. Looking at the virtual light screen in front of him, Lin Kong used some energy to begin healing Aida's injuries. Call out. With a flick of his finger, the hazy light detached from Lin Kong's hand and entered Aida's body, buzzing. The next moment, as circles of pale yellow light enveloped Aida, Lin Kong suddenly realized that she had begun to advance. Sensing this unique rhythm, Lin Kong, being at the peak of the advanced apprentice level, could not possibly not understand that this was a sign of advancing to the formal level. Name, Aida. Race, human. State, excitement. Rank, low-ranking official wizard. Question mark. As the light around Aida disappeared, Lin Kong remained outwardly calm, but his inner doubts only intensified. What's going on? Holy crap. Lin Kong was shocked again. I had originally planned to treat her injuries first and then optimize her rank. After all, although an apprentice-level extraordinary being is very powerful compared to an ordinary person, it is of little use to Lin Kong in his current state. Lin Kong checked his remaining energy level repeatedly and confirmed that he had indeed consumed 200 units of ordinary energy. According to the usual practice of his super optimization talent, to improve someone else's extraordinary rank, it must be twice the current extraordinary rank's peak energy. The peak energy level of a high-level apprentice is 200, which means that Lin Kong would have needed to consume 400 energy to produce the current effect. And most importantly, Lin Kong didn't just use his energy to optimize Aida's rank, but rather to optimize his entire body. How are you feeling? Looking down at Aida, who was standing excitedly in front of him, Lin Kong paused for a moment before finally uttering a sentence. Returning to the Supreme Demon God, Aida feels wonderful, more wonderful than ever before. Looking down at the wounds that were originally on his body, he found that they had completely disappeared, leaving only a few bloodstains on his clothes. Supreme Demon God, please have mercy on your other follower, Cassio, who is just like Aida. And we are your most faithful followers. May the magic be with us. Praise be to you. The next moment, as if she had thought of something, Aida suddenly knelt on the ground and pleaded with Lin Kong. Don't worry, she won't die. Please stand up first. I need your help. Upon hearing this, Lin Kong felt a surge of excitement. Just now, Lin Kong had a sudden, immature guess in his mind, and if it was really as he thought. Once you get here, Originium isn't so important anymore. These things are most precious. Cassio, a mid-level apprentice, was barely clinging to life. Without hesitation, Lin Kong spent 100 energy points to heal her injuries. The peak energy level for intermediate apprentices is 100. If it's not an optimization level, consuming more energy won't make much difference. On the other side, Aida saw that Cassio was enveloped in a layer of pale yellow energy, just like she had been just now, and finally breathed a slight sigh of relief. Supreme Demon God, is this your pet? A little while later, Aida saw a giant ant, about 7 meters long, slowly crawling over from behind. Although its ferocious and terrifying appearance was somewhat surprising, it was clearly not as terrifying as the green mantis that was tens of meters long not far away. With Lin Kong's faith by her side, Aida quickly overcame her mental barrier. When she turned to look at the ferocious humanoid rock ants and the boundless swarm of giant insects around her, her face no longer showed fear. They are my partners, and they are your partners too. Lin Kong waved to the low-level Grandmaster-level rock ant, and chuckled in response to Aida's earlier words. You stand here, you stand right here. Lin Kong pointed out a location to Aida and the randomly selected low-level master-level rock ant, and then began his experiment. After using 9 million units of energy to build the Ice Queen, Lin Kong had only collected a little over 300,000 units of energy left. The peak energy level of a low-level, formal extraordinary being is 1,000, and the peak energy level of a low-level Grandmaster extraordinary being is 50,000. Call. Taking a deep breath, Lin Kong then used 1,000 and 50,000 energy respectively to optimize Aida and the 4th-generation rock ant. A familiar pale yellow halo enveloped both of them. Buzzing. Before long, the light cocoons on both sides of Lin Kong's hands slowly receded. Name, Aida. Race, human. State, excitement. Rank, intermediate formal level. Chapter 178, Experimental Results. Race, Rock Ant. State, Excitement. Rank, Low-Level Grandmaster. I knew it. After the results came out, the selected 4th-generation Rock Ant was still a low-level Grandmaster. Only its aura strength had increased significantly. On the other hand, Aida's extraordinary rank had actually increased again. What's going on? Is Aida perhaps the chosen one of this world? A smile appeared on his face, and Lin Kong couldn't help but guess what was going on. At this moment, Aida looked down at her hands with excitement, discovering that her magic had now reached an incredible level. Even Aunt Marina, who has always been a magic teacher, has probably only reached the state of being blessed by the demon god for the first time. Lin Kong wanted to say something to Aida, but the next moment, Cassio, who had been unconscious, slowly stood up. Opening his eyes, Cassio, looking somewhat bewildered, first saw Lin Kong, and then looked at Aida, standing next to him. In her hazy state, just now, she seemed to hear something, but it was vague and not very clear. But the long-lost warmth made her smile slightly, and the pain she had been experiencing gradually disappeared, leaving her feeling incredibly comfortable. Aida, is she really a demon? His lips twitched. Cassio's gaze quickly returned to clarity, and he spoke softly. That's right, Cassio. The source of all magic in the world, the supreme demon god, is now right before us. Seeing Cassio come back to life, Aida burst into tears of joy and ran over to hug her tightly. A short while later, Aida quickly led Cassio to Lin Kong to pay their respects. You guys get up first. Looking at the two beautiful young women in front of him, their eyes filled with fervor, Lin Kong couldn't help but raise his hand and touch his nose. How could Aida and Cassio disobey Lin Kong's words? They quickly stood up and stood respectfully to the side. Name, Cassio. Race, human. State, excitement. Rank, high-ranking official level. Seeing that Cassio's rank had also increased, Lin Kong narrowed his eyes slightly. Clearly, his earlier guess that Aida was the chosen one of this revived plane of existence was wrong. In that case, I'd like to ask, do you have any companions? Like you, fellow travelers. Lin Kong stuck out his tongue and licked the corner of his mouth. Like a big bad wolf seeing a tempting little rabbit, he tentatively asked a question. Yes, we have many sisters. Because of the war of the gods in the misty plains, the city-states, believing that all the calamities were caused by us witches, began to arrest us en masse. Even Aunt Marina, whose magic power reached the 4th level, was captured by the city-state's army while trying to cover for us. Upon hearing Lin Kong's words, Aida's eyes reddened, clearly recalling the painful events of not long ago. Use the power I have given you to rescue your companions and your Aunt Marina. Use energy to upgrade Cassio to the intermediate formal level, Lin Kong said gently to the two women. Yes, Supreme Demon God. Magic is with us. Praise be to you. Upon hearing this, Aida and Cassio became very excited. Now they're no longer rootless duckweed. They finally have a place of solace and a powerful demon god as their backing. Now they are fearless. Hopefully, there won't be any obstacles when we reach that point. If that's really the case, then the conditions for distributing Origin Stones at the Alliance meeting 3 days from now will have to be changed. Watching Cassio and Aida quickly leave the withered forest and chase after the soldiers who had just collapsed, Lin Kong muttered to himself, Guardians, you should rest here. A short while later, Lin Kong turned to give an order to the Rock Ant right protector beside him, then jumped onto Little Green's back and quickly arrived inside the Ice Queen, which was sitting cross-legged in the sky. Arrive at the command center, which is now the left eye of the Ice Queen. From the outside, the Ice Queen's eyes look no different from real human eyes, but inside is a huge room. On the side closest to the outside, there is a huge mirror as large as a wall, through which people inside can clearly see the outside environment. Furthermore, there are 2 huge screens on the side. The Ice Queen not only retains all the functions that the original Horde had, but it has also enhanced them. Lin Kong moved the sofa to the other side of the mirrored wall, sat down, glanced at the scenery outside, and then looked up at the figures of Aida and Cassio displayed on the screen next to him. The Ice Queen. Conceal your presence and continue to follow. Calculate the number and rank of the enemies they killed, and then report back to me. Lin Kong gave a soft instruction to the Ice Queen standing behind him. Yes, Commander. Upon hearing this, the Ice Queen also turned her head and glanced at the two girls clearly visible on the screen next to her. Lin Kong did not choose to continuously improve their strength. According to the scan by the Ice Queen, the highest-ranking superhuman in the nearby human settlement was only at the mid-level formal level. And there's only one of them. Ida and Cassio are both mid-level official beings now, and as wizards, they should be able to handle most situations. I'll let you level up by fighting monsters, so grow stronger quickly. I hope that when you reach that stage, you can advance without any obstacles, just like you are now. Looking at Ida and Cassio, Lin Kong spoke with anticipation. Chapter 179, The Moon Elf High Priest. Meanwhile, above a desolate, massive volcano, Dolores Raphael pondered for 2 hours, having already sealed 4 spatial nodes. The last one she was in charge of was not far away, but after standing in the void for a quarter of an hour, Dolores still hadn't made a move to seal it. Click! The next moment, several dark cracks suddenly appeared in the previously empty sky, and then the cracks shattered like a broken mirror. A spatial passage with a diameter of about 3 meters appeared, and soon after, 2 stunningly beautiful women dressed in turquoise elven attire appeared. I didn't expect Her Majesty the Empress to send you all here. How is Moonflower Royal City doing now? As soon as the 2 calamity-level beauties appeared, the spatial passage behind them instantly closed and then disappeared. Don't worry, Your Majesty is in the Elf King's city. Even a high-level enemy of the Cataclysm level cannot defeat Your Majesty in a short time. I never expected that there would be a plane of resurgence here, and it was even a natural one. After carefully sensing the aura of this plane, the 2 calamity-level female elves spoke with a hint of amazement. I know it was a natural awakening, so the number of Originium produced this time is likely to be 49. The Tree of Life only needs a dozen or so pieces to restore its original state and regain its vitality. If we can also obtain the rest, our chances of advancing to the intermediate level calamity level will increase by at least 30%. Upon hearing this, Dolores nodded and spoke meaningfully. As a powerful force with a legacy, they obviously know more than the star origin scale, Serpent Nest Sunsteck, who wanders in the Void Sea. The number of naturally revived planes is generally no less than 40. Tell me about our opponents this time. You sent a message saying that there are 2 other calamity-level forces here as well. What are the specifics? The newly arrived calamity-level moon elf with light green hair that reached her lower back was clearly not as optimistic as Dolores. Really? One of them is a star origin scale serpent, a low-level calamity-level serpent. Without the holy set, I'm evenly matched with him, but with the holy set, it's about 60/40ths. Furthermore, the aura of the Void Sea emanating from him is strong, so he is probably not a cataclysmic-level monster lord from the prime material plane, but it cannot be ruled out that he is an appendage of some powerful cataclysmic-level lord. Another. As she spoke, Dolores paused noticeably, clearly unsure how to describe Lin Kong. What happened to the other one? Hearing the unusual tone in Dolores' voice, both of the calamity-level moon elf high priests focused their gazes on her face. The opponent did not display calamity-level combat power. No cataclysmic-level combat power? Then what? Upon hearing this, the 2 moon elf high priests looked even more puzzled. But the enemy has tens of thousands of Grandmaster-level troops and more than 100 low-level legendary-level experts. Most importantly, there are 2 high-level legendary beings who possess the power of natural disasters and another high-level legendary alien life form. After gathering what she knew, Dolores slowly began to speak. In that case, even if the opponent doesn't have a calamity-level power, this force is indeed enough to suppress a calamity-level opponent. Hearing this, the 2 moon elf high priests finally understood why Dolores had sounded strange earlier. However, with such powerful basic strength, should we really assume that the other side doesn't have a calamity-level threat? After pondering for a moment, the moon elf high priestess, with her waist-length, light green hair, glanced at her 2 companions and softly offered a hint. That's all we can do for now. When the Originium is produced, I will test him again. If there's no mistake, then make your move. Dolores had clearly considered this situation as well, and immediately replied after hearing the high priest's words. Night fell, a thin mist hung in the air, and a cold wind howled. In a place resembling a human village, surrounded only by low earthen walls, two figures hid behind a large tree with intertwined aerial roots, gazing into the distance. Cassio, I can't sense Aunt Marina's presence. Now that his strength has reached the formal level, Ida is certain that his perception can cover most of this gathering point. Don't panic, Ida. Maybe Aunt Marina is on the other side. Let's go in first and talk about it then. Cassio was clearly a little nervous, but in order not to make Ida panic, he forced himself to remain calm and spoke. As soon as they finished speaking, the two of them were enveloped in magic and transformed into two black shadows. Under the cover of night, they evaded all the guards and entered the gathering point. The two moved quickly through the gathering point, dodging pedestrians on the road. It's that bastard Sarah. Not long after, at a brothel that was clearly a gathering place for extravagant spending, kerosene lamps were lit at the entrance, and many men who were obviously drunk were going in and out. At that moment, a young man dressed in exquisite leather clothes and with his hair meticulously styled walked in with a smile. Cassio froze as he watched the familiar, extremely shy man now seemingly expertly embracing the scantily clad woman by the door. Cassio, sensing Cassio's unusual behavior, Ida gently patted her shoulder. I'm still here. Don't bother with people who aren't worth it. You've misunderstood, Ida. I'm fine. Upon hearing this, Cassio withdrew his gaze, his deepest expression filled with indifference, as if everything he had ever known about him had been severed. Chapter 180, A Cold Heart. Finding Aunt Marina is the most important thing now. I can already sense little Eve's presence. It's near the gallows. I remember there was a dungeon there. Cassio waved to Ida and spoke softly. After saying that, the two stopped paying attention to this place and quickly ran towards the gallows following the scent. A short while later, at the edge of a dilapidated square paved with stone slabs, the two people, who had arrived covered in dust, stopped in their tracks. There was a burnt smell and a stench of unknown grease burning. No way. Looking up at the execution ground, where a dozen or so charred corpses were hanging, Ida and Cassio collapsed to the ground, tears streaming down their faces. Hello, who are you? This is the place where evil witches are purified. Don't come here unless it's absolutely necessary. Ida and Cassio's undisguised movements clearly attracted the attention of the soldiers guarding the area nearby. An evil witch. Upon hearing the soldiers carrying kerosene lamps coming to check the situation, Ida slowly stood up and spoke in a chilling voice. Who are you people? Upon hearing this, the three soldiers stopped in their tracks. Clearly, the words had been far too chilling. Which evil witch? They are evil witches. The soldier carrying the kerosene lamp raised the light a little higher, and then saw two girls emanating a magical power like black mist. Snap! Upon seeing this, the soldier carrying the lantern instantly dropped the kerosene lamp in his hand and said in a trembling voice, Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. However, he was met with several scorching fireballs the size of human heads. In an instant, without any protective aura, he was engulfed by the fireball and turned into a human torch. You guys like to burn things, right? Come on. At this moment, Ida was like a madwoman, constantly releasing fireballs. With her current intermediate-level formal strength, she could release this apprentice-level witchcraft without any limit. Crack, 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 crack. In the blink of an eye, the surrounding area turned into a sea of fire. The other two also met their fate, being engulfed by the sea of fire and dying in agony amidst extreme screams. You accomplices, you bunch of accomplices. As she spoke, tears began to well up in Aida's eyes again. The commotion was so loud that the soldiers resting nearby naturally noticed it, but no one rushed over. They just watched in fear from afar. Those evil witches have come for revenge. Quickly, go and inform the adults at the gathering point. Standing atop the mud brick house, one of the one-eyed men whispered to his men. In fact, there was no need to send anyone to notify them. This gathering point was just like a village, and it wasn't very big. Seeing what was happening, an elderly man in his 50s hurriedly put on fine clothes and led a large group of extraordinary swordsmen over quickly. What happened? Weren't all the shrine maidens in this area supposed to have been hanged? How can there be a witch here, coming to wreak havoc on my gathering point? What are you good for? As he hurried toward his destination, the middle-aged man glared at the sheriff he had appointed and shouted at him. I'm sorry, sir. The witches we captured this morning were all hanged, but 2 of them were never actually captured. Upon hearing this, the burly sheriff dared not refute the words of the thin old man beside him. I sent Sarah, who reported the witch, to hunt them down. One of them was already seriously injured, so I don't think they can escape. And that kid Sarah came over and told me that both witches are dead. Then what's going on now? Aren't they all dead? The old man didn't care who was right or wrong. Watching the fire spread, his heart was bleeding. This gathering place basically belonged to him, and now part of it is being burned down by fire. How could he not be furious? Where are the Syrians? Seeing the enraged old man, the sheriff quickly turned to his subordinate and asked in a cold voice, It looks like a wine bar. Upon hearing this, one of them thought for a moment and then spoke up directly. Go and bring him here quickly. The sheriff frowned, then waved to the 2 men beside him and gave instructions. The 2 nodded in agreement, then quickly turned and separated from the main group. On the other side, at the gallows in the settlement, the fire had spread for more than 200 meters, and many nearby houses and trees began to be engulfed by the flames. At this moment, Ida continued to cast fireballs, spreading the fire. Little Eve, she's dead too. Cassio, enveloped in a magical barrier, emerged from the nearby dungeon, carrying a little girl of about 7 or 8 years old in his arms. Her body was covered in mud, and her clothes, like those of a doll, had a large hole in her chest. It must have been Aunt Marina who finally intervened and hid little Eve's body underground, which is why those beasts didn't burn it again. Arriving beside Ida, Cassio spoke in a cool tone. They all deserve to die. Ida stopped casting the fireball spell and looked at her familiar little darling. She couldn't help but reach out an arm and gently stroke her face. Cold, lifeless, and rock hard. If only we were truly devils from hell. Trembling, Ida withdrew her arm and whispered something. They're here. We are now the devils. Devils more evil than anyone else. Upon hearing this, Cassio turned to look at the road leading to the gallows, spoke indifferently, and her eyes were extremely cold, like a veteran who had just crawled out of the mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, not at all like a 16 or 17-year-old girl. Chapter 181 Houston City. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Puff, puff, puff. As soon as Cassio finished speaking, a barrage of arrows suddenly shot towards them from afar. Evil witches, how dare you return? Prepare to die. As a barrage of arrows rained down on the 2 girls in the center of the inferno, the tall, one-eyed man standing on a rooftop shouted excitedly, Knock, knock, knock. But the next moment, something astonishing happened. The sharp rain of arrows was deflected when it was about 2 meters away from them. The power of evil, their power of evil, is still very strong. Seeing this, the one-eyed giant couldn't help but shrink back, no longer daring to be the first to stand out and seek attention. This power has actually reached the level of that bitch Marina. Not far behind the 20-odd archers stood 5 people, an old man in his 50s, the sheriff, and his 3 extraordinary swordsmen. You guys go. Remember, I want them alive. With his eyes fixed on the 2 people in the sea of fire, the old man spoke in a cold voice. Yes. Meanwhile, the 2 who went to find Sarah also returned. Of the 7 people in the group, apart from the burly sheriff who was a high-level apprentice warrior, the others were all mid-level and low-level warriors. However, because the wizards in this world do not have a complete lineage, and most of their witchcraft is incomplete. Therefore, in general, when a swordsman and a wizard face off, the swordsman usually wins. Therefore, although they felt that the 2 had become much stronger, they did not take either the old man or the sheriff seriously. To be able to improve to this level in such a short time, you must have discovered some great treasure. Watching his subordinates, enveloped in battle aura, rush into the sea of fire, the old man gave Cassio and Ida a cold glance. Clearly, it was the old man's greed that had led him to order them to be captured alive. At this moment, Sarah looked at Cassio and Ida with fear and terror. He clearly remembered, that he had pierced Cassio's chest, but why was she still perfectly fine? However, seeing the sheriff staring at her coldly out of the corner of her eye, Sarah didn't dare to retreat and run away immediately. I've been waiting for so long. You've finally arrived. Looking at the 7 people approaching, Cassio spoke softly, his tone indifferent, as if he were talking to strangers. You damned witches, look what you've done. Upon hearing this, the sheriff pointed to the burning houses around him and coldly questioned him. Didn't you consider us the most evil witches? What's this compared to that? Isn't it only natural for us to do these things? At this point, Cassio raised his hand and gestured. Asterisk. Countless rock spikes suddenly burst forth from the earth. These sharp rock spikes pierced through the bodies of the 2 men, and the rest were also mostly grazed. How is this possible? How did you become so strong? Enveloped in fighting spirit, the sheriff retreated rapidly. He was horrified to discover that his proud, fighting spirit had been completely penetrated, serving only as a slight obstacle. Because our God is watching over us. The next moment, a patch of ground covered in flames was lifted up by Cassio's magic, revealing it covered with sharp rock spikes over a meter long. Puff, puff, puff. Whoosh! Faced with such an attack, no one dared to resist, and they retreated backwards without a care. As enemies, you are incredibly foolish. At this moment, Ida, who had previously disappeared into the sea of fire, reappeared at the edge of the sea of fire, holding a massive fireball that was 2 meters high in her hand. Call out. No! Seeing the enormous fireball hurtling towards them, the crowd, unable to dodge in time, screamed in terror, but were still engulfed by the flames. A bunch of idiots. At this moment, the old man standing on the periphery watching the battle let out a cold, low shout. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Seeing 2 terrifying witches who seemed ready to devour their prey emerge from the sea of fire that enveloped the gallows, the group of archers standing in front of the old man had no choice but to grit their teeth and fire 2 more volleys of arrows. Puff, puff, puff. A formal-level magic barrier is not something that ordinary arrows can penetrate. Do you really think you've already won? The old man glanced at the 2 people who had stopped a dozen meters away, gave a sinister smile, and then his fighting spirit suddenly erupted. My battle aura has reached the 5th stage, you guys. The strength of a mid-level official gave the old man immense confidence. Call out. However, Ida and Cassio, who remained expressionless, threw a fireball 2 meters in diameter from one hand, and with a flick of their wrist, sharp rock spikes instantly sprang out from the ground in front of them. They completely ignored the old man. No, that's impossible. A moment later, when the fireball collided with the old man's fighting spirit and a sharp rock spike from the ground pierced his thigh, the old man finally came to his senses. Their strength is nowhere near that of Marina. They're several times stronger than Marina. No, don't kill me. Marina is not dead. She is still alive. Another huge fireball in his eyes rapidly enlarged, and the old man, driven by a strong will to survive, immediately screamed in terror. Are you really telling the truth? Puff, puff. The next moment, the huge fireball that had been enveloping the old man suddenly dissipated, turning into specks of falling flame that drifted to the ground. The 2 women, who had been expressionless, now asked eagerly. The young master of Houston City-State took her away during the day. Upon hearing this, in order to save his life, the old man nodded his head like a chicken pecking at rice, and looked at the 2 women with a terrified expression, his neck hunched. Houston City-State. After listening, Cassio and Ida exchanged a glance and muttered something to each other. Chapter 182, The Old Man's Will to Survive. Above the clouds, starlight dappled down, and a colossal giant with a metallic sheen sat silently in the void, bathed in starlight, like a majestic deity observing the human world. But in fact, this kilometer-long giant is actually a huge airship. Ice Queen, bring them all up. At this moment, Lin Kong, who was sitting on the sofa, looked at what was happening on the screen next to him and hurriedly gave instructions to the Ice Queen behind him. Unexpectedly, they had all been burned to death. The scene that the Ice Queen had been showing on the screen was a god's eye view of Ida and Cassio. Lin Kong had seen everything that happened at the gallows and the gathering point, and what happened to the two of them. This last one absolutely cannot die. And also, are all the people in this world like this? Or are Ida and Cassio an exception? Lin Kong pondered, unaware that the people gathered below were completely terrified. Suddenly, a huge metal statue, sitting cross-legged, appeared in the sky, and one of its hands was hundreds of meters long. Whoosh whoosh. As an arm stretched down, even though the Ice Queen's movements were slow, it still created a violent gust of wind. What is that? Even though the man was over 50 and considered himself a man who'd seen a lot, he was still so shocked that his teeth chattered. Come on up, the commander wants to see you. The enormous hand that approached the gallows slowly extended a finger, and the fingertip quickly split and deformed like an open door. Yes, Your Excellency. Having met Ida and Cassio from the Ice Queen before, Lin Kong was somewhat surprised by their sudden arrival and request to see them, but he did not hesitate and quickly entered the Ice Queen's fingertip portal. You come up here too. At this moment, the ethereal voice spoke again, and a beam of icy blue light emanated from the fingertip, shining directly onto the 50-year-old man. Yes, sir. Pulling the rock spike, piercing his thigh out, the limping old man looked up in fear at the metal hand so close to his face and swallowed hard. Escape? Resist? In fact, the old man didn't even have such a thought in his mind. He wasn't stupid. This creation, which was comparable to a god, probably belonged to someone who was not a real god, but was probably not far off. Not long after, in Lin Kong's room, the Ice Queen led Kaida, Cassio, and the old man in. Everything around them was extremely novel to the three of them, especially the old man, who kept scanning the furnishings in the room. However, upon turning his head, he saw a mysterious young man looking at him from inside the room. The old man immediately turned back to face him directly and dared not look around anymore. Which direction is Houston in? Lin Kong waved to the two women who bowed respectfully to him. Then his gaze fell on the old man. Reporting to Your Excellency, it is in the southeast direction, about 70 li away from here. Upon hearing this, the old man did not hesitate and immediately replied, Ice Queen, have him confirm it. Upon hearing which direction it was, Lin Kong frowned slightly, because the Ice Queen's scan had shown that there were more human settlements in that direction. Yes, Commander. On the other side, the Ice Queen walked to the large screen on the wall, then waved her hand. The image on the screen quickly changed, and in a short while, miniature maps of 5 stone-built city-states appeared on it. Is it truly the work of the gods? Gazing at the clear images and shadows appearing on the screen, and spotting the familiar buildings, the old man couldn't help but mutter in shock. To place such a vast expanse of space in such a tiny area, what else could it be but divine intervention? Sir, it's that one, the one with the white stone platform in the middle. After glancing at it again, the old man stretched out his arm and pointed to a spot on the screen. Ice Queen, let's go straight there. Upon hearing this, Lin Kong whispered something to the Ice Queen. Yes, Commander. In the blink of an eye, the Ice Queen had disappeared again and was rapidly moving southeast. My lord, please forgive my sins. Puff puff. At this moment, the old man was very certain that he had to do something, otherwise he would not survive. The old man knelt respectfully on the ground, speaking with a tone full of repentance. His emotions were genuine, and his face showed regret and self-blame. The old man wasn't pretending or acting. He was truly filled with regret. If he had known that such a powerful figure was behind these witches, he would never have dared to entertain such thoughts. You have committed no crime before me. Therefore, there is no need to win my forgiveness. But whether they can forgive you, I don't know. Upon hearing this, Lin Kong shook his head, then pointed at Ida and Cassio, and spoke calmly to the old man. Some time ago, a war of the gods broke out in the Misty Plains, bringing disaster to many places. The capture and killing of witches were both initiated by the major city-states, especially the city-state of Houston. After hearing Lin Kong's words, the old man's expression changed slightly, but he did not hesitate. Instead, he quickly turned to Ida and Cassio and spoke. The old man spoke extremely fast, like a barrage of bullets. Faced with such a strong will to survive, Lin Kong couldn't help but chuckle to himself. Then, he looked at Ida and Cassio and decided not to interfere with the old man's fate. Whether they live or die depends entirely on Ida and Cassio's decisions. However, it was clear that Ida and Cassio's gazes toward the old man were still extremely dangerous, as if there was no room for easing tensions. Although the old man meant that he was not the mastermind behind the harm to them and their companions, he could be considered a major accomplice. Actually, I've known your Aunt Marina for a long time. The old man had clearly noticed this situation as well. He paused for a moment, but then gritted his teeth and spoke again. You've been hanging around my gathering point all this time. How could I not know you? If I really wanted to arrest you, I would have done a long time ago. Furthermore, much of the supplies in your camp were obtained from me by Marina, although she paid me. Have you ever heard of any settlement trading with witches? If you don't believe me, you can ask your Aunt Marina later. I was truly forced into this operation against you. The city-state of Houston sent a lot of powerful superhumans directly. I originally wanted to warn Marina, but by then that ingrate Sarah had already reported you. And it happened in front of the experts from the Houston city-state. In order to protect myself, I had no choice but to passively follow them. After saying all this in one breath, the old man swallowed and looked at Cassio and Ida with slight nervousness. Chapter 183 Marina. Supreme Demon God, please guide our lost believers and tell us how to choose. After hearing the old man's words, Ida and Cassio were clearly somewhat shaken. Forehead. Upon hearing this, Lin Kong was taken aback. He had been waiting for them to make a decision, but now they were passing the buck to him again. Faced with Ida and Cassio's probing gazes, Lin Kong couldn't help but raise his hand to touch his nose, then thought for a moment and said softly, We'll be arriving in Houston soon. Why don't we check with your Aunt Marina later and let her decide? You want to pass the buck, huh? Cough, cough, I can do that too. I obey your will, my supreme demon god. Upon hearing this, Ida and Cassio exchanged a glance and respectfully replied, Call. On the other side, the old man breathed a sigh of relief, clearly knowing that his life was temporarily spared. The city-state of Houston is a large city-state with an army of over 20,000. Many human settlements around it are under the jurisdiction of the city-state of Houston. At this moment, in a spacious room built of bluestone, a young man with brown hair was standing by the window, gazing at the night outside. Bang, bang. The next moment, there was a knock on the door. Lord Tibbs, the witch has been brought here. The young man strode over and quickly opened the door to the room. After hearing the words of his trusted guard, Tibbs looked up at the woman behind him who was being supported by two strong soldiers. She had extremely thick, fiery red hair and wore a witch's robe made of black linen. The woman was probably in her 30s, but with fair skin and an extremely beautiful face, she looked like she was only in her 20s. Especially her turquoise eyes made her stand out. Tisk tisk, no wonder I left it there on purpose. I only caught a glimpse of you during the day, and they immediately had you brought back. Tibbs waved to his subordinates, closed the door with a smile on his face, then turned to look at the woman in front of him and spoke passionately. Be my woman, and you won't have to die. I can give you a different identity, but you must promise not to use your witch powers in public. Tibbs sized up the woman's curvaceous and voluptuous figure, licked his lips, and began to speak to himself. Kill me. The woman had a demon sealing stone hanging from her chest, and her hands were tightly bound behind her back with ropes. Her slightly withered lips uttered a hoarse sentence. What? Upon hearing this, Tubbs was clearly very surprised. He is the young master of the entire Houston city-state, the next ruler of the city-state. He was always a man of his word, and almost no one dared to disobey his will. You dare refuse me? Do you even know who's standing in front of you? Tibbs took a deep breath and spoke to the woman with a grim expression. Who is it? He, my enemy, and the person I hate the most. A bloodthirsty executioner. A filthy worm with a head full of lust. Marina looked at Tibbs with her azure eyes and spoke coldly. Snap! Plop! Upon hearing this, Tibbs, enraged, slapped Marina across the delicate face. His body was knocked to the ground, and one side of his cheek was slightly swollen. Marina, who was already injured and whose hands were bound behind her back, was knocked to the ground by Tobias and struggled but could not get up. Glug! Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Looking at Marina lying on the ground, wriggling, Tibbs couldn't help but exhale 2 heavy breaths. Marina was clearly several times more alluring now than when she was standing. Whether you agree or not is irrelevant now. Having made up his mind, Tibbets decided to force himself on her, and found himself becoming even more excited. Hee! Whoosh, 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 thump, thump. But the next moment, a dense whistling sound suddenly came from the outside, mixed with blinding smoke. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Then a huge explosion shook the houses, and small pebbles began to fall from the rooftops. Damn it, what's going on? Tibbs was understandably displeased with his mood being interrupted. Tibbs climbed off the struggling Marina, quickly opened the door, and looked outside. What happened? My lord, we don't know what happened in the city center, but it seems to be the work of a witch. The guard standing at the door, upon hearing Tobias's question, quickly spoke up. A witch. Tibbs glanced back at Marina, whose brows were furrowed, then turned to the 2 guards at the door and said, I'll go check on her. You 2 keep an eye on her. As he spoke, Tobias unleashed a powerful aura and leaped towards the city center at a speed of over 10 meters per step. Meanwhile, Ida and Cassio, standing atop a tall white stone platform in the center of the city, coldly watched the soldiers gathering below. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. One after another, scorching fireballs, each about a meter in diameter and resembling miniature suns, were continuously released from Aida's hands, landing and killing the soldiers who tried to rush forward. Cassio went even further, raising his hand and transforming into a destroyer. All the surrounding buildings were collapsed by the rock spikes, leaving only ruins within a radius of hundreds of meters, except for the white platform about 20 meters high where they stood. Take them down first. They're not ordinary witches. Clearly, as such a large city-state, the commander-in-chief was not stupid. Seeing that his soldiers were simply throwing their lives away, he immediately ordered the attack to stop. However, his men still surrounded the white platform, but they didn't get within 100 meters of it again. The volleys of arrows that were just fired were all deflected. Even the arrows he shot himself were the same. You have to know that he is a master whose battle chi has reached the 5th stage. He was confident that the arrow he just shot was definitely enough to pierce gold and split stone. However, the result was that it only created a few ripples on the opponent's invisible defensive shield. Is this powerful witch seeking revenge for the city-state's recent crackdowns on witches across the land? The tall, imposing commander frowned as he stared at the 2 women on the high platform. Lord Tubbs, you have arrived. A moment later, Tobias led a group of imposing superhumans to the side of the commander. That damned witch. How dare she cause trouble in the city of Houston? After arriving, Tubbs surveyed the vast ruins around him with a gloomy gaze, then looked up at the high platform not far away. Today, Tubbs has decided to personally and cruelly end the lives of these 2 witches. Chapter 184 Retreat. Meanwhile, on the white rock platform in the heart of Houston, Ida and Cassio watched the group approaching from a distance, their eyes flashing with intense killing intent. The person who suddenly broke into their witch camp that day was the young male leader who had just arrived and was standing with a man who looked like a commander. Even though they are now hundreds of meters apart, their extraordinary perception makes them certain that they are not mistaken. Don't be impulsive, Ida. Think about the task His Majesty the Demon God gave us. Our top priority right now is to rescue Aunt Marina. We can worry about the rest later. Looking at Ida beside him, whose breathing was somewhat disordered, it was clear that she had been distracted just now. Although Cassio wanted to take action and kill the man to avenge his companion who had been brutally murdered not long ago, the last bit of reason in his heart held him back. Phew, that's right. Upon hearing this, Ida closed her eyes, and then the violent magic power on her body slowly settled down. We demand that you return Marina to us. Otherwise, this place will be burned to the ground and turned into ruins. Standing on the edge of the platform, looking down at the group from the city of Houston not far away, Ida shouted loudly with magical power in her mouth. The flames burned out, turned into ruins. What a foolish idea. Upon hearing the voice coming from the other side, Tubbs couldn't help but laugh mockingly to the sky. I admit, you 2 might have some skills. Tobias glanced once more at the surrounding ruins and the flickering orange flames below the platform, then fixed his sharp gaze on Ida, who had spoken earlier. However, this is the city-state of Houston. Go, capture them. With that, Tibbs raised his long sword and charged towards the platform, unleashing a burst of ferocious battle aura. For a formal-level superhuman, especially a warrior type 1, 100 meters is covered in the blink of an eye. So strong, such speed. Seeing the group of people rushing towards them from below the platform, Ida and Cassio's expressions turned serious. Almost as soon as Tibus finished speaking, more than 10 experts whose battle chi had exceeded the 5th stage rushed over after him. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Without hesitation, Ida kept shooting fireballs the size of human heads downwards. Large fireballs require charging, but the opponent was too fast, so Ida just unleashed a barrage of regular fireballs. On the other side, Cassio manipulated a large number of rock spikes, leaving almost no place to step around the high platform. Cassio and Ida worked together seamlessly, and their apprentice-level sorcery, now at the intermediate-level official level, was quite powerful. Therefore, even though Houston City-State has a large number of experts, including 2 warriors whose battle chi has reached the 6th stage, which is a high-level formal level, it will be difficult for them to get close to the 2 women in a short period of time. Their power will eventually run out. I don't believe they can maintain this frequency of releasing witches' power indefinitely. Seeing the approaching experts retreat in disarray, with some even getting injured, Tibbs's expression turned grim. Damn it, these 2 witches don't look very old. How can they be so strong? Tibbs was extremely depressed because he had discovered that several of his brothers had brought men to the side, but they were all looking at him with schadenfreude. As the next heir to the city-state, he has the responsibility to manage the city-state during the city-state's ruler's seclusion. However, he is not yet the ruler of the city-state. If his father awakens from his seclusion and sees the mess he has made of the city-state, it is not impossible that he might disqualify him from being the next successor. After all, who can predict the future? Let the brothers launch a strong attack in shifts, with one team resting while the other attacks. Archers and catapults, get ready to keep attacking. I refuse to believe that with so many of us, we can't outlast those 2. Upon approaching the towering commander, Tobias pondered for a moment with a gloomy gaze before slowly speaking. Tibbets was certainly no fool to stand out from his brothers and sisters. Although he had a bad temper, he was quite talented and intelligent. After calming down, Tibbs quickly came up with a solution. There are only 2 opponents, their stamina is limited, and they're in our own base. So why should we engage in a head-on attack and fight to the death with them? Arrows and catapults can't break through the enemy's strange defensive shield now. But what if they run out of energy? Then they'll be lambs to the slaughter. Soon after, Ida and Cassio also clearly discovered Tobias' strategy. Although the number of experts rushing towards them had decreased, they still dared not be careless and did not dare to reduce their magical output in the slightest. They understood the destructive power of a master of martial arts, and knew that once they were in close combat, their advantage of using their opponent as a sitting duck would be gone. Although they knew that the other party's intention was to deplete their magic and physical strength, Ida and Cassio were helpless. It seems we were a bit reckless. We shouldn't have made such a big fuss. Shall we retreat? But what if His Majesty the Demon God is watching us? If we just leave like this, won't he think we're useless? Upon hearing Cassio's words, Aida's expression clearly showed some hesitation. The important thing is the result. As long as we can rescue Aunt Marina, that's all that matters. On the other side, Cassio shook his head. We're not really leaving, we're just avoiding running into their main force. All right. Hearing this, Ida was clearly convinced. The 2 discussed for a while longer, then glanced coldly at the enemies surrounding them below. As long as they weren't experts whose battle chi exceeded the 3rd stage, their magic barriers would be immune to their attacks. Therefore, although there was a dense, dark mass below, there were not many things that could break through their defenses, so they weren't too worried. On the contrary, because the other side has too many people, it is easier to escape if they create a disturbance. Amidst the continuous rain of arrows and hurled stones, the 2 exchanged another glance and then ran off the platform. Furthermore, The original limit of 100 meters for the two to cast spells was directly surpassed in the next moment. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Ah, it's the evil power of a witch, ah. Some soldiers were wounded by the sudden appearance of rock spikes and fireballs, letting out painful cries. What's going on? Shouldn't their casting range be 100 meters? Looking at the soldiers' painful cries around him, the fireballs exploding in front of him and all around him, and the sharp rock spikes that could appear from nowhere at any moment, Tobias roared angrily. Lord Tibbets, it seems they compressed their casting range from the beginning, deliberately making us think their casting range was only that far? The tall man beside Tibbs also had a gloomy expression on his face. Chapter 185 Lin Kong's Disappointment. The ordinary soldiers around him were all his men. As the law enforcement commander within the city-state, he already had few troops at his disposal. Now, with the fierce attack just now, at least 10% of his hundreds of men had been killed. Damn it! Chase after them. After hearing the words of the law enforcement commander, Tibus roared angrily at Ida and Cassio, who had retreated during the commotion. However, Tibus dared not rush to the front anymore. They had been fighting for quite a while. The power of the opponent's terrifying fireballs and the unpredictable rock spikes were actually able to break through the protective aura of a master whose battle chi had reached the 5th stage. It's good that they escaped. I think now that this has affected the entire city, let's see what excuse you have left to stay out of it. As those around him caught up, Tibbs's anger gradually subsided. Tibbs knew perfectly well that his rivals had brought their men to watch the commotion. In fact, he had the opportunity to organize his experts to react and pounce on the two witches the instant the commotion broke out. But in the end, Tibbs still managed to make them disappear in the brief commotion. On the other side, in the room where Tibbs had been, Marina was supposed to be the only one huddled in the corner, but now, without anyone noticing, two figures had silently entered. "You're Marina, right?" A voice suddenly entered his ears. Although it was a question, the other person's tone was very confident. "Who are you?" Looking up at the two people who had entered at some point, Marina asked with a surprised expression. A man and a woman, dressed rather strangely, seemed to be from the city of Houston. "You saw the riots outside, didn't you? That was caused by Cassio and Ida. They're planning to rescue you." As he spoke, Lin Kong opened the door and looked up at the city center, where flames flickered and roared intermittently. "Who is it? How is that possible?" However, the two guards at the door, seeing the door suddenly open from the inside and then noticing the two strangers standing inside, couldn't help but cry out in alarm. They were guarding the door the whole time. So how did the two extra people inside get in? Thump! Thump! No one answered their questions. Instead, they were met with two punches from Lin Kong. After glancing at the two people lying on the ground, Lin Kong went back into the room. They were just two strong guards, not even extraordinary apprentices. How could they possibly cause any trouble for Lin Kong, who was about to become a formal extraordinary being? "You're saying the riots outside were caused by Cassio and Ida trying to save me?" Inside the room, Marina looked at Lin Kong, who had walked over and removed the demon sealing stone and rope from her body, and asked him a question with a suspicious expression. Marina was certainly familiar with Cassio and Ida. Because she was so familiar with them, she simply couldn't believe that the commotion that had lasted for nearly an hour was caused by them. In the city-state of Houston, the number of powerful extraordinary swordsmen is unmatched by any ordinary gathering place. Even the two of them wouldn't dare say they could cause such a disturbance, let alone Ida and Cassio. They were supposed to be here to save you, but now I think they've probably run away for their lives, haven't they? Thinking back to how they had brazenly caused destruction in the center of the city, Lin Kong couldn't help but chuckle. They were truly two adorably silly girls. When it comes to saving lives, who saves people like they do? Lin Kong waved to Marina, and the next moment, Lin Kong and the Ice Queen beside him vanished. After asking the old man about Marina's appearance, Lin Kong and the Ice Queen came down. With the Ice Queen's powerful search ability, they directly found Marina's location. But upon arrival, Lin Kong felt somewhat disappointed. According to the omnipotent data talent analysis, Marina cannot be optimized. In fact, Lin Kong had already guessed this situation. He had secretly tried it several times on the old man and other natives here, but he could not optimize it. It seems that Ida is indeed a special case. Perhaps, as I suspected, only those who have faith in me can be directly optimized by me. Thinking of this, Lin Kong, back inside the Ice Queen, couldn't help but smile bitterly. He had no idea how to make others have faith in him. After carefully recalling Aida's situation, Lin Kong could only guess that it was because he fit the image of the god in her heart, and the way and timing of his appearance had left a mark on her mind. That's why he became a fanatical believer. However, this situation varies from person to person. Not everyone craves divine comfort and salvation. I've appeared so many times as the Ice Queen, and I've only encountered Ida once. Even Casio was able to optimize its design only after it was severely injured and near death. It must have taken the right event, the right person, and the right timing, all three combined, to create Aida's situation. After thinking for a while, Lin Kong stopped racking his brains. Now that it has been confirmed that Ida was able to be directly optimized due to a series of coincidences, there is no point in thinking about it anymore. But I hope my guess is right. Looking at the screen, not far away, Lin Kong muttered to himself. Meanwhile, in a courtyard, a group of people surrounded two delicate young girls, and every now and then someone would rush up with a sword. Many corpses lay scattered around, but that did not stop their advance, because the two evil witches in their eyes were clearly at their last gasp. Call out. Puff, puff, puff. Three experts who had reached the 5th stage of fighting spirit launched an attack from 3 directions simultaneously once again. Puffed. A long sword pierced through the invisible magical barrier, slashing a gash across Aida's right shoulder. Blood splattered, flesh turned inside out. But when he was about to draw his sword again, he felt a sense of danger and immediately withdrew. Puff, puff, puff. Sure enough, in the blink of an eye, one after another, nearly 1.2 meter long, menacing rock spikes shot out from where he was. Are you all right, Ida? Back to back, Casio asked Ida urgently. It's all right. It won't affect the flow of magic. Although her face was extremely pale, Ida gritted her teeth and calmly replied, I overestimated you. To capture you, I lost at least 100 strong soldiers, and even 6 superhumans perished. Not far away, Tobias stared at the two women with a gloomy gaze and spoke coldly. However, this is where it ends. With that, Tibus, in peak condition, charged toward the nearly exhausted Casio and Ida. We have failed His Majesty the Demon God's expectations. Facing the oncoming gale and bracing against the intermittent magical shield, Casio looked somewhat dejected. The Serpent of Shadows. But the next moment, Casio and Ida discovered that they were not dead, and a very familiar figure appeared in front of them. Seeing that familiar back view and the writhing, almost 5-meter-long shadowy snake, the two women were overjoyed. Aunt Marina, what are you doing here? Chapter 1, 86 Upgrade. Marina's expression turned somewhat grave as she looked at the menacing city-state armies around her. A mysterious person saved me and said you were here, so I came to see. Phew. Marina retracted the shadow serpent that had blocked Tibur's attack and spoke softly to Ida and Casio. You actually escaped? Those two were complete trash. Tibus, who had swiftly turned to dodge the attack of the shadow serpent, saw Marina and couldn't help but mutter a curse under his breath. But even if the three of you get together, what difference will it make? They can barely unleash their witch powers anymore. And you, I'm afraid, can't stop so many of us, can you? Looking at Marina's exquisite profile, Tobias subtly gestured with his chin towards his subordinates, then uttered a disdainful remark. Upon hearing this, none of the three women responded, but a look of despair slowly crept onto their faces. Ida and Casio, in particular, had finally been given a second chance, but because of their recklessness, they were about to lose everything again. Buzzing. Whoosh. Whoosh. But the next moment, 2 golden rays, each 0.5 meter in diameter, suddenly shot down from the sky, enveloping Ida and Casio. This is suddenly enveloped in warmth. Both of them were startled, but quickly recovered. Supreme Demon God, thank you for your mercy on Ida once again. Feeling her rapidly recovering strength and the warm atmosphere around her, Ida offered a devout prayer. Superior. Look up. Although he couldn't see what was in the clouds, Tubbs knew from the rosy complexions of the two women not far in front of him that he had to stop it all as soon as possible. With that, Tubbs's face twisted into a ferocious expression. Die. Huff, huff. He tore through the air with his fine iron longsword, slashing towards the three women with immense power. Thump. However, all of the dozen or so attacks were blocked by the two magical shields that were erected. What happened? Why did you recover so quickly? Seeing that his attack only caused a series of ripples in the invisible shield around them, Tubbs couldn't help but feel mentally shattered. His Majesty the Demon God seems to have told me that he will not abandon any devout believer. The golden aura around him slowly dissipated, and a happy smile appeared on Cassio's face. As he spoke, Cassio's expression changed, and a chilling killing intent flashed in his eyes. Puffed. A jagged rock spike, over 2 meters high, suddenly shot out diagonally from the ground, impaling the two unlucky guys who had tried to ambush her. Blood splattered on the ground, and the two cried out in agony a few times before slowly losing their life force. Devil. These witches are the real devil. The devil's power has grown stronger again. Those two were renowned experts in the city-state, their fighting spirit reaching the 4th stage. Yet in the blink of an eye, they've become 2 corpses. Another force surged into my body. Cassio looked up at the sky, then glanced at the 2 superhuman enemies he had just dealt with, a thoughtful look in his eyes. Asterisk. Puffed. Asterisk. Cassio looked around, then gently raised her hand. In the blink of an eye, sharp rock spikes, some upright and some tilted, shot out from the ground, centered around the 3 women. There was no time to react. Within a radius of tens of meters, there were corpses impaled on rock spikes, numbering roughly 30. Furthermore, those who were near the 3 women were almost all superhumans. So Cassio caused the city-state of Houston to lose nearly 30 superhumans in one fell swoop. However, since there had been signs earlier, those who died this time were all those whose battle chi was below the 3rd level. Call. Looking down at his hands, Cassio's face was flushed. After letting out a soft breath, he turned to Ida and said, I killed these people, and it seems that His Majesty the Demon God has bestowed upon me corresponding power. I've advanced again. With a clenched fist, a massive surge of magical energy began to stir the surrounding area. Even without Cassio saying anything, Ida and Marina had already noticed the strange thing about her. Why don't you give it a try? Instead of making another move, Cassio gave the opportunity to Ida. In fact, after his upgrade just now, even Cassio himself was unsure just how strong he was. Looking around, she had a strong feeling that she could cover the entire area within 1,000 meters with magic rock spikes with just a thought. In other words, Cassio believes he can now defeat everyone on the opposing team. On the other side, upon hearing Cassio's words, Ida couldn't help but feel eager to try. With the golden light that had just shone down, their strength should have leveled up once. A gift from His Majesty the Demon God. With a muttered word to herself, Aida's magical power began to surge, and then rings of fire suddenly appeared, swirling around her. Buzzing. With one hand raised above his head, a 2-meter-tall orange-red fireball instantly took shape. Call out. A massive fireball, trailing a fiery tail, hurtled towards the distant enemy. Rumble, rumble. Even though they noticed Aida's movements, the fireball's explosion was too large, and the unlucky guy who couldn't escape in time was unfortunately engulfed by the flames. It really is. Feeling the surge of power, Ida couldn't help but glance at Cassio from before, her face flushing. Ida, what's going on here? Seeing the immense magical power emanating from Ida and Cassio, Marina asked in shock. Aunt Marina, I'll explain it to you in a bit. Upon hearing this, Ida said apologetically, then exchanged a glance with Cassio before excitedly chasing after the scattered city-state army. Chapter 1, 87 Lord of Houston. Today, Tubbs, who destroyed their camp and killed many of their sisters and comrades, must die. Meanwhile, Tubbs had already fled in panic. Puff puff. He walked tirelessly through the streets, accompanied only by 2 experts whose fighting spirit had reached the 6th stage. He had just ordered everyone to split up and run, but to his dismay, he discovered that the 2 terrifying witches were only following behind him. Although she didn't master many witchcraft models, after immersing herself in the study of magic for so many years, the magical techniques passed down from generation to generation among witches were extremely practical. At this moment, both Ida and Cassio were surrounded by a large, magically constructed bird, completely black and constantly emitting dark mist. Like a great raven, it flapped its wings and carried them swiftly toward the fleeing Tibus. Call out. Kneeling on one knee on the back of a galloping raven, Aida's hand crackled with fire as she hurled a 2-meter diameter fireball down. Damn bitch! Upon discovering the attack from behind, Tubbs cursed under his breath in shock and anger. Whoosh! He raised his fighting spirit to its limit, leaping and shifting constantly to dodge Aida's casual attacks. Did you ever imagine this day would come? A massive fireball exploded ahead, forcing the 3 running individuals to a stop. They initially considered changing direction, but upon turning back, they discovered that their surroundings were filled with terrifying rock spikes several meters high, blocking all paths. What do you want? Name your demands, and I can fulfill them. Taking a deep breath, Tobias watched as the 2 large ravens slowly descended, then vanished into a cloud of black mist, revealing 2 slender figures. High and mighty, arrogant and domineering, as if they were doing charity. Cassio gave Tibbs a look of disgust, his eyes filled with coldness. How do you think we wicked witches would deal with our enemies? Killing me will do you no good. Let me go. I am the heir to the city of Houston, and I can grant you a piece of land, your witch's land. Upon hearing this, Tibbs finally showed a hint of panic on his face, and then, as if he had made up his mind, he earnestly and tempted Cassio. Sorry, we just want to dig out your filthy heart. As soon as she finished speaking, Ida pointed her finger, and a huge fireball hurtled directly towards the 3 of them. Meanwhile, the jagged rock spikes that had been blocking the area extended, cutting off all escape routes. Damn it! I am the esteemed Lord Tibus. How dare you kill me? Feeling his heart pounding, Tubbs saw the roaring, exploding fireball getting closer and closer, and in an instant, boundless fear surged into his heart. I'm going to die. I'm really going to die. Snot and tears streamed uncontrollably down Tibbet's face as he collapsed to the ground, trembling. He instinctively covered his head with his arms, unable to bear the sight of the exploding fireball that was about to hurtle him. Evil witch, do not harm my son. The next moment, a loud shout came from a tall building not far away, and then a tall figure flew over quickly, level with the ground. Thump! With a single punch, the exploding fireball was shattered, and wisps of white vapor mixed with high temperature rose from the puncher's fist. It's my father. Father has finally emerged from seclusion. What immense power he possesses. Is this the power of the divine realm? Didn't you guys notice? Just now, Lord Doro. He flew over. On some tall buildings not far away. People looking at this scene couldn't help but discuss it in surprise. Especially Tubbs's siblings, although they wanted Tubbs killed, but not in this way. Having witnessed Tubbs's fate, they couldn't help but feel a pang of sorrow, a sense of shared loss. However, those 2 witches became too powerful. A casual strike from them could kill a powerful superhuman who had reached the 5th stage of battle chi. Even if they went to help, at most, they would only add a few more corpses to the earth. Damn you. You will pay for the heinous crimes you have committed. Doro was a burly man with a thick beard who looked to be only in his 40s. He hovered in front of Tobias and the other 2 and spoke coldly to the 2 witches. With just a quick glance, he discovered that his city-state had suffered devastating damage in many places. We'll kill the culprit, Tibbs, and then we'll leave. Besides, I think you're not as strong as me, so please don't interfere in our feud. Looking at the man hovering in midair, shouting, Ida frowned slightly and said something indifferently. Although Cassio didn't speak, the surrounding rock spikes began to dissipate in large numbers. But the next moment, even longer rock spikes shot out from the ground. Like earthen dragons, their sharp points surged toward Tibus, who was being helped up by his men. Court death. Upon noticing Cassio's actions, Doro flew into a rage. I'll show you the power of the divine realm. As soon as he finished speaking, Doro gently lifted his leg in midair, and then a fierce battle aura shot towards the ferocious rock spikes. Puff puff puff. No. Although some of the rock spikes were shattered by the fighting spirit emitted by Doro, the remaining rock spikes still strung Tabins and his two companions together on the ground. With two painful screams, the three corpses vanished along with the magic rock spikes and crashed to the ground. Okay. Seeing Tabins killed before his eyes, Doro laughed in fury, his large eyes coldly sweeping over the two men. Although surprised that his attack hadn't blocked the opponent's attack, Doro didn't take it too seriously. Chapter 188, The Weakest Grandmaster Level Wizard. After 2 years of seclusion, absorbing the power overflowing from the sealed acupoint, he has reached the realm of gods and will be fearless. He planned to send troops to conquer other city-states, conquer this land, and become the king of the world. Then, my glory will begin with you two powerful and wicked witches. Thinking of his future glory, Doro, whose son had just died, couldn't help but laugh wildly, throwing his head back. Cassio, actually I've always had a feeling. After seeing this mentally ill person, this feeling seemed to become extremely strong. Ida glanced strangely at the middle-aged man, laughing loudly in midair, and whispered something to Cassio. Then I looked at my feet and tried to find that feeling in my heart. My feet left the ground and then slowly floated up. It was strange and natural, like an innate instinct. What? How is this possible? On the other side, Doro, seeing Ida flying in midair and level with him, couldn't help but shout out loud. You're also at the divine realm? Impossible. Impossible. I have been cultivating battle chi for 60 years, and I only advance by sealing my acupoints. How could you possibly have achieved that? It must be a witch's evil trick. Looking at Ida, Doro seemed to have found a suitable reason and burst into mocking laughter. Ida, it seems like I can do it too. Ignoring the arrogant Doro, Cassio also flew into the air, swaying slightly. He stumbled a bit at first, but once he was in the air, he stabilized. Click, click, click. With his fists clenched, Doro felt that his blood and energy were not flowing smoothly after the seclusion. Who are you? At this point, Doro stopped deceiving himself. As someone of the same transcendental level, he knew that everything he had refused to believe was real. As you can see, the evil which you speak of. After dancing in the sky for a while, Ida turned to look at the middle-aged man and replied calmly. We've repaid our great debt with kindness and are about to leave. Are you going to stop us? The two women stood side by side in the void, quietly watching Doro. Of course not. With a forced smile, Doro spoke softly. All right, goodbye then. After saying that, the two turned and left. At this moment, Doro, watching the backs of Ida and Cassio, revealed a cruel grin. You want me to leave? No way. Wind element, battle, chi kill. The next moment, Doro suddenly let out a loud shout and then unleashed a slash that was 100 meters long from his secretly gathered strength. The wind generated by the slash cut cracks into the bluestone road below. Tap, tap, tap. The wind sweeps away the clouds. As his attack was about to strike the two men, Doro's eyes gleamed with bloodthirsty excitement. Even in the realm of gods, you're no match for me. He threw his head back and laughed loudly. But the next moment, Doro's laughter came to an abrupt halt, like a crowing rooster being choked. I knew you had ulterior motives. All our magic barriers are open. The magical shield created by two Grandmaster-level wizards combined is certainly not something that a Grandmaster-level warrior can destroy with a single powerful strike. Fireball. Hook spike technique. Numerous fireballs, along with sharp rock spikes falling from the sky, relentlessly attacked Doro. However, the sky was too vast, and Doro was extremely fast. Nevertheless, with the two witches' relentless attacks, Doro became covered in dust and dirt. However, killing the other party might be unrealistic. Meanwhile, inside the Ice Queen's ship in the clouds, Lin Kong, sitting on the sofa, watched the fight between the three on the screen and couldn't help but be speechless. For a master-level wizard in the prime material plane, capturing or killing an ordinary expert of the same rank would be incredibly easy. You've certainly reached the transcendent realm, but the witchcraft you've mastered is truly... A master-level expert was still using apprentice-level rudimentary witchcraft. Lin Kong truly didn't know what to say. Of course, this also reflected that the wizarding power in this desolate world was almost completely extinguished. Judging from what he said, it seems that something is sealed beneath this city-state. Let's go down and take a look. After greeting the Ice Queen behind him, Lin Kong slowly stood up and walked to the crystal wall connecting to the outside world. A moment later, two screeching sounds were heard. Chirp, chirp. Two enormous mantises, each over 50 meters long, emerged from the Ice Queen's eye and then flapped their wings and flew downwards. As the distance decreased, the people in the city-state noticed the two figures that were growing larger in the sky. They cried out in alarm and began to scatter and flee. Even without emitting any extraordinary energy, the oppressive aura emanating from its status as an apex predator still instilled fear in both humans and animals throughout the city-state. The three people fighting in the air above a tall stone building clearly noticed the terrifying entity flying towards them. They stopped attacking simultaneously. Doro, horrified, quickly landed on the ground and cautiously looked at the two giant insects that resembled mantises. They're still in the air. What idiots! Upon discovering that Ida and Cassio were still suspended in midair, Doro smirked and couldn't help but sneer. Although he didn't know what they were, judging by their size, they were probably not easy to deal with. Supreme Demon God, your most devout follower Ida, Cassio greets you. Below, Doro, who had been waiting to see a good show, suddenly staggered. Who I am? Where am I? What did I just hear? Chapter 189 Cremation Urn Architecture. A demon god? A witch's god? How could that be? How could there be any god in this world? Standing on the altar steps, watching the mantis flying down from the sky, which showed no sign of attacking the two witches, Doro couldn't help but growl uncontrollably in his heart. I have seen your piety. At this moment, facing the fervent gazes of the two beautiful girls, Lin Kong remained calm and composed, giving a reply without batting an eye. I feel like I'm increasingly developing the potential to become a charlatan. Cough, cough. Clearing his throat, Lin Kong dismissed the jumbled thoughts that had suddenly arisen in his mind, and then looked at the Ice Queen. Pass on fire and rock magic to them. Upon hearing Lin Kong's instructions, the Ice Queen nodded and then beckoned to the two women. As Lin Kong's head housekeeper, Ida and Cassio did not delay and quickly flew onto Little Green's back, standing in front of the Ice Queen. Whoosh, whoosh. Raising her arm, she released two seeds of knowledge, radiating golden light, from the Ice Queen's hand, which then quickly merged into the two women's foreheads. Although they were all collected by Anastasia, and there might be a trace of evil and abnormality in them, it's still better than you guys using apprentice-level witchcraft all the time, and only one of them is an offensive type. Looking at the two women with their eyes closed, Lin Kong stroked his chin and spoke somewhat uncertainly. Your Majesty, the Lord of Houston, Doro, just sneaked into that building. On the other side, the old man standing at the very back of the gathering point looked at Doro's actions below, raised his head, and respectfully reported to Lin Kong. Are you familiar with this building? Upon hearing this, Lin Kong turned his head to look. The entire building is surrounded by a water channel, as if it were deliberately separated, and the nearest house is 300 meters away. The building is somewhat peculiar. Looking down from above, you'll notice that only half of the roof is sealed. Square, straight stone pillars. The more I look at it, the more it resembles a half-open urn. After glancing at it a few more times, Lin Kong frowned slightly and said softly, Your Majesty, I do not understand. However, I heard from others that there's a sealed cave here, and it is extremely ancient. This place existed before the city of Houston was even established, but because Doro doesn't allow anyone to go in, almost no one knows what's inside. Upon hearing Lin Kong's question, the old man pondered for a moment before racking his brains to answer. Commander, there's indeed a seal inside, and the method is extremely sophisticated. Even I could only barely penetrate it, and what I saw was very blurry. On the other side, the Ice Queen stopped paying attention to Cassio, and Ida glanced down at the two women, and then spoke softly to Lin Kong. Is that so? That's interesting. Name, Lin Kong. Gender, male. Age, 26. Rank, high-level apprentice warrior. Normal energy, 338000. Advanced energy, 0. Special energy, 0. Talent, super optimization, datafication of everything. After saying a few words, Lin Kong looked at his information and then focused his gaze on the energy. Ordinary energy can only optimize living beings to the highest level of high-level legendary, while Lin Kong only obtained a small amount of high-level energy by chance from Doris, a member of the royal family of the Kingdom of Eisen Island. To be honest, Lin Kong's understanding of advanced energy is still somewhat superficial. In the prime material plane, high-level legendary beings can manage to live in a secluded corner, but it's a bit of a stretch to expect them to go to truly prosperous places. Having received Larry's memories, Lin Kong longed to return to Chesil Wizarding Academy. If he hadn't been delayed by other matters, he would have sent his clone back to Chesil Wizarding Academy long ago, because only in places like that can one find all sorts of rare treasures. In Tooting City, Lin Kong could only buy a few or a dozen bottles of potions like Mermaid's Love and Emerald Heart. Even after going to Lambo Bana and walking through the entire commercial street, he only managed to collect about 100 bottles of potions. In the Wizarding City, which is directly under the jurisdiction of the Chesil Wizarding Academy, it can be said that there is no limit as long as you have enough wealth. Furthermore, not only those magical potions that increase cultivation speed, but also rare magical potions that directly enhance soul aptitude exist. Phew! Taking 2 deep breaths, Lin Kong absorbed the 40 million crystals on his body and turn them into ordinary energy. I hope you really can succeed. From the low-level Grandmaster to the high-level Legendary, the combined peak energy value is 16.65 million. For Cassio and Ida, it is doubled to 33.3 million. Optimization. Lin Kong immediately consumed 70 to 80% of the energy he had just converted. Buzzing. Seeing the 2 women who had been receiving the witchcraft seeds with their eyes closed now, enveloped in a pale yellow halo, Lin Kong gave a command to Little Green beneath his feet, and then the group slowly descended. You all stay here and protect them. The Ice Queen and I will go in and take a look. Lin Kong touched the exoskeletons of Little Green and Little Green the second respectively, and spoke softly. Chirp, chirp. 2 hissing sounds reached his ears, and Lin Kong nodded with a light laugh. Looking at the only passageway in the direction of the main entrance of the building, Lin Kong slowly walked over, followed by the Ice Queen and the old man from the gathering point. Judging from the craftsmanship and style, it doesn't seem like something a city-state civilization could produce. Soon after, Lin Kong stepped onto the building's white stone steps, scanning the surrounding pillars, each over a meter thick, while admiring the exquisite reliefs on the nearby walls. Upon hearing this, the old man did not respond. Besides not understanding what Lin Kong meant, he also believed that the more he said, the more mistakes he would make. He was content to be a background figure and only needed to flatter Lin Kong when the opportunity arose. After climbing the white steps, you arrive at the forest. The interior is very spacious, with only many towering pillars and nothing else. It's all empty land. Chapter 190 Lin Kong's Joy. No, that's not right. At the very back, there's a stone platform about half a meter high. However, because the slope is so gentle, it is easy to overlook. Lin Kong discovered that it was because a burly man with a full beard was sitting cross-legged on top. Your Majesty, he is the Lord of Houston, Doro. The old man, standing respectfully behind Lin Kong, glanced at the somewhat strange-looking Dolo and said something softly. You're too late. I don't care if you're a real god or a false god. You're going to die here today. At that moment, Doro, who had been sitting cross-legged with his eyes closed, suddenly opened his eyes. 2 beams of black energy shot from his eyes, making him appear incredibly sinister, especially his voice, which had become hoarse and chilling. Black Sky Demon God, I have released you. I hope you will keep your promise and kill these guys for me. The next moment, Doro's body began to tremble violently without warning. He couldn't even control his sitting posture and collapsed onto the ground, twitching 1 or 2 times. Puffed. Is this an epileptic seizure? Looking up at Doro's strange state, Lin Kong couldn't help but chuckle. Roar. A moment later, as the convulsions in Doro's body subsided, a terrifying roar, unlike any human voice, came from Doro's throat. Does this smell mean a new era is finally about to begin? Ha 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 ho! You are all gone. It seems I should thank you. If I hadn't been sealed away by you and hadn't wandered in the void sea, I would have been annihilated along with everything from the previous era. A strange sound came from Doro's mouth, and he was shrouded in a phantom of a large lizard-like creature. Although I couldn't understand it at first, with the Ice Queen beside me, it was only in plain language that I was able to understand it in a short time. At first, when communicating with Ida and Cassio, it was the same. Lin Kong was only able to communicate freely with the Ice Queen's blessing. Name, Yakabato Saina. Race, Black Dragon. State, Soul Parasitic. Rank, Low-Level Natural Disaster, High-Level Natural Disaster. Note, the Black Dragon soul has lost its physical body, and its extraordinary rank has decreased by 2 ranks due to the passage of time. Damn, that was a bit reckless. Looking at the data, Lin Kong frowned, but he wasn't too scared. Lin Kong had specifically researched information about the dragon race. Most dragons possess strength in their physical bodies. Otherwise, necromancers wouldn't favor bone dragons and corpse dragons. Unfortunately, you little insects who witnessed the birth of the great Yakabato Black Dragon. I promised this guy I'd tear you all to pieces for him. After getting used to it for a while, Yakabato twisted his neck and slowly walked down from the half-meter-high platform. Looking at the 3 people standing not far away, he spoke with a mocking tone. However, after saying that, Yakabato paused in his steps. In his perception, one of the 3 had a very strange life force fluctuation reaching the high-level legendary level, while the other could not be sensed at all. The last one, the elder of the formal level, Yakabato, didn't even glance at him, his gaze fixed on the faces of the Ice Queen and Lin Kong. Whoosh! Raising his arm, a phantom image of a black dragon's claw, several meters long, appeared rapidly from the air and then slammed down on the 3 of them. Bang! The Ice Queen has made her move. Faced with Yakabato's probing attack, the Ice Queen's expression turned cold, and strange, awkward syllables quickly came out of her mouth. Then, hundreds of magical models rapidly formed around her. Mercenary attack detected against Commander. Initiating retaliatory action. An immense power emanated from him, and the magical models began to emit a halo. A gigantic demonic arm, several meters long, reached down from the void and grabbed at Yakabato. Dozens of blood-red tentacles, as thick as bowls and covered with hideous mandibles, also rushed towards Yakabato. As for the Black Dragon's claw phantom in the sky, 2 large winged demons materialized directly from the void, howling and blocking it with their bodies. Bloody and evil. To be honest, this was the first time Lin Kong had ever seen the Ice Queen make a move. Watching Yakato being bombarded by the Ice Queen's magic not far away, Lin Kong's face was filled with a strange expression. Hey, Ice Queen, aren't you a warship? Strictly speaking, the Ice Queen is equivalent to the soul of the Ice Queen ship. In other words, the Ice Queen suppressed a low-level calamity-level black dragon without even using her body. Although it was an incomplete black dragon, the current Ice Queen is also incomplete, not even having used her enormous body 3,000 meters above the clouds. Incredible. Absolutely ridiculously powerful. Stop. On the other side, Yakabato was completely dumbfounded. Could this be the casting capacity and speed of a high-level legendary character? Furthermore, those legendary spells seemed to consume no magic power at all. Upon hearing this, the Ice Queen ignored him completely. Let's stop now. He can't cause any more trouble. However, after looking at Lin Kong for a while, he gave some instructions to the Ice Queen, and his face was filled with great joy. As soon as she finished speaking, the Ice Queen temporarily stopped her attack, but she did not put away the magic models that surrounded her. You are very good. Sensing the connection in his mind, Lin Kong turned to look at the 4 figures flying rapidly towards him. Following Lin Kong's gaze, Yakabato also looked in that direction with a cold eye. However, this glance had an unexpected effect, as the next moment his body involuntarily braced itself against the wall. 2 low-tier, legendary-level beings. 2 low-tier, catastrophe-level beings? Isn't it said that the world is still in a state of dead silence? Staring in shock at the 2 frail figures, Jacopo really wished that his seal had not been broken. Your Majesty, the supreme demon god, your grace has transformed us. Name, Ida. Race, human. State, excitement. Rank, low-level cataclysm. Name, Cassio. Race, human. State, excitement. Rank, low-level cataclysm. Ida, Cassio, and the two flying mantises that had transformed into human form approached Lin Kong and spoke respectfully. Chapter 191, Two Witches After the Inheritance of Witchcraft. Lin Kong looked closely at Ida and Cassio, who had come to his side, a smile on his face. We finally possess individual combat power at the level of a natural disaster. Doro just called you the Black Sky Demon God. Unfortunately, I am also a demon god. Turning his head and looking up at the wall, Lin Kong saw Doro, who was possessed by the Black Dragon, and smiled playfully. Your Excellency, if I said it was a misunderstanding just now, would you believe me? Jacopo felt extremely heavy-hearted at this moment, even more desperate than when he was sealed away in the past era. He has just broken free from his restraints and has been sealed away for an unknown period of time. He can't even unleash 1% of his full strength, and his combat power is barely at the level of a calamity. However, it seems he just provoked a strange life form that could suppress him even at a high-level legendary level, and now two more cataclysmic-level combatants at their peak have arrived from that side. Oh, a misunderstanding. However, some things cannot be explained away with just a misunderstanding. Upon hearing this, Lin Kong replied calmly, then waved to Cassio and Ida behind him. Such a perfect testing ground for the two women's combat abilities. Wouldn't it be a waste not to use it? Whoosh! Upon receiving Lin Kong's order, Cassio and Ida did not hesitate. Their figures flashed, and they arrived directly in front of Jacopo. Seeing the two women's actions, Lin Kong was slightly taken aback. Shouldn't wizards keep their distance when fighting? However, considering the two women's current strength, Lin Kong did not say anything to stop them. In that case, we'll settle this score later. On the other side, Jacopo had already fully adapted to his current body during the time that had just passed. A black mist began to emanate from his body, and his scarlet, inverted pupils flashed with an evil, blood-red light within the black mist. Puff! However, the next moment, Jacopo suddenly vomited a mouthful of blood, and his whole body instantly weakened. Blood sacrifice technique. Looking up at the two girls standing in front of him with a cold gaze, Jacopo raised his hand to touch his chest, which had suddenly exploded, and said with a grim expression, I originally wanted to use a secret technique to leave this place first, but now not only has the secret technique been interrupted, but I can't even move my body. Madman, madman, you're all madmen. The forbidden technique attached to him didn't just harm him. At that moment, a girl opposite him also had a fist-sized hole explode in her chest, allowing her to clearly see what was behind her. At this moment, Jacopo truly panicked. A powerful opponent is not scary, but an opponent who goes all out from the start is something he really can't handle. Blood refinement, forbidden seal. Cassio watched Aida's actions and then turned to give Jacopo a cold, menacing look. He then cut open his fingertip, and a series of blood-red threads began to emerge, stretching for about 3 meters before surging towards Jacopo. The blood-red threads were covered with ancient golden runes, which disappeared the moment they touched Jacopo's body. Roar! The next moment, the black dragon phantom that had disappeared and was completely hidden inside Doro's body reappeared above Jacopo's body. However, at this moment, the black dragon's body was wrapped with a large number of blood-red chains, which sealed its entire body. Furthermore, at the neck of the black dragon's phantom, there were 2 abyssal serpents with gaping maws. The sharp fangs gleamed with a bloodthirsty light, as if Cassio could bite off the neck of the black dragon phantom with just a thought. On the other side, as the blood threads released by Cassio came into contact with Aida's body, Ida promptly dispelled the blood sacrifice spell, and her body regained its mobility. Click! She broke off the little finger of her other hand with one hand, and then black flames flickered on it. The next moment, Ida placed her little finger in the hollow of her heart without changing her expression. A wisp of bloody energy began to spread on her little finger, and then instantly filled the entire cavity in her chest. The next time she looked, the cavity in Aida's chest had completely healed. Furthermore, the muscles and bones of the severed little finger on the left hand are growing at a visible rate. A little while later, Aida was exactly the same as when she first arrived, except that her clothes were slightly torn at the chest, revealing a bit of her white skin. Cough, cough. Ice Queen, are you sure the seeds of knowledge you just gave them were legitimate witchcraft? Lin Kong, watching Cassio and Aida's actions, had a very strange expression on his face. He turned to the Ice Queen beside him and tentatively said something. Forehead. Most of them, they still look pretty proper, right? Upon hearing Lin Kong's words, a series of data streams quickly flowed through the Ice Queen's eyes, clearly analyzing the serious witchcraft Lin Kong was talking about. Then, the Ice Queen solemnly replied, Looks like a proper, okay. Upon hearing this, Lin Kong stopped worrying. Although the two women's actions didn't demonstrate their destructive power, they were able to capture a low-level calamity-level being in just a few breaths. I have to say, that's impressive. Supreme Demon God, this blasphemer who disrespects you, calling himself the Black Sky Demon God. How should he be punished? Returning to Lin Kong's side, Cassio pointed to the black dragon phantom he had controlled not far away and said with a proud look on his face, Well done, you two are both great. However, although he is not a true Black Sky Demon God, he is essentially a high-level being of the Calamity level, the closest to the Morning Star level. Lin Kong reached out and patted Cassio's head, then spoke softly with a smile. Chapter 192, Yakabato's Submission. On the other side, Doro, who had been looking down, suddenly raised his head, a look of surprise and uncertainty flashing across his face. Even the black dragon phantom in the sky was the same. Its ferocious dragon head revealed a hint of human-like shock. A demon god? Two calamity-level powerhouses called him. A demon god? Could it really be the Morningstar level? A huge wave of emotions surged within Jacopo. To be able to see through his true nature at a glance was not something that could be detected by simple means. Leading a group of experts behind him, Lin Kong arrived in front of Duo Luo. I need a ride. Would you like to consider it? Looking up at the black dragon phantom above Doro's body, Lin Kong raised his hand to stroke his chin and made a suggestion. This wasn't an idea that suddenly popped into Lin Kong's head. It had been there for a while already. Otherwise, Lin Kong wouldn't have given the order to capture the two witches in his mind. Huge dragon wings, a ferocious dragon head, and a broad back. It looks more impressive and classy than riding on a Bafang firebird or a little green bird. You are insulting the great Yaka. Upon hearing Lin Kong's words, Yakaboto's face showed shock and anger, and he opened his mouth to let out a violent roar. With the strength of a high-level calamity-level being almost infinitely close to the Morningstar level and approaching immortality, he is revered everywhere as the world-destroying Dragon Lord and the Black Sky Demon God. But before he could finish speaking, Lin Kong raised his hand to interrupt him, and then the two phantom abyssal serpents wrapped around his neck received Cassio's command. It began to tear at the black dragon's phantom, ripping off fragments of its soul. This method of soul division, which directly affects the soul, is extremely painful, countless times more painful than the slow, agonizing torture inflicted on the body. It was something that ordinary people could not endure. Even Yakaboto, with his low-level catastrophe-level mental will, was tormented and screamed in pain. Stop, stop, stop. A moment later, Jacopo opened his mouth and roared. He's ridiculous. He was just being stubborn, wasn't he? Why don't you promise me some benefits first attempt me? Yes, even if Lin Kong hadn't said anything, Jacopo was already planning to give in. Having just been unsealed, he was completely unaware of the current era. Now I'm in their hands, and my life and death are out of my control. This was the most unbearable thing for Jacopo, who was extremely afraid of death, had lived for hundreds of thousands of years, and whose extraordinary level was close to the Morningstar. The longer he lives, the stronger he becomes, and the more afraid Jacopo is of dying. Anyway, the leader on the other side is a clone that seems to be at the Morningstar level. If I join him, I can not only save my life, but also gain a powerful ally as a backer. I am convinced. I'm willing to be your mount. Seeing Lin Kong's puzzled look, Yakabodo's eyes flickered. Then it scratched the spot where it had been torn by the abyss serpent with its front paws, and spoke in a low voice like a wronged little wife. Come, call me master. Upon hearing this, Lin Kong smiled and said softly, Master, master. After a slight hesitation, Yakabodo finally spoke, saying that his body had been sacrificed using a secret technique during the sealing process, granting him the ability to be invincible for a period of time. That's why those people had no choice but to seal him away, hoping to erase Yakabodo over the long years. However, those people clearly miscalculated. Dragons are known for their long lifespans, let alone Yakabodo, a high-ranking black dragon lord of the cataclysmic level. Yakabodo, who reluctantly abandoned the dignity of the black dragon lord and uttered those two words, noticed that Lin Kong's face was somewhat gloomy at this moment. My heart skipped a beat. Could this mysterious big shot have changed his mind? Did he no longer want me and wanted to just kill me? Master, if you give me 1,000 years, I can recover my peak strength and reach the high level of the calamity level. In order to survive, Yakabodo quickly had to demonstrate his value. However, Yakabodo misunderstood. Lin Kong's ugly expression was due to the information on his digitized virtual light screen. Still can't optimize it? Why? The other party is already powerless to resist, so why can't it be optimized? Looking at the black dragon phantom in mid-air, which was staring at him nervously, Lin Kong frowned and thought. Even setting aside obtaining the soul of a high-level black dragon of the essential calamity level, Lin Kong would still greatly yearn for its extraordinary knowledge. To kill them like that would be such a waste. Having received Larry's memories, Lin Kong was acutely aware of the preciousness of extraordinary knowledge. At Chesil Wizarding Academy, all books containing extraordinary knowledge and magical models are extremely expensive. Not to mention private consultations with wizarding instructors. Even regular classes require a large amount of crystals. Therefore, some commoners, even those with good wizarding talent, spend all their time earning crystals in order to maintain their regular classes. This is one of the reasons why Larry, despite having only average talent, was still among the top wizards of his generation. Ice Queen, create a master-servant contract. After thinking for a while, Lin Kong realized that this was the only relatively safe method he could think of. On the other side, upon hearing Lin Kong's words, Yakabodo was not angry. Instead, he breathed a sigh of relief. I, the Black Dragon Lord, Yakabodo Sina, am willing to offer my utmost loyalty to my master, Lord Lin Kong. Looking up at the contract formed by the rules floating in front of him, Yakabodo solemnly uttered a sentence, and then imprinted a fragment of his soul onto it. The contract is concluded. Chapter 193, Rebuilding the Physical Body. As the jade-like book of contract disappeared from mid-air, a smile appeared on Lin Kong's face, because the light screen in front of him finally showed that Yakabodo could be optimized. Looking at the 7,030,000 energy left after optimizing Ida and Cassio, Lin Kong didn't hesitate and directly consumed 7 million to optimize Yakabodo's body. Compared to a master-servant contract, Lin Kong had more faith in his exceptional talent. Yakabodo, who originally intended to shrink his soul back into Doro's body, suddenly found a strange power rapidly surging into his body. Roar! Looking up at Lin Kong, who was smiling at him, Yakabodo let out an excited roar. In an instant, Yakabodo completely detached from Doro's body, and the entire black dragon soul was now enveloped by a thick, inky gas. Then, as time passed, the black gas began to shrink, slowly solidify, and finally transform into a giant black egg that was 27 or 28 meters high and more than 10 meters wide. The black egg is printed with exquisite patterns, and occasionally a stream of light flows across the patterns. Click, click, click. The crowd didn't have to wait long. After about 15 minutes, the black giant egg began to make cracking sounds. Then a sharp dragon claw emerged directly from the giant egg. Ha ha! Yakabodo am finally back. After jumping out of the black egg, Yakabodo, with its tail, was a full 40 meters long. It let out an excited roar, But when it suddenly saw Lin Kong frowning and watching it from not far away, it immediately restrained its arrogant aura, and its movements became more subtle. Yakabuto greets the great master. The ferocious dragon head stretched out, and Yakabuto's tone was surprisingly obsequious. After saying that, it turned around and began to clutch the black dragon eggshell that was encasing it, swallowing it in large gulps, as if it were eating the most delicious food in the world. As the eggshell-eating creature, Yakabuto grows larger, so does its size, and it grows bigger very quickly. Originally only 40 meters tall, Yakabuto now appears to be at least 500 meters tall as he swallowed the last piece of eggshell. Sitting there, he looked like a mountain. Name, Yakabuto Sayana. Race, Black Dragon. Status, Normal Excited. Rank, Low-Level Natural Disaster, High-Level Natural Disaster. Note, having reassembled its body, the Black Dragon Lord now possesses a slight resemblance to its former glory. Looking at Yakabuto, which had crushed the entire building and unleashed its black dragon wings that blotted out the sky, Lin Kong's heart was filled with a burning passion. It looked like a lizard just now, but now it does have a bit of that flavor. However, with Yakabuto doing this, it seems we can't keep it a secret any longer. Looking towards the direction of the world's spine, Lin Kong couldn't help but ponder. At the same time, the star-scale serpent nest Sunstek, which had been coiled around the spine of the world, raised its enormous head and looked in a direction with surprise and uncertainty. He suddenly felt a strong sense of oppression, as if he were facing a natural enemy. Most importantly, this aura was extremely powerful and showed no signs of restraint, definitely reaching the peak of the low-level natural disaster level, while he was only at the middle stage of the low-level natural disaster level. Didn't that guy keep his promise? The sudden appearance of a powerful aura left Ness somewhat helpless. He was the one who discovered this place first, okay? Ness is a wandering magical beast that roams the void sea, with no base of operations and no powerful backer. He had a group of subordinates before, but they weren't very strong. Ness found them a burden and embarked on a journey of wandering in the void sea all by himself. His original plane could no longer contain him. He was 1,000 meters long, had a terrifying appetite, and required an extremely high concentration of elemental energy. Over the years, he has visited many other planes, but either the environment was unsuitable or the planes were already occupied. Those ordinary natural disaster-level monsters like him usually come in pairs or groups of 3 or 5, which he can't beat. He was even less able to defeat those lone, incredibly powerful and calamity-level magical beast lords. In fact, Ness could have joined the ranks of a cataclysmic beast lord who had taken root in the prime material plane, but having grown accustomed to freedom, Ness found himself unable to bear any constraints. That's fine then. I'll just continue wandering in the void sea. Furthermore, there are actually quite a few material plane life forms wandering in the void sea. The Void Realm Sea is somewhat similar to the boundless outer space of Lin Kong's previous life, but is far more exciting than the desolate known outer space of Lin Kong's previous life. Not only are there hundreds of millions of all kinds of void races, void behemoths, and void treasures, but also a large number of beings from other planes who cannot survive in their own planes or fleeing from their enemies. The boundless void sea, with a concentration of elemental energy only 2 layers lower than that of the prime material plane, provided them with their final refuge. Neshes, let's unite. It's obvious that he didn't keep his agreement with us. He brought in help. Dolores Raphael appeared at some point, dressed in a light green robe, looking extremely alluring and beautiful. But the cold words that came out of her mouth at this moment were clearly at odds with her beautiful appearance. Good. Upon hearing this, Neshes could not possibly refuse. In this situation, it is clear that only by joining forces can they confront the other party who has called for reinforcements. Chapter 194 Bertellum. Whoosh whoosh. Soon after, a fierce wind began to howl, and in the distance, a large cloud began to slowly approach the ridge of the world, blotting out the sun. Meanwhile, as the spine of the world stirred, in a temporary camp set up by a group of people in a mountain range not far away, some people standing in the void a dozen meters high couldn't help but look at each other in bewilderment. Judging from the previous situation, the three parties should have reached some kind of agreement, right? But looking at the current situation, I have a bad feeling. After watching for a while, everyone flew down. One of them, a young man with blonde hair and a burly build, spoke with some resentment. Are we, the three great kingdoms, just going to slink away like this? The speaker was Kenneth, the eldest prince of Cicerin. Behind him, apart from two legendary mid-level elders, were young nobles who had come with the delegation. The youngest was only 13 or 14 years old, while the oldest was no more than 20. They came here because of the spiritual star energy that would emanate from the surrounding area after the Source Stone was formed. Even a tiny bit of it would be enough to prevent them from encountering major bottlenecks in the early stages. The same applies to other directions. Behind Grand Duke Gadwin of the Helian Kingdom were also more than a dozen very young noble scions. However, there were quite a lot of people in the other direction. The vanished King Botelum of the Kingdom of Eisen Island, Grand Duke Solabi, Duke Rose, and Larry's elder companion Lauren, a total of 4 high-ranking legendary figures. Furthermore, due to the early start date, only the Kingdom of Eisen Island, as the host country, was able to send in more people. The other slots that the other 2 countries were selecting were obviously invalidated due to time constraints. There were more than 30 of them, half as many as the other 2 kingdoms. Since the amount of spiritual energy that can be released is limited, it would be counterproductive if more people came. The original agreement was for 20 slots per kingdom, but now the Kingdom of Eisen Island has benefited greatly. However, there was no other way. Who knew that a calamity-level moon elf would suddenly appear and even attract that mysterious being from Sunset Mountain Range? Fortunately, they arrived early, because soon after entering, they discovered that the 3 calamity-level beings had begun to seal off the spatial nodes. Seriously, they crossed the river and then dismantled the bridge. Originium, once formed, emits a faint source energy that can last for up to 2 months. But the best time to absorb it is after the source energy has been circulating for a month, eliminating the dust and odors. However, we don't have that much time. Originium will be formed in a day. Then we'll collect it and feed it into these little guys. It might be a bit painful, but it's nothing compared to the harvest. Grand Duke Gadwin of the Kingdom of Helian looked up at the sky with a furrowed brow, then turned to Bertellum, who was not far away, and made a suggestion in a low voice. That's the only way. Big fish eat small fish, and small fish eat shrimp. Ness felt extremely frustrated when faced with the sudden appearance of the moon elf Dolores Raphael and Lin Kong's army of rock ants. But at this moment, Bertelsmann was clearly even more frustrated than him. He had been here for a full 6 months, and because of teleportation in another dangerous ruin, he had also lost a legendary high-ranking companion, namely Duke Leander. All that effort and hard work, and even a serious injury, was for Originium. However, whether by coincidence or not, a cataclysmic star origin scale, Serpent suddenly broke into this plane and excitedly laid down on the spine of the world. All right, I'll endure the loss of Originium. However, the overflowing spiritual energy is also quite good. It can be invested in the new generation of the kingdom. When they grow up, it will be a sign of the prosperity of the Eisenayu kingdom. I heard that Larry has a good relationship with the mysterious beings of Rock Ant Mountain. Suppressing the unrealistic urge to go straight up and smash those natural disasters, Bertellum looked at Lauren. As a high-level legendary figure possessing the power of natural disasters, he was confident in his extraordinary combat strength. But if he were to actually fight a natural disaster-level opponent, he would be lucky to win even with a 10% chance of victory. It was just a coincidence. I was being chased and accidentally wandered into the Sunset Mountains. It just so happens that the mysterious supreme being of Rock Ant Mountain admires our Larry and is able to take care of him a little. It can't be called a good relationship. Lauren frowned upon hearing Bertellum's question, but after thinking it over, he carefully considered his words and replied softly. Is that so? Clearly sensing the businesslike tone in Lauren's voice, Bertellum, whose expression darkened, said, This time, I have wronged your Leander family. I will make it up to you afterwards. The news of Duke Leander's death created a rift between the Leander family and the royal family. Upon hearing Bertellum's words, a strange light flashed in the eyes of the Grand Duke Soliabai, but Lauren merely gave a cold laugh and remained silent. They all tacitly approved of Duke Rose's actions against our newly appointed Duke Larry, and even offered compensation. We can't afford this kind of compensation. Lauren didn't respond, and neither did the people from the Kingdom of Helion and the Kingdom of Zesalon. Which royal family doesn't have some unspeakable and sordid dealings with its own nobles? Chapter 195 Standoff. The entire camp fell silent. But soon after, everyone's gaze turned to the spine of the world a dozen miles away. A seated 1,500-meter tall metal goddess statue, like an ancient deity in the void. The other is a black dragon with wings that blot out the sky and a body length of 600 meters. Although the Star Origin scale serpent is nearly 1,000 meters long, in terms of weight, it is like a belt that can be wrapped around the black dragon several times over, and there is no comparison. You cunning and treacherous fellow, you actually found an accomplice. Raising its head, the Star Origin scale serpent roared angrily at Lin Kong, who was standing on Yakabuto's head. Ha! You dare to act so arrogantly in front of me. The black dragon, Lord Yakabuto? You little mudskipper, you've got some nerve. Before Lin Kong could reply, Yakabuto grinned maliciously and then unleashed a scorching dragon breath. Whoosh whoosh. A dragon's breath, hundreds of meters long and radiating a purple aura, shot fiercely toward the Star Origin scale serpent Nessus. Roar! Upon seeing this, Ness roared in shock and anger, unleashing a tremendous aura that enveloped him in layers of thick protective shields, causing the rocks beneath him to sink more than 10 meters. It also spat out a powerful golden light wave, heading straight for Yakabuto's dragon breath. Ness's attack was undeniably powerful. His move was influenced by the laws of nature, and if it struck the continuous world ridge beneath him, it could probably vaporize a mountain thousands of meters high in an instant. However, on the other side, Yakabuto looked at the star-scale serpent Ness's reaction, and a hint of mockery appeared in his eyes. Rumble, rumble. The purple dragon breath collided with the golden light wave, but in just 2 breaths, the purple dragon breath swallowed the golden light wave and then, carrying an aura of destruction, bombarded Ness. How is this possible? Although he knew his skills were no match for the black dragon's purple breath, Nethers never expected to be defeated so quickly. Phew! With white, scorching gas billowing from its mouth, Ness remained calm despite his surprise as he watched the purple dragon breath. With a thought, the shield around him grew even stronger. Thump! Rumble, rumble, rumble. The next moment, the purple dragon breath struck the golden shield that Ness had erected, and the two quickly canceled each other out. Finally, the purple dragon breath broke through and left a charred wound on Ness's body. Its massive body was blasted back thousands of meters, crashing into several mountain peaks with a muffled roar. The hard scales on its wounds fell off, and crimson blood splattered everywhere. A single breath of dragon's breath could be so terrifying. Covered in pure, elemental energy, the wounds healed rapidly. Ness stared with an ugly look at the black dragon Yakabuto, who did not pursue but instead looked arrogant and smug. This dragon's breath teaches you how to speak in front of a true powerhouse. Sensing the Star Origin scale serpent's gaze, Yakabuto turned to look at him and said arrogantly, "All right, stop fidgeting." Lin Kong lightly kicked the dragon scale at his feet and said irritably, "Just now, Yakabuto suddenly opened its mouth and spat out dragon breath, almost causing Lin Kong, who was standing on its head, to stumble. Yes, great master." Sensing Lin Kong's dissatisfaction, Yakabuto shrank back, but then thought better of it and decided not to move rashly. The neck that had just been tucked in dared not be raised again. At this moment, the black dragon Lord Yakabuto shrank his neck, looking uneasy and quite comical, showing none of his previous arrogance. But despite the comical scene before them, no one around dared to laugh. A single dragon's breath repelled a calamity-level expert. To dare mock such a powerful being would make one seem too complacent and seek unnecessary excitement. I told you not to move around, but I didn't tell you not to move at all. Lin Kong stopped standing, stretched out his legs, and sat down cross-legged, and said helplessly to Yakabuto. Sure enough, upon hearing Lin Kong's words, Yakabuto visibly relaxed, and then quickly returned to normal. Nessus Sunstead, I'm not looking for any help. As you can see, Jacopodo is my mount. I just haven't released it before. I don't want to break the agreement we made before. A moment later, Lin Kong cleared his throat and spoke to the star origin scale serpent Neshes, which was hovering in the sky not far away. Are you telling the truth? Looking at the metal goddess statue floating to the side, and the black dragon Lord Jacopodo with its wings covering the sky, Ness felt that what he had just heard was somewhat unreal. Lord Neshes, he is merely trying to lower our guard. Once the Originium was formed, the Black Dragon Lord made his move, and we were powerless to stop it in a short time. In the end, we could only watch helplessly as they took all the Originium. At this moment, Dolores, who was standing quietly in another void, sent a calm voice into the arena. Don't try to fool me. Upon hearing Dolores's words, Ness moved closer to her, then turned to Lin Kong with a fierce look and spoke. To be honest, Ness didn't want to let such a great opportunity slip by. At this moment, the army of forest rock ants also arrived. More than 100 humanoid legendary-level rock ants stood on the outstretched palm of the Ice Queen, while more than 20,000 master-level rock ants filled a patch of sky with their ferocious bodies, even appearing larger than the blob of Jacopodo. Chapter 196 Lynx-Ike's Intelligence. After listening to Dolores's words to the star origin scale, Serpent Nasser, Lin Kong did not explain immediately. Instead, he frowned slightly and looked at a towering tree not far behind her. If it weren't for some unexpected events and the fortunate acquisition of some items, things might have turned out very badly today. Name, Jenny Lafarge. Race, Moon Elf. Status, normal. Rank, low-level cataclysm. Note, High Priest of the Moon Elf race. Name, Hathaway Lawfall. Race, Moon Elf. Status, normal. Rank, low-level cataclysm. Note, High Priest of the Moon Elf race. Lin Kong stood atop the dragon's head in Jacopodo, his eyes slightly narrowed. Wherever he goes, Lin Kong has basically made it a habit to start with a data-driven scan of everything. Just as his gaze lingered on the towering tree not far behind Dolores, information about two terrifying figures suddenly appeared on the virtual screen in front of Lin Kong. Two catastrophe-level disasters. If it weren't for the unexpected gains I made in this dimension these past 2 days, I would have really suffered a hidden loss today, let alone obtaining Originium. Even leaving safely might not be an easy task. Whoosh whoosh. At this moment, the howling mountain wind blew around from time to time, lifting Dolores' long hair. The wind blows and the clouds move, but people are still. As Lin Kong fell silent, the atmosphere at the scene suddenly became eerie. The star origin scale serpent flew up from the world's spine, coiled up and stood beside Dolores, watching Lin Kong and Jacopodo warily. On the other side, Dolores looked at Lin Kong with a strange gaze, because she found that she had a strange sense of familiarity with the mysterious being standing on top of the black dragon's head. Her tone of voice and some of her little habits were somewhat similar to someone she had just met. However, she knew it must be a coincidence. Otherwise, how could someone who possessed a dragon mount be a noble in the kingdom of Eisen Island? The two armies faced off, each observing the other. Are they really just observing? Of course not. Although Lin Kong didn't say anything, he had already contacted the Ice Queen in his mind and asked her to call Lin Zyke over. Although he noticed that the atmosphere was a bit strange, Lin Kong didn't care. Standing on Jacopodo's head, Lin Kong was smaller than one of its scales and was very inconspicuous. If it weren't for the fact that everyone present was a super strong expert of extremely high rank, perhaps no one would have noticed Lin Kong. Call out. With a whooshing sound that shook the air, Lin Zyke quietly appeared in front of Lin Kong, then respectfully raised his hand to the ground before turning his gaze to Lin Kong. Your Majesty, is there anything else I may do for you? At this moment, although on the surface the two natural disasters on the other side joined forces, making the rock ant mountainside dare not make any rash moves. But is that really the case? Linsik just came out of the Ice Queen. Not long ago, after sealing the space nodes, Lin Zyke returned to the main force at Rock Ant Mountain. He clearly discovered that two mysterious girls had inexplicably appeared aboard the Ice Queen. Based on his legendary level of magical beast sense of danger, those two were definitely at the cataclysmic level. The overwhelming swarm of ants, the Black Dragon Lord who suppressed the Star Origin Scale Serpent with a single breath of dragon breath, and the Rock Ant Mountain Supreme who had never made a move, but whom Lin Zyke believed was absolutely terrifying. Therefore, the combined forces of the Star Origin Scale Serpent and the Moon Elf on the other side are simply a joke. Therefore, Lin Zyke was still very puzzled as to why Lin Kong didn't directly take action to shut them down, but instead called them out. Do you know anything about Moon Elves? Seeing Lin Zyke approach, Lin Kong didn't hesitate and asked directly. As a legendary magical beast of the southern forest, Lin Zyke should be over several hundred years old, or even close to 1,000 years old, and should know quite a bit about the major powers in the vicinity. A Moon Elf? Upon hearing this, Lin Zyke quietly put down the huge weight in his heart and looked much more relaxed. Your Majesty, the power of the elves on the continent is still considerable. Knowing why Lin Kong wanted to see him, Lin Zyke quickly organized the information in his mind and then spoke again. The Moon Elf we are seeing now should be the Moon Elf in the Moonlight Forest west of the kingdom of Eisen Island, which is a branch of the many elf races. To be honest, Moonlight Forest is definitely more than 10 times larger than our southern forest. There are two main forces inside. One is the Moon Elf Royal City ruled by the Moon Elves, and the other is the Moon Demon Wolf clan. The two forces are not much different and are extremely hostile to each other. At this point, Lin Zyke turned his head to look at the Moon Elf Dolores not far away. He was somewhat smug now. In his early years, because he had awakened the laws of space, Lin Zyke had also wandered around for a while when he was young, so he knew quite a lot. Your Majesty, as far as I know, there are currently 4 Calamity-level elves in the Moon Elf Royal City. Besides the Moon Elf Queen, there are 2 high priests and 1 elven elder. You mean the opponent only has 4 Calamity-level beings, and there's a powerful opponent in Moonlight Forest? Upon hearing this, Lin Kong couldn't help but reveal a playful smile. Yes, Your Majesty. Seeing the smile on Lin Kong's face, Lin Zyke couldn't help but feel happy. He was pleased that his information could help such a powerful person. It was all thanks to him. Seeing Lin Kong's gaze return to the opposite side, Lin Zyke cupped his hands in greeting to Lin Kong's back, then respectfully bowed to those below him before disappearing in a flash. Dolores Raphael. Lin Kong glanced at the wary Star Origin Scale Serpent Ness, then his gaze met Dolores's. When Dolores heard Lin Kong suddenly call her name, she couldn't help but look puzzled. Chapter 197 Originium Formation. I've discovered that you're not only beautiful, but you also have quite the imagination. However, how can you bear to deceive such a naive and kind-hearted person as Ness? The next moment after he finished speaking, Yakabuto, guided by Lin Kong, suddenly exhaled another surge of purple dragon breath. With a whoosh, a purple halo seemed to illuminate the entire world. Roar! Seeing the purple dragon breath in its pupils rapidly enlarging, the Star Origin Scale Serpent roared in alarm and anger, but then its body suddenly stopped. Because he saw that this time the dragon's breath wasn't aimed at him, nor at Dolores. Thump! Rumble, rumble! The next moment, the Star Origin Scale Serpent only saw this unexpected dragon breath strike a towering ancient tree not far behind Dolores. With a series of violent explosions, the ancient tree was quickly destroyed. In fact, before the dragon's breath even arrived, the 100-meter-tall ancient tree had already been shattered by the spiritual power emanating from the dragon's breath. Wait, is there a powerful expert hidden inside this ancient tree? The Star Origin Scale Serpent isn't stupid. How could an ordinary tree possibly attract a Calamity-level black dragon Lord to destroy it with its dragon breath? He breathed on it, and the 100-meter-tall tree was completely destroyed. Not even a speck of dust remained. However, when faced with the Black Dragon Lord's terrifying purple dragon breath, the great tree only collapsed and disappeared after the dragon breath arrived. The aura of a moon elf. A Calamity-level moon elf. Damn it, that cunning moon elf. Turning her head to look at the 2 tall figures that appeared in the purple dragon breath, the Star Origin Scale Serpent glared hatefully at Dolores Raphael, letting out a series of deafening roars. Compared to my Yakabuto, which is out in the open, it's obvious that they want to break the agreement between us. It's her, that beautiful and alluring, but wicked moon spirit with a wicked heart. Seeing the state of the star origin scale serpent, Lin Kong spoke up appropriately, his tone one of shared hatred. How did you find out? Their auras were almost perfectly in sync with that big tree, without leaking out a single trace. Dolores glanced at her two companions who had neutralized the dragon's breath, frowned, and felt a pang of regret. Then, she turned her gaze to Lin Kong and asked him in confusion, "If you don't want others to know, then don't do it in the first place." Upon hearing this, Lin Kong glanced at her, but of course he wouldn't explain anything to her. Instead, he spoke calmly, quoting a proverb from his past life. "If you don't want others to know, then don't do it in the first place." Upon hearing Lin Kong's words, Dolores murmured to herself, then glanced at the star origin scale serpent Neshes, who was far away from her, and said nothing more. She knew that any explanation she gave to Ness now would be utterly futile. At this point, the world spine surrounding this plane was once again divided into three factions. Ness was hiding angrily in the clouds. He was so helpless. He was originally alone, but then two more wretched guys came. An agreement has been reached. A smaller share is acceptable. But those two despicable guys secretly called for backup. One was very strong, and the other called for two. Only he obediently sealed the spatial node and returned here, excitedly waiting for the Originium to take shape. Now, I'm excited, but I might miss out on Originium. What to do? What to do? His thoughts raced, and he knew that he was important to both of them. Once you join one side, you will have an absolute crushing advantage over the other. Time flew by, and in the silence of the three parties, half a day passed in the blink of an eye. Buzzing. Boom, boom, boom. Unbeknownst to them, the concentration of Yuan energy in the surrounding area had increased dozens of times, and tiny blue lights, resembling fireflies, began to emerge from the ground. The number of blue light spots continued to increase, and in just a dozen breaths, the entire earth below was covered by blue light spots, stretching out as if there was no end in sight. It was as if I were in a magnificent spiritual realm, with everything in sight being cyan and shimmering little sprites flying around. The starry night sky seemed less impressive than the ever-swirling blue ocean before my eyes. As time passed, the earth began to tremble slightly. At the center of the mountain range where the spine of the world was located, a bottomless crack appeared in the ground, and then a dazzling golden halo shot out from the crack. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Along with the golden halo, dozens of stones, each the size of an adult's fist and shrouded in a bluish aura, were also brought out. Originium, the nearest star origin scale serpent, Neshes, exclaimed in surprise, then immediately opened its mouth and inhaled, drawing the origin stone, which was originally in the golden halo, towards it. However, feeling the gazes directed at him from all around, Ness gritted his teeth and did not swallow the Originium that was already in his mouth. Instead, he controlled it, letting the 43 Originium stones float around his mouth. He really wanted to say, "Let's split it equally." But seeing that the other two sides were looking at him coldly, Ness clicked his tongue and ultimately didn't say anything. "Give me one first." In fact, Lin Kong did not reveal his full strength and then domineeringly take all the origin stones for himself, because he considered that the origin stones were just his guesses and might only be the high-level energy he needed. Otherwise, provoking 4 calamity-level beings at the same time would be a losing proposition. Once you reach the calamity level, unless you're a level below the transcendent rank or more, even if there's a difference in strength, it's very difficult to keep the other person alive if you're both at the lower calamity level. At this level, one can easily destroy the world in ordinary planes, and by exerting full influence on the rules, spatial barriers and dimensional barriers can be easily shattered. They sealed the spatial nodes to make it difficult for others to discover this dimension. Even if it's not at a spatial node, a cataclysmic event can still break through dimensional barriers. Chapter 198, Lin Kong's Excitement. Hearing Lin Kong's words, Ness was somewhat puzzled. Then, after glancing at Dolores and the other 2 calamity-level moon elves, he used his elemental power to shoot a source stone at Lin Kong. Although he didn't know why Lin Kong wanted one first, he understood that even though he now controlled the source stones, his say was still very limited. Furthermore, Ness also knew that the two sides had deliberately not taken any Originium earlier. Of the three parties, only if he holds the reins will the other two feel at ease. Snap! He reached out and caught the Originium that floated in front of him. It was warm and even slightly hot. Holding it in his hand, Lin Kong felt a little uneasy. Then, he secretly activated a branch of his All Things data talent to absorb energy. Name, Lin Kong. Gender, male. Age, 26. Rank, high-level apprentice warrior. Normal energy, 38,000. Advanced energy, 100. Special energy, 0. Talent, super optimization, datafication of everything. Well, looking at the information displayed on the virtual screen that only he could see, Lin Kong paused for a moment, and then his whole body began to tremble slightly. Advanced energy, ha ha, ha ha ha. With his fists clenched and his face flushed, Lin Kong couldn't help but burst into laughter, looking up at the sky. Whoosh! After a while, he calmed his excitement, turned his head to look at the person opposite him, and spoke in a calm tone with no room for doubt. I want all the Originium. What? Faced with Lin Kong's sudden, domineering, and barbaric words, not only the Star Origin Scale Serpent, but also the three Moon Elves standing to the side frowned. They joined forces with Ness, which consisted of 4 cataclysmic-level beings, while Lin Kong currently appeared to be just a swarm of insects capable of holding off one cataclysmic-level being, along with a Black Dragon Lord. Even if the Black Dragon Lord could fight 2 against 1, their side still had an additional Calamity-level combatant. Greedy fellow, you would do this for. As he moved toward the 3 Moon Elves, Ness opened his mouth and roared, but he froze halfway through his sentence. Ice Queen Cassio Ida, stop the 3-month-old elf. As Lin Kong shouted, 2 terrifying auras of natural disaster level quietly appeared in the void. Whoosh, buzzing, accompanied by 2 strange eyes resembling blood moons. Nesha saw 2 figures descend on the other side of the Black Dragon Lord under a blood-red light. Thump, thump, thump. However, what's even more terrifying is yet to come. The metal goddess statue, which had been sitting quietly in the void, seemed to come alive at this moment, and a heartbeat that shook the heavens and the earth began to resound around it. Hee! A terrifying pressure swept over them. At this moment, both Ness and the 3 Moon Elves stared in shock at the 3,000-meter-tall metal goddess who stood up, radiating terrifying pressure. I can hold off the 3 of them myself. You all follow the commander. A cold voice appeared in Ida and Cassio's ears, and then the Ice Queen's 2 eyes, glowing with an icy blue light, stared at Dolores and the others. Glug! Hovering in midair, watching the giant black dragon flap its wings and float over, Ness glanced at the 3 Moon Elves whose faces were grim, but who dared not move, and couldn't help but curse inwardly. However, facing a black dragon stronger than himself, and 2 extremely strange and dangerous human wizards of the cataclysmic level, Ness dared not make any other moves that could be easily misunderstood. Arriving in front of the Star Origin Scale Serpent, Lin Kong turned to look at Cassio and Ida behind him. Then his gaze fell on the Ice Queen, a 3-month-old elf standing up to subdue it. To be honest, Lin Kong was a little puzzled. How could the Ice Queen, a ship with a transcendent rank of only high-level legendary, intimidate 3 low-level catastrophe-level beings? Of course, Dolores, whose face was grim at the moment, wouldn't tell him that, according to their senses, a powerful aura, equivalent to a high-level natural disaster, had locked onto them. A difference of 1 rank is a chasm, let alone a difference of 2 ranks. High-level calamity-level beings are close to the Morning Star level and are close to immortal beings. However, if they were to make a move, they would find that the Ice Queen could only lock onto them with the aura of a high-level natural disaster. And then, nothing more. If it were a real fight, the Ice Queen would certainly have no chance of defeating 3 low-level cataclysmic-class super-strong beings. All of this was calculated by the Ice Queen. With her high-level computational and perception abilities, she would naturally choose the optimal solution to achieve the greatest results. I'm taking the Originium. You're welcome to visit my rock ant mountain. After collecting the remaining 42 Soul Stones, Lin Kong was in a good mood. He then whispered something to the Star Origin Scale Serpent and the 3 Moon Elves. My lord, We really need Originium. For just 13 coins, we're willing to exchange the essence of the ancient tree of life for it. Seeing Lin Kong about to leave, Dolores's face showed a hint of anxiety as she parted her red lips to make a suggestion. Right now, nothing is more important to me than Originium. Upon hearing this, Lin Kong replied calmly, then stepped onto the Akabodo and came to the Ice Queen, who had sat down again. He raised an arm, and a metal door opened at the tip of the Ice Queen's finger. Originium is of great significance to me. Since you didn't fight over it today, I owe you a favor. As he stepped through the metal door, Lin Kong suddenly turned his head and said something. Although our side is powerful, it will probably take a lot of effort to actually fight, and the longer it drags on, the more unpredictable things might happen. Lin Kong, of course, reciprocated the kindness shown by the Star Origin Scale Serpent and the 3 Moon Elves. Moreover, Lin Kong wouldn't have to pay any price for just saying a few words. He could ease the tension if he could, since a Calamity-level magical beast and a Moon Elf King City were still quite powerful. Chapter 199, Scattered Origin Chi. Hathaway, what do? Looking up into the distance, there was a spatial node that had already been opened, and swarms of rock ants were rapidly crawling inside. The prophecy is not wrong. Let's go back to the Elf King City first, and then you can continue to investigate in the kingdom of Eisen Island. If that doesn't work, let's go to the rock ant mountain that they mentioned. I think he'll still give us some Originium back if the price is right. Upon hearing Dolores's question, Hathaway Raphael's azure pupils transformed into a metal ring, and she entered the Ice Queen within the spatial node. After a moment's thought, he slowly replied, "The Elf King's city is truly not holding up with only His Majesty by himself. If the Moon Demon Wolf clan receives this news, they will definitely launch a large-scale invasion." Upon hearing this, Dolores nodded, clearly agreeing with her companion's decision to return to the Elven King's city first. Soon after, the 3 Moon Elves also disappeared from this place, while the Star-Scale Serpent Neshes, who had been lying on the spine of the world with no will to live, opened his eyes sadly. Being a wandering snake is so hard. With his golden pupils looking at the spatial node where Lin Kong and his group had left, Ness's eyes were thoughtful. It's an unfamiliar prime material plane. Why don't we go in and take a look? Besides, staying in the void, isn't going to solve anything. Perhaps I can find an unclaimed, perfect place for me to settle down. Ness craned his head and muttered to himself. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A golden halo enveloped Ness, and then soon after, as the halo disappeared, Ness's enormous size vanished, revealing a 9-meter-tall humanoid creature with a ferocious snake head. The bare arms and neck were covered with fine scales. Nethers leaped to the closed spatial node and kicked it open, then looked at the spatial vortex in front of him, which seemed to devour everything like a black hole. Peeking inside cautiously, after a final struggle, Nethers plunged in head first. The reason why Ness doesn't dare to easily venture into some prime material planes is because there are just too many powerful figures there. If it happens to land in the territory of a powerful force, a Calamity-level magical beast is a treasure trove, and it might just be slaughtered and refined into materials for witchcraft. After all, a creature with a strong aura of the Void Sea is unlikely to have any powerful backers, so it was killed. These are turbulent times. In a camp in the mountains, Bertellum watched as the star-scale Serpent Ness entered that spatial node and couldn't help but sigh with melancholy. Although they are hidden here, it would be impossible to avoid detection by Calamity-level being unless everyone possesses a high-grade concealment artifact. In fact, they never intended to hide, because they knew that as long as they didn't jump out and stand in front of those Calamity-level powerhouses, they wouldn't bother with them at all. After all, 2 tigers fighting won't care if there are ants watching nearby. Of course, if the ants are bloodthirsty army ants, and there are a large number of them, then that's a different story. They really don't care about these scattered pieces of Origin Chi. Are we going to have to wait a month? Grand Duke Sarab walked behind his brother, looked up at the ocean of blue lights in the distance, and asked a question. Let's collect it directly as agreed before. Time is the most wondrous thing, because we can never predict what will happen in the next second. Upon hearing this, Bertelsmann pondered for a moment, then spoke softly. Good. In that case, let's begin. The other two kingdoms obviously did not object to Bertellum's decision, given all that had happened before their eyes. The 8 legendary experts from the 3 kingdoms all took to the air, and each of them generated a terrifying suction force, collecting the cyan light spots. The ocean-like azure aura was no match for the 8 legendary powerhouses who were constantly collecting it. After about 15 minutes, the surrounding blue specks became thinner, and blue crystals condensed in front of these legendary experts. There were about 50 pieces, each about the size of a human fingernail. Although it is light blue, it is crystal clear like blue crystal. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In areas where the soil was too thin, they left it to its own devices, and after a while, they all returned to the temporary camp. After you swallow it, these aggregates we have condensed will explode instantly inside your bodies. The process is extremely painful and may even be life-threatening. If you do not wish to accept it, you can bring it up now. Prince Kenneth of the Kingdom of Ceylon raised his hand and played with a few pale blue crystals in his hand, then turned to look at the group of young people in front of him, revealing his gleaming white teeth. Upon hearing this, only a few of the 50-odd nobles or royal children who had been selected showed fear, while the others remained resolute. Before they came here, they had already been told what they would face and what they would have to accept. What a lucky bunch of little guys. If it weren't for these scattered particles, the scattered source energy after the dust emerged would have no effect on formal level transcendence. I want to try it and see what it tastes like. Seeing that no one stepped forward to back down, Kenneth shook his head and said with a regretful expression, "Haha, it's not only useless for those at the official level and above, but also has very low effectiveness for those over 20 years old." Upon hearing this, Grand Duke Gadwin of the Kingdom of Helion stroked his beard and smiled, then added softly, "All right, stop listening to Prince Kenneth's threats. The process may be a little painful, but with us here watching over you, nothing will happen to you." After distributing the pale blue crystals he held, Grand Duke Gadwin spoke again. Chapter 200 Larry's Letters. Meanwhile, in the southern forest, at Sunset Mountain Range, Rock Ant Mountain, the warm morning sun had just pierced through the cold fog of the early morning, and the rosy dawn painted the forest with a golden glow after the cold night. The Ice Queen came to a stop again in the depression next to the base. At this moment, in the open space at the entrance of the Rock Ant Mountain base, Lin Kong was followed by the left and right Rock Ant Guardians holding long-handled black forks, a burly man with a dragon head and human body who was over 6 meters tall, and 2 women, Ida and Cassio, who looked rather delicate. Hissing, Lin Kong's approach clearly excited the queen ant in the base hall, who emitted a series of hissing sounds. "Hee, this time, I'm confident I can help you advance to the next level." Hearing the queen ant's hiss, Lin Kong excitedly jogged inside, clearly eager to get started. Rows of purple, glowing mushrooms were planted in the corners of the base's main hall, and there were also many fluorescent grasses on top, making the entire hall look like a glowing magical castle. Then, Lin Kong looked at the queen ant in front of him. Race, Rock Ant Queen. Status, healthy excited. Rank, high-level legendary. Supernatural abilities, beginner power control, beginner gluttonous stomach, beginner indestructible body, beginner mother nest heart network. The group behind Lin Kong, especially Yakabuto, had long harbored a strong curiosity about the Ant Queen that Lin Kong was so eager to see. Only high-level legendary. As Yakabuto's gaze swept over the queen ant, he couldn't help but mutter a curse to himself. However, the next moment, as if noticing a strange presence watching her, the queen rock ant looked over with her pair of deep, dark eyes. As those eyes swept over him, Yakabuto felt an absurd sense of dread. How was this possible? That pounding feeling I just experienced, it was as if it would be swallowed up at any moment. His body trembled, and Yakabuto's large eyes were filled with disbelief. They are new partners. Upon noticing that the queen ant's gaze had shifted elsewhere, Lin Kong turned and pointed at Yakabuto, Ida, and Cassio, speaking with a light laugh. Then he raised his hand again and stroked the dark exoskeleton on the queen ant's head. At this moment, Lin Kong had already absorbed all the source stones, each containing 100 points of advanced energy, for a total of 4,300 points of advanced energy. Having previously obtained several points of advanced energy, Lin Kong knew perfectly well that 1 point of advanced energy could be exchanged for 1 million points of ordinary energy. Lin Kong now has 4,300 points of high-level energy in his hands. If this were ordinary energy, it would be an astronomical number that is difficult to read. However, knowing the optimization limits of ordinary energy, how could Lin Kong be foolish enough to replace advanced energy with ordinary energy? At this moment, Lin Kong stared excitedly at the information on the virtual screen. Advanced optimization options. Beginner power control, beginner gluttonous stomach, beginner undying body, beginner mother nest heart network, transcendent rank. Upon discovering that the Queen Ant's rank could indeed be optimized again, Lin Kong did not hesitate and immediately consumed it. Then it was discovered that only 200 points of advanced energy had been consumed. Well, in that case, let's do it again. With another expenditure, Lin Kong checked his remaining advanced energy value again. It was clear that 2,000 points had been consumed this time, and the option to optimize the extraordinary rank had disappeared. There are still 2,100 points of advanced energy left, which is clearly not enough to upgrade the Queen Ant to the high-level catastrophe level. Gazing at the Ant Queen enveloped in black mist, from which golden runes flowed intermittently, Lin Kong murmured to himself, I think this time, the 5th generation of rock ants should be able to reach legendary status. Now that I possess such a force, it's time for my path to transcendence to truly begin. Having arrived in this extraordinary world of supreme rulers, Lin Kong did not go out and have fun because he knew he only had one life, his talent was average, and he was not a chosen one. On the other side, in the kingdom of Eisen Island, Lampobana, after dawn, in a luxurious manner, the hard-working servants had already begun their work. Your Majesty the Duke. Your Grace, Duke. In a small castle, Lin Kong pushed open the bedroom door and saw 2 stunningly beautiful women, Melina and Anna, sitting on the sofa. Your Grace, how is your seclusion and cultivation going? As she walked over naturally, Melina asked softly. Yes, very good. Melina knew that Lin Kong hadn't used Larry's body these past few days, and it was she who informed everyone in the castle that Larry was in seclusion to overcome a magical problem. Sitting on the sofa, Lin Kong picked up the fruit on the table and started eating. Your Majesty, shall I instruct the kitchen to bring the meal over immediately? Anna said respectfully upon seeing Lin Kong's actions. No, I'm not hungry. By the way, how was your meditation training? As Lin Kong popped grapes in his mouth one by one, he seemed to have thought of something and asked softly, Thank you for your gracious gift, Your Majesty. I think the Merrill meditation method is very suitable for me. It should take about 3 months to advance to the level of a low-level wizard apprentice. Upon hearing this, Anna first thanked Lin Kong and then proudly said to him, Anna was very excited. She hadn't expected Lin Kong to impart extraordinary knowledge to her. Although she was also surprised that she had the aptitude to be a wizard, she probably wouldn't have even taken the test without Lin Kong's support. After all, testing whether someone has wizarding potential costs 3 gold coins each time, which Anna, a commoner, is unwilling to spend. It should take me about a month. Seeing Lin Kong turn his gaze to her, Melina spoke calmly. Upon hearing this, Anna's expression stiffened, and then she gritted her teeth and decided to work even harder in private. By the way, Your Grace, there is a letter addressed to the Duchy of Leander. Since you are in Lampobana, the letter has been sent here again. Melina rubbed her temples, took a well-sealed letter from the closet in the living room, and handed it to Lin Kong. Oh, my letter. Lin Kong took it in his hand and looked at it quietly. Mum. As soon as Lin Kong opened it, a soft, seductive voice, like a whispered enticement in your ear, suddenly appeared. Darling, you've been home for so long. Why aren't you back yet? I miss you so much. Kisses, smack. After hearing the magical message in the letter, Lin Kong couldn't help but touch his nose, bite his lip, and put on a serious expression. Ahem, don't get me wrong. She might have sent it to the wrong address. Looking up at Anna, who was staring at him strangely, Lin Kong casually tossed the letter aside. Melina, knowing Lin Kong's true identity, didn't think much of it, though her face flushed slightly. Because what I just said was really too flirtatious and too explicit. Lin Kong was also helpless. He suddenly remembered that Larry, who was not short of crystals and was the son of a duke, had 7 or 8 lovers at Chessel Wizarding Academy. These 7 or 8 are still in contact, and there are many more lovers who are no longer in contact. To be honest, Larry himself probably doesn't even know the exact number.